Introduction. Beginning at an infernal difficulty. As Lin opened his eyes, he found himself transformed into a destitute baron on a foreign continent. The dilapidated castle was drafty from all sides, with 30 elderly and weak soldiers unable to wield their swords due to hunger. The granary held merely half a month's worth of provisions, and the territory was a desolate wasteland where not even birds would alight. Beasts, bandits, and mysterious tribesmen lurked menacingly. It seemed the game was destined to end before it even began. Ding! The Border Lord system has been activated. In the face of despair, hope emerged. Summon soldiers, gather resources, unlock construction. Basic infantry, capable of slaying wild boars. Archers, ready to annihilate bandits. Engineers, erecting arrow towers. While others may start with a mere dog, Lin's fortune relied entirely on the system to sustain his household. Agriculture and infrastructure, repairing castle walls, digging moats, transforming the ruined castle into a bastion. Chapter 1. The Ruined Castle and the Golden Finger. Cough, cough, cough. Lin awoke, choking on the musty odor and chilled by the biting wind, abruptly opening his eyes. Before him lay a crumbling stone wall, the ceiling comprised of rotting wooden beams, and a few withered thatch strands swayed precariously in the wind, as if they would detach from the roof at any moment. Where is this? Strange memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, and the intense pain compelled him to clutch his head. After a considerable time, Lin finally assimilated the information, revealing a bittersweet smile of confusion. He had traversed realms. From an ordinary wage slave of the 21st century, he had become Lin Costa, a minor baron at the border of the Valeria kingdom on the continent of Valeria. The original owner belonged to a remote noble branch of the kingdom, exiled to this forsaken frontier due to his family's loss of power in a struggle for dominance, inheriting the territory known as Blackrock Fortress. Though termed a territory, it was in truth an expansive wasteland scarcely acknowledged by anyone. According to the enfeoffment document, it stretched approximately 50 miles east to west and 30 miles north to south, encompassing an area comparable to that of a mid-ranking earl's domain. However, aside from a small hilly area near the kingdom's heart suitable for cultivation, the majority consisted of forests, swamps, and rocky outcrops teeming with beasts, rumored to harbor scattered tribes and marauding bandits. The so-called Blackrock Fortress was the very dilapidated castle where Lin now found himself. The wall stood no higher than 5 meters, with numerous sections collapsed, and the moat had long since dried up, filled with refuse. As for the soldiers within the castle, including the few elderly and weak soldiers brought by the original owner, there were barely 30 in total, most of whom were gaunt and emaciated, armed only with rusted short swords and a handful of sharpened wooden spears. What was worse, the granary contained less than half a month's worth of food. The original owner, unable to bear the stark contrast of falling from grace, compounded by fatigue from travel and the biting cold, succumbed to illness, ultimately bequeathing his misfortune to Lin, an outsider from another world. Starting with a crumbling castle, 30 feeble soldiers, a territory that is wasteland, and a food crisis, this is truly hellish difficulty. Lin rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling as though his future was shrouded in darkness. In this medieval fantasy world where cold weapons and magic coexisted, a weak border baron faced the constant threat of being devoured by beasts, bandits, tribes, or even more formidable neighbors, with no one to mourn his demise. Is it fate to perish just after crossing over? Lin clenched his fists, unwilling to accept such a fate. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detecting the host's strong will to survive and develop, binding conditions met. Activating the Border Lord system. Activation successful. Host, Lin Costa. Lin was momentarily stunned, his eyes igniting with incredulity. A system? A golden finger for the transmigrator. System function. Soldier summoning. Current summonable soldier. Basic infantry requires 10 reputation points. Current reputation, 10 points. Territory information. Blackrock Fortress territory, not fully developed. Population, 232, including soldiers. Current task. Improve territory defenses to ensure the core, Blackrock Fortress, is not destroyed within the next 7 days. Task reward. 50 reputation points. Access to summon basic archers. A series of information vividly unfolded in Lin's consciousness. A soldier summoning system. Lin was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from the cold stone bed. Reputation. 10 points, just enough to summon a basic infantryman. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he focused his thoughts to communicate with the system. System: summon 1 Basic Infantryman, consuming 10 reputation points. Summoning Basic Infantry X1. Summoning in progress. As the prompt concluded, a faint white light appeared in the empty space before Lin, and as it dissipated, a young soldier clad in rudimentary leather armor, wielding an iron short sword and a small round shield, materialized, his physique well-built and his gaze sharp. The soldier stood approximately 6 feet tall, with healthy wheat-colored skin, devoid of excess expression, and his eyes radiated absolute loyalty and vigilance. He knelt on one knee, hand on his chest, and spoke in a deep voice. Soldier 001, reporting to my lord, ready to devote my life to you. Lin watched the suddenly manifested soldier, his heart racing. This was real, not an illusion. He could distinctly feel the soldier's unwavering obedience, as if he could command him as easily as his own arm. Moreover, this soldier's spirit surpassed that of the castle's frail and elderly soldiers by a significant margin, clearly a product of rigorous training. Rise. Lin endeavored to make his voice sound steady. Of course, my lord. Soldier 001 promptly stood, his posture as erect as a pine tree, scanning the surroundings with alertness, ready to confront any danger. Taking a deep breath, Lin quelled his excitement. With the system and his first soldier, he now possessed the means to survive in this wild land. The immediate priority is to address the food crisis and restore the castle's defenses. Lin quickly regained composure and began contemplating his next steps. With over 30 individuals in the castle, including 20 frail soldiers and a few servants, food consumption would be significant. Half a month's provisions would not last long. Furthermore, the system's task required ensuring Blackrock Fortress was not destroyed within 7 days, indicating imminent danger was likely to arise in the coming days. 001, follow me. Lin rose, his thin clothing insufficient against the cold wind, yet his gaze had grown resolute. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, and a biting gust of wind rushed in. In the castle courtyard, several soldiers clad in tattered leather jackets languidly basked in the sun, and upon seeing Lin emerge, they merely lifted their heads feebly, devoid of even the strength to salute. This was the extent of his current entourage. Lin frowned, disregarding them as he strode toward the granary nestled in the castle's corner. The granary, constructed of stone, was relatively sturdy, but the lock on the door had long since rusted shut. An elderly servant struggled with the key for an eternity, but could not unlock it. Step aside. Lin instructed the old servant. He gestured for Soldier 001 to approach. Soldier 001 grasped the lock, exerted a bit of force, and with a snap, the rusted lock was forcibly broken. The old servant stared in astonishment, and the sunbathing soldiers displayed expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that this suddenly appearing stranger would possess such strength. As the granary door swung open, a wave of musty grain odor assailed Lin's senses. Inside, just as his memory had indicated, only a half bag of darkened grain and a few shriveled potatoes remained. Assess how long this can last. Lin instructed the gaunt steward, Oldfort, who had followed him. After a trembling count, Oldfort's face fell as he lamented, "My lord, if we ration it, it may last a maximum of 10 days, and these grains have already begun to mold. Consuming too much may lead to illness." Chapter 2. The Huntlin's expression darkened. The situation was even worse than anticipated. "We must swiftly locate a source of sustenance," Lin declared decisively. "How many individuals within the castle are still capable of wielding weapons?" Oldfort pondered for a moment. "Excluding a few who are unable to move, probably. Around 15. "Gather them immediately," Lin commanded. "Equip all available weapons and tools. We shall venture forth to hunt and assess the surrounding area." Rather than waiting passively for their fate, it was better to take the initiative. Though this wasteland was barren, the forest must harbor beasts, providing a ready source of food. Moreover, he required prestige. Summoning soldiers necessitated prestige, and completing system tasks would also yield it. Only by amassing sufficient soldiers could he establish a foothold in this land. "My lord, it is perilous outside," Oldfort hastily objected. "There are wolf packs in the forest, and bears as well. Just last month, 2 soldiers ventured out in search of food and never returned." "Danger is a risk we must face," Lin insisted, his tone brooking no argument. "Shall we merely sit here and starve?" He turned to Soldier 001. "You will accompany me?" "Yes, my lord." Soon, 15 emaciated soldiers gathered, clutching rusted swords, wooden spears, and even hoes and sickles. Their eyes were filled with fear and reluctance. Yet under Lin's icy gaze, None dared voice their dissent. Lin glanced at this army and sighed inwardly, his determination to summon more system soldiers solidified. Let's depart. Lin drew a long, rusted sword left by the previous owner. After all, this body hailed from nobility and had received some basic sword training, which should suffice against beasts. Soldier 001, armed with a short sword and round shield, followed closely beside Lin, his sharp gaze scanning the forest ahead like the most vigilant of leopards. The group exited the dilapidated castle gates and proceeded toward the nearby shadowy forest. The cold wind swirled with fallen leaves, creating a rustling sound beneath their feet, while distant howls of unknown beasts echoed from deep within the woods, causing the older and weaker soldiers to pale and tremble. Lin, however, remained unfazed, his focus fixed on the system panel. Host actively exploring territory detected, acquiring unknown resources, gaining 1 prestige. Territory soldiers developing a sense of awe towards the host, weak, gaining 1 prestige. Prestige was slowly accumulating. Lin felt a surge of joy. It seemed that proactive action would yield prestige. There seems to be movement ahead. Soldier 001 suddenly whispered, raising his short sword. Lin immediately halted and signaled the others to be on guard. Ahead, the bushes trembled, and a robust black wild boar burst forth, its tusks glinting ominously, eyes glowing red, clearly startled by the presence of the group. It's a wild boar. One soldier quivered, his legs nearly giving way. This beast weighed over 300 pounds and possessed immense force. Even regular soldiers would find it a daunting foe. Fear not. Lin spoke firmly, though he felt a twinge of apprehension himself, as a lord could not show weakness. At that moment, Soldier 001 sprang into action. Without hesitation, he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his short sword gleaming coldly. The black wild boar let out an enraged roar, lowering its head and charging at Soldier 001 with its sharp tusks. Clang! Soldier 001 expertly blocked the tusks with his small round shield, the tremendous impact causing the ground beneath him to sink slightly, yet he stood unwavering. Then, with a swift push of his left hand, he slightly deflected the boar's head, and his right hand struck like a venomous serpent, piercing the soft underbelly of the boar with precision. Thud! Blood gushed forth. The black wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching cry, thrashing wildly, but Soldier 001 held fast to the shield, twisting the short sword within its abdomen. Moments later, the massive boar collapsed, utterly silent. The entire encounter lasted no more than a few seconds. Lin stood there dumbfounded. The previously terrified older and weaker soldiers gaped, their mouths agape. This was astonishing. One encounter had dispatched a ferocious wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. Soldier 001 killed the black wild boar, displaying formidable combat prowess, gaining significant awe from territory soldiers, earning 10 prestige. Acquired food resource, wild boar meat, approximately 200 units. The system notification chimed in just at the right moment. Lin was elated. 10 points of prestige, just enough to summon another basic infantryman. And he had also secured a substantial food supply. Excellent. Splendid. Lin exclaimed, 001, well done. It is my honor to serve, my lord, Soldier 001 replied, kneeling on one knee, sheathing his bloodied short sword. His expression remained neutral, but the loyalty in his gaze had intensified. The older and weaker soldiers now looked at Soldier 001 with a mix of reverence and disbelief. Their glances toward Lin were imbued with complex emotions, as this new lord seemed different from what they had imagined. Lin paid no heed to the soldiers' thoughts, his mind solely occupied with summoning more soldiers. System: summon a basic infantryman, consuming 10 points of prestige, summoning basic infantryman X1 in the process. With a flash of white light, another soldier identical to Soldier 001 appeared before Lin, wielding a short sword and round shield. Soldier 002, reporting to my lord, ready to dedicate my life to you. 2 system soldiers. Lin felt his posture straighten considerably. 002, return to the ranks. Yes. Now process this wild boar, Lin commanded the still-dazed older and weaker soldiers, pointing at the boar on the ground. Hurry, we shall feast on meat tonight. With the allure of food and the reverence for the system soldiers, the soldiers finally found motivation, hastily beginning to process the wild boar. Lin surveyed the 2 system soldiers before glancing at the mysterious black forest, excitement glimmering in his eyes. This wasteland was no longer a desolate end. It was a starting point for Lin Costa's rise. The process of butchering the wild boar proved more complicated than anticipated. The creature's massive 300-pound body exhausted the last vestiges of strength from the older and weaker soldiers merely in skinning and deboning. Were it not for the presence of Soldier 001 and 002, those 10 or so shaky individuals would likely have been unable to return to the castle before nightfall. 001, 002, you two lift the front end. The rest follow behind and carry as much meat as you can. Lin issued his command in a low voice. Soldiers 001 and 002 complied, each hoisting one of the boar's hind legs. The weight felt feather-light on their shoulders as they strode steadily. The older and weaker soldiers watched this scene with deepening awe. How could such warriors show such obedience to their lord? Territory soldiers awed towards the host Deepens, gaining 5 prestige. The system notification chimed again, and Lin felt a sense of calm settle over him. It appeared that demonstrating strength not only ensured safety, but also facilitated the rapid accumulation of prestige, a virtuous cycle. Chapter 3. A glimpse into the forest. The group, dragging the wild boar, ventured deeper into the forest. Lin chose not to return immediately, although food was secured. He needed a more comprehensive understanding of this woodland. It was not only a potential source of sustenance, but perhaps also concealed other resources, timber, stone, and possibly medicinal herbs or minerals. The Black Forest was denser than anticipated, with towering ancient trees blocking the sunlight, which could only filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light on the ground. Thick layers of fallen leaves carpeted the earth, muffling footsteps, while the occasional calls of birds and the growls of beasts served as reminders that this place was far from benign. "My lord, there seems to be a patch of berries ahead," exclaimed an observant old soldier, his voice tinged with surprise. Lin followed his gaze and indeed spotted clusters of dark purple berries hanging from a thicket, each one plump and exuding a faint fruity aroma. "Black fruits." The steward fort leaned closer for a better look, excitement in his voice. "These are edible, though somewhat astringent. They can fill our bellies. Moreover, dried, they can be preserved for a long time." Lin's heart leaped with joy. This was yet another unexpected boon. "Everyone, gather the berries. Be careful not to touch any other plants. There may be toxins." The group immediately dispersed, meticulously harvesting the black fruits. The soldiers, who typically found even walking tiresome, were now invigorated. Though the berries seemed inconspicuous, they were indeed a substantial source of nourishment in the face of hunger. Lin also picked a few to taste. They were indeed a bit astringent, but juicy enough to replenish moisture and energy. Discovered edible plant. Black fruit. Resource acquired. Black fruit, 50 units. Reputation 3. Let us proceed with caution, Lin reminded as he continued to gather. He noted that soldiers 001 and 002 maintained heightened vigilance, one facing into the forest depths while the other scanned the flanks, ensuring the safety of the group. Their professionalism was reassuring. Upon passing through the berry patch, an open glade emerged, strewn with numerous dead branches. The timber here looked promising. They could fell some to take back. Lin observed that the castle's repairs would require a substantial amount of wood, so collecting some along the way was prudent. Suddenly, Soldier 001 issued a low command. "Alert." The group tensed, immediately halting their actions and gripping their weapons tightly. From the thicket on the opposite side of the clearing, green eyes glinted as several lithe wild wolves emerged, their drool dripping from sharp fangs, greed glinting in their gaze as they fixed their eyes on Lin and his companions. "For wolves," one soldier quavered, his voice trembling as his grip on the wooden spear wavered. Lin's pupils constricted. These wolves, while not as robust as the wild boar, were far more agile and, being pack animals, posed a significant threat. 001, 002, take the left and right flanks. Lin commanded swiftly. "Everyone, gather together and point your spears at them. Do not charge recklessly." "Understood." Soldiers 001 and 002 immediately formed a defensive line, wielding their short swords and round shields, their eyes cold as they faced the wolves. The largest wolf let out a low growl and charged first at what appeared to be the weakest member of the group, an elderly soldier. "Be careful," Lin shouted, drawing his rusted sword in preparation to assist. However, he was a moment too late. With a ghostly swiftness, Soldier 001 appeared before the old soldier, skillfully deflecting the wolf's claw with his shield while simultaneously slashing the wolf's foreleg, leaving a gaping wound. The lead wolf yelped in pain, its assault momentarily halted. The remaining 3 wolves quickly scattered, each targeting soldiers 001, 002, and the rest of the group. Attack! Lin commanded, charging toward one of the wolves. Though the body he inhabited had only mastered basic swordsmanship, the presence of the system soldiers drew the primary threat away, allowing him to focus on a single wolf without overwhelming pressure. He anticipated the wolf's trajectory and sidestepped, delivering a powerful slash to its flank with the rusted sword. With a sickening sound, the blade, though corroded, still cut through the wolf's fur, drawing forth a stream of blood. The wolf howled in agony and became even more feral, lunging at him again. Just then, Soldier 002 had dispatched his own wolf and rushed forward, plunging his short sword into the creature's neck. With a final, desperate convulsion, the wolf lay still. Meanwhile, Soldier 001 deftly fended off two wolves, his shield technique impenetrable. Each block redirected the force of the strikes while his sword danced like the Reaper's scythe, inflicting further wounds upon the wolves. In mere minutes, with two final howls of despair, the last two wolves collapsed in a pool of their own blood. The older and weaker soldiers stared, wide-eyed, astonished that they had not met their demise as they had feared, but instead triumphed over the pack with the aid of the two enigmatic soldiers. Their gazes toward Lin shifted from initial trepidation to a complex blend of awe and burgeoning reliance. Soldiers 001 and 002 cooperatively defeated four wolves, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Cohesion among the territorial soldiers slightly increased. Reputation 15. Lin exhaled deeply. Though the encounter had been perilous, the outcome was gratifying. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Soldiers 001 and 002. These system soldiers truly were the most dependable combatants. Let's check for injuries. Is anyone hurt? Lin inquired. Upon inspection, it appeared that aside from one soldier with a minor scratch from a wolf's claw, everyone else was unharmed. Excellent, Lin nodded. Let us process the wolf carcasses, keep the pelts, and take the meat. Additionally, let us fell some sturdy branches for our return. The sun had passed its zenith. Venturing further would likely lead to greater dangers, so it was wise to know when to retreat. The act of felling the withered branches was a trivial task for 001 and 002, who swiftly dragged back a dozen sturdy logs. The atmosphere among the group on the return journey was palpably transformed. The once timid and frail soldiers now walked with a lighter step, their gazes towards Lin imbued with a newfound respect. My lord, you are truly remarkable. With you here, we shall never go hungry again, exclaimed a younger soldier, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, indeed. And those two warriors are nothing short of divine. Listening to these somewhat clumsy compliments, Lin felt no aversion. Rather, he perceived it as a manifestation of the burgeoning cohesion within his domain. The soldier's recognition of the host has increased, gaining 3 reputation points. Current reputation, 28 points. Chapter 4. Restoration. By the time they returned to Blackrock Fortress, dusk had settled in. The inhabitants of the castle were astounded to see them dragging back a massive wild boar, for wolf carcasses, and several bundles of berries and timber. Old Fort was particularly moved, tears streaming down his face. He had initially feared for their safety on this expedition, yet not only had they all returned unharmed, but they had also brought back an abundance of food and supplies. Quick, boil water. Prepare to process this meat. Old Fort busily directed, and the previously lifeless castle seemed to spring to life. Standing at the castle entrance and watching the bustling activity, Lin felt a warm surge in his heart. This was his territory, his people. Though they were frail, as long as he offered them hope, they could radiate vitality. 001, 002, you two are responsible for vigilance, especially around the castle perimeter. No mistakes are to be tolerated, Lin commanded. Yes, my lord. Upon entering his modest stone dwelling, Lin opened the system panel. Host. Lin Costa. System function. Soldier summoning. Current soldiers available for summoning. Basic infantry requires 10 reputation points. Current reputation, 28 points. Territory information, Blackrock Fortress, not fully developed. Current task, improve territorial defenses within 7 days to ensure the core of the territory, Blackrock Fortress, is not destroyed. Task reward, 50 reputation points. Authorization to summon basic archers. The issue of food had been temporarily resolved. Reputation had accumulated significantly, and he had even acquired 4 wolf pelts, the utility of which was currently unknown, yet they remained a resource. Lin's gaze fell upon the task at hand. Improving the defenses within 7 days was the most pressing matter. It seemed he would need to begin organizing a workforce to repair the walls tomorrow. Lin murmured to himself. We have some timber, but the stone supply is woefully inadequate. I must devise a means to extract more. He gazed out the window, where the setting sun cast its warm hues upon the dilapidated walls, coating the cold stone in a gentle glow. Blackrock Fortress, you shall rise again. As night descended, The long-awaited smoke from cooking fires rose within Blackrock Fortress, the aroma of roasting meat permeating the air, momentarily allowing all to forget their hunger and fears. Their faces adorned with long-missed smiles. Lin sat at the entrance of his stone abode, observing it all, his heart filled with tranquility. He knew that from this night onward, Blackrock Fortress was destined for transformation. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the castle's broken windows into the stone room, Lin was already awake. The scent of last night's roasted meat lingered in the air, and the castle's inhabitants enjoyed an unprecedented peaceful sleep, devoid of the usual sighs of despair. Even the morning air felt rejuvenated. Lin rose and pushed open the door, noticing activity in the courtyard. A few soldiers were busy with the remaining wild boar and wolf meat, while Old Fort was directing the servants to dry the black fruits harvested the previous day. Though their movements remained slow, each face wore a hint of vitality. "My lord, you are awake," Old Fort exclaimed upon seeing Lin, promptly halting his tasks to bow in respect. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. It is roasted meat porridge and dried black fruits." "Thank you for your efforts, Fort," Lin nodded, surveying the courtyard. "Have everyone gather in the square after breakfast. I have important matters to discuss." "Yes, my lord." Breakfast was simple. The roasted meat porridge mingled with a few grains of wheat. Though coarse, the scalding warmth flowed into his belly, bringing a long-awaited comfort. The dried black fruits, having been lightly dried, had lost much of their bitterness and gained a touch of sweetness. After the meal, over 30 individuals gathered sparsely in the small square at the center of the castle. After the previous day's hunt, their gazes towards Lin were markedly different, tinged with less numbness and more awe and anticipation. Lin stood upon the steps, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I trust you are all acutely aware of the perilous nature of our current situation. The castle is in ruins, surrounded by threats. To survive, we must unite and restore our home." He pointed towards the collapsed walls. "From today onward, everyone has a task. Young soldiers, follow me and 001. 002 to repair the walls and clear the moat. The elderly and servants will handle the food and gather firewood to ensure everyone's logistical needs are met." "My lord, repairing the walls requires stone. Our reserves are insufficient." An elderly soldier could not help but interject. "I have anticipated this," Lin replied with preparation. "Fort, do you remember if there is a quarry within the territory?" Old Fort furrowed his brow, pondering for a long moment before hesitantly responding. "There seems to be a rocky area northeast of the castle, where bare rock layers are exposed. It appears that stone was once quarried there, but it was abandoned due to the distance." "Excellent," Lin nodded. 001, take 5 men and head to the rocky area to extract stone, returning with utmost speed. 002, take 5 men to clear the rubble from the collapsed walls and organize usable materials. The rest will follow me to reinforce the gates and intact sections of the walls." "Yes, my lord." Soldiers 001 and 002 immediately accepted their orders. The others exchanged glances, though the task seemed daunting. They were inspired by Lin's resolute gaze and the memory of the wild boars and wolves they had so effortlessly vanquished the day before. Ultimately, they bowed their heads and acquiesced. Successfully mobilized the residents of the territory for construction, enhancing territorial cohesion, gained 8 prestige points. The system notification resonated, warming Lin's heart. Although these individuals were feeble, they were not beyond redemption. With direction and hope, they could indeed spring into action. Over the next few days, the Blackrock Fortress underwent a remarkable transformation. Beneath the collapsed walls, the sound of relentless hammering filled the air. Soldier 001 transported robust stones from the rocky shore, single-handedly lifting boulders weighing hundreds of pounds, leaving others in awe and inadvertently igniting their motivation. Soldier 002 led a cleanup crew, meticulously sorting through the rubble, reconstructing usable stones while disposing of the unusable ones into the dry moat to serve as a foundation. Lin personally oversaw the fortification of the city gates, instructing the workers to add a sturdy beam behind the gates with thick timber and embedding iron rings into the walls on either side, preparing to reinforce them with iron chains. Though conditions were rudimentary, each step was taken towards a safer future. The enthusiasm of the people gradually surged. With consistent meals, and even the occasional meat, they began to harbor hope for the future. Particularly, witnessing their lord, Lin, personally moving stones and sawing wood, devoid of any airs, eliminated their excuses for idleness. The labor enthusiasm of the territory residents increased, gaining 5 prestige points. Successfully repaired a segment of the wall, approximately 5 meters. Task progress increased, gaining 10 prestige points. After 3 days, the prestige points accumulated to 53. Without hesitation, Lin summoned 3 basic infantry soldiers, numbered 003, 004, and 005. Chapter 5. The arrival of refugees. The addition of these 3 new soldiers significantly enhanced work efficiency. They were not only incredibly strong, but also precise in their movements. Whether transporting stones or erecting walls, far surpassing the average soldier in speed. Observing the 5 system soldiers, standing tall with sharp gazes as they toiled, the morale of other soldiers was undeniably uplifted. They began to mimic the actions of the system soldiers, striving to enhance their own efficiency, with some even privately seeking advice on basic combat techniques, which 001 and others would casually share during their breaks. In addition to wall repairs, Lin assigned 003 to maintain vigilance. He divided the castle's surrounding area into several sectors, instructing 003 to patrol regularly, reporting any anomalies immediately. This was not only to guard against wild beasts and bandits, but also to detect potential threats to the fortress in advance, ensuring the completion of system tasks. One evening, while Lin was inspecting the newly repaired wall, 003 hurriedly returned, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, approximately 3 miles west of the castle, a small group of refugees has been spotted, about 30 individuals, appearing quite weak, heading towards the castle." Refugees? Lin paused momentarily. In this era, the border regions were frequently afflicted by wars and famines, leaving many displaced and homeless, wandering in search of survival. "Do they resemble bandits?" Lin inquired. "Not at all." 003 shook his head. "They are tattered and emaciated, with no weapons in hand." Lin contemplated briefly. The Blackrock fortress was in dire need of manpower, repairing walls, cultivating land, and developing the territory all required substantial labor. Although these refugees appeared frail, providing them with food could transform them into a workforce. However, on the flip side, recklessly accepting strangers posed risks. If any spies or ill-intentioned individuals were among them, the consequences could be dire. 001, 002, come with me to investigate, Lin decisively commanded, while the others continued their tasks, heightening their vigilance. Yes, Lin, accompanied by the 2 strongest system soldiers, rode westward. Though they rode horses, they were actually 2 frail old steeds brought by the original owner, seldom used. Within a short span of 3 miles, they soon spotted the group of refugees. There were 32 individuals in total, 24 adults, 2 elderly, and 6 children, the eldest no more than 10 years old, and the youngest appeared to be merely 3 or 4. They were dressed in rags, caked in dirt, their faces gaunt, with hollow eyes showing signs of numbness as they struggled to move. Upon seeing Lin and his companions approach on horseback, the refugees froze in fear, huddling together, their eyes wide with terror. An elderly man, leaning on a wooden staff, trembled as he stepped forward, his murky eyes locking onto Lin, his lips quivering yet unable to form words. Lin reined in his horse, observing them from a height. These individuals bore no weapons, and their expressions did not seem to reflect a feigned fear. Rather, they appeared to be instinctual reactions formed through prolonged hunger and terror. "What are you? Where are you headed?" Lin inquired, softening his tone to avoid frightening them further. The elder gradually regained composure, kneeling with a thud, his voice breaking with emotion. "Noble lord, we are from a nearby village that was burned by bandits, and we can no longer survive. We heard there is a castle here and came to beseech you for food." The others followed suit, kneeling, while the children timidly hid behind the adults, casting cautious glances at Lin. Lin felt a stir within. In their eyes, he saw despair, yet also a flicker of survival instinct. "Among you, is there anyone skilled in blacksmithing, carpentry, or perhaps agriculture?" Lin queried, for the development of the territory necessitated various skilled individuals, a matter of great concern to him. The elder hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes. Yes, he was the carpenter of our village, and he knows a bit about blacksmithing, though he is not very experienced. I have farmed all my life." Lin turned to the elder, pointing to 2 middle-aged men among them. They appeared gaunt, yet their eyes retained clarity, unlike those who were lazy or slothful. "Very well," Lin decided. "Blackrock Fortress is in need of laborers. If you are willing to stay and work, I can provide you with food and shelter. However, let me be clear, once you arrive, you must follow orders and work diligently. Anyone caught slacking or harboring ill intent will face the consequences. We are willing. We are all willing." The elderly man, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, while the other refugees displayed expressions of pure ecstasy, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Accepted 32 refugees. Population of the territory increased, gained 10 prestige points. Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that accepting refugees could also yield prestige. It appeared that the development of the territory's population was indeed a significant avenue for accruing prestige. Rise, and follow me back to the castle, Lin commanded, turning his horse around. 001, 002, assist them in carrying the children. Yes. The two system soldiers dismounted and carefully lifted the frightened children, who were too scared to speak. Seeing this, the refugees felt a sense of reassurance and followed Lin En's horse step by step toward Blackrock Fortress. Under the setting sun, their elongated shadows appeared particularly striking. Lin glanced back at the staggering figures and pondered deeply. The growth of the territory could not rely solely on system soldiers. It required the involvement of more ordinary people. These refugees might very well become the cornerstone of Blackrock Fortress's future. Furthermore, his path as a lord would expand and grow more challenging with the inclusion of these individuals. By the time they returned to the castle, twilight had descended. Old Fort was somewhat surprised to see the returning refugees, but he promptly followed Lin's instructions to prepare food and temporary accommodations in an abandoned stone house. Watching the refugees devour blackfruit porridge and roasted wild boar, Lin stood by and opened the system panel. Host: Lin Costa. System function: soldier summoning. Current summonable soldiers. Basic infantry requires 10 prestige points. Current prestige: 66 points. Territory information: Blackrock Fortress, not fully developed. Population: 264, including soldiers. Current task: initially improve territorial defenses and ensure the core of the territory, Blackrock Fortress, is not destroyed within the next 7 days. Remaining time: 3 days. Task reward: 50 prestige points. Basic archer summoning permission. With the population increased and sufficient prestige to summon 6 additional basic infantry soldiers, Lin chose not to summon them immediately. He intended to reserve the prestige until after the task's completion, hoping to summon archers directly. The long-range strike capability of archers was crucial for defending the fortress. There were 3 days left. Lin's gaze sharpened as he considered the system task, silently wishing for no disturbances. He had a premonition that the so-called dangers would not pass so easily. On the morning of the 7th day of fortifying the walls, Lin stood before the newly constructed gate tower, observing the soldiers drilling below, when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Among the ranks, 5 system soldiers stood the straightest, their movements the most precise. Yet, when calling out commands, he instinctively referred to them as 001, step forward, 002, demonstrate, which sounded both stiff and awkward. If he were to summon hundreds or thousands of soldiers in the future, he could not continue addressing them by their numbers, resembling a soulless puppet army. They need names. Lin mused aloud. He descended from the tower and signaled for the ranks to halt. The 5 system soldiers immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee, addressing him. My lord. As Lin looked at them, he noticed that although their appearances varied, their eyes shared a common light of loyalty and sharpness. He recalled the fantasy stories he had read before his journey here and casually declared, from today onward, you shall no longer be referred to by numbers. He pointed to the first soldier, who was the most robust and had a particularly solid shield technique. You shall be named Carl. Carl, thank you for the name. My lord. The soldier responded solemnly, a flicker of vitality igniting in his eyes. Lin then pointed to the second soldier, who was the most agile and wielded his short sword with remarkable speed. You shall be called Paul. Paul, thank you, my lord. The remaining 3 were named in succession. The one skilled in vigilance was called Hawk, the strongest was named Glenn, and the most observant was dubbed Lime. From now on, the 5 of you will serve as the household guard of Blackrock Fortress, directly under my command, Lin announced. Carl, you shall be the captain of the household guard. Yes. Carl led the response, and the other 4 echoed in unison, their spirits elevated further than before. The other soldiers in the ranks looked on with a hint of envy. They could see that these were clearly the individuals closest to the Lord, now endowed with names. Bestowed names upon soldiers, enhancing their sense of belonging. Cohesion within the territorial army increased, gained 5 prestige points. Lin felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed the system acknowledged this humanizing adjustment. He turned to Old Fort and instructed, record the names of the household guards. These names will be used in the territory's documentation henceforth. Old Fort promptly complied, noting the names on a parchment. This was his first time naming soldiers, as the previous old and infirm had nearly forgotten their own surnames. By mid-morning, the final section of the collapsed wall was finally repaired. The newly used stones were tightly packed with mud, and sharpened wooden stakes had been inserted atop the wall. Though it was not impenetrable, it was 100 times better than the previous breaches. The dried-up moat had also been cleared into a shallow trench, temporarily piled with rubble, which could at least delay any assaults. Current task: initial improvement of territorial defenses, 80 completed. Remaining time: 1 day. Repair the gate and main wall section. Gain 20 prestige points. Lin let out a sigh of relief. At this pace, the task would surely be completed before nightfall. Just as he was about to allow everyone a moment's respite, Hawk suddenly came rushing back from the western side of the castle, his expression grave. My lord, hoofprints have been discovered in the forest 10 miles to the west. Hoofprints? Lin's heart skipped a beat. How many? At least 20, judging by the depth of the prints. They appear to be armed and carrying supplies, heading towards our castle, Hawk replied soberly. Moreover, their trajectory suggests they are moving rapidly, unlike ordinary merchants. 20 armed riders? Lin instantly recalled the marauding bandits Old Fort had mentioned. The bandit groups in the border areas were often composed of deserters or desperate fugitives, small in number but exceptionally fierce, known for plundering isolated castles and villages. Carl, take Hawk and Lime to the western forest to observe covertly. Do not reveal your presence. Ascertain their origins and intentions. Lin decisively commanded Ball and Glenn to immediately organize everyone to reinforce the castle gates, moving the spare logs to brace against the door. Old Fort, let the women, children, and the refugees take shelter in the granary. It is the sturdiest. A series of orders were issued, and the once relaxed castle became tense in an instant. The household guards moved swiftly, while Carl and his companions vanished into the western woods. Ball and Glenn directed the soldiers to bring thick oak beams, firmly wedging them behind the gates, while Old Fort trembled as he led the women and children into the granary, securing the heavy stone door. Lin climbed the battlements, gripping his well-polished sword, his gaze fixed on the road to the west. The wind swept in from the plains, carrying a hint of foreboding. Below the battlements, a dozen frail soldiers clutched rusty swords and wooden spears. Although they trembled, under Ball and Glenn's leadership, they managed to stand in formation. A significant improvement from their previous state of despair. My lord, could they be passing merchants? An old soldier asked nervously. Let us hope so, Lin replied without turning. But we cannot take that chance. He knew that Blackrock Castle had only recently begun to recover and could not withstand any turmoil. 20 bandits would be sufficient to raise the half-repaired fortress. Half an hour later, Carl's figure appeared on the hillside to the west, signaling towards the castle with his left hand, fingers splayed, and his right hand clenched into a fist. Lin's pupils constricted. This gesture was one they had established just yesterday, the 5 fingers signifying danger and the fist indicating bandits. Indeed, it is bandits, Lin exclaimed, turning to the others, his voice reverberating across the battlements. 20 of them, armed with bows and curved blades. But they are unaware of our preparations, as long as we hold the gates. They cannot breach our defenses. He emphasized the phrase cannot breach to both encourage and reassure, recognizing that although the newly constructed walls were not high, they were sufficient to deter bandits lacking siege equipment. The soldiers below paled but did not retreat, having enjoyed hearty meals over the past few days. Coupled with witnessing the guards' prowess, they found a bit of courage. A quarter of an hour later, a cloud of dust rose on the distant road, revealing more than 20 mounted men. They were clad in mismatched leather armor, with curved blades hanging at their waists, bows slung over their backs, their hair and beards unkempt. Their eyes filled with ferocity. Leading them was a one-eyed man, a gruesome scar etched across his face. Seeing the tightly shut gates of Blackrock Castle, he halted his horse and spat. Damn it, this wretched fortress isn't dead yet? Boss, it looks recently repaired. It might have provisions, chimed in a scrawny man beside him. The one-eyed man grinned, exposing his yellowed teeth. Then let's take it. Brothers, charge in and seize the food and women. The bandits erupted in laughter as they spurred their horses towards the castle. Lin tightened his grip on the sword and shouted to Ball, prepare the bows. Several rudimentary wooden bows had already been set up on the battlements, salvaged from the storeroom. Although old, they were functional. Ball and Glenn each took one, while Hawk returned, standing beside Lin with a bow in hand as well. Chapter 7. Defeating the bandits. Lin had witnessed the archery skills of these 3 household guards yesterday. While they were not master archers, they could hit their mark within 30 paces without fail. The bandits reached the foot of the castle, momentarily stunned by the closed gates and newly constructed walls. Damn it, they really did repair it? The one-eyed man cursed, rammed the door. 2 of the bandits charged their horses to the entrance, raising axes to strike the wooden door. Bang, bang. The door emitted a dull thud, splintering slightly. Yet the oak beams bracing it remained unmoving. Useless fools, the one-eyed man bellowed, spurring his horse forward, lifting a heavy mace to strike the door. Crack. A large hole was smashed into the wooden door, yet it still did not give way. Fire, Lin commanded. 3 arrows flew simultaneously from the battlements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first 3 bandits fell from their horses, one being the scrawny man, an arrow piercing his throat, killing him instantly. The bandits recoiled in shock, pulling their horses back. The one-eyed man gazed at the fallen bodies, his eye widening in realization. There are archers. Damn it, there are still people in this wretched fortress? He looked up at the battlements, locking eyes with Lin. Boy, if you know what's good for you, open the gates and surrender. The one-eyed man shouted. Otherwise, I'll charge in and chop you to pieces for the dogs. Lin remained silent, merely signaling to Hawk and the others. The 3 readied their arrows, aiming at the one-eyed man. Sensing the impending threat, the one-eyed man instinctively recoiled, muttering a curse under his breath, unwilling to expose himself again. Having lost 3 of their comrades, the bandits' morale plummeted. They circled the castle twice, firing arrows at the walls, but most of the projectiles ricocheted off the stone, causing no casualties. Boss, this door is too tough. We can't break through. One bandit shouted. The one-eyed man surveyed the closed gates, the vigilant figures on the battlements, and the bodies on the ground, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. He had initially anticipated an easy raid, but had instead encountered a formidable obstacle. Damn it, retreat. After a moment, he waved his hand angrily. This place is cursed. The bandits, as if granted a reprieve, hastily gathered the bodies, cursing as they turned their horses towards the east, quickly vanishing into the wilderness. Once the dust settled, the soldiers below erupted in suppressed cheers. Lin let out a long sigh, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Successfully repelled the bandit attack, completing the task. Initial improvement of territory defenses. Task reward, 50 reputation points. Basic archer summon permission unlocked. Repelling the bandits has increased the residents' sense of security, earning 15 reputation points. The system notifications chimed in succession. Lin glanced at the panel displaying 156 reputation points, a smile finally gracing his lips. Not only had he defended the castle, but he had also unlocked archers. More importantly, after this encounter, the expressions of these frail soldiers had changed. They looked towards the battlements, towards Lin, towards the household guards. Their eyes no longer filled solely with fear, but now imbued with a glimmer of something called confidence. Lin descended from the castle tower, gently patting the shoulder of a trembling soldier. Did you see? As long as we unite, we need not fear the brigands. The soldier lifted his gaze to Lin. Nodding earnestly, Old Fort emerged from the granary, tears of relief streaming down his face as he beheld the castle intact. My lord, you are truly our savior. Lin smiled faintly, casting his eyes toward the desolate plains to the west. Once the sound of the brigands' hooves faded into the distance, a brief silence enveloped the castle, soon replaced by the muted sounds of suppressed breaths and shuffling feet. Standing below the tower, Lin surveyed the chaos at the gates, splintered wooden doors with gaping holes, scattered arrows, and a few drops of blood at the base of the walls, all silently narrating the earlier conflict. Bower, lead the team to assess the damage to the gates and calculate the timber and iron needed for repairs. Lin's voice was steady, betraying no emotion. Glenn, tally the arrows used, collect the recoverable ones, and keep the broken ones aside. They may be reforged. Yes, my lord, the 2 replied, promptly directing the soldiers to act. The previously cowering soldiers now exhibited a newfound initiative. Some hurried to block the gaping hole in the gates with stones, while others bent down to gather arrows. Though their movements remained somewhat clumsy, the earlier numbness had dissipated. Old Fort approached unsteadily, clutching a scroll of parchment. My lord, the food in the granary will sustain us for another 20 days. The women and children who took refuge are safe, but the new arrivals among the refugees are quite frightened. Let them remain, we shall comfort them later. Lin took the parchment, which contained Fort's inventory of resources. How many stones remain? My lord, there are 62 units left, sufficient to patch the wall. Not enough. Lin shook his head. The gates must be reinforced. Timber alone will not suffice. We need to add a layer of stone behind the door and prepare some rolling stones. Should enemies return, we must be able to hurl them from the tower. He paused, adding, send for that refugee blacksmith. See if he can forge some of the scrap iron in the warehouse into bolts or nails. Yes, I shall fetch him at once. Fort hurried away. Lin moved to the edge of the wall, gazing toward the direction where the brigands had vanished, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword. Though this band had been repelled, they were evidently but a minor force. Any bandit strong enough to establish a foothold in the borderlands would not relinquish it so easily. Having failed this time, it was likely they would return to summon a larger assault. There was an urgent need to enhance defenses and combat strength. He opened the system panel, his gaze falling upon the newly unlocked permissions. Host, Lin Costa. System function, soldier summoning. Currently summonable soldiers. Basic infantry, 10 reputation points. Basic archers, 15 reputation points. Current reputation, 156 points. Territory information, Black Rock Fortress, not fully developed, with 156 points of reputation. Lin could summon 15 basic infantry or 10 archers, with 6 points remaining. After a moment's consideration, he opted for the latter. In terms of wall defense, range firepower was far more crucial than close combat infantry, especially in the absence of heavy artillery. Archers could effectively delay enemy advances. System, summon 10 basic archers. Consuming 150 reputation points, summoning basic archers x10. In progress, 10 beams of white light erupted in the courtyard beneath the tower, dissipating to reveal soldiers clad in light leather armor, bearing longbows and short swords. Their figures appeared more agile than that of the basic infantry, their gazes sharp as eagles. As they knelt, their movements were synchronized. "We pay our respects to you, my lord." Lin felt a surge of reassurance. The addition of these 10 archers significantly elevated the defensive capabilities of Black Rock Fortress. He turned his attention to the lead archer, who was broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, with long fingers that indicated proficiency with the bow. "Your name is Erect," Lin named him on a whim, appointing him as the captain of the archers. "Lead the others to familiarize themselves with the tower positions, check all bows and arrows, and ensure they are ready for immediate use." "Yes, my lord." Erect responded in a deep voice, rising with swift, decisive movements. The archers quickly dispersed across the towers, their inspection of the equipment both skilled and professional, leaving the older and weaker soldiers in awe of these suddenly appeared warriors, as if they were born to battle. At that moment, the refugee blacksmith summoned by Ford arrived. His name was Tom, a man in his 30s, his hands calloused. He appeared somewhat timid in Lin's presence, lowering his gaze. "Can the scrap iron in the warehouse be fashioned into nails and bolts?" Lin inquired directly. Tom hesitated for a moment before nodding earnestly. "Yes, I can. But we lack a proper forge. The heat may not be sufficient, and the products might not be very sturdy. We'll have to make do. For now." "That will suffice," Lin replied. "Have Hawk take you to the warehouse. Speak up if you require any tools. We must expedite the fortification of the gates today." "Yes, my lord," Tom said, following Hawk toward the warehouse. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gaping hole in the gates was temporarily blocked with stones and wooden planks, reinforced with 2 layers of sturdy oak. Tom also managed to forge several long iron bolts, securing them firmly against the door. Under Eric's leadership, the archers completed their defensive arrangements. With 2 stationed at each tower, arrows always knocked on their strings. Lin stood atop the highest point of the castle, observing the bustling figures below. Carl was repairing the wall's breach. Bauer was training the older and weaker soldiers in basic blocking techniques. Glenn was directing the refugees in clearing debris from the moat, and Tom was hammering away at iron by a makeshift earthen forge, sparks flying. Everything was progressing toward a state of order. Once the sound of the brigands' hooves had completely faded into the distance, the tense atmosphere of Black Rock Fortress gradually relaxed. The soldiers gazed at the 3 corpses of brigands below the tower, then at the newly arrived 10 archers, armed and exuding a formidable presence. Their reverence was palpable. "My lord, are you a deity sent from the heavens?" An old soldier stammered, dropping to his knees. "Long live our lord. The Black Rock Fortress has been saved." After a brief silence, the air erupted with impassioned cheers and heartfelt reverence. If the previous guards had instilled a glimmer of hope, then the sudden appearance of 10 elite archers was nothing short of miraculous. The territory's residents have developed a profound respect and recognition for the host, gaining 150 prestige. Successfully repelled the bandits, defended the homeland, significantly enhancing territorial cohesion, earning 80 prestige. Current prestige, 236 points. Lin felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained an air of composure, raising his hand and commanding, "Everyone, rise." The tranquility of Black Rock Fortress relies on the swords and shields we wield ourselves. Clear the battlefield, repair the gates, and remain vigilant. "Yes, my lord." The soldiers responded with an unprecedented loudness and unity, their gazes towards Lin burning with fervor. Lin descended the castle tower, where old Ford eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "My lord, we have ample food supplies, and the wounded have been bandaged. However, the gates are severely damaged." "Not to worry." Lin waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the system panel. The 236 points of prestige felt like molten lava coursing through him. System upgrade. Ding. Detected that the host's prestige has surpassed 200 points, meeting the upgrade criteria. Borderlord system upgrading from 150 to 100. Upgrade successful. System upgrade rewards, 100 prestige. Permanent increase of 10 in defensive strength for territorial core, Blackrock Fortress. Unlocks new building blueprint. Simple arrow tower. Requires 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone. Unlocks new summoning privilege. Junior engineer. Requires 20 prestige points. Current prestige. 336 points. A faint yet palpable sense of power surged within Lin, and he sensed the castle beneath his feet stabilizing. More importantly, he now possessed the blueprint for the simple arrow tower and a vision of a new soldier clad in work attire, wielding tools. Engineers. Arrow towers. These were precisely what he needed at this moment. System. Summon 5 junior engineers. Without hesitation, Lin declared, for prestige is meant to be spent. Consuming 100 prestige. Summoning junior engineers, X5. 5 beams of white light flashed, revealing 5 robust soldiers clad in sturdy canvas work attire. Tool bags slung over their shoulders, with glimpses of hammers, saws, chisels, etc. Their expressions focused and determined. Engineers 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, reporting to the Lord. We are at your service to build your homeland. The 5 knelt in unison, their voices steady and powerful. Excellent. Lin's spirits soared as he pointed towards the damaged gates and surrounding walls. Immediately assessed the repair plan for the gates. Concurrently, designed 2 simple arrow towers. Ensuring coverage of the castle's primary attack directions. Submit the required materials list to Steward Fort. Understood. The 5 engineers dispersed like precision machinery. Swiftly retrieving their simple tools to measure, record, and discuss, their movements astonishingly efficient. Old Fort and the surrounding soldiers were once again left in awe. Not only could the Lord summon valiant warriors, but he could also call upon skilled craftsmen. Such capabilities were utterly remarkable. Lin paid no mind to their astonishment and turned to the archer's captain, Erect. Erect, at your command. Erect stepped forward, standing tall as a pine. Lead your archers to familiarize themselves with all vantage points of the castle. Formulate a rotation for vigilance and defensive shooting. Focus on training for moving target shooting and volley coverage. If arrows are insufficient, find a way. Ensure each person has at least 30 spare. Yes, my lord. A glimmer of determination flashed in Erect's eyes as he swiftly mobilized with his 10 archers, their agile forms vanishing across the walls, bringing an air of fierce intent to the castle. Reasonably deploying resources, enhancing territorial defense efficiency, gaining 10 prestige. Current prestige, 246 points. Once everything was arranged, Lin exhaled slightly, approaching the 3 bandit corpses. The bodies had been dragged aside, and their weapons confiscated. 3 chipped curved knives, a half-worn hunting bow, a dozen inferior arrows, along with scattered copper coins and low-quality rations. Poor wretches, Lin scoffed. Yet even the smallest mosquito is still meat. My lord, Carl, originally 001, approached with a serious expression, holding a blood-stained, coarse linen cloth, upon which a distorted wolf's head was drawn with charcoal, retrieved from the one-eyed dragon's body. A wolf's head? Lin frowned as he took the cloth, a faint scent of blood and sweat mingling together. Is this their mark? It appears to be an emblem of a certain bandit group, Carl replied solemnly. During my service in the kingdom's border forces, I heard of the Black Wolf Bandits. Active in the northwest border of the kingdom, led by a notorious figure known as the One-Eyed Black Wolf, reputed to command hundreds of desperate rogues. This group could very well be their vanguard or a splinter faction. Hundreds. Lin's heart raced. Just 20 had nearly breached the gates. What if 100 desperate souls armed with siege ladders or battering rams came charging? Heighten our vigilance. Carl, you personally take Hawk and Bower, and rotate watch from the highest point of the castle. Alert me at the slightest sign of trouble. Lin's tone was grave. Engineers, prioritize the repair of the gates. Accelerate the construction of the arrow towers. Yes. The group responded solemnly, the atmosphere within the castle becoming tense once more. At that moment, Glenn, the strongest guard, hurried from the castle gates, calling out, My lord, a small merchant caravan is approaching from the east. About 5 or 6 people, 3 pack horses, bearing a white iris flag. They don't appear to be bandits. A caravan? A white iris. Lin paused, unfamiliar with the insignia. Old Fort, however, brightened, saying, My lord. The white iris is the mark of the Lorraine Merchant Guild from the Free City. They wield considerable influence and occasionally take risks to procure specialties along obscure routes. Free City? A merchant guild? Lin's mind raced. He was in dire need of resources: iron, salt, cloth, and even seeds for food. If an opportunity arises to connect with the merchant guild, yet they appear at such a sensitive moment, is it merely coincidence or something more sinister? Lower the drawbridge. Lin changed his mind. The hastily reinforced gate could not withstand frequent openings. Glenn, Take a few men and accompany me outside. Erect, position your archers on the battlements. No one is to approach within 100 meters of the castle without my command. Understood. With the creaking sound of the winch, the heavy wooden door, recently fortified and still bearing signs of damage, slowly descended to serve as a drawbridge. Lin stepped out of the castle, accompanied by Lin and 2 shield-bearing guards. The wind of the wasteland carried the scent of dust. A small merchant caravan had halted not far away. At its forefront was a well-dressed but travel-worn middle-aged man, plump with a round face and shrewd little eyes, embodying the essence of a cunning merchant. Behind him followed 4 guards clad in matching leather armor, alert yet not overly aggressive. 3 pack horses were laden with goods. Upon seeing Lin emerge, the merchant's face immediately lit up with a warm smile. He deftly dismounted, surprisingly agile for his size, and approached quickly, his right hand pressed to his chest in a slight bow. Good day, esteemed lord. I am Frank, a traveling merchant from the free city of Lauren. Passing through your esteemed land, I was struck by the grandeur of your castle and came to pay my respects. I hope to replenish my water supply and perhaps explore the possibility of trade with you. His eyes swiftly scanned the newly constructed walls of the castle, the faint outlines of archers on the battlements, and the imposing presence of Lin's guards, revealing a flicker of barely perceptible surprise in his shrewd gaze. Lin regarded Frank with an impassive expression, scrutinizing him closely. The Lauren Guild? You possess quite the audacity to traverse this desolate Blackrock wasteland. Are you not afraid of encountering bandits? Frank's smile remained intact, imbued with a touch of well-timed bitterness. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, we travel along a lesser-known trade route, relatively safe. Of course, I noticed from a distance that your castle seems to have endured a minor skirmish. Your prowess has repelled the invaders, truly commendable. He deftly sidestepped the issue of bandits while complimenting Lin. But his gaze fell upon the wolf-head fabric that Lin had yet to conceal, causing his expression to shift slightly. Oh, this mark signifies the black wolf. Lin's eyes narrowed. You recognize it? Frank's smile dwindled, and he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. My lord, the Black Wolf bandit group is a malignant scourge in these wastelands. Ruthless and vengeful. Should you slay their members, they are unlikely to let it go easily, especially their leader, the one-eyed Black Wolf Rog, a notoriously vindictive madman. He paused, observing the gravity on Lin's face, then shifted his tone to a whisper. However, I happen to possess certain items that might assist you in resolving this predicament. Lin fixed his gaze on Frank's eyes, which glimmered with mercantile cunning. Oh, pray tell, what do you have? Frank's smile returned, radiating a sense of having found the right person as he rubbed his hands together. Indeed, my lord, please observe. I do not carry much, but there are a few items I believe you urgently require. He gestured for his guards to open a pack. 20 blocks of fine iron ingots, sufficient to forge swords and arrows, and to reinforce the castle gates. 5 bags of high-quality rock salt, preserved meats, guaranteed not to spoil. 10 bags of cold-resistant oat seeds, plantable in the spring. Then, Frank mysteriously lifted the lid of another box, revealing several sealed ceramic jars. He carefully retrieved one, uncorked it, and a pungent aroma, reminiscent of sulfur and oil, wafted forth. Fire oil. A mere spark can ignite a roaring blaze. When defending the castle, we can pour it down from the battlements. Regardless of whether they are black wolves or white wolves, they shall all become roasted wolves. Lin's heart raced unexpectedly. Salt, iron, seeds, and this fire oil, akin to a concoction from another realm. This merchantess' offerings were a veritable windfall, especially the fire oil, combined with the arrow towers. It was an incredible defensive weapon. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, maintaining an aloof tone. The items are commendable. What do you seek in exchange? Gold. I have none. My lord jests, Frank replied, his smile broadening. Gold is indeed desirable. But I perceive that your domain is in dire need of resources. I would prefer a barter. His beady eyes sparkled with shrewdness, scanning the castle before finally resting on Lin. I seek unique items from the depths of your territory, the bioluminescent moon moss from the Black Forest, and the hide of the legendary ironback crocodile, said to dwell in the depths of the marsh. Moon moss. Ironback crocodile hide. Lin's pupils contracted. These names echoed from the fragmented memories of the former lord. The depths of the Black Forest indeed housed luminescent moss, yet that place was a forbidden zone. As for the ironback crocodile, it was a creature of legend. This merchant knows far too much. His motives extend beyond mere trade. Between the castle and the wasteland, the air seemed to thicken. Lin's guards tightened their grips on their weapons, while the archers on the battlements quietly drew their bows taut. Frank's smile remained, Yet a subtle tension and anticipation flickered in his eyes. Lin fixed his gaze upon Frank, slowly speaking, his voice carrying a chilling amusement in the wind of the wasteland. "Mr. Frank, your appetite is quite substantial, and your vision sharp." However, he deliberately elongated his words, noting the merchant's body tense slightly. "These items are not easily obtained. Are you certain your life is sufficiently robust?" Chapter 10. The mysterious pills. For a brief moment, Frank's smile faltered, only to effortlessly re-emerge, flowing like water. Though the sharpness in his eyes had intensified. "Ah, my lord jests," he said, rubbing his hands. "I would not traverse this path without a measure of confidence. Moreover," he cast a furtive glance at the archers concealed behind the battlements of the city tower, their arrows occasionally glinting with a cold light in the setting sun, as well as at the silent bodyguard behind Lin, who resembled an iron tower. The gentleman, possessing such remarkable talent and vision, though his foundations may be tenuous, exuded an imposing aura. I firmly believe that if he so desires, acquiring that trifling matter would merely require a flick of his wrist. He shifted his tone, infusing it with sincerity. "Of course, risks do exist. I would not dare to let you take on such risks without compensation. How about this? I offer you fine iron, rock salt, seeds, and this barrel of volatile oil," he said, patting the barrel that emitted a pungent odor. "Consider it my earnest deposit. As long as you can provide at least 10 pounds of dried moonlight moss and an intact, pristine skin of an adult ironback crocodile within 15 days. Not only will I deliver this entire barrel of volatile oil, but I will also purchase the moonlight moss produced in your territory at 3 times the market price. Furthermore, I will offer an additional generous gift." "Deposit?" Lin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the 20 dark iron ingots glinting with an eerie light. 5 sacks of pure white rock salt, 10 bags of plump oat seeds, and finally resting on the dangerously alluring barrel of volatile oil. The value of these goods far exceeded anything he could currently offer. Yet, this merchant dared to present them up front? The greed and ulterior motives hidden behind such sincerity were likely even more astonishing. 15 days, 10 pounds of moonlight moss, and an intact ironback crocodile skin. Lin repeated the terms, his voice betraying no trace of joy or anger. "What is your generous gift?" Frank's smile deepened into an enigmatic expression as he cautiously retrieved a small pouch from his bosom, untied the string, and a faint yet invigorating scent of herbs mingled with an unusual metallic aroma wafted out, invigorating the senses. He poured out a pill the size of a longan, deep emerald green, its surface shimmering as if coated in liquid. "This is called the heart of the bedrock." Frank's voice resonated with a near-reverent gravity. His small eyes fixated on the dark green pill. Once ingested, within the span of an hour, one's body would resemble the steadfast bedrock, strength surging by 30%, endurance doubling, and a faint yet resilient stone-like skin forming around the body, rendering one impervious to blades. Although it would induce weakness for a day following its effects, in critical moments, it was a life-saving treasure. "I only brought 3 of these, and I am willing to part with one as a token of sincerity and reward for our transaction." Detected item containing special energy, heart of the bedrock, inferior. Effect, strength 30, stamina 100, temporary increase in physical defense, weak stone skin effect, lasting 1 hour. Side effects, after the effect ends, enters a 24-hour state of weakness, strength and stamina halved. System analysis. This potion contains trace amounts of earth elemental essence and unknown biological essence, with a crude refinement technique and excessive impurities, leading to pronounced side effects. The system's cold notification echoed in Lin's mind, confirming the veracity of Frank's claims. In this era of cold weaponry, the effects of this pill were akin to a game-changing anomaly on the battlefield. Just one could turn the tide of a minor engagement. Lin's gaze lingered on the emerald pill for a moment, waves of thought surging within. This merchant was incredibly resourceful. To acquire such a strategic potion, his desire for moonlight moss and ironback crocodile skin undoubtedly exceeded their intrinsic value. Agreed. Lin no longer hesitated, decisively extending his hand. Risks and rewards have always coexisted. The threat posed by the Black Wolf bandits loomed large, and the development of his territory could not be delayed. This barrel of volatile oil and that heart of the bedrock were his to secure. Frank's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile nearly splitting his face as he swiftly placed the dark green heart of the bedrock into Lin's palm, then exclaimed, "Quick, have the goods moved to the lord." His bodyguards immediately stepped forward, carefully transporting the iron ingots, sacks of rock salt, bags of seeds, and that barrel of dangerously enticing volatile oil, under Glenn's guidance, into the castle gates. "Your lordship is most agreeable. I shall await your favorable news in the nearby Stone Stream town." In 15 days, regardless of success or failure. I will pay another visit. Farewell. Frank mounted his horse with agility, bowing respectfully to Lin, and then swiftly disappeared into the dim twilight with his remaining 2 guards and empty pack animals. Watching the merchant vanish into the distance, Lin tightened his grip on the cold, pulsating heart of the bedrock, as if it possessed a life of its own. Carl. Lin turned, his voice resolute. At your service. Carl stepped forward. Select personnel immediately. You will personally lead the team, along with Hawk, Paul, Glenn, and 5 of the most promising soldiers in training. Equip them with weapons, leather armor, ropes, torches, flammable materials, and healing supplies. At dawn, our target is the depths of the Black Forest. Yes. Carl's eyes ignited with a fervor for battle. Erect. My lord, you are entrusted with the crucial duty of defending the castle. Coordinate with the engineers to prepare the volatile oil in small earthen jars, sealing them with wax overnight. Ensure the rolling stones atop the towers are ready. The Black Wolf bandits have already suffered losses. They may retaliate at any moment. I want this castle to transform into a blazing inferno upon their arrival. Understood. I vow with my life, the castle and its inhabitants shall endure. Erect knelt, his voice ringing firm. Lin turned towards his most astute bodyguard. My lord, you shall remain in the castle, assisting Butler Ford in managing internal affairs, particularly overseeing the refugees and newcomers. Tell the blacksmith Tom to immediately forge arrowheads from the newly arrived fine iron. The more, the better. Also, create several trusty short swords as reserves. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Commands fell like iron hammers, igniting the atmosphere of war within Blackrock Fortress. Soldiers began to rush about, the flames illuminating their tense yet resolute faces. The newly arrived fine iron was dispatched to the hastily constructed blacksmith shed, the sounds of urgent hammering echoing in the air. The engineers directed soldiers and refugees under the flickering light, transporting logs and stones to designated positions on the city walls, while small ceramic jars filled with incendiary oil were meticulously arranged in rows. The air was thick with the acrid scents of rust, pine resin, and fire oil, mingling with a foreboding atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Chapter 11. The Black Marsh Anaconda. Lin stood alone at the stone window of the main fortress, gazing at the bustling scene outside and the silhouette of the forest, which had been swallowed by darkness in the distance. He opened his palm, revealing the heart of a dark green stone, radiating a ghostly sheen. He pocketed the pill, his gaze sharp as a blade. On the following morning, at the break of dawn, the heavy wooden door of Blackrock Fortress was slowly opened, creating a narrow passage barely wide enough for a few individuals. Carl led the charge, clad in the thickest of old leather armor, with a polished curved dagger hanging at his waist, seized from a bandit. He carried a short sword and a round shield on his back, with several sharpened wooden spears slanted behind him, his eyes glinting like a drawn blade as they scanned the mist-shrouded entrance to the forest. Behind him, Hawk moved like a wraith, his leather armor fitted tightly, with a short sword and several throwing knives glinting ominously at his waist, tasked with scouting and vigilance. Paul bore a heavy spear, reinforced with fine iron at its tip, his steps steady and strong. Glenn carried a massive wicker basket filled with ropes, spare weapons, and provisions. 5 selected soldiers followed closely, though their faces betrayed their anxiety, their newly equipped weapons and mended armor lending them a certain resolute demeanor. Remember, Lin's voice rang out clearly in the morning fog. Our objective is to locate the gathering place of Moonlight Moss and, if possible, scout the position of the ironback crocodile. Safety first, should we encounter formidable beasts or suspicious circumstances. Retreat immediately. Carl, I entrust the team to you. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not fail your expectations. Carl replied solemnly, thumping his chest with his right hand. Let us depart, he commanded, stepping boldly into the dense forest that seemed to threaten to consume all. Hawk slipped silently into the trees ahead, scouting the path. Paul, Glenn, and the 5 soldiers followed closely, their figures quickly obscured by the thick vegetation and swirling mist. Lin stood at the castle gate, watching their silhouettes vanish until the forest resumed its silence. The morning breeze swept through, carrying with it the forest's unique dampness and earthy aroma, alongside a barely discernible hint of fishiness. Erect appeared silently at his side, his gaze also fixed upon the depths of the forest. My lord, Captain Carl, and the others. They will return. Lin interrupted him, his tone brooking no dissent. We must focus on our responsibilities. The castle is our foundation and their only retreat. He turned and strode towards the construction site of the second arrow tower, his voice echoing in the morning air. Engineers, I want to see 2 arrow towers standing upon the walls before sunset. Erect, Have your archers split into teams from now on. Commence rotating target practice with moving targets at a distance of 100 meters. The clamor of the castle resumed, more urgent than before, imbued with a tension that felt as if a taut string was about to snap. Meanwhile, the dark green stone heart lay quietly in Lin's embrace, emanating a faint, cold light. The interior of the Black Forest was far more sinister than its outskirts. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, their thick canopies reducing light to mere dim, dappled spots, as if daylight could never truly reach this place. Beneath lay an unfathomable layer of decaying matter, soft and slippery underfoot, each step releasing a nauseating stench of rotting vegetation and animal carcasses. The air was thick and oppressive, saturated with dense moisture and an indescribable, sickly sweet odor. Enormous vines hung like twisted serpents from high branches, coiling around trunks or sprawling across the muddy ground, forming natural traps. Dense fog flowed silently between the stout trunks, constricting visibility to less than 20 meters. Carl led the way, every step taken with utmost caution. His curved dagger glimmered with a ghostly light in the subdued illumination. He attuned his ears to any unusual sounds, the slight rustle of leaves overhead, distant, indistinct animal roars, and the subtle popping of bubbles bursting in the muddy ground. Hawk's figure flickered in and out of sight, like a phantom in the woods, tasked with scouting ahead, occasionally pausing to crouch low and mark the trees with concealed signs using his dagger. Paul and Glenn flanked the group, vigilantly watching the sides and rear. The 5 soldiers tucked protectively in the middle breathed heavily, their faces pale, fingers clenched tightly around their weapons, knuckles whitening from the strain. Stay alert. Don't let the vines trip you. Watch your heads and the trunks. Carl's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Hawk, do you see anything? In the thick fog ahead, Hawk paused briefly, crouching to inspect the ground. Moments later, he quietly returned, a grave expression on his face. Captain, there are deep, dragging marks in the mud ahead, very fresh and quite wide. Moreover, the stench in the air has intensified. There's a large creature nearby, recently departed. A large creature? A chill ran through the group. In this cursed place, such significant drag marks could only signify something sinister. Just then, a short but piercing scream echoed from the depths of the right forest, followed by the violent cracking of branches and a chilling hiss. Alert! Carl shouted. Instantly raising his round shield to his chest, his curved dagger pointed towards the source of the sound. Hawk shot forward like a leopard, vanishing silently into the fog. Moments later, his urgent voice returned. It's a barbarian. A hunting party of barbarians. They're attacking. Oh heavens, it's the Black Marsh Anaconda. Retreat now. The Black Marsh Anaconda. Glenn gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. Even Carl and Paul exchanged glances filled with terror. The Black Marsh Anaconda. One of the most terrifying predators lurking in the depths of the Black Forest. Adult specimens can grow to over 10 meters in length, their scales as hard as iron. Possessing immense strength, terrifying constriction abilities, and lethal fangs. This is a creature that even the mightiest of magical beasts would not dare to provoke lightly. Let us go, Carl declared decisively, showing no hesitation. The mission was to secure Moonlight Moss, but not at the cost of their lives. He immediately directed the team to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction, following the markings left by Hawk. However, the battle between the Barbarian squad and the Anaconda seemed to escalate in intensity. The thunderous crash of falling trees, the primal roars of the Barbarian warriors, and the spine-chilling shrieks of the Anaconda melded into a cacophony, the enormous commotion resonating through the dense forest, inadvertently exposing their retreat route. A piercing hiss filled with fury erupted from the side. The thick mist churned violently as an enormous, suffocating shadow, reminiscent of a mountain, barreled through the underbrush, carrying a scent of blood as it lunged towards Carl's team. It had arrived. Chapter 12. A counterattack. Its entire body was covered in glossy, slick, diamond-shaped scales polished like obsidian. The colossal head, with its cold, vertical pupils, locked onto the group, the depths of its eyes ablaze with ferocious rage. The front half of its body reared high, its massive form trampling through puddles and low trees, leaving a path of destruction. In its gaping maw, 4 enormous fangs glinted with a ghostly blue light, resembling the scythes of death. Scatter! Carl shouted, his eyes wide with desperation. In that moment, he smashed his round shield against the ground and charged towards the side of the Anaconda like a cannonball. He knew that if this monster breached the center of their formation, all would perish. Warning. The combat squad to which the host belongs has encountered a Lord-level magical beast, Black Marsh Anaconda, adult. Threat level, fatal. Recommendation. immediate retreat, or use of powerful trump cards. Far away in the castle, Lin was jolted upright, his face pale as the cold. Urgent alarm of the system echoed in his mind. A lord-level magical beast. How could Carl and his team encounter such a creature? In the forest, the battle erupted in an instant. Roar! Paul reacted with lightning speed. Almost simultaneously with Carl's charge, he let out a furious shout, expending all his strength to hurl his iron spear into the anaconda's open maw. The spear transformed into a streak of darkness, aimed precisely at the lethal fangs. The anaconda seemingly sensed the threat and jerked its head to the side. Clang! The spear grazed its hardened scales and embedded itself in a massive tree behind it. In that split second, Carl had reached the side of the anaconda, his curved dagger slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it struck the relatively vulnerable juncture of the anaconda's neck scales. Squelch! The dagger sank 3 inches into flesh. The foul, black blood gushed forth in an instant. Hiss! The intense pain drove the anaconda into a frenzy. It violently whipped its head, its thick, battering ram-like tail creating a terrifying sonic boom as it swept toward Carl. Carl's pupils dilated, and he raised his shield in a desperate defense. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. Carl felt as if he had been struck by a stampeding rhinoceros. The shield groaned under the immense strain, instantly warping. A colossal force surged through him, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing into a large tree. A metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood, his organs feeling as if they had been dislocated. The dagger slipped from his grasp. "Captain!" Glenn and the soldiers exclaimed in shock. Glenn, filled with rage, seized a spare battle axe and charged recklessly at the anaconda, trying to divert its attention. 2 soldiers mustered their courage, raising their spears towards the anaconda's body. But the anaconda's scales were far too resilient. The spears merely left shallow white marks on its surface, and Glenn's axe only sparked against it. The anaconda's powerful tail swept again. Glenn barely managed to block it with the axe's flat side, but was forced back, his arms numb. The 2 soldiers were not so fortunate, swept away by the violent force, screaming as they plunged into the mire, their fates uncertain. Swish! 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 Like a phantom, Hawk struck. 3 poisoned throwing knives silently arced toward the anaconda's relatively weak eyes. The anaconda seemed to possess a strong instinct to protect its eyes, snapping them shut suddenly. Clang! 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 The knives struck its thick eyelid scales, leaving only faint white marks behind. Damn it! Hawk cursed under his breath and quickly retreated. The anaconda was thoroughly enraged. It disregarded Glenn and the soldiers' distractions, its enormous head whipping toward the injured Carl, its icy vertical pupils locking onto its target. Its massive body surging forward like a black tide, crushing everything in its path as it charged toward the downed Carl. Its gaping maw opened wide again, for venomous fangs shimmering with a deadly blue light, poised to devour the human who had dared to wound it. No. Paul's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to rush to the rescue. But the distance was too great. Glenn was too dazed to assist. Carl felt every bone in his body groan, his insides seemingly rearranging. As he gazed at the rapidly enlarging, deathly maw, a chilling despair seized his heart. He could even smell the overwhelming stench from within that cavernous mouth. Was this how he would die? In that moment of impending doom, a cold voice thundered in his mind, detected that the host's core combat unit, Carl, is in a life-threatening crisis. Determination, Lord-level threat, far exceeding the current squad's capacity. Emergency authorization, activate the strategic resource Heart of the Rock, inferior quality, carried by the host. Authorization, Lord Lin Costa. Consume immediately. It was the Lord. Carl instinctively summoned the last of his strength, pulling from his pocket the dark green pill, the Heart of the Rock, that Lin had entrusted to him before his departure. Without hesitation, he shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact. A torrent of indescribable, ferocious, and profound energy surged from Carl's throat into his limbs in an instant. He felt as if his blood had transformed into molten lava, with each cell emitting cries of agony and roars of exhilaration. A sharp, stinging sensation, akin to the friction of rock, coursed across his skin as an exceedingly faint, earthy-hued stone-like texture swiftly enveloped his exposed flesh. Heart of Stone activated. Strength 30. Endurance 100. Minor stone skin armor engaged. Side effect countdown, 1 hour. With a mighty roar, Carl sprang from the ground. The sound that escaped his lips was utterly inhuman, akin to the bellowing of a great bear. His eyes were bloodshot, every muscle in his body swelled as if inflated, straining against his fitted leather armor. An aura of unparalleled ferocity erupted from him. As the massive jaws of the anaconda lunged towards him, Carl advanced rather than retreated. Unarmed, he opened his arms wide and seized the relatively slender neck of the serpent like a vice. "Stop," he demanded, as an explosive force surged forth. His biceps bulged, veins protruding like worms. He pushed against the ground with all his might, creating 2 deep craters in the muck and humus beneath him. The terrifying force that could have sent him flying was brutally suppressed by his raw strength. The anaconda's forward momentum faltered abruptly. In the frigid slits of its eyes, the snake reflected Carl's furious visage for the first time, a flicker of disbelief passing through its gaze. It thrashed wildly, attempting to coil around him. "Bull! Strike its vital point!" Carl roared in rage, his arms vice-gripped around the anaconda's neck, his face reddened, as the heart of stone fought against the serpent's immense power. Each second a torment. "Die, beast!" Bull, having retrieved the curved dagger that Carl had dropped, lunged forward like a frenzied tiger. He aimed for the precise spot just above where Carl had secured his hold, the critical 7 inches where the snake's heart lay. Infusing all his strength and will into the blade, a faint flicker of combat aura ignited in his grip. He struck down with tremendous force. With a sickening squelch. This time it was not a mere superficial wound. The dagger plunged deeply, unimpeded, through the anaconda's tough scales and flesh, embedding itself to the hilt. A torrent of foul, scalding black blood erupted like a geyser. The black swamp anaconda let out an unprecedented, earth-shattering wail. Its colossal body writhed as if its very sinews had been severed. The grip that bound Carl collapsed instantly. It violently shook its head, flinging Carl away like a rag doll. From the tremendous wound, black blood gushed forth, its vitality draining away like a flood breaking through a dam. Carl crashed heavily into the mud, pain radiating through his body. The strength bestowed by the heart of stone receding like a tide, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of weakness that made even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. The massive body of the anaconda thrashed in the mire, convulsing, laying waste to the surrounding trees and shrubs, its stinking blood saturating the area. At last, its enormous form froze, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending mud flying, its cold slit eyes losing all gleam. Silence engulfed the scene, broken only by the heavy breaths and pounding hearts of the onlookers. Core Combat Unit, Carl, has surpassed the challenge of slaying a Lord-level beast, Black Swamp Anaconda. Combat Evaluation, Pyrrhic Victory. Tactical Execution, Excellent. Courage, Outstanding. Combat Settlement. Obtained a substantial amount of experience. Carl leveled up. LV3 to LV6. Acquired passive skill. Resilience, slightly increases resistance to abnormal states and recovery speed. Bull leveled up. LV2 to LV5. Glenn leveled up. LV2 to LV4. Hawk leveled up. LV3 to LV5. Participating soldiers leveled up. Acquired reputation, 500 points. Obtained special loot. Black Swamp Anaconda's venomous fangs, fine, X4. Black Swamp Anaconda's resilient scales, fine, X100. Black Swamp Anaconda's venom sac, rare, X1. Unlocked new blueprint. Anaconda scale armor, requires fine scales X50, fine iron ingots X10, crafted by a junior engineer. Unlocked new blueprint. Venomous arrow weapon, requires venom sac and fong powder, crafted by a junior engineer. Discovered rare resource point. A large quantity of moonlight moss, high concentration, exists near the anaconda's lair. A cascade of system notifications flooded Lin's mind like a waterfall, each word quickening his heartbeat. A vast amount of experience. 3 levels gained. A new skill. 500 reputation. Fine and even rare materials. New blueprints. And a moonlight moss vein. It's done, Lin exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table, his face alight with unbridled joy and excitement. Though the ordeal was perilous, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. The power of the system was showcased in its full glory at this moment. This was not merely a narrow escape from death, but a monumental leap forward. In the forest, Bull and Glenn helped the weakened, blood-soaked Carl, who grinned despite his exhaustion. Hawk cautiously surveyed the direction of the anaconda's lair, spotting large patches of moss glowing with a soft, moonlit hue, carpeting the damp rocks like stardust. "Quick, gather the moonlight moss," Carl weakly instructed, his face radiating the relief of survival and the satisfaction of mission success, "and make sure to collect the valuable ones, especially the fangs and venom sacs. They will be of great use to the Lord." The soldiers gazed in awe at the colossal anaconda's carcass, then turned their eyes to their nearly spent yet miraculous leader, their expressions brimming with fervor and admiration. As the effects of the Heart of Stone faded completely, darkness enveloped Carl, and he fell into unconsciousness. But all were aware that the guardian of Blackrock Fortress had forged an incredible legend. The news of Carl's squad's triumphant return ignited Blackrock Fortress like molten lava, as Glenn and Hawk carried the unconscious, yet stable-breathing Carl on a makeshift litter. Ball directed several soldiers who were hefting a massive wicker basket filled with softly glowing moonlight moss, alongside another heavily bundled package, bound with resilient vines, containing the venomous fangs, scales, and poison sacs of the colossal black swamp anaconda. The entire castle erupted in excitement. Old Fort was moved to tears, while servants and refugees erupted in thunderous cheers. Erect, accompanied by archers, struck their shields atop the battlements, creating a sound akin to thunder. Even the engineers paused their work, casting reverent glances toward the returning heroes. Lin personally greeted them at the city gates. Upon seeing Carl's pale countenance and the dried blood upon him, his heart tightened. However, as he listened to Ball's trembling voice recounting the harrowing battle against the lord-level beast, the black swamp anaconda, and beheld the potent elemental aura emanating from the moonlight moss, along with the sinister energy radiating from the heavy package, an indescribable surge of joy and pride washed away all his concerns. A lord-level beast had been slain by his household guard. The moonlight moss was secured. Furthermore, they had acquired such bountiful spoils. Core combat unit, Carl, returned safely. Resources acquired, moonlight moss, high concentration, x 65 pounds. Exceeding mission objectives. Rare materials obtained, black swamp anaconda venom fangs, superior, x4. Black swamp anaconda resilient scales, superior, x100. Black swamp anaconda poison sac, rare, x1. Mission exceeded. Additional prestige reward, 1,000 points. Current prestige, 2,500 points. 2,500 points of prestige. Lin's heart raced uncontrollably. This was an astronomical figure. Quickly, carry Carl to the finest room. Let the herbalist among the refugees tend to him with utmost care and the best healing salves. Suppressing his excitement, Lin immediately commanded. The others were instructed to carefully air-dry the moonlight moss in a ventilated area. He pointed at the heavy bundle, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Deliver it directly to my chamber. Also, all soldiers who participated in this operation will be duly recognized. They shall receive 3 days of rations, including ample bread. Each will earn 5 merit points. Carl, Ball, Glenn, and Hawk shall receive 20 merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for land, housing, weapons, or even promotions in the future. Thank you, my lord. The returning soldiers, including those who had narrowly escaped death, knelt with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement. Their voices hoarse yet filled with vigor. Merit points, land, promotions. This was glory and a future they had never dared to dream of. The atmosphere of Blackrock Fortress was ignited by this epic victory and generous rewards. A sense of hope and belonging blazed like wildfire in the hearts of all its inhabitants. Chapter 14. The Onset of Explosive Recruitment. Lin restrained the urge to immediately examine the materials, prioritizing the drying of the moonlight moss and the care of the wounded. Only in the stillness of the night did he return alone to his main keep chamber, burdened by the heavy package. Closing the stout wooden door to shut out the clamor outside, Lin eagerly unwrapped the bundle. For massive fangs, the thickness of an adult's arm, glimmering with an eerie blue light, caught his eye first. Merely approaching them sent a chilling sensation coursing through him, accompanied by a dangerously sweet scent. Beside them lay 100 scales, palm-sized, thick, and resilient, shimmering with an obsidian-like luster. They felt cold and heavy to the touch, producing a crisp sound akin to metal striking stone when struck. Lastly, there was a massive, dark green poison sac, still pulsating slightly and emitting a nauseatingly sweet odor, resonating with a terrifying wave of corrosive energy. Confirmed materials, black swamp anaconda venom fangs, superior, x4, containing potent neurotoxins and icy power. These are prime materials for forging poisoned weaponry and arrowheads. Black swamp anaconda resilient scales, superior, x100, extremely high physical defense, with a degree of resistance to elemental energy, making them an excellent choice for crafting heavy armor. Black swamp anaconda poison sac, rare, x1, contains concentrated mixed toxins, neurotoxic, corrosive, paralyzing, extremely dangerous, must be handled with caution. Can be refined into lethal poisons or used for special enhancements. Excellent. Truly splendid. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately communicated with the system. System. Commence the crafting of anaconda scale armor. Maximum quantity. How long will it take? Blueprint. Anaconda scale armor, superior, has been uploaded. Material requirements. Superior scales, x50. Superior iron ingots, x10. Sufficient materials detected, scales x100, iron ingots x20. Capable of producing 2 sets. Production unit. Junior engineers. Production efficiency. 1 junior engineer requires 8 hours per set. Current junior engineers available, 5. Production plan. 5 engineers will collaborate, improving efficiency by 30. With an estimated total time of approximately 12 hours to complete 2 sets. Commence production immediately. Prioritize completion. Lin commanded without hesitation. 2 sets of superior grade armor would significantly bolster the defenses of core warriors like Carl and Ball. Order confirmed. 5 junior engineers have begun collaborative production. Anaconda scale armor x2. Estimated time, 12 hours. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the 5 engineers efficiently processing the scales, smelting the iron, forging the armor plates, and assembling them with the system's assistance. Lin's gaze shifted to the fangs and poison sac. System. Commence the crafting of poisoned arrows. Maximum quantity. Use ordinary iron arrowheads, but the poison must be the most potent. Blueprint. Poisoned arrows, potent, has been uploaded. Material requirements. Ordinary iron arrowhead x1. Powdered fangs, and poison sac extract in minute quantities. Note: the venom sac extraction liquid is more potent, but its toxicity is exceedingly severe. Caution is advised when using it on non-lethal targets. Materials detected: 35 regular iron arrows, original stock, 50 newly forged by Tom, as requested by Erect, totaling 85. Venom fangs x4, capable of grinding into a substantial powder. Venom sacs x1, can extract high-concentration venom. Crafting unit. Junior engineer. Production efficiency. 1 junior engineer can simultaneously poison 10 arrows, taking approximately 1 hour. Current engineers available, 0, all engaged in scale armor production. Suggestion: should we wait for the scale armor to be completed before proceeding, or consume reputation to expedite? Expedite, Lin declared resolutely, opting to use reputation to hasten the scale armor production, freeing up manpower to immediately create poisoned arrows. Utilize the venom sac extraction liquid. The more potent, the better. I want every archer's quiver filled with this lethal weapon that can sever life. Accelerate scale armor production. Consuming 200 reputation points will instantly complete 1 set. Shall we proceed? Accelerate 1 set. Lin chose without hesitation. Reputation is valuable, but transforming it into immediate combat power is paramount. 200 reputation points consumed. Scale armor, superior. X1 has been successfully crafted. 1 set of scale armor remains in production, with 5 engineers continuing the work, efficiency enhanced. Estimated remaining time, 6 hours. Release 1 engineer. Order confirmed. 1 junior engineer begins crafting poisoned arrows. Using venom sac extraction liquid, high potency. Estimated time, 85 arrows will take 85 hours. Shall we consume reputation to expedite arrow production? Expedite. Lin glanced at the remaining 2,300 reputation points, a surge of bravado swelling within him. He expended reputation to complete all 85 arrows immediately. Accelerate crafting poisoned arrows, high potency, x85, consuming 85 reputation points, 1 point each, will be completed instantly. Shall we proceed? Accelerate. 85 reputation points consumed. Poisoned arrows, high potency, x85 have been successfully crafted. In a flash of brilliance, a set of heavy, menacing armor, adorned with obsidian-like scales, including helmet, breastplate, arm guards, and leg guards, appeared before Lin. The armor's lines were smooth, yet exuded a sense of power, radiating an aura of coldness, clearly indicating formidable defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, a large quiver materialized beside him, neatly filled with 85 arrows glimmering with an eerie bluish hue. The arrowheads seemingly oozing a viscous venom, sending chills down the spine. Superior scale armor. Poison arrows. Instantaneously ready. Lin felt a profound sense of assurance. Yet, this was insufficient. The threat of the Black Wolf thieves loomed like a sword of Damocles. He required a more powerful, structured military force. System. Lin's voice rang with a determination akin to burning bridges as he opened the soldier summoning panel. I demand reinforcements. Soldier summoning panel activated. Basic infantry, 10 reputation points per unit. Basic archers, 15 reputation points per unit. Junior engineers, 20 reputation points per unit. Gazing at the impressive 2,300 reputation points, Lin's mind raced with calculations. Basic troops form the foundation, but numbers are crucial. Engineers are significant. Yet the current defensive structures are nearly complete. What he urgently needed were combat troops. Summon 100 basic infantry. Lin decided without hesitation. He sought a tide of humanity. An ironclad formation capable of overcoming any obstacle. Summon basic infantry x 100. Requires 1,000 reputation points. Confirm? Confirm. Summoning in progress. In an instant. In the courtyard outside the main fortress, blinding white lights erupted like miniature suns. 1, 10, 50, 100. The brilliance almost fused into a singular beam. As the light dissipated, 100 basic infantrymen, clad in simple yet uniform leather armor, wielding iron short swords and small round shields, stood in perfect alignment. Their physiques well-proportioned and their gazes sharp, like pines, in the courtyard. An aura of lethal intent surged forth. Hail to the Lord! The 100 voices roared in unison. Their sound like thunder, shaking the very castle to its core. Chapter 15. The Black Rock Army. Everyone within the castle was astounded by this earth-shattering commotion. Old Fort's ledger fell to the ground. Servants gaped in shock. The displaced huddled in fear. Even the recovering Carl was roused from his slumber. On the battlements, Erect and the archers stood agape, staring at the suddenly emerged, dark mass of elite infantry formations below. Summon 50 basic archers. Lin's command was unwavering. Summon basic archers x 50. Requires 750 reputation points. Confirm? Confirm. Another 50 beams of white light flashed. 50 archers, bearing longbows and short swords, their eyes sharp as eagles, appeared beside the infantry formation. Greetings, Lord. The archers responded in unison, their voices infused with piercing intensity. Remaining reputation, 2300-1000-750, 550 points. Summon 5 junior engineers. Lin continued to issue orders. After the reinforcements, logistics and production must keep pace. Summon junior engineers x 5. Requires 100 reputation points. Confirm? Confirm. Finally, 5 beams of white light flashed, revealing 5 sturdy engineers with toolkits on their backs. Current reputation, 450 points. Warning, resource consumption, food, in the territory will significantly increase. Please take heed. Lin pushed open the main fortress doors, standing on the steps. Below him stood a formidable formation of 150 battle-ready soldiers, equipped to the teeth. Carl, supported by his guards, stood nearby, his eyes filled with shock and exhilaration. Erect, along with the original 10 archers, rushed down from the battlements to join the new archers. Their gazes equally fervent. Old Fort and all the residents gathered around, trembling with excitement at the sudden appearance of this steel tide, some even falling to their knees. Lin's gaze swept over the faces of each soldier below, his voice resonating in the silent night like a thunderclap. From this day forth, you are no longer solitary warriors. You bear the name of the Blackrock Army. You share the same conviction. With the sword in my hand, I shall forge Blackrock City. You possess a singular will. Any who trespass upon our lands shall face annihilation. He drew his long sword from his waist, the blade pointing defiantly toward the vast night sky. Blackrock Army. Blackrock. Below, 150 system soldiers, along with Carl and the other guards, erupted in a roar akin to a mountain's echo. The sound surged like a waking behemoth, heralding the rise of an undeniable force upon this desolate terrain. Lin beheld the army that had formed in an instant, his heart swelling with pride. With 450 points of prestige remaining, he chose not to expend them just yet, reserving this as the seed capital for the next phase of development. The soldiers had assembled. The Blackrock Army was now a formidable entity. Next, it was time to take the initiative and eliminate the lurking threats that plagued the shadows. Moonlight gathered in the corners, casting a soft glow. The scales of the serpent armor and the poisoned arrows shimmered with a deadly gleam beneath the firelight. Outside the window stood 150 grim Blackrock warriors. At midnight, Blackrock Fortress was ablaze with light, as if it were broad daylight. The 150 Blackrock soldiers stood like cold statues, rigid in the castle square. The sound of leather armor rubbing together, the occasional clink of weapons, and the heavily suppressed breaths combined to create a palpable atmosphere of impending slaughter that enveloped the night. Carl had donned the serpent scale armor, its thick, obsidian-like scales covering his entire body. The joints were seamlessly connected, allowing for unhindered movement, enhancing his already imposing stature to resemble a monstrous war beast from ancient times. He wielded a heavy, long-handled battle axe forged from fine iron by Tom, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the torch-esque glow. He stood at the forefront of the infantry formation, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The remnants of his rock-solid heart seemed to be scattered by the fierce armor and the imminent bloodshed. Erect stood at the front of the archer squad, his quiver filled with poisoned, azure-tipped arrows reflecting a deadly allure in the flickering light. Beside him were 5 of the finest archers, their quivers similarly stocked with these lethal projectiles. The ordinary archers had their fingers poised on standard arrows, their eyes fixed intently on the darkened expanse beyond the castle walls. 5 arrow towers loomed like silent giants atop the castle walls. Behind the slits at the tower's tops lay sealed clay jars filled with incendiary oil and spare rolling logs. The newly summoned engineers inside the towers were nervously conducting final inspections. Lin stood at the highest lookout point of the main fortress, cloaked in a dark mantle, his gaze icy as he pierced the darkness toward the west. The system's holographic map unfolded in his mind, marking the rudimentary traps, tripwires, pits that Karl's squad had laid out, scattered across the desolate land a kilometer to the west. This was the welcome gift they had prepared for the Black Wolf bandits. "My lord," Lime appeared silently behind Lin, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hawk has signaled. The target has been spotted. Approximately 3 miles away, nearly 100 strong. Primarily cavalry, with infantry trailing behind, bearing the Black Wolf flag. They are moving swiftly." At last, they had arrived. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin's mouth. His eyes devoid of fear, only ignited with the fervor of battle. "Proceed as planned. Inform everyone to prepare for the enemy." "Yes." The command rippled through the air like a stone cast into still water, instantly stirring up waves. The lights within the fortress were intentionally dimmed, leaving only the faintest glimmers in crucial positions. The soldiers on the walls held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly. The archers drew their bows taut. Within the arrow towers, the engineers grasped the handles of the incendiary oil jars. The entire Blackrock fortress lay in wait, like a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, silently baring its fangs. As time ticked by, the heavy sound of hooves echoed like thunder, approaching rapidly and shattering the eerie silence of the wasteland. The ground trembled slightly. Suddenly, a series of muffled explosions and the anguished whinnies of battle horses erupted from the western plains. The traps had been triggered. The leading Black Wolf cavalrymen were caught off guard, plummeting into deep pits or being violently toppled by taut vines. Chaos erupted in the rear ranks, the momentum of the charge faltering. "Enemy ambush. We're under attack." The frantic shouts of the bandits filled the air amidst the turmoil. "Now!" Lin's voice rang out like a chilling hammer, striking Erect's heart. "Target the chaos zone. 3 volleys of concentrated fire. Fire!" Erect's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly lowered his arm. "Target the trap area. 3 rapid shots. Fire!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the castle walls and in the arrow towers, 60 longbows unleashed a breathtaking chorus of thundering twangs. Chapter 16. The one-eyed Black Wolf Rog. A dense cloud of death surged into the sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek, plunging mercilessly toward the disoriented bandit vanguard. Thud, thud, thud. "Ah, my eyes. Help. Arrows. They're poisoned. The arrows are poisoned." The shrill cries erupted instantaneously among the bandit ranks. Ordinary arrows were lethal enough, but the dozen or so poisoned arrows glimmering with an eerie blue hue amidst the rain of projectiles brought forth horrific death. Those struck, regardless of the wound's location, would soon turn pallid, foam at the mouth, and convulse before collapsing lifelessly to the ground within mere moments. In just 3 volleys, nearly 20 bandits from the vanguard had fallen. The chaos escalated further. "Steady. Everyone hold your ground." A thunderous roar resounded from the back of the bandit ranks. In the flickering firelight, one could see an exceptionally tall and robust bald man, mounted on a remarkably magnificent black horse, his face a mask of brutality, his only remaining eye burning with savage fury. It was none other than Rog, the one-eyed leader of the Black Wolf bandits. He brandished a colossal battle axe, reminiscent of a wheel, and bellowed, "Charge! Ahead lies sustenance and women. Slay them all. Flatten this wretched fortress. Leave none alive." Under the fierce intimidation of Rog and the allure of plunder, the bandits temporarily quelled their fear, releasing another primal roar as they braved the thinning rain of arrows, launching a more ferocious assault on Blackrock Fortress. Their target was unequivocal, the city gate. On the battlements, Lin's cold laughter echoed. "Alec, prepare the Greek fire. Target 50 paces in front of the gate. Cover it. Prepare the Greek fire." Alec barked the command. The engineers within the arrow tower sprang into action, cautiously lifting the sealed ceramic jars. "Release." At the command, several jars were hurled from the tower's apex, arcing through the air and crashing down on the path the bandits charged toward the gate. The sound of shattering pottery echoed as the viscous, acrid black liquid splattered across a vast area before the gate. "What in the world is this?" The foremost bandit halted, bewildered by the slick, sticky substance beneath his feet. Fire arrows. Lin's voice resonated like a death knell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several prepped fire arrows, ablaze with sparks, accurately struck the pool of black oil. Boom! It was as if an underground oil depot had ignited. A towering wall of flame erupted, reaching several meters high. The orange blaze twisted and surged, engulfed in billowing black smoke. The searing wave of heat warped the surrounding air. Ah! Fire! Great fire! Help! Dozens of bandits that plunged into the inferno were instantly transformed into flaming torches. Their heart-wrenching screams echoed as they rolled and struggled amidst the flames. The stench of charred flesh mingling with their anguished wails, painting a ghastly tableau. Those fortunate enough to escape the flames were paralyzed with terror at this horrifying sight, their charge crumbling into disarray. Curse it! One-eyed Rog, observing from the rear, felt his heart bleed at the sight. These were the elite he had painstakingly gathered. Cavalry. Circumvent the gate. Climb up from the side. Eliminate those arsonists. Rog had completely lost his sanity, pointing his massive axe toward the wall. The remaining 20 cavalrymen and over 30-foot soldiers, led personally by Rog, howled like wounded wolves as they maneuvered around the fiery death zone, charging toward the relatively lower northwestern corner of the fortress. There, the defenses of Blackrock were notably weaker. Want to scale the wall? Lin's eyes were icy. Yet a cruel smile graced his lips. Carl, open the gates. Meet the enemy. Creak. The heavy, newly reinforced gates swung open with a thunderous crash, as if inviting chaos. Blackrock Army. Carl, resembling a scaled demon, was the first to burst forth. His serpent bone axe whistled through the air, striking fiercely at the foremost bandit cavalryman. Boom. Together with his steed, the cavalryman was pulverized into a bloody pulp without even a scream. Kill. 100 basic infantrymen surged out of the gate in a flood of black, following Carl like a deluge. They formed groups of 3, shields raised, short swords striking like venomous serpents. Their enhanced combat instincts and synchronized teamwork far surpassed the disorganized bandits. Upon contact, the bandit formation was breached as if seared by a red-hot iron through butter, leaving a massive gap. The air was filled with screams, the clang of weapons, and the sound of shattering bones. Archers, free fire. Suppress the enemy at the foot of the wall. Alec commanded the archers, their arrows raining down like droplets, targeting the bandits attempting to climb and provide support, causing many to scream as they fell. Rog, prepare to die. In the midst of the chaos, Carl zeroed in on the bald giant, who shone like a beacon. He roared, charging forth like a war chariot, his serpent bone axe sweeping aside any bandits in his path, as if they were mere paper. Seeking death, One-Eyed Rog recognized this fearsome warrior clad in strange armor. His single eye glimmered with cruelty as he urged his steed forward, the massive axe poised to cleave Carl in two. Die! Clang! A deafening sound erupted, akin to a thunderous bell. Sparks flew. The ground beneath Carl cracked and sank. Yet his body, encased in serpent scales, withstood the terrifying blow with unwavering fortitude. The immense recoil caused Rog's steed to rear back in protest. Such a tough shell. Rog's expression shifted slightly. My turn. Carl grinned, revealing his white teeth, appearing particularly menacing in the firelight. He stepped forward fiercely, leveraging the recoil to unleash a ferocious upward slash aimed directly at Rog's torso. The axe blade cleaved through the air, emitting a wailing shriek. Rog's pupils constricted as he raised his massive axe in defense. Clang! Another colossal sound resonated. Rog felt an irresistible force surge through him, causing his grip to falter, the axe nearly slipping from his hands. A sense of dread washed over him. This man's strength was truly terrifying. The two men clashed like prehistoric titans amidst the fray, each collision erupting with a fearsome shockwave and resounding roar. Soldiers and bandits instinctively retreated from this deadly zone. Ball, Glenn, and Hawk moved like 3 sharpened blades, leading their infantry formation with precision, methodically slicing through the remaining bandits. The Blackrock army operated like a finely tuned machine, efficient and lethal. Though the bandits still held a numerical advantage, their morale crumbled under the relentless pressure of this iron tide, and some began to turn and flee. Rog, your men are finished. Carl sneered, forcing Rog back with a swing of his axe. Rog panted heavily, his single eye scanning the battlefield, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The cavalry had nearly perished, and the infantry was in disarray, with the personal guards dwindling. A wave of desperate madness surged within. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Rog abruptly retrieved a pouch identical to the one Frank possessed from his bosom. His eyes glimmered with reckless determination as he unhesitatingly poured out a dark green pill, the heart of stone, and swallowed it whole. Roar. Chapter 17. The fate is sealed. A ferocious aura erupted instantaneously from Rog. His body swelled as if inflated, a faint earthy glow emanating from his skin. A tremendous sense of power surged through him like a tidal wave. The colossal axe in his grasp felt weightless. Die, all of you. With the heart of stone coursing through him, Rog's strength surged. He unleashed an inhuman roar, swinging the axe down upon Carl with a force magnified several times over. Moving with lightning speed, Carl's expression shifted as he raised his axe to block. Boom! This time, the ground beneath Carl shattered completely, and he was sent flying as though struck by a battering ram. The sturdy scales of his serpent-like armor groaned under the strain, his chest heaving with turbulent blood. What immense power! Having landed a blow, Rog, now frenzied, ignored Carl entirely. He wielded his axe with wild abandon, charging towards the Black Rock Army's infantry formation, intent on annihilating these soldiers in a fit of rage. Protect the formation. Bowl's eyes bulged with fury as he thrust his spear forward. Clang! The iron spear was effortlessly deflected by the giant axe. Bowl spat blood and was flung backward. Bowl! Glenn roared, swinging his giant axe towards Rog's back. Rog, as if sensing an eye behind him, countered with a swift strike. Thud! Glenn's axe flew from his grasp as his chest caved in under the impact, blood gushing forth. His life hanging by a thread. Glenn, Hawk, filled with rage, hurled knives, but they only left faint white marks on Rog's stone-like skin. With the heart of stone consumed, Rog rampaged through the Black Rock Army like a demonic force, unstoppable. The formation was on the brink of collapse. Just then, Rog! A thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city gate. It was Carl, struggling to rise. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. He too retrieved the heart of stone, a gift from Lin, which he had held back from using until now. For Black Rock, Carl bellowed to the heavens, swallowing the dark green pill with fervor. Boom! An even more violent and potent force erupted from Carl's body. The effects of the inferior heart of stone were amplified by his inherent strength and serpent-like armor. His form expanded, more imposing than Rog's. As bulging muscles strained against the scales, a rich, earthy glow enveloped him, and the serpent bone axe thrummed with excitement. What? Rog felt a terrifying energy akin to a volcanic eruption from behind, and turned abruptly, disbelief etched across his single eye. Die! Carl appeared before Rog as if teleporting, wielding the serpent bone axe not as a mere weapon, but as a black thunderbolt capable of rending space itself. With terrifying force that could cleave mountains, he disregarded Rog as frantic block, striking fiercely at his chest covered in a faint stone skin. Splatter! The sickening sound of flesh and bone shattering echoed. Rog's inflated body stiffened abruptly. He looked down, incredulous at the enormous wound that nearly bisected him. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. His heart, pulsating vigorously under the influence of the heart of stone, burst beneath the serpent bone axe like a rotten tomato. Impossible! Rog gasped, his throat leaking air, as his massive form crumbled to the ground like an avalanche, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The remaining eye, filled with endless horror and resentment, froze in time. The leader was dead. Rog was dead. Run! With the last pillar of strength fallen, the already crumbling bandits lost all will to fight, fleeing into the wilderness like a panicked flock. Black Rock Army, pursue. Leave none behind. Carl, propped up by the bone axe, fought against the weakness brought on by the heart of stone, roaring fiercely. Kill! The morale of the Black Rock Army surged, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, as they chased after the fleeing bandits. The wilderness transformed into a scene of gruesome slaughter. Warning, Lord Unit, Carl has reconsumed the heart of stone, inferior, resulting in compounded side effects. After the effect concludes, he will enter a state of deep weakness for 72 hours, with a significant risk of severe muscle tears. Lin observed the rapid diminishment of the enemy's red markers on the battlefield map, listening to the system's warning regarding Carl's condition, feeling little emotional upheaval. War has always borne a cost. The outcome was now sealed. He slowly descended from the battlements, arriving at the heart of the battlefield, strewn with the corpses of bandits and raging flames. Erect directed the archers in clearing the remnants of the battlefield. Surviving soldiers gathered their fallen comrades, with Bowell and Glenn carefully carried away, their fates unknown. Hawk was commanding the collection of spoils. Carl, leaning on his battle axe, stood beside Rog's massive corpse, his posture still as upright as a mountain, though his trembling arms and labored breaths betrayed his nearing limit. Lin approached Carl, placing a hand on his shoulder covered in cold scales. Well done, Carl. You are the pillar of Blackrock Fortress. For the Lord. Carl's voice was hoarse, but filled with immense honor. Lin's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, finally resting in the distance towards Stone Creek town. The Black Wolf bandits had been eliminated, but the dealings with the mysterious merchant Frank were only just beginning. At that moment, a soldier responsible for clearing Rog's body rushed over, cradling a bloodied, bulging purse and a letter sealed with wax. My lord. Discovered on Rog. Lin took the purse, which felt heavy in his hand, containing at least 100 gold coins of varying quality. This was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the impeccably sealed letter. The wax bore the unmistakable mark of a white iris flower, the emblem of the Lorraine Trading Company. Lin's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately tore open the envelope, revealing a thin sheet of parchment on which elegant yet cold handwriting conveyed the following message. Esteemed Leader Rog, the goods, referring to the fire oil and heart of stone, have been delivered as agreed. How effective are they? I hope they assist you in eliminating that troublesome young baron. As per our agreement, upon completion, all moonlight moss and its essence, if discovered, within Blackrock Fortress must be handed over to us. Awaiting good news at the Old Oak Tavern in Stone Creek. Additionally, I have included a final payment of 50 gold coins as a token of goodwill. Yours faithfully, Franklin. A chilling wave coursed through Lin's spine, spreading throughout his entire being. He abruptly looked towards the direction of Stone Creek, his eyes sharp as blades, revealing a murderous intent. Franklin, so it was you. The fire oil and heart of stone you provided to the Black Wolves nearly brought ruin to all of Blackrock Fortress. It appears your true objective was never merely a transaction, but rather the essence of moonlight moss. You even sought to use a blade to kill and seize control of Blackrock Fortress. What a faithful partner you are. Lin's voice was as frigid as a wind from the abyss, piercingly cold. This debt must be settled. He tightened his grip on the letter, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Chapter 18. The tax collector. The bloodied letter from the Old Oak Tavern in Stone Creek stirred a tempest within Lin's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The venomous fangs hidden beneath Franklin's polished smile chilled him more than the venom of a black swamp boa. However, the smoke from the Black Wolves' demise had yet to dissipate, and the mountain of spoils, along with the more pressing threats, did not permit him to mobilize against Stone Creek immediately. Count, Lin commanded, standing upon the blood-soaked wasteland, his voice as hard as the frigid winds of the north. Hawk, along with the surviving soldiers, moved efficiently like industrious ants, navigating through the battlefield strewn with corpses. Loot acquisition in progress. Gold acquired, 142 coins, from Rog's purse and the robber's belongings. Weapons acquired, scimitars, inferior, X63, longswords, ordinary, X15, battleaxe, superior, X1, Rog's weapon, various short weapons. Leather armor and iron plate armor, 87 sets, mostly damaged. Horses acquired, 32, war horses and pack horses. Food supplies, jerky, rye bread, approximately 50 units. Special item discovered, heart of stone, inferior, X1, retrieved from Rog's unused pouch. Lin's gaze swept over the inventory, pausing particularly on the superior battleaxe used by Rog and the extra heart of stone. He tossed the battleaxe to Hawk. This is yours, Hawk. Keep the medicine safe. In the name of Blackrock, we thank you for your generosity, my lord. Hawk knelt on one knee, hand to his chest, a flicker of excitement and reverence in his eyes. Bower and Glenn, Lin inquired, glancing at the two being carried into the fortress, his voice low. Liam stepped forward, his expression grave. Sir Bower has fractured ribs and suffered internal trauma. Fortunately, the residual effects of the heart of stone have safeguarded his life, but he will require months of rest. Pray to the gods for his recovery. As for Sir Glenn, his voice dropped further. His sternum has collapsed, and his lungs are damaged. The fortress's herbalist has done all he can, but the will of the gods remains unclear. Lin's heart sank. Glenn, that steadfast bodyguard, as reliable as rock. At all costs, he declared with resolute determination. Utilize the finest herbs. Liam, you shall personally oversee this. Scour every apothecary in Stone Creek. Gold. There is plenty. He gestured toward the pile of seized purses. I swear by my sword and life, my lord. Sir Glenn shall see the next dawn. Liam pressed his right hand against his heart, gritting his teeth in acceptance of the command. At that moment, a breathless sentinel rushed in. My lord. To the east, a small detachment is approaching, bearing the eagle emblem of the Royal Tax Office and the rusted hammer banner of Baron Hark. The Royal Tax Collectors? Baron Hark? A glint of coldness flashed in Lin's eyes. The vultures of the wasteland had finally caught the scent of blood. This forsaken frozen ground of Blackrock Fortress was now deemed worthy of the royal tax collectors? And that greedy neighbor, Hark, was a miser who would squeeze oil from stones, always eager to profit from poorer neighbors. Let them come. Lin's voice remained calm and unwavering. Soon, a small squad of 7 or 8 appeared on the horizon. 2 riders led the way. On the left, a man clad in a meticulously starched yet inferior robe. A sharp face framed by gold-rimmed glasses reflecting cold light held a hard-bound ledger with an air of haughty superiority typical of tax collectors. To the right was a short, portly middle-aged man wrapped in a worn satin coat, a false smile plastered on his round face. His small eyes darting over the newly constructed walls of Blackrock Fortress and the soldiers standing in formation, lingering particularly long on Carl's fearsome serpent-scaled armor, his pupils contracting slightly. Behind them trailed several poorly equipped soldiers bearing the rusted hammer banner. "Esteemed tax officer, look here." Baron Hark spoke in an exaggeratedly flattering tone, whispering to the tax collector beside him. "I told you, our dear Baron Lin has recently struck it rich. Just look at this display, TSK TSK. Even the knight's armor is so formidable." His voice, though not loud, cut through the silence of the square like a knife. The tax official adjusted his glasses. His gaze as cold and heavy as lead, fixed upon Lin. In a monotone, bureaucratic voice, he inquired, "Are you Baron Lin Costa of Blackrock Fortress?" "Indeed, that is I." Lin replied with a slight nod, meeting the official's gaze with calm composure. The tax collector opened his ledger and, in a chant-like tone, declared, "By the command of His Majesty the King, and in accordance with the Valyrian Kingdom tax code and the frontier tax regulations, the Baron of Blackrock Fortress has accumulated an outstanding tax debt of 57 golden lions and 3 silver moons in head tax, land tax, and military compensation over the years. Furthermore, for this fiscal year, with a census of 40 subjects from the old register and 50 acres of cultivable land of inferior quality, the taxes owed amount to 20 golden lions in head tax, 5 golden lions in land tax, and 5 golden lions in military compensation. In total, 30 golden lions. The accumulated debt plus this year's dues totals 87 golden lions and 3 silver moons." He snapped the ledger shut, his eyes behind the lenses fixated on Lin, Baron Costa. "The kingdom's taxes are sacred and must be settled immediately. 87 golden lions and 3 silver moons. This is nothing short of blatant extortion," Lin thought, recognizing that the over 50 golden lions owed were merely a muddled account that even the lords of the kingdom had lost track of. "Your Excellency," Lin's voice remained steady, yet bore a hint of the cold resilience characteristic of the north. "Blackrock Fortress lies at the kingdom's extreme north, beset by harsh winters, poverty, and banditry. Our subjects are barely able to survive. The successive barons did not intend to default, but were simply unable to bear the burden. Is there not a provision in the kingdom's code for tax exemptions in frontier regions?" "Tax exemption?" The official's expression twisted into a scornful grimace, as if he had heard blasphemy. "The king's grace blankets every inch of Valyria. Every subject within the territories has an obligation to sustain the kingdom. Taxes are the bedrock of the realm and are beyond dispute. Are you questioning the authority of the code, daring to disdain the king's will?" he demanded, attempting to exert moral pressure. "Dare not." Lin gently shook his head, but his words sharpened like a drawn sword. "Yet, has your Excellency ever witnessed my domain? Have you seen the Valyrian subjects trembling in the biting wind? Have you observed this land soaked in the blood of bandits? When has the kingdom ever offered protection in return for taxes? Has the king's banner ever flown over this desolate expanse, driving away a beast or exterminating a brigand?" The tax collector was momentarily silenced by this piercing line of questioning, his face flushing as he retorted, "The border garrison is deployed by the Privy Council's arrangements. You, a mere provincial lord, have no right to question that. You must pay your taxes," he emphasized with a tone that was fierce yet lacking conviction. At this, Baron Hack stepped in with a smoother smile, seemingly attempting to mediate. "Oh, dear Lin, esteemed colleague, the tax official is merely fulfilling his duty. As your neighbor, how could I stand idly by while you face such tribulations?" His greedy gaze swept over the weapons and horses in the square, particularly lingering on Carl. "You see, your recent campaign against the bandits has yielded quite the bounty, has it not? These weapons, horses, and the armor upon this noble knight. How about offsetting some of your tax with them?" He rubbed his hands together, revealing his ulterior motives. "I, Hack, would be willing to speak favorably on your behalf to the tax official, kindly asking for leniency regarding your outstanding debts." Chapter 19. Forming local forces. Lin chuckled inwardly, realizing the fox's tail had finally been revealed. This Hack intended to use the tax collector as a knife to carve into his flesh. Lin acknowledged Hack's supposed goodwill, but his voice turned icy as a frozen lake. The spoils of Blackrock Fortress are stained with the blood of loyal warriors and shall be used to guard the land and subjects bestowed upon us by His Majesty. They are neither commodities nor tax offsets. Lin, Baron Hack's smile froze, transforming into offended ire. Mind your words. The tax official represents the crown. The charge of tax evasion is sufficient to bring you before the ecclesiastical court, risking the loss of your title and lands. Tax evasion? Lin suddenly laughed, a mirthless expression devoid of warmth. Your words are exaggerated, Baron Hack. I, Lin Costa, shall certainly pay the taxes. However, he turned to the tax official, his resolve unmistakable. You have witnessed the hardships of Blackrock Fortress. I kindly request an extension of 1 year for the outstanding amount. As for this year's 30 golden lions, he paused. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the tax official and the avaricious Baron Hack, and clearly stated, today, I shall pay 10 golden lions. The remaining 20 golden lions shall be delivered personally to the Royal Tax Office within 3 months, every last coin. Simultaneously, I shall submit a detailed account of Blackrock Fortress's current situation, along with a plan for expansion and development over the next 3 years, earnestly requesting the Privy Council and Tax Office to consider the realities of the frontier when deliberating future taxes. He gestured towards Rhyme, who promptly presented a heavy leather pouch filled with 10 gleaming golden lions. 10 golden lions? 3 months? The tax official stared at the coins, then at Lin's youthful yet exceptionally composed countenance, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. He glanced at the silent, grim-faced soldiers of the Blackrock army, clearly well-equipped and exuding a bloody aura, especially at the sight of the fearsome knight Carl, clad in menacing scale armor, as if he had just returned from hell. He hesitated. Would it be worth incurring the wrath of these freshly bloodied warriors over a mere handful of golden lions? The lords of the royal capital would shed not a tear for the death of a lowly tax collector. Humph. The tax official seized the pouch, weighing it in his hand, his expression darkening. 10 golden lions? Baron Costa, remember your promise. 3 months. Should the royal tax office in the capital not receive the remaining 20 golden lions, he grimly warned, the kingdom's hammer of justice will show no mercy. He stowed away the ledger, turned his horse, and barked at his subordinates' move. Not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, he hurriedly departed. Wait, Your Excellency. Baron Hack was left dumbfounded, his carefully laid plans to take advantage of the situation thwarted with such resolute defiance. He shot Lin a venomous glance, his eyes akin to a poisoned dagger, before hastily urging his horse onward. As he observed the 2 groups of men retreating in haste at the edge of the desolate expanse, Lime murmured, My lord, Baron Hark is like a vengeful serpent. Though his territory is barren, it yields iron ore, and I am aware of this. Lin's gaze was as profound as the frigid nights of the north. He is merely a greedy jester. The true wolves lie in the shadows. His vision drifted toward the more distant, desolate mountains in the northeast. Was it the infamous Lord Blunt, known as the Skull Crusher? Or perhaps Count Roderick of Golden Valley? The remnants of the original owner's memories stirred unease regarding these 2 neighbors. Lord Blunt, the master of Skull Castle, resided in the even harsher mountains northeast of Blackrock Castle. He earned his title through the countless heads he severed during the border wars, his temperament as fierce as a winter storm. Ruling with an iron fist and maintaining a formidable regiment of mountain heavy infantry, he resembled a famished icefield wolf, coveting any sheep, great or small, that dared to approach the borders of his domain. Further east, beyond the life-devouring marshes and dense forests, lay the prosperous lands of Count Roderick of Golden Valley. Golden Valley, one of the few fertile lands in the north, flowed with rivers of milk and honey, concealing coveted veins of gold. Roderick, a deeply entrenched old noble, wielded significant power, his voice resonating within the royal court. He operated quietly, like a shadow, yet possessed the cunning of a serpent, ensnaring the weaker lords in an invisible web. The clouds of doubt in Lin's heart deepened. Lin retracted his gaze, his voice as firm as iron. Send your 2 most trusted men to keep a close watch on Baron Hark's iron mine. I wish to know every individual who enters and exits the mine, and every cart of iron ore that is transported. As you command, my lord. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin's eyes. Order Hawk to gather men and expedite the repair of the usable curved blades and leather armor we have seized. Melt down all the scrap iron. Have the blacksmith Tom and his apprentice work day and night, employing the new methods I have bestowed upon them. I demand 100 standardized Blackrock short swords and 100 reinforced leather armors. My lord, are you planning to expand the army? Lime's eyes ignited with fervor. Lin's voice rang with authority. The warriors granted by the system are but a framework. Blackrock Castle requires flesh and blood. From among our subjects, from those willing to remain. Select the most loyal and robust men to form the Blackrock garrison. Arm them with our own swords and armor. Hark, Blunt, Roderick. If they dare to extend their claws toward Blackrock's blade, they shall learn the true meaning of cost. Triggering territorial development quest. Establish a local garrison. Quest requirements. Form a non-system local force, Blackrock Garrison, comprising no fewer than 50 members, and complete basic training and equipment distribution. Quest rewards. 300 prestige points. Unlock basic militia training manual, system optimized version. Significantly enhanced territorial security. I swear by the glory of Blackrock, my subordinates shall not fail. Lime's spirit sword. His right hand pressed against his chest in a deep bow. Lin surveyed the bustling scene around the castle. Engineers directing the refugees to reinforce the walls, and Erect's archers vigilantly scanning from the watchtower. In the distance, the moonlight moss glimmered under the sun. The tax officials' harassment, the neighbors' covetous gazes, the merchants' dark schemes, and the indifference of the royal capital, dark currents from the northern wasteland, had already begun to surge. But Lin Costa was no longer the downtrodden baron with a crumbling castle and 30 feeble soldiers. He possessed divinely granted power, the system. He commanded the fearless Blackrock army. He owned this land soaked in blood and sweat. To gnaw upon the flesh of Blackrock Castle's frozen soil? A sharp, cold grin creased Lin's lips, as he vowed to let the gods bear witness to whose teeth were truly stronger. Chapter 20. The formation of the garrison, the tax collector, and Baron Hark's ignominious retreat was akin to cold water splashed into a pot of hot oil. The brief eruption only served to intensify the flames within Blackrock Castle. Humiliation? Merely the lamentation of the weak. Threats? The final glimmer of cold light upon the enemy's neck. Lin's commands flowed through Blackrock Castle like molten lava, instantly igniting every corner. Hawk, take your men and sift through the spoils. Unearth all the reparable curved blades, leather armor, and iron scraps. Do not dawdle like a craven. These are weapons. Armor. They can be utilized. Lime's voice thundered across the square, imbued with an undeniable authority. As he became the direct extension of Lin's will, Hawk remained silent, leading a group of sharp-eyed soldiers into the heap of seized weapons and armor. The clanging of metal rang out. Sparks flew as damaged weapons were roughly reassembled, polished, and bound, while worn leather armor was restitched and reinforced with resilient beast sinews. The efficiency was astonishing, a fervent atmosphere enveloping them. This was a task bestowed by their lord. This was the glory of arming their own. Meanwhile, the makeshift blacksmith area at the castle's edge transformed into the heart of a furnace for the north. The massive leather bellows wheezed under the exertion of several burly refugees, forcefully pumping air into the newly constructed clay furnace. Within the hearth, orange flames greedily licked at the mountain of captured ironware, curved blades, broken swords, and twisted iron scraps. The searing heat distorted the air, and sweat evaporated upon the bronzed skin of blacksmith Tom and his selected 3 apprentices, rolling down to strike the scalding ground, instantly turning to white smoke. Tom, bare-chested and muscular, shone like gold under the firelight, his gaze intensely fixated on the melting iron within the furnace. This was not the delicate task of careful repairs he was accustomed to. This is a divine miracle bestowed by our Lord. A secret technique known as the crucible refinement method, following Lin's dictated instructions, in truth, imparted by the system. He added a specific proportion of limestone powder to the molten iron and stirred vigorously. Hiss! A stream of black impurities was forcibly separated, floating atop the molten iron like vile scum. Tom, swift of hand, quickly skimmed them away with a specially crafted long-handled iron ladle. The originally murky, bubble-laden dark red iron transformed visibly into a clear, radiant liquid, akin to flowing red gold. The apprentices gazed in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. This is truly the miracle of Hephaestus, the god of forging. Stop dawdling. The molds. Quickly, Tom's booming voice thundered, awakening the apprentices from their stupor. In a flurry, they arranged the specially designed, black rock-patterned long sand molds side by side. The crimson, molten, pure iron was carefully poured into the molds. Sizzle. White steam billowed. The iron cooled and solidified rapidly. When the molds were pried open, what lay before their eyes were no longer crude, twisted iron bars, but rows of neatly arranged, dense ingots gleaming with a sharp metallic luster. The quality surpassed that of the inferior goods extracted from Baron Hark's iron mine. We did it. The Lord's divine skill. Tom trembled with excitement, running his calloused hands over the smooth, hard surface of the ingots, his eyes alight with fervor. He no longer doubted. Baron Lin was undoubtedly favored by fate. He was the true hope of Blackrock Fortress. Do not stop. Continue. Melt another batch. Our lord demands 100 swords. 100 suits of armor. Tom's voice, though hoarse, brimmed with strength. The furnace flames blazed higher. The bellows heaved with urgency. And the rhythmic clang of hammering iron to forge sword blades and armor plates intensified, echoing the vigorous heartbeat of Blackrock Fortress. Meanwhile, in the central square of the castle, the atmosphere was as festive as a celebration. Lime stood upon a hastily erected wooden platform, his voice booming, resonating in every corner. Citizens of Blackrock Fortress, refugees, you see it. The kingdom's tax collectors seek to drain our very marrow. Greedy neighbors wish to seize the spoils we earned with our blood. They think us weak and easily bullied. They believe we can be slaughtered at will. He drew his short sword, the blade gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. But we have answered them. With the bones of bandits, with the courage of warriors, with the wisdom and strength of our Lord. The crowd erupted in a long-suppressed roar. Blackrock, Blackrock, Blackrock. Lime gazed at the flushed faces below, satisfaction radiating from him as he proclaimed, "Now, our Lord has granted us a new opportunity. An opportunity to take up arms, to protect our homes, our wives and children, and to safeguard the hard-won food and hope." He pointed to a makeshift table beside him. Men willing to join the Blackrock Guard, come forth to register. The Lord decrees, those who join the Guard will be well-fed 3 meals a day. They will be equipped with fine, standardized weapons and armor. Those who achieve military merit will be rewarded with land, with houses, and even the chance to be named a household guard by our Lord himself. The promise of 3 hearty meals was like magic. In this land where hunger was the norm, it was a deadly temptation, not to mention the fine weapons, land, houses, and the honor of becoming a household guard. Count me in. I'm Buck. I can swing an axe. A burly refugee with a scarred face was the first to rush to the table, pounding his chest. And me, Hans. I run fast. I have keen eyes. I'm an apprentice blacksmith. I'm strong. I want to join too. For our Lord. For a full belly. Count me in. The crowd surged with fervor. Men, both the native inhabitants of Blackrock Fortress and the newly allied refugees, rushed towards the registration point. Even some young boys eagerly pushed forward. The clerk in charge of registration was sweating profusely, with only one criterion for selection, a sturdy build and a fierce glint in the eyes. In just half a day's time, 100 strong young men were selected, standing in a crooked but upright line in the square. Their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation for the future and a desperate longing for food. At that moment, Hawk arrived, carrying the first batch of repaired curved swords and leather armor. Though varied in style, all were sharpened and re-riveted. Tom, under Lin's personal supervision, delivered the first batch of 20 freshly tempered, standardized Blackrock short swords. The blades were long, single-edged, gleaming with a cold, menacing light, the grips wrapped in non-slip leather, and the crossguard stamped with a small Blackrock insignia. As these brand-new short swords, exuding the scent of blood and steel, were distributed to the first 20 selected soldiers of the guard, the entire square fell silent for a moment. They caressed the cold blades, feeling the weight and sharpness, their faces alight with disbelief and pride. These were 100 times better than any farming tool or worn-out weapon they had ever seen. Do you see it? Lime's voice rang out again, filled with fervor. This is the weapon of the Blackrock Guard. This is just the beginning. Tom's forge works day and night. Every sword, every piece of armor, will belong to you. Roars of joy erupted from the soldiers of the guard. Just then, Lin's figure appeared on the steps of the main fortress. Chapter 21. Training. He did not speak, merely standing quietly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. The cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone held their breath, gazing at their lord with reverence. Carl, though weak, stood armored beside him. Erect, Hawk, and Lime, all key figures, stood solemnly behind Lin. Lin's gaze fell upon the soldiers brandishing their brand-new Blackrock short swords. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every ear. A sword is for slaying foes. Armor is for protection. Food is earned by merit. Land and glory are won at the cost of life. He paused, his eyes sharpening. From this day forth, you are no longer farmers, vagrants, or miners. You are the Blackrock garrison. You are the sword and shield of me, Lin Costa. Your enemies lie beyond the castle walls, in the depths of the wasteland, in the greedy ledgers of the capital, in the covetous gazes of your neighbors. Tell me, when the enemy raises the slaughter knife against your families, against your provisions, against your homeland behind you, what shall you do? Kill, kill, kill. 100 garrison soldiers, along with all the subjects around them, emitted a primal roar. The sound surged into the heavens, causing the snow atop the castle walls to tumble down. Lin nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lime. Begin training. Use the most rigorous methods. Transform them from sheep into ravenous wolves. As you command, my lord. Lime replied, his right hand over his heart, flames igniting in his eyes. Ding. Territory development task. Establish local garrison. 11. Completed. Task reward. 300 reputation points. Unlock basic militia training manual. System optimized version. Significant increase in territorial security. Detected that the host possesses the basic militia training manual. System optimized version. Should it be immediately loaded into the garrison training supervisor? Lime. Load it. Lin silently commanded. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding the most succinct and efficient basic formations, footwork, blocks, stabs, physical training, and squad coordination surged into Lime's mind. He shuddered slightly, and when he looked at the group of new garrison recruits, his gaze had completely transformed. He knew how to forge these eager men into true warriors in the shortest time and the most brutal manner. First row, listen to my command. Sword in hand. Prepare to stab. Footsteps. Steady your steps. Engage your core. Fool, you are stabbing a scarecrow, not your lover's face. Put some strength into it. Lime's stern reprimands. The heavy breathing of the garrison soldiers, the synchronized footfalls, and the whistling of short swords slicing through the air intertwined to form a new symphony of iron and blood in the square. In the corners of the castle, the moonlight cast a gentle glow on the drying moss. The reputation numbers on the system panel flickered quietly. The war machine of Blackrock Castle, after repelling external wolves, did not cease its operations. Rather, it began an internal resurgence and armament with even more ferocity. Sharp fangs were being forged, and resilient armor was being hammered out. When this steel torrent, composed of system soldiers as its framework and the garrison as its flesh, fully formed, the landscape of the north would undoubtedly change. All of this was observed from afar by a figure concealed behind a barren tree on a distant hill. It was a scout sent by Baron Hark. Upon witnessing the fervent scene within Blackrock Castle, the synchronized training of new recruits, and the relentless flames of the forge producing brand new weapons, his face turned as pale as snow, and he scurried away into the depths of the wasteland. The square of Blackrock Castle was no longer the mud and ruin it once was. The clang of metal, the uniform shouts, and the heavy footfalls upon the solid ground created a deep, rhythmic sound, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant awakening. 100 new garrison soldiers, under Lime's harsh commands reminiscent of the cold winds of the north, sweated profusely. Stab. Fool. Imagine Baron Hark's fat face before you. Pierce it. Steady your steps. Firm as a rock. Don't stumble like a drunken farmer. Third squad. Are you turtles? Move faster. Lime weaved through the ranks, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The knowledge from the basic militia training manual, optimized version, flowed through his mind, transforming into the most direct and ruthless commands. He was no longer merely the meticulous household guard. He resembled a war instructor emerging from the inferno of hell. Every action was dissected to its utmost precision, and each mistake was met with relentless rebuke and doubled punishment. The soldiers gritted their teeth, their sweat soaking through their rudimentary leather armor, their arms aching to the point of near immobility, yet none faltered. The promise of 3 hearty meals, the glimmering Blackrock short sword in their hands, and the land and glory described by Lime served as an invisible whip urging them onward. In just a few short days, this band of farmers and vagrants shed their layers of timidity and laxity, replaced instead by a nascent discipline intermingled with desire and ferocity. Their eyes no longer held confusion. They closely followed the training wooden sword in Lime's hand, akin to cub wolves tracking their alpha. On the other side of the castle, the forge blazed night and day. Clang, bang, clang, bang. Tom, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, his bronzed muscles pulsating in the glow of the forge, wielded his heavy hammer as if imbued with divine strength. Each strike landed with precision upon the red-hot iron sword blank, sending forth a shower of sparks. He was no longer the blacksmith mending tools in a dilapidated village, but had transformed into an unyielding war-forging machine. The optimized forging techniques from the system were executed flawlessly. Each fold and hammer strike, each moment of quenching, was akin to a sacred ritual. One after another, Blackrock short swords, uniform in shape, streamlined in design, and glinting with a cold sheen, were born under the hammers of him and his apprentice, neatly arranged on the cooling rack like venomous snakes awaiting their strike. Reinforced leather armor piled up into small hills. The armed forces of Blackrock Castle were expanding at an unprecedented pace. The foundational training of the Blackrock garrison has reached a completion rate of 60%. The morale of the garrison is high, buoyed by ample provisions, superior weaponry, and the promise of advancement. The data pulsating on the system panel, accompanied by the cold chime of notifications, sketches a vivid blueprint in Lin's mind. He gazes at the nascent, yet formidable battalion in the square, observing the steady stream of weapons emerging from the blacksmith's forge, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Baron Hark's greedy hound must surely have caught wind of the impending feast, restlessly prowling the borders of his territory, awaiting the opportune moment to pounce. Soon, the opportunity will present itself. 3 days later, amidst the morning fog shrouding the Blackrock wastes, a disheveled army composed of over 30 miners and serfs trudges along the narrow path to Blackrock Fortress. Most of them appear gaunt and ragged, clad in tattered garments, wielding rusted pickaxes, logging axes, and even pitchforks. In the midst of the throng, Baron Hark rides upon a similarly rotund pony, donned in ill-fitting, worn-out chainmail, with a ceremonial sword of greater decorative than practical value hanging from his waist. His corpulent visage is a blend of avarice and a barely perceptible anxiety, his small eyes scanning the fog-laden expanse with vigilance. "Everyone, muster your spirits," Hark calls out, feigning composure. "That arrogant boy at Blackrock Fortress dares to defy the kingdom's taxation and scorns my authority. This time, we are not here to pillage. We are acting on the orders of the esteemed tax officer of the kingdom to assist in the collection of overdue taxes. It is a righteous endeavor. Once we arrive, seize all valuable items, food, weapons, horses, especially the armor worn by that knight Lin. Bring it all back. After our success, each of you will be rewarded with a loaf of rye bread." He attempts to rally the troops with notions of justice and rye bread, but the effect is minimal. The miners trudge along, their eyes clouded with a desperate hunger and profound unease. "My lord, something seems amiss ahead," a miner at the forefront stammers, pointing towards the indistinct silhouette of Blackrock Fortress emerging from the mist. The castle appears far more imposing and fortified than rumored, and there seem to be numerous figures atop the walls. Hark squints his small eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension. 3 days prior, scouts had reported that Blackrock Fortress was feverishly drilling and forging, but he dismissed it as mere bluster. Now, however, the walls do indeed seem reinforced. What is there to fear? Hark forcefully suppresses his unease, barking, "A bunch of dirt farmers, just put down their hoes and think they can intimidate me? Increase your pace. Charge forward. Let them see what true." His words are abruptly cut off. The morning fog, as if parted by an unseen hand, reveals the recently fortified and heavily scarred gates of Blackrock Fortress, which swing open with a deafening creak of gears. There is no chaotic panic as anticipated. No feeble resistance from farmers wielding pitchforks. Before Hark and his motley crew stands a silent expanse of darkness. 100 garrison soldiers, seemingly sculpted from black rock, stand in 3 tightly organized formations. Clad in matching reinforced leather armor, albeit in varying states of wear, they brandish identical Blackrock short swords that glint with lethal intent. The faces beneath their helmets are obscured by shadow, revealing only their cold, piercing gazes fixated on the approaching intruders. An invisible aura, mingling the scent of blood and the resolve of steel, envelopes them like a tangible chill, dispersing the morning mist and sending shivers down the spines of Hark and his men. At the foremost of the garrison, a figure stands that sends tremors through Hark's very soul. It is Carl, adorned in a suit of armor reminiscent of polished obsidian. A massive bone axe resting upon the ground, its blade still stained with dark crimson. Although his complexion bears the pallor of recent illness, the battle fervor and coldness in his eyes are more piercing than the northern winds. He stands there like an insurmountable mountain, and merely the sweep of his gaze causes the miners behind Hark to tremble and instinctively recoil. "Hark, Rust," Carl's voice, though not loud, slices through the frigid air like a hammer striking the heart of each onlooker. "Have you come to assist us, bringing your miners and farmers to tread upon the territory of Blackrock Fortress?" The sarcasm in his words cuts like a chilling blade. "Be Baron Carl." Hark's throat goes dry, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Memories of the terrifying tales surrounding the black marsh basilisk flood his mind, and upon gazing at this grim specter, a wave of icy dread surges from his feet to the crown of his head. Fear obliterates all avarice. "We come at the behest of the tax officer." Hark's voice trembles, struggling to invoke authority. "Whose orders do not matter," Carl interrupts, slowly raising the bone axe, pointing it at Hark. "What matters is that you have crossed the boundary marker. Now, cast down your ludicrous weapons and kneel in surrender." Or he grins, revealing a smile that sends Hark into a frozen abyss. "Let my garrison teach you fools a lesson about borders using Hark's iron ore." Blackrock Garrison, A thunderous voice booms as Lime stands by Carl's side, his Blackrock short sword pointed forward. Advance. Kill. The earth-shattering roar reverberates like thunderclaps. 100 garrison soldiers spring into action. There is no chaotic charge. Rather, they maintain their disciplined formation, moving like 3 massive black boulders. They're heavy. Synchronized steps resonating like the beating of war drums as they thunder across the frozen ground of the wasteland. With short swords angled forward, the icy intent of their assault surges forth like a tidal wave. By the gods, run for your lives. They are demons. Hark's motley army collapses in an instant. The synchronized advance, the chilling gazes, the glinting short swords, and Carl's demonic presence utterly annihilate any semblance of fighting spirit that had never truly existed. The miners and serfs emitted terrified screams, discarding their picks and pitchforks, fleeing like a panicked flock of sheep. What rye bread, what baronial title, was worth anything in the face of absolute terror of death? No, do not flee. Hold your ground. Baron Hark's roar was drowned out by the tide of retreating soldiers. The stout horse beneath him was startled by this horrifying spectacle, rearing up and toppling the unsuspecting, corpulent Hark to the ground. Ugh! Hark fell face first into the mud, his armor scraping against the dirt, nearly taking his breath away. As he struggled to rise, a pair of heavy iron boots, caked in mud and blood, loomed before him. Carl stood before him like a towering iron edifice, the shadow of a massive bone axe descending upon him. It appeared that Baron Hark had chosen poorly. Carl's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. As he looked down upon Hark, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Lame, clear the battlefield. All captives are to be escorted back to the castle. This esteemed baron shall be kept under strict supervision. As you command. Lame grinned as he gestured. The garrison soldiers, akin to tigers among sheep, easily overtook the terrified rout, striking them down with the blunt side of their swords and binding them with ropes. The entire battle unfolded with devastating swiftness, lasting no more than a quarter of an hour. Of the 30 or so men that Baron Hark had brought, save for a few who fled quickly, all were captured, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Chapter 23, Delivering Warmth. The Blackrock Garrison's first battle successful. Battle assessment. Perfect domination. Morale 20. Combat experience 50. Captives. Baron Hark, Lord of Rusty Vale. X1. Rusty Vale Soldier Miners, X28. Trophies. Inferior iron ore, approximately 10 units. Inferior iron ingots, approximately 5 units. Various damage tools. The system's notification carried a hint of approval. Lin stood atop the castle walls, surveying the battlefield below, which lay scattered like autumn leaves in the wind, his expression inscrutable, as if everything were well within his control. Bring him up, Lin commanded with a detached air. Soon, Baron Hark, dragged up like a dead dog, was unceremoniously tossed onto the cold stone floor. His body was caked in mud, tears streaming down his plump face. His armor askew and in utter disarray, leaving no trace of his former baronial dignity. Spare me, my Lord Lin. For the love of the gods, spare me, Hark pleaded, scrambling to Lin's feet, his words a frantic jumble. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. It was the tax officials who instigated me. I am willing to compensate. My iron mine. I will give you all my iron mine. Just grant me my life. Lin gazed down at the pitiful, beseeching figure, his eyes indifferent, as if observing a filthy insect. Baron Hark, his voice was chillingly calm. Your iron mine, from this day forth, belongs to Blackrock Castle. Your subjects, should they wish to align themselves with Blackrock Castle, may be spared from slavery and become my free men. As for you, Hark's body stiffened, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Take him down. Keep him under strict watch. His life may still hold some value for now. Lin waved his hand, no longer casting a glance. The worth of a hyena lies in its knowledge of the wolf lurking behind it. Lame immediately dragged the limp Hark away as if he were a sack of grain. Lame at your service. Effective immediately. The iron mines of Rusty Vale will be taken over by your garrison. Tom will guide the extraction process. All output will be prioritized for the Blackrock blacksmith shop. As you wish, my lord. With the iron mine secured, our swords and armor will flow unceasingly. Lame's eyes sparkled with excitement. Successful annexation of Rusty Vale iron mine. Acquired stable resource point. Small iron mine, Baron, X1. Territory resources. Iron or acquisition efficiency 100. Unlocked new authority. Local lord captives, Baron Hark. Negotiation for ransom or execution. Reputation 500. The system's notification resonated like a melodious symphony. Securing the iron mine was akin to injecting fresh fuel into the war machine of Blackrock Castle. A continuous supply of fine iron would forge more razor-sharp Blackrock short swords and sturdier armor. The garrison's triumphant debut further validated the might of the system's training and arming. Lin's gaze transcended the jubilant soldiers, casting towards the distant northeastern expanse. That desolate mountainous region belonged to the vicious Viscount Blanc. He could almost envision, within the frigid fortress known as Skullcrush Castle, a pair of eyes filled with cruelty and greed, akin to a hawk, fixated intently on the recently unveiled potential of Blackrock Castle. Blanc, Lin whispered the name, a cold, expectant smile curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, an archer atop the watchtower sounded the alarm. "Hurry, my lord." Erect rushed up the castle, his expression grave. "To the northeast, at the edge of the wasteland, we have spotted unidentified scouts. Not many, about 5 riders. They bear the torn eagle banner of Skullcrush Castle. They seem to be observing us." Lin's eyes flashed with a cold glint, sharp as a drawn sword. "So they have come. Form the garrison in front of the castle. Hang Baron Hark's banner, along with his captured subordinates, in a conspicuous place for all to see." Lin's voice rang with the resonance of steel clashing. "Let the hounds of Skullcrush Castle see the fate that befalls those who offend Blackrock Castle." "Yes," Erect responded swiftly. Soon, Baron Hark's tattered banner, caked in mud, was brutally displayed on a newly erected stake before the castle gates. Below, the bound Hark soldiers and miners trembled, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, 100 garrison soldiers, under Karl's command, reformed their ranks before the castle. They stood silent as mountains, their short swords glinting like a forest, an icy aura of menace enveloping them, silently proclaiming Blackrock Castle's unwavering will to be unassailable. In the distance, at the edge of the wasteland, the 5 scouts of Skullcrush Castle reined in their steeds. At the forefront stood a knight clad in black leather armor, his scarred visage fixed intently upon the distant Blackrock fortress through a brass telescope. As he discerned the ignominious banner fluttering before the city gates, along with the well-equipped and ominously silent army positioned below, an unprecedented expression of astonishment and gravity crossed his cold features. He lowered the telescope and gestured urgently to those behind him. 5 scouts, like startled hares, pivoted their steeds and swiftly vanished into the depths of the wilderness, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. Upon the battlements of Blackrock Fortress, Lin stood with his arms clasped behind his back, his cloak billowing in the biting wind. The rusted hammer banner of Baron Hark fluttered like a shroud of disgrace, snapping in the cold air as it hung from a display post before the fortress gates. Below, dozens of captured Rusty Vale soldiers and miners huddled in silence, their presence a mute testament to the dire consequences of challenging Blackrock Fortress. 100 members of the Blackrock garrison stood like silent black rocks before the castle, their icy gazes piercing across the barren expanse towards the bleak and desolate mountains to the northeast. The scouts from Skullcrush Fortress fled like frightened ravens, carrying with them not merely intelligence of Blackrock's burgeoning might, but also the remnants of Lord Brune's dwindling patience. In the shadowy dungeon of Blackrock Fortress, Baron Hark cowered among cold straw, his corpulent form trembling violently with fear and chill, akin to a fattened pig awaiting slaughter. The dignity of the Rusty Vale Baron had long since evaporated, leaving only a primal yearning for survival. The heavy creak of the iron door startled him like a bird startled from its perch. Lime appeared at the threshold, flanked by 2 expressionless garrison soldiers bearing torches. The flickering flames cast a shadow of Lime's figure, rendering it monstrous and predatory. "Baron Hark," Lime's voice resonated with a chilling calm, as though he were stating an undeniable fact. "You have betrayed the trust of the king." "No, I have not. My lord Lime, I swear." Hark wailed, tears streaming down his face as he fell to Lime's feet, futilely grasping at his leather boots. "It was Brune. That devil forced me. He extorted me. He took the majority of my iron mine's yield. He threatened to kill my entire family if I disobeyed, in a desperate bid for survival." Hark's cries were a blend of truth and falsehood, amplifying Brune's greed to monstrous proportions. Lime gazed down upon him, devoid of any compassion. "Your cowardice and avarice have not only ensnared you, but have also left your subjects in dire straits under Brune's oppression, starving and shivering. The Rusty Vale, under your rule, has become a breeding ground for banditry and tyranny. You are unworthy of the title and lands bestowed upon you by the king." Hark crumpled to the ground as if struck by lightning. Yet, Lime's tone shifted, imbued with a chilling benevolence. "The merciful Lord Lin is willing to offer you a chance at redemption, a chance for your subjects to escape their suffering." Hark's head shot up, a flicker of morbid hope igniting in his eyes. "I am willing. I will atone. I shall do whatever it takes." Lime produced a parchment from within his cloak and unfurled it before Hark. It was inscribed in ornate calligraphy, petition and deed of transfer from Baron Hark Rust to His Majesty the King and the Royal Privy Council. I, Hark Rust, having been conferred the title of Baron of Rusty Vale, feel acutely my inadequacy and lack of virtue, leading to rampant banditry in my domain, specifically referring to Lord Brune's unlawful extortion and the impoverishment of my people, thus betraying the King's grace. Now fortunate to encounter the valiant, wise, and benevolent Baron Lin Costa of Blackrock Fortress, the paragon of the North, I, Hark Rust, hereby surrender, unconditionally and voluntarily, all lands, governing rights, vassal obligations, and associated resources, including but not limited to iron mines, farms, and woodlands, of the Rusty Vale to Baron Lin Costa of Blackrock Fortress, granting him full authority to govern, restore order, and benefit my subjects. I, Hark Rust, willingly renounce my title of Baron and all rights to the lands, beseeching His Majesty's gracious approval of this transfer, affirming that this act is the sole path to my redemption, free of any coercion. He signed it, pressing his thumbprint heavily into the seal. Lime's voice was as unyielding as iron. Then you shall receive sustenance, secure shelter, and until Brune is dealt with, Blackrock will ensure your family's safety. Chapter 24. The Good Samaritan Hark gazed at the document that would seal his fate, his facial muscles twitching with conflict. Relinquish my title? Surrender my lands? Become a destitute commoner? A profound sense of humiliation surged within him. Yet, as his eyes fell upon the cold blade in the soldier's hands behind Lime and envisioned Brune's ferocious countenance, the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. With trembling hands, he grasped the quill, nearly shutting his eyes as he scrawled his name upon the document that would bind him to shame, pressing his thumbprint with heavy resignation. Each stroke seemed to siphon the strength from his very being. Lime, satisfied, tucked the document away, a cold smile curving his lips. A wise choice, Mr. Hark. Take him away, arrange for him a cleaner room, and provide him with a rye cake. He deliberately emphasized the term Mr. As Hark was led away like a soulless automaton, Lime promptly presented the document to Lin. Lin scrutinized Hark's distorted signature and vivid thumbprint, his expression betraying no emotion. System, scan the document to verify the authenticity of the signature and thumbprint. Consume reputation points. Execute reasonable adjustments to ensure its preliminary validity within the framework of royal law, at least to buy time. Lin silently commanded. Document scan complete. Signature and fingerprint verified as belonging to Hark Rust. Reputation points consumed, 200. Historical adjustments made to reinforce the narrative of Hark's long-standing oppression by Brune, while diminishing the abruptness of the transfer. Under the framework of the kingdom's vassal transfer law and the emergency refugee ordinance, the current document possesses preliminary legal validity, capable of forming an effective claim, yet ultimately requires the approval of the kingdom's Privy Council and the College of Arms. Claiming temporary territory, Rusty Territory. Acquired stable resource point, small iron mine, Baron, X1. Acquired subsidiary resources, approximately 1,000 acres of arable land, 500 acres of sparse forest, timber, and a small abandoned quarry X1. Territory resources. Iron ore extraction efficiency 100. Timber extraction efficiency 50. Stone extraction efficiency 20. Increase in arable land area. Reputation 1000. Successfully annexed the baronial territory, obtained the initial claim. Observing the fluctuating data and generous rewards on the system panel, Lin felt a sense of calmness. The iron mine was secured. More significantly, vast expanses of cultivable land and subsidiary resources had been acquired. This laid a solid foundation for his agricultural ambitions. Rain, Lin called, his voice imbued with excitement. At your service. Immediately organize personnel to take full control of Rusty Territory. The iron mine will be guarded by Tom along with engineering troops and garrison forces to be mined according to the new laws. All miners will receive doubled compensation, paid according to their labor, with outstanding performers eligible for citizenship in Blackrock Castle. Understood. Old Fort. Lin turned to the elated Old Steward. At your command. Lead a team to survey all cultivable land in Rusty Territory. Assess the area and soil quality. Formulate a reclamation plan prioritizing proximity to water sources and regions with superior soil quality. Have Tom allocate personnel to repair any irrigation facilities. Recruit all willing laborers and former farmers of Rusty Territory. Cultivation tools will be provided by Blackrock Castle. Before the first harvest, rations will be supplied by Blackrock Castle. After the harvest, distribution will follow the land rent agreement. Yes, my lord. I will ensure this land yields crops once more. Old Fort's voice trembled with excitement. Agriculture is indeed the foundation of the territory. Moreover, Lin's eyes sparkled as he contemplated the abandoned quarry. Send someone to assess its reserves. If viable, organize immediate extraction. The castle expansion, road construction, and arrow towers all require stone. With a series of clear and pragmatic orders issued, Blackrock Castle functioned like a finely tuned machine, operating at high speed. The shadow of war still loomed, yet Lin understood that while military might is fundamental, prosperity is the path to longevity. The iron mine would provide weapons, food would nurture the populace, and stone would fortify strongholds and foster thriving towns. Successfully formulated a development plan for rusty territory. Received territory development rewards. Reputation 500. Efficient planning. Unlocked special building blueprint. Primary irrigation canal requires stone, timber, and basic engineering troops. Significantly enhances agricultural yield. Unlocked special item. High-quality winter wheat seeds, cold-resistant, high-yielding initial variety, X10 bags. Unlocked special item. Basic fertilizer production manual, system optimized version. Filled with delight at the system's generous rewards, Lin's eyes sparkled with surprise. Irrigation canals, high-yield seeds, fertilizer manuals. This was nothing short of a triumphant trifecta for agriculture. Old Fort immediately organized personnel to construct the irrigation canal according to this blueprint. Lin dictated the key points of the system's blueprint. Once Tom has repaired the irrigation, dispatch support. Prioritize the supply of stone and timber. Yes, my lord, Old Fort exclaimed, cherishing this newfound treasure. And Lin pointed to the 10 bags of vibrant wheat seeds emanating a faint vitality within the system's space. These are the cold-resistant, high-yield seeds I exchanged with a mysterious merchant. They are invaluable. You shall personally safeguard them and plant them in the most fertile land we cultivate, establishing a test plot. Strictly adhere to this manual for fertilization management. Seeds bestowed by the divine. Old Fort held the heavy wheat seeds and manual, tears of joy streaming down his face. I pledge my life to fulfill my lord's trust. Within the walls of Blackrock Castle, the garrison troops trained tirelessly. Outside, the iron mining area of rusty territory was alive with the smoke of newly erected furnaces and the incessant clanging of blacksmithing. On the vast expanse of land, farmers, under the guidance of engineering troops, cleared rubble, dug ditches, and built dams. In the test plot, Old Fort carefully sowed the precious wheat seeds as if cradling an infant. The entirety of Blackrock Castle's territory absorbed the newly annexed lands and resources like a colossal sponge, bursting forth with unprecedented vitality. The output from the iron mine was swiftly transformed into an abundance of weapons and armor. The cultivated lands blossomed with the promise of a bountiful harvest. An unending supply of stone and timber was transported back to the castle for reinforcing the walls and erecting new arrow towers. Reputation points surged on the system panel. Stable iron or output 10. Irrigation canal commenced 20. Test plot sowed 50. Citizen hope level increased 100. The threat of war still loomed, yet the foundations of Blackrock Castle were solidifying at an unparalleled pace. Standing atop the newly renovated castle tower, Lin surveyed the bustling scene within the territory, feeling a sense of fulfillment from the rising reputation points, his spirit soaring with ambition. The army of Brawn, let them come. The blade of Blackrock Castle has been sharpened further, and the prosperity and hope taking root in this land shall remain an unshakable cornerstone. At that moment, a lookout sounded the alarm. My lord, Erect's voice was grave. To the northeast, smoke, a massive cloud of dust. Bruon's army is approaching. Their numbers far exceed expectations. Lin's expression hardened, yet a cold, anticipated smile crept upon his lips. Finally, they have arrived. Relay the order. Prepare the troops for battle. Chapter 25, Shatter the Skull. The righteous army of Baron Braun surged forth like a black torrent, engulfing the plains in dust and chaos, heading towards Blackrock Castle with a force of over 2,000 soldiers. Among them, 500 were the renowned corps heavy infantry of Brune, robustly built, clad in heavy leather armor reinforced with iron plates or aged chainmail, wielding massive battle axes or long-handled maces. Their faces bore the fierce and numbed expressions etched by years of struggle in the unforgiving mountains. Following closely were nearly 1,000 conscripts composed of miners and mountain dwellers, poorly equipped and dispirited, driven more by Brune's oppressive might and the allowance for pillaging than by any fervor for battle. The remainder consisted of several hundred light cavalry and archers, tasked with harrying the enemy and pursuing fleeing foes. Brune himself sat astride a particularly mighty black-maned warhorse, adorned with a simple saddle, positioned in the center of his army. He wore ancestral plate armor, marred with dents and signs of repair. His remaining eye smoldering with a flame of brutality and greed. He gazed at the castle that stood starkly against the wasteland. Observing the black rock banner fluttering atop its towers, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin co-star, you thief, you brigand. Today, the Skull Crusher's hammer shall shatter your shell. With your blood, cleanse the shame you brought upon Baron Hark. Repay your sins with your iron mines and everything you possess. Brune's roar echoed like a beast's growl across the ranks, attempting to incite the soldiers' ferocity. On the battlements of Blackrock Castle, Lin surveyed the overwhelming tide of the enemy, his countenance as cold as ice. The system map displayed a multitude of points representing the enemy, resembling a rolling tide of crimson, far exceeding expectations. Yet in his eyes, there was no fear, only a burning will to fight and a chilling calculation. System, confirm the prestige pool. Lin commanded inwardly. Current prestige, 1,950 points. Rusty territory integration and agricultural development ongoing. Excellent. Enough for a grand maneuver. System, summon immediately. Basic infantry, 200. Basic archers, 100. Junior engineers, 20. For rapid battlefield repairs and reinforcements, summoning basic infantry X 200 consumes 2,000 prestige. Summoning basic archers X 100 consumes 1,500 prestige. Summoning junior engineers X 20 consumes 400 prestige. Total prestige consumed 3,900. Current prestige 1950 to 3,900 minus 1950. The system allows minor overdrafts to be repaid swiftly post-battle. Summoning in progress in an instant. The inner square of Blackrock Castle, the walls, and even the open spaces behind the battlements erupted into an unprecedented blinding white light, as if the sun had fallen. 1, 10, 100. A full 300 beams of white light ignited almost simultaneously, illuminating the entire castle as though it were daytime. The sacred, to Blackrock Castle, an awe-inspiring scene left all the defenders within and the garrison below utterly dumbfounded. As the radiance dissipated, 300 fully armed soldiers, their expressions grim and resolute, appeared as if they had descended from the heavens in every corner of the castle. 200 basic infantry bore short swords and round shields, their demeanor as steady as a mountain. 100 archers carried longbows, their gazes sharp as eagles. 20 engineers, laden with toolkits, swiftly and methodically began inspecting critical points of the walls. The forces of Blackrock Castle surged instantly. Original system soldiers 150, garrison 100, newly summoned 200 infantry, 100 archers, and 20 engineers, totaling 570 combatants. Along with the temporarily armed civilian militia, the city's defensive strength was instantly bolstered. Blackrock, after a brief silence, a deafening roar of fervent cheers echoed through the skies. Whether veteran or novice, system soldier or garrison, all were ignited with the most fervent battle spirit by this miraculous arrival. The Lord's might had once again descended. Victory would undoubtedly belong to Blackrock Castle. Erect. Lin's voice rang out amidst the cheers, filled with power. At your command. Erect responded, brimming with excitement. The new 100 archers are under your full command. Assign them to all arrow towers and battlements. Prioritize the distribution of poisoned arrows. I want Brune's heavy infantry to be awash in blood beneath the first wave of arrows. Understood, my lord. Carl, my lord. Carl's voice held a rock-solid determination, his serpent-scale armor glinting coldly in the morning light. You will lead all infantry, original 150 system infantry, newly summoned 200 infantry, and 100 garrison. Hold the walls for me. Roll logs and stones, and don't be stingy with the burning oil barrels. I want the brutes from Skull Crusher Fortress to bash their heads and bleed against these walls. With blood, we shall build our walls. As long as there are people in the castle, Carl roared in response. Lime, Hawk, at your service. The engineers are responsible for fortifying critical points and maintaining equipment. You will take the remaining garrison and armed civilians to transport supplies and assist the wounded. Reinforce wherever necessary. Yes, my lord. The orders flowed like an iron torrent, transforming Blackrock Castle into a finely tuned war fortress, completing the most efficient armament and deployment in an instant. The newly summoned soldiers seamlessly integrated into their positions, exhibiting no delays. On the walls, arrows stood like a forest, their cold gleam flickering. Behind the walls, logs and stones piled high, and barrels of burning oil were arranged neatly. An unprecedented aura, infused with iron will and divine might, surged forth from the castle. Below, Brune's army also witnessed that fleeting yet profoundly shocking white light, as well as the multitude of soldiers that had suddenly appeared both within and outside the walls. An inexplicable wave of panic and unrest spread through the ranks. Illusions. A flicker of doubt crossed Brun's single eye, quickly replaced by fury. It is a trick. That cunning lad's last struggle. Charge. The entire army, charge. The first to scale the walls shall receive 100 gold pieces and be granted knighthood. Annihilate them. The iron mines and everything within the castle shall be ours. Fortune favors the brave. Especially the core mountain heavy infantry of Blanc let out a beastly howl as they charged forward under the officer's command, brandishing makeshift ladders and battering rams like a black tide. Leading the desperate assault on the walls of Blackrock Fortress, the summoned troops followed closely behind, akin to a herd of sheep driven forth. 500 paces, 400 paces, 300 paces. Within range, a roar erupted from the watchtower. Archers. Erect's voice rang out like a drawn sword. Target. Enemy heavy infantry. Poison arrows. 3 volleys. Fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sigh of death descended abruptly. 100 newly summoned, exceptionally trained archers released their bowstrings simultaneously. 100 arrows, shimmering with an eerie azure glow, flew like a deadly swarm, piercing the icy air, accurately raining down upon the leading phalanx of mountain heavy infantry. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, my eyes. Poison. The arrows are poisoned. Help. No. Chapter 26. The assault before the city gates. The chilling and horrific screams instantly erupted among the ranks of heavy infantry. The terrifying power of the poisoned arrows was fully revealed at that moment. Ordinary arrows might only inflict penetrating wounds, but these azure-tipped arrows, upon merely grazing the skin, unleashed a violent neurotoxin and corrosive venom that spread like maggots. Those struck fell to the ground within moments, their faces turning black, frothing at the mouth, convulsing as they collapsed, with their wounds sizzling audibly. The originally disciplined heavy infantry formation was torn apart, like butter seared by a hot iron. Continue. Free fire. Suppress the advancing enemies. Erect commanded calmly. Ordinary arrows rained down like a deluge. Though less lethal than the poisoned arrows, they were sufficient to stall the charge, with soldiers falling with anguished cries. Push forward. Do not stop. Victory lies beyond the rain of arrows. Blanc's officers shouted frantically, striking the hesitant soldiers with the backs of their swords. After suffering heavy losses, at least over 100 heavy infantry and more summoned troops had fallen. Blanc's vanguard finally reached the base of the walls. The ladders were crudely erected, and the soldiers howled as they began to climb. The massive battering ram was thrust violently against the newly reinforced gates by dozens of strong men. Rocks. Karl's voice thundered like a bell, echoing from the battlements. Soldiers, long prepared, immediately overturned the heavy stones piled behind the parapets. The enormous stones, carrying immense force, plummeted down with a howl. Boom. Crack. Ah. The screams and the sound of shattering bones were relentless. Climbing soldiers were knocked down like dumplings, the ladders shattered. The battering ram crew was also caught in the chaos, descending into turmoil. Scalding liquid. Karl's voice was merciless. Scalding, foul-smelling excrement mixed with quicklime cascaded down from the parapets like a waterfall. Splash. Hot. It burns. My eyes. Ah. The area beneath the walls transformed into a hellish nightmare. Soldiers doused in the searing excrement emitted heart-wrenching wails as their skin was instantly burned and charred. Quicklime reacted violently with water, generating intense heat and strong alkalinity, compounding their suffering. The momentum of the assault was thoroughly stifled. Wails filled the ground. Fire oil. Target. The battering ram squad. Seizing the opportunity, Erect commanded. Several jars of fire oil accurately struck the crowded battering ram crew. Fire arrows. Boom. Flames erupted skyward once more. The soldiers pushing the battering ram were instantly engulfed in flames, screaming as they scattered, further escalating the chaos. Damn it! Damn it! Blanc watched from the rear, his eyes bulging with rage. His elite heavy infantry had suffered grievously, their advance firmly halted at the walls. The enemy's defenses were despairingly tight. Arrows, falling rocks, scalding liquid, fire oil, and those accursed poisoned arrows. They came without end. Worthless. All worthless. Blanc was utterly enraged, his single eye aflame. Elite guard. Follow me. With the heart of stone. Smash open the gates. Annihilate them. He suddenly drew forth a pouch, pouring out 2 dark green pills, the heart of stone. Without hesitation, he swallowed both. The dozens of his most elite guardsmen beside him followed suit. Roar. A surge of ferocious energy erupted from Blanc and his guards. Their bodies swelled as if inflated, muscles bulging, and a rich, earthy glow radiated from their skin. The sensation of strength and ferocity multiplied several times. Blong himself resembled a demonic deity, his one remaining eye filled solely with frenzied, murderous intent. For the iron mine. For the gold. Kill! Blong bellowed, dismounting, seizing a massive siege hammer, leading his equally frenzied guards like a runaway iron chariot. Disregarding the rain of arrows above, the weak effect of the heart of stone temporarily withstood ordinary arrows, charging madly toward the gates. The heavy siege hammer, bolstered by their frenzied power, struck the gates with tremendous force. Boom! A sound more ominous and terrifying than any prior crash resounded. The reinforced gates trembled violently, the massive beams behind them groaning under the burden. Cracks appeared prominently on the gate. Not good. The gates cannot hold. The soldiers responsible for the defense cried out in alarm. From the battlements, Lin's gaze sharpened. Blong's desperate struggle was indeed fierce. Carl, open the gates. Prepare for battle. Lin's voice was resolute. Retreating would only mean death. We must strike proactively. Eliminate this sharp spearhead. Blackrock army, follow me and kill. Carl could no longer contain himself. He swiftly swallowed the heart of stone bestowed by Lin. Though it bore significant side effects, he had no other choice at this moment. The ferocious strength flooded his body instantaneously. The muscles beneath his serpentine scales swelled as he hefted the heavy bone axe with one hand. Boom! The gates of Blackrock Fortress burst open from within just before Blong's next impact. Behind the door stood Carl, clad in heavy armor and imbued with the power of the rock heart, ready for battle, along with 200 formidable infantrymen, armed to the teeth, and 100 battle-hardened veterans, their eyes glowing crimson from the same elixir. For Blackrock, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, Carl was the first to burst through the city gates. His bone axe, reminiscent of a serpent, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the hammer-wielding Boran. Clang! Sparks flew as if two mountains collided. The shockwave emanated from the two warriors, sending nearby soldiers flying. Boran, caught off guard by Carl's sudden assault and his equally ferocious strength, felt his arm go numb, nearly losing his grip on the siege hammer. He stared incredulously at the knight clad in black scales. Another rock heart. How do you have it? Enough talk. Die! Carl roared, refusing to respond. His bone axe, wielded with terrifying might, rained down upon Boran like a tempest. Each strike was forceful enough to split mountains. The two titans, both enhanced by the forbidden substance, engaged in a brutal melee at the city gates, akin to two prehistoric beasts locked in a deadly struggle. The axe flashed, and the air rippled, preventing any nearby soldiers from approaching. Simultaneously, the Blackrock infantry surged forth like a ravenous tide, crashing violently into Boran's equally ferocious personal guard. Though the personal guard may have possessed superior individual combat prowess, the sheer number of Blackrock soldiers, coupled with their superior equipment and seamless coordination, overwhelmed them. Particularly, the 100 fierce veterans, undeterred by death, exchanged wounds for wounds, fighting with reckless abandon. Chapter 27, A Glorious Victory. Thud. Hawk's throwing knife struck true, embedding itself in the eye of a personal guard knight. The agony left him momentarily immobilized, and he was swiftly pierced by several Blackrock short swords. Die! Liam shouted, using a shield seized from the enemy to deflect a guard's spear, driving his short sword viciously into the foe's side. The newly summoned infantrymen operated like killing machines, forming groups of 3, with shields raised and short swords stabbing, working in perfect harmony to harvest the lives of the disoriented guards. Though Boran's personal guard was formidable, they were ensnared in a quagmire of overwhelming numbers, superior equipment, cohesive teamwork, and equally frenzied morale, akin to beasts trapped in a mire, swiftly surrounded and slaughtered. Captain, the personal guard cannot hold. A blood-soaked officer screamed as he rushed towards Boran. Boran, entangled with Carl, could not extricate himself. Hearing the officer's cry, he glanced over to see his renowned elite guards falling like wheat before an unending tide of enemies. A chill of despair gripped him. No, Boran bellowed in defiance, attempting to push back Carl for a chance to assist. Your opponent is me, Carl roared, intensifying his assault. The bone axe clung to Boran like a tenacious parasite. Just then, whoosh, a poisoned azure arrow, akin to the whisper of death, shot forth from an arrow slit in the castle wall, piercing the chaotic battlefield and striking the exposed gap in Boran's plate armor at his neck. Ugh! Boran's massive form stiffened. The raging power within him ebbed like a receding tide. Agonizing pain and a terrifying numbness spread from his neck throughout his body. In disbelief, he looked down at the bizarre blue-glowing arrows fletching. Thud! Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Carl unleashed his long-prepared bone axe with earth-shaking force, striking Boran at the junction of his shoulder and neck, where the arrow had slowed him. The sturdy plate armor tore like parchment. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The light in Boran's single eye dimmed swiftly, and his massive body collapsed like a mountain, stirring up clouds of dust. The Lord of Skullcrush finally fell before the iron mine he coveted. The leader is dead. Lord Boran is dead. Run. The personal guard was nearly annihilated. The remaining heavy infantry and conscripts completely broke down. Fear swept through Boran's ranks like a plague. They discarded their gear, crying out for their mothers, fleeing like scattered locusts into the wilderness. Blackrock, pursue. Leave none behind. Carl, leaning on his bone axe, fought against the overwhelming weakness brought on by the rock heart, bellowing in fury. Kill. The morale of the Blackrock army soared, charging like a tiger after the retreating enemy. Once more, the vast plains became a stage for a gruesome massacre. Ding. Defeated the main forces of Baron Boran. Slain the Lord Unit Boran Stonefist. Battle assessment, glorious victory. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Acquired substantial experience points. Carl leveled up. LV6 to LV10. Learn new skill. Frenzied Roar. Temporarily boosts attack power and speed of self and nearby allies. Erect leveled up. LV5 to LV8. Liam and Hawk leveled up. Numerous participating soldiers leveled up. Acquired reputation, 5,000 points. Net increase of 3,050 points after repayment. Loot acquired. Damaged plate armor, excellent. X1, Boran, rock heart, inferior, X5. Approximately 300 gold coins, numerous weapons, armor, and horses to be counted. Unlocked new privileges. Baron-level territory claim core, Skullcrush. Unlocked new blueprint. Medium bastion design. Requires substantial stone and wood. Intermediate engineers. Unlocked special unit. Black Rock heavy infantry. Requires excellent plate armor and chainmail. Basic infantry LV5 or higher. The system's notifications resonated like divine music in Lin's mind, heralding the triumphant song of victory. Reputation surged. Level soared. New blueprints and units unlocked. More importantly, the threat of Skullcrush Fortress has been utterly vanquished, and even its core territory has now opened its gates to Blackrock Fortress. Lin stood atop the battlements, gazing down at the enemy troops fleeing in disarray like frightened dogs, while witnessing the valiant Blackrock soldiers, bathed in blood and exulting in their victory, filling his heart with boundless pride. In this battle, Blackrock Fortress forged an indomitable reputation in the north with iron and blood. The hammer of justice wielded by Baron Bruin was completely shattered by the relentless tide of Blackrock. The justice of Bruin's forces lay in tatters upon the plains, reduced to a mass of corpses and scattered remnants. The gates of Blackrock Fortress swung wide open as Carl led the formidable Blackrock army, a mixed formation of infantry and garrison, charging forth like a tiger unleashed, sweeping towards Bruin's stronghold, Skullcrush Fortress, in the northeast. Villages and outposts along the way fell silent in anticipation. Bruin's rule had already been harsh and tyrannical. Now, with their lord slain and their main forces lost, no one was willing to accompany this tyrant to his grave. Merely 2 days later, the banner of Blackrock was planted atop the grim, rugged towers of Skullcrush Fortress. The garrison offered only token resistance before surrendering under the cold blades of Carl and the Blackrock army. Upon taking control of the fortress, Lin immediately ordered a thorough search of Bruin's private chambers and command room. System scan initiated. Deep search for Bruin's secret documents and communication records. Search completed. Key evidence chain discovered. One encrypted letter, in Orsish from Grom Howl, chieftain of the Bloodclaw tribe. Content: confirmation of Bruin's provision of the kingdom's border patrol routes and weak points. Agreement to open the northeastern pass of Blackrock Fortress on the next Blood Moon night. Allowing elite orc squads to infiltrate, pillage Blackrock Fortress and surrounding villages, with profits split 50-50, and Bruin to provide 100 human slaves. 2 border defense deployment map, partial marked with Bruin's handwritten annotations on the changeover times and outpost vulnerabilities. 3 orc loot ledger, documenting several secret transactions, including the sale of kidnapped kingdom citizens, noted as goods, to orc tribes in exchange for weapons and ore. 4 survivors, 3 battered scouts of the kingdom's border defense captured in the dungeons of Skullcrush Fortress. Upon interrogation, they confirmed they were captured by Bruin while colluding with the orcs, intended to be offered as bargaining chips in the next transaction. 5 hidden treasure, discovery of Bruin's secret stash of gold coins, approximately 5,000 pieces, and unrefined magical crystal raw or weak energy response. x 20 units. The evidence is irrefutable, along with an unexpected fortune. Lin gazed at the evidence laid out by the system, at the 3 scouts who had been tortured beyond recognition, and at the pile of gold and crystals before him, his eyes gleaming with cold determination, quickly replaced by immense joy. Bruin's greed and folly had bestowed upon him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was not merely an excuse for territorial annexation, but a monumental achievement to strike at political adversaries and garner favor with the kingdom. These riches were a timely boon. Chapter 28. Promotion to Baron. Liam. Lin's voice was cold yet tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Immediately organize all the evidence, especially the testimonies of those 3 scouts. They must be recorded in detail, with utmost urgency and in the most conspicuous manner, along with Bruin's severed head, already taken by Carl, the original Orsish letter, and a small portion of the gold as evidence. Dispatch Hawk personally to escort them via the official courier route to the capital. Present them to His Majesty the King, the Chief Minister of the Privy Council, and the Minister of Military Affairs. Accuse Bruin Stonefist of treasonous collusion with the enemy, harming kingdom soldiers, and trafficking citizens into slavery. His crimes are unforgivable, and I beseech the kingdom to show compassion towards the North's dire situation by allocating part of the spoils for the reconstruction of defenses. Understood. I shall ensure the capital is shaken. Liam, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, immediately set off. In the capital, Gold Lion City, the atmosphere in the Privy Council chamber was as tense as the stillness before a storm. Seated around the elongated obsidian conference table were the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Augustine, the Chief Minister of the Privy Council, with his white hair and deep-set eyes. Raymond, the Minister of Military Affairs, bearing the insignia of a marshal, and Cardinal Ignatius, representing the Church's interests, his expression one of solemn compassion. The throne remained vacant, for the aging king rarely attended in person anymore. On the table lay Bruin's severed head, its single eye wide open with horror and defiance, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Beside it was the letter written in crude Orsish, the border defense deployment map, a copy of the ledger, the tearful testimonies of the 3 scouts, and a small chest of gleaming gold coins, silently bearing witness to Bruin's avarice. The evidence was indisputable. Minister of Military Affairs Raymond was the first to break the silence, his voice grating like steel on steel, laced with repressed fury. Bruin Stonefist, the Baron of the kingdom, has committed acts of treason and collusion with the enemy, harming fellow soldiers and trafficking citizens into slavery. His crimes warrant execution. The Skullcrush lineage must be stripped of its title, and the territory reclaimed by the crown. His hidden wealth must be confiscated for the royal treasury. Confiscate. The Minister of Finance, Varian, an ally of Roderick, immediately countered, his gaze sweeping over the chest of coins. What Marshal Raymond states is indeed correct. Bruin's sins are profound, and his wealth should rightfully belong to the public. However, Baron Lin of the North, while revealing this great evil, has also instigated conflict and annexed territories, including rusty lands, which is a fact. The laws of the kingdom must be clear regarding merits and demerits. The spoils of war, referring to the chest of coins, should be submitted to set a precedent. As for the territory of Skullcrush Fortress, I propose it be directly governed by the crown, while the rusty lands be entrusted to Count Roderick of Golden Valley. Absurd. Marshal Raymond glared in anger. Were it not for Baron Lin's thunderous strike, the orcs would have ravaged the north long ago. He has salvaged the kingdom's dignity and countless lives in the north. What is a mere 1,000 gold coins? They think there are only these worth. Bruin's hidden wealth far exceeds this amount. Lin has pocketed most of it. Baron Lin has already stated in his report that the spoils are primarily for the reconstruction of border defenses. This is for the common good. I propose promoting him to Baron, unifying Bruin's and Rusty lands, and assigning him the responsibility of North's defense. The wealth captured shall be utilized for this purpose. The North, being barren, indeed requires a powerful lord to guard it. Cardinal Ignatius nodded, acknowledging Baron Lin's triumph over a stronger adversary. Recognizing both his capabilities and his elite forces, the kingdom was in a tumultuous period, hinting at the looming orc threat, necessitating exceptional measures to secure the borders. As for wealth, its allocation towards defense was entirely justifiable. The aging fingers of Chief Minister Augustine lightly tapped the table, his profound gaze sweeping across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Varian and the chest of gold coins. The evidence against Blonde Stonefist for treason was irrefutable. All titles and honors were to be stripped, with the lineage of Skullcrush Fortress forever barred from recognition. His territories, along with Rusty Vale, were to be bequeathed as a reward to the loyal Lin Costa, who would inherit them in their entirety. He paused, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Costa is hereby elevated to the rank of Viscount. Title: Guardian of the North. Bestowed with the Blackrock family crest, a crossed ice blade on a black boulder, symbolizing resilience and protection. Fully responsible for the military and administrative affairs of the former Blonde Viscountcy in Rusty Vale. He turned to Raymond, Minister of Military Affairs. Confirmed that the seized gold coins, referring to the reported 1,000, are to be allocated for the reconstruction of northern defenses, exempt from taxation. Furthermore, the Treasury will allocate 500 golden lions to assist in troop reorganization. Varian's face turned ashen, yet he dared not contest further. The chief had not only overlooked Lin's annexation and concealment, but had also granted additional funding. The favoritism was glaringly evident. Augustine's gaze finally settled on Varian. The Golden Valley Trading Company has accused the Blackrock territory of breaching contract and has detained their assets. This is a commercial dispute. The kingdom has no intention of intervening. The company may seek arbitration under the trade agreement or resolve the matter independently. However, I must caution the company that the defense of the North is crucial to the kingdom's security, and any attempts to undermine the Guardian's duties will be regarded as a provocation against the realm. He emphasized the terms undermine duties and provocation against the kingdom. Varian could only bow his head in reluctant acquiescence. I shall comply with the chief's orders. Blackrock Fortress, or rather, now to be referred to as Blackrock Territory, Viscount's Castle. Lin gazed at the parchment appointment, sealed with the Royal Privy Council's wax and delivered by Hawk at full gallop. Adorned with the golden seal ring engraved with the Blackrock ice blade crest and the military minister's document of authorized defense funding, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Royal appointment confirmed. Host Lin Costa officially granted the title of Viscount. Title: Guardian of the North. Legal territorial claims acquired. Former Blonde Viscountcy, Skullcrush Fortress and its affiliates, Rusty Vale Barony. Territorial resource consolidation completed. Acquired a large iron mine, Baron. Requires upgrading, X1. Significantly increased arable land. Significantly increased sparse woodlands. Acquired 2 small quarries. Acquired a small gold mine, abandoned, requires exploration, X1. Clues found within Blonde territory. Acquired 20 units of magical crystal or weak energy. Kingdom authorized defense funding. 500 golden lions deposited. Reputation settlement. Exceeded hidden mission of exposing treason, eliminating border threats, 7,000 reputation. Successfully integrated 2 major territories, establishing a foundation for the North, 2,000 reputation. Received formal kingdom recognition, promoted to Viscount. Influence skyrocketed, 1,000 reputation. Total reputation gained, 10,000 points. Current reputation, 10,000 points. Unlocked new privileges. Intermediate Lord System functionality. Unlocked new buildings. Intermediate blacksmith, capable of forging superior equipment. Large barracks, significantly enhances soldier training efficiency and capacity. Basic Magical Academy, requires magical crystals for operation. Initiates fundamental magical research and enchantments. Unlocked new troop type. Northern Ice Blade Rangers, require quality warhorses, light armor, cold resistance enchantment. Chapter 29, Comprehensive Development, unlocked special ability. Lord's Aura, basic. Passive enhancement of work efficiency, morale, and loyalty of all units, soldiers, craftsmen, farmers, within the territory by 5. Range, entirety of Blackrock territory. Unlocked stable income. Territory prosperity rewards. Due to successful elevation to Viscount, integration, and effective management of 2 major territories, territorial scale, population, and resource output have significantly increased, achieving unprecedented territory prosperity. Received stable reward. Daily reputation automatically increases by 300 points. This yield will grow as the territory continues to develop. 10,000 reputation. Magical crystals. Basic Magical Academy. Lord's Aura. Substantial gold. Most importantly, a stable daily income of 300 reputation. This was akin to installing an unceasing reputation engine within the war machine of Blackrock territory. The generous system rewards surged forth like a tidal wave. Lin felt his heart racing with excitement at this immense fortune. The potential of Blackrock territory was instantaneously elevated to an entirely new dimension. The accumulated reputation would provide him with an unending source of confidence. Congratulations, my lord. Hail to the Guardian of the North. Corps members such as Lime, Carl, and Erect knelt on one knee, their voices trembling with exhilaration. From a destitute baron to a powerful viscount commanding 2 territories, wielding vast resources and enjoying a steady influx of reputation. This was an extraordinary achievement in mere months. Lin donned the signet ring, feeling the weight of power and responsibility, along with the formidable strength and stability bestowed by the system. He gazed northward, beyond the desolate mountains, to the harsh lands occupied by orcs. As the guardian of the north, a daily influx of 300 reputation was splendid. Lin's eyes burned with an unprecedented sharpness and confidence. "Carl, at your service." Carl's voice resonated like a bell. "Immediately commence recruiting and training Blackrock heavy infantry. Use the finest iron. Let the construction of the intermediate blacksmith commence at once. I desire a torn of steel." "Yes, my lord." "Erect, select the most exceptional riders. Form the Northern Ice Blade Rangers. Provide them with the best horses. The Magical Academy should prioritize research on cold resistance enchantments. I want their hooves to tread upon every inch of the snowy expanse of the north." "Understood." "Lime, take full control of the affairs of both territories. Once the gold is in place, recruit the refugees. Cultivate the barren lands. Repair the irrigation systems. The basic Magical Academy should be located on the hillside behind the castle. Commence work immediately. As spring approaches, I eagerly anticipate witnessing the laying of the cornerstone of the first Mage Tower. The roads must connect the entirety of the realm. The higher our prosperity, the greater our daily prestige shall be. My subordinates have received their orders. The entire Blackrock territory ignites like a rocket, launching into motion with unprecedented speed. Gold flows like a river into various sectors. The iron mines blaze with fire. New large barracks rise from the ground. The scale of land reclamation has multiplied several times, and the main roads that traverse the territory begin to be planned and extended. Furthermore, a grandly conceived magical academy, shrouded in mystery, is set to break ground. The faint glow of the Lord's aura seems to envelop the entire territory, enhancing everyone's efficiency. With a stable daily increase of 300 prestige, akin to a flowing spring, Lin is filled with confidence about the future. However, amidst this fiery prosperity, a cold front from the south arrives as expected. The Golden Valley Trading Company branch in Stone Creek Town has posted a conspicuous notice. Henceforth, the Golden Valley Trading Company and all affiliated merchants will terminate all commercial dealings with the Blackrock territory, formerly Blackrock Fortress. They will cease to purchase any goods, including but not limited to moonlight moss, ironware, and agricultural products. They will stop selling any supplies to them, including food, salt, cloth, tools, and weapon parts. This ban will remain in effect until the Blackrock territory provides satisfactory compensation and an apology for its breach of contract and damage to the company's reputation. The elite guard of the Golden Valley, subtly reminiscent of Lord Roderick's private soldiers, tightly controls the trade route leading from Stone Creek to Blackrock. Count Roderick's commercial sanctions tighten like a cold noose around the neck of the newly appointed Guardian of the North. Yet this time, the noose ensnares a dragon with limitless growth potential, one that continuously draws strength. Blockade? Sanction? Lin stands beside the soon-to-be-completed foundation of the Magical Academy, gazing at the copy of the trading company's notice in his hand, then looks toward the castle's experimental fields, where high-quality winter wheat stands proudly against the early winter winds, its ears full and robust. A cold, disdainful smile curls at the corners of his mouth as his fingers unconsciously caress the signet ring that symbolizes his noble power. "Old Fort, the old servant is here. Will our winter wheat suffice?" "My lord, a miracle. Based on the seeds and fertilizers you provided, a bountiful harvest is on the horizon. As long as we endure the cold front, the yield will be at least 5 times that of ordinary wheat. With the newly cultivated land comes spring. Our granaries will overflow. Salt. We have just discovered several rock salt veins. Cloth. Many women among the refugees can weave. Tools and weapons. We have iron mines, blacksmiths, and a magical academy." Old Fort's confidence soared as he counted off on his fingers. "Their blockade? Let them try. The Blackrock territory can sustain itself and thrive even better." "Excellent." A gleam of wisdom and ambition sparkles in Lin's eyes. "Issue a decree. All farms in the territory shall fully promote this wheat variety for the spring planting next year. Strictly apply fertilizers according to the manual. Once the roads are connected, encourage exchanges among villages and towns. I want the foundation of the Blackrock territory to be as steadfast as the daily increase in prestige, enduring and everlasting." As for the blockade by Golden Valley, Lin's gaze turns southward, seemingly penetrating mountains and rivers, directly confronting Count Roderick's castle. "Do you think severing the trade route will choke the dragon's throat? Soon, you shall discover that your proud commercial empire is but a fragile construct before the might of Blackrock's magic, steel, and the inexhaustible prestige." He opens his palm to reveal a translucent crystal, seemingly flowing with liquid within. A pale purple gem, moonlight moss essence raw stone, that refracts a splendid light under the sun. In the other hand, he plays with a freshly mined magical crystal ore, emitting a faint blue glow. The Magical Academy's moonlight moss essence increases by 300 prestige daily, and with this substantial initial funding, Lin's smile is both perilous and enchanting. Count Roderick, your noose shall become my ladder to ascend to greater heights. Mr. Franklin, it seems our discussion must be expedited. With 10,000 prestige in hand and a stable daily increase of 300, he possesses infinite possibilities to reshape the continent's landscape. Magical research, enchanted equipment, and more formidable troops, Golden Valley sanctions, in the face of absolute power, self-sufficiency, and ceaseless prestige, are destined to be a farcical spectacle. Chapter 30, Development Summary, Part 1. The frigid winds of winter have ravaged the northern wasteland for a full 3 months. Snow blankets the mountains and freezes the rivers. Yet it cannot stifle the vitality and vigor surging forth from the land of the Blackrock territory. For months after the integration of Blackrock, deep winter has set in. Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Fortress, the rear mountains, and the primary magical academy. After 3 months of construction, this sanctuary of Lin's ambitions has finally taken shape. The main structure, built from massive blocks of bluestone, features simple yet sturdy lines, with a thick waterproof felt covering the roof, waiting for tiles to be laid in spring. Deep within the foundation, 20 clusters of magical crystals emitting a faint blue light, the legacy of Blanc, form the foundational energy array. In the depths of the academy, within the elemental observation room, the temperature remains consistently below freezing. On the walls, the ice-binding runes, painstakingly completed over nearly a month by Orlando, the runemancer summoned by the system, and several apprentices who have just learned to draw basic runes, radiate a gentle cold light. At the center of the experimental table, a small drop of viscous liquid, as thick as mercury and emanating a soft, pale purple glow, hovers within a uniquely crafted crucible made from moonlight crystal, exchanged for 1,000 prestige. Orlando, dressed in a thick fur robe, his beard and eyebrows frosted white. Yet his murky old eyes sparkle with unprecedented excitement. My lord, it's done. Following the secret method you bestowed. After a full 10 days of low-temperature condensation and mental guidance, this raw stone has finally been purified. Although it is but a small drop, the purity of its life essence is simply astonishing. It is at least 10 times stronger than the so-called essence from the trading company. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that his voice trembled. After 3 months of relentless dedication and countless failures, he finally reaped the rewards at this moment. Lin gazed into the cauldron, where a drop of exquisite liquid shimmered. The system notification appeared clearly. Successful refinement. High-purity moonlight moss essence. Beginner. X1 unit. Purity, 72, far exceeding the market's circulating products with a purity of 40 to 50. Effect, strong life recovery, energy replenishment, and a slight promotion of plant growth. Dilution required. Reputation cost, 500 accelerated analysis, 1,000 cauldron, 500 rune pattern, continuous maintenance, 2,200 points. Rewards. Unlock the Moonlight Moss Essence Application Research Branch, Pharmacology, Enchantment, Agriculture. Reputation 1,000, Breakthrough Achievement. Although the investment was substantial, the significance of this first drop of high-purity essence belonging to the Blackrock territory far surpassed its intrinsic value. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Orlando. Record all data and summarize the experience. Next, attempt a slight dilution and test its effects on plant growth. Yes, my lord. I shall exert my utmost effort. Orlando felt as though his career as a wizard had entered a second spring in his twilight years. In Blackrock City, the North City District, a large barracks stood proud. After 4 months of rigorous training, the shouts from this land resonated with a steely resonance. In the infantry training area, Carl stood like a rock. Before him, 100 Blackrock heavy infantry had begun to take shape like an iron wall. Their finely crafted armor, made by a mid-level blacksmith over 2 months, reflected a cold, hard light under the sparse winter sun. With their elongated and thickened Blackrock war halberds, they thrust in unison at the command, steady and powerful, their feet pounding the frozen ground with a muffled roar. Change formation. Shield wall. Hold. Carl bellowed. Huzzah! The 100-man formation transformed like a precision machine, instantly shifting from a horizontal formation to a protruding assault formation, simultaneously slamming their large shields to the ground, producing a deafening sound. 3 months of foundational formation training, a month of practical combat drills, sweat, blood from training injuries. and Carl's iron-fisted methods had finally forged these men into true war machines. Completion, 70. In the cavalry training area, dust still swirled, the water-soaked, hardened ground trampled repeatedly. Erect rode his beloved black steed, Night Shadow, with 50 sturdy northern horses bearing the Iceblade Rangers behind him, clad in light leather armor lined with thick fur. They carried longbows and curved sabers. Target. Moving target ahead. 3 rounds of fire. Cover. Erect commanded sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew from the bowstrings, tracing arcs through the air. Although the landing points still showed some dispersion, they could now form an effective coverage area. 3 months of archery and horseback riding training had allowed them to maneuver on horseback with the ease of walking, significantly enhancing their stability in shooting. Completion, 60. Research on cold-resistant enchantments had been initiated at the Magic Academy, awaiting the arrival of key materials. In the southern suburbs of Blackrock City, vast experimental fields and newly cultivated areas lay sprawling. The biting cold wind still pierced through, yet beneath the thick grass mats, the miracle of life was tenaciously taking shape. Old Fort wrapped himself in a thick cotton coat, his face red from the cold, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He cautiously lifted a corner of the grass mat, revealing golden wheat ears beneath. The grains were so plump they seemed ready to burst their skins, swaying gently in the cold wind. A miracle. Truly a miracle. Old Fort's voice trembled as he produced a brittle record book, frozen from the cold. For whole months. From sowing in early winter, enduring 3 blizzards. And with the Lord's secret fertilization methods, look at this growth. Come spring, the harvest will yield no less than 800 pounds per acre. He pointed to the densely packed records and data charts in his book. Out of the newly reclaimed 12,000 acres, 7,000 acres had already been sown. The irrigation channels connected the main agricultural areas, and the compost yard worked tirelessly day and night. By spring's thaw, the remaining 5,000 acres would also be timely sown. In Blackrock City, the blacksmith workshop area and road construction sites, the clanging sounds formed the eternal background music of Blackrock City. The tall chimney of the mid-level blacksmith workshop spewed black smoke day and night, while Tom and his apprentices worked like tireless machines. In 3 months, they not only fulfilled the military's re-equipment needs, heavy infantry armor, cavalry gear, but also began forging massive iron plates and components for the Bastion project. In a corner of the workshop, the rune apprentices had become increasingly adept at etching ice-type runes. Although their magical energy was weak, they could now stably provide low-temperature quenching assistance for certain forging molds, significantly enhancing weapon toughness. Outside the workshop area, a wide-rammed earth road had taken shape, extending southward. This was the result of the LEM organization mobilizing the displaced and auxiliary labor from the garrison, utilizing the entire winter's agricultural downtime for segmented construction. Although not yet fully connected across the territory, the main road linking key resource points, iron mines, quarries, major farms, to Blackrock City had been opened, greatly improving the efficiency of material transport. In the Lord's study, Lin set down the 4th monthly report of the Blackrock territory compiled by LEM, which clearly documented the territory's developments over 4 months. Food reserves. Winter wheat growth is excellent. Estimated total yield exceeding expectations by 70% of newly reclaimed land has been sown. Iron mine output. New mine stable operation. Daily output increased by 30. Adequate reserves of refined iron ingots. Stone and timber. Current construction needs met. Quarry and forest continue to be harvested. Population of displaced persons. New resettlement of displaced persons completed. Total population surpassing 8,000. With 7 new villages established. Military training. Heavy infantry, 70. Iceblade Rangers, 60. Training progressing as planned. Magical research. Successful refinement of moonlight moss essence. Beginner. Application research initiated. Cold pool cave renovation completed, becoming a stable low-temperature laboratory. Road construction. Main road connecting key resource points completed, secondary roads in planning. He directed his gaze towards the final page of the briefing, where a recent confidential report from Stone Creek Town lay. The blockade of Golden Valley's Merchant Association had persisted for 4 months. The effect, the trade of ironware from Blackrock territory and Moonlight Moss had been interrupted, though internal demand remained robust, limiting the impact. The importation of salt, textiles, and certain tool accessories faced obstructions. However, a newly discovered rock salt mine had commenced small-scale extraction, and weavers among the displaced had organized production, allowing blacksmiths to self-manufacture most tools. The association itself suffered losses, unable to procure high-quality ironware and potential sources of moonlight moss from Blackrock territory. The profits of the Stone Creek branch plummeted by 30%. The chain reaction: small businesses in Stone Creek, particularly 3-grain merchants, were unable to sell goods, especially the 4-month-old stale grain, to BlackRock territory due to the Golden Valley's ban, resulting in a strained cash flow and widespread discontent. The owner of the grocery store's oak barrel privately expressed a willingness to sell the stale grain at cost to regain liquidity. Lin's fingers lightly tapped on the table, a subtle smile curving his lips, embodying the control he wielded over the situation. For months of accumulation had not tightened the noose of Golden Valley. Rather, it had fortified the very sinews of BlackRock territory. The accumulation of prestige had reached a staggering figure. Rhyme, his subordinate, immediately approached him. "How much stale grain from our ordinary wheat stocks remains?" "My lord, as per your instructions, we have only preserved enough seeds and minimum emergency reserves. Approximately 800 bushels of stale grain have been stockpiled." "Excellent," Lin nodded. "You mentioned that the 3-grain merchants in Stone Creek have a combined total of stale grain. What is that figure?" "According to the confidential report, at least 1,500 bushels. Stored for 4 months, the quality has deteriorated and is on the verge of becoming unsellable. Send the most astute and reliable individuals to discreetly engage these 3-grain merchants. Inform them that the Northern Trade Association of BlackRock territory is willing to purchase all their stale grain at a fair price of 70% of the market value. However, it must be swift and clandestine, with a single delivery and cash payment, utilizing the non-standard gold and silver coins we have seized." Lin's smile bore a hint of cunning. "Remember, only stale grain is to be accepted. This will aid them in alleviating their burdens." Rhyme's eyes sparkled with realization. "A brilliant plan, my lord. We will acquire their burdens at what they perceive as a high price, which is, in reality, significantly lower than the pre-blockade market price, and they will be grateful. We will deplete useless stale grain while winning the favor of merchants in desperate need of circulating funds. Moreover, cash payment leaves no trace." Additionally, Lin took up the noble token and handed it to Rhyme, issuing a formal invitation to the president of the Stone Creek Merchant Association, as well as the owners of the 3-grain merchants, 2 textile merchants, and the Oak Barrel Grocery Store, in the name of the Northern Guardian. Baron Lin Costa of BlackRock. Time: after the first rain of early spring. Location: the headquarters of the Northern Trade Association in BlackRock City, undergoing renovations. Subject: to discuss the prosperity of Northern commerce and to sample the new specialties of BlackRock territory. He emphasized both formality and specialties. Sampling specialties? Rhyme understood the underlying implication. It was time to showcase strength and allure. "Understood. I will ensure the invitations are delivered to their desks." With that, Rhyme set forth. In the study, Lin approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the newly installed stained glass, a luxury, but he was unfazed by the prestige cost. Outside, the breath of early spring had begun to stir amid the biting cold winds. Within the Magic Academy, Orlando was likely engaged in diluting that precious essence. In the barracks, Carl's roars intertwined with the clattering of armored soldiers. Beneath the snow-covered experimental fields, golden wheat ears quietly gathered strength. In the workshop district, the sound of hammers and the faint glow of runes resonated day and night. The newly constructed village produced curling smoke, and the newly paved roads extended like lifeblood. For months of dormancy and construction had transformed BlackRock territory into a seed buried deep underground, enduring the harsh winter while amassing tremendous strength. The ocean of prestige was unfathomable. The mysteries of magic coursed through his fingertips, and the torrent of steel had begun to take shape. A bountiful harvest was on the brink of unfolding. And as for the noose of Golden Valley, before this vibrant vitality nourished by sweat, steel, magic, and time, its impending fracture seemed almost audible. The first rain of early spring would wash away the winter's dust and usher in a new chapter for BlackRock territory. Chapter 31. Development Summary, Part 2. The tail end of winter dragged its final icy mark across the northern wasteland, yet BlackRock City, both within and without, had long been enveloped in an almost boiling fervor. There remained some time before the first rain of early spring and the grand opening day of the Northern Trade Association, set by Lin, which was a full 3 weeks away. However, these 3 weeks would fuel the precise war machine of BlackRock territory to its fullest capacity, racing forward with unyielding determination. In BlackRock City, the Back Mountain Magic Academy's elemental laboratory, a drop of exquisite lavender essence was painstakingly divided into 10 smaller droplets, each placed into distinct crystal dishes. Orlando's eyes were sunken, yet his spirit soared with excitement. He directed several of the most promising apprentices to apply the diluted essence according to the ratios and growth acceleration hypotheses provided by Lin. dropping the solutions onto specially cultivated frost-resistant seedlings at various stages of growth. Record: Dish 1, dilution ratio 1, 1000. Drip. Dish 2, 1, 2000. Drip. Control group 3. Pure water. The apprentices held their breath, moving deftly. As the nearly transparent, diluted liquid touched the tender leaves of the seedlings, a barely perceptible lavender glimmer flickered and vanished. Hurry. Observe. Record all changes. Orlando's voice was hoarse. Time passed. 1 hour, 2 hours. It's moving. It's moving, an apprentice exclaimed, pointing at the seedlings in the control group 3. They seem a bit greener than before. Natural growth, not so? Look at Dish 1. Another apprentice's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens. It's new shoots. Just moments ago they were tender buds, and now they are unfurling. The leaf veins are more distinct. Growth speed has at least tripled. His voice quivered with excitement. Orlando lunged towards the crystal dish, his murky old eyes fixated on the seedling nourished with a 1,000 dilution solution. Indeed, the tender new leaves unfurled within a mere 2 hours, achieving what typically required a full day. The greenery of the leaves deepened, brimming with vitality. A miraculous boon granted by the Lord of Miracles. Orlando trembled with excitement, neglecting his composure. Quickly, document the data. Record every detail of the changes. Illustrate the growth chart. The dilution ratio of 1,000 shows preliminary efficacy. The acceleration effect is approximately thrice the normal rate. No visible side effects. He envisioned countless possibilities for shortening crop growth cycles, achieving 2 harvests a year in the frigid north, even improving more plants. Confirmation of growth enhancement effect of moonlight moss essence dilution, 1,000, on cold-resistant seedlings. Acceleration rate, 300. Unlocking new application branch. Efficient ecological agriculture. Reputation, 500. Breakthrough application discovery. The news reached the Lord's study post-haste. Lin gazed at the freshly inked experimental records and a draft filled with exclamation marks sent by Orlando, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Although it was merely a seedling, the results were astonishing. If replicated in crops, even with half the effect, the grain supply of Blackrock territory would no longer be an issue, potentially becoming a strategic asset. Orlando. Lin immediately issued orders to commence small-scale wheat seedling trials, using the lowest ratio, starting from 5,000. Strictly confidential. Have Old Fort secretly provide the required wheat seedlings from the outermost areas of the experimental fields. In Blackrock City, at the North City Barracks, in the expansive training ground, the snow had been deliberately cleared to reveal a patch of frozen, hard black earth. Carl, clad in serpent-scale armor and wielding a bone axe, stood like a dark war god at the center of the training ground. Before him, 100 heavily armored Blackrock infantrymen formed a precise square formation, their iron armor imposing, their battle halberds standing like a forest. 3 months of sweat. 4.5 months of blood. Carl's voice thundered like rolling thunder, resonating across the vast training ground. Today, let you novices witness what a true battlefield meat grinder looks like. He waved his hand fiercely, simulating the enemy. Charge. At the opposite end of the training ground, the gate swung open. 50 soldiers donned in heavy leather armor, wielding thick wooden sticks wrapped in cotton to prevent lethal injury, and rudimentary wooden shields, roared as they charged forward. They were the strongest veterans selected from the garrison, mimicking the ferocity of orc infantry. To enhance realism, they had even strapped rough, hard wooden pieces resembling orc bone plates over their leather armor. Pierce. Smash. Carl bellowed. Kill. The 100 heavy infantrymen roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The entire formation instantly morphed into a sharp triangle, reminiscent of a colossal steel battering ram, crashing fiercely into the enemy. Boom! A thunderous sound accompanied by flying wood chips and muffled cries. The foremost heavy infantrymen braced themselves with their tower shields against the impact of the wooden sticks, their formation unwavering. Following closely, the soldiers thrust their halberds through the gaps in the shields. Though wrapped in cotton, the tremendous force still inflicted sharp pain on the stout men playing the enemy, causing them to stagger back. The hard wooden pieces strapped over the leather armor cracked under the piercing of the fine iron halberds. Advance. Crush. Carl commanded once more. The formation moved like a precise killing machine, marching in heavy, synchronized steps, shields at the forefront, halberds thrusting in rotation, steadfast against the chaotic charge of the enemy. Steadily pushing forward. Wherever they passed, the enemy fell like harvested wheat. Although it was merely a simulation, the overwhelming pressure akin to a steel deluge and the indomitable momentum left the observing recruits and craftsmen breathless. Stop. As Carl saw the enemy scatter, he called for a halt. The training ground was strewn with the fallen enemy, while the heavy infantry formation remained intact, save for a few who were slightly dazed from the wooden sticks. Do you see? Carl surveyed his soldiers, his gaze electric. This is heavy infantry. This is the wall of steel. After spring, the orc charged with their bone armor will be fiercer than these wooden sticks. Their bone armor will be tougher than these wooden pieces. But your shields, your armor, your halberds will be harder, stronger. Tell me, are you afraid? No. 100 voices roared, shaking the clouds. Their morale soared. The completion rate surged to 85 at that moment. Meanwhile, in the cavalry training area, Erect was conducting the final combat simulation drills. 50 Frostblade Rangers split into 2 teams, racing through a simulated wasteland obstacle course, snow mounds, wooden stakes, executing high-speed maneuvers, encircling, shooting arrows that sliced through the air, the sound of hooves crunching snow. Although there were still mistakes, the sharpness and sense of speed in their maneuvers had begun to take on the form of the North's keen blade. Outside the southern gate of Blackrock City, at the end of the main thoroughfare, the meticulously packed earth road, forged by the sweat and blood of refugees and soldiers throughout the winter, stretched like a gray dragon. Finally reaching its designated endpoint at the edge of the newly constructed vast square outside the southern gate of Blackrock City, Lime stood at the road's end, watching as the last load of gravel was compacted, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. It's done. Finally completed. He exhaled a long breath. This lifeline connecting the iron mine, quarry, main farms, and Blackrock City had finished 3 days ahead of schedule. This meant that resources could flow more smoothly to the core area, providing a solid foundation for the upcoming trade fair and long-term development. On the other side of the square, a vast, robust yet elegantly practical 3-story stone and wood mixed building had been topped off. With craftsmen bustling about on interior renovations and exterior decorations, the headquarters of the Northern Trading Company. A massive sign was covered with red cloth, awaiting the unveiling at the rain meeting. In the Lord's study of Blackrock City, Lin laid out the latest territory summary report and reputation panel before him. Territorial development, final sprint 3 weeks before trade exhibition. Agriculture, the Orlando secret wheat seedling trial has commenced, limited scope. The winter wheat in the experimental field is entering its final maturation period, thriving remarkably. All new land has been fully sown. Military, heavy infantry live-fire exercises have been successfully conducted, 85. The Ice Edge Rangers combat training has been completed, 70. Construction, the main thoroughfare is now open. The headquarters of the Northern Trade Company has been completed, interior decoration 60. Magic, the growth-promoting effect of moonlight moss essence has been confirmed, seedlings. And the wheat seedling trial is ongoing. My lord, Lime entered briskly, presenting a list and several letters. There has been a response from Stone Creek Town. 3 grain merchants have secretly completed their transactions, accumulating a total of 1,800 stones of stored grain. They are exceedingly grateful and have expressed that the first rains gathering will surely come. The owners of the Oak Barrel grocery store and 2 cloth merchants also privately conveyed their deep honor regarding your invitation. However, Lime paused, lowering his voice. The response from President Gordon of the Chamber of Commerce was courteous, yet ambiguous, stating only that he might attend if time permits. Furthermore, the manager of the Golden Valley Chambers branch in Stone Creek Town has been frequently visiting President Gordon's residence in recent days. Lin took the response, glanced over it, and a slight cold smile crept across his lips. This old fox, Gordon, desires neither to offend Golden Valley nor to relinquish potential profits. Hoping to straddle the fence and observe? No matter. He tossed the response onto the table. As long as those small to medium merchants can attend, it suffices. Gordon? He shall certainly regret this. His gaze drifted to the window, his voice laden with confidence, as if commanding all. Lime, attend to 2 more matters. First, select 10 of the finest black rock battle blades and 10 sets of the best leather armor from our inventory of exquisite weapons, and package them in the finest wooden cases. In the name of the Northern Guardian, the Black Rock Viscount Lin Costa, present them to the commander of the Stone Creek Town garrison, the sheriff, and the newly assigned, reportedly upright deputy commander of the city defense forces. Remember, these are private gifts to express our gratitude for maintaining local security and ensuring smooth trade routes. Lime's eyes sparkled with realization. Excellent. This not only cultivates relationships with influential figures, preventing them from being swayed or obstructed by Golden Valley, but also showcases our superior equipment. Once they receive the gifts, they will at least refrain from overtly aiding Golden Valley in their schemes. Secondly, Lin's eyes glinted with cold determination. Have Hawk personally deliver a portion of our purified, high-purity moonlight moss essence, 1/10 of a small vial. encased in the most exquisite amethyst bottle. Accompany it with a certificate of high-purity life essence, issued by Orlando and bearing the emblem of the Magic Academy. Then, with a hint of mischief in his voice, devise a way to inadvertently reveal this vial at the most bustling tavern in Stone Creek town, preferably catching the attention of a few elderly nobles particularly interested in longevity and health preservation. Remember, it must be done discreetly and with an air of mystery. Lime inhaled sharply, then broke into an understanding smile. Understood. The allure of high purity and longevity will surely unsettle those old fellows. Golden Valley's blockade? In the face of true treasures, it may not deter certain individuals. Go. Lin waved his hand, aware that time was of the essence. The exhibition items within the company must be meticulously refined, especially the display of those local specialties, requiring contributions from Tom and Orlando. Yes, my lord. Lime acknowledged and hurriedly departed. The study returned to silence. Lin approached the grand glass window, gazing outside. From the direction of the barracks, the distant sounds of soldiers training echoed faintly. Towards the rear mountain, feeble magical fluctuations seemed to gather. Beyond the southern city limits, shadows flitted across the scaffolding of the company headquarters. Further away, the experimental fields, blanketed in deep snow, lay serene. Only Lin knew the astonishing vitality and secrets concealed beneath that snow. The first rain of early spring had yet to fall. Yet the blade of black rock was already sharpened, the mysteries of magic blossoming at his fingertips, and a bountiful tapestry brewed beneath the snow. The ocean of prestige unfathomably deep. Golden Valley's blockade appeared tight, yet unbeknownst to them, several fissures had begun to form. The undercurrents in Stone Creek town, fueled by grain transactions, weapon gifts, and the imminent inadvertent revelation of longevity treasures, were quietly stirring, coalescing into a torrent poised to breach its dam. 3 days later, the first snowfall of early spring fell unbidden. The pristine snowflakes blanketed the rooftops and roads of Black Rock City, adorning the powerful city with a tranquil veil. Lin stood at the window, watching the snow swirl, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cold contours of the Viscount's signet ring. The snow fell silently, yet he seemed to hear the roaring tumult beneath the ice. A cold smile curved his lips. Snow, after all, must melt. Chapter 32. Iron hooves crushed the blood wolves. Though winter had passed, the biting winds of the northern wilderness remained relentless. In the Lord's study of Black Rock City, the fire blazed brightly. Yet it could not dispel the gravity etched upon Lin's brow. Before him lay several confidential reports and a meticulously marked map of the northern territories. My lord. The latest confidential report from Stone Creek town. Lime respectfully presented a piece of parchment. The blockade by Golden Valley has grown increasingly stringent. Of the 3 small merchant caravans we dispatched to procure salt and cloth from Stone Creek, 2 have gone missing near Howling Wind Valley. Only 1 has managed to return, albeit with losses to their goods and 2 guards. Survivors described the attackers as bearing the banner of the Blood Wolves, ruthless in their actions, familiar with the terrain, and specifically targeting narrow valleys. Lin's gaze immediately fell upon the location of Howling Wind Valley, marked by a red circle on the map. It resembled a venomous thorn, firmly embedded along the essential route from Black Rock to Stone Creek. After the fall of Viscount Blonde, this area nominally belonged to Black Rock. Yet due to its remote and perilous location, it remained effectively uncontrollable. Blood wolves again. Lin's voice turned icy. He picked up another report detailing the Iron or Transport Team from Iron Rust territory, which had also faced 2 attacks last month on the western side of Howling Wind Valley, resulting in losses of some fine iron ore and pack horses. The miners were gripped by fear. Yesterday, Old Fort came to lament, expressing that with the arrival of spring, there would be an increased demand for land reclamation and agricultural tools. However, the transportation of iron materials faced significant obstacles. Additionally, Lime added in a subdued tone that several small teams were dispatched to consolidate the remnants of the old Bloom forces. Yet they encountered unidentified armed attacks in the northeast direction of Howling Wind Valley. The enemy acted swiftly, dispersing our forces and immediately retreating into the deep mountains, employing tactics that were not typical of ordinary bandits. Lin's fingers struck heavily on the map marking Howling Wind Valley. The trade routes are severed. Supplies have been plundered. Territorial consolidation is impeded. This Howling Wind Valley is no mere nuisance. It is a venomous thorn lodged in the throat of my Black Rock domain. This Bloodwolf gang must be uprooted. Otherwise, how can the Northern Commerce Guild dare to commence its operations? The blockade of Golden Valley remains unlifted, and if our internal routes are further compromised, we shall be trapped in a solitary fortress. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The Blood Wolves. having long occupied Howling Wind Valley, have pillaged the passing merchants and terrorized the locals, and now they have escalated their attacks, disrupting my supply lines and obstructing my orders. Until this threat is eradicated, Black Rock will know no peace. We cannot truly claim dominion over this land. He issued a command. Lin rose abruptly, his voice resolute. Carl, Erect, Lime, Hawk. The subordinates responded in unison. Assemble the troops. Target, Howling Wind Valley. Bloodwolf Gang. This time, I demand not mere defeat, but total annihilation. Leave no trace. Outside the southern gate of Black Rock City, a formidable military formation had already taken shape. Carl commanded 300 heavy infantry, 800 Legion infantry, 50 builders from the engineering corps. Erect commanded 200 Ice Blade Rangers, 500 Northern Longbow Guards. Lime and Hawk commanded 200 elite garrison troops, 100 seasoned scouts. In total, 2,100 battle-hardened warriors, clad in iron, their weapons glinting like a forest of blades, an invisible aura of lethal intent spread among them. The soldiers' gazes were resolute. They understood the significance of this mission, to reopen trade routes, eradicate banditry, and assert Black Rock's absolute sovereignty over this territory. Standing atop the city walls, Lin surveyed the Steel Legion and proclaimed, "Soldiers, the Bloodwolf Gang has entrenched itself in Howling Wind Valley, plundering merchants, harassing our supply lines, and harming the people of Black Rock. Such a malignant growth, if not eradicated, will ensure our northern domain remains in turmoil, as long as trade routes are obstructed. Today, in the name of the Black Rock Viscount and Protector of the North, I command you to march forth, with your swords, with your armored bodies. Clear the Howling Wind Valley. Annihilate the Blood Wolves. Uphold the might of Black Rock's army. Safeguard our territorial peace. This battle shall be victorious. Black Rock shall prevail." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The southern gate swung open with a resounding crash. The torrent of steel surged forth, traversing the muddy terrain of early spring, propelled by an indomitable will, heading toward Howling Wind Valley. In Howling Wind Valley, the Bloodwolves faced their demise. The battle unfolded with brutal efficiency, showcasing the overwhelming superiority of the Black Rock military. Erect's Ice Blade Rangers flanked the valley entrance like wraiths, while the 500 longbow guards drew their bows, ready to unleash a storm of arrows upon the enemy fortifications. Target, enemy fortifications. 3 rounds. Fire. Swish, swish, swish. The poisoned azure arrows transformed into a rain of death, instantly enveloping the bandits taking refuge behind wooden barricades and scattered stones. Before their cries could fade, the steel wall surged forward. Charge! Carl bellowed like thunder. Kill! The 300 heavy infantry formed an ironclad wedge, crashing into the chaotic throng of bandits. The sound of shields clashing and bones fracturing was excruciating. The war glaives thrust forward, raising clouds of crimson mist. The 800 Legion infantry followed closely behind, their short swords glimmering like stars, methodically clearing the flanks. The bandit leader, Grosh, attempted to rally a resistance but was struck down by a precise, poisoned arrow from Erect's longbow, his body quickly swallowed by the rushing hooves of the advancing forces. Within half an hour, the valley entrance transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Bloodwolf Gang was utterly obliterated, their resistance as feeble as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Clear the battlefield. Identify the prisoners. Engineers, repair the valley entrance and establish a Black Rock outpost. Carl commanded with steady resolve. From this moment, Howling Wind Valley, a vital choke point, would officially fall under Black Rock's control. And the first barrier to trade routes was thoroughly dismantled. The soldiers acted swiftly. Hawk, leading the scouts, conducted rapid interrogations among the prisoners, soon returning with crucial intelligence. My lord, several small leaders among the captives confessed in terror that the Bloodwolf Gang had connections with something deeper within the Shadow Rift. They had provided food, often taken from living captives or livestock, to those green-skinned goblins in exchange for peculiar stones, sulfur mines, and guidance through safe paths. According to them, these green-skinned creatures were as numerous as locusts, accompanied by massive green-skinned giants. Green-skinned goblins? Giants? A goblin nest? Carl's gaze sharpened, followed by a cold smirk. No wonder they could maintain their stronghold in the depths of the mountains for so long. Just right. Though the trade routes are open, how can we allow such a nest of filth, in collusion with bandits, to lie at our side? Eliminate them all, and end the threat once and for all. Lime, at your service. You will take 500 Legion infantry and 100 garrison troops to remain in Howling Wind Valley. Fortify the defenses, guard the prisoners. and ensure the road remains clear. At the same time, send word back to the Lord with haste to report on the battle and our discoveries. Understood. The rest of you, rest for half an hour. Resupply arrows and check your gear. Target, Shadow Rift. Clear out the den of evil. Chapter 33. Cutting through like melons after a brief respite, the Black Rock Army, under the command of Carl and Erect, ventured along the secret path indicated by the prisoners, delving into the desolate mountains beyond Howling Wind Valley. An hour later, the suffocating stench and piercing shrieks of the Shadow Rift assaulted their senses. As if they had entered a hellish realm not of this world, Hawk led 10 of the most elite scouts, seamlessly blending into the shadows of the rocks, silently slipping into the narrow and dim fissure. For a full hour, only sporadic sounds of suppressed bone cracks and muffled groans echoed from within the rift. When Hawk finally emerged, he held a charcoal pencil, having meticulously sketched an accurate topographical map of the Rift's interior on resilient sheepskin, with clear lines and distinct markings. General, Hawk's voice was subdued, tinged with gravity. The chasm stretched over 250 paces, resembling a twisted serpent's belly, its narrowest point barely accommodating 3 individuals side by side. The rock face towered over 10 zhong, steep and treacherous, slick with moss and water seeping through crevices. The cunning green-skinned creatures, akin to foxes, concealed archers in the high caves, while the ground was meticulously laid with camouflaged vines, snares, and deep pits. Hidden within the rock seams were mechanisms holding massive stones, with triggers smeared in a viscous, dark green poison. Within 100 meters, there were over 150 visible sentinels and concealed stakes. The cacophony of shrieks from the depths amassed into a tsunami of no less than 30,000. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously from various points, an exceedingly perilous situation. Carl scrutinized the sketch, his gaze sharp as a hawk locking onto its prey, the City Builders Battalion. Deploy the siege engines. The target was the high vantage point of the hidden sentry. Eliminate it with precision. Longbow guard. Ready your bows. Aim for the chasm's entrance. Listen for the signal to commence. Iceblade riders. Spread to the high ground. Lock onto all potential escape routes for the green-skinned foes. 50 engineers dispersed like a finely tuned machine, the heavy metallic components resonating with a rhythmic clanking as they worked in unison. 3 formidable siege crossbows were swiftly assembled at a safe distance outside the chasm, their arms as thick as a child's limb and the glinting, frigid arrows were loaded into the grooves. At the bellow of stout soldiers, the winches were slowly pulled back, the taut bowstrings emitting a heart-stopping hum. Position 1. Target the 3rd cave to the upper left. Fire. Boom. A terrifying mechanism roared, tearing through the air. The massive arrow, a streak of obsidian, struck with unerring accuracy into the cave harboring several goblin archers, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering rock and a brief, blood-curdling wail. Debris mixed with the grotesque green blood and shattered bones cascaded down like rain. Position 2. Target the core stake of the suspended stone mechanism to the right. Fire. Position 3. Target the high arrow platform directly ahead. Fire. Boom. Boom. The 2 thunderous sounds nearly overlapped. The hefty arrows drove deep into the fissures and rock ledges, deftly demolishing the supports of the falling stone mechanism and the elevated arrow platform, sending both the platform and the panicked goblins plummeting into the abyss. Longbow guard. Target the chasm's entrance. 5 rapid volleys. Fire. Erect's voice rang out like a sword unsheathed. 500 longbowmen, already poised, released their bowstrings in unison. 500 arrows, gleaming with an eerie blue light and laced with poison, surged forth like a swarm of death, shrieking through the dim light and crashing violently into the throng of goblins gathered at the chasm's mouth. Thud, 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 the sickening sounds of blades piercing flesh, the brittle crack of splintering bones, and the sizzling of corrosive poison wove together into a horrifying symphony. Viscous green blood splattered like cheap dye, and severed limbs flew in all directions. The anguished cries resonated, drowning out the cacophony of the nest's depths, transforming the entrance into a veritable slaughterhouse. Heavy infantry. Raise shields. Advance slowly. Legion infantry. Follow closely. Watch for traps beneath your feet. Engineers. Clear the path. Carl's voice cut through the chaos, steadfast as rock. The iron barricade reactivated. 300 heavily armored Blackrock infantry, akin to 300 moving metal fortresses, converged with their tower shields, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. They marched with heavy, synchronized steps, enduring the occasional falling debris and stray arrows, resolutely pressing into the narrow, blood-soaked passage rife with death traps. Beneath their feet lay viscous blood and shattered limbs. while the air was thick with the stench of sulfur, decaying flesh, and fresh blood, a nauseating miasma. 800 Legion infantry followed closely, short swords drawn, their vigilant eyes scanning every shadow and crevice along the rocky walls, ever ready for an ambush. 50 engineers wielded specially designed probing rods and grappling hooks, deftly detecting and clearing remnants of snares, swiftly reinforcing loose rock walls with quick-setting mortar and metal supports, marking the perilous pits that lay ahead. Each step forward was accompanied by the ominous sounds of traps being triggered, the rumble of falling stones, or the urgent warnings of scouts, every stride perilously close to death. After nearly half an hour of arduous progress, the company finally emerged from the suffocating corridor of demise, stepping into the vast basin beyond the chasm. The sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp from even the battle-hardened Blackrock warriors. In the heart of the immense, encircled basin lay a colossal nest composed of countless filthy, shadowy caverns, sprawling like the exposed innards of a decaying behemoth, exuding a miasma that sullied the very soul. Countless goblins, their skin a sickly gray-green, hunched over with blood-red eyes glimmering with greed and madness in the dim light, their sharp ears attuned to every sound. At the depths of the nest, before a few of the largest caverns resembling a monstrous throat, 5 goblin champions loomed like small mountains of flesh and stone, standing nearly 3.5 meters tall. Their sinewy muscles resembled granite, covered in thick, shell-like skin adorned with menacing bony protrusions. Massive bone clubs or stone hammers embedded with sharp flint dragged along the ground, radiating an aura of primal ferocity and savagery. In their murky, beady eyes resided the purest, most savage desire for brutality and destruction. Beside them danced 3 shamans, clad in filthy garb, stained with unidentifiable substances, wielding staffs embedded with peculiar glowing stones or bleached skulls. They leaped in a frenzied, distorted dance, emitting shrill shrieks that seemed to penetrate straight into the marrow. Roar! The largest goblin champion, shouldering a massive stone hammer, was the first to detect the intruders within their filthy domain. It opened its gaping maw, lined with jagged teeth, unleashing a thunderous roar that seemed capable of rending the very heavens. Instantly, the entire goblin nest erupted as if ignited by a spark thrown into boiling oil. An innumerable horde of green-skinned diminutive creatures unleashed a cacophony akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, their piercing shrieks nearly capable of perforating eardrums, reminiscent of a deluge of malevolent and destructive green ichor breaching its confines. From every corner and crevice of the basin, they surged forth in a frenzy, coalescing into a colossal wave intent on annihilating all in its path, charging towards the recently breached and precariously stationed Blackrock army. The overwhelming and seemingly endless aura of terror was potent enough to shatter even the most resilient of nerves. Heavy infantry, circular defensive formation, tower shields down, war pikes at the ready. Stand firm, Carl's voice thundered, quelling any potential wavering or fear, becoming the bedrock of fortitude for every soldier. Legion infantry, fill the gaps. Unsheathe short swords, prepare for engagement. Longbowmen, free fire, maximum coverage. Rain arrows upon the densest clusters of goblins. Iceblade cavalry, target the shamans. Prioritize elimination. Weaken the heroes. Fire. The chain of command was clear, lethal, and indisputable. The Blackrock army transformed into a finely tuned war machine, executing a defensive maneuver in an instant. 300 massive tower shields crashed down, tightly interlinked, forming a shimmering, cold metallic circular wall of steel. 800 short swords glinted menacingly, filling every minuscule gap between the shields. 500 archers drew their bows like full moons. 200 iceblade cavalrymen, akin to hawks, locked onto their respective targets. Boom! The green wave of destruction crashed violently against the steel barricade. Stone axes, bone spears, rusted cleavers, and even their sharp claws rained down in a frenzied assault, smashing, stabbing, slicing, grasping, and gnawing upon the exquisite runic armor and heavy steel shields. The runes adorning the armor flickered momentarily, absorbing the majority of the impacts and lacerating damage. Stab! Seizing the moment when the initial onslaught's force began to wane, Carl bellowed like a thunderclap. Kill! 300 elongated steel war pikes thrust forth with the swiftness of venomous serpents, piercing through the narrow openings left by the tower shields. The chilling blades, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air, effortlessly penetrated the goblin's feeble leather armor, muscle, and bone. Each thrust sent forth a spray of viscous green blood and mangled limbs. As the war pikes retracted, Their sharp tips often bore multiple quivering goblins. Short swords. Strangle. The Legion infantry's short swords struck with the precision of a viper's fangs, fatally piercing the throats, eye sockets, and hearts of the goblins encroaching upon the shield's edge. Their movements were succinct and efficient, each strike accompanied by a sudden, stifled wail. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The longbowmen unleashed a hailstorm of arrows that fell mercilessly upon the densest clusters of the goblin assault, efficiently harvesting fragile lives and continuously diminishing the seemingly endless tide. Thud, thud, thud. The poisoned arrows of the ice-blade cavalrymen flew with the accuracy of a deathly spear, striking precisely at the three shamans dancing frenetically in the rear. One shaman, brandishing a bone staff embedded with glowing stones, attempted to channel arcane energy, only to have a poisoned arrow pierce its gaunt neck, abruptly silencing its ear-splitting shriek. Another shaman, shrieking as it tried to hide behind a hero, was pierced through the chest and abdomen by two arrows that struck almost simultaneously, dark green blood gushing forth. The third shaman, terrified, retreated into the shadows of its lair, yet a deviously angled arrow found its mark, impaling its frail arm that clutched the bone staff. A chilling scream echoing from the depths of the cave. Chapter 34. An astonishing revelation. Deprived of the shaman's tenuous yet crucial magical support and frenzied guidance, the goblin horde's assault, while still frenzied, lacked the cohesive sharpness it once had, descending into chaotic self-inflicted turmoil. Roar. The largest goblin hero, targeted by Erect himself, was suddenly pierced by over 10 poisoned arrows. The agony, corrosion, and nerve paralysis brought on by the venom elicited a roar of pain and fury, as its massive stone mace swung with a heavy, distorted force, smashing several obstructing goblins into a pulp. Other heroes, too, succumbed to arrows, their movements becoming sluggish and clumsy. Their combat effectiveness severely diminished. With the shamans down, the heroes incapacitated, the goblin army, despite its daunting numbers, devolved into a disorganized, chaotic, and self-destructive assault. The battle had transformed into a merciless and efficient mechanized slaughter. The heavy infantry's circular formation resembled a colossal meat grinder, ruthlessly pulverizing any goblin daring to approach. The Legion infantry operated as efficient cleaners, their short swords precisely dispatching stragglers. The longbowmen provided a relentless rain of death across the battlefield, consistently reducing the enemy ranks. The ice-blade cavalry acted as precise executioners, systematically eliminating any threats attempting to organize resistance. Time flowed amidst the clatter of metal, the shattering of bones, the shrill of arrows, and the dying wails. When the last goblin hero was cleaved open by Carl's bone axe, its putrid green entrails sprang several feet away. The entire basin had transformed into a horrific mountain of green corpses and a sea of blood. Thick, viscous blood saturated every inch of land, coalescing into a repulsive green stream. Over 25,000 goblins were utterly crushed, their bodies piled high. All 5 goblin heroes lay vanquished. The surviving goblins, their will utterly shattered, screamed and wailed, fleeing into the depths of their lairs, retreating into countless dark tunnels, leaving only their desperate cries echoing in the desolate basin. Secure the battlefield. Search every cave. Engineering Corps. Immediately take control and seal the mine entrances. Maximum alert. Carl, leaning on his blood-stained bone axe, his voice tinged with fatigue yet imbued with unmatched authority and control, commanded. The soldiers, stifling their revulsion at the stench, began to clear the mountainous pile of corpses, inspecting every potential hiding place for remaining foes. Hawk personally led an elite squad composed of veteran guards and seasoned scouts, cautiously penetrating the depths of the lair, where the largest cave emanated the most intense aroma of sulfur and peculiar energies, armed with specially crafted luminous crystal lanterns. A quarter of an hour later, Hawk reemerged at the cave's entrance, gripping a peculiar stone the size of a fist, radiating a gentle and pure lavender glow. The light flowed within the stone like liquid moonlight, swirling and emitting enchanting waves of magical energy that were both invigorating and powerfully resonant. General, the mine. It is filled with these luminescent stones. They are everywhere, on the cave walls and the ground. The deeper we go, the darker the colors become, some shine like stars. The light seems to be flowing within. It is simply incredible, Carl exclaimed as he hastily stepped forward to receive the stone. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, and a wave of pure, cool energy coursed through his arm, alleviating the fatigue from their recent battle. His pupils dilated, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was no ordinary or builder core. Immediately seal off the entire mining area. Establish 3 lines of defense. No one is to approach within 100 paces of the entrance without my express orders. Hawk. Continue the search to ensure no hidden dangers remain in the cave. All soldiers who have come into contact with the or must be isolated and sign the highest confidentiality agreements. Carl's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. The detailed reconnaissance findings were swiftly compiled following the preliminary examination by the engineering corps. Battlefield spoils. A pile of worthless items such as crude stone axes, bone spears, and rusty knives. Vast quantities of rough iron ore, copper ore, and sulfur ore, suitable as basic industrial materials. Core treasures. In the depths of the lair's gigantic mining cave, a vein of giant magical crystal was discovered, high quality. The vein primarily consists of an astonishing reserve of high-purity magical crystals, with an initial conservative estimate of over 30,000 standard magical crystal units available for refinement. It is accompanied by a small quantity of but highly valuable elemental crystals, rare, in various colors: fiery red, earthy yellow, sky blue, and watery blue. Shaman altar, a small amount of unused spellcasting materials, exuding dark and sulfuric aromas, requiring magical purification. Hero's lair, several enormous, exceptionally heavy and hard rock fragments from the skeletal remains of giant beasts, adorned with natural runic patterns, containing immense earth power, fine and rare. Combat summary. Successfully eradicated a large goblin lair, slaying 5 goblin heroes, 3 shamans, and approximately 25,000 goblins. Earned 10,000 prestige. Discovered a vein of giant magical crystals, high quality. Earned 5,000 prestige. Discovered elemental crystals, rare, and rock fragments from the giant beast, fine and rare. Earned 2,500 prestige. Unlocked new resource point. Howling Wind Valley Mine, secret. Unlocked new blueprint. Efficient magical crystal refinery. Requires elemental crystal power. Unlocked new troop type. Dungeon laborers. Captured and tamed goblins, skilled in cave operations. Current prestige, 70, 130. Initial, 100, 005, 000, 250, 087, 630 points. Builder core. Act immediately. Carl's voice held an unprecedented gravity. Establish a disguised forward base. Publicly declare it to be a large sulfur mine. Assigning the most loyal and reliable heavy infantry squad to guard it in shifts. Construct defensive works around the camp and set up isolation zones in the inner layer. The mine entrance should be concealed with rocks and illusion runes, provided by Orlando, for double protection. Hawk. Thoroughly cleanse every inch of land within the basin to ensure no remnants of the enemy remain to leak information. Lime. Identify the prisoners. Select the most docile or most terrified goblins, brand them with the miner's slave mark, and use them as dungeon laborers. Everything seen and heard within the mine is to be classified as the highest secret of Blackrock territory. Any breach of this confidentiality, regardless of the offender's identity, shall be met with immediate execution. Messenger. Return to Blackrock City at once and report directly to my lord. The cavernous goblin nest has been completely eradicated. We have discovered a large sulfur mine and accompanying ores, vaguely stated, and seized a portion of the spoils. Our army has achieved a great victory with minimal casualties, and we shall triumphantly return soon. Carl understood well that the value of this magical crystal vein could incite turmoil within the kingdom and even attract the attention of the continent. Until they possessed absolute protective power, it must be deeply concealed, becoming the greatest trump card for the rise of Blackrock territory. Gordon, the president of the Stone Creek Town Chamber of Commerce, soon received the dispatch from the front lines. The Blackrock army had penetrated the Howling Wind Valley's rear caverns, successfully eradicating the remnants of the goblins and discovering a considerable sulfur mine, seizing various spoils. The threat to trade routes had been eliminated, and they anticipated a swift reopening. Gordon stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, swift action, and they've even found a sulfur mine. It seems that Baron Lin governs his troops and administration with great order. It appears that trade routes will soon be clear, so it's time to prepare our goods. In Golden Valley, Count Roderick received an even more succinct report. The Blackrock army had cleared the remaining bandit threats and goblin lairs surrounding Howling Wind Valley, reopening a pivotal trade route. The Count nodded slightly and addressed his standing steward. It seems our blockade has indeed compelled him to exert considerable effort in rectifying internal matters. Very well. With the trade route open, our next plans can proceed smoothly. Chapter 35, Triumphant Return. The iron hooves of the Blackrock army shattered the lingering chill of early spring and ignited the fervor of all Blackrock City. As the relentless tide of iron, stained with the smoke and blood of battle, yet exuding unmatched vigor, appeared on the horizon, the war drums echoed upon the walls, and the city gates swung wide. As waves of cheers nearly toppled the fortifications, "Long live the Blackrock Army! Long live our Lord! Long live the Guardians of the North!" The soldiers marched with synchronized and heavy steps through the throngs of elated citizens. Carl bore a bloodied bone axe upon his shoulder, while Erect maintained a grim demeanor, the heavy infantry's armor glinting coldly beneath the sun's rays. The entire company resembled a sheathed sword, though their brilliance was subdued, their weightiness more pronounced. Lin stood upon the high platform of the inner fortress, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing gently in the wind. He gazed calmly at the victorious army, his eyes sweeping over each weary yet resolute face. Behind him, Orlando, Lime, Tom, and Old Fort beamed with excitement and pride. "Open the city gates. Welcome our brave Blackrock warriors home." Lin's voice resonated steadily, cutting through the clamor with an undeniable authority and recognition. In the Lord's Hall, the din of victory settled into a solemn atmosphere of deliberation. Carl and Erect provided a detailed report of the battle, emphasizing the valor of the soldiers and the unwavering execution of tactics. In this encounter, our forces suffered 73 fatalities, 120 severe injuries, and over 300 minor wounds. Carl's voice was grave, noting that the ashes of the fallen had been returned, and the severely injured were being adequately cared for. The lightly wounded would be ready to rejoin the ranks after recuperation. Lin's expression turned serious. "Let us give the fallen a proper burial and provide compensation to their families. Threefold compensation. We shall spare no effort in treating the severely injured. All who participated in this battle shall be recognized for their merits and rewarded with double pay. The families of the deceased and severely injured shall be supported by the territory. Blackrock shall honor its loyal souls." "Thank you, my lord." Carl and Erect knelt, their voices resonant with conviction. Regarding the spoils, Lime stepped forward, presenting a list with a clear and steady voice. "In our elimination of the Bloodwolf bandits, we seized inferior weapons, leather armor, a small quantity of gold and silver coins, and various plundered goods, all of little value, which have been deposited into the treasury. In the eradication of the goblin lair, we recovered a vast accumulation of poor-quality stone and bone tools, of negligible worth. However, we did acquire a significant amount of rough iron and copper ore, which can replenish the workshop's materials. Additionally, deep within the lair, we discovered a large sulfur vein with astonishing reserves. An outpost has been established by the Builders Corps for strict guarding and initial extraction." Lime's report was succinct, deliberately accentuating the sulfur mine as a public piece of information. The assembly understood the implication without further inquiry. Moreover, Lime continued, pointing to a corner of the hall where several enormous wooden crates were being closely guarded. "Within the depths of the goblin hero's lair, we discovered several massive and peculiar bone materials, exceptionally hard and infused with potent energy. Master Orlando has preliminarily identified them as fragments of the spine of some ancient behemoth, of remarkable quality and rarity." The assembly's gaze fixated on the crates. Orlando stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a researcher. "My lord, this bone material is extraordinary. Its structure is denser than fine steel, naturally infused with the power of the earth, exhibiting a strong affinity for earth magic. If used in the core layers of forged weapons and armor, it could significantly enhance both defense and power transmission. Its value is incalculable." Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. Tom, entrust this material to your forge in collaboration with Master Orlando's Magical Academy for joint research. Prioritize attempts to integrate it into the core layers of heavy infantry plate armor. Secondly, endeavor to forge a batch of heavy weaponry infused with the power of the earth. Master Orlando, simultaneously explore its potential applications in magical arrays and constructs." "Yes, my lord." Tom and Orlando responded in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin turned to the official. "The sulfur mine is a crucial strategic resource, vital for the gunpowder workshop and many future industries. You are to personally oversee it, assemble a team of trustworthy individuals, and establish a mining department dedicated to its extraction, transportation, and confidentiality. All miners shall be selected from the branded goblin captives, under strict supervision. The camp's guard shall be appointed by Carl, ensuring they are loyal and reliable heavy infantry on rotation. Master Orlando, please create a set of illusion runes to conceal the mine entrance and critical areas, ensuring absolute security." "As you command." Lime, Carl, and Orlando affirmed in unison. The orders were clear and the responsibilities well defined. ensuring the protective measures for the sulfur mine were effectively implemented. Lin continued. The Northern Commerce Guild is about to commence operations. What is the situation regarding Stone Creek Town? Lime promptly replied, My lord. President Gordon of the Guild has officially responded, confirming his intention to personally lead a delegation to attend the reign of initial meeting, along with a list of generous gifts. The previously ambivalent cloth merchants and grocers have also sent messages, assuring us of their attendance. The Golden Valley's guard in Stone Creek Town has quietly departed, and its branch manager has been frequently visiting Gordon, exhibiting a notably humble demeanor. A cold smirk creased Lin's lips. It seems this victory has clarified the situation for certain individuals. Excellent. Lime, prepare for the reign of initial meeting as originally planned. I want all visiting merchants to witness the prosperity and strength of Blackrock firsthand. More importantly, I want them to carry this shock back to Stone Creek Town and Golden Valley. Yes, my lord. Lime responded confidently. In the lord's study late at night, the fire danced, illuminating Lin's contemplative countenance. The table was strewn with preliminary exploration reports of the Howling Wind Valley mine and Orlando's research notes on the spine fragments of the mountain rock behemoth. Orlando stood by, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement, speaking in a hushed tone. My lord, I have repeatedly confirmed that the beautiful stones accompanying the sulfur mine are indeed magical crystals. Their purity is exceptionally high, and the reserves far exceed our most optimistic estimates. The so-called sulfur mine is merely a trivial byproduct on the surface of a vast crystal vein, with the magical power beneath it akin to a slumbering ocean. Lin's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, his gaze profound. Confidentiality is of utmost importance. How effective are the illusion runes? Rest assured, my lord. Orlando straightened his back. I have designed an array to mask the sulfur scent along with a set of visual illusion runes. The former can simulate and amplify the sulfur mine's characteristic pungent odor, perfectly concealing the pure magical fluctuations emitted by the crystal mine. The latter can project large-scale illusions of the sulfur mining site at the mine entrance and key areas, sufficient to deceive ordinary individuals and low-tier mages. Combined with the physical barriers and heavy guard, it is foolproof. What of the refining technology? Lin inquired. Progress is promising. Orlando's eyes sparkled even brighter, based on your insights and the ancient text from the Magical Academy, combined with a small quantity of elemental crystal drive. The core magical array for an efficient crystal refining workshop has been preliminarily established. Once completed, the output and efficiency will far surpass traditional methods. I am absolutely confident. Excellent. A fierce glint flashed in Lin's eyes. Resources, technology, strength. We possess them all. What we lack now is time. The time to assimilate all of this. He rose and approached the enormous glass window, gazing out at the tranquil territory blanketed in the delicate snow of early spring. In the distance, a faint magical glow flickered towards the direction of the Magic Academy. From the barracks came the muffled sounds of soldiers training at night. Further still lay the valley disguised as a sulfur mine, harboring astonishing treasures. Dispatch orders. Lin's voice resonated through the silent study, imbued with undeniable resolve. The territory is to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. All workshops, the Magic Academy, and barracks operate at full capacity. We must fully absorb the fruits of our victories and enhance our strength. I aim to transform the treasures of Howling Wind Valley into the invincible foundation of Blackrock territory in the shortest time possible. Yes, my lord. Lime and Orlando replied in unison, their eyes ablaze with the same fervor. Chapter 36. Northern commerce. The gentle warmth of early spring finally dispelled the last remnants of cold in the north. Blackrock City, both inside and out, was revitalized. The snow had melted, the roads were smoothed and compacted, and newly planted frost-resistant saplings were pushing forth tender buds along the main thoroughfare. The newly unfurled banners of Blackrock territory snapped proudly in the breeze. Shops along the streets had been freshly painted, adorned with ribbons symbolizing prosperity. The entire city radiated a palpable sense of burgeoning vitality. The Northern Commerce Hall, a grand edifice personally designed by Lin, overseen by Tom, and fortified with protective wards and temperature-regulating runes by Orlando, stood like a slumbering behemoth, finally unveiling its grand entrance to the world. Today marked the inaugural gathering, the official launch of the Northern Commerce Hall. In the bustling square, throngs of people filled the expansive area, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Merchant caravans from Stone Creek Town and surrounding territories formed long lines, their diverse attire and accents reflecting curiosity and awe as they surveyed this magnificent structure. Distinct from traditional castles, soldiers of the Blackrock Guard, clad in newly fashioned leather armor and wielding long halberds, maintained order around the square. Their sharp gazes and disciplined demeanor silently showcasing the territory's strength. The convoy of the Gordon Trading Association was the most grandiose and opulent. President Gordon, garbed in a luxurious silk robe, descended from his carriage amidst a throng of guards. He lifted his gaze towards the Commerce Hall, which shimmered in the sunlight with its blend of rugged stone and exquisite metalwork, a flicker of undeniable admiration flashing in his eyes. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the previously ambivalent cloth merchants and grocers had all gathered, along with several unexpected trading banners from distant lands, causing a chill of realization to wash over him. The allure of Blackrock territory was stronger than he had anticipated. President Gordon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome to Blackrock City. Lime greeted warmly. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, his demeanor poised and respectful. Your grace is too kind. Gordon immediately donned the smooth smile characteristic of a seasoned merchant, bowing slightly. The talents of Lord Lin are well-renowned. Blackrock City has undergone a remarkable transformation, and the Northern Commerce Hall exudes unparalleled grandeur. It is an honor for the Gordon Trading Association to receive an invitation to such a momentous event. His gaze swept over the officers of the guard standing behind Lime, as well as the distant sounds of training from the barracks, dispelling any lingering notions of disdain born from the long journey. Inside the Commerce Hall, even the most seasoned merchants could not suppress their hushed gasps of wonder. The spacious, well-lit hall, illuminated by a vast glass skylight, was bathed in soft, ample light. The floor was laid with smooth black stone, polished to a mirror-like finish. The hall was divided into several sections, each displaying various goods, with uniformed, well-trained attendants responsible for explaining each item. The most striking feature was the central weapon display area. The Blackrock standard battle knife, superior with a sleek blade that gleamed ominously. The hilt wrapped in slip-resistant northern hardwood. Nearby stood a testing post, showing a deep blade mark several inches long. The attendant explained, crafted from triple-folded tempered steel. Uniquely quenched for sharpness and durability, it can effortlessly cut through leather armor and sever ordinary iron swords. Samples of poisoned arrows, superior the hauntingly blue arrowheads glimmered dangerously under the light, accompanied by a small cage containing several mice. The attendant gently sliced the fur of one mouse with an arrow. Moments later, it convulsed and perished. The arrowheads were imbued with a special neurotoxin, lethal upon contact. Designed specifically for the Icefang Rangers, with a limited quantity available for sale. Samples of core armor plates for heavy infantry, superior a palm-sized, remarkably thick piece of dark metal, etched with fine runes. The attendant struck it forcefully with a heavy iron hammer, producing a dull thud, yet the plate remained unscathed, with barely a dent. This core plate, infused with a special metal formula and micro-carved runes, boasted defensive capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary tempered steel. Exclusively for the Blackrock heavy infantry, it is not for sale. The display itself serves as the most formidable deterrent. The stark atmosphere of the weapons area was counterbalanced by the vibrant life of the agricultural section. Cold-resistant high-yield rye, excellent plump golden ears of grain piled into small hills, exuding the rich aroma of food. This improved variety from the Blackrock Agricultural Academy is cold-resistant and drought-tolerant, yielding a 30% increase in output. The first batch of seeds is available in limited supply. Moonlight Moss Essence Diluted Solution, rare several exquisite crystal vials contained a liquid radiating a soft, pale green glow, akin to liquid jade. Beside them, a specially crafted magical lamp illuminated the liquid, causing it to appear almost alive as it flowed gently in the light. The Moonlight Moss Essence, a specialty of the North, retains a faint vitality even when diluted 100-fold, suitable for medicinal use and body nourishment, promising longevity with prolonged consumption. Its output is scarce, available only for VIP reservations. This mysterious green glow instantly captivated the attention of all merchants, particularly those from affluent regions, such as herbalists and purveyors of luxury goods, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Premium pelts, medicinal herbs, and mountain goods, a diverse array, exquisite in quality, and reasonably priced. What piqued the merchant's curiosity even more was the technological demonstration area. The improved forging furnace model, a miniature, intricately designed furnace model, with flames flickering, a magical illusion, beside which a servant elucidated its enhanced thermal efficiency and fuel conservation principles. Basic rune applications display, several metal plates inscribed with simple runes, showcasing effects such as constant temperature, reinforcement, and faint illumination. Though elementary, the innovative concepts suggest vast potential for application. Gunpowder Workshop products, Non-sale items display several finely crafted black spheres, training rounds, and a small barrel of uniformly granulated black powder samples. Accompanied by a prominent sign, Strategic Materials of the Black Rock Territory, not for sale. This silent exhibition held more intimidation than any words could convey. Chairman Gordon, accompanied by Lime, observed each exhibit with meticulous attention. Upon seeing the poisoned arrows and heavy infantry armor plates, a slight twitch occurred at the corner of his eye. His breath quickened upon viewing the moonlight moss essence, and his pupils constricted sharply at the sight of the gunpowder samples. A tempest brewed within him. This Viscount Lin was not only formidable in martial prowess, but also possessed profound expertise in agriculture, forging, and even alchemy. The Northern Trading Company was far from a mere marketplace. It was a strategic fulcrum for the Black Rock Territory to showcase its might, attract allies, and shift the balance of power in the north. In the VIP reception room, Lin did not make much of an appearance in the bustling hall. He sat in the elegant reception area on the top floor of the trading company, with vast stained glass windows offering a panoramic view of the square and parts of the city below. Before him lay several lavish gifts just presented. My lord, Lime entered quietly. The representative of Count Roderick, manager of the Golden Valley branch in Stone Creek, has brought a congratulatory gift. He presented a purple sandalwood box inlaid with gold. Lin opened the box to find not gold or jewels, but an exquisitely crafted, humbly worded letter of intent for an alliance, along with a staggering interest-free loan certificate from the Northern Trading Company. In the letter, Golden Valley expressed deep admiration for Viscount Lin's accomplishments, offering to fully open its commercial channels in the north, aspiring for mutual prosperity alongside the Black Rock Territory, and looked forward to broader cooperation. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin's mouth. Mutual prosperity? Full openness. Count Roderick's sincerity was truly moving. It seemed the battle at Howling Wind Valley had given him a clear understanding of the situation. He set the letter aside, accepting the gift. He conveyed to the manager that the Black Rock Territory welcomed all sincere cooperation, provided it was based on equality and mutual benefit. Yes, my lord, Lime comprehended the implication. What of Chairman Gordon? Lin inquired. Chairman Gordon has shown great interest in the Moonlight Moss Essence and improved rice seeds, having inquired multiple times about their prices and availability. He examined the weapon display area very closely, particularly the tower shield armor plates, Lime replied. Indeed, Lin nodded. The Moonlight Moss Essence will be in limited supply, priced threefold. The rye seeds will only be sold to trading companies that sign long-term grain supply agreements with us. As for the weapons, aside from the poisoned arrows which can be sold in limited quantities, the others are not for sale. Let him understand that some things cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Understood. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Lime's eyes. Lin rose and approached the window, gazing down at the bustling square below. The merchants' gasps, discussions, and bargaining murmurs wafted up to him. He spotted Gordon animatedly conversing with several prominent merchants, and observed the Golden Valley manager engaged in a somewhat unnatural dialogue with Lime. He noticed small merchants marveling at the exhibits, their eyes brimming with a thirst for wealth. With the initial rains upon them, Lin's voice was calm yet powerful. The Northern Trading Company is the first spring rain. It will nourish the foundation of the Black Rock Territory's rise and herald the reshaping of the northern commercial landscape. Let this rain fall more fiercely. He turned and commanded Lime. Notify all. The celebration of the initial rain conference is officially commencing. Let our guests truly experience what the Black Rock atmosphere entails. The bell tower atop the trading company resounded with a clear and melodious chime, heralding the official launch of the Northern Trading Company, and proclaiming that the Black Rock Territory had unmistakably ascended to the forefront of the northern commercial and political arena. Chapter 37. A Tide of Prestige. The bell of the Northern Trading Company resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples that swiftly spread across the entire north and beyond. The grandeur of the initial rain conference transformed into a sweeping storm through the tongues of countless merchants and the wings of carrier pigeons. Inside the trading company, the atmosphere was electric. Every item in the display area became the center of attention. In the weaponry section, a queue formed before the showcase of poisoned arrows, fine quality. Despite their exorbitant price and limited supply, those from border fortresses, mercenary groups, and some dubious territorial representatives exhibited unabashed desire. The eerie blue arrowheads were works of art in death, symbols of power. Meanwhile, the display of the heavy infantry tower shield core armor plates, fine quality, attracted even more silent, grave gazes. Those looks came from officers or spies of other territories, fixated on the nearly undamaged dark metal plate that had withstood the hammer's assault, their shock immeasurable. This was not merely a commodity. It was a silent declaration of the Black Rock Territory's unfathomable martial prowess. In the agricultural trade section, the cold-resistant, high-yield rye seeds, excellent quality, became a sought-after treasure. Representatives from Stone Creek and surrounding grain-producing regions nearly jostled each other in their eagerness. A 30% increase in yield. What does this mean? It signifies that in the barren north, more people can be sustained, supporting a larger army. This is a strategic resource. The atmosphere around the crystal bottles of diluted moonlight moss essence, rare, was almost frenzied. In the affluent regions, merchants dealing in medicinal herbs, purveyors of luxury goods, and even certain noble agents in pursuit of longevity fixate intently on a liquid that emanates a soft green glow, seemingly imbued with the essence of life. As bidding voices rise and fall like a symphony, this is no longer mere merchandise. It serves as the key to wealth and longevity. In the technical demonstration area, numerous artisans and scholars with profound gazes congregate before the model of an improved forging furnace and the basic runic application exhibition. They attentively absorb the attendants' explanations, their fingers unconsciously grazing the edges of the model, their eyes gleaming with contemplation and avarice. These seemingly rudimentary technologies signify higher efficiency, reduced costs, and broader application prospects. The Blackrock Territory not only rises in military might, but also leads in industrial and magical applications. Within the VIP room, currents of intrigue swirl. Chairman Gordon reclines in a comfortable leather chair, a cooperation proposal personally delivered by Lime laid before him. The stipulations regarding the supply and pricing of moonlight moss essence furrow his brow. The requirement for a long-term grain supply agreement tied to the cold-resistant rye seeds presents an even greater conundrum. Yet, what occupies his mind more is the information that Lime seemingly divulges inadvertently. With a charming smile and an unyielding tone, Lime conveys, "The Lord has stated that the foundation of the Northern Merchants Guild is mutual benefit. We offer unique goods and technologies, and naturally, we require reliable allies to provide the resources we need. The demand for grain in the Blackrock Territory is substantial, particularly for high-quality meats and fats. Moreover, the extraction of sulfur mines necessitates vast human and material resources, leading to an escalating demand for fine iron tools and transport vehicles." A shiver of realization courses through Gordon. This is not merely a commercial negotiation. It is a delineation of power. The Blackrock Territory employs its exclusive goods, arms, moonlight moss, seeds, and technology as leverage to compel other merchant guilds to furnish essential supplies, grain, tools, vehicles, and even indirectly engage in the sulfur mine development chain. This Viscount Lin seeks not only profit but aims to weave the entire northern region's resources into his controlling network through commerce. Taking a deep breath, Gordon reaffirms his merchant's smooth smile. Lord Lime speaks truly. Mutual benefit is indeed the path to longevity. Having cultivated the northern region for many years, the Gordon Guild possesses established channels for grain, tools, and transportation. We are exceedingly willing to become the most steadfast commercial partner of the Blackrock Territory. With that, he lifts his pen and signs the agreement, all the while calculating how to exploit this new channel to acquire further exclusive resources from the Blackrock Territory. Meanwhile, the manager of the Golden Valley Stone Creek branch, a middle-aged man representing Count Roderick, exits the VIP room with a somewhat stiff expression. The generous gifts he brought were accepted by Lin, yet the proposed covenant was dismissively set aside. Lime's conveyed words were clear and chilling. The Blackrock Territory welcomes sincere cooperation, but only on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. This was undoubtedly a rebuke to Golden Valley, indicating that prior arrogance and blockade must be reconciled with tangible costs. He must immediately report the situation here, word for word, to the Count. In Blackrock City, within the Lord's study, Lin regards the thick stack of orders and draft cooperation agreements presented by Lime with little outward emotion. These developments were entirely within his expectations. "My lord," Orlando enters, his face flushed with barely contained excitement. The core magic array for the efficient magical crystal refinement workshop has passed its final test. The results exceed all expectations. Coupled with elemental crystal drives, both the refinement speed and purity have reached theoretical limits. The initial refinement of the sulfur mine's coexisting crystals has been completed, and here is the sample. He carefully presents a lead box, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation. Lin opens the lead box to reveal several thumb-sized, translucent crystals that seem to shimmer with a liquid light within. They emit a gentle yet powerful magical aura, far surpassing the quality of previously discovered coexisting minerals. This is the true treasure of the Howling Wind Valley mine. Excellent. A spark of brilliance ignites in Lin's eyes, an ineffable thrill surging within him. This achievement signifies not just the success of mineral refinement, but the perfect closure of a critical element in his strategic layout. Strictly control production and the scope of those in the know. The refined crystals will be prioritized for the Magic Academy's research, for enhancing weapons and armor in the Rune Workshop, and for initiating the preliminary development of magical energy guard puppets. Yes, my lord, Orlando responds, his voice hoarse with excitement. His eyes ablaze with the fervor of a researcher. System notification. Northern Merchants Guild successfully embarks on its journey. The initial rain meeting triggers a dramatic shift in the northern commercial landscape. Toxic arrows, fine. Limited sale generates a strong response. Military deterrence significantly enhanced. Cold-resistant high-yield rye, excellent. Seed long-term supply agreement signed, solidifying the foundation of food security. Moonlight moss essence diluent, rare, incites a buying frenzy, resulting in a surge of wealth and influence. Technical demonstrations garner widespread attention, elevating the prestige of industrial and magical applications. Successfully established deep commercial ties with the Gordon Guild and other factions. Initial resource network taking shape. Golden Valley releases a signal of moderation, external pressures temporarily alleviated. Overall influence, prosperity, and sense of security in the territory significantly enhanced. Based on the above achievements, daily prestige acquisition rate receives a notable boost. Daily prestige acquisition increased to 600 points. A major breakthrough. The efficient magical crystal refinement workshop successfully operates. The first batch of high-quality magical crystals produced. Unlocking a key node in magical energy technology. Prestige reward, 10,000 points. Current prestige, 87, 630 points 10,000 points. 600 points daily, 97. 630 points, 600 points daily. Daily prestige of 600 points. This figure reverberated in Lin's mind like a thunderclap. What does this signify? It signifies an unprecedented and explosive leap in his ability to summon and construct. It means he can summon elite soldiers more frequently and on a grander scale, unlock more powerful units, acquire advanced blueprints, and erect more magnificent edifices at an accelerated pace. It signifies that the development of the Blackrock territory will enter a golden era of exponential growth. That one-time infusion of 10,000 prestige points serves as a potent elixir, enabling him to immediately initiate key projects that had previously been shelved due to insufficient prestige. Lin approached the grand stained glass window, gazing down at the bustling, illuminated northern trading square, filled with clamorous voices, and beyond, the construction site of the Magical Academy and the military training grounds, where work continued day and night. His gaze was profound, as if penetrating the fabric of time, glimpsing a distant future. Prestige flows like a tide, Lin murmured softly, his voice imbued with a calm authority and strength that reflected his aspirations. Rather than conceal power in the shadows, it is far better to expose it to the sunlight. Deter the unscrupulous with formidable might, attract allies with unique resources, and lead transformation through advanced technology. Each display, every transaction, each act of intimidation, and every breakthrough accumulates intangible wealth and prestige for the Blackrock territory. Chapter 38. Fernando's covetous gaze. The clamor of the Northern Trading Company had yet to dissipate, and the rise of the Blackrock territory acted as a weighty counterbalance in the northern power dynamics, inevitably stirring deeper currents. The temporary retreat of Count Roderick of Golden Valley does not imply that all threats have vanished. In this vast expanse of the north, Golden Valley is not the sole behemoth. Storm Fortress, the castle of Count Fernando. In his study, the flickering light of the fireplace illuminated Count Fernando's face. Contorted with rage and greed, he slammed a confidential report onto the jewel-encrusted oak table, producing a dull thud. Poison arrows, moonlight moss extract, frost-resistant rye, and that damned armor plate that even a hammer can't break. Count Fernando's voice rumbled like an injured beast, directed at the audacity of a mere upstart. A country bumpkin who rose through banditry and the slaughter of green-skinned dwarfs. Why should he possess these? These items belong to Storm Fortress. To me, Fernando. The head of the informants, a silent figure cloaked in shadow, bowed and replied, "My lord, the intelligence is confirmed. The military strength of the Blackrock territory far exceeds expectations, and the goods and technology showcased by their trading company are of immeasurable value. Particularly, according to our informants in Stone Creek Town, it appears that the Blackrock territory is secretly mining a large sulfur mine, but their transport convoy is heavily guarded and difficult to approach. A sulfur mine. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Fernando's eyes, soon engulfed by deeper greed. No, it is certainly not just sulfur. That Lin is as sly as a fox. He must be hiding something. Moonlight moss extract. How could it possibly grow casually beside a sulfur mine? And those weapons? That forging technology. The craftsmen of Storm Fortress have spent centuries studying and have yet to reach such a level. He must possess a secret. A colossal secret. He abruptly stood, pacing restlessly on the thick, bare-skin carpet of the study. Roderick, that old fox, has been frightened into retreat by a single victory. It is a disgrace to the nobility of the North. But I, Fernando, am different. The sword of Storm Fortress fears no challenge. He halted, malevolence gleaming in his eyes. Guardian. He turned to the head of the informants. Dispatch our most elite night owls. Infiltrate Blackrock City. Target the core warehouse of the Northern Trading Company, the Lord's Castle, and that damned sulfur mine. I want to uncover all of Lin's secrets, especially the formulas and technical blueprints for those goods. And if possible, bring me back some of those sulfur-associated crystals. I want to see what treasures lie therein. Yes, my lord. Guardian bowed and silently dissolved into the shadows of the study. Furthermore, a cruel smile crept across Fernando's face. Send word to our contacts in Stone Creek Town, instructing them to assist the merchants traveling to the Blackrock territory. Is it not common in the northern wilderness for goods to be hijacked and convoys attacked? I intend to make Lin's trade routes far less smooth. Blackrock City, the Lord's study. Lin observed the latest report presented by Lime, his brow furrowed. My lord. Lime spoke gravely. The trade route from Stone Creek Town to the Blackrock territory has been tumultuous of late. Within just 3 days, 3 caravans that had signed agreements with us have been attacked. Goods were seized, and guards suffered casualties. The assailants are skilled, coming and going like the wind, resembling professional bandits, yet equipped with somewhat unusual gear. Unusual gear? Lin's gaze sharpened. Indeed, Lime nodded. According to the surviving guards' accounts, some of the assailants wore standardized leather armor, wielded fine weapons, and were well-trained, unlike ordinary bandits. Moreover, they seemed to deliberately avoid the Gordon Trading Company's caravans. Deliberately avoiding Gordon? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin's mouth. It appears someone is growing restless. It is not Roderick. He has just signaled for a truce and would not so quickly contradict himself. So who could it be? Additionally, Orlando entered with a hint of concern etched on his face. My lord, the perimeter defense array of the Magical Academy was triggered twice last night. Although the intruders did not breach the core area, their methods were quite professional, attempting to decipher the runic structure. Moreover, the mining department reported that the patrols around the Howling Wind Valley mine discovered several suspicious signs of surveillance. The opposing party was quite cautious and evaded capture. Lin's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. Trade routes under attack, the Magical Academy being spied upon, and scouts appearing around the mine with clear objectives and professional operations. All these point directly to our core interests and secrets. It seems our neighbor, Count Fernando of Storm Fortress, can no longer contain himself. He rose to his feet and approached the expansive map of the north, his gaze settling upon the vast territory marked as Stormhold. Adjoining the northeastern edge of Blackrock, Count Fernando, one of the only 2 earls in the north, the other being Roderick of Goldvale, commanded a broad dominion and a formidable military force. His character was marked by greed and brutality, and he regarded the north as his personal garden, branding himself as the Wolf of the North. Lin spoke with a steady voice, commanding Hawk to reinforce all key areas within the territory with both light and shadow sentries, particularly at the trading post, the Magic Academy, the barracks, the workshop district, and the roads leading to Howling Wind Valley. Activate the Falcon Plan. Orlando. Elevate all defensive magical formations at the Academy to the highest level. Install true rune arrays at the mine entrance and other critical areas. I shall ensure that any night owl daring to spy shall have nowhere to hide. Carl, the garrison troops are to enter a state of level 2 alert. Double the patrols. Inform Erect that the patrol range of the Frostblade Riders is to extend to within 10 miles of the Stormhold border. I want to know every move Fernando makes. Yes, my lord. The 3 replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with martial fervor. Since Count Fernando wished to engage in this game, Lin turned, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. We shall indulge him. But the rules of this game will be set by me. None of his spies, thieves, or brigands will escape. They shall become the first nails in the coffin of Stormhold. Under the cloak of night, a confrontation loomed. The night in Blackrock appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, treachery simmered and the scent of death lingered. Outside the core warehouse of the Northern Trading Company, 2 shadows, akin to geckos, stealthily maneuvered through the darkness, attempting to decipher the complex mechanical and magical locks of the rear entrance. Just as they were on the verge of success, 2 darts coated with paralyzing poison silently descended from the shadow of the eaves above. Thud, thud. With 2 soft sounds, the 2 elite night owls stiffened and collapsed, dragged away by 2 sentinels emerging from the shadows. Chapter 39. Eagle Beak Cliff. Outside the walls of the Magic Academy, a night owl mage cautiously employed specialized tools to probe the energy nodes of the defensive formations, seeking a vulnerability. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath him erupted in blinding runic light. A surge of potent, paralyzing energy enveloped him instantly. He could not even scream before he fell to the ground. Lifeless. Not far away, atop a tower, Orlando set aside his staff, scoffing, trivial sorcery. In the dense forest surrounding the Howling Wind Valley mine, 3 night owl spies disguised as hunters surveyed the guards at the mine entrance through specialized telescopes. Suddenly, silent poisoned arrows shot forth from the treetops behind them. Thud. 2 of them fell to the ground. The third reacted swiftly, rolling to evade the lethal strike, and fled. However, he did not escape far before being confronted by an apparition that emerged from the shadows. Erect. A cold curved blade pressed against his throat. If you wish to live, behave yourself. Erect's voice was as chilling as the north's winds. In the Lord's Hall, interrogation room, Hawk presented a thick dossier of interrogation records to Lin. My lord, we have captured 7 members of the Night Owls, including a squad leader. Through special methods, they have all confessed. The mastermind is none other than Count Fernando of Stormhold. Their objective was to steal formulas for poisoned arrows, the purification technique for moonlight moss essence, the forging process for heavy infantry armor, and to obtain samples of the associated crystals from the sulfur mine in Howling Wind Valley. Lin added, furthermore, our informants in Stone Creek have relayed messages. Among the bandits attacking the caravans, remnants of Stormhold's standard weaponry were discovered. Several slain bandits have been identified as notorious mercenaries closely linked to Fernando. Excellent. Lin's eyes flashed with determination. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Count Fernando, you are playing with fire. He picked up a quill and began to write on a specially crafted parchment. The strokes were sharp, each word like a blade. To the esteemed Lord of Stormhold. Count Fernando, I am alarmed by your recent concerns regarding Blackrock. However, your dispatching of elite spies to infiltrate my city with the intent to steal core secrets. Your instigation of armed bandits to assault my legitimate convoys, plundering goods and inflicting casualties. And your dispatching of scouts to spy on my strategic resource mines are acts that have severely violated the laws of the kingdom, disrupted the peace of the North, and infringed upon the rights and dignity of my lordship over Blackrock. With eyewitness accounts, attached are the interrogation records and images. And physical evidence, attached are remnants of Stormhold's weaponry and mercenary identifications that are irrefutable. I, as the protector of the North and the Viscount of Blackrock, shall not tolerate such despicable conduct. I hereby formally present demands for redress and compensation. 1. Compensation for the losses incurred by my caravan and reparations for casualties, totaling 500,000 gold coins. 2. Compensation for damages to my territory caused by espionage and military threats, totaling 1 million gold coins. 3. A public apology, pledging never to infringe upon the rights of Blackrock again. You are given 10 days to respond and fulfill these compensations. Failure to reply or refusal to comply will be regarded as a deliberate provocation, and Blackrock reserves the right to take all necessary measures to defend its interests. Let it not be said that I did not warn you. The protector of the North, Viscount Lin Costa of Blackrock. Lin set down the quill and handed the parchment to Liam. Send it to Stormhold with the swiftest messenger hawk. Additionally, send a copy of the interrogation records and some physical evidence to Chairman Gordon in Stone Creek, as well as to our allies in the capital. Liam accepted the parchment, excitement glimmering in his eyes. My lord, your brilliance shines. Once this letter is dispatched, Count Fernando will either admit his guilt and pay the price, losing face, or he will provide us with a legitimate reason to take action. Moreover, disseminating the evidence will not only sway public opinion, but also intimidate other would-be miscreants. This is merely the beginning. Lin's gaze deepened. Order the entire army. Enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. All workshops, focus on the production of arrows, armor, and weaponry. The Magic Academy hastens its research on rune enhancement. The barracks intensify practical drills. I shall make Fernando aware of the formidable awakened lion he has provoked. The blockade of Storm Fortress stands as an invisible iron curtain, obstructing the Blackrock territory from the outside world. Yet, rather than stifling its throat, this iron curtain has awakened a more potent force within. On Frosted Path, a distinguished detachment of the garrison, personally led by Hawk, silently escorts convoys laden with provisions, oils, and strategic materials along the rugged mountain trails. The Gordon Trading Company, along with several others intricately bound to the Blackrock territory, under the impetus of immense profits and reminders from Lime, are tirelessly supplying more resources through this clandestine lifeline. In the Greystone Hills, the hunting grounds, Carl leads the Frostblade Rangers, akin to 200 shadowy cheetahs, stealthily navigating the shattered ravines and jagged rocks. They operate in units of 10, echoing each other as they weave an invisible web of death. Their target, the Bloodwolf S. Fong mercenary group. Captain. To the southeast, 3 kilometers away in the valley, WVE spotted the Bloodwolf banner. Approximately 50 men are resting. A scout appeared beside Carl like a specter, whispering his report. A glint of cold light flickered in Carl's eyes as a chilling smile graced his lips. Excellent. The prey is ensnared. Notify teams 3 and 5 to encircle from the flanks. Team 7, take the high ground and seal the escape route. The rest, follow me. Remember, leave no survivors. Yes, sir. Moments later, the narrow valley erupted in screams and the clashing of weapons, only to swiftly succumb to silence. The 50 well-equipped and notorious mercenaries of the Blood Wolf S. Fong fell like wheat before the scythe under the precise venomous arrows and ghostly close-quarters assaults of the Frostblade Rangers. The battle concluded swiftly, offering the mercenaries no chance to send out a distress signal. Carl coldly surveyed the field strewn with corpses and commanded, eliminate all traces. Take away any valuables and standard gear. Next target. A similar scene unfolded repeatedly over the following days in every corner of the Greystone Hills. The Frostblade Rangers, like the deadliest of phantoms, utilized the complex terrain and their intricate coordination to silently erase scattered teams of the Blood Wolf S. Fong. The death path envisioned by Count Fernando was rapidly transforming into the burial ground for his own mercenary group. Panic began to spread among the remaining members of the Blood Wolf S. Fong. They no longer dared to operate brazenly, retreating like startled birds into a few larger strongholds. Eagle Beak Cliff, a natural barrier at the border of the Blackrock territory. Erect stood at the precipice, gazing down at the border of Storm Fortress. The biting mountain winds billowed his black cloak, causing it to snap sharply. Chapter 40. The First Cry of the Iron Barrier. Behind him, 500 elite soldiers of the Northern Longbow Guard stood like rock, silently entrenched in meticulously constructed concealed fortifications. 3 fearsome siege breaker heavy crossbows lay under camouflage nets, revealing only the glinting, massive bolts. Further back, dozens of more sophisticated, long-range modified heavy crossbows lay in wait, akin to coiled serpents ready to strike. Captain. There's movement toward Storm Fortress. A lookout reported softly. A mixed force, approximately 300 men. Light cavalry scouting ahead, followed by about 200 heavy infantry. The banner indicates a squadron from the Iron Wall camp, plus several archers. Erect lifted his specialized spyglass to observe. Indeed, a Storm Fortress army was slowly advancing along the inner side of the border, seemingly aiming to approach Eagle Beak Cliff for reconnaissance, possibly seeking a weak point for a probing attack. Humph, they can no longer contain themselves. Erect lowered the spyglass, his voice icy. Relay the order. All archers. Assume level 1 battle readiness. Target, enemy light cavalry and archers. Siege breakers, lock onto the enemy heavy infantry formation. Await my command. The army of Storm Fortress had evidently noticed the unusual silence atop Eagle Beak Cliff. Their light cavalry squad cautiously detached from the main force, hastening towards the cliff's base to probe and harass. The heavy infantry formation maintained a tight formation, slowly advancing, their massive tower shields reflecting cold light in the sun. The archers followed closely behind, ready to unleash their arrows. 300 paces, 250 paces, 200 paces, the lookout reported calmly. As the Storm Fortress light cavalry approached within 150 paces, a glint of cold light flickered in Erect's eyes as he swiftly waved his arm. Longbow guard. Target the enemy light cavalry. 3 rapid volleys. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 500 longbowmen, already drawn and ready, released their arrows in an instant. 500 bolts, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, surged forth like a sudden swarm of death, shrieking through the air, accurately raining down upon the foremost light cavalry squad. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh resonated as the poisoned arrows easily tore through the light cavalry's fragile leather armor, paralyzing their nerves with venom. Horses and riders collapsed like cut straw. The commander of the heavy infantry formation was evidently stunned by the sudden precision strike and terrifying lethality. He immediately ordered, raise shields. Defensive formation. Archers. Suppressive fire. The archers of Storm Fortress hastily raised their heavy crossbows, launching projectiles toward Eagle Beak Cliff. However, the steep terrain and significant height difference caused their arrows to falter mid-flight, rendering them ineffective against the defenders atop the cliff. Siege breakers. Target enemy heavy infantry formation. Position 1. Fire. Erect's voice rang out like the pronouncement of death. Boom. A deafening and terrifying mechanism roared, tearing through the air. A colossal crossbow bolt, as thick as a child's arm and shimmering with a metallic sheen, descended like thunder from the depths of hell, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, and struck mercilessly against the phalanx of heavy infantry at Storm Fortress. Raise shields. Hold fast. The heavy infantry commander bellowed with a heart-wrenching roar. Crash. The massive bolt effortlessly pierced through two adjacent, sturdy tower shields as though they were mere butter. The two heavily armored soldiers hiding behind the shields did not even have time to scream before their bodies were violently torn apart by the tremendous force. The bolt continued its relentless momentum, embedding itself into the ground, creating a vast crater and sending debris flying. In an instant, a gaping maw appeared in the front line of the heavy infantry, splattering blood and fragments of entrails across the faces of the surrounding soldiers in a state of sheer terror. Position 2. Fire. Position 3. Fire. Boom. Boom. Two more resounding blasts echoed as two enormous crossbow bolts once again struck accurately into the ranks of Storm Fortress. One tower shield was sent flying, taking with it the soldiers behind, who were left with broken bones and shattered bodies. The other bolts skewered through the crowd, carving a gruesome path of carnage. Improved heavy crossbows. Free fire. Target the enemy archers and the front line of heavy infantry. Erect commanded with unwavering authority. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of powerful crossbow bolts rained down like hail, precisely eliminating the archers of Storm Fortress and those heavy infantry attempting to fill the breach. The army of Storm Fortress was thrown into utter disarray. Their proud ironclad heavy infantry appeared as fragile as paper before the onslaught of the siege crossbow. Their archers posed no threat to the enemy, instead becoming prime targets for elimination. The commander, witnessing the soldiers falling around him and hearing the deafening roar of machinery and the whistling of bolts slicing through the air, was filled with fear and disbelief. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He shouted hoarsely, no longer able to consider any reconnaissance mission. The army of Storm Fortress fell back in disarray like a receding tide, leaving behind dozens of corpses and wounded, fleeing in panic from the range of Eagle Beak Cliff. Throughout this ordeal, not a single soldier from the Blackrock territory abandoned their cover. Erect lowered his spyglass, gazing at the chaotic battlefield below and the retreating enemy, his face devoid of expression, as he coldly uttered two words: clean the battlefield. At Storm Fortress, in the Count's Hall. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Count Fernando's roar nearly shook the roof off. Kneeling before him was the disheveled commander who had returned in disgrace, along with a few surviving officers. 300 elite troops. And you didn't even catch sight of the enemy before being routed, losing nearly 100 men. Are you going to fight or just throw your lives away? Fernando trembled with rage. What kind of crossbow was that? How could it pierce the tower shields of the iron wall camp? And that hail of arrows, how could they shoot so far and with such precision? My lord, the commander's voice quivered, filled with deep fear. The enemy occupies an absolutely advantageous position. Their archers have a range far exceeding ours, especially that monstrous crossbow. Its power is terrifying. Our tower shields cannot withstand it. Moreover, the arrows seem to be laced with poison. Those struck perish instantly. We are entirely on the defensive. Excuses. Just excuses. Fernando kicked over a nearby low table. You must have underestimated them and walked into an ambush. Get out of my sight. Military law will deal with you. After sending the disoriented officers away, Fernando's face darkened with a palpable fury. He turned to his aide. Guardian, where are our night owls? Why have we not received intelligence on that monstrous crossbow from Blackrock? Chapter 41. The Frosted Path. Guardian lowered his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. My lord, the Night Owl squad dispatched towards Eagle Beak Cliff has gone completely silent. I fear the worst. The defenses of Blackrock are as impenetrable as a fortress. Damn it. Fernando slammed his fist on the table. Is this how it ends? No, absolutely not. Gather the troops. I will personally lead the main force of Storm Fortress to flatten Eagle Beak Cliff. Flatten Blackrock City. My lord, the aide quickly urged, do not act impulsively. The terrain of Eagle Beak Cliff is treacherous, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. With that terrifying crossbow in play, a full frontal assault would surely result in catastrophic losses. Moreover, we have yet to hear back from the capital. A rash advance might leave us vulnerable. Then what do you propose we do? Fernando shouted. Are we to simply watch as that little wretch Lin flaunts his power right before our eyes? A glint of malice flashed in the aide's eyes. My lord, since a direct attack would be too costly, why not take an alternate route? Blackrock has a secret supply line known as the Frosted Path. If we can cut it off. Fernando's eyes brightened. Yes, the Frosted Path. Guardian, immediately ascertain the specific route and guard details of that path. I want Lin's supplies to rot in the mountains. I want him to fall into chaos without a fight. In Blackrock City, in the Lord's study, Erect presented the battle report from Eagle Beak Cliff to Lin. My lord, a mixed force of approximately 300 from Storm Fortress attempted to probe Eagle Beak Cliff and was repelled by our troops. We annihilated about 50 light cavalry, 40 heavy infantry, and over 10 archers, suffering no casualties on our side and confiscating some standard equipment. Lin perused the report, a hint of approval gracing his features. Well done, Erect. The battle at Eagle Beak Cliff has showcased the might of my Blackrock army. It has given Fernando a glimpse of what true fortitude looks like. My lord, Hawk entered, his expression grave. The Night Owls of Storm Fortress seem to have shifted their focus, beginning to investigate the route of the Frosted Path and our defensive forces. Additionally, our intelligence from the covert lines at Storm Fortress indicates that Fernando appears to be rallying an elite unit with the intention of severing our supply line. Severing the Frosted Path? Lin's eyes glinted coldly. Fernando is not entirely foolish. Realizing he cannot advance head-on, he seeks to cut off our supplies. Unfortunately for him, he has chosen the wrong target. He rose, moving toward the map, his finger pointing to a crucial choke point along the Frosted Path. Here, the throat choke. A strategically significant location that a single defender can hold against 1,000. Hawk, keep a close watch on the movements of the Storm Fortress army. Carl, here. Your Icewind Rangers have temporarily concluded their hunting operations in the Limestone Hills. The Bloodwolf's fangs have been sufficiently intimidated and pose no further threat. Your new mission is to immediately lead the Icewind Rangers to secretly occupy the Throat-Cut Pass. I want you to anchor yourself there like a nail. Any forces from Stormhold that dare venture into the Frosted Trail are to be completely devoured. Leave no one behind. Understood, my lord. A fierce determination ignited in Carl's eyes as he assured, I shall ensure that the Throat-Cut Pass becomes a place of demise for Stormhold. Lin, at your service. Inform Chairman Gordon and the other allied merchants that the Frosted Trail will temporarily enhance its defenses, yet our transport plans remain unchanged. Simultaneously, initiate our contingency food supply plan within Stormhold's territory. Let Fernando know that if he wishes to sever my supplies, I shall ignite his backyard first. Yes, my lord. Lin's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice steady and powerful. Fernando has exhausted his options. Unable to confront us directly, he resorts to underhanded tactics? Very well. We shall engage him to the bitter end. The iron wall of Eagle Beak Cliff, the steadfastness of the Throat-Cut Pass, and our concealed flames throughout Stormhold. I intend to make him spread himself too thin, tirelessly scrambling. He shall learn that provoking the Blackrock territory comes with a price he cannot afford. Relay the order to the entire army. Maintain combat readiness at the highest level. Be prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Stormhold at any moment. The victory at Eagle Beak Cliff resonated like a clarion call, heralding the counteroffensive of the Blackrock territory. For Count Fernando, the devastating defeat at Eagle Beak Cliff descended upon Stormhold's pride like a cold iron hammer. Fernando's roar echoed through the castle, yet it could not dispel the gloom that loomed over his troops. The cost of a frontal assault on Eagle Beak Cliff forced this arrogant count to temporarily suppress his fury and redirect his gaze toward the clandestine lifeline of the Frosted Trail, vital for the survival of the Blackrock territory. Before a vast map, Fernando paced, his fingers striking heavily against the sinuous line that meandered through the towering mountains. Lin, you believe that hiding in this desolate ravine will allow you to deceive the world? Throat-Cut Pass. What a fitting name. This time, I shall personally strangle your throat. Guardian. He abruptly turned, his eyes igniting with a desperate glint. Immediately assemble the Bloodclaw Assault Regiment. 500 men. All elite troops drawn from the Iron Wall Regiment and the Galloping Wolves. Equip them with the finest heavy armor and armor-piercing crossbows. Additionally, dispatch 100 Hurricane Archers. You shall lead them personally. The objective, Throat-Cut Pass. Spare no effort to seize the pass. Cut off the Frosted Trail. I want Lin's supply convoy to rot in the mountains. My lord. Garion's heart sank. The terrain of Throat-Cut Pass is perilous, easily defended yet difficult to assault. A strong attack may, no maybes. Fernando brusquely interrupted him. This is an order, not a discussion. The disgrace of Eagle Beak Cliff must be washed away with blood. Capture Throat-Cut Pass, and I shall personally commend you. Failure will result in your head. Understood. Garion's complexion turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and accepted the command. He knew this mission was almost a death sentence, yet the Count's fury could not be abated. Throat-Cut Pass, the throat of the frosted trail. On either side rise sheer cliffs, 100 feet high, resembling blades hewn from stone, with a narrow passage only a few yards wide winding through. At this moment, the entrance to the pass has been fortified by the Icewind Rangers, led by Carl, using thick logs, boulders, and barbed iron caltrops to construct a simple yet formidable defense. 200 Rangers did not station themselves entirely at the pass, but, like the most patient hunters, dispersed to lie in wait within the natural caves, crevices, and dense coniferous forests along the cliffs. Cold eyes peered through camouflage nets, fixated on the relatively open valley outside the pass. Carl stood in a concealed observation post behind the pass, his spyglass scanning the valley's end. Hawk's figure appeared beside him like a wraith. Captain, the Bloodclaw Assault Regiment from Stormhold is mobilizing. 500 heavy infantry and 100 archers, well-equipped and exuding menace. Leading them is Fernando's trusted aide, Garion. Expected to reach the pass in half a day's time. Garion? A cold smile crept across Carl's lips. Fernando is indeed willing to invest. Yet, regrettably, he has not dispatched wolves, but rather sacrificial lambs. Chapter 42. Fernando's collapse. How prepared is Master Orlando on his end? Carl inquired. All is ready. Hawk's eyes sparkled with excitement. In accordance with the Lord's directives, 20 specially crafted poison crystal jars have been concealed in the valley's hidden areas on either side of the pass. The jars contain a paralyzing mist personally concocted by Master Orlando. Once triggered, the mist will swiftly envelop the entire valley, colorless and odorless, rendering those who inhale it incapacitated within 10 breaths, losing their combat abilities for approximately half an hour. Excellent. A glint of cold light flickered in Carl's eyes. Inform the brethren to proceed as planned. Allow them into the valley. Once the mist rises, close the gates and strike. Half a day later, at the valley's end, the Bloodclaw Assault Regiment from Stormhold surged into the valley like a black tide of steel. 500 heavy infantry clad in splendid armor, wielding tower shields and armor-piercing maces, marched at the forefront, their heavy footsteps echoing through the valley. 100 hurricane archers followed closely, vigilant as they scanned the steep cliffs on either side. Garion, mounted on a tall warhorse, positioned himself in the center with a grave expression, filled with ominous premonitions. The valley was too quiet, suffocatingly so. Halt! Garion suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling slightly. Scouts, advance for reconnaissance. Search the cliffs on both sides thoroughly. Dozens of lightly armored scouts immediately dispersed, cautiously advancing while keeping a wary eye on the towering cliffs. However, apart from the howling mountain winds and the occasional tumble of loose stones, no anomalies were detected. Report. My lord, the pass ahead is blocked by thick logs and boulders. No sign of enemy forces has been discovered. No large-scale ambushes detected on the cliffs either. The scout captain reported. No ambush. Garion's brow furrowed deeply, his unease intensifying. This is highly unusual. Lin could not possibly be unprepared here. Could he have forsaken the Throat-Cut Pass? No, absolutely not. Advance the front line. Clear the obstacles. Prepare to launch a strong assault on the pass. Garion commanded through clenched teeth. At this juncture, there was no choice but to charge forward resolutely. He placed his hopes on the formidable heavy infantry to swiftly breach the rudimentary defenses of the pass. The heavy infantry immediately moved forward, strenuously removing the obstructing logs and massive stones. Meanwhile, the sharpshooters drew their bows, vigilantly aiming towards the direction of the pass. The entire assault battalion's focus was concentrated on the pass ahead, just as the heavy infantry cleared the obstacles. Their formation slightly disordered and their attention intensely fixed on the pass. A series of faint sounds, akin to pebbles dropping, echoed from inconspicuous corners on both sides of the valley. It was Hawk leading the scout team, utilizing specially designed blow darts to precisely shatter the concealed poison crystal vials. In an instant, a subtle, nearly invisible grayish-white mist, as if alive, began to rapidly spread from the shattered vials. The mist expanded swiftly, like the tide of the sea, silently enveloping the entire valley. The soldiers remained oblivious, still focused on the obstacles before them. Suddenly, an experienced veteran's face changed drastically. He felt a powerful wave of paralysis surge through his limbs. He attempted to shout a warning, but discovered he lacked even the strength to open his mouth. Thud, 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 like wheat being cut down. The soldiers of Storm Fortress, whether the heavy infantry at the forefront moving obstacles or the sharpshooters poised in the rear, even Garion atop his horse, all fell in droves, without any warning. They had no time to react, their bodies paralyzed, consciousness intact yet unable to move, only able to stare in terror as their comrades collapsed like dominoes. In merely 10 heartbeats, the entire Bloodclaw Assault Battalion, 600 elite soldiers, along with their commander Garion, lay prostrate in the cold valley like lambs awaiting slaughter. Only the howling mountain winds remained, bringing an eerie silence. Charge! Karl's cold voice echoed from behind the pass. Kill! The 200 Ice Edge cavalry, already poised for action, surged forth from behind the pass like tigers descending from the mountains. They did not ride horses, but wielded sharp sabers and specialized short crossbows, akin to hungry wolves plunging into a flock of sheep, pouncing upon the defenseless soldiers of Storm Fortress. There was no fierce battle, only the chilling act of harvest. Swish, swish, swish. The sabers sliced through throats with precision. The crossbows shot through hearts at close range. The movements of the Ice Edge cavalry were swift, ruthless, and efficient. They moved like the most skilled butchers amidst the paralyzed flock, leaving behind a scene of warm corpses and the stench of blood. Garion collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as his elite forces were slaughtered like swine, his eyes filled with boundless fear, despair, and disbelief. He wanted to scream, but could not utter a sound. He wished to move, but could not lift a finger. All he could do was watch as an Ice Edge cavalryman approached him, the cold saber pressed against his throat. Spare him, came Karl's voice. The cavalryman sheathed his saber and bound Garion with a specialized rope, rendering him a captive. The massacre concluded in a mere quarter of an hour. 600 elite soldiers of Storm Fortress, completely annihilated. The valley outside the pass transformed into a scene of butchery. Clear the battlefield. All equipment, weapons, and armor must be taken. Pile the corpses at the valley entrance, a grand gift for Fernando. Karl's voice bore no trace of emotion. Storm Fortress, the Earl's Hall. As the blood-soaked remnants of the scout team stumbled back into Storm Fortress, weeping as they reported the total annihilation of the Bloodclaw Assault Battalion at the Throat Cut Pass and the capture of Lord Garion. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Earl Fernando appeared drained of all strength, slumped in his high-back chair that symbolized power, his face as pale as parchment. Lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. Was his proud elite assault battalion, upon which he had placed such high hopes, truly gone? Had they perished without even seeing the enemy? Poison mist? What sort of poison mist was this? All worthless fools, he muttered to himself, his eyes devoid of their usual spark, replaced by endless fear and confusion. For the first time, he truly felt the terrifying and bizarre power possessed by the country bumpkin he had so disdainfully referred to. A frontal assault, a disastrous defeat. An ambush on the supply route, total annihilation. What could he possibly do now? My lord. A messenger stumbled into the hall, his voice choked with sobs. Urgent news from the capital. The Privy Council has sent an inquiry. They demand we explain the accusations of espionage against Blackrock territory, the attack on merchant convoys, and the disruption of peace, among other charges, accompanied by some witness testimonies and evidence. The wording is extremely severe. What? Fernando sprang to his feet, only to stagger back due to dizziness, caught by his attendants. Chapter 43. The storm approaches. He trembled as he took the sealed parchment bearing the Privy Council's wax seal. Unfolding it to find it was as if struck by lightning. The evidence listed was clear and damning. The captured Night Owl's testimony, fragments of Storm Fortress standard weapons, mercenary identification, and even several blurred yet recognizable battlefield photographs, magical snapshots. Irrefutable evidence. It's over, all over. The scroll slipped from Fernando's grasp, his face ashen. A disastrous military defeat and political accusations. Storm Fortress had fallen into a dire predicament. Blackrock City, Lord's study. Karl and Hawk presented the battle report from the Throat Cut Pass and the news of Garion's capture to Lin. Well done. Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The battle at the Throat Cut Pass had not only annihilated the enemy's elite, but also captured their commander, seizing a vast array of exquisite equipment. This victory would surely shatter Fernando's spirit. My lord, Lime entered with a glimmer of joy upon his face. The inquiry from the Royal Capital Privy Council has reached Stormhold. The language is stern, demanding Fernando to respond within a stipulated time. Our friends in the capital have also sent word that public opinion is decidedly in our favor. Fernando cannot escape this calamity. Excellent. Lin rose, approaching the map, his finger pointed towards the very heart of Stormhold. Fernando is now at the end of his rope. Military defeat, political decline, and internal panic. It is time to deliver the final blow. Carl, Erect, at your service, they replied in unison. Disseminate orders to the entire army. Transition from level 1 to special combat readiness. Lin's voice was resolute, imbued with unparalleled authority and decisiveness. All workshops, operate at full capacity, produce arrows, armor, and weapons with utmost diligence. Magic Academy, accelerate the research on rune enhancements. Barracks, conduct final practical drills. Stockpile provisions. Repair equipment. Prepare for the full assault on Stormhold. Lime, immediately draft an ultimatum. In the name of the protector of the Northern Kingdom, the Black Rock Viscount Lin Costa. Formally notify Count Fernando. He is to unconditionally accept all previous compensation demands and publicly apologize within 3 days. Should he fail to respond or refuse compliance, the Black Rock army shall act as agents of retribution, vanquishing the disloyal. With our might, we shall trample Stormhold underfoot. Hawk, your reconnaissance team, double the efforts. I require detailed intelligence on every castle, every army, and every supply line within Stormhold, particularly the defensive weaknesses of the main city. Orlando, Tom, I need you to complete the enhancement of the behemoth shield towers for all heavy infantry before the assault commences. I require a true tide of steel. Yes, my lord. The assembly responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervent determination. Remember, Lin's gaze swept over each individual, his voice like a drawn sword, imbued with undeniable force. This is not merely vengeance. This is the final battle to establish a new order in the north. We shall use the annihilation of Stormhold to declare to the entire kingdom that the will of the Black Rock Dominion is not to be defied. The iron hooves of the Black Rock army are unstoppable. All forces, prepare for battle. In 3 days, we march on Stormhold. The command ignited like wildfire, instantly fueling the entire Black Rock Dominion. The long-suppressed martial spirit erupted like a volcano. The forges in the workshops blazed continuously. The rhythmic sounds of hammers striking metal echoed like a resounding war drum. In the barracks, soldiers sweated profusely, their battle cries resonating powerfully. Within the Magic Academy, runic lights pulsated, arcane energies roared within the magical circles. The entire territory functioned as a war machine, gathering destructive force for the impending decisive battle. The toxic mists of Throat-Cut Pass became the final straw that would break Stormhold. Meanwhile, the war machine of the Black Rock Dominion had completed its final preparations, poised to strike with the force of a tempest, crushing the heart of Stormhold. The landscape of the north would be irrevocably altered following this confrontation. The ultimatum from the Black Rock Dominion descended upon Stormhold like a thundercloud laden with wrath, crashing heavily against the battlements. The cold wording inscribed upon the parchment, with its unequivocal demands for compensation, struck Count Fernando's face like a series of resounding slaps, resonating in the hearts of every noble and soldier within Stormhold. Within 3 days, unconditionally accept, publicly apologize. Otherwise, we shall flatten Stormhold. Fernando hurled the ultimatum to the ground, trampling it with the iron-studded soles of his boots, as if he sought to crush every word into oblivion. Arrogant, shameless, Lin, I shall tear you apart. Yet, his roar echoed hollowly in the vast hall. The crushing defeat at Eagle Beak Cliff, the annihilation of 600 elite soldiers at Throat-Cut Pass, the capture of his trusted advisor Guardian, and the harsh inquiry from the Royal Capital Privy Council had already driven the morale of Stormhold's defenders to its nadir. Fear spread throughout the castle like a plague. Soldiers exchanged furtive glances, officers whispered among themselves, and nobles, filled with trepidation, began to privately contemplate escape routes. An elderly knight, a veteran of the realm, approached with trepidation. The Black Rock army's offensive was formidable and morale high. Our forces have just suffered a defeat, spirits are low, and the capital's stance remains ambiguous on whether to consider temporarily accepting certain conditions for future gains. Silence. Fernando spun around like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, his crimson eyes locking onto the old knight with a deadly glare. Accept conditions? Compensation? An apology? What of the honor of Stormhold? What of my dignity as Fernando? You are undermining the morale of the troops. Get out. The old knight's face turned pale, and he retreated, stumbling. The hall fell into a heavy silence, no one daring to speak further. Fernando gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He understood that Stormhold had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Accepting conditions? That would be akin to kneeling in submission to Lin, forever bearing the mark of disgrace, with no place left in the north. Resist? Did he truly stand a chance against the terrifying crossbows of the Black Rock army, the insidious mists, and their elusive elite? Despair and madness intertwined in his gaze. Ultimately, greed and deep-seated arrogance overcame reason. "Send the orders," he rasped, his voice laced with irrevocable determination. "Stormhold is to enter the highest state of alert. All gates shut. Drawbridges raised. Fill the moats. Call all able-bodied men to arms. All noble retainers shall be integrated into the city defense forces. Granaries, armories, and magical towers will be heavily guarded. Reinforce the walls. Set up all defensive siege equipment. I shall make Stormhold an impregnable fortress. Let Lin's forces bleed out their last drop of blood at our gates. Furthermore," a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, "send a secret missive to Count Roderick. Inform him that the loss of one's lips means the loss of one's teeth. Should the Black Rock Dominion swallow Stormhold, his Golden Valley will be next. Let him deploy troops immediately to flank the Black Rock army. Otherwise, the day Stormhold falls shall mark the beginning of the end for Golden Valley." Stormhold, like a wounded beast, began its final struggle amid fear and madness. Upon the battlements, soldiers anxiously transported wooden logs and stones, erecting formidable siege crossbows. Craftsmen toiled day and night to fortify the parapets and gates. Atop the magic tower, a flickering aura of tenuous magical energy shimmered, as several mages from Storm Fortress strained to maintain the foundational protective spell array. The entire castle was enveloped in a stifling and desperate atmosphere. Chapter 44. The war drums resound. In Blackrock City, the war machine roared to life. In stark contrast to the panic at Storm Fortress, Blackrock territory resembled a finely tuned war forge, igniting an indomitable spirit of battle. Operating at full throttle to craft the sharpest swords and the sturdiest shields for the impending decisive confrontation. This time, buoyed by the overwhelming prestige brought forth by the meeting of the First Reign, Lin possessed the means to support a large-scale campaign, initiating a grand recruitment drive. In the anvil workshop, the furnace blazed ceaselessly, casting light upon the sweat-drenched figures of the craftsmen. A colossal hammer, driven by steam power, struck the glowing metal ingots with astonishing frequency. Steel plates, infused with fragments of the bones of mountain beasts, were forged, emanating a dense and restrained dark luster. Tom personally supervised the operation, meticulously inspecting each plate's dimensions, curvature, and resilience. The reinforcement of the behemoth barrier tower shields was nearing completion. With 50 shields infused with bone fragments, their surfaces intricately etched with the earth-solid runes designed by Orlando himself. Even more astonishing was the production line's operation at maximum capacity. An unending stream of steel ingots was transformed into standardized breastplates, helmets, armors, and greaves. Bundles of tempered steel spears, polearms, and short swords were swiftly sharpened. Under the robust support of prestige, the workshop operated tirelessly, arming the new recruits with remarkable efficiency. At the Magic Academy, Orlando led all apprentice mages and rune craftsmen in a bustling temporary platform. On this platform, a complex, rune-inscribed giant apparatus was being assembled. Its core featured a resonance center powered by high-purity magical crystals, with a sharp, dark red-tinted horn crafted from a special alloy at its forefront. A magical resonance city-crushing cone. This siege weapon was designed by Orlando, blending Lin's insights with ancient texts from the Academy and the latest refined high-quality magical crystals, a testament to his dedication and ingenuity. It could convert the immense magical energy within the crystals into high-frequency oscillating energy, transmitted through the horn, potent enough to shake and even shatter the most robust rock structures. At this moment, Orlando was meticulously calibrating the final energy node of the core spell array, his eyes alight with fervor and anticipation. Concurrently, a dedicated rune enhancement area had been established within the Academy, where a multitude of newly forged weapons and armors were sent for basic fortification and sharp rune enchantment, rapidly elevating the equipment standards for the new soldiers. In the barracks training ground, the clamor of battle resounded. The unprecedentedly large Blackrock army was engaged in final practical drills. Thanks to a steady influx of 600 prestige points daily, Lin conducted extensive summons within mere days. The heavy infantry battalion expanded from an initial 300 to 1,200 soldiers. Among them, 50 elite warriors were equipped with the behemoth barrier super tower shields, forming an indomitable spearhead. The remaining soldiers donned finely crafted heavy armor, infused with a touch of bone fragments, and standard tower shields produced by the workshop. They formed an ironclad phalanx, shields lowered, polearms pointed forward, resembling moving mountains. The Legion Infantry Battalion swelled from 800 to 1,500, Armed with newly forged steel short swords, iron square shields, and lightweight chainmail, they followed the heavy infantry in perfect unison, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The longbow guard increased from 500 to 800. Equipped with reinforced bow arms and poisoned arrows, they drew their bows like a full moon, arrows glimmering with a ghostly blue light. The Frostblade cavalry maintained a refined scale of 200, their equipment entirely updated, with mounts replenished with the sturdiest northern warhorses. They galloped, their curved blades as white as snow, weaving through simulated terrain with the swiftness of the wind, accurately hurling poisoned javelins. The garrison, defensive troops, led by Hawk, expanded to 500, responsible for internal security, logistics, and the protection of key facilities. In total, 1,200 heavy infantry, 1,500 legion, 800 longbow, 200 cavalry, and 500 garrison, amounting to 4,200 combat-ready soldiers. This count did not include engineers, logistics support troops, and other non-combat personnel. Carl and Erect stood resolutely upon the command platform, their gazes sharp as they rigorously corrected every minor tactical maneuver. New recruits, under the guidance of seasoned veterans, swiftly integrated into the battle formations. Though somewhat inexperienced, their eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for victory and unwavering conviction. Logistics system, Lime functioned like the most intricate gear, coordinating the resources of the entire territory. Carts laden with provisions, arrows, medicines, and spare weapons continuously traversed towards designated frontline supply points, under the vigilant escort of the garrison. Supplies from the Gordon merchants and other allies were secretly transported via the Frosted Path. Secondary healing potions and energy restoration drafts provided by Orlando were distributed to each soldier. The entire logistics chain was efficient and orderly, providing robust support for this large army. In the Lord's study, the final deployment unfolded. Lin stood before a massive sand table, which clearly delineated the terrain surrounding Storm Fortress. Hawk stood beside him, holding the latest intelligence report. My lord, Storm Fortress is under full martial law. Fernando has conscripted all able-bodied men, swelling their ranks to approximately 5,000. However, more than half are untrained recruits and noble retainers. Their core combat strength remains around 2,000 regular troops, including about 800 remnants of the Iron Wall Battalion, approximately 500 Hurricane crossbowmen, around 300 Wolf Riders, and some tower guards. The defensive equipment is complete, the walls are sturdy, and the moat is filled to the brim. Additionally, Hawkdun pondered briefly, as we confirmed through the covert channels of Storm Fortress, that Fernando had sent a secret plea for assistance to Count Roderick of Golden Valley, attempting to persuade him to dispatch troops to threaten our flanks. Roderick Lin smirked coldly. With his own safety in jeopardy, does he dare intervene? Dispatch a message to Erect. The longbow guard shall divide a select elite team, armed with the siege breaker crossbows, and stealthily position themselves within the highlands of the Black Pine Forest on our side of the Golden Valley border. There is no need for an offensive. Merely assume a posture of intimidation. Let Roderick understand that should he dare to move even a single soldier, the arrows of the Black Rock Army will rain down upon Golden Valley. Yes, Hawk immediately took note. Carl, at your service. When the main assault commences, you shall lead the Frostblade Rangers as the vanguard. Objective, the southern gate of Storm Fortress. Your task is not to launch a direct attack, but to utilize mobility. Eliminate the outer sentries, harass the defenders, and create chaos. Clear a path for the main forces. Understood. Erect, at your service. The main body of the longbow guard will proceed with the center army. Upon reaching the battlefield, deploy immediately to the predetermined positions. Primary target, suppress the defenders on the walls, especially the enemy archers and siege equipment operators. Provide cover for the heavy infantry's advance. Focus the siege breaker crossbows on the gatehouse and any suspected magical energy nodes. Yes, my lord. The main army. Lin's gaze swept across the models on the sand table representing heavy infantry and legion infantry. I shall personally command. 50 massive beast barrier tower shields will lead the charge. Following them will be the main phalanx of heavy infantry. Legion infantry shall follow closely behind. Objective, the southern gate of Storm Fortress. Master Orlando. The magical resonance siege cone will follow right after the heavy infantry. Once we approach the gate, activate it immediately. Blast open the gates of Storm Fortress. Yes, my lord. Tom and Orlando responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Hawk, your reconnaissance team will serve as the eyes and ears of the entire army. Continuously monitor the dynamics of the battlefield, especially the movements of the Storm Fortress defenders and any unusual activity in the direction of Golden Valley. Provide timely feedback. Understood. Lin's finger pressed heavily upon the location of Storm Fortress on the sand table, his voice akin to a drawn sword, imbued with unparalleled authority and determination. This battle is the war of supremacy for my Black Rock territory. It is the foundational battle for the new order of the North. This battle will achieve victory. Defeat is not an option. All soldiers, conserve your strength. At dawn tomorrow, we march on Storm Fortress. Flatten the enemy's city. Elevate our military prestige. Flatten the enemy's city. Elevate our military prestige. In the study, all the generals roared in unison, shaking the very rafters of the room. The next day, at dawn, the massive gates of Black Rock City thunderously swung open. 4,200 elite soldiers of the Black Rock Army surged forth like a silent and lethal tide of steel, illuminated by the rising sun as they embarked on their campaign. 50 massive beast barrier tower shields reflected a dark and heavy light, resembling a moving wall of iron. Following them were 1,150 heavy infantry, clad in iron armor, their war halberds resembling a forest. Behind them marched 1,500 Legion infantry, their steps synchronized, short swords drawn. 800 members of the longbow guard bore longbows, their quivers filled to capacity. 200 Frostblade Rangers galloped forth, like a black whirlwind. At the heart of the procession, the magical resonance siege cone, draped in heavy canvas and emanating subtle waves of arcane energy, loomed like a slumbering beast, exuding an unsettling aura. 500 elite garrison troops were tasked with guarding the supply convoy and critical points. Clad in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, Lin rode a magnificent black warhorse, positioned at the center of the army. Key members such as Carl, Erect, Tom, Orlando, Lime, and Hawk followed closely behind. The resolve and unwavering belief in victory were etched upon each face. The war drums thundered, the horns blared, the iron tide swept across the early spring fields, propelled by an indomitable will, surging towards Storm Fortress. On the walls of Storm Fortress, the defenders gazed in horror at the approaching black tide on the horizon, its scale far exceeding their expectations, feeling the earth tremble beneath their feet, their faces as pale as parchment. Count Fernando stood atop the highest tower, gazing at the army that radiated a terrifying presence, both in number and quality far beyond what he had anticipated, his hand trembling violently upon the hilt of his sword, despair unmistakably evident in his eyes for the first time. Chapter 45. The army at the gates. The iron tide of the Black Rock Army surged across the early spring fields, the earth trembling slightly beneath the weighty footsteps and the rhythm of hooves. A formidable array of 4,200 elite soldiers advanced like a silent and lethal black wave, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards Storm Fortress. 50 massive beast barrier tower shields formed a moving wall of steel, reflecting a dark and heavy light in the sunlight, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Following them were the heavy infantry, Legion infantry, and longbow guard, forming a solid phalanx, clad in iron armor, their weapons like a thicket. The Frostblade Rangers flanked the sides, resembling a vigilant pack of wolves. At the center of the formation, the canvas-covered magical resonance siege cone emitted subtle, yet powerful waves of magical energy, akin to a slumbering beast, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Throughout the march, order was maintained, silence prevailing. The only sounds were the thunderous echo of boots striking the ground, the rhythmic pounding of hooves, and the creaking of supply wagons traversing the frozen earth, merging into a low and resonant battle hymn. The soldiers' gazes were resolute, their grips tight on their weapons, suppressing their inner fervor, awaiting the moment they would unleash their full might upon the battlefield. At Storm Fortress, on the southern wall, Count Fernando stood behind the highest tower parapet, gazing at the increasingly closer black tide on the horizon, its scale far exceeding his imagination, his face as pale as paper, the grip on his sword hilt causing his knuckles to whiten and tremble slightly. The officers and nobles beside him were equally ashen-faced, their eyes filled with undeniable fear. "How is this possible?" a young knight stammered. "How could they possibly have such an army? And those tower shields, what are those? Not just in numbers." An old officer's voice was dry, tinged with despair. "Look at their formation, their equipment, their momentum. This is by no means a mere assemblage of rabble. This is a true elite force, honed by countless battles. They surpass us by a significant margin." As Fernando listened to the discussions around him, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand. He had believed that the Black Rock Army comprised at most 2,000 men, and that with the formidable defenses of Storm Fortress and 5,000 soldiers, most of whom were green recruits, they would be able to repel the enemy with ease. However, the army before him not only exceeded his expectations in numbers, but its superior equipment and imposing presence left him feeling dizzy. The 50 massive shields, exuding an aura of weighty authority, reminded him of the terrifying siege crossbows that had effortlessly pierced the iron walls at Eaglebeak Cliff. Could they be the same? My lord. News from the direction of Golden Valley. A breathless messenger sprinted up the tower. A dispatch from Count Roderick's envoy. Reinforcements from Golden Valley have been intercepted. What? Fernando spun around, the last glimmer of hope extinguished in his eyes. By whom? Or were they stopped? It was the longbowmen of the Blackrock army. The messenger's voice trembled. They have deployed those fearsome siege crossbows on the heights of the Black Pine Forest. The 2,000 vanguard troops sent by Count Roderick were ambushed as they approached the border, decimating the front ranks. It was a devastating loss. Count Roderick has ordered the entire army to halt and defend their positions. He said he cannot risk the elite of Golden Valley to bolster the Blackrock army's artillery. You coward! Roderick, you treacherous coward! Fernando roared in despair, kicking the messenger to the ground. The last lifeline had snapped. He was utterly isolated and unsupported. My lord, the enemy's vanguard has entered a 5-mile radius. The lookout's voice quivered with dread. Fernando lunged to the parapet, and there, the imposing formation of the Blackrock army came into view. At the forefront, a mobile wall of 50 titanic shields emanated an oppressive aura that quickened his heartbeat. He could even discern the faintly glowing runes dancing across the surface of the shields. Prepare to meet the enemy, Fernando bellowed, expending every ounce of strength, though his voice trembled with unmistakable fear. Archers, draw your bows. Defenders, load the siege crossbows. Prepare the logs and stones. Mages, maximize the protective array. Quickly, quickly. Chaos erupted atop the walls. Soldiers scrambled to their posts, fear spreading like a plague. The archers trembled as they drew their bows. The siege crossbow operators sweated profusely while cranking the winches, and those transporting logs and stones stumbled in their haste. The magic tower flickered erratically as several mages, pale-faced, strained to maintain the faltering protective shield. Before the Blackrock army, Lin reined in his steed at the heart of the formation. 200 Iceblade riders, led by Carl, surged ahead of the main force, splitting into several groups as they darted towards the vast fields outside the southern gate of Storm Fortress like a black whirlwind. Clear the outer sentries. Harass the defenders. Create chaos. Carl's commands were crisp and cold. Yes, the Iceblade riders exhibited astonishing agility and lethality. They appeared like phantoms around the sentry towers, patrols, and scattered outposts surrounding Storm Fortress. Poison-tipped spears reaped the lives of sentries with deadly precision. Sharp scimitars sliced through leather armor during high-speed charges, and poisoned arrows silently struck the parapets, claiming the lives of numerous archers. They did not linger in battle, striking swiftly and retreating like a relentless pestilence, continuously harassing the defenders atop the walls, sowing panic and disorder. On the walls of Storm Fortress, soldiers fell, screaming, their bodies tumbling from the parapets. The defenders, rattled by these elusive assaults, became increasingly jittery. Archers hesitated to reveal themselves, and the operations of the siege crossbows frequently faltered. Fools! Shoot them down! Kill them! Fernando shouted frantically from the tower. Yet, the Iceblade riders moved too swiftly, their targets too elusive. Most arrows shot from the walls missed, and those that found their mark were thwarted by superior light armor and quick evasive maneuvers. Just as the defenders of Storm Fortress found themselves in disarray, the main force of the Blackrock army advanced to within 3 miles of the walls and halted. Erect. Lin's voice was steady and commanding. At your service. Longbowmen. Deploy your formation. Target. The defenders on the wall. Free fire. Suppressive fire. Siege crossbows. Target. The gate tower. The enemy's mage tower. Adjust. Prepare to fire. Understood. A glint of cold light flashed in Elric's eyes as he sharply gestured with his arm. Longbowmen. Draw fire. Whoosh. 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 800 archers released their bows simultaneously. 800 poisoned arrows, gleaming with a chilling blue light, soared into the air like a sudden storm of death, shrieking through the sky and crashing down upon the southern wall of Storm Fortress like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows striking stone walls, shields, and even flesh rang out in a cacophony. The poisoned arrowheads effortlessly tore through leather armor and flesh, the lethal toxins taking immediate effect. Behind the parapets, cries of agony erupted. Archers and operators fell one after another, their bodies tumbling from the battlements. The defenders' retaliatory fire was swiftly suppressed. Chapter 46. Breaching the city simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening booms of terrifying machinery shattered the air. 3 heavy siege crossbows fired in unison. The massive bolts, as thick as a child's arm and glinting with metallic sheen, hurtled towards the gate tower of Storm Fortress like thunder from hell, accompanied by a piercing scream of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions resounded. The sturdy wooden and stone structure of the gate tower crumbled instantly under the relentless force. Debris rained down like a torrential storm. One of the bolts even pierced through the precarious protective shield surrounding the magic tower, impaling itself into the tower's very core. The light atop the magic tower flickered violently several times before dimming suddenly. The mages maintaining the magical formation staggered under heavy blows, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The city gate tower crumbled. The magical tower, the protective array shattered. The soldiers on the city walls emitted cries of despair, their morale plummeting to rock bottom. Heavy infantry, advance. Lin's voice rang out like a mighty bell, echoing across the battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding war drums thudded like the heartbeat of the earth, abruptly rising. Roar! 50 colossal beast barricade shields crashed to the ground, forming an impenetrable mobile wall of steel. Behind them, 1,150 heavy infantry roared in unison, marching with heavy, synchronized steps, pushing the shields forward like an unstoppable tide of iron. Steadily advancing toward the southern gate of Storm Fortress. With each step, the ground trembled. The Legion infantry followed closely, surging like a tumultuous wave. Legion infantry, raise shields. Cover the advance. Longbow guard, maintain suppression. Cover the infantry. Siege engines, load. Target, the city gate. Fire. Erect's commands were clear and lethal. The rain of arrows from the longbow guard intensified, relentlessly suppressing the remaining firepower of the defenders on the city walls. The siege crossbow roared once more, its massive bolts striking the heavy city gate and surrounding walls, producing a thunderous sound as wood splintered and debris flew. The defenders of Storm Fortress were utterly panicked. Rolling logs and stones fell sporadically, most easily deflected by the colossal beast barricade shields, while a few that landed among the heavy infantry were absorbed by their thick armor and tightly formed ranks. The giant arrows shot from the defenders' crossbows struck the beast barricade, leaving only shallow white marks before being deflected. The arrows from the archers felt like mere tickles. The iron tide of the Black Rock army, facing sparse counterattacks, advanced steadily toward the southern gate of Storm Fortress like an unstoppable mountain. Count Fernando stood atop the crumbling city gate tower, gazing at the advancing shield formation, resembling a steel behemoth, observing his futile counterattacks and witnessing the unmistakable despair in the eyes of his soldiers. He felt a chilling numbness envelop him, as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. His once proud stronghold appeared so fragile in the face of overwhelming force. No, it cannot be, he murmured, his gaze unfocused. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a massive apparatus covered with canvas, slowly advancing under heavy guard, behind the iron tide. A corner of the canvas fluttered in the wind, revealing a colossal battering ram pulsating with a dim red glow, inscribed with arcane runes. An unprecedented terror, emanating from the depths of his soul, seized Fernando instantly. What is that? That cannot be anything good. Stop it. At all costs. Destroy that thing for me. Fernando screamed, pointing at the arcane resonant battering ram, his voice filled with anguish. However, his commands were drowned out by the deafening clamor of the battlefield, rendering them utterly powerless. The iron tide of the Black Rock army had advanced to within 200 paces of the city gate, like a silent and unstoppable mountain. It pressed forward against the sparse arrows and rolling logs, determinately crushing toward the southern gate of Storm Fortress. The moving wall formed by 50 colossal beast barricade shields reflected a dark and oppressive light under the early spring sun, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. Behind the shields, the roar of the heavy infantry shook the heavens, their heavy footsteps resonating like war drums, striking fear into the hearts of every defender within Storm Fortress, and hammering upon Count Fernando's fraying nerves. Stop them for me. Fernando bellowed from the shattered city gate tower, his voice hoarse yet lost amidst the cacophony of battle. He watched helplessly as the remnants of his once mighty iron wall, soldiers clad in fine heavy armor wielding tower shields, attempted to form a final line of defense at the city gate. Yet, when the Black Rock army's colossal beast barricade shields collided with the fortress's defenses, crash. The dull thud of impact was accompanied by the sickening sounds of metal contorting and bone shattering. The tower shields of the Storm Fortress soldiers crumbled before the beast barricade like rotting wood. The tremendous force instantly sent the frontline soldiers, shields and all, flying. The rear ranks were crushed, bones snapping like twigs, their screams swallowed by the cacophony of steel. The hastily assembled defenses of Storm Fortress crumbled like paper before the inexorable might. Heavy infantry, advance. Crush them. Tom's roar echoed through the iron tide. Kill. 1,150 heavy infantry shouted in unison, pouring into the chaos of the Storm Fortress defenders like a burst dam, wielding their heavy halberds and spears, crashing into the disarrayed formation of defenders. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. The exquisite runic armor rendered the Black Rock heavy infantry nearly impervious to the slashes and thrusts of the Storm Fortress soldiers. Meanwhile, their steel halberds and spears sliced through leather armor and flesh with the ease of a grim reaper's scythe. The defenders of Storm Fortress, whether fresh recruits or seasoned veterans, appeared so feeble against this iron tide. The formation shattered, morale utterly collapsed. Soldiers wailed, discarding their helmets and armor, fleeing like headless flies. Legion infantry, follow up. Expand the gains. Eliminate the remaining enemies. Lin's calm voice resonated from the rear. Kill. 1,500 Legion infantry surged forward like a tidal wave, following the heavy infantry into the city gate. Armed with steel short swords and iron square shields, they moved swiftly and lethally, like efficient reapers, accurately dispatching those who dared to resist or could not escape. Within the gate, it transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Longbow guard, suppress the walls on both sides. Cover the infantry entering the city. Erect's voice remained steady. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows soared once more, akin to the sigh of death, accurately blanketing the defenders hiding behind the wall parapets on both sides of the city gate. Any soldier attempting to peek out to shoot or hurl logs was instantly pinned to the walls by poisoned arrows. The resistance at the city gate was utterly crushed in mere moments. The main force of the Black Rock army surged into Storm Fortress like an unstoppable torrent. Chapter 47. The End of the Storm Master Orlando. Lin turned his gaze backward. Yes, my lord. A fervent light flickered in Orlando's eyes as he violently tore away the canvas covering the Resonance Demolisher. The massive ram, adorned with pulsating dark red runes, emitted a heart-stirring wave of magical energy under the sunlight. Activate. Target. The inner fortress gate. Buzz. Accompanied by a deep, resounding hum. The core magical crystal of the Demolisher erupted in a blinding radiance. Enormous arcane energy was guided, compressed, and resonated through the magic array. Ultimately, it transformed into a visible torrent of dark red energy, oscillating at high frequency, which struck fiercely against the immensely heavy ironclad oak door of the inner fortress. Boom! The deafening crash seemed as though it would uproot the entire castle. The sturdy oak door was battered as if by an invisible giant hammer, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. The encasing iron twisted and deformed. The massive latch behind the door groaned under the unbearable strain, shattering with a thunderous crack. With a spine-chilling sound, the entire door collapsed inward amidst a cloud of dust. Carl. Erect. Lin's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Capture Fernando alive. As you command. Carl and Erect replied in unison, their eyes filled with a fierce resolve. The Ice Blade Rangers, led by Carl, surged into the inner fortress like black lightning. Their curved blades slicing through the air, while poison javelins were thrown with precision, eliminating scattered pockets of resistance along their path. Erect followed closely with an elite squad of longbowmen, their poisoned arrows raining down upon any enemy that dared to show themselves. Within the grand hall of the inner fortress, Count Fernando, like a cornered beast, attempted to make a final stand under the protection of a small group of trusted knights. However, as Carl appeared like a specter at the hall's entrance, the cold curve of his blade pressed against Fernando's throat. And as Erect's longbowmen aimed their icy arrows at his last line of defense, the final glimmer of madness and pride in Fernando's eyes was swiftly overtaken by boundless fear and despair. Clang! His sword fell helplessly to the ground. I surrender, he said, slumping to the floor, his voice hoarse and faint. With Fernando's surrender, the remaining resistance within Storm Fortress flickered out like a candle in the wind. Soldiers cast down their weapons, kneeling in submission. The nobles, pale-faced, emerged from their hiding places under the escort of the garrison. The battle concluded. Storm Fortress had fallen. System notification. Successfully captured Storm Fortress. Captured Count Fernando. Annihilated approximately 500 main forces of the Storm Fortress garrison, including new recruits, with around 500 taken prisoner, including nobles and private soldiers. Seized countless gold coins, supplies, and weapons from the treasury of Storm Fortress. Acquired key assets of Storm Fortress. 2 large iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 large forge, and 1 basic magical tower. Black Rock Army casualty statistics: 87 dead, 215 severely injured, approximately 500 lightly injured, mainly during the initial advance and the city gate struggle. Received a substantial prestige reward, 50,000 points. Capturing the core castle of the Count, and the Count himself has fundamentally altered the power dynamic in the north. Current prestige: 56, 720 points. 50,000 points. 106, 720 points, 600 points per day. Correction, deducting the previous consumption of prestige due to overwhelming losses. Storm Fortress, Count S. Hall, now a temporary command center. Lin sat calmly upon the Count's throne, which once belonged to Fernando, listening intently to Lime's preliminary report on the battle's outcomes. Core members such as Carl, Erect, Tom, Orlando, and Hawk stood solemnly at either side. My lord, Count Fernando has been placed in solitary confinement under strict surveillance, Lime reported. All nobles and officers within Storm Fortress have been consolidated and controlled. The castle's defenses have been fully taken over by our forces. Important facilities such as workshops, mines, and warehouses are now under guard to prevent any destruction. Excellent, Lin nodded slightly. Lime, immediately begin an inventory of all assets within Storm Fortress, including gold, supplies, industries, and population. All prisoners must be identified, with nobles and officers held separately, while soldiers and recruits are to be dispersed and integrated into labor camps for post-war reconstruction and mining operations. Understood, my lord. Hawk, your reconnaissance team, deploy immediately. Monitor all movements in the vicinity of Storm Fortress, including castles and villages. Ensure that no remnants of the enemy cause disruption. Additionally, keep a close watch on the direction of Golden Valley. If Roderick makes any movements, report immediately. Yes, sir. Tom. Orlando. Lin turned his gaze to the two. Evaluate the forge and magical tower within Storm Fortress at once. Determine if they can be integrated into our system, especially the magical tower. Though basic, its foundation is sound. Master Orlando, see if it can be transformed into our secondary magical node. Of course, my lord. Both Tom and Orlando's eyes sparkled with excitement. Carl. Erect. Lin's gaze finally fell upon the two commanders. Organize the troops. Tend to the wounded. Comfort the soldiers. Reward those who have distinguished themselves. Honor the fallen with proper burials. Offer generous compensation for the bereaved. Spare no effort in treating the severely injured. In this battle, the Black Rock Army has demonstrated its might and strength. Your contributions are invaluable. Thank you, my lord. Carl and Erect knelt on one knee, their voices resonant. Lin rose and walked to the grand stained glass window of the hall, gazing down upon the still smoldering Storm Fortress. This castle, once a symbol of power in the north, now lay prostrate at his feet. The fall of Storm Fortress is merely the beginning. Lin's voice was calm, yet powerful. The power dynamics in the north will be irrevocably altered from this day forward. The gaze of Count Roderick in the royal capital will soon be focused here. He turned, sweeping his gaze across the assembly with undeniable authority. Issue a command to the entire army. Storm Fortress shall henceforth be known as Rock Fortress. From this day forward, it shall be incorporated into the territory of the Black Rock domain. All confiscated supplies are to be prioritized for the fortification of Stone Fortress and the restoration of civilian life. All captives are to be strictly monitored, awaiting further disposition. Moreover, a glimmer of profound insight flickered in Lin's eyes. Lame, in my name, draft a letter to the northern nobility and the Royal Privy Council. Detail the treachery of Count Fernando, his repeated provocations, and his crimes against peace. State the necessity of our forced retaliation in defense of the Black Rock territory. Acting as agents of divine justice, assert the fact that Storm Fortress has now come under the jurisdiction of the Black Rock territory. The wording must be both humble and resolute. Additionally, include Count Fernando's confession, regardless of whether he provides one. Yes, my lord. Lame acknowledged with understanding. This document serves not only as a declaration but also as a test, laying the groundwork for future negotiations with the capital. As for Fernando himself, a cold smirk crept across Lin's lips. For now, he would spare his life. He still holds value as our best bargaining chip in discussions with the capital. The fall of Storm Fortress has dropped like a heavy bomb in the north. The Black Rock territory has crushed one of the last two remaining counts in the region with overwhelming force. The captured count will see his core territory annexed. This shock will surely reverberate throughout the kingdom at an astonishing speed. Chapter 48. Council of the Capital. The news of Storm Fortress's fall spread like wildfire across the north, creating tumultuous waves in the capital, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil pond. The banner of the Black Rock territory, depicting the gray wolf, now waved atop the walls of Stone Fortress, silently proclaiming a complete reshuffling of power in the north. Inside the Count's Hall of Stone Fortress, the frontline command center of the Blackrock territory, the scent of gunpowder had not yet dissipated. Yet order had begun to return within the castle. Lin did not indulge in the euphoria of victory, but immediately immersed himself in the complexities of post-war consolidation and diplomatic maneuvering. My lord, the preliminary inventory has been completed. Lane presented a thick parchment scroll. The spoils from the treasury of Stone Fortress include approximately 850,000 gold coins, food reserves sufficient to sustain 50,000 people for 6 months, 3,000 tons of wrought iron, 800 tons of copper, and various weapons and armor capable of equipping 5,000 men, albeit of varied quality, alongside a substantial quantity of furs, medicinal herbs, and luxury goods. The core industries consist of 2 large iron mines, 1 medium-sized copper mine, a large forge with intact equipment, and a basic magic tower, structurally sound but with a damaged core, all of which have been secured and are undergoing initial maintenance. Lin quickly scanned the scroll, nodding slightly. Excellent. Lame, immediately allocate 200,000 gold coins from the confiscated funds for the compensation of fallen soldiers, medical treatment for the injured, and rewards for the entire army. The remaining gold, along with all seized supplies, must be recorded and placed under the unified management of the Blackrock Territory Treasury. Yes, my lord. Lame promptly noted. Tom. Orlando. Lin turned to the 2 men. What is the status of the integration of the forge and the magic tower? Tom stepped forward, his voice resonant. My lord. The forge's equipment is superior, far exceeding that of the Blackrock City workshop. I have summoned the core craftsmen from Blackrock City to oversee operations and have begun reorganizing the skilled blacksmiths among the captives. We anticipate restoring some production capacity within half a month, prioritizing the manufacture of our standardized equipment to replace the inferior seized items, and attempting to replicate a simplified version of the Behemoth Barrier Tower Shield. Orlando's eyes sparkled with intelligence. My lord, the foundation of the magic tower is solid. Although the energy core is damaged, there is hope for its repair. I have conducted a preliminary exploration and found it houses a wealth of tomes, particularly on ancient runes of the north and basic elemental magic, which are of considerable value. I have begun to repair the core magic array and plan to transform it into a secondary magical node, resonating with the main tower of the Blackrock City Magic Academy, thus expanding our arcane surveillance and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, he paused, his voice tinged with excitement. While clearing the inner chambers of the tower, I discovered fragments of ancient records concerning the sulfur mines of Howling Wind Valley, hinting at deeper secrets that will require time to decipher. The secrets of the accompanying crystals? A glint of keen interest shone in Lin's eyes. Master Orlando, prioritize this matter with utmost urgency. Focus your efforts on the deciphering. Report any progress immediately. Yes, my lord. Hawk. What is the situation along the borders and in Golden Valley? Hawk stepped forward, his voice steady. My lord, the entirety of Stone Fortress has been largely secured, with only sporadic resistance remaining. Troops have been dispatched to take control of each castle and village, with administrative duties overseen by the officials dispatched by Lord Lame. As for Golden Valley, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Count Roderick's forces have retreated to their border stronghold after encountering our siege crossbows' intimidation on the Black Pine Heights, adopting a defensive posture. However, activities within their territory remain frequent, with numerous scouts and spies attempting to infiltrate our borders, all of whom have been intercepted or driven off by our reconnaissance teams and Iceblade cavalry. Additionally, Hawk lowered his voice. Our informants within Golden Valley report that Count Roderick seems to be secretly engaging with certain factions in the capital, potentially colluding with the pirates ensconced in Skullcrack Bay. Pirates? Carl scoffed. Is Roderick cornered, trying to invite trouble? Not necessarily an invitation to trouble, Lame interjected, his brow furrowed. It seems more like a ploy to create chaos, divert attention, or provide cover for some unsavory dealings. Lin gently tapped his fingers upon the table, his gaze deep and contemplative. Roderick is not to be feared. Should he dare to invite pirates to invade, it will provide us with the perfect justification to resolve the Golden Valley issue once and for all. Our greatest pressure now comes from the capital. He picked up another parchment, recently delivered by a messenger Hawk, sealed with the wax emblem of the Royal Privy Council. The scroll's wording was stern, demanding that Lin, the Viscount of Costa, immediately cease all military actions, especially the unauthorized assault on Storm Fortress and the capture of Count Fernando, and provide a reasonable explanation while awaiting the arrival of the royal envoy for investigation. The capital's reaction was swifter and more resolute than anticipated. Lin passed the scroll around for all to read, realizing that Fernando and Roderick's allies in the capital had evidently exerted considerable effort. My lord, our letter to the northern nobility and the Royal Privy Council has been dispatched through all available channels. Lime added, attaching copies of certain pieces of evidence, including the interrogation transcripts and remnants of weaponry, as well as Count Fernando's confession, dictated by him, penned by us, and sealed with his fingerprint. Excellent. A cold smile graced Lin's lips. This confession would certainly silence certain individuals in the royal capital for a time. Yet, the true game of strategy had only just begun. Who would represent the royal envoy? In the royal capital, within the grand chamber of the Privy Council at the Golden Lion Palace, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Seated around the immense round table were some of the most powerful ministers of the kingdom alongside several noble representatives. Although His Majesty did not attend, the presence of the Grand Chamberlain beside the throne embodied the royal will. Outrageous, arrogant, lawless. An elderly gentleman, clad in splendid marquis attire, pounded the table vehemently. He was Glenwell, the Marquis and father-in-law of Count Fernando. A mere viscount dared to unilaterally conquer the Count's territory and capture him. What place does this hold for the kingdom's laws? What respect does this show for the royal dignity? He must be severely punished. Dispatch troops immediately to annihilate this rebel. Calm yourself, Marquis Glenwell. A gaunt-faced man with sharp eyes interjected slowly from across the table. He was Duke Soros, the newly appointed chief minister of the kingdom, following the retirement of the former chief minister, Augustine. All present had reviewed the letter from Viscount Lin concerning the northern territories and the accompanying evidence. It was irrefutably proven that Count Fernando had dispatched spies to attack merchant caravans, aiming to steal secrets and disrupt peace. Viscount Lin claimed he was compelled to retaliate, enacting divine retribution. Although his words were fervent, they were not devoid of reason. Reason? Glenwell glared in disbelief. Even if Fernando had erred, it was for the Privy Council of the kingdom to adjudicate. It was not for a mere viscount to administer private punishment. Such presumption is treasonous. Treason? Another noble, Duke Raymond, the Southern Protector, coldly remarked. Glenwell, put away your theatrics. We all know Fernando's character in the north. He dares to provoke one who can annihilate the Blood Wolf bandits, penetrate goblin lairs, and effortlessly crush the formidable characters of Storm Fortress. It only reveals his foolishness. His demise would be no great loss. The real concern now is Lin Costa's rapid accumulation of power. The exquisite weaponry from the Northern Trading Company, the Moonlight Moss Essence, the frost-resistant rye, and the terrifying military force demonstrated in his conquest of Storm Fortress. This is not the strength one would expect from a mere viscount. What lies concealed behind him? As these words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the council chamber. It dawned on all present that Lin's threat extended far beyond his conquest of Storm Fortress. His unfathomable military prowess, unique resources, and technologies were the true sources of unease and avarice for the aristocrats of the royal capital. Duke Raymond's assertions were indeed valid. Duke Soros nodded slowly, acknowledging that Viscount Lin had become a significant force. To recklessly dispatch troops would not only entail a long and arduous journey, fraught with supply challenges and uncertain outcomes, but even a victory would plunge the north into chaos, providing opportunities for orcs and barbarians. It could potentially drive him to desperate measures, aligning with forces we would rather not see. He subtly glanced toward the north, hinting at potential hostile kingdoms or factions. Should we then turn a blind eye? Allow him to swallow Storm Fortress and grow in power over the north? Glenwell roared in frustration. Certainly not, Duke Soros replied, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. By the will of His Majesty. First, an envoy will be dispatched to Storm Fortress, led by myself. The delegation will include the Interior Minister, the Military Undersecretary, and His Royal Highness the Third Prince as the representative of the royal family. Second, the mission of the envoy, to investigate the truth of the Storm Fortress incident, to interrogate Lin Costa, to demand the release of Count Fernando, and to propose a resolution that the kingdom can accept regarding his unilateral military actions and territorial annexation. A resolution? What sort of resolution? Glenwell pressed. Negotiation, Duke Soros articulated deliberately, using the framework of royal law, the majesty of the crown, and substantial incentives to restrain him, win him over, or even divide him. The territory of Storm Fortress may be partially acknowledged, but it must come at a price. His technologies and resources are essential for the kingdom and must be shared. His military must submit to the kingdom's command. Moreover, Duke Soros instructed the military minister to enhance border defenses in the north and ordered Count Roderick of Golden Valley to maintain strict neutrality until the envoy has results. No actions must be taken. Humph. I hope Lin knows better. Glenwell scoffed, though he was aware this was the most prudent course of action for the time being. At Storm Fortress, in the Lord's study, Lin perused the latest intelligence report presented by Hawk, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The royal envoy, led by Duke Soros himself, accompanied by the Interior Minister, the Military Undersecretary, and His Royal Highness the Third Prince. An impressive show of force indeed. Duke Soros was renowned for his cunning and served as the right hand to His Majesty. Lim's tone was grave. The Third Prince, in his youthful exuberance, was said to be particularly passionate about military exploits. Their visit spelled trouble. Trouble? Lin rose, moving to the window to survey the bustling reconstruction and fortification efforts at Storm Fortress. They arrived with the laws of the kingdom, the dignity of the crown, and their insatiable greed. He turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over every core member present. Do they think to intimidate us with the might of the royal capital? To use negotiation as a means to divide our spoils? To bind our strength with their so-called restraint? Dream on. Lim, Hawk, Tom, Orlando, Carl, Erect. Lin's voice rose suddenly, imbued with undeniable resolve. Send the order. Mobilize all our military forces at once. I want the royal envoy to witness what true power is, what an unassailable bastion truly represents. Lin promptly expended all his prestige to recruit soldiers. System notification. All prestige consumed. 106,720 points. Summoning. Elite Heavy Infantry X 1200. Summoning. Elite Legion Infantry X 1000. Summoning. Elite Northern Longbow Guard X 500. Summoning. Elite Frostblade Cavalry X 300. Summoning. Beginner Rune Mages X 50. Summoning. Elite Heavy Cavalry X 300. Summoning. Elite Engineers X 200. Current Prestige. 0 points. 600 points daily. With Lin's command, countless radiant lights illuminated the military camp, training grounds, and even the makeshift open spaces around Rock Fortress. As the brilliance faded, well-equipped and formidable elite troops materialized from thin air, clad in gleaming armor adorned with runic symbols, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes sharp and disciplined. They exuded an aura of lethal prowess that spoke of countless battles fought. Chapter 49. The Might of Military Power. The formation of heavy infantry expanded instantly to 2,400 men. Among them, 100 colossal barrier shields, integrated with fragments of the spine and inscribed with robust runes, reflected a somber gleam under the sunlight, resembling a moving mountain of steel. The Legion infantry swelled to 2,500, their gleaming steel short swords and reinforced square shields twinkling with cold light, their movements synchronized and brimming with lethal intent. The Longbow Guard reached 1,300, their powerful bows drawn, with poisoned arrows shimmering ominously. The Frostblade Cavalry increased to 500, galloping forth with curved blades like snow, resembling a black whirlwind. An additional 300 heavy cavalry joined, both horse and rider clad in runic heavy armor, wielding formidable lances, akin to a torrent of steel. 50 rune mages were added, staffs in hand, surrounded by a faint arcane glow, their gazes profound. 200 engineers joined the ranks, equipped with various sophisticated engineering tools, their movements efficient and precise. The entire rock fortress was suddenly filled with an overwhelming military might that was almost suffocating. A torrent of steel, a ruthless military formation. An aura of deadly intent surged toward the heavens. Lin, his voice resonated like a thunderclap, immediately setting preparations in motion to welcome the royal envoy. The grandeur must befit the presence of the king. The scene must be magnificent. The rituals must be thorough. Let them feel the respect and absolute power of Blackrock territory. Hawk, your scouts, keep a close watch on every move of the envoy, especially that of the Third Prince. I want to know his likes, dislikes, and weaknesses. Tom, Orlando, accelerate the repairs of the defensive works and magical towers of Rock Fortress. I want the envoy to see an impregnable stronghold. Furthermore, Master Orlando, you will oversee the Rune Mage Corps. When the envoy arrives, I expect to witness an arcane celebration. Carl, Erect, reform the military ranks. Select the most elite soldiers to conduct a grand triumphal parade upon the envoy's arrival. Let our torrent of steel crush their arrogance. As for Fernando, Lin's eyes glimmered coldly. Prepare him a clean outfit and ensure he is well fed. He still has his uses before the envoy. But remember, his life is in our hands. Yes, my lord. The crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented excitement and martial spirit. They gazed out at the boundless torrent of steel, radiating an overwhelming presence. Their hearts filled with awe for their lord's immense power and absolute confidence in the impending confrontation. Outside Rock Fortress, along the broad avenue leading to the castle, when the grand procession of the royal envoy, composed of ornate carriages and elite guards, finally arrived at the fortress, the sight before them left everyone, including the astute Chief Minister Soros and the impetuous Third Prince, in a state of indescribable shock and awe. The first thing that caught their eyes was the 2 rows of heavy infantry standing like a forest of steel along the sides of the road, clad in heavy armor glimmering with dark runes, wielding massive tower shields and sharp pikes. Their cold, sharp gazes pierced through the gaps in their helmets, remaining as immovable as rock. The quality of their armor, the radiant runes flowing on their shields, and their sculpted military posture exuded an oppressive presence that was suffocating. This was not a hastily assembled ragtag army. They were seasoned veterans of countless battles. Their equipment was so superior that it even surpassed the most elite royal guard of the capital. How is this possible? The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs exclaimed in disbelief. As a soldier, he knew all too well how many resources and how much time it took to forge such a heavy infantry unit. How could a newly risen Viscount territory possess an army of such scale and quality? Next, they witnessed an even more astonishing sight. Behind the heavy infantry formation was an even larger legion infantry formation, well-equipped and brimming with deadly intent. Further afield were the longbow guard, their arrows poised, shimmering with a chilling blue light. The frostblade cavalry galloped like a black whirlwind, and the heavy cavalry lined up like a torrent of steel. Each unit was well-equipped, high in morale, and disciplined, exuding the fierce aura of battle-hardened lions. There are too many of them. The interior minister's face turned pale, his voice trembling with disbelief. Wasn't he the intelligence report stating that the Blackrock army comprised only 3,000 to 4,000 men? Before them stood at least 5,000 to 6,000 elite soldiers. And all their equipment was so refined. Not just the equipment. The Third Prince gripped the reins tightly, his youthful face filled with astonishment and a hint of barely concealed fervor. Look at their eyes. Their momentum. This cannot be amassed merely through wealth and equipment. This is a true battle-hardened army. A steel force forged through countless trials of blood and fire. How did Lin achieve this? However, what truly sent shivers down the spines of the envoy members was not merely the sheer number and quality of the army, but what they beheld as they approached the castle gates. On either side of the castle's grand entrance, 2 rows of rune mages, garbed in deep blue robes and wielding staffs adorned with magical crystals, stood in solemn silence. An ethereal arcane glow enveloped them, their gazes deep and serene. As the envoy's carriage approached, the mages simultaneously raised their staffs. A resonant hum echoed through the air, and beams of soft yet formidable arcane light erupted from the tips of their staffs, intertwining and coalescing into a colossal archway of pure arcane energy that spanned the entire castle entrance. The archway shimmered with flowing runes, radiating a breathtaking aura of magical potency. Arcane salutation. Master Orlando's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, in welcome of the royal envoy. The Chief Minister Soros felt his pupils constrict in shock, unable to maintain his composure. He abruptly stood, leaning perilously out of the carriage window, fixated on the figures exuding powerful arcane waves. 50, at least 50 formal mages. How could this be possible? How could a mere viscountcy sustain such an extensive assembly of mages? Their spellcasting was so adept and stable. This was no amateur endeavor. A multitude of mages, thoroughly trained and disciplined, instilled in Soros a dread far greater than that of an elite army of thousands. This indicated that the Blackrock territory possessed not only formidable martial prowess, but also an unfathomable depth of arcane knowledge. Such power could not simply be acquired through plunder or chance discovery. It concealed a vast and enigmatic system capable of overturning the kingdom's existing understanding. Chief Minister Soros gradually retook his seat in the carriage, his expression grave as tumultuous waves surged within him. Who are you? What lies behind you? The gates of Rock Fortress creaked open slowly, akin to a colossal beast parting its jaws. Awaiting the royal envoy was the terrifying military might and unfathomable arcane power exhibited by the Blackrock territory, surpassing all expectations. This silent intimidation proved far more impactful than any words could convey. The arrogance and scheming of the capital appeared utterly feeble in the face of such overwhelming force. Chapter 50. Strategy shift. The immense gates of Rock Fortress swung open, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Behind them lay not the anticipated scene of war-torn devastation, but a broad, smooth avenue paved with pristine stone slabs. Flanking the road stood 2 rows of heavily armored infantry, clad in rune-engraved plate, and gripping tower shields and polearms. Resembling statues forged from steel, utterly unmoving. Their cold, piercing gazes emanated from the gaps in their helmets, like tangible blades, sweeping over the slowly approaching royal envoy's procession. The astonishing craftsmanship of their armor, the darkly glowing runes upon their shields, and the almost palpable aura of lethal intent that radiated from them left the interior minister and the deputy minister of military affairs gasping for breath. This was no hastily assembled army. The deputy minister whispered, his voice tinged with barely concealed astonishment. The quality of their equipment, their high morale, and strict discipline rivaled even the capital's most elite royal knight order. In some respects, they were even superior. The runes on those shields and the luster of their armor were anything but ordinary. Where did Lin En procure such forces? The interior minister's complexion paled, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment. The numbers far exceeded our intelligence. There must be over 1,000 heavy infantry lining this avenue. And there are still countless legionnaires, archers, and cavalry behind them. Good heavens, how many troops does he have hidden? Where did he acquire the funds? The resources? Prince Arthur pressed close to the carriage window, his youthful visage mingling shock, disbelief, and a spark of uncontainable fervor. He stared intently at the heavy infantry, an unusual light flickering in his eyes, a true tide of steel. Even the king's personal guard does not possess such formidable presence. How did Viscount Lin achieve this? His yearning for martial glory was ignited by the sight of this army, temporarily overshadowing his concerns regarding the kingdom's laws. Chief Minister Soros maintained an outward facade of calm within the carriage, yet his clenched fists and slightly trembling fingers betrayed the tempest within. He surveyed the silent forest of steel flanking the road, the vast army arrayed in the distance, and finally settled his gaze on the rune mages standing on the platforms beside the castle gate, surrounded by arcane radiance. 50. A full 50 formal mages. Their stability, proficiency, and ease in casting spells were incomparable to any itinerant or hastily recruited apprentice. What did this signify? It indicated that the Blackrock territory possessed not only the terrifying military force to crush Storm Fortress, but also a profound and complete arcane legacy. This could not be acquired through mere plunder or serendipity. It concealed a vast and mysterious power system capable of challenging the kingdom's foundational understanding. Soros silently mulled over the name Lin En, for the first time feeling an unprecedented sense of difficulty and an ineffable fear. Who are you? What stands behind you? Is it an ancient family hidden from the world, or a force from beyond the kingdom? He immediately recalled the hostile kingdoms in the north, eyeing him covetously, and certain enigmatic organizations across the continent, summoning alarm bells in his mind. The carriage advanced slowly through the oppressive silence, eventually halting in the expansive plaza before Rock Fortress, formerly the residence of the Earl of Storm Fortress. The plaza had been meticulously cleared and laid with a new crimson carpet. At the end of the carpet stood Viscount Lin En, clad in a simple yet dignified silver-gray lord's attire, draped in a black wolf fur cloak, standing resolutely amidst core members such as Carl, Erect, and Remington. As the chief minister Soros disembarked from the carriage, assisted by his attendants, Lin stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart and slightly bowing, exuding a demeanor that was both respectful and assertive. Lord Lin of Blackrock, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency, the Chief Minister Duke Soros, the Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, the Honorable Undersecretary of Military Affairs, and the esteemed Prince Arthur. His voice resonated clearly and steadily, echoing across the silent square. Soros's penetrating gaze swiftly fixed upon Lin. The young man before him appeared even younger than he had anticipated. With a strikingly handsome visage, calm and profound eyes, devoid of any arrogance typical of a victor or any trepidation in the presence of a kingdom's high-ranking officials. Instead, he radiated an air of assured composure and confidence. This demeanor sent a shiver down Soros's spine. Lord Lin, no need for formalities, Soros replied, his voice laced with a barely perceptible rasp as he endeavored to maintain the gravitas of his position. By the king's command, the envoy has arrived at Rock Fortress to investigate the events surrounding Storm Fortress and to convey inquiries from the Royal Privy Council. The envoy has traveled a great distance and must first rest at your residence. Lin gestured invitingly to the side. We shall deliberate on all matters after you have had a brief respite. Soros nodded slightly, and under the guidance of Reem, led the members of the envoy into the estate. Along the way, they observed further details. Although remnants of battle were still visible within the castle, restoration efforts were being conducted in an orderly manner, with craftsmen displaying remarkable skill and efficiency. Patrolling soldiers were well equipped, their gazes sharp, and their discipline impeccable. A subtle aura of magical energy permeated the air, indicating that the castle's protective enchantments were being restored and even strengthened. All of this silently showcased the formidable organizational capabilities and profound heritage of Blackrock. In the courtyard where the envoy was to be lodged, the Minister of Internal Affairs exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my dear God! Duke, did you see those troops? Those mages?" As he entered Soros's chamber, his voice trembled with urgency. "This is no mere Viscount's domain. This power rivals that of a dukedom's elite. How many secrets has Lin Costa concealed?" The Undersecretary of Military Affairs nodded gravely. "Their equipment is terrifyingly formidable, especially the tower shields and armor of the heavy infantry. The runes upon them are unprecedented. Their defensive capabilities are astonishing. And those 50 mages, consistent spellcasting. This indicates a comprehensive mage training system behind them. This is utterly daunting." Prince Arthur appeared unusually exhilarated. "Your Excellency, Lord Lin Costa's army is remarkably powerful. This is true strength. If we could secure his allegiance or learn his military training methods." His eyes sparkled with a yearning for power. Soros, seated in his chair, lightly drummed his fingers against the armrest, his gaze deep and contemplative. "Calm yourselves. Lin Costa's display of power is intended to intimidate us. He has succeeded." He paused, his voice lowering. "The question now is, how shall we respond? A confrontational stance in the face of his absolute strength would only lead to our humiliation. Do we simply acquiesce?" The Minister of Internal Affairs protested. "Is Storm Fortress to be swallowed by him just like that? Has Count Fernando been captured without recourse? What has become of the kingdom's dignity? Acquiesce?" A cold smile crept upon Soros's lips. "Certainly not. However, our strategy must adapt. Engaging him head-on, we have no chance. At least not in the north. We require more agile tactics." Chapter 51. Observing the drill, he turned to Prince Arthur. "Your Highness, are you particularly interested in Lord Lin Costa's army?" Arthur nodded eagerly. "Indeed, Your Excellency. I wish to witness their real combat drills firsthand." "Excellent." A glimmer of insight sparkled in Soros's eyes. This could serve as an opportunity. Since Lin had shown the willingness to display his might, he would likely not refuse. "We shall seize this chance to closely observe his troops, assess their true strength, and potentially identify weaknesses." He then addressed the Undersecretary of Military Affairs. "You will be responsible for evaluating their equipment and tactics. The origins and principles of those runes and mages must be thoroughly understood." "Understood." The Undersecretary responded solemnly. As for negotiations, Soros inhaled deeply. The core demands of releasing Count Fernando and returning the territory of Storm Fortress would likely be challenging to achieve. We need new leverage. For instance, recognizing his partial dominion over Storm Fortress, Rock Fortress, in exchange for his loyalty to the kingdom, along with sharing his technology and resources. Sharing technology. The Minister of Internal Affairs gasped. "Is that not aiding the enemy?" "Whether it is sharing or controlling depends on how we maneuver," Soros replied, his eyes glimmering with shrewd, calculating wisdom. "The kingdom's depth is not something a new Viscount can rival. As long as he is willing to submit and integrate into the kingdom's system, we can gradually assimilate him. My only fear is that he is backed by an insurmountable power." Meanwhile, in Lin's study, "My lord, the envoy has been settled," Reem reported. While Duke Soros appears composed, my subordinates observed that his fingers trembled significantly upon seeing the mage contingent. The Minister of Internal Affairs and the Undersecretary of Military Affairs were visibly astonished, while only the third prince, Arthur, seemed notably excited. "Excited?" Lin's lips curled upward. "It seems this prince is a martial enthusiast." "Very well," Reem continued. "There are reports from Hawk. It seems a fierce debate has erupted within the envoy. Duke Soros appears to have altered his strategy, no longer insisting on a hardline stance. Prince Arthur has expressed a desire to observe our military drills." "Observe our drills?" A glint of understanding flickered in Lin's eyes. "He wishes to probe my depths? Very well. Let them see. Not only shall they see, but they shall see to their heart's content." "Carl, Erect, present, my lord." They responded in unison. "Tomorrow, at the Northern Parade Ground, we shall hold a triumphant review and real combat drill. All troops shall mobilize. Present your finest state. Heavy infantry phalanx advance. Legion infantry charge. Longbow guard volley. Icefang rangers strike. Heavy cavalry charge." Finally, Lin turned to Orlando. "Master Orlando, the Mage Guild is preparing a grand joint arcane demonstration. It must be awe-inspiring. They need to comprehend that the defenses of Rock Fortress are as solid as a rock." "Yes, my lord." The eyes of the assembly blaze with martial fervor. As for Soros Lin, he lightly taps his fingers on the table, his gaze profound. Does he wish to alter his strategy? To entice me with acknowledgement and benefits? To sow division? Very well, but the initiative remains in my hands. Fernando is the finest bargaining chip. Liam, make arrangements to ensure the envoy inadvertently witnesses Fernando living comfortably. Yet let them understand that his life and death lie solely within my whim. Understood. Liam comprehends the intent. Lin rises and approaches the enormous map of the north hanging on the study's wall. On the map, the banner of the Blackrock territory, a gray wolf, spreads like a wildfire across the vast expanse of the north. From the original Blackrock fortress to the annexed lands of Baron Blanc, Skullcrush Fortress, the Baron of Rusty Lands, and the newly incorporated mining area of Howling Wind Valley, as well as the recently absorbed Storm Fortress, now renamed Rock Fortress. The Grey Wolf banner occupies nearly half of the northern territory. This land is the foundation he has forged with iron blood and wisdom, step by step. His gaze slowly shifts to the other half of the map. There lies the domain of Count Roderick of Golden Valley, along with the fiefs of his two subordinate barons, Baron Blackpine and Baron River Valley. Roderick's golden wheat banner still dominates the wealthiest southern plains and parts of the coastal regions of the north. But at this moment, in Lin's eyes, this area is no longer an unattainable behemoth, but rather his next target. The map also clearly marks two other independent forces, the coastal territory of Viscount White River and the mountainous territory of Baron Limestone in the west. Their banners differ in hue from Roderick's, signifying their status as independent lords rather than vassals of Golden Valley. Although their strength pales in comparison to Count Roderick, their existence is nonetheless a component of the northern landscape. Do the envoys from the royal capital wish to probe my depths? Lin's gaze sweeps across the map, finally settling on the position of Rock Fortress, his voice imbued with calm authority and power. Let them see clearly. The clearer they see, the more they will understand who the true master of the north is. His finger lightly touches the location of Golden Valley, and a glint of frost flashes in his eyes. You are the final stumbling block that must be crushed in the north. As for the others, he casts his gaze over the marks of Viscount White River and Baron Limestone. Whether they are foes or allies will depend on their choices. The following day, at dawn, to the north of Rock Fortress, the vast training ground has been meticulously prepared. The rising sun casts a golden hue upon the rows of armored forces, reflecting a cold and deadly gleam. Under Liam's guidance, the royal envoy ascends the specially constructed platform at the northern side of the training ground. Chief Minister Soros maintains his composed demeanor, yet when he beholds the boundless, well-equipped, and formidable military formations on the ground, his pupils involuntarily constrict. The Minister of Internal Affairs pales, while the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs surveys each troop's equipment and formations with keen intensity, as if admiring treasures. Prince Arthur is even more exhilarated, his fists clenched, his gaze filled with a longing for power and strength. Your Grace, Your Highness, esteemed lords. Lin's voice resonates clearly across the training ground through a simple amplification rune device. The Blackrock territory presents a triumphant parade and practical drill for the esteemed royal envoy. Commence. With Lin's command, the heavy drumbeats thunder like rolling thunder, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the training ground. Heavy infantry, advance. Tom's deep voice echoes through the skies. Roar. 2,400 heavy infantry roar in unison. The sound waves crash like a tangible shockwave, making the eardrums of the envoy's members thrum with resonance. At the forefront, 100 colossal beast barrier shields crash to the ground. The massive shields embed deeply into the earth, their runes glowing with a dark luminescence, forming an impregnable wall of steel. Following this, the heavy infantry phalanx marches forward with heavy, synchronized steps, akin to moving mountains. With each footfall, the earth trembles slightly. Their halberds glint with cold light, and the air is thick with a murderous intent. Legion infantry, charge. Carl's voice follows. Kill. 2,500 Legion infantry unleash a deafening battle cry. They surge forth like a tidal wave, following closely behind the heavy infantry. Wielding steel short swords and iron shields, their movements swift and lethal. They execute a standard assault formation, short swords slashing, shields blocking, their actions perfectly synchronized, exuding an aura of impending death. The overwhelming momentum sends a chill through the hearts of the spectators. Longbow guard, volley. Eric's steady voice rings out. 1,300 archers simultaneously draw their powerful bows. The twang of bowstrings resonates in unison. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense rain of arrows soars into the air, like a sudden cloud of death obscuring the sky. The piercing shrieks of arrows slicing through the air send tingles down one's spine. They accurately blanket the designated target area, instantly transforming the sturdy wooden targets into hedgehogs. The poisoned arrowheads glimmer with a deadly blue light under the sun. Chapter 52. Demonstration. Iceblade Cavalry. Charge. Carl commands once more. Gallop. 500 Iceblade cavalrymen burst forth like black lightning from the flanks. They spur their northern warhorses, their speed astonishing. In their rapid advance, they display breathtaking mounted archery skills. Their curved blades swing, precisely cleaving through the wooden stakes and dummies along the way. Simultaneously, the poisoned short spears are hurled like venomous serpents, striking their distant targets with deadly accuracy. Their movements are fluid and lethal, resembling a black whirlwind reaping lives on the battlefield. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Erect's voice carries a hint of fervor. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently. 300 heavily armored cavalry surged forth like awakened steel behemoths, charging with fervor. Both horse and rider donned resplendent armor adorned with shimmering runes, as the thunderous hooves pounded the ground, producing a deafening roar. They wielded 3-meter-long lances, their tips glinting ominously. Ahead lay a simulated obstacle constructed of massive logs and sandbags. With a resounding crash, like a force of nature, the cavalry's charge was unstoppable. The heavy lances effortlessly pierced through the logs. The sturdy sandbag barriers crumbled under the iron hooves as if they were made of paper. Dust and wood shavings filled the air. The terrifying impact and destructive force rendered the members of the envoy atop the platform pale with fear. The Undersecretary of Military Affairs gasped in disbelief. This charge possesses the power to penetrate any infantry formation. The drill reached its zenith. Various military branches executed intricate and exquisite cooperative maneuvers amidst the exhilarating sound of war drums and horns. The heavy infantry advanced steadily, their shields like mountains, spears like a forest. Legion infantry executed flanking assaults, their short swords like lightning, shields like walls. The longbowmen unleashed a deadly rain of arrows with pinpoint accuracy. The ice rangers harried from the flanks, swift as the wind. The heavy cavalry charged like thunder, obliterating all in their path. The entire parade ground transformed into a colossal war machine, every cog working in perfect harmony, unleashing a chilling force of destruction. The expression of the Chief Minister Soros grew increasingly grave. What he witnessed was not merely soldiers training, but a well-structured, seamlessly coordinated, an impeccably equipped war machine with morale at its pinnacle. The combat effectiveness of this army far exceeded his expectations. He even began to doubt whether the kingdom's most elite legion could withstand the onslaught of such a steel tide in open battle. Master Orlando. Lin's voice resonated once more. Yes, my lord. Orlando's calm voice responded. He stood at one side of the platform, flanked by 50 rune mages. They simultaneously raised their staffs. Joint arcane demonstration. Commence. A low, grand hum instantly drowned out all the battlefield noise. The magical crystals atop the 50 staffs erupted in resplendent brilliance. A torrent of arcane energy surged forth, like rivers converging into the sea, as the mages skillfully guided it to converge, compress, and resonate. Act 1. Arcane Shield. A colossal, translucent, pale blue energy shield, adorned with intricate runes, unfurled above the training troops in an instant. The shield shimmered with radiant colors, emanating a powerful aura of defense. Following this, dozens of preset small catapults simultaneously launched flaming stone projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming stones struck the arcane shield with tremendous force, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous sounds and dazzling flames. Yet, the shield merely rippled slightly, effortlessly absorbing all attacks. The flaming stones fell away like waves crashing against a reef, extinguished and powerless. Act 2. Elemental Storm. The mages twirled their staffs. The shield dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a chaotic surge of elemental energy coalescing in the sky. Wrath of Thunder. Orlando commanded. Crack. Jagged, blinding bolts of lightning cleaved through the air, akin to the whip of a deity, striking down upon the designated mock enemy formation in the distance, instantly transforming that area into a scorched wasteland. The lightning flashed, and the ground quaked. Inferno Tempest. Orlando ordered once more. Whoosh. Seething flames erupted from thin air, roaring like a dragon, engulfing another area. Everything combustible was reduced to ash in the wake of the flames. Waves of heat rolled forth. Even the envoy atop the platform felt the scorching intensity. Act 3. Earth Barrier. Finally, the mages directed their staffs towards the ground. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Massive, spiked rock barriers surged upward from the ground, resembling the spine of a colossal beast, instantaneously blocking the path of the training troops. The barriers stood tall and sturdy, radiating a heavy aura of earth element, forming an insurmountable natural barricade. The demonstration concluded. The arcane radiance gradually faded, leaving behind charred marks on the parade ground and towering rock barriers, silently testifying to the cataclysmic forces just unleashed. The entire parade ground fell into a deathly silence. The members of the envoy, including the seasoned Chief Minister Soros, were enveloped in an indescribable shock and awe. They gaped, unable to utter a sound. The terrifying arcane power, the apocalyptic might, and the seamless cooperation of the 50 mages shattered their previous understanding of the power of the nobility. Is this a forbidden spell? The Minister of Internal Affairs stammered, his lips trembling, his face as pale as a ghost. The combined power of 50 mages is utterly terrifying. The Undersecretary of Military Affairs stared blankly, murmuring, "Arcane shield, elemental storm, earth barrier. This is practically strategic-level arcane power, capable of altering the course of a battle. How could he possibly possess such power?" Prince Arthur trembled with excitement, seizing Soros's arm, his voice quavering with enthusiasm. "My lord, did you witness that? This is true power. The union of arcane and steel. An invincible force. How did Lord Lin achieve this? I must learn from him. I must acquire this power." Chief Minister Soros slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm the tempest within. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of undeniable trepidation. He gazed at the young Viscount, standing calmly in the center of the platform, as if the cataclysmic scene just witnessed was merely a trivial performance. Lin Costa Soros sighed silently within, for the power he had displayed had transcended the bounds of nobility, even surpassing the kingdom's imagination. "You are demonstrating your might." He comprehended that Lin, through this awe-inspiring parade and arcane demonstration, had declared an indisputable fact to the envoy of the royal capital and the entire kingdom. The Blackrock territory possesses a terrifying power capable of reshaping the kingdom's landscape. Any attempts to forcibly subdue him through the kingdom's laws or royal authority would be futile, even foolish. Soros felt a bitter pang. The initiative now resided entirely in Lin's hands. Lin's gaze calmly scanned the members of the envoy on the platform, finally resting upon Soros. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He recognized that he had achieved his objective. This silent intimidation was far more powerful than 1,000 words. "Your Excellency Duke. Your Highness Prince, esteemed lords." Lin's voice resonated once more, shattering the silence. "The drill has concluded. Please proceed to the council chamber to discuss the future of the Northern Territories." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The steel torrent of Rock Fortress and the might of Arcana had firmly established an unshakable tone for the forthcoming negotiations. Chapter 53. The choice within the council chamber of Rock Fortress. The atmosphere was as frigid as ice, heavy around the oak table. Chief Minister Soros sat at the head, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the smooth surface of the table, attempting to quell the tumultuous waves surging within him. Behind him, the Minister of Internal Affairs appeared pale. The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs bore a hawkish gaze, and the third prince, Arthur, could scarcely conceal his excitement, his eyes fixed fervently upon the youthful figure across the table. Lin, the Viscount Costa, donned a simple silver-gray lord's attire, draped in a black wolf fur cloak. Reclining casually against the chair's back, his tranquil gaze sweeping over the envoy. It seemed as though the recent spectacle of steel and magic, capable of overturning the kingdom's understanding, was merely an ordinary afternoon rehearsal. "Viscount Lin," Soros finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness as he endeavored to maintain the gravitas of the chief minister. "The might of the Blackrock army and the finesse of the Mage Guild are indeed rare within the kingdom. However, the matter of Storm Fortress pertains to the kingdom's laws, the deposition of account, and territorial claims, which is of utmost significance. The royal inquiry from the Privy Council has arrived. We, under royal command, must hear the Viscount's account on this matter." He deliberately emphasized the royal command and the law, striving to raise the banner of royal authority in the face of absolute power. Lin inclined his head slightly, his demeanor impeccable. "Your Excellency Duke, Your Highness Prince, esteemed lords. Thank you for your arduous journey. The events concerning Storm Fortress have been duly documented and submitted to the Privy Council. I trust you have already perused them." His voice was steady and clear, akin to the glacial river flowing outside Rock Fortress. "Count Fernando has betrayed the kingdom's trust, repeatedly dispatching night owl spies into the Blackrock territory to steal military intelligence and sabotage production. He has incited the Bloodwolf mercenary corps to masquerade as bandits, plundering caravans and slaughtering my people. Furthermore, He has incited others, referring to Count Roderick of Golden Valley, with the intent of stifling the Blackrock territory's vitality and disrupting the tranquility of the Northern Territories. The evidence is irrefutable, with both witnesses and material proof included in the documentation. He paused, casting a cold, sharp glance at Soros. The Blackrock territory, bestowed by the kingdom, bears the responsibility of safeguarding the Northern Territories in the face of such provocation and invasion. To merely endure and retreat would not only betray the king's grace, but also plunge the Northern Territories into chaos, leaving the kingdom's northern frontier wide open. Thus, to uphold the dignity of the kingdom's laws, to protect the safety of my subjects, and to maintain peace and stability in the Northern Territories, I, Lin Costa, am compelled to enact a divine punishment. Divine punishment? The Minister of Internal Affairs interjected, his voice sharp. Viscount Lin, the kingdom has its own legal framework. Even if Count Fernando has erred, he should be judged by the Privy Council. Your unilateral mobilization, the annihilation of the Count's territory, and the capture of the Count himself constitute usurpation. This is treason. Treason? Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at the Minister of Internal Affairs. Pray tell, my lord, if an intruder were to burst into your estate, slaughtering your servants, plundering your possessions, with the intent to annihilate your household, would you stand idly by, awaiting your demise? Or would you rise to retaliate, repaying blood with blood? Such matters cannot be conflated. The minister was rendered speechless. Why can they not? Lin's voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable strength. Storm Fortress to my Blackrock territory is akin to that intruder wielding a blade. What Fernando has done is not a personal grudge, but an affront to the public. The retaliation from the Blackrock territory is not a private feud, but a defense of the kingdom. If we allow bandits to run rampant and permit the collapse of the Northern Territory's defenses, that would be the greatest betrayal of the kingdom, the most profound sacrilege against royal command. He stood, moving to the grand stained glass window of the council chamber, gesturing toward the still smoldering, yet fervently reconstructing rock fortress outside. Esteemed lords, behold, Storm Fortress has been renamed Rock Fortress. It is no longer the den of Fernando's greed and cruelty, but the new cornerstone of the Blackrock territory, safeguarding the Northern Territories and protecting the kingdom. Every brick here will be inscribed with loyalty to the kingdom. Every soldier will shed their last drop of blood to defend this land. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing within the silent council chamber. As for Count Fernando, Lin turned to fix his gaze upon Soros. He resides within the fortress. Should your excellency require interrogation, he may be summoned at any time. His testimony will be far more detailed and striking than the documents provided. A chill ran through Soros. Lin's words were impeccably crafted, framing the retaliation as a defense of the nation and beautifying the annexation of Storm Fortress as the establishment of a new bulwark for the kingdom, occupying both moral and legal high ground. More crucially, he held the testimony of Fernando firmly in his grasp. As long as Fernando spoke, whatever he uttered would serve as irrefutable evidence, solidifying the legitimacy of the Blackrock territory's actions. What the Viscount has articulated is not without merit, Soros eventually conceded, opting for a temporary retreat. There was no chance of victory in a head-on clash. He needed to alter his strategy. If Count Fernando's crimes are substantiated, he is indeed guilty of heinous offenses. However, the kingdom has its own system. The deposition of a count and the determination of territorial claims must ultimately be deliberated by the Privy Council and subjected to the sovereign's holy judgment. He abruptly shifted his tone, infusing it with a hint of concern. The sudden annexation of Stormhold by Blackrock has significantly expanded its territory and bolstered its military might, inevitably drawing attention. In the northern realm, Count Roderick of Golden Vale stands as a pillar. Should this incite any resentment, it would not bode well for the north or the kingdom. This was a veiled insinuation that Lin's brilliance might provoke Roderick's backlash, potentially igniting a civil conflict in the north. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile formed at the corners of Lin's mouth, tinged with a mocking understanding of the situation. Your Grace worries unnecessarily. He returned to his seat with composure, aware that Count Roderick, a senior official of the kingdom, was a man of profound wisdom. As for the matters concerning Stormhold, the truth is bound to be discerned by the esteemed Count himself. He paused, casting a pointed glance at the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs. The Blackrock Army is not mustering its forces to flaunt power, nor does it harbor covetous desires towards neighboring realms. Our sole intention is to safeguard our borders and protect our citizens, instilling fear in those who dare to threaten us. Lin's voice suddenly turned icy, akin to the chilling winds sweeping through the hall. Should anyone harbor malice due to Blackrock's strength, or even dare to emulate Fernando's infamous actions. The iron hooves of the Blackrock army and the might of our mages shall once again mete out divine punishment. Let all who covet our territory understand. Those who trespass upon our lands, regardless of their might, shall meet their end. This is the true path to peace in the north. This is the greatest loyalty to the kingdom. Boom. As if to validate Lin's proclamation, the heavy oak doors of the council chamber were thrust open with a crash. Hawk, dust-laden and hurried, strode in without pausing for formalities. His voice urgent and tinged with restrained excitement. My lord, urgent news. From the direction of Golden Vale. All eyes instantly converged upon him. Hawk dropped to one knee. Speaking rapidly, a shadow lurking in Golden Vale has sent word. Count Roderick has, just an hour ago, issued orders to lift all material blockades and border restrictions against our Blackrock territory. His envoy has departed with gifts and is racing towards Stonehold, claiming he wishes to discuss the prosperity of the North with you. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed through the council chamber. The Minister of Internal Affairs and the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs stood agape. Prince Arthur clenched his fists tightly. Chief Minister Soros's pupils constricted in shock, his fingers turning pale as they gripped the armrests of his chair. Lifting the blockade? Coming with gifts? Seeking a discussion on prosperity? This was not an expression of resentment. It was a blatant display of submission. Count Roderick, the only other noble remaining in the north, a long-standing aristocrat entrenched in Golden Vale, had, upon witnessing the might of the Blackrock army and learning of Stormhold's fall, chosen to bow his head without hesitation. He had opted for compromise, even allegiance. This was more impactful than any words could convey. The capitulation of Golden Vale struck like a final hammer blow, shattering any lingering fantasies within the envoy about balancing Lin through royal authority and neighboring threats. Lin sat at the head of the table, his expression devoid of surprise, radiating an aura of control. He raised a hand slightly, motioning for Hawk to rise. Understood. Convey orders to treat the envoy of Count Roderick with courtesy and escort him to the guest hall for respite. Yes, Hawk acknowledged, swiftly departing. Lin's gaze shifted back to Soros, his calm demeanor imbued with an undeniable authority. Your Grace, you see, Count Roderick understands the situation quite clearly. Peace and prosperity in the north are never achieved through forbearance and compromise, but are earned through respect garnered from strength and order established by might. He leaned forward slightly, his voice low yet resonant, striking a chord in every listener's heart. Stormhold is now a chapter of the past. Stonehold stands resolutely here. The fate of Fernando will be judged by his transgressions and the laws of the kingdom. However, Stonehold, along with the lands and people it safeguards in the north, shall forever belong to Blackrock and remain eternally loyal to the kingdom. This is my declaration. This is the will of Blackrock. Silence enveloped the council chamber. Only the howling northern wind outside and the distant echoes of the training horns from the military camp, signifying strength and order, silently heralded the dawn of a new era. Chief Minister Soros gazed at the remarkably youthful yet steadfast Viscount before him, observing the formidable castle outside, basking in the early spring sunlight, yet exuding an aura of cold steel. The last vestiges of hope in his heart dissipated. He slowly leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they reflected a profound calmness and a resignation-laden determination. The scales of negotiation had irreversibly tipped in favor of absolute power. The envoys from the capital had now become true witnesses, observing the coronation of the new sovereign of the north, witnessing the silent reshaping of the kingdom's power dynamics. Chapter 54. Broad recruitment of the garrison. The massive gates of Stonehold, formerly Stormhold, creaked open, the heavy sound of the winch resonating sharply in the crisp morning air. The envoy from the capital, comprising a splendid carriage and elite guards, slowly departed the castle amidst a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Chief Minister Soros, seated at the forefront of the carriage, took one last glance through the window at the fluttering banner of the howling wolf atop the castle, and the young yet unyielding figure of Viscount Lin Costa beneath it. His gaze was a complex amalgam of frustration from an unfinished mission, astonishment at Blackrock's terrifying power, and an ineffable weight upon his heart. The confrontations at the negotiation table, the absolute strength exhibited by the Blackrock army and the Mage Corps, alongside Count Roderick's near-submissive stance, had utterly shattered the capital's fantasies of subduing Lin through law and authority. Their journey had become less of an inquiry and more a testament to the rise of a new hegemon in the north. As the carriage rolled over the muddy roads of early spring, kicking up a cloud of dust, it gradually vanished into the horizon. Lin stood atop the castle, watching the envoy depart, his face betraying no emotion. The envoys from the capital had left, bearing compromise and shock, but this did not signify an end. On the contrary, this is merely the beginning. Though the smoke of battle at Rock Fortress has dissipated, the newly conquered land is rife with uncertainty and latent currents. The scars of Storm Fortress have yet to fade, and with a shaky foundation, all glory is but an illusion. He is acutely aware that while an elite force summoned by the system can crush formidable foes, it cannot permeate every village and corner. Nor can it swiftly win the hearts of the people and solidify rule. True and lasting peace necessitates deep roots entrenched in the soil. The garrison, then, is the very root and shield that Lin has meticulously crafted for this newly acquired territory. He turned, casting his gaze upon the vast central square within the castle. There, the air was already alive with fervent voices. Rock Fortress's central square bore witness to the complete incineration of the Storm Fortress banner, while the banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered triumphantly in the wind. The square was teeming with young men from Rock Fortress and its surrounding villages, most appearing gaunt and ragged, their eyes a mixture of reverence for their new lord, confusion regarding the future, and a barely perceptible yearning, an inkling of hope for their own fates and the new order, following the departure of the royal envoy. Upon the platform, Lin, draped in a wolf fur cloak, surveyed the crowd with piercing intensity. Her members such as Carl, Erect, and Lime stood resolutely at his sides. Recently aligned were several low-ranking officers and village leaders from the former Storm Fortress, positioned prominently for all to see. People of Rock Fortress. Lin's voice resonated clearly through the amplification runes, steady and powerful, instantly quelling the clamor of the square. The storm has passed. The rock stands firm. This land, along with you, is now under the protection of the Blackrock domain. He paused, his voice rising with undeniable authority. But protection is not charity. It is not a cowardly existence. The protection of the Blackrock domain must be earned through loyalty and courage. With the swords and shields in your hands, you shall defend the land beneath your feet. Safeguard your homes. Protect your wives, children, and elders. Today, the Rock garrison of the Blackrock domain is officially recruiting. All who are 16 years or older, strong and healthy, and without a history of wrongdoing, may enlist. Those who join the garrison shall receive military pay, provisions, standardized leather armor, and weapons. Those who achieve merit in battle shall be rewarded with land, granted houses, and may even be promoted to the ranks of the Blackrock domain's official household guard, bringing glory to your name. Your duty is not to embark on distant conquests, but to guard, to protect every gate of Rock Fortress, to secure every road leading to the villages, to safeguard every grain in the fields, to illuminate every lamp in the night within the villages. You shall be the foundation of Rock Fortress, the most steadfast shield of this land. Lin's words ignited the crowd like sparks on dry tinder. Military pay, provisions, weapons, armor, land, houses, promotions. These terms, for a populace beleaguered by war and living in hardship, shone like a beacon in the darkness. Particularly the call to protect their homes struck at the very core of their deepest desires. The departure of the royal envoy seemed to have lifted the shadow of the old era, illuminating a glimmer of hope for a transformed destiny under the new order. I wish to enlist. My name is Buck. I can swing an axe. A burly man with a scarred face surged first to the registration table, pounding his chest with fervor. And I, Hans, I can run fast. I have keen eyesight. I once stood watch for the Lord. I'm an apprentice blacksmith. I'm strong. I want to join too. For the Lord. For a full belly. Count me in. The crowd erupted in excitement as men rushed toward the registration station, their eyes ablaze with a yearning for survival and a brighter future. Fear was temporarily quelled, replaced by an exhilarating sense of recognition and responsibility. Lime, accompanied by several clerks, busily yet efficiently recorded the information, while Carl personally oversaw a selection of seasoned household guards, scrutinizing each applicant's physique, demeanor, and mental state as if evaluating precious ore. Your physique must be robust. Your gaze must possess a fierce determination. But your intentions must be pure. Carl's voice boomed like a bell, resounding through the throng. The garrison is the protector of the domain, not a tyrant oppressing the people. Anyone who dares to abuse their power will face the unyielding hand of military law. This stern warning made some with ulterior motives withdraw, yet it also emboldened many who genuinely wished to safeguard their homes. Within a mere 3 days, the 1st Battalion of the Rock Garrison, composed of 500 local youths, completed its preliminary selection and assembly. At the Rock Fortress, within the Western Military Camp, formerly the Storm Fortress Barracks, dust swirled in the training grounds. Carl stood like a rock upon the command platform, his gaze electrifying. Behind him stood 10 seasoned non-commissioned officers brought from the Blackrock domain. The 500 recruits, clad in new leather armor emblazoned with the Rock Fortress emblem, a mountain peak pierced by sword and shield, gripped standardized ironwood shields and finely crafted short swords. Forming a crooked line, their expressions a blend of excitement and trepidation. Chapter 55, Training and Deployment. Stand tall. Carl's bellow reverberated like thunder. Remember, from this day forth, you are no longer farmers. You are not vagrants. You are the Rock Garrison, warriors safeguarding your homeland. The formation is the soldier's visage. It is the foundation of combat effectiveness. If you cannot maintain the formation, you are destined for death on the battlefield. You are a traitor to your comrades. First squad. On my command. Shields up. Prepare to thrust. Feet. Keep your steps steady. Engage your core. Imagine a wild wolf charging at you, piercing it. Fools. You're stabbing a scarecrow, not your lover's face. Put some force into it. Carl's admonitions, the commands of the non-commissioned officers, the heavy footsteps of the recruits, the thud of shields colliding, and the whistling of short swords slicing through the air intertwined to create a symphony of iron and blood training. Training is indeed a brutal affair. The monotonous drills, the weight of heavy shields, and the repetitive assassination maneuvers have rendered these men accustomed to a more laid-back existence. Utterly miserable, yet none falter. The generous compensation, clear responsibilities, and the formidable strength and righteous demeanor exhibited by instructors like Carl compel them to grit their teeth and persevere. More importantly, Lin's promises are being fulfilled. The rations in the military camp consist of meat and vegetables at every meal, plentiful and satisfying. Brand new leather armor and weapons are distributed to each individual. Injuries are treated by the accompanying physicians. Those who perform exceptionally well can instantly receive additional meat rewards or even small amounts of silver. All of this instills hope in the new recruits, allowing them to feel a sense of respect. At the Lord's study in Rock Fortress, Lin gazes at the report presented by Lime. Training progress report of the 1st Battalion of the Rock Guard, 500 men. Completion of basic drill training, 70. Completion of basic shield blocking training, 60. Completion of basic short sword assassination training, 50. Preliminary mastery of squad defensive formations, morale, high, well-fed. Equipped with quality gear, clear responsibilities, and prospects for promotion. Equipment issued. 500 rock standard leather armors, 500 reinforced wooden shields, 500 fine iron short swords. Station, Western Military Camp of Rock Fortress. Capacity of 1,500 men, excellent. Lin nodded slightly. The training progress aligns with expectations. Carl indeed possesses a method. My lord, Lime added, per your instructions, we have simultaneously initiated the village garrison plan, starting with the larger villages surrounding Rock Fortress. Each will recruit 10 to 20 local able-bodied men to form village-level garrison units. Outstanding non-commissioned officers from the 1st Battalion will be appointed as captains, responsible for daily patrols, maintaining public order, and relaying information. What about their equipment? Lin inquired. Basic leather armor, converted from old armor, wooden sticks, to be later replaced with standard batons, and copper whistles. Their primary roles are intimidation and early warning, Lime replied. The necessary equipment is being produced around the clock at the Rock Fortress Workshop, formerly the Storm Fortress Smithy, with ample materials. Additionally, Lime continued, the iron mine of Storm Fortress has resumed operations, with stable output. Master Tom suggests we prioritize using the newly mined fine iron to create a batch of rock standard breastplates, lightweight, protecting vital areas, gradually replacing the leather armor to enhance defense. Agreed, Lin nodded. Tell Tom that quality must be assured. The lives of the garrison soldiers are invaluable. Yes, my lord. Lin rose and approached the expansive map of the north. On the map, the location of Rock Fortress is prominently marked, with its subordinate villages scattered like stars. Lime. The pilot program at Rock Fortress has yielded significant results. Lin's voice was steady and powerful. This system must be implemented throughout the entire territory. Immediately dispatch orders to all castles. At Blackrock City, under the coordination of Erect, establish the Blackrock Garrison, consisting of 2,500 men. Their duty, to guard the main city, the workshop area, and patrol the main roads. At Skullcrush Fortress, Tom will oversee the formation of the Skullcrush Garrison, comprising 1,500 men. Their duty, castle defense, mine area security, and mountain patrols. In Rusty territory, you will personally appoint a capable officer to form the Rusty Garrison, consisting of 2,000 men. Their duty, defense of the Iron Mine area, village security, and road patrols. At Howling Wind Valley Mines, Hawk will be fully responsible, expanding the garrison to 1,000 elite soldiers. Their duty, securing the mine, eliminating any prying eyes, and ensuring absolute safety. The Rock Fortress garrison, personally led by Carl, will be expanded to 4,000 men. Their duty, core defense of the castle, patrols of surrounding villages, and mobile support. Establish garrison outposts in all major villages. Form garrison units in each village. The organizational standards will follow those of Rock Fortress. Equipment, training, and merit systems will be implemented as a cohesive whole. You will oversee the coordination. Carl, Erect, Tom, and Hawk will each be responsible for their respective areas. Lin's finger struck the map emphatically, his voice resolute. 1 month. Lime. In 1 month, I want to see the garrison shield of the entire Blackrock territory taking shape. Forge the iron wall of the north. All organizational structures, equipment, training, outposts, and village units must be in place. Establish a 3-tiered defense network of main city outposts and village units to ensure every inch of Blackrock territory is covered without any blind spots. Simultaneously, Lin's eyes sparkled with determination. Refine the merit system of the garrison. Establish clear standards for capturing bandits, quelling disturbances, providing early warnings, maintaining public order, assisting in land cultivation, and demonstrating exceptional performance. Merits can be accumulated and exchanged for land, housing, money, or even opportunities for recommendation into the Blackrock military system. Every garrison soldier must understand that protecting their homeland not only ensures they are well fed and clothed, but also earns them dignity and a future. Understood. We will immediately begin drafting the details and communicate with each castle. Lime's eyes glimmered with excitement as he bowed deeply. We shall not fail to meet your expectations. The orders spread like invisible ripples, swiftly reaching every corner of the Blackrock territory. The pilot program at Rock Fortress officially transformed into a grand strategy encompassing the entire region. A wave of garrison construction aimed at fortifying the entire north into an impregnable fortress is about to sweep through. Standing atop the castle tower, Lin gazed down at the new recruits of the Rock Guard conducting their duty shifts. Clad in brand new leather armor and wielding reinforced wooden shields and fine iron short swords, their movements may still be somewhat awkward, yet their gazes are resolute, and their postures upright. Travelers and residents passing by regard these garrison troops, composed of local youths, with less trepidation and more warmth and assurance. Look, that's the son of old Buck. He looks so spirited in uniform. I heard that being in the garrison means there's meat at every meal. With them around, I feel more secure sleeping at night. Listening to the chatter of passers-by, the new recruits stand taller. A sense of responsibility and honor quietly takes root and flourishes within them. The steel torrent, the system army, is the sword of expansion, while the garrison serves as the steadfast shield that safeguards their foundation. The gleaming sword intimidates external foes, while the thick, silent shield unites the hearts of the people. Chapter 56. Improved lands. The garrison at Rock Fortress ignited like a wildfire, rapidly sweeping across the entire Blackrock territory under Lin's unwavering will. Core members such as Carl, Erect, Lime, Tom, and Hawk operated with the precision of finely tuned gears, efficiently transforming Lin's vision into reality. In just 1 month, a wave of garrison construction aimed at transforming the entire north into an impregnable bastion surged with unprecedented efficiency, enveloping every castle and parcel of land within the dominion of Blackrock. At Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, Carl took command, expanding the garrison's ranks to 4,000. The training grounds echoed with the sounds of battle as recruits donned the standard-issue rock armor, light yet finely crafted, armed with ironwood shields and finely forged short swords. Their previously disordered formations transformed into a unified front, confusion in their eyes replaced by resolute determination. Watchtowers dotted the landscape, with village garrisons extending like capillaries into every corner. In Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Castle, Erect orchestrated the reorganization of 500 Blackrock garrison troops. They stood guard over the increasingly prosperous main city and workshop district, patrolling the bustling thoroughfares. Equipped with superior gear and quick to respond, they became a robust support for the industrial heart of the territory. At Skullcrush Fortress, formerly Lord Blong's domain, Tom executed his plans with vigor as 500 Skullcrush garrison troops engaged in rigorous training amid the mountains. They became intimately familiar with the terrain, enduring hardships to secure vital routes to the mines and eliminate lingering threats, ensuring the safety of mineral extraction. In Rust territory, formerly Baron Hack's domain, Lime appointed capable subordinates, with 2,000 Rust garrison troops patrolling day and night between the iron mines and surrounding villages. Basic formation training coincided with defensive drills for the mining areas, establishing a preliminary village defense system to ensure a stable output of this strategic resource. In the Howling Wind Valley mines, Secret, Hawk, like a specter, personally trained 1,000 elite garrison troops. Their training in stealth, assassination, and counter-surveillance was both brutal and efficient. The perimeter was heavily guarded, with illusion runes silently in operation, safeguarding this treasure-laden vein from all external prying eyes. Village garrisons totaled approximately 5,000. Equipped with simple leather armor, short clubs, and copper whistles, they served as the keenest of sentinels, extending to every village, responsible for early warnings and basic law enforcement, weaving a comprehensive defense network across the territory. In total, there were 16,000 garrison troops, forged from local bloodlines. They were like roots deeply embedded in the soil of the north, steadfastly guarding every inch of Blackrock territory. They were the true shield, an unyielding bulwark. The elite sword of the system, 650 troops, was liberated from tedious garrison duties, remaining sharp and ever prepared to confront external challenges. However, Lin's gaze did not linger solely on military matters. The shield of the garrison was established, yet the solidity of the foundation extended far beyond that. The consumption of a force of 20,000 troops, system army garrison, was staggering. Logistics support, livelihood development, land reclamation, and resource utilization were the true cornerstones sustaining this vast military machine. More importantly, Lin was acutely aware of the expansive yet barren starting point of his territory. Lime. Standing before a massive map of the north, Lin's finger pressed firmly on Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Castle, and its surrounding vast expanse, territory he had initially inherited. Nominally comparable to that of a medium-sized earl, yet in reality, mostly barren land of a barony. Blackrock Castle, our foundational land. It was indeed this seemingly useless wasteland that had granted the kingdom the generosity to bestow upon me, a baron, such a vast realm. Swamps, rocky outcrops, and barren hills, these lands scorned by the likes of Fernando and Roderick, were now due for rejuvenation. Lime immediately presented a detailed report. My lord, the core area of the Blackrock Castle territory, formerly the barony, spans 50 miles east to west and 30 miles north to south, far exceeding Rock Fortress in total area. Among this, only about 10%, approximately 150,000 acres, is arable hills. The rest consists of Blackwater Marsh, approximately 100,000 acres, stony wasteland, approximately 150,000 acres, barren forest, approximately 200,000 acres, and large expanses of rocky terrain, approximately 100,000 acres. These lands were once seen as burdens, unfarmed, yielding minimal output, providing only a meager supply of timber and stone. A sharp gleam flickered in Lin's eyes. A burden? No, this is uncut jade. This is the greatest potential of Blackrock territory's future. Master Orlando, the rune array for elemental harmonization and earth nourishment you previously mentioned, can it be applied here? Orlando stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with intensity. My lord, this is precisely the land I have longed for. In Blackwater Marsh, water elements stagnate while earth elements diminish. In stony wasteland, earth elements have compacted, devoid of vitality. In barren forest, wood elements are excessive, suppressing soil fertility. While the issues differ, the core problem remains elemental imbalance. The combined rune array for elemental harmonization and earth nourishment was created precisely for such a purpose. He unfurled a more detailed sketch. I suggest regional management centered around Blackrock City. For Blackwater Marsh, the focus will be on drainage and solidification. We will excavate extensive drainage ditches and lay water element guiding runes to channel the accumulated water into designated reservoirs, which can serve as irrigation sources. Coupled with earth element stabilization runes to reinforce the foundation, we will gradually improve the soil using life-nourishing runes, combined with a diluted extract of moonlight moss. Goal: within 3 years, transform 100,000 acres of marshland into high-yield paddy fields and wetland pastures. For stony wasteland, the focus will be on fragmentation and nourishment. We will employ earth element shattering runes to loosen compacted soil layers and crush large stones, assisted by engineering teams to clear stones and level the land. We will then apply organic matter on a large scale, collecting fallen leaves from the forest, livestock manure, and workshop waste for compost, in conjunction with life-nourishing runes to stimulate soil fertility. Goal: Within 5 years, transform 150,000 acres of wasteland into fertile fields. For barren forest, the focus will be on thinning and utilization. We will systematically fell overgrown trees to clear pathways and obtain quality timber. In the cleared spaces, we will introduce shade-tolerant crops, such as herbs and berries, or develop underforest farming, raising poultry. Nurtured by subtle life-sustaining runes, we aim to restore the soil. Our objective: sustainable utilization while gradually enhancing the fertility of the soil at the forest's edge. The inaugural experimental fields have been designated at the periphery of the Blackwater Marsh. North of Blackrock City, Lord Lin has made the decision, and Master Orlando will be prioritized for the necessary resources. The engineering corps, under the command of Lin, has been redirected to Blackrock City. In 3 months, I wish to witness the miraculous transformation of 500 acres of marshland into arable land. Yes, my lord. My subordinates shall not disappoint. Orlando set forth, his eyes ignited with the fervor of a researcher. At the northern outskirts of Blackrock City, on the edge of the Blackwater Marsh, a grand undertaking far exceeding that of the Stone Fortress experiment commenced with great fervor. Thousands of engineers, under Lin's direct supervision, plunged into their work like a swarm of ants. Massive drainage channels extended into the depths of the marsh at a visibly rapid pace. The bottoms and sides of the channels were inscribed with shimmering, pale blue water element guiding runes. The murky waters, drawn by the power of the runes, obediently flowed into the channels, merging into the newly excavated reservoir. Following closely, a team of earth element mages inscribed complex earth element stabilizing runes upon the softened, drained mud. A warm, earthy glow illuminated the ground, as if an invisible force compacted and fortified it, rendering it solid and level enough to bear plowing and sowing. Finally, under Orlando's guidance, the life mages infused a diluted essence of moonlight moss into the core of a specially crafted magical formation, activating the life-nurturing rune array that enveloped the entire experimental field. A gentle green mist rose, akin to a life-giving rain, gradually permeating the soil's depths. The once decaying scent in the air was replaced by a refreshing, vibrant aroma of fertile earth. Simultaneously, the entire infrastructure and production within the Blackrock territory, coordinated by Lin, powered forward, focusing on local development and solidifying the foundation. Chapter 57. Accelerated Development Food Production, Cold-Resistant. High-yield rye, excellent quality. Seeds are being extensively promoted and sown in the limited arable lands surrounding Blackrock City, the Stone Fortress Plains, and the Rusty Territory. Agricultural officials are providing guidance in the countryside, and the irrigation channels have been refurbished. A harvest increase of over 30% is anticipated. Concurrently, in the relatively warmer Skull Fragment Valley, trials of newly introduced cold-resistant legumes and tuber crops are diversifying food sources. Resource extraction. The timber industry has flourished. The vast coniferous forests north of Blackrock City and around Skull Fragment Fortress have been designated as state-owned forests, with the engineering corps planning and employing local mountain dwellers for systematic logging and replanting. A considerable amount of high-quality timber is being transported to various fortresses for construction, fortification, tool manufacturing, and even attempts to build small inland transport vessels. Mining upgrades. The Howling Wind Valley's magical crystal mine is being efficiently extracted under tight security, with refining workshops operating around the clock. The iron mine at Stone Fortress, copper mine, sulfur mine at Skull Fragment Fortress, and the newly discovered small rich vein of iron ore at Blackrock City are all producing at full capacity under the protection of the garrison. Ores flow like lifeblood to various forging workshops. Workshop manufacturing. The scale of the Blackrock City Iron Anvil Workshop has doubled. The steam hammers roar day and night. Exquisite weapons. Armor, tools, especially the new plowshares adapted for improved soils, and engineering implements, digging and drainage tools, are being produced in abundance. The forges at Stone Fortress, Skull Fragment Fortress, and the Rusty Territory have also completed integration and upgrades, focusing on regional needs. Logistical support. Grain storage system. 3 major strategic granaries have been established at Stone Fortress, Blackrock City, and Howling Wind Valley, storing enough food for the military and populace of the entire territory for a year. Clothing workshops. Large clothing workshops have been set up in the Rusty Territory and Skull Fragment Fortress, working tirelessly to produce winter garments, leather armor linings, and tents. Medical stations. Armory repair stations and battlefield hospitals have been established in each fortress, with basic healing potion support provided by apprentices from the Magic Academy. Transportation network. Main roads have been repaired, bridges constructed, and a vast transportation team comprised of pack mules and ox carts established to ensure the flow of goods. Commercial circulation. The influence of the Northern Merchants Guild has further expanded. Centered around Black Rock City and Stone Fortress, a comprehensive trade route network has been established throughout the territory. Merchant convoys, escorted by elite garrison squads, transport the exceptional ironworks, limited moonlight moss essence, cold-resistant seeds, high-quality furs, and timber from the Black Rock territory to Stone Creek and beyond. In exchange for necessities such as food, cloth, salt, and spices, Lime has spearheaded the formation of the Stone Merchants Association, inviting local merchants to participate, standardizing the market, and promoting circulation. 3 months later, at the northern outskirts of Black Rock City, once plagued by mosquitoes and mired in mud, the edge of the Blackwater Marsh now stands transformed. 500 acres of experimental fields lay neatly spread under the autumn sun. The channels crisscross, with clear waters flowing. The ridges are solid, and the soil exhibits a healthy, deep brown hue, emanating a fertile aura. In the fields, the seedlings of cold-resistant rye have emerged, stretching their tender green leaves in the gentle breeze, thriving remarkably. The air is filled with the fragrance of the earth and vibrant vitality. Devoid of any remnants of the past's stillness and filth, Orlando stands on the ridge, gazing at the fertile land transformed by arcane powers. His eyes brimming with excitement and pride. My lord, we have succeeded. The elemental harmony is perfect. The soil's fertility has increased over threefold. The rye is flourishing far beyond that of ordinary arable land. An increase of 50% in yield per acre is anticipated. Lin crouched down, grasping a handful of warm soil, feeling the vibrant life within, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Master Orlando, the Magic Academy has accomplished a monumental feat. Those mages, apprentices, and engineers involved in this endeavor shall be richly rewarded. This proves that the wasteland beneath our feet harbors immense potential. Thank you, my lord. Orlando bowed, stating that this elemental harmony and life-nurturing composite rune array can be replicated and promoted, if resources are sufficient, within a year. Over half of the 100,000 acres of marsh wasteland surrounding Black Rock City can be transformed. Preliminary plans for the reclamation of the stony wasteland and barren woodlands have also taken shape. Resource prioritization is essential. Lin rose, his gaze resolute. Lime. Immediately formulate a 5-year plan for wasteland reclamation. Centering on Black Rock City, we shall gradually extend this initiative throughout the territory. Required. Mages, engineers, and resources. All must be mobilized with utmost effort. This is the true foundation of our Black Rock territory's future. Yes, my lord. Lime excitedly took notes. This signifies that the arable land in Black Rock will increase exponentially. Food security will be guaranteed like never before. This barony, once regarded by the kingdom as insignificant, is now radiating astonishing vitality. Black Rock is entering an unprecedented phase of vigorous development. The garrison system stands firm as a mountain, safeguarding the peace at home. The system army is well prepared, deterring external covetousness. A construction frenzy sweeps across the territory, roads are widened, bridges erected, and water conservancy is repaired. Workshops blaze day and night, producing exquisite weapons, agricultural tools, and machinery in a continuous stream. The fields are crisscrossed, with hardy crops flourishing. A bountiful harvest is on the horizon. The mines roar with machinery. Ores are transported like lifeblood to the heart of industry. Lumberyards are bustling. High-quality timber supports construction and manufacturing. Trade routes are extensive. Wealth flows like living water. The research outcomes of the Magic Academy are tangibly transforming this once-forgotten land. The overall strength of Black Rock is expanding at an astonishing rate, akin to a snowball. System notification. Garrison system, 16,000 personnel, fully established. Territorial security, control, and public morale have significantly improved. Reputation gained, 50,000. Successful trial of the elemental harmony and earth nourishment composite rune array, Black Rock City. Innovative magical applications transforming local wasteland. Reputation gained, 30,000. Large-scale promotion of cold-resistant, high-yield rye. Foundation of food security solidified. Reputation gained, 20,000. Workshop expansion, increased production capacity. Military, agricultural tools, and machinery output surges. Reputation gained, 15,000. Efficient mining operations, including the newly discovered rich iron mine in Black Rock City. Resource reserves are ample. Reputation gained, 10,000. Scaled development of the lumber industry. Timber supply is sufficient. Reputation gained, 10,000. Commercial network perfected, the rock-solid merchant association established. Economic vitality enhanced. Reputation gained, 10,000. Logistics and support system perfected, granaries, clothing, medical supplies, transportation. Strategic reserves are abundant. Reputation gained, 10,000. Current reputation, 600 points per day for 30 days equals 18,000 points. 500, 003, 000, 200, 000, 150, 000, 100, 000, 100, 000, 100, 000, 100, 000, 173. 000 points, 600 points per day. Reputation skyrocketed to 173,000 points. Lin gazed at the astonishing number on the system panel, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Reputation. This is not merely capital for summoning soldiers. It is the core driving force propelling the rapid development of the territory. Master Orlando. Lin immediately ordered the Magic Academy's Elemental Harmony and Earth Nourishment Rune Array research to enter the second phase. Objective: enhance efficiency, reduce costs, and expand applicability. Cost: 50,000 reputation points. Accelerate the research process. I want to see the optimized array within 3 months, with conditions suitable for large-scale promotion. Yes, my lord. Orlando was invigorated. Tom. Lin turned to the master blacksmith. Activate the rune melting enhancement mode on all the forging furnaces in the anvil workshop. Cost: 30,000 reputation points. Improve forging efficiency and quality. I want to see the first batch of standardized equipment, garrison armor. Short swords, integrated with the rock-solid rune, slight strength and sharpness, off the production line within 2 months. Simultaneously, perform earth-solid rune enhancements on the core armor plates of the heavy infantry's behemoth barrier tower shields. Cost: 20,000 reputation points. Accelerate the enhancement process. Understood, my lord. Tom's eyes glimmered with fervor. With the system's great power backing him, the rune-melting challenges that had plagued him for so long would no longer pose an obstacle. Lin finally turned to the administrative officer. Upgrade the logistics transport network. Procure and summon all available pack horses and ox carts. Establish relay station rune arrays, slight stamina recovery speed increase, at key junctions along the main roads. Cost: 10,000 reputation points. Accelerate the construction of relay stations and rune inscriptions. Yes, my lord. The subordinate immediately complied. Lime bowed and accepted the command. Reputation. This miraculous power is transforming into a tangible accelerator. Magical research is accelerating. Equipment forging is accelerating. Rune enhancement is accelerating. Infrastructure projects are accelerating. The entire development of Blackrock has taken flight. Lin stood atop the highest tower of Blackrock City, surveying the once barren land now bursting with new life. In the distance, the transformed experimental fields were lush and green. Nearby, the workshop district's flames illuminated the sky. The sound of forging hammers, bolstered by reputation, seemed to resonate with greater intensity. On the roads, convoys laden with timber, ores, and grains flowed incessantly. From the barracks, the soldiers' training chants echoed faintly. Further away, the sound of sawing and lumberjack calls emanated from the lumberyard. An unprecedented sense of control and accomplishment filled his heart. The foundation is solid, and fertile soil is reborn. Lin murmured softly, his voice carrying the calm and power of someone who commands all. This is the true path to rise. The spring of the north has indeed arrived. This land, once forsaken by the kingdom, will ultimately become the cornerstone of my Blackrock's dominance over the north. Chapter 58. Ambition. The development of Blackrock is like the thawing rivers of early spring, surging forward, unstoppable, under the powerful catalysis of 50,000 reputation points. Master Orlando's Magic Academy has been invigorated as if injected with a potent stimulant. The research of the Elemental Harmony and Earth Nourishment Composite Rune Array is advancing at an astonishing pace, optimizing rune structures, reducing elemental crystal consumption, and expanding applicability. Technical bottlenecks are being successively broken through. Tom's Anvil Workshop, bolstered by 30,000 reputation points, sees the forge's flames burning even more fiercely. The challenges of rune melting enhancement technology have been overcome. The first batch of standard issue breastplates and short swords for the garrison troops, infused with the faint rune of steadfastness, has been produced in a flowing manner. The defensive capability has been enhanced by 30%, while sharpness has improved by 20%. Furthermore, the core armor plates of the heavy infantry's colossal bastion shield, after expending 20,000 points of prestige for accelerated enhancement, have seen the surface's earth-steadfast runes become more solidified, elevating defense to a new level. The logistics transportation network orchestrated by Ream has significantly improved efficiency after utilizing 10,000 points of prestige to expedite the construction of way stations and rune inscriptions. The rune array established at key nodes on the main thoroughfare, slightly enhancing stamina recovery, has provided a subtle yet sustained boost to the endurance and speed of pack horses and carts, increasing the speed of material transport by nearly 20%. Throughout the Blackrock territory, driven by the miraculous power of prestige, it functions like a finely tuned war machine. Operating at full throttle, the transformation of arable land, workshop production, resource extraction, and commercial circulation are all accelerating. 3 months later, in the northern outskirts of Blackrock City, the once desolate edge of the Blackwater Marsh now brims with vitality. 500 acres of cold-resistant black wheat sway in golden waves under the autumn breeze. The heavy ears of wheat bow the stalks, heralding an unprecedented harvest. The improved soil is fertile and loose, allowing the black wheat to thrive far beyond ordinary fields. With expected yields projected to increase by over 50%, Orlando stands on the furrowed land, excitedly reporting to Lin, "My lord, the second phase optimization array trial has been successful. Efficiency has risen by 30%, while the consumption of elemental crystals has decreased by 25%, with applicability expanded to the edges of the gravel wasteland. The first promotional area encompassing 1,000 acres at the eastern edge of Blackrock City has commenced transformation. Results are expected within 6 months. Excellent." Lin gazes at the golden waves of wheat before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction and vigor. "Master Orlando, the Magic Academy has achieved another remarkable feat. All participants shall be handsomely rewarded. The wasteland transformation plan shall be propelled forward with full force. I aim to convert every inch of barren land in the Blackrock territory into fertile soil that nourishes our people." "Yes, my lord." Orlando departs, carrying new research objectives. The overall strength of the Blackrock territory, having accumulated and now surging forth, has reached a new pinnacle. The garrison system stands firm as a mountain, with 16,000 local soldiers guarding every inch of land. The system army is well prepared, with an elite force of 650 warriors displaying their prowess. The transformation of arable land is steadily advancing, and the foundation of food security is growing ever more robust. Workshop productivity is experiencing explosive growth, with quality equipment flowing in continuously. Resource reserves are ample, and the commercial network flourishes. Although the prestige pool has receded to 98,000 points due to accelerated consumption, from an initial 173,000 points, with daily depletion reducing it to 98,000 points. The stable daily income of 600 points acts as an inexhaustible source, sustaining the territory's rapid development. However, Lin's gaze has transcended the borders of the Blackrock territory, casting its sight upon the vast lands of the north. On the map, the Black Wolf flag of Blackrock territory encompasses the Rock Fortress, Blackrock City, Skullcrush Fortress, Rustland, and Howling Wind Valley, resembling a colossal beast dominating the north. Yet, on its flanks, there remain 2 relatively independent territories yet to submit. Akin to stubborn stones obstructing the true unification of the north, the White River Viscounty, located to the southeast of Blackrock territory. It guards the estuary of the White River and boasts one of the North's rare natural harbors and fishing resources. Its lord, Viscount Alan Winston, is cautious and astute in management, commanding a small but well-trained coastal guard. The Greystone Barony, situated to the southwest of Blackrock territory, it lies in rugged mountainous terrain, rich in quality stone and a few rare metal mines. Its lord, Baron Gavin Stonefist, is obstinate and values strength, leading a fierce mountain infantry. Though these 2 territories are significantly smaller than the Golden Valley Count Roderick's domain, their geographical significance and unique resources are paramount. Should they be brought under the Blackrock banner, the territory would effectively link inland and coastal routes, securing the North's finest harbor and stone resources, surrounding the Golden Valley on 3 sides. Ream Lin stands before a grand map of the North, pointing to the locations of the White River Viscounty and Greystone Barony, his voice steady and powerful. The unification of the North is an inevitable trend. The rise of Blackrock territory is now a foregone conclusion. It is time to offer our neighbors a choice. He turns, his gaze sharp as an eagle. "You shall personally serve as the envoy. Select a team of elite Frostblade Rangers as escort. Bring generous gifts, samples of quality weapons, diluted moonlight moss essence, and cold-resistant black wheat seeds. The first destination, the White River Viscounty. Inform Viscount Alan Winston that Blackrock Territory wishes to forge a brotherhood alliance. White River Harbor will become a vital gateway for Blackrock Territory's foreign trade. Blackrock Territory shall offer the most favorable tariff policies and dispatch a fleet, currently being established, to assist in eradicating pirates and ensuring the safety of trade routes. In return, the White River Territory must open its port to Blackrock Territory, accept the new trade regulations led by Blackrock, and provide military passage rights when necessary. The second destination, the Greystone Barony. Inform Baron Gavin Stonefist that Blackrock Territory admires his valor. We are willing to purchase his quality stone and minerals at a high price. Furthermore, should he pledge allegiance, he may retain his title and govern the Greystone Barony, being promoted to commander of the Blackrock Mountain Infantry. However, he must disarm, accept reorganization under Blackrock, and abide by Blackrock laws. The wording must be respectful, yet the stance unwavering. Lin's voice resonates with an undeniable authority, making it clear that peaceful submission leads to shared prosperity, while resistance against the iron hooves of the Blackrock army will trample all obstacles. Understood. Reem bows deeply, his eyes glimmering with wisdom, vowing to fulfill the mission. I shall showcase the sincerity and strength of Blackrock Territory. In White River City, within the Viscount's castle, Viscount Alan Winston, a middle-aged noble with a refined appearance and keen eyes, receives Reem and his party in the reception hall. When Lime presented the exquisitely crafted and respectfully worded, yet subtly sharp treaty, along with the gleaming cold steel of a fine battle dagger and the softly glowing essence of moonlight moss, as well as the robust cold-resistant rice seeds, the pupils of Viscount Alan contracted slightly. Chapter 59. Courtesy before conflict. He listened intently to Lime's exposition, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the smooth surface of the table. The Brotherhood Alliance, the preferential tariff fleet escort. Viscount Alan pondered, his gaze sweeping over the bustling port outside the window. My Lord Lime, I can sense the sincerity of the Blackrock Territory. I have also heard much of Viscount Lin's remarkable talents. However, he paused, his voice laced with caution. Though the White River Territory may be small, it has been self-sustaining for generations. To rashly involve ourselves in the northern disputes may not be a wise course of action. Moreover, regarding Count Roderick of Golden Valley, my lord, Lime interjected with a slight smile, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Northern unification is an inevitable trend. The rise of Blackrock is unstoppable. Golden Valley can scarcely protect itself. Has Count Roderick's fleet ever driven away the increasingly rampant bloodsail pirates from your shores? Has it ever offered you trade conditions as favorable as those from Blackrock? He gestured toward the window. White River Port holds limitless potential. If it could become the gateway for Blackrock's foreign trade, leveraging Blackrock's vast resources and market, its prosperity would surpass today's by tenfold. Conversely, Lime's voice turned slightly cold. If you remain insular and let this opportunity slip away while the northern dust settles, can White River Port truly thrive? The appetite of the bloodsail pirates is only growing. Viscount Alan's expression shifted subtly. Lime's words struck a nerve. The threat of the bloodsail pirates was increasingly severe, and Count Roderick's fleet was far away in Golden Valley, unable to reach him. The terrifying strength and trade potential exhibited by Blackrock were indeed enticing. This matter was of great significance. Viscount Alan took a deep breath. Allow me a few days to consider. Of course, Lime replied gracefully, rising to his feet. Blackrock anticipates your wise decision. To demonstrate our sincerity, please accept these gifts. Additionally, he lowered his voice. Lord Lin has promised that should White River align with us, you will receive a permanent council seat in the rock-solid Chamber of Commerce, along with priority purchasing rights for core resources from Blackrock, such as moonlight moss essence and magical crystal products. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Viscount Alan's eyes. The rock-solid chamber, moonlight moss essence, magical crystals. These were indeed true strategic resources, worth their weight in gold. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Lin. Viscount Alan's tone softened considerably. I will consider it carefully. At Greyrock Fortress, in the Baroness Hall, the atmosphere was starkly different from that of White River City. Baron Gavin Stonefist, a burly man with a face full of ruggedness and fierce eyes, sat imposingly at the head of the table. He paid no heed to the treaty and gifts presented by Lime, merely thumping his thick fingers against the iron-studded armrest, producing a dull sound. Align? Disarm? Accept reorganization? His voice rasped like sandpaper, dripping with unabashed mockery. Lin Costa? That lucky upstart? Who does he think he is? The King of Valeria? He abruptly rose, towering over Lime. Tell that young Lin to go back. Greyrock only recognizes blades and swords, not documents. Want my territory? Fine. Let him bring his army and take a walk up Greyrock Mountain Road. If he makes it to the castle gates alive, I'll talk to him then. His guards erupted into laughter, their eyes menacingly fixed on Lime and his entourage. Lime remained unperturbed, maintaining an appropriate smile, though his gaze had turned icy. My lord. Lord Lin comes with intentions of peace. The might of Blackrock far exceeds your imagination. Clinging to defiance will only plunge Greyrock into the flames of war and suffering. Might? Baron Gavin scoffed, suddenly drawing his battle axe and striking it fiercely against the oak table. Crack! A deep fissure marred the surface of the heavy table. My axe's power. Greyrock Mountain Road is my fortress. If he dares, let him attack. Let us see if his armor is tougher than my stone. Lime gazed at the gaping crack on the table and then looked into the Baron's violent eyes. Realizing persuasion was futile, he ceased further discourse and bowed slightly. I will relay your response to Lord Lin accurately. Farewell. He turned and, accompanied by his guards, departed with poise under the hostile gaze of the soldiers at Greyrock Fortress. In the Lord's study at Blackrock City, Lime meticulously recounted the details of his mission to Lin without omitting a single word. Viscount Alan Winston is cautious, yet his resolve is evidently wavering. The temptation of moonlight moss essence and a council seat has struck at his core. The threat posed by the Bloodsail pirates compels him to consider reliance on a more formidable force. He requires time to deliberate. Yet the likelihood of his alignment exceeds 70%, Lime analyzed. As for Baron Gavin Stonefist, a glint of coldness flashed in Lime's eyes. Arrogant and obstinate, he relies on the treacherous terrain of Greyrock Mountain and his fierce mountain infantry, completely disregarding the might of Blackrock. His demeanor is exceedingly hostile. Peaceful alignment is utterly impossible. Lin listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping the table, his expression revealing no emotion. Alan Winston is an astute man. Lin began slowly. Give him time. Let our caravans increase trade volume at White River Port, allowing him to witness firsthand the prosperity that aligning with Blackrock can yield. Simultaneously, Havehawk scouts inadvertently discover traces of a few Bloodsail pirate ships near the coast, adding fuel to the fire for our Viscount. As for Gavin Stonefist, Lin's gaze fixed sharply on the location of Greyrock Fortress, his eyes glinting like blades. Since he reveres swords and worships stone, let us employ the hardest iron hammer to shatter his toughest stone. Use the sharpest sword to sever his fiercest warriors. Carl, Erect, at your service. The two responded in unison. Objective, Greystone Fortress. Formulate a battle plan. Operational requirements, swift resolution. With the might of thunder, crush all resistance. Transform the Greystone Pass into the graveyard of Gavin Stonefist. Raise the banner of the Blackrock Territory's Grey Wolf over Greystone Fortress. Let the entire North behold the truth. Those who follow shall prosper. Those who oppose shall perish. Yes, my lord. The flames of war ignited in the eyes of Carl and Erect. Lime and Lin turned to the official, instructing him to notify Viscount Alan Winston of White River that the Blackrock Territory is about to commence punitive action against Greystone Territory. Let him await the outcome. Understood. Lime comprehended the gravity of the message. This serves as the last and most formidable deterrent against the Viscount of White River. Lin rose and approached the grand glass window, gazing down at the bustling and illuminated city of Blackrock. The opportunity for peaceful unification has been offered. His voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling intent. Since some fail to recognize their fortune, let iron and blood inscribe the ultimate order of the North. Chapter 60. Conquest. The development of the Blackrock Territory surged forth like an unstoppable river. Arcane enhancement of fertile lands, prosperous workshops, fervent resource extraction, and an extensive commercial network flourished. The entire realm basked in a golden age of accumulated prosperity. The tremendous power amassed culminated into an invisible torrent of prestige. Observing the astonishing 98,000 points of prestige displayed on the system panel, Lin's eyes gleamed with fervor. This not only serves as a catalyst for development, but is also the cornerstone for forging an invincible army. System. Lin commanded inwardly, his resolve as unyielding as granite. And summoned forth. Consuming 98,000 points of prestige. Summon. Heavy Infantry X 800. Summon. Legion Infantry X 600. Summon. Northern Longbow Guard X 400. Summon. Icefang Rangers X 200. Summon. Heavy Cavalry X 200. Summon. Rune Mages Senior X 30. Summon. Engineers X 100. Summoning, in an instant, the main military camps and training grounds of Blackrock City. Rock Fortress, Skullcrush Fortress, and Rust Territory erupted with an unprecedented, blinding white light, akin to falling stars. 1, 10, hundreds. All beams of white light ignited almost simultaneously, illuminating the entire Blackrock territory as if it were day. As the radiance faded, the grim-faced system soldiers appeared in every corner like divine warriors descending from the heavens. They bore no trace of naivety or confusion of new recruits, only the composure and sharpness forged through countless trials of blood and fire. Their gazes were as cold as steel, their movements as precise as machinery, exuding the suffocating, iron-blooded aura characteristic of seasoned elite soldiers. Heavy Infantry Battalion, expanded to 3, 200. Legion Infantry Battalion, expanded to 3, 100. Longbow Guard, expanded to 1, 700. Icefang Rangers, expanded to 700. Heavy Cavalry, expanded to 500. Rune Mage Corps, expanded to 80. The newly joined 30 senior mages wielded staffs, enveloped in a more concentrated arcane radiance. Engineers, expanded to 300. Total, Elite Legion increased to approximately 7,000. A previously unseen, overwhelming presence, blending iron will, arcane energy, and the fierce spirit of battle, surged forth from the military camps of Blackrock territory. Like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. They required no training. Each was a seasoned killing machine, ready to enter the most brutal battlefield at a moment's notice. Roar! The thunderous cheers echoed through the skies. The veterans were invigorated by the arrival of reinforcements. The new recruits were awestruck by the chilling aura of this battle-hardened army. The Lord's might has once again descended. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to Blackrock territory. Carl, Eric, Tom, Orlando, Hawk. Lin's voice resonated like a clarion call among the corps commanders. New troops. Prepare immediately. Objective, Greystone Fortress. At dawn tomorrow, march towards Greystone Pass. Let Gavin Stonefist and his stone fortress become the first whetstone for our Blackrock army of elite warriors. Yes, my lord. The commanders roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. With such elite forces at hand, Greystone Fortress is but a stubborn boulder awaiting to be crushed. The following day, at dawn, the entrance of Greystone Pass, the steel tide of the Blackrock army, like a silent beast, formed ranks in the darkness before dawn. The newly joined elites melded seamlessly with the existing forces, emanating an even more terrifying aura, clad in armor of serpent scales and wielding a massive bone axe. Carl stood at the forefront. His gaze pierced the mist, locking onto the deathly passage coiled like a great python in the mountains. Longbow Guard. Target, the cliffs flanking the pass. 3 rounds of covering fire. Release. Eric's voice rang out like a drawn sword. Buzz. 1,700 strong bows resonated in unison. 1,700 arrows inscribed with piercing runes, like a sudden eruption of dark clouds of death, shrieked through the air, crashing into the cliffs on either side of Greystone Pass. They accurately covered all preset boulder and bolt trap points, as well as the positions of the archers. Siege engines. Target, the stone fortress at the narrow pass. Release. Eric commanded once more. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions. The massive rune crossbow bolts crashed into the sturdy stone fortress at the pass like thunder from hell. Stone shards flew. The defenders cried out in despair. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Advance. Carl bellowed. Roar. 100 colossal beast wall shields thundered to the ground. Following them, a torrent of 2,000 heavy infantry marched forward with heavy, synchronized steps, like an unstoppable mountain, pressing toward the narrow entrance of the pass. The legion of infantry surged forth like a relentless tide upon the flanks. The boulders and wooden projectiles of Greystone Fortress, along with the ambush of arrows, appeared as mere child's play before this seasoned army. The runes upon the tower's shields shimmered, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. The rain of arrows fell, precise and lethal. The pace of advancement was as swift as lightning. The elite guard of Gavin Stonefist attempted a surprise assault from the cliffside. They were met with a deadly barrage of poisoned javelins from the Iceblade skirmishers and the long-range strikes commanded personally by Erect. Gavin himself charged forth in a furious onslaught. Carl, akin to a descending tiger, met him with a bone axe that howled as it sliced through the air. In but 3 strikes, Gavin's runic battle axe was cleaved asunder. The 4th swing shattered his shoulder blade. His massive form crashed to the ground. The city gates, they were breached. Tom roared. With but 3 mighty blows from the battering ram, propelled by the heavy infantry, the stout oak gates of Greystone Fortress shattered with a deafening crash. Slay. Leave not a soul alive. Carl's voice was as cold as iron. The Blackrock army surged into Greystone Fortress like an unstoppable tide. The final resistance melted away like snow beneath the sun. Half an hour later, atop the walls of Greystone Fortress, the banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered amidst the smoke. The severed head of Baron Gavin Stonefist hung at the city gates for all to witness. In White River City, within the Viscount's castle and watchtower, Viscount Alan Winston, clutching a specially crafted spyglass, appeared as pale as parchment, his body trembling violently. He had witnessed the thunderous onslaught of battle firsthand. He had glimpsed the terrifying new army that emerged seemingly from thin air, radiating the aura of 100 battles. This is the might of the Blackrock army. Alan's voice trembled with despair. Gavin barely withstood that army for half an hour. They are truly harbingers of hell. My lord, came the calm voice of Lime from behind him. Lord Lin has instructed me to convey. The fall of Greystone Fortress serves as a warning to all who obstruct the unification of the North. Yet the Blackrock Dominion is ever generous to its allies. The prosperity of White River Port lies within your hands. Alan Winston slowly lowered the spyglass, inhaling deeply as if draining himself of all strength. He turned, his face devoid of hesitation, replaced only by profound awe and submission. Chapter 61, Pirate Assault, My Lord Lime. Alan Winston's voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. Please convey to Lord Lin of White River that I wish to forge a brotherhood with the Blackrock Dominion. Open all ports to accept the new trade regulations of the North. The White River garrison shall accept reorganization under the Blackrock Dominion. White River Port will become the unsinkable vessel of Blackrock. He held forth the prepared allegiance document, sealed with the insignia of the White River Viscount, solemnly presenting it to Lime. Additionally, he continued, his tone laced with urgency, to demonstrate our sincerity, the White River garrison will assemble immediately, ready to heed the call of Lord Lin. Furthermore, we shall provide all intelligence regarding the coastal defenses and movements of the Golden Valley. And, he paused, his expression growing grave, regarding the latest movements of the Bloodsail pirates, who have taken refuge in Cracked Skull Bay. They have gone mad. The Bloodsail pirates? Lime furrowed his brow. Indeed. Alan's voice quickened. Just yesterday, the main fleet of the Bloodsail pirates emerged en masse. They bypassed the patrol ships of White River Port, launching a surprise attack on Fishing Bay Village, east of the Rock Fortress, formerly Greystone. They slaughtered the villagers, plundered resources, set ships ablaze. Now they are ravaging along the coastline, heading east. Their next target is likely the supply port of the Rock Fortress, or even the newly established coastal fishing grounds of Blackrock. They seem to have received some formidable support. Their ships are remarkably swift and well-equipped. Their arrogance knows no bounds. In the Lord's study of Blackrock City, Lin surveyed the two documents presented by Lime, the battle report of Greystone Fortress, the allegiance document from White River, and the urgent intelligence regarding the frenzied plunder of the Bloodsail pirates. His countenance remained impassive, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, the icy intent of murder radiating palpably. Greystone Fortress has become history. White River Port is now within our dominion. Lin's voice was calm, but laced with a chilling undertone. Alan Winston is a clever man. Lime, proceed with the reception as planned, treating the people and military of White River with utmost generosity. As for the Bloodsail pirates, Lin's gaze fell upon the intelligence report, his fingers lightly tapping the table, creating a sound as thunderous as a storm. For years they have looted traders and slaughtered coastal villages. And now they dare to exploit the absence of my main force in the west to butcher the villages under my rule? They even covet the Rock Fortress and Blackrock City. He abruptly rose, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. It seems it is time to let these sea hyenas taste the wrath of a battle-hardened army. Send word. Carl, Erect, leave Tom in command with 2,000 garrison troops to defend Greystone Fortress. The main force shall return immediately. Target, Blackrock City. Orlando. The Mage Guild is to prioritize the research of wave-breaking runes to counter ships. Disperse the fog. Calm the storm in a limited area. I want results within 3 days. Tom. The workshop is to halt all non-urgent orders. Focus all efforts on the production of wave-breaking rune crossbows, targeting ships. Hook and rune chains, for boarding. Siren shockwave rune bombs, for underwater destruction. Hawk. Your reconnaissance team, target, Cracked Skull Bay. Gather intelligence on the Bloodsail pirates' lair, fleet size, and supply lines. Especially their remarkably swift ships, and the source of their formidable support. I want to know their every move. Lime. Mobilize all available warships from White River Port. Arm the merchant vessels. Assemble them at the port of Rock Fortress. Form a temporary Blackrock coastal patrol fleet to protect coastal villages and trade routes. Simultaneously, issue a maximum alert to all coastal villages. Lin approached the vast map of the north, his gaze ablaze like a conflagration. locking onto the deep blue expanse of Cracked Skull Bay and the coastal areas marked by the ravages of the Bloodsail. Bloodsail pirates, your end is nigh. The battle-hardened army of Blackrock shall sweep across the land and conquer the seas. The battle-hardened army of Blackrock, like a torrent of steel cascading across the earth, did not pause even after the obliteration of Greystone Fortress, immediately pivoting with astonishing speed toward Blackrock City. The residents of the villages along the way gazed in awe at the formidable army, exuding an aura of lethal intent, equipped to the point of suffocation, and moving with the swiftness of the wind. The downfall of Grey Rock Fortress and the allegiance of White River Port reverberated through the north like a thunderclap, establishing the renown of Black Rock territory to its zenith. However, the grim tidings arriving from the eastern coastal area of the now-fallen fortress struck like icy water, igniting a blazing fury within the hearts of the Black Rock soldiers. Fisherman's Bay, once a tranquil coastal village, had been reduced to charred earth. Amidst the ruins, the air was thick with the stench of blood and charred remains. Homes, stripped bare, still emitted plumes of acrid smoke, while the beach lay strewn with shattered fishing nets, burnt shipwrecks, and the unburied corpses of villagers. The horrific sight of the elderly, women, and children was unbearable. The Bloodsails. It was the work of the Bloodsails pirates. Surviving fishermen knelt among the rubble, tears streaming down their faces, their voices hoarse with despair. They came ashore like demons. They killed everyone in sight. They took everything. They burned our ships. My son, my grandson gone. The flames of anger blazed in the eyes of the Black Rock soldiers. Having just crushed the obstinate stones on Grey Rock Mountain Path, they now witnessed their kin being slaughtered by pirates. This was more infuriating than any provocation. The Bloodsails pirates. Carl surveyed the devastation before him, his fists clenched tightly. The runes on his bone axe seemed to resonate with their owner's fury, gleaming with a chilling light. I, Carl, vow to rend you to pieces. My lord. Hawk's figure appeared like a specter at Carl's side, his expression grave. Scouts report. The main fleet of Bloodsails has not retreated. They are pillaging eastward along the coastline. Their next target, the supply port of Stone Bay. A mere half-day's journey from here. They sail with exceptional speed, equipped with some kind of jet propulsion device. Ordinary warships cannot catch up. Stone Bay? Carl's expression hardened. That was the lifeline of the rock fortress, stocked with vast quantities of food, arms, and stone. Relay the order to the entire army. March at once. Target, Stone Bay. At all costs, stop the pirates. Yes. Off the coast of Stone Bay, dark clouds gathered, and the sea breeze began to rise. The main fleet of Bloodsails appeared on the horizon like a pack of sharks sensing blood. Over a dozen massive pirate ships, adorned with fearsome ram horns and bloodied skull sails, surged through the waves, charging menacingly towards the port. On the flagship, Blood Fury, the one-eyed first mate Morgan, wielding a spyglass, gazed at the approaching port with a cruel smile. Crew, put in more effort. Rush in. Steal everything. Burn it all. Let those Black Rock fools witness the consequences of crossing the Bloodsails. The pirates let out beastly howls, brandishing curved swords and torches, their eyes filled with greed and savagery. The devices at the stern of their ships blasted out powerful jets of water, propelling them towards the port at speeds far exceeding that of ordinary sailing vessels. Within the port, only a few hastily requisitioned armed merchant ships and patrol boats, under Tom's command, prepared for a frantic defense. Arrows struck the pirate ships' sturdy planks like mere tickles. The rudimentary ballistae had limited range and posed little threat. Hold the line. Stand firm. Tom roared from atop a modified merchant ship, directing the ballistae towards the flagship. Fire. Whoosh. A bolt struck the side of Blood Fury, exploding into a cloud of splinters, but inflicted no fatal damage. Huh. Is that all you've got? Morgan cackled. Charge. Crush them. The pirate ships, leveraging their speed advantage, collided violently with the port's defense vessels. Boom. Crack. A patrol boat was snapped in half. Sailors screamed as they fell into the water. The armed merchant ship rocked violently under the impact, its soldiers struggling to maintain their footing. Kill. Annihilate them. The pirates howled, throwing grappling hooks to initiate boarding. The port's defenses were on the brink of collapse. In a moment of dire urgency, a deep, penetrating horn sounded, like the roar of a sea god, suddenly echoing from the west side of the port. On the horizon, a fleet, though modest in size, emanated a remarkable presence, slicing through the waves like arrows released from a bow. The flagship, Rock, a large armed merchant ship repurposed for battle, flew the banner of the Black Wolf of Black Rock territory. On the deck, Carl stood clad in scale armor, bone axe in hand, resembling a god of war. Behind him were 300 heavily armored infantry, donned in lightweight chainmail, wielding steel short swords and iron-tipped shields, alongside 100 elite longbowmen poised to unleash their arrows. On either side were several armed merchant ships, also flying the banner of the Black Wolf, laden with Legion infantry and Frostblade cavalry. "It is our lord. It is the Black Rock army." The Port's defenders erupted in thunderous cheers. "What?" Morgan's expression shifted dramatically. "How did they arrive so quickly, Master Orlando?" Carl bellowed. "Yes, my lord." Orlando stood atop the ship's structure, staff raised high. 30 rune mages began to chant in unison. Wave-breaking rune array. Activate. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy, imbued with powerful repulsion, emanated from the rock, instantly expanding outward. Crash. The strong jets of water from the pirate ship's stern seemed to collide with an invisible wall, becoming chaotic and scattering. Their speed plummeted. "What in the world?" Morgan gasped in horror. "Longbowman." Carl's voice boomed like thunder. "Target, the enemy ship's deck. Poison arrows. Covering fire. Fire." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of poisoned arrows, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, descended upon the decks of the foremost pirate ships like the sigh of death. Thud, thud, thud. The cries of anguish melded into a cacophony. Pirates on the deck fell as if reaped like wheat. The poison took effect instantaneously. "Heavy infantry, prepare to board." Carl pointed his bone axe forward. Roar. The iron-clad vessel, propelled by a gentle favor of the Orlando Mage Guild, crashed fiercely into the blood-raged ship, which had significantly diminished in speed. The impact was thunderous. The two ships collided violently, causing the hulls to tremble. "Anchor. Release." Tom roared from the other ship. With a whoosh, dozens of massive crossbows, entwined with rune-imbued anchor chains, were driven into the flanks of the nearby pirate vessel. The iron chains tautened instantly, securing the pirate ship firmly in place. Kill. Carl was the first to leap onto the deck of the blood-raged ship. His colossal bone axe, slicing through the air with a shriek, swept outwards. Crack. Splatter. Two advancing pirates were cleaved in half, along with their blades. "Blackrock army, follow me to slaughter," Carl bellowed. Akin to a fierce tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wherever the bone axe passed, blood and flesh scattered. None could withstand its might. 300 heavily armored infantry surged forth, a torrent of steel flooding into the blood-raged ship. They advanced in groups of 3, using tower shields for defense and short swords for precise thrusts, their movements a deadly ballet of coordination. The pirates' crude leather armor and curved sabers proved as fragile as paper against the tempered steel blades and rune-forged chainmail. The deck swiftly transformed into a gory slaughterhouse. Frostblade Rangers. Board the ship. Eliminate the leaders. Eric's voice rang out. Dozens of Frostblade Rangers, nimble as spirits, utilized grappling hooks and flying claws to scale the sides of other pirate vessels. Poison-tipped spears and hand crossbows struck down the pirate captain and standard-bearer with pinpoint accuracy. Rune mages. Calm the storm. Disperse the fog. Orlando commanded once more. The mages waved their staffs, and the surging waves near the harbor were smoothed by an invisible force. The pervasive mist was banished, revealing a clear vista. The pirate ships lost their final concealment. No, it cannot be. Morgan gazed in despair and madness at the carnage inflicted upon his crew by the Blackrock heavy infantry on his flagship's deck. "What kind of monsters are you? Bloodsail pirates. Slaughtering my people. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Carl's voice echoed as if from the abyss. He advanced step by step toward Morgan, guarded by his elite guards, the blood seeping from his bone axe tracing a glaring red line on the deck. "Today is your day of reckoning. Protect the first mate." A handful of fearless pirate leaders howled as they charged forward. "Get back." Carl's bone axe swept through the air. The ferocious force sent several pirates and their weapons flying, crashing heavily against the ship's railing, their fates uncertain. Morgan, witnessing the approach of Carl, who resembled a demonic deity, felt his heart shatter. He suddenly turned to leap into the sea to escape. Trying to run, a glint of cold light flashed in Carl's eyes. He hurled his bone axe. Whoosh. The heavy axe, accompanied by a chilling whistle, struck precisely into Morgan's back, pinning him to the main mast. The first mate was dead. The flagship was captured. Run. The pirates were utterly broken. They cried out, leaping into the sea to flee or kneeling in surrender. The battle concluded in a mere half-hour. The Bloodsail pirates' main fleet, save for a few ships that fled early, was entirely captured or sunk. The flagship, Blood Rage, was seized by the Blackrock army. The one-eyed first mate, Morgan, was nailed to the mast. Pirate casualties exceeded 800, with over 300 taken prisoner. On the Blackrock army's side, 17 heavily armored infantry fell, and 45 were injured, primarily during the initial boarding. The longbowmen and frostblade rangers suffered no fatalities, with only a handful sustaining minor injuries. The cost was negligible. At Stone Bay Port, on the dock, Carl stood at the bow of the Blood Rage, surveying the captured pirates and the jubilant military and civilians below. The sea breeze rustled his blood-stained battle robe. Lime. Carl's voice boomed. Count the spoils. Tend to the wounded. Honor the fallen. Provide for their families. Guard the captured pirates closely. Interrogate them. I wish to know the source of their acceleration devices and who supports them from the shadows. The seized pirate ships, especially the Blood Rage, must be brought to the dry dock for study under Tom and Master Orlando, particularly that acceleration device. Hawk. Expand your scouting team's search radius. Track down the fleeing pirate vessels. Ensure we locate their lair. Yes, General, came the unified response from all present. Carl's gaze turned toward the depths of Skullcrush Bay, still shrouded in mist. The Bloodsail pirates. Carl's voice was as cold as iron. This is merely the beginning. Aye, Carl. We'll leave no stone unturned in uncovering your lair and your hidden backers. The blood debts of Blackrock must be repaid in blood. Chapter 63. Consolidating territories. The development of Blackrock territory surged forward like an unstoppable river. Arcane enhancements flourished, workshops thrived, resource extraction was in full swing, and the commercial network expanded in every direction, immersing the territory in a golden age of accumulated prosperity. The battle off the coast of Stone Bay saw the Blackrock army, a seasoned force, annihilate the Bloodsail pirates' main fleet with thunderous might, capturing the flagship Blood Rage and slaying the first mate, Morgan. This victory not only avenged the massacre of Fisherman's Bay, but also reverberated like thunder throughout the north, shattering the invincible myth of the Bloodsail pirates and instilling deep trepidation in all who harbored ill intentions. The fleet of Count Roderick from Golden Valley silently retreated to the inland port, and the tone of concern from the royal capital's envoy became remarkably gentle. The scales of power in the north had decisively tipped in favor of Blackrock territory. 3 months later, as the smoke of war gradually dissipated, Blackrock territory entered an unprecedented period of peaceful development. Lin shifted his focus from the battlefield to domestic governance. True leadership begins with consolidation and construction. The ironclad fortress, formerly Greystone Keep, and White River Port, formerly White River Viscountcy, newly incorporated into the territory, became the focal points of this consolidation effort. At Ironclad Fortress, Tom commanded the engineering corps and garrison troops, working tirelessly like a precise colony of industrious ants. The fortress was fortified. New stone bastions and arrow towers rose from the treacherous Greystone Mountain path, sturdier than before. At the narrow pass, a massive siege crossbow has been permanently erected, its ominous bolts aimed at the mountain trail entrance, serving as a deterrent to any would-be invaders. Stone extraction. The abundant high-quality limestone deposits surrounding Greystone Fortress are being efficiently mined. Enormous quarries rumble day and night, with cut stones continuously transported to Blackrock City, Rock Fortress, and other locales for the expansion of fortifications, road construction, and workshop development. Garrison reorganization. The garrison of Rock Fortress has been expanded to 500 personnel. This army primarily consists of local mountain dwellers and the offspring of miners familiar with the rugged terrain. After undergoing rigorous training in the harsh mountains, they are equipped with exquisite leather armor inscribed with rock runes, ironwood shields, and finely crafted short swords, tasked with the core defense of the fortress. The security of the mining areas and patrols of the surrounding region, becoming a formidable bulwark guarding the southwestern gateway and ensuring the safety of stone extraction. White River Port, White River Viscountcy. Count Alan Winston, a nominal title, with real power held by Blackrock Lord, is efficiently advancing the integration of the port with the assistance of Lime. Port expansion. A new deep-water dock is under construction, capable of accommodating larger vessels. The dry dock area is being expanded, with attempts to construct and retrofit larger armed merchant ships. Fleet formation. The Blackrock Coast Patrol Fleet, temporary, has officially been renamed the White River Subfleet, centered around the captured Blood Rage and retrofitted armed merchant ships, supplemented by newly launched fast patrol boats, marking the initial stages of its establishment. The fleet commander is an experienced former Iceblade Ranger officer appointed by Carl. Trade hub. Leveraging the vast resources and market of Blackrock Domain, the trade volume at White River Port has surged. Merchant vessels from Stone Creek Town and beyond continuously arrive, bringing grains, textiles, spices, and taking away fine ironware, limited moonlight moss essence, high-quality stone, and timber. Port taxes have become a new significant source of revenue for Blackrock Domain. Intelligence Center. Due to its strategic location, White River Port has become a crucial intelligence node for monitoring the movements in Golden Valley and the open sea. Count Allen utilizes his old connections to provide continuous intelligence on coastal defenses in Golden Valley and suspicious vessels, suspected to be associated with the remnants of Bloodsail or their shadowy backers. Garrison reorganization. The garrison of White River Port is set at 2,000 personnel. The original White River garrison, approximately 1,500, has been disbanded and reorganized, mixed with elite personnel dispatched from Blackrock Domain. They are well-equipped and bear the heavy responsibility of port defense, urban security, and merchant route patrols, serving as the land combat reinforcement for the White River subfleet. Blackrock City, core. This area has become the absolute center for integration and construction. Administrative hub. Lime oversees the overall situation, establishing a more refined governance system. Departments such as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Civil Affairs, Agriculture, the Ministry of Construction, Workshops, Infrastructure, the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Trade and Taxation, and the Ministry of Armaments have been established, with capable officials appointed, some drawn from the talents of the original White River and Greystone Fortress, leading to increasingly efficient management. Magic Academy upgrade. Under the leadership of Master Orlando, significant breakthroughs have been achieved in the research of elemental harmonization and earth-nourishing rune arrays. The optimized arrays have seen a 50 increase in efficiency and a 30 reduction in cost, commencing large-scale promotion for the transformation projects surrounding Blackrock City, including the Blackwater Marsh and the craggy wasteland. Simultaneously, the Academy has begun researching naval-specific runes, wave break, mist dispersion, small-scale storm calming, laying the groundwork for future naval development. Workshop cluster. The Iron Anvil Workshop has once again expanded. New divisions for rune smelting, ship equipment, and engineering machinery have been added. The steam hammer roars day and night, producing exquisite weapons and armor, innovative agricultural tools, improved engineering machinery, especially large excavation and drainage equipment designed for marsh and wasteland transformation, along with wave break crossbows, anchor chains, and prototypes for siren shock bombs for the fleet. Wasteland transformation. On the edge of the Blackwater Marsh, the first phase of 5,000 acres of transformed fields has yielded a bountiful harvest. Cold-resistant rye has far exceeded expectations in yield. On the edge of the craggy wasteland, a 1,000-acre experimental field has completed land leveling and basic improvements, beginning the planting of drought-resistant crops. A vast tapestry of fertile land is gradually unfurling around Blackrock City. Resource integration. The magical crystal mine in Howling Wind Valley, Secret, is being efficiently mined, with the output of the refining workshops being enhanced. The iron and copper mines of Rock Fortress, the sulfur mine of Skullcrush Fortress, the iron mine of Rusty Domain, the stone resources of Rock Fortress, the fine iron mines of Blackrock City, and all fisheries of White River Port have been consolidated into a unified dispatch network, delivering resources to where they are most needed through an improved road and transportation system. Garrison system. With the incorporation of White River Port and the complete assimilation of Rock Fortress, the garrison of Blackrock Domain has entered a new phase of expansion and integration, covering the entire territory. Rock Fortress, 500 personnel, local mountain dwellers and miners, mountain elite. White River Port, 2,000 personnel, original White River forces mixed with Blackrock elite. Port Urban Defense, Rock Fortress, 4,000 personnel, facing Golden Valley, a pillar of strength. Blackrock City, Core 3,000 personnel, Guardians of the Industrial and Administrative Core, Skullcrush Fortress, 2,000 personnel, guarding the mining area, eliminating remnants, Rusty Domain, 2,500 personnel, defending the iron mining area and village joint defense, Howling Wind Valley Mines, 1,000 elite, sealed off to prevent prying, village garrison units, covering all villages throughout the territory. A total of approximately 6,000 personnel. Grassroots outreach, early warning security. In total, 24,000 garrison troops forged from local bloodlines. They are like vast roots deeply embedded in the soil of the northern frontier, steadfastly guarding every inch of Blackrock Domain. Their scale and combat prowess far surpass that of the past. System Army, 950 battle-hardened elites well-prepared and stationed at critical points. The silent yet formidable presence of these troops can be felt at Rock Fortress, Blackrock City, White River Port, and Howling Wind Valley, serving as a stabilizing force, instilling awe in all directions. Chapter 64. establishing the navy just as Lin concluded his inspection of the transformation project at Rock Fortress and returned to the Lord's study in Blackrock City to review Lime's submitted quarterly report on resource integration and civil development for the entire domain. The system activated. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the phased territorial integration objectives. In the midst of the territory consolidation assessment, the successful integration and effective governance of the Blackrock Baronial Domain, core, the Rock Fortress, formerly Stormhold County, Skullcrush Fortress, formerly Baron Blorn's Domain, Rustland, formerly Baron Hack's territory, the Howling Valley Mining Area, Rockfort, formerly Baron Greystone's Stronghold, and White River Port, formerly Viscount White River's Harbor, have been achieved. The administrative system's completeness, high. Resource allocation efficiency, high. Cohesion of the populace, high. Military control, including a garrison of 24,000 troops, exceptionally high. Evaluation result, outstanding. Territory consolidation achievement rewards triggered. Reward settlement, 1. Prestige reward, 100,000 points. A one-time substantial reward. 2. Special building permissions unlocked. Regional Magic Tower Rock Node can be constructed at Rock Fort. Effect, significantly enhances the strength and range of defensive runes in the Rock Fort area and slightly increases elemental affinity in surrounding regions, beneficial for wasteland transformation. 3. Special building permissions unlocked. Regional Magic Tower White River Node can be constructed at White River Port. Effect, strengthens the port's protective shield, slightly enhances fleet speed and resilience against stormy seas, and boosts effects of fog clearing and wave-breaking runes in naval combat. 4. New troop type unlocked. Blackrock Marine Corps, prototype. Basic template, Elite Heavy Infantry Legion, requires naval combat adaptability training and the equipping of wave-breaking runes and grappling hook rune chains. Note, must possess a complete fleet and a naval base to formally establish. 5. Resource enhancement. All mines within the territory, iron, copper, sulfur, stone, magical crystals, have a permanent 20 increase in extraction efficiency. 6. Agricultural enhancement. Crops and transformed farmlands influenced by elemental harmony and earth-nurturing runes yield an additional 10. 7. Daily prestige gain. Increased to 1,000 points per day. Due to the significant enhancement of territorial prosperity, public sentiment, and control. Current prestige, 100,000 points. 1,000 points daily. A torrent of information surged into Lin's mind. The system's prompt sounded like celestial music. 100,000 prestige. Special Magic Tower permissions. Marine Corps prototype. Resource and agricultural enhancements. Daily prestige exceeding 1,000. These bounteous rewards are the most profound affirmation of his tireless efforts over the past months to integrate the territory, improve the lives of the people, and solidify the foundation. Excellent. Truly splendid. An unprecedented brilliance erupted in Lin's eyes. This is not merely a reward. It is a stepping stone for the Blackrock domain to ascend to greater heights. Rame. Lin's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement as he immediately devised a plan. At Rockfort and White River Port, construct the regional magic towers. The necessary resources must be prioritized. Tom. Orlando. The Marine Corps prototype plan is to be jointly researched by you. Integrate the pirate equipment and acceleration devices captured from the Blood Rage into a training outline and equipment scheme as swiftly as possible. All mine supervisors. The 20 increase in extraction efficiency must be implemented. The construction department will oversee execution. Agriculture department. The 10 yield increase proposal for transformed farmlands must be promoted immediately. Furthermore, Lin's gaze sharpened. Rame. The garrison has reached 24,000 troops. We must further refine the command structure, merit promotion, and rotation systems. Ensure this protective shield remains sharp and loyal at all times. A series of commands were swiftly issued, and the administrative machinery of the Blackrock domain resumed its rapid operation. Lin approached the grand glass window, overlooking the brightly lit, increasingly prosperous Blackrock City below. The core area of the north is firmly within his grasp. From a barren baronial domain to a formidable force dominating the region, the Blackrock domain has undergone an astonishing metamorphosis. The 24,000 garrison troops are like roots deeply embedded in the earth, while the 6,950 elite soldiers hang like swords poised in the sky. The system's generous bestowals are akin to nourishing rain, nurturing this newly flourishing land. With a solid foundation and flourishing branches, Lin whispered to himself. His voice filled with confidence and power, a sense of mastery overall. The unification of the North is inevitable, and the momentum is established. Next, his gaze turned to the final and largest stumbling block on the map, the Gold Valley of Count Roderick. Roderick. Lin's voice resonated softly in the candlelit study, the unfinished words hanging in the air like icy daggers, laden with cold weight and unfulfilled sharpness. His fingertip pressed upon the location of Gold Valley, as though he were holding the final pulsation of the north in place. However, Lin's gaze did not linger long on Gold Valley. He slowly withdrew his finger, turned, and scanned the vast northern map, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the deep blue area of Skullcrush Bay. Though the Bloodsail pirate crew has suffered significant losses, remnants remain, and their lair has yet to be eradicated. Lin's voice was low and calm, imbued with a sense of overarching control. Roderick is merely a trapped beast on land. The true threat may still lurk beneath these turbulent waves. He looked at Rame. The urgent news from Rock Fortress and Roderick's provocation are but trifles. Does he believe that taking the initiative will disrupt my rhythm? Absurd. At this moment, the more he provokes, the more he reveals his inner fears and weaknesses. He needs time, waiting for the ethereal support from the royal capital, waiting for us to be incited into a hasty response. A cold smile curved at the corner of Lin's lips. He desires time? Very well, I shall grant him that time. Coincidentally, I require time as well. His gaze returned to Skullcrush Bay, glinting with sharp light. The Bloodsail pirate crew has occupied Skullcrush Bay for many years. Their lair must be hidden and fortified. Their peculiar acceleration devices must conceal some mystery, until this malignant tumor is thoroughly eradicated and the shadows behind it elucidated. The maritime borders of the Blackrock domain shall know no peace. The prosperity of White River Port may be engulfed by the flames of piracy at any moment. Moreover, Lin's voice carried an undeniable resolve. The unification of the North demands equal emphasis on land and sea. Gold Valley will ultimately submit. But without a formidable navy to safeguard the maritime borders and control the shipping lanes, the prosperity of the Blackrock domain is akin to a rootless duckweed. Let Roderick frolic for a few more days. Our immediate priority is to forge a formidable maritime sword capable of cleaving through the tempestuous seas and instilling fear among our adversaries. Lame. Lin's voice suddenly ascended in pitch, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Your orders, my lord. Lame responded with a bow. Relay the command immediately. To Viscount Allen of White River Port, all vessels of the White River Fleet, including the captured Blood Fury, are to enter a state of maximum combat readiness without delay. Intensify coastal patrols and maintain vigilant surveillance towards Skull Crater Bay. All port defense facilities must undergo comprehensive inspection and reinforcement. Hawk, redirect your scout team towards Skull Crater Bay. Target, movements of the remnants of the Bloodsail pirates. Especially ascertain the precise location of their stronghold, Bloodskull Island, its defensive arrangements, and any clues regarding the source of the acceleration device. Spare no effort to unearth this information. Tom, Orlando, the workshop and the Magic Academy are to suspend all non-emergency projects. Focus entirely on the water jet acceleration device captured from the Blood Fury. I require knowledge of its principles, weaknesses, and whether it can be utilized for our purposes. Concurrently, prioritize the production of wave-breaking rune ballistae, anchor hook rune chains, and prototypes of the Siren Shockwave rune bombs. Prepare for naval combat. Carl, the direction of Rock Fortress must shift to a strategic defensive posture. Reinforce the defenses and maintain a steadfast hold. No offensive actions without my command. Erect's Longbow Guard and Iceblade Rangers are to remain on standby at Blackrock City. Yes, my lord, the assembly replied in unison, as Lin's gaze swept across the astonishing 100,000 points of reputation displayed on the system panel. A glimmer of ambition ignited in his eyes. It was time to bring this vision to fruition. This reputation, a foundation upon which an invincible fleet would be built. System. Lin intoned internally, consume reputation. I summon the elite of the seas. Chapter 65. Naval warfare exercises consume 100,000 points of reputation. Summon. Raging Tide Heavy Infantry. Elite Warriors, X2000. Characteristics. Mastery in boarding actions and ship-to-ship combat. Equipped with wave-breaking rune light armor, tempered steel sabers, and reinforced round shields. Summon. Wavebreaker Longbow Guard. Elite Warriors, X1000. Characteristics. Expertise in naval marksmanship and resistance to dizziness. Equipped with potent rune arrows designed to penetrate armor and specially crafted stable longbows. Summon. Anchor Chain Engineers. Elite Warriors, X300. Characteristics. Proficient in ship repairs, boarding operations, and underwater sabotage. Equipped with anchor hook rune chains, underwater cutting tools, and prototypes of siren shockwave bombs. Summon. Seasoned Navigators, X100. Characteristics: Mastery in Navigation, Meteorological Observation, Chart Drafting, and Fleet Command. Summon. Rune Naval Battle Mages, Senior, X30. Characteristics: Expertise in Wave Breaking, Fog Dispersal, and Tempest Calming. Limited Area, Naval Protection Runes. Summoning in progress. In an instant, the newly constructed large dock area at White River Port, the dedicated military camp nearby, and the newly established naval training base erupted with a brilliance akin to a cascade of stars. 2,000 raging tide heavy infantry, clad in deep blue wave-breaking rune chainmail and wielding tempered steel sabers and reinforced round shields, formed up in formation. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, their steps steady as mountains, exuding an aura of resilience forged by countless tempests. The regiment stood uniformly, resembling a dam of steel. 1,000 wavebreaker longbow guards, bearing specially crafted stable longbows and quivers brimming with arrows, stood at attention. Their figures were as upright as pines, their gazes as piercing as falcons, remaining steadfast even amidst imagined storms. The tension of their drawn bows was palpable. 300 anchor chain engineers, equipped with an array of peculiar tools and sharp eyes, swiftly assembled. Their movements were deft and quick, possessing an intimate knowledge of ship structures, akin to the sinews and blood vessels of a vessel. 100 seasoned navigators, clad in naval uniforms and exuding a calm demeanor, appeared in the command room. They unfurled sea charts, their eyes deep as abysses, seemingly able to pierce through the ocean's mists and navigate the tumultuous waters. 30 rune naval battle mages, wielding water element magic crystal staves, radiated an intense arcane glow. Their affinity for oceanic elements surpassed that of land mages, as the tips of their staves shimmered, harmonizing with the rhythms of the sea winds. In total, 3,430 elite naval warriors, a terrifying force born for the ocean, vast in scale, diverse in troops, and equipped with superior gear. Excellent. Lin's eyes sparkled with approval and ambition. Lame. Arrange for all naval personnel to be integrated into the White River Fleet under the unified command of the fleet commander. Conduct intensive adaptive training and fleet integration. Tom. Orlando. Accelerate research. Prioritize equipping the Blood Fury and primary warships with preliminary results of the water jet acceleration device and wave-breaking rune ballistae. The newly summoned engineers are to be immediately deployed to the docks and production facilities. All resources of White River Port shall be directed towards the Navy. Expand the docks. Commence construction and modifications immediately. For main battleships, specifications nearing that of the Blood Fury. 5 rapid assault vessels. 3 engineering support ships. Ensure the hull construction is completed within a month. Equipment installation can proceed concurrently. Yes, my lord. Lame's eyes glimmered with determination. 5 main vessels. This was the inception of a true fleet. A month later, off the coast of White River Port, the azure sky was pristine and the sea winds howled. A massive fleet, adorned with the banner of the Grey Wolf, arrayed itself like a colossal iron beast upon the cerulean waters. Core, 5 main battleships. Flagship, Blood Fury, refitted a vast hull with 3 decks. The stern fitted with an optimized water jet acceleration device, integrated with wave-breaking runes, achieving astonishing speed. The deck equipped with 6 wave-breaking heavy rune ballistae, carrying 400 raging tide heavy infantry, 200 wave-breaker longbow guards, 50 anchor chain engineers, 20 seasoned navigators, and 10 rune naval battle mages. Main ship, Rock, newly constructed a sturdy hull with 2 decks, equipped with 4 wave-breaking heavy rune ballistae, carrying 300 raging tide heavy infantry, 150 wave-breaker longbow guards, 30 anchor chain engineers, 15 seasoned navigators, and 5 rune naval battle mages. Main battleship, Black Rock, new construction specifications identical to those of the Rock Solid. Crewed by 300 raging tide heavy infantry, 150 wave-strider longbow guards, 30 anchor chain engineers, 15 senior navigators, and 5 runic naval mages. Main battleship, Skull Crusher, modified armed merchant ship. The vessel boasts a broad hull and 2 decks, equipped with 4 heavy runic crossbows. Crewed by 300 raging tide heavy infantry, 150 wave-strider longbow guards, 30 anchor chain engineers, 15 senior navigators, and 5 runic naval mages. Main battleship, Anvil, modified armed merchant ship. Specifications identical to those of Skull Crusher. Crewed by 300 raging tide heavy infantry, 150 wave-strider longbow guards, 30 anchor chain engineers, 15 senior navigators, and 5 runic naval mages. Support: 5 rapid assault ships, sleek and lightweight with a single deck. The stern is fitted with a simplified water jet propulsion system, allowing for exceptional speed. Each ship is armed with 2 light runic crossbows, crewed by 100 raging tide heavy infantry, 50 wavestrider longbow guards, 20 anchor chain engineers, and 5 senior navigators. Support: 3 engineering support ships, sturdy hulls equipped with large cranes and maintenance platforms, crewed by 50 anchor chain engineers, primary, 20 runic naval mages, responsible for protective repairs, and 10 senior navigators, carrying a plethora of spare parts, repair tools, and runic materials. In total, 13 warships. 5 main vessels stand like mountains, 5 assault ships strike like arrows, and 3 support vessels are as strong as arms. A total of 430 elite naval personnel have boarded. Thus, the Black Rock Navy fleet, with its impressive scale, complete structure, and exquisite equipment, has proudly come into existence. At this moment, the fleet is engaged in a grand live-action drill. Fleet formation. Deploy. The voice of the fleet commander, a seasoned navigator, resounds across the sea through the amplification runic device. The 5 main battleships form the center, with the 5 assault ships flanking on either side, followed closely by the 3 support vessels. The colossal fleet resembles a steel eagle unfurling its wings, cleaving through waves. Objective: the simulated island reef ahead. Assault ships advance. Fire reconnaissance. The 5 assault ships dart forward like arrows released from a bow, engines roaring, water jet propulsion activated, racing towards the simulated targets. The light crossbows fire with precision, clearing obstacles. Main battleships prepare for simultaneous fire. Target: simulated fortress. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 main ships unleash a barrage from their broadside. 20 heavy runic crossbows emit a thunderous roar. The massive runic bolts rain down upon the distant simulated target like meteors. The explosions resound deafeningly. Raging tide infantry, prepare to board. Longbow guards, covering fire. Runic mages, unite the shields. Calm the storm. Engineering ships, prepare to repair simulated damage. The commands, the booming of crossbows, the shouts of soldiers, the crashing of waves, the humming of magic, and the roaring of engines intertwined into a magnificent and unprecedented sea battle anthem. The scale is immense. The momentum is earth-shattering. Viscount Alan Winston stands atop the tallest lighthouse in the port, gazing in awe at this colossal fleet that has emerged from nothing in just 1 month. Rendered almost speechless. 5 main battleships, 5 assault ships, 3 support vessels. Good heavens, this is nothing short of a maritime fortress. The Black Rock Navy has become a maritime behemoth. Meanwhile, Hawk's reconnaissance team has relayed crucial intelligence. My lord, Hawk hurriedly returns to Black Rock City, his eyes gleaming with excitement despite a hint of fatigue. The remnants of the Bloodsail pirates have been confirmed to be holed up on Blood Skull Island. This island lies deep within Skullcrusher Bay, characterized by treacherous terrain and densely packed reefs, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. It is fortified with a sturdy stone fortress and concealed docks. Their remaining fleet consists of approximately 8 vessels, centered around 2 swift ships equipped with complete water jet propulsion systems. More importantly, Hawk lowers his voice, a glint of cold light in his eyes. We have captured a pirate captain. Under severe interrogation, he confessed. That water jet propulsion system was not crafted by the pirates themselves. It originated from Golden Valley. Golden Valley. Lin's expression sharpens suddenly. Yes, Hawk affirms. According to his account, about 6 months ago, a peculiar black cargo ship, bearing the Golden Valley wheat emblem, secretly offloaded a shipment near Bloodskull Island, which included several sets of core components and blueprints for such devices. The transaction was personally handled by First Mate Morgan, and the identity of the other party remains exceedingly mysterious. The pirates only know that the other party seems to be connected to certain forces in the royal capital. Just as I suspected, Lin's eyes flash with a cold light. Roderick, the royal capital. It turns out the rampant activities of the Bloodsail pirates indeed have your shadow lurking behind them, using pirates to besiege my coast, distracting my focus. To buy time for your counterattack on land? What a clever scheme. Hawk, well done. Lin speaks solemnly. Continue monitoring Bloodskull Island. At the same time, keep a close watch on all ports in Golden Valley, especially any suspicious black cargo ships. Yes, Lin approaches the massive map of the Northern Territories, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Golden Valley and Skullcrusher Bay. The cornered beasts on land and the malignant tumors at sea have conspired together under the shadow of the royal capital. Roderick, do you think you can hide behind the scenes, letting pirates do your bidding and remain untroubled? Lin's voice is as cold as ice. The bloodsail pirates must be eradicated completely. And your Golden Valley. He pauses slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bounteous plains on the map. A cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Once I clear the seas, I shall forge an invincible fleet. Chapter 66. The giant sea monster Lin's icy words resonate in the study, akin to the prelude of war drums beating. The Iron Fleet, now taking shape outside White River Port, has become the sharpest blade in his grasp. Bloodskull Island is destined to be the first sacrifice after this blade is drawn. Hawk. Lin's voice is resolute. Compile all intelligence regarding the coordinates, defensive layouts, tidal patterns, and reef distributions of Bloodskull Island immediately. Fleet commanders, general staff, instantly devise a combat plan. Objective, Bloodskull Island. Annihilate the remnants of the Bloodsail pirates. Destroy their stronghold. Capture all technical documentation. Yes, my lord. Hawk and the hastily arriving fleet commander, the seasoned navigator Soren, responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. 3 days later, deep within the Skullcrush Bay, a thick fog enveloped the area, concealing treacherous reefs. The Blackrock Navy fleet loomed like a silent behemoth, stealthily approaching Bloodskull Island under the shroud of mist. In the flagship, Blood Fury, within the command room, navigator Soren, holding a nautical chart, gazed with the sharpness of an eagle. My lord. 5 miles ahead lies Bloodskull Island. The island resembled a grotesque skull, with enormous rock pillars resembling fangs on either side. Its central depression serving as a natural harbor where pirate nests and shipyards resided. The entrance to the harbor was narrow, flanked by cliffs adorned with arrow towers and catapults. Beneath the surface, hidden reefs were abundant, with suspected magical traps causing unsettling disturbances. According to reconnaissance reports, Hawk added, the remnants of the pirate fleet consisted of 8 ships, including 2 swift vessels equipped with complete water jet propulsion systems, all cowering within the harbor. The island's garrison numbered around 500, fortified within stone bastions. He paused, his voice heavy with gravity. Recently, there have been reports of unusual biological activity in the surrounding waters, creatures of immense size capable of creating whirlpools. Suspected to be sea monsters. Sea monsters? Lin's gaze sharpened, transforming into a frigid glare. Regardless of whether they are beasts or demons, those who obstruct my path shall perish. Fleet. Battle formation. Engage. Soren's voice resonated through the ship via the amplification rune device. Main battleships. Line up in a single file. Seize the T-head. Target. The harbor entrance and the defensive works on either side of the cliffs. Assault ships. Spread out to the left and right. Secure the perimeter. Eliminate underwater obstacles. Support ships. Stand by in the center. Be prepared for repairs, firefighting, and underwater operations at a moment's notice. With a low growl, the engines of 5 main battleships rumbled, their massive hulls gradually aligning as they readied their formidable rune crossbows, aimed at the ghostly outline of the skull-shaped island within the fog. Rune mages, combine your spells. Disperse the mist. Calm the storm. Soren commanded. Understood. 30 rune naval mages raised their staves high, gathering immense arcane energy. Fog dispersal. Storm calm. A surge of invisible energy radiated outward. The thick mist enveloping the island was swiftly parted, revealing the island's formidable visage before the fleet. The towering rock pillars were now clearly visible, along with the outlines of docked vessels within the narrow harbor entrance. The pirates, evidently startled by this sudden turn of events, erupted into chaotic shouts and alarms. Target locked. Harbor entrance. Arrow towers on both sides. Catapult positions. Soren's voice was as cold as iron. Main battleships. Rune crossbows. Load armor-piercing explosive rune arrows. 3 volleys. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 main battleships unleashed a deafening volley as 20 heavy rune crossbows roared in unison. The massive rune arrows, trailing blinding flames, descended upon Bloodskull Island like a meteor shower from the depths of hell. Bang, boom, crack, crash. The cacophony of explosions resonated as the water's surface at the harbor entrance erupted in towering geysers. The arrow towers on the cliffs were ripped apart as if made of paper, collapsing under the ferocity of the assault. The catapult positions were engulfed in flames, debris flying amidst the drowned cries of pirates, silenced by the explosions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It is the Blackrock army. Quick! Counterattack! The pirates finally regained their composure, the remnants of the arrow towers loosing a sparse volley of arrows, while a few surviving catapults hurled boulders. However, These assaults merely sparked against the sturdy hull of the battleships or were effortlessly deflected by the pale blue protective shields conjured by the rune naval mages. Assault ships. Advance. Target. Underwater reefs and magical traps. Deploy sea monster shock bombs. Cover the area. Soren continued to issue commands. Yes. The 5 assault ships surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow, speeding toward the harbor entrance. Shock bombs. Deploy. Plop. 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 Dozens of specially designed sea monster shock rune bombs were cast into the water. Buzz. A deep and powerful shockwave erupted beneath the surface. It struck down like an invisible hammer. Crack. Boom. The sharp reefs hidden underwater were shattered, while the magical traps were disrupted and rendered ineffective by the chaotic energy. Murky waters churned, releasing a flurry of bubbles and debris. The channel is clear. Assault ships reporting. Main battleships. Advance. Approach the harbor. Furious infantry. Prepare to board. Soren's voice held a note of exhilaration. The fleet commenced its slow advance, closing in on the harbor entrance. Just then, an unforeseen calamity struck. A low, resonant, and protracted growl, reminiscent of a terrifying roar from a deep-sea leviathan, erupted suddenly. The sound pierced through the water, assaulting the eardrums and sending shivers through the very soul. Crash! The surface of the sea ahead of the fleet erupted, revealing a massive whirlpool. From its center, a colossal shadow began to rise. It was a creature beyond description, its upper body vaguely resembling a twisted giant, cloaked in dark, thick scales, muscles rippling like rock. Its lower half consisted of several immensely thick, sucker-covered octopus tentacles, thrashing wildly within the whirlpool. Its head was enormous, devoid of eyes, featuring a vast maw brimming with jagged fangs, releasing a deafening roar. Surrounding it was a nauseating stench and a palpable aura of dark magic. A sea monster. A deep-sea behemoth. The lookout tower screamed in terror. Roar. The sea monster unleashed an even more furious roar, its massive tentacles striking like towering pillars. Crashing down on the flagship, Rock. Boom. The tentacle slammed against Rock's protective shield. The pale blue shield flickered violently, groaning under the strain. The ship rocked violently. Soldiers on the deck struggling to maintain their footing. Damn it. Soren's expression shifted. Crossbows. Target the sea monster. Fire at will. Stop it. Whoosh. 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 Chapter 67. Firepower coverage. The crossbowmen aboard the Phalanx and Blackrock responded with remarkable swiftness. Several armor-piercing runic crossbow bolts whistled through the air, striking fiercely into the colossal form of the sea monster. The sound of shattering scales echoed. Dark green blood splattered. The sea monster let out a roar of agony. Yet, the wounds inflicted by the crossbow bolts seemed trivial compared to its immense bulk. It grew even more frenzied. More tentacles erupted from the maelstrom, thrashing violently and ensnaring the ship. The energy of the protective shields plummeted. The hull sustained damage. Water flooded the port side. Support ships. Immediate repairs. Fire suppression. Soren commanded urgently. Rune mages. Concentrate your power. Target. The sea monster's head. Mental shock. Lin's icy voice resonated in the command room. He had, unbeknownst to anyone, arrived on the bridge, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixated on the rampaging beast. Yes, all rune naval mages immediately adjusted the direction of their staves. Their mental energies intensely focused. Mental shock. Joint casting. Release. A wave of invisible force, coalesced from the mental power of 30 mages, surged forth like an ethereal sword, piercing fiercely into the eyeless head of the sea monster. The creature's massive form suddenly stiffened. It emitted a wailing cry that morphed into a horrendous pitch. Its movements became sluggish and chaotic. The tentacles lashing out at the ship lost their aim. A prime opportunity. A glint of brilliance flashed in Soren's eyes. All capital ships. Crossbows. Target. The sea monster's head. Its gaping maw. Fire at will. Assault ships. Sea monster shock bombs. Target. The base of the sea monster's tentacles. Underwater deployment. Raging infantry. Heavy crossbows ready. Poison arrows. Suppressive fire. Boom. 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 20 heavy runic crossbows roared anew. The hefty bolts flew like harbingers of death, accurately targeting the sea monster's agonized, gaping maw and its vulnerable head. Thud. 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 Dark green blood and shredded flesh erupted like a fountain. The sea monster's head was instantaneously riddled with holes. Splash. 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 Dozens of sea monster shock bombs were precisely deployed to the underwater base of its tentacles. Buzz. A terrifying shockwave erupted underwater. Several of the sea monster's thick tentacles were violently severed. Dark green blood stained the surface of the sea. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of poisoned crossbow bolts descended like a torrential downpour upon the massive form of the sea monster. With one final, weak, and despairing roar, the sea monster writhed violently, slowly sinking into the swirling depths stained dark green. The surface was left with only churning foam and floating severed limbs. The sea monster was dead. The soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. The fleet. Continue advancing. Target. The port. Landfall. Lin's voice remained devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Deprived of the sea monster's protection and coastal defenses, the bloodsail pirate remnants, huddled in the harbor, appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter before the overwhelming firepower and elite boarding forces of the Blackrock Navy. Boom, boom, boom. The main fleet's crossbows easily dismantled the remaining resistance. Raging infantry. Land the island. Kill. 2,000 heavy infantry surged forth like a black tide onto Bloodskull Island. Curved blades swung, shields clashed. The pirates' resistance swiftly crumbled. Longbow guard. Suppressive fire. Engineers. Search the docks. Technical documentation. Leave none behind. The battle concluded in a mere hour. Bloodskull Island was engulfed in flames. The pirate stronghold was utterly obliterated. The docks were set ablaze. Of the remaining 8 pirate ships, 2 equipped with water jet propulsion were captured, while the rest sank. Over 500 pirates, with only a few surrendering, were entirely annihilated. My lord, Hawk excitedly presented several sealed parchments and metallic boxes, discovered in the private chamber of First Mate Morgan, detailed records of the pirates' dealings with Gold Valley. Additionally, the core blueprints for the water jet propulsion system and several spare parts. Lin accepted the blueprints, his gaze sweeping over the clear Gold Valley insignia and transaction dates, his eyes flashing with cold light. Roderick, the evidence is irrefutable. He approached the bow of the Blood Rage, gazing down at the smoke-laden Bloodskull Island and the remnants of the sea monster floating upon the water's surface. The maritime territory is secure. The malignant growth has been eradicated. Lin's voice, akin to a proclamation, resounded across the sea. Blackrock Navy. Our first battle is victorious. The fleet erupted into deafening cheers. The banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered triumphantly in the smoky air. Lin's gaze, beyond the burning island, turned toward the mainland, toward the bountiful plains of Gold Valley. Roderick, he murmured coldly, did you truly believe that a mere apology would suffice? I suspect you are simply afraid of death. Beep. Major military operation detected. Annihilation of the Bloodsail pirate stronghold. Battle assessment. Glorious victory. Annihilated the main force of the Bloodsail pirates, approximately 800 individuals. Destroyed the pirate stronghold. Seized core equipment and technical documentation. Additional achievement. Slain the deep-sea behemoth. Reputation reward. 30,000 points. Pirate eradication. Reputation reward. 50,000 points. Slain sea monster. Reputation reward. 20,000 points. Occupied Bloodskull Island. Current reputation, 100,000 points. 1,000 points daily. As the smoke over Bloodskull Island had yet to dissipate, the Blackrock Navy fleet, akin to a triumphant beast, slowly sailed back to White River Port, laden with spoils and the glory of victory. 2 captured pirate speedboats, fully equipped with water jet propulsion, were towed behind the fleet, resembling disgraced prisoners. The transaction records and core blueprints unearthed from First Mate Morgan's chamber were seared into the spine of Count Roderick of Gold Valley like a burning brand. The evidence is indisputable. However, just as the fleet arrived at White River Port and Lin set foot on the dock, a weary, blood-soaked messenger from Rock Fortress dashed toward him like a cannonball, collapsing to the ground with a thud, voice hoarse and filled with righteous fury. My lord, urgent news. Roderick of Gold Valley has mobilized his entire force. Speak. Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. Just 3 days prior, the voice of the herald trembled with the aftershock of survival. Count Roderick has gone mad. He has issued a total mobilization order for Golden Valley. All men aged between 16 and 60 are to be conscripted. All nobles are compelled to surrender their private troops. He has assembled an army of nearly 20,000. However, a flicker of disbelief crossed the herald's eyes. This army is a ragtag bunch. Among them, only a mere 5,000 are truly well-equipped and well-trained. The Iron Wall Battalion, the Hurricane Crossbowmen, and the Wolf Riders. The remaining 15,000 are hastily gathered militia, many armed only with pitchforks, firewood axes, or even bare hands. They have deployed a plethora of previously unseen siege engines, massive catapults with a range far surpassing our own breachers, and terrifying barrels of flammable oil that ignite upon impact, impervious to water. Yet, the herald's voice suddenly rose, laced with excitement. My lord, the defensive system you have established is proving effective. Chapter 68. As solid as a rock at the Black Pine Forest outpost. Though once again devastated by catapults and barrels of oil, the garrison had issued an early warning. General Karl was well prepared. 3 defensive lines surrounded Rock Fortress, relying on sturdy stone fortifications, arrow towers, and trenches. General Karl had strategically positioned 4,000 rock guards and 2,000 elite infantry in staggered formations to repel the enemy. Although Roderick's army was large, their command was chaotic. The militia was crammed into narrow mountain paths, like lambs awaiting slaughter, harvested in droves by our longbowmen and breachers. Their elite iron wall battalion's repeated charges were steadfastly repelled by our formidable shield wall, suffering heavy casualties. The Wolf Riders attempted a flanking raid on the village. The herald's eyes gleamed with determination. They had already been detected by our village garrison. The Ice Edge Rangers had laid an ambush, and the poisoned javelins and rain of arrows left them with hundreds of corpses, fleeing in disarray. In a fit of rage, Roderick launched a reckless assault. In a single day, he breached 2 outer defensive lines. Yet each inch gained came at the cost of a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. The militia suffered tremendous losses, their morale teetering on the brink of collapse, with nearly 1,000 of their elite also lost. General Karl, wounded by 2 arrows, though only lightly, remained steadfast at the final line of defense. The main city of Rock Fortress stood impregnable. He commanded me to break through and seek reinforcements, not because he could not hold the line, but to seize the opportunity. As Roderick's main force was pinned beneath Rock Fortress, and with the rear vulnerable, he urged my lord to cut off their escape, to achieve victory in one fell swoop. Excellent, Karl. Well done. Lin's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. The garrison system he had established, the outpost network, and the layers of defense had withstood the test of battle. Rock Fortress, like an unyielding stone, firmly blocked the torrent unleashed by Roderick. Lin's voice was cold as ice, tinged with mockery. Do you think that sheer numbers can shake the iron walls of my Blackrock territory? Foolishness. He abruptly turned, his gaze sweeping over the fleet commanders Soren, Count Allen, and the newly arrived Erect, Tom, Orlando, Hawk, and Liam. Did you all hear? Lin's voice resonated with an authority that commanded all. Roderick is now a trapped beast. His main force is pinned beneath Rock Fortress. The rear is vulnerable. Morale is plummeting. The militia may revolt at any moment. This is the perfect moment to annihilate him. Soren, Lin's voice thundered. Here, my lord. Soren, the navigator, stood tall, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Fleet, immediately enter a state of full combat readiness. All ships, supplies, munitions, and personnel must be fully prepared for departure within 3 hours. Target, Golden Valley's Gold Spike Harbor. We shall seize his stronghold and sever his maritime escape and supply lines. Understood, my lord. Soren responded and dashed toward the dock. Allen. Lin turned his gaze to Count White River. My lord. Count Allen bowed, excitement flickering in his eyes. Gold Spike Harbor. Go to the highest alert. You will personally oversee all port defenses. Mobilize all available merchant and fishing vessels to assist the fleet's logistical supply. Simultaneously, monitor the waters of Golden Valley closely. Any suspicious vessels, especially black cargo ships, must be eliminated without hesitation. Understood, my lord. Count Allen replied solemnly. Erect. Lin looked at the commander of the longbow guard. Here. Take full responsibility for support in the direction of Rock Fortress. Immediately lead 1,200 longbowmen and 700 Ice Edge Rangers to hasten to Rock Fortress. Inform Karl to hold the line. Wear down the enemy. Once my navy captures Gold Spike Harbor and severs their escape, we will launch a full counterattack. I intend to bury that old dog Roderick beneath Rock Fortress. Understood, my lord. Eric's eyes sparkled with cold determination as he turned to leave. Tom. Orlando. My lord. The workshop and the Magic Academy must enter a state of wartime readiness. All production capacity should prioritize the front lines at Rock Fortress. Arrows, armor. Especially armor-piercing poisoned arrow clusters, healing potions, earth-solid runes, and shock runes. Whatever you have, send it all. Furthermore, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lin's eyes. The core blueprints and components for the water jet propulsion devices captured from Bloodskull Island must be organized for reverse engineering immediately. I want to see our own, even more powerful ship engines in the shortest time possible. Understood, my lord. Tom and Orlando answered in unison. Hawk. My lord. Your reconnaissance teams are to be dispatched immediately. Target, the entirety of Golden Valley. I want to know the precise locations of Roderick's forces, their supply depots, supply line nodes, and the weaknesses of those new siege engines. Especially the morale status of the militia. Understood, my lord. Hawk vanished into the crowd like a shadow. Liam. Here. Logistics. Activate the highest wartime mechanism. You will personally coordinate the supply towards Rock Fortress. Ensure that provisions, armaments, and medicines flow uninterrupted at all costs. At the same time, issue a total mobilization order for the Black Rock territory. The domain is now in a state of total war. All garrison troops and village teams must heighten their vigilance. Prevent any sabotage. Conscript all available laborers to ensure transport. Understood, my lord. A barrage of orders fell like a tempest. The entire Black Rock territory, akin to a finely tuned war machine, instantaneously transitioned into a state of maximum efficiency. At the White River port, 3 hours later, the blood-red sunset cast its glow upon the sea. The formidable Black Rock naval fleet had completed its final supplies and preparations. 5 capital ships, 5 assault vessels, and 3 support ships lay anchored at the port like 13 colossal iron beasts, poised for battle. On the decks, soldiers stood in solemnity, swords drawn and crossbows primed. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere of impending violence. Lin, draped in a silvery gray wolfskin cloak, stood at the bow of the Blood Fury. The sea breeze tousled his dark hair, revealing his eyes, cold as ancient ice. Soren. Lin's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier. At your service, replied Soren, the navigator, standing resolutely. Fleet. Destination, Gold Valley, Golden Spike Port. Full speed ahead. Aye, my lord. Soren turned, his voice booming like thunder. Fleet. Set sail. Destination, Golden Spike Port. Full speed ahead. The deep horn echoed across the expanse. The engines roared thunderously. The immense fleet, reminiscent of an awakening ancient beast, slowly departed the port, slicing through the crimson waves, heading towards the Gold Valley at full throttle. Lin stood at the bow, his gaze piercing through the vast sea mist, as if envisioning the prosperous plains of Gold Valley ablaze in war, and the distorted face of Roderick, twisted in fear. Roderick, Lin murmured to himself, his voice as cold as steel, your doom approaches. Chapter 69. Golden Spike Port. The Black Rock naval fleet surged forth like 13 awakened iron giants, cleaving through the blood-red waves towards the Gold Valley. The engine's roar was deafening, carving long white wakes across the surface. At the bow of the flagship Blood Fury, Lin, cloaked in wolf skin, fixed his icy gaze through the thick sea fog, locking onto the lifeblood of Gold Valley, Golden Spike Port. Soren. Lin's voice rang out against the gusting sea winds. My lord. Soren immediately stepped forward. How far are we from Golden Spike Port? My lord, at our current speed. We shall arrive by dawn. What are the scouts? Lord Hawk's dispatched swift ship has returned with news. Soren unfolded a rudimentary sea chart. Golden Spike Port, the largest port in Gold Valley, guarding the mouth of the Golden River. Currently, there are about 50 vessels of various sizes in the harbor, mostly merchant and fishing ships. Only 3 old escort ships serve as war vessels. Port defenses. There are 2 stone lighthouses at the entrance, equipped with small catapults and crossbows. The flanking cliffs feature rudimentary arrow towers. The garrison inside is fewer than 1,000, primarily ordinary guards maintaining order. Roderick's main forces are indeed pinned down at Rock Fortress. Furthermore, a glimmer of insight flashed in Soren's eyes. Scouts have discovered a peculiar black cargo ship moored deep within the harbor, strikingly similar to the pirates' descriptions. A black cargo ship. Lin's eyes sparkled with cold intensity. Excellent. It seems the royal gift is yet to be delivered. Fleet. Battle preparations. Lin's voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable resolve. Yes, my lord. Soren promptly turned, his voice amplified through the runic enchantments, resonating across the fleet. All hands. Battle preparations. Assault vessels. Advance. Target. The lighthouse at the port entrance. Clear the obstacles. Capital ships. Follow closely. Target. All vessels within the harbor, especially that black cargo ship. Sink it. Support ships. Stand by in the center. Prepare for firefighting, repairs, and underwater operations. Raging infantry. Longbow guards. Prepare for boarding. Eliminate the remaining enemies. Runic mages. Unite your spells. Disperse the sea mist. Calm the storm. Shield the ships. Orders spread like a chain reaction. The fleet instantaneously entered a state of combat readiness. The 5 assault ships roared to life, akin to arrows released from a bow, racing towards the obscured coastline. The 5 capital ships closely followed, crossbows drawn, glinting ominously. The 3 support ships maintained steady formation. At dawn, The waters off Golden Spike Port lay shrouded in mist. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A drowsy sentinel atop the lighthouse was startled by the sudden emergence of a massive shadow from the sea, desperately sounding the alarm. Clang! 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 The piercing tolling of the bell shattered the dawn's tranquility. The port erupted into chaos. Assault vessels. Target, the lighthouse. Breakwater light crossbows. Fire at will. Soren's voice was cold and merciless. Swish, 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 swish. The 5 assault vessels unleashed a synchronized barrage from their starboard side. 10 breakwater light runic crossbows sent forth shrill projectiles, the piercing arrows inscribed with armor-piercing runes, striking mercilessly into the stone walls of the 2 lighthouses. Boom, boom, boom. Debris flew. The catapults and crossbows atop the towers were obliterated in an instant. The lighthouse collapsed amidst the violent explosions, rubble cascading into the sea, creating towering geysers of water. The channel is clear. Capital ships. Advance. Soren bellowed. Boom, boom. The 5 capital ships, like moving mountains, crushed through the ruins of the fallen lighthouse and surged into the expansive harbor of Golden Spike Port. A scene of utter disarray unfolded before them. Dozens of merchant and fishing vessels floundered like startled ducks, scattering chaotically in the harbor. Crew members cried out, leaping into the sea to escape. The 3 old escort ships attempted to mount a defense, hoisting their sails and clumsily maneuvering. Capital ships. Target, all resisting vessels, especially that black cargo ship. Breakwater heavy crossbows. Load explosive rune arrows. Fire at will. Soren's voice was as foreboding as a death knell. Boom, 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 boom. 20 heavy runic crossbows unleashed a thunderous roar. The massive explosive rune arrows trailed blinding flames, crashing into the harbor like meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions merged into a cacophony. Flames soared. Wood splintered. 1 escort ship was cleaved in half and sank instantly. Another escort ship's deck was blown away, igniting a raging inferno. The 3rd escort ship attempted to charge towards Blood Fury, only to be struck by multiple arrows, erupting into a colossal fireball. Merchant ships and fishing vessels were torn asunder in a terrifying explosion, akin to fragile toys of paper, easily ripped apart and ignited. The entire harbor was instantly engulfed in a raging inferno. Found it. The black cargo ship. At berth number 3. The lookout screamed. The rock. The black rock. Target. The black cargo ship. Fire at will. Reduce it to rubble. Soren commanded with a fierce tone. Boom, 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 boom. 8 robust explosive rune arrows, like judgments from hell, precisely struck the black cargo ship attempting to untie and flee. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated. The black cargo ship was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. Flames soared skyward. Twisted metal components and scattered wooden crates could be glimpsed amidst the blazing light. The ship's crew had no time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Support ships. Engineers. Immediately launch into the water. Recover the wreckage. Any suspicious items, especially metal components and sealed boxes. Retrieve them all. Lin's voice resonated amidst the chaos of explosions. Yes, my lord. The support ships rapidly approached the explosion zone, and dozens of anchor chain engineers leaped into the sea like dumplings. Assault ships. Target, the dock. Eliminate the remaining enemies. Fury infantry. Land. Soren continued to issue orders. Yes. 5 assault ships surged towards the dock like ravenous wolves. The Fury heavy infantry tossed grappling hooks, surging onto the gangplank like a black tide. Curved blades swung, shields clashed. The remaining guards in the harbor, attempting to resist, were swiftly overwhelmed. The Wavebreaker longbow guard accurately eliminated any enemy daring to show their face from the deck. The battle concluded in a mere half-hour. The once prosperous Golden Valley's Gold Spike Harbor had transformed into a hellish battleground. The sea was littered with burning shipwrecks and charred corpses. Flames roared on the dock, thick smoke billowed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the stench of blood. Resistance was utterly crushed. All ships, except for a few intentionally retained merchant vessels to transport spoils, were either destroyed or captured. My lord, the navigator Soren stood at attention, reporting that the harbor had been cleared. The remaining defenders were either dead or surrendered. 12 intact merchant ships were seized. Mountains of food, cloth, spices, and other supplies piled high. The engineers dispatched by Lord Hawk had recovered parts of the black cargo ship wreckage. A large number of twisted metal components and several intact sealed metal boxes were discovered. They are being transported back to the Fury. No ships of ours have sunk. The flagship, the Rock, sustained minor scratches. The assault ship, Falcon, was struck by 3 arrows, but it is unharmed. Casualties: 7 Fury infantry were killed, 23 injured. The longbow guards suffered no casualties. Chapter 70. Counterattack excellent. Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the devastated harbor. Lime, at your service. Lime immediately stepped forward. Organize manpower. Count the spoils. All usable supplies, especially food, cloth, and metal ingots, must be loaded onto the ships. Transport them back to White River Harbor. Yes, Soren, my lord. The fleet. Seal off the entrance to the Golden River. No vessels may exit. Those who dare to intrude will be killed without mercy. Understood. Furthermore, Lin's gaze turned toward the fertile plains of Golden Valley. Dispatch fast ships. Deliver news of Gold Spike Harbor's fall and the wreckage of the black cargo ship to the front line of Rock Fortress. Let Roderick see for himself. At the front line of Rock Fortress, smoke filled the air and corpses lay scattered. Count Roderick stood atop a makeshift command platform, his face ashen, watching the battlefield below, which resembled a meat grinder. His army was like a colossal beast trapped in a quagmire. Despite their numbers, every advance met with heavy losses against the solid defenses of Rock Fortress and the precise strikes of the Black Rock Army. The militia's morale had collapsed, fleeing in tears, ruthlessly cut down by the discipline squad. The elite forces were also exhausted, suffering heavy casualties. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Roderick roared in fury. It has been 2 days. They can't even breach the last line of defense. Carl. Lin. I will tear you to pieces. Just then, a messenger stumbled onto the platform. His face pale as a sheet, his voice trembling uncontrollably. My lord. Urgent news. What has happened to Gold Spike Harbor? Roderick's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Gold Spike Harbor has fallen. The messenger cried out. The Black Rock Navy launched a surprise attack. The harbor has turned into a sea of fire. All ships have been destroyed. The defending forces are completely annihilated. And the Black Crow, the envoy ship from the capital, has also been sunk. What? Roderick felt as if struck by lightning. His body swayed violently, nearly collapsing. The Black Crow has been sunk. That was the envoy ship from the capital. It also carried crucial. The messenger trembled as he presented a charred piece of metal. The Black Rock Army also sent this. Roderick gazed at the familiar metal fragment, marked with the secret emblem of the capital. His pupils suddenly constricted. A wave of icy despair surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Gasp. Overcome with rage and stress, Roderick violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he fell backward. My lord, my lord. The surrounding officers were thrown into chaos. Almost simultaneously, atop Rock Fortress, the reinforcements led by Erect, 200 longbow guards, 700 iceblade rangers, had arrived, joining forces with Carl. Observing the disarray of Roderick's army below and the billowing smoke rising from the direction of Gold Spike Harbor, Carl's eyes sparkled with determination. General Carl, Erect said solemnly. The Lord has commanded. The time has come. All units, counterattack. Good. Carl abruptly drew the arrow lodged in the parapet, disregarding the blood seeping from his shoulder wound. His voice resonating like a great bell, echoing atop the fortress, Rock Fortress. All soldiers. Gold Spike Harbor has fallen. Roderick's retreat is cut off. Now it is our turn. Open the gates. Heavy infantry. Tower shield phalanx. Advance. Longbow guards. Iceblade rangers. Flank the enemy. Annihilate the remaining foes. For our fallen brothers. For our slaughtered kin. For the glory of Black Rock. Kill. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted from within Rock Fortress. The city gates swung open with a resounding crash. A colossal phalanx of 2,000 heavily armored infantry formed a moving wall of steel, marching with heavy footsteps, relentlessly crushing the disordered enemy forces. On either flank, Erect's longbowmen unleashed a torrential rain of arrows. The Frostblade cavalry galloped forth, their curved blades gleaming like snow. Like 2 sharp scythes, they mercilessly sliced into the enemy's flanks. The morale of Roderick's army, already shaken by the news of the fall of Goldsheaf Harbor, collapsed utterly at the sight of the Blackstone forces charging down like a ferocious tiger. Flee! Flee quickly! Goldsheaf Harbor is lost. We are doomed. The Count has collapsed. Spewing blood. Surrender. We surrender. The cries of despair and the clanging of dropped weapons filled the air. The militia scattered like headless flies. The elite troops, having lost their will to fight, also retreated in disarray. The enforcement squad was overwhelmed by the surging tide of fleeing soldiers. The plains outside Rock Fortress had transformed into a crimson hell. The Blackstone army's counteroffensive spread like wildfire, utterly obliterating nearly 20,000 of Roderick's troops within a single day. Led by Carl, The phalanx of heavily armored infantry crushed all lines of resistance. Erect's longbowmen shot forth like locusts, while the frostblade cavalry galloped with relentless ferocity, their blades harvesting the fleeing enemy without mercy. The militia had already succumbed, crying out as they discarded their weapons and fled in all directions. Roderick's elite forces. Bereft of leadership, the Count in a state of unconsciousness from blood loss, and besieged from all sides, the news of Goldchief Harbor's fall spreading like a plague, crumbled like an avalanche. As the last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, the battle neared its conclusion. The plains were strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Nearly 20,000 troops from Goldchief, with only a few thousand managing to escape into the mountains and several thousand surrendering, were otherwise annihilated. The Count's banner lay trampled in the mud. He was rescued by his loyal guards, but his fate remained uncertain. The mighty force that had long held dominion over the northern regions collapsed within mere days. 3 days later, at Rock Fortress, in a temporary command tent, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Carl donned bloodstained scale armor. Erect polished his bowstring, while Lime, Tom, Orlando, Hawk, and others stood solemnly at either side. Lin sat at the head, listening intently to the detailed battle reports. My lord, Lime presented the preliminary statistics. The main force of the Goldchief army has been utterly decimated. Approximately 12,000 casualties. About 5,000 prisoners, mostly militia. Approximately 3,000 have fled. Weapons, supplies, and gold beyond measure have been seized. The Count was rescued by his guards, and according to the captives, he has returned to Goldchief City, but is gravely injured and remains unconscious. There are no organized resistance forces left in Goldchief. The people in various castles and towns are in a state of panic. Please, my lord, should we advance eastward immediately? Straight for Goldchief City? A profound silence enveloped the tent. All eyes were fixed upon Lin, with a single command. The iron hooves of the Blackstone army could trample the last bastion of Goldchief. Lin's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze deep and contemplative. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Chapter 71. Mediation from the Capital Report. A scout burst into the tent, breathless, kneeling with urgency. My lord. Urgent news. Envoys from the capital have arrived. There's also an emergency military situation from the northwest. Speak. Lin's eyes sharpened like a knife. Lord Glenwill, the Marquis of the Western Territories, has arrived under the royal decree, leading 30,000 regular troops from the capital. They have reached the Goldchief border at the Golden Oak Fortress. The Marquis Glenwill is the father-in-law of Count Roderick. He sent envoys claiming to mediate the internal conflict in the Northern Territories, demanding an immediate ceasefire from both sides. However, the envoy emphasized that the scout's tone bore an unusual note. The Marquis's primary mission, alongside mediation, involved deploying 30,000 regular troops to the northwest border to resist the Orc invasion. Orc invasion. The faces of everyone in the tent changed dramatically. Yes. The scout's voice trembled, according to urgent reports from the Royal Council and the border troops. The Orc tribes, which had remained silent for years, have suddenly mobilized en masse. They are launching a large-scale invasion from the direction of the Broken Blade Mountains. Their vanguard has already breached several outposts of the border troops, heading straight for the western and northern territories. The kingdom has entered a state of total war. His Majesty the King has issued an urgent decree. All noble lords must immediately cease all internal conflicts, prepare their forces, and unite against the external foe. Those who defy this order will be treated as traitors. The Marquis Glenwill's envoy is waiting outside the camp. He carries the Marquis's personal letter and a copy of the King's urgent decree. A profound silence filled the tent. The air seemed to grow thick with tension. The Orc invasion. A total war. The royal decree. The order to cease internal conflict. This sudden upheaval instantly altered the entire landscape. Bring the envoy in. Lin's voice remained calm, yet within his gaze, tumultuous waves surged. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in royal emissary attire, his expression grave and devoid of arrogance, entered the tent swiftly, flanked by 2 knights from the capital. He bore 2 scrolls in his hands. Lord Lin, Baron of Blackstone. The envoy bowed respectfully, his demeanor earnest and urgent. On behalf of the Guardian of the Western Territories, Lord Glenwill, I convey His Majesty the King's urgent decree and the Marquis's personal letter. He unfurled the first scroll, sealed with the royal wax, and spoke solemnly. Royal decree. Alarmed by the Orc incursions, the kingdom is in peril. All noble lords across the realm must immediately cease all disputes and unite against the external threat. Anyone who defies this decree and instigates conflict shall be prosecuted for treason. The envoy then unfurled the second scroll, the Marquis's personal letter to Lord Lin, Baron of Blackstone. The orc invasion is upon us, and the kingdom faces dire straits. The flames of war have ignited in the northwest, with the western and northern territories bearing the brunt. The matter concerning Count Roderick must be set aside, by royal command. I am leading forces to reinforce the northwest. Upon passing through Golden Oak Fortress, I learned that the northern conflict has not yet ceased, and I am deeply concerned. I urge you to prioritize the kingdom's interests and cease hostilities immediately. I wish to mediate and facilitate a peace agreement. Once the orcs are repelled, we shall deliberate further. This is a personal note from the Marquis of Glenwell, the guardian of the western frontier. The envoy placed the scroll down and gazed earnestly at Lin. Your Excellency, the Viscount. The orcs are ferocious, far surpassing our internal foes. Their vanguard has already breached the Broken Blade Mountains, and their main force may number around 100,000. Where they tread, not a blade of grass survives. The kingdom is on the brink of disaster. My lord the Marquis earnestly requests that you prioritize the greater good. An immediate ceasefire is imperative. Let us unite to devise a strategy against the enemy. Silence enveloped the tent. The fierce expressions on Carl, Erect, and the others gradually shifted to grave concern. The orcs are the most brutal enemies spoken of in the legends of the northern frontier, possessing immense strength and a bloodthirsty nature. If they truly embark on a large-scale invasion, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin scanned the two scrolls and slowly spoke. Is the news of the orc invasion confirmed? Absolutely. The envoy nodded emphatically. My lord the Marquis has received urgent reports from the border troops and sentries. The military minister in the royal capital has already issued a nationwide mobilization order. Guardians across the realms are urgently mustering their forces. Is Marquis Glenwell leading troops to the northwest to fend off the orcs? Lin inquired. Indeed. The envoy replied solemnly. 30,000 regular troops from the capital are merely the vanguard. Additional reinforcements from the western and southern frontiers will follow. The Marquis can no longer attend to the internal conflict in the northern frontier. He only seeks to hasten the peace negotiations, allowing the northern frontier forces to join the front line against the enemy. Lin's fingers lightly tapped the table. The sudden upheaval of the orc invasion disrupted his plans. Yet it also presented an exceptional opportunity and a grander stage. He turned to Lime. Lime, bring forth the items. Lime promptly stepped forward, placing the fragments of the black cargo ship's insignia and the testimony of First Mate Morgan upon the table before the envoy. Envoy, Lin's voice was calm yet firm. Count Roderick has colluded with pirates, slaughtered my people, and funded rebels. The evidence is irrefutable. This matter cannot be swept aside. However, with the kingdom in peril, the orc invasion is our most pressing concern. I, Lin Costa, am willing to prioritize the kingdom's interests. I accept the ceasefire. The envoy's countenance shifted as he regarded the evidence. Though initially taken aback, he visibly relaxed upon hearing Lin agree to a ceasefire. Your Excellency, the Viscount, demonstrates profound wisdom. My lord the Marquis will surely be gratified. Pray, what are the conditions for the ceasefire? Here are the conditions. Lin rose and approached the map. First, an immediate ceasefire. Both armies must disengage. The Blackrock army must halt its advance towards Golden Wheat City. Second, Count Roderick's collusion with pirates and betrayal of the kingdom is substantiated. He must be tried. I can submit this to the Royal Privy Council. Third, Golden Spike Harbor. As evidence of Roderick's collusion with pirates and a threat to our coastal territory, as well as the Blackrock Navy's frontline base against the orc maritime incursions, must be permanently ceded to Blackrock territory. Fourth, war reparations. Golden Valley must compensate Blackrock territory for war losses amounting to 400,000 gold coins. This must be paid in a lump sum. This amount will be entirely allocated for the defense of the northern frontier against the orcs. Lin's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable authority. This sum must be delivered without delay to prepare the troops for battle with utmost urgency. Fifth, the kingdom must formally acknowledge my accomplishments in quelling the rebellion in the northern frontier, eradicating pirates, and safeguarding our coastal territories. I demand to be conferred as the guardian of the northern frontier, the Count of Blackrock, fully responsible for the defense of the northern frontier and the coordination against the orc threat. Lin's gaze was sharp as a blade. These 5 conditions are non-negotiable. Should Marquis Glenwell consent to an immediate ceasefire, Blackrock territory will marshal all its strength to resist the orcs. If he does not agree, he paused slightly, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. I shall personally lead the charge northward to defend the northern frontier. As for Golden Valley, We shall settle accounts after the orc threat has been repelled. By then, the kingdom's ceasefire decree may well be ineffective against the forces of the northern frontier fighting for survival. Silence fell within the tent. The envoy stared at Lin, then at the evidence on the table, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood that Lin had made significant concessions, handing over Roderick. Yet in matters of core interests, Golden Spike Harbor, the title of Count, reparations, he remained unyielding. Particularly, the demand for the 400,000 gold coins to be paid in a single installment was exceedingly firm. Moreover, linking the reparations to the defense against the orcs occupied the moral high ground. Refusing could not only rekindle the civil strife, but also potentially push this formidable force of the northern frontier to the opposing side of the kingdom. The ramifications of such a decision in the face of the orc invasion were unfathomable. Your Excellency the Viscount, the envoy took a deep breath. I shall convey your conditions to my lord the Marquis. I trust he will prioritize the kingdom's greater good. Very well. Lin nodded. I await your news. But the orc invasion brooks no delay. The Blackrock army shall immediately enter a state of full combat readiness. The target, the orcs. Yes, my lord. The assembled generals roared in unison, their spirits aflame with determination. The focus had shifted from Golden Valley to the more ferocious enemy. The following day, at dusk, at Oak Fortress, Marquis Glenwell surveyed the 5 conditions brought back by the envoy, along with the damning evidence, his expression complex. He sighed deeply. To relinquish the right to trial in exchange for Golden Spike Harbor and the title of Count. With 400,000 gold lions to be paid in full. Lin Costa is indeed a master strategist. A bold move. Roderick is utterly doomed this time. He gazed towards the northwest, where the smoke of battle had begun to rise. Enough. Glenwell slammed his hand on the table, with the kingdom in peril. The northern frontier requires stability. It needs strength. Agree to his terms. Dispatch someone to Golden Wheat City immediately. Instruct Roderick's steward to open the treasury. Gather the funds. 400,000 gold coins, not a single one less. Send it to Rock Fortress without delay. A month later, in Golden Wheat City, formerly the main city of Golden Valley. In the central square, the atmosphere was solemn and grave, yet shrouded in an invisible, heavy pressure emanating from the northwest. The Blackrock Army's gray wolf banner flapped vigorously in the wind, as Carl and Erect led the heavy infantry, longbow guard, and Ice Edge cavalry in a formidable display, exuding an aura of menace. Lime, Tom, Orlando, Hawk, and other corps members stood at the sides of the observation platform. The square was crowded with residents of Golden Wheat City, their faces a mixture of reverence, confusion, and fear of the unknown threat posed by the orcs. In the center of the square, upon a high platform, the Marquis of Glenwell, adorned in resplendent Marquis attire and clutching a golden scroll symbolizing royal authority, regarded the calm figure of Lin, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, with an expression of complex emotions. Behind him stood several officials from the capital and accompanying knights, their gazes occasionally darting toward the northwest, betraying their concealed anxiety. The Marquis unfurled the scroll, his voice resonant and solemn. Royal decree. In recognition of Lord Lin Costar's efforts in quelling the Northern Rebellion, eradicating the pirate monstrosities, and safeguarding the kingdom's maritime borders, he is hereby elevated to the position of Guardian of the North, Count of Blackrock, bestowed with the family crest of the Blackrock lineage, a sharp sword crossed over a black boulder, adorned with the roaring wolf's head at the base, symbolizing the defense against orcs. He shall govern the territories of Blackrock, Rockhold, Skullcrush, Rust, Howling Valley, Rock Fortress, White River Port, and the newly annexed Golden Spike Port. May he eternally secure the North. Moreover, Count Roderick of Golden Valley is found guilty of colluding with pirates and betraying the kingdom. His titles and lands shall be stripped and handed over to the Royal Council for judgment. The territory of Golden Valley shall be temporarily managed by Count Blackrock to support the defenses of the North. War reparations. Golden Valley shall compensate Count Blackrock with 400,000 golden lion coins, a one-time payment. These funds are exclusively designated for the North's defense against the orc incursions. We expect Count Blackrock to fulfill his duties diligently, to muster the troops, and lead the northern soldiers and citizens in a united front against the orcs. Protect the homeland and its people. The royal seal is the testament. I, Lin Costar, humbly accept this decree with gratitude. Kneeling on one knee, his voice steady and powerful, he received the golden scroll and the signet ring, symbolizing his countship, adorned with the black boulder and encircled by the sharp sword, with the roaring wolf's head etched in gold at its base. As he rose, donning the ring and raising the golden decree aloft, the crowd erupted, Long live the Count of Blackrock, Guardian of the North. Long live. Defenders against the orcs. Protect our homeland. Long live. Long live. Long live. The jubilant cheers reverberated through the square like a tidal wave. Soldiers clashed their weapons against their shields, creating a thunderous cacophony. The populace erupted with fervent cries of survival. Yet, within this jubilation lay an unprecedented weight and resolve. The shadow of the orcs loomed like a sword suspended above, casting a tragic hue upon this moment of triumph. Lin stood upon the platform, gazing down at the fervent crowd and the imposing military formations. Sunlight bathed him, with the silver-gray cloak glistening brilliantly. The Count's ring in his hand felt cold and heavy, symbolizing supreme power and the immense responsibility it entailed. The Guardian of the North, Count of Blackrock, authority over Golden Spike Port, management rights over Golden Valley, 400,000 in defense funds, already allocated. He had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the North. Yet the ground beneath him began to tremble. The war drums of the orcs from the northwest echoed like distant thunder, resonating in every heart. Lin's gaze swept over the excited crowd and loyal soldiers, ultimately resting upon the orc-shadowed sky to the northwest. His eyes, calm yet piercing, gleamed like a drawn sword, reflecting a cold light. Orcs, Lin murmured softly. Yet his words cut through the clamor with a chilling force. They come. They seek to trample our land, slaughter our kin, annihilate our home. The square fell silent, save for the wind and Lin's icy voice reverberating. Tell me. Lin's voice suddenly surged, akin to a thunderclap. Do you pledge? No pledge. No pledge. No pledge. The thunderous roars erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. Soldiers' eyes burned with fervor, and the citizens clenched their fists. Good. Lin's eyes blazed with fervent fire, and he drew his sword, pointing its tip toward the northwest. Blackrock Army, warriors of the north, assemble. Prepare for battle. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let the heads of the orcs forge an immortal monument for our north. Kill. Kill. Carl and Erect were the first to roar. The heavy infantry's tower shields crashed to the ground. The longbowmen aimed their arrows skyward. The cavalry's curved blades glinted with lethal brilliance. A palpable bloodlust surged through the air, sweeping across Golden Wheat City. The war machine of the north swiftly shifted its target. A battle for survival was on the horizon. Lin stood atop the platform, unyielding as a rock. The Count's sword in his hand reflected a chilling light under the sun. At this moment, the Guardian of the North truly embraced his protective mission. His enemies were no longer the feuding nobles, but the savage, annihilating torrent of terror from the wild. Chapter 73. Preparations for war. The jubilant roars of Golden Wheat City's square surged like a relentless tide. The banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered fiercely in the wind, and the soldiers' blood-stained armor shone with a cold, hard glimmer under the sun. Lin Kostar, Guardian of the North, Count of Blackrock, stood upon the platform, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing gently in the breeze. The Count's ring in his hand felt cold and heavy, symbolizing unparalleled authority and inscribed with the weight of responsibility. The shadow of the orcs loomed like heavy clouds rolling across the northwestern horizon, pressing down upon every heart. Yet in that moment, the fervent spirit of the square burned like a blazing furnace, momentarily dispelling the fear. System notification. Significant achievement detected. Promotion to Count. Prestige reward earned. 80,000 points. Officially recognized by the kingdom, the title of Guardian of the North established. Major strategic objective achieved. Permanent occupation of Golden Spike Port. Prestige reward earned. 60,000 points. Control over the estuary of Golden Valley. Acquiring a strategic naval base. Significant military victory achieved. Complete defeat and dismantling of Count Roderick of Golden Valley's forces. Gaining a prestigious reward of 40,000 points. Annihilate the main enemy corps and destroy their foundations of rule. Current prestige. 100,000, 800, 006, 000, 040, 000, 280, 000 points. 1,000 points daily. A magnificent stream of information surged into Lin's mind. 280,000 prestige. Like a vast sea of stars, it infused Lin with a source of power. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was not merely an accumulation of numbers, but a solid assurance for the impending race war. Raim. Lin's voice pierced through the waves of cheer, steady and commanding. At your service. Raim stepped forward immediately. 400,000 gold lion coins. Deposit them at once. Establish a dedicated defense fund for the northern region. You shall personally oversee it. Prioritize military procurement, arrows, armor, weapons, grain reserves, workshop expansion. magical research, especially targeting the orc rune arrays, and compensations for the families of fallen soldiers. Yes, my lord. Raim responded with solemnity, his eyes gleaming with determination. 400,000 gold line coins. This was enough to set the war machine of Blackrock County into full motion. Tom, Orlando, at your command, my lord. The workshops and the magical academy are to enter a state of highest wartime readiness. Reverse engineering the water jet propulsion system is our top priority, costing 10,000 prestige points. Accelerate the research process. I wish to see our own, more powerful ship engines in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, Lin's gaze sharpened. Research the armor-piercing poisoned rune arrow clusters against orcs. The shockwave slowing battlefield runes. The earth barrier defense runes, costing 10,000 prestige points. Expedite the related rune research. Yes, my lord. Tom and Orlando replied in unison, their eyes ignited with the fervor of researchers. With such ample prestige backing, the bottlenecks would be swiftly overcome. Lin's gaze turned to the fleet commander, Sailor Soren, who stood at attention. Soren, at your service. Soren straightened his posture. In the Battle of Goldstock Harbor, you commanded the fleet, annihilated the pirates, and destroyed their stronghold, achieving remarkable merit. Today, in the name of the Guardian of the North and Count of Blackrock, I formally appoint you as Admiral of the Blackrock Navy. You shall command all naval fleets of Blackrock County. You are fully responsible for maritime defense and naval operations. Thank you for your great grace, my lord. I shall spare no effort to fulfill this trust. Soren knelt on one knee, his voice resonant, his eyes shimmering with excitement and loyalty. Rise. Lin assisted Soren to his feet. The Navy is crucial in resisting the orc maritime incursions. Your burden is heavy. I understand. I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my life. Soren declared earnestly. Carl, Erect, at your service. Immediately reorganize the entire army. Establish Rock Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Goldstock Harbor as the 3 core defense strongholds. Construct a layered defense system. Scout teams are to advance northwest and closely monitor orc movements. Yes, my lord. The two responded, their eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Commands were swiftly issued. The colossal war machine of Blackrock County, fueled by immense funds and prestige, sprang into rapid operation. The workshop fires burned day and night. The magical runes glimmered with light. The barracks echoed with the sounds of preparation. However, Lin understood deeply that, in the face of the impending orc deluge, the existing strength was insufficient. 260,000 prestige must be gambled entirely, transformed into a mightier force capable of turning the tides of battle. System. Lin whispered inwardly, consume prestige. Summon troops. Consuming 260,000 prestige points. Summoning. Heavy Infantry X3. 000. Summoning. Legion Infantry X2. 000. Summoning. Longbow Guard X1. 500. Summoning. Frostblade Riders X500. Summoning. Heavy Cavalry X250. Summoning. Rune Mages X250. Summoning. Engineers X500. Summoning. Raging Tide Heavy Infantry Navy X1. 000. Summoning. Breaking Wave Longbow Guard Navy X500. Summoning. Anchor Chain Engineers Navy X250. Summoning. Senior Sailors X100. Summoning. Rune Naval Mages X50. Summoning in progress. In an instant. Blackrock City, Rock Fortress, Skullcrush Fortress, Rusty County, Howling Wind Valley, Rock Citadel, White River Harbor, and Goldstock Harbor erupted with unprecedented brilliance, like a cascade of stars pouring forth. Total summoned, 900 elite soldiers. This was a fully equipped and diverse force, instantly elevating the strength of the Blackrock military to a new height. Total elite army summoned exceeds 20,000. Soren. Lin's voice carried an undeniable power. At your service. Newly summoned naval soldiers. Immediately integrate them into the fleet. Simultaneously, the workshop must prioritize the production of 5 main battleships, with specifications identical to the Rock. 10 fast assault ships. 5 engineering support vessels. Ensure the hull construction is completed in the shortest time possible. Equipment installation to proceed simultaneously. I want to see a stronger Blackrock Navy. Yes, my lord. Soren's eyes sparkled with determination. His voice was booming. He understood the weight of the responsibility upon his shoulders. Carl, Erect, at your service. Newly summoned army soldiers. Immediately integrate them into the battle formation. Heavy Infantry and Legion Infantry shall prioritize reinforcing the Rock Fortress defense line. Longbow Guards and Frostblade Riders shall serve as mobile forces. Heavy cavalry shall form the assault clusters. Rune mages and engineers shall be distributed to various defense nodes. Yes, my lord. The two responded in unison, their eyes aflame with the fire of battle. 8,000 fresh troops. This would be a vital force in resisting the orc deluge. In the depths of the dungeon at Goldbar City, a dark, damp corridor exuded a musty and rusty scent, leading to a solitary prison cell sealed by heavy steel bars. Once imperious, Count Fernando now resembled an old wolf stripped of its teeth, curled upon the cold stone bed. His luxurious attire had long been replaced by rough prison garb. His hair disheveled, his beard tangled, and his once keen eyes now dull and lifeless, harboring only a flicker of lingering resentment. The heavy footsteps echoed through the silent dungeon. Eventually halting before his cell, Fernando slowly lifted his head, his murky gaze penetrating through the bars, revealing the silhouette cloaked in a silver-gray wolfskin mantle. Lin Costa, the young man who had torn him from the throne of Storm Fortress and imprisoned him here. Now he was the Guardian of the North, the Earl of Blackrock. Chapter 74. Shield of the North. A low, beast-like growl emanated from Fernando's throat as he struggled to lunge forward, yet the heavy shackles held him fast, leaving him to futilely batter against the cold bars. Lin regarded him calmly, devoid of the mocking triumph of a victor or any deliberate pity, only an examining serenity. As if gazing upon a relic of a bygone era. Earl Fernando, Lin's voice resonated with clarity in the stillness of the dungeon. It has been a long time. Huh. Fernando spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his voice hoarse. Lin Costa, you think you've won? Come to revel in my misfortune? To admire your captive? Lin shook his head slightly. No, I merely wish to impart some news. Roderick, your old rival, Lin's tone remained flat, has fallen, more disastrously than you. His 20,000-strong army was annihilated beneath the rock fortress. He himself lies gravely injured and unconscious, rescued by his guards back to Goldwheat City. But his good days are over. Fernando's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief and a twisted sense of pleasure flickering in his murky eyes. Roderick, the Earl of Golden Valley who had always overshadowed him, had also met his downfall. More pressing news. Lin's voice took on a grave tone. The orcs have arrived. Orcs? Fernando trembled, his eyes exploding with terror. As a former Earl of the North, he was well aware of the horror the orcs brought. It was a threat to annihilation. The Northwest is in peril. The defenses of the Broken Blade Mountains have been breached. The kingdom is now in a state of total war. Lin fixed his gaze upon him. Your Storm Fortress is now the Rock Fortress. It will face the brunt of the orcs' onslaught. The resentment and twisted pleasure on Fernando's face instantaneously froze, replaced by profound fear and confusion. The orcs, his territory, no? Lin's territory was on the brink of becoming a battlefield. I did not come to mock you, nor to pity you. Lin's voice was calm, yet powerful. I merely wish to inform you that the lands you once ruled, the people you were meant to protect, are now under my guardianship. And Lin paused, his gaze sweeping over Fernando's aged and defeated visage. May remain here to quietly observe. Witness how the North is reborn in blood under its new protector or descends into ruin. With that, Lin turned to depart, his heavy footsteps resounding once more, gradually fading into the depths of the corridor. Fernando stood there, shackled and immobilized. Lin's final words pierced his already numb heart like cold steel. To guard the land he once took pride in, the subjects he once regarded as insignificant had now become the footnotes of a grand tragedy or an epic unfolding outside his cage. All he could do was remain a powerless spectator in this dark dungeon. An indescribable sorrow and despair washed over him in an instant. He slumped onto the cold stone bed, letting out a whimper akin to that of a wounded beast. Goldwheat City, the plaza of the Lord's estate. A heavy, iron-clad prison cart, under the vigilant escort of dozens of elite Blackrock guards, slowly rolled out of the Lord's estate. Inside the cart, Earl Roderick lay upon a rudimentary straw mat, covered by a thin blanket. His complexion was waxen, eyes tightly shut, breathing weak and rapid, with the bandages on his chest faintly seeping blood. Severely wounded and unconscious, he had been lifted onto this cart bound for the capital. Surrounding the cart was a jubilant crowd, recently released from the coronation festivities. They gazed at the once lofty and imperious Earl of Golden Valley, now lying in the prison cage like a dead dog, their faces a tapestry of complex emotions, satisfaction, disdain, pity, but more so, fear and confusion regarding the impending threat of the orcs. Look, that is Roderick. Huh, the traitor who colluded with pirates. He deserves it. I heard he conspired with pirates, causing many deaths. Alas, what good is it to speak of this now? The orcs are coming. Indeed, can the Earl? No, the Earl of Blackrock. Stop the orcs? The murmurs reached the prison cart, causing Roderick's closed eyelids to flutter slightly, yet he did not open his eyes. His consciousness drifted amidst the agony and humiliation. The words Royal Capital Privy Council coiling around his remaining awareness like a frigid shackle. He knew it was over for him, completely finished. And the young man who had cast him into this prison now stood atop the north, bracing for a war of unimaginable horror. "Move out," commanded the escorting officer. The prison cart, under the watchful escort of the guards, slowly rolled toward the city's outskirts. It would traverse the recently war-torn north, heading to the distant capital. Awaiting Roderick would be the judgment of the kingdom's laws and a fate of disgrace. Lin stood on the high platform of the lord's estate, watching the prison cart disappear into the distance. His gaze remained calm and unperturbed. Roderick was merely a relic of the past, a failure to be swept into the annals of history. His gaze returned to the cold Earl's seal ring resting in his palm. The black rock, the crossed ice blades, the roaring wolf's head at the base. This was his power, and it was also his responsibility. "Hawk," Lin's voice rang out. "Your Grace." Hawk appeared beside him like a specter. "What is the progress on the fortifications of the three core defenses, Rock Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Goldweed Harbor?" "Your Grace." The outer three defensive lines of Rock Fortress have been restored and reinforced. The Earth Barrier Rune Array is currently being deployed under Master Orlando's direct supervision. The entrance to the Howling Wind Valley mines has been sealed with both massive stones and runes. The harbor defenses and the wave-breaking crossbow positions at Goldweed Harbor have been preliminarily completed. The keel of 5 newly constructed capital ships has been laid. The assault vessels are under rapid construction. "Excellent." Lin nodded and urged onward. "At all costs. The orcs will not afford us much time. Moreover," Lin's gaze shifted towards the northwest. "Dispatch the most elite scouts. Venture deep into the Broken Blade Mountains. I must ascertain the movements of the orc forces, their scale, their types, their weaknesses." "Yes, my lord." Hawk acknowledged the command, his form flickering before vanishing into the shadows. Lin turned, surveying the city now under his dominion. The clamor gradually subsided, yet the tension in the air thickened palpably. 400,000 gold lion coins had transformed into a continuous flow of resources, dispatched to various workshops and military camps. Nearly 10,000 system soldiers summoned through 260,000 prestige points, like a torrent of steel, were swiftly integrating into the defensive framework of the Black Rock Army. He had invested all his prestige reserves, placing everything on the line, solely to forge a shield of the north capable of withstanding the orc onslaught. He approached the vast map of the north. The locations of Rock Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Gold Spike Harbor were prominently marked, forming a solid triangular stronghold. Black Rock City, White River Harbor, Skullbreaker Fortress, and Rusty Ridge interconnected like veins. The outposts of the garrison and the warning points of the village were scattered like stars. The newly added forces, akin to blood, infused these nodes, fortifying the entire defense system, rendering it more robust and resilient. "The Shield of the North," Lin murmured, his fingers gently gliding over the expansive land depicted on the map. His gaze ultimately settled on the area of the Broken Blade Mountains, deliberately shaded in deeper tones. Chapter 75. Prelude to the blood battle. The clamor of Gold Wheat City gradually settled, yet the tension in the air felt akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Lin Costa, the newly appointed guardian of the North and Count of Black Rock, stood resolute at the eye of the storm. Nearly 10,000 elite soldiers summoned through 260,000 prestige points flowed into the defense system of the Black Rock territory like molten steel. The torrent of resources, forged from 400,000 gold lion coins, surged ceaselessly towards workshops, military camps, and granaries. The entire north, awakened like a colossal beast, tightened every muscle and sharpened every fang under the shadow of the orc invasion. Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, the southwestern gateway of the north, had transformed into a formidable bastion of war. The vestiges of Storm Fortress had long been obliterated, replaced by towering, robust walls, a multitude of arrow towers, and the heavy runic ballistae standing atop the battlements. Karl held command here, akin to a stabilizing anchor. The newly summoned 3,000 heavy infantry and 2,000 legion infantry surged into the barracks like a torrent of steel, merging with the existing 4,000 rock guard soldiers and 2,000 elite heavy infantry. 11,000 heavily armored infantry, wielding massive shields and battle axes or finely crafted short swords, formed 3 ironclad defensive lines. 1,500 longbowmen occupied all high ground, their quivers filled to the brim. 500 ice-edge cavalry patrolled the surrounding hills like phantoms. 250 heavy cavalry stood ready within the fortress, poised like a coiled iron fist. 500 engineers, under Tom's command, toiled day and night fortifying the structures and setting traps. 250 rune mages, led by Orlando, diligently inscribed defensive runes upon the earthen barriers. The air was thick with the scent of rust, sweat, resin, and a barely perceptible tension. The soldiers silently polished their weapons and inspected their armor, the initial dread of battle replaced by a steely resolve and the latent ferocity of seasoned warriors. Have the scouts returned with news? Carl inquired from the apex of the tallest arrow tower, his gaze piercing the mist-shrouded mountains at the end of the limestone path. The Broken Blade Mountains lay beyond that fog. Returning, General. The aide replied solemnly. Lord Hawk personally leads the Shadow Fong scout team, composed of the most elite Ice Edge cavalry, and has penetrated the Broken Blade Mountains for 3 days. No reports have been received. 3 days, Carl mused, his brow furrowed. The orcs should have already crossed the mountains. Send word to all outposts. Heighten vigilance. Archers, ready your bows. Load the ballistae. Prepare for battle at a moment's notice. Howling Wind Valley Mines, secret, northwest corner of the north. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive. The massive entrance of the mine had been completely sealed with layers of boulders, inscribed with glowing earth fortification runes. The ridges surrounding the mine were teeming with cleverly concealed sentinels and traps. 500 newly summoned Legion infantry and the elite of the Howling Wind Valley Guard stood vigilant at every potential approach. Their task was not to repel a great army, but to ensure that nothing could approach the mine entrance alive. Deep within the mine, the refining workshop continued to operate under tight security, the glow of magical crystals flickering in the darkness, a beacon of hope for the future of the Black Rock territory. A treasure that must not be lost. Gold Spike Harbor, the southeastern maritime gateway of the north. The port was abuzz with activity. The keel of 5 newly constructed capital ships had been completed, the immense outlines of their hulls beginning to take shape. The shells of 10 rapid assault ships were being assembled. The platform for 5 engineering support vessels had been erected. The shipyard was alive with the roar of furnaces and the relentless clang of hammers. Admiral Soren personally oversaw the construction and the newly summoned 1,000 storm-heavy infantry, 500 wavebreaker longbowmen, 250 anchor chain engineers, 100 seasoned navigators, and 50 rune naval mages were all boarding the ships or standing by in the shipyard. They were integrated with the existing White River fleet, engaging day and night in boarding drills, maritime shooting practice, and ship repair operations. The resounding blasts of ballistae and the shouts of soldiers echoed across the waters. A mightier Black Rock Navy was rapidly taking shape. Black Rock City, Core, the Lord's Castle. Operational Command Room. A massive map of the north dominated the entire room. The points of Rock Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Gold Spike Harbor were marked prominently in vivid red. Lin, Lime, Commander Erect of the Mobile Forces, and Hawk, the Chief of Intelligence, gathered around the sand table. The atmosphere heavy with tension. My lord, Lime pointed at the sand table. The allocation of 400,000 gold lion coins has been executed as planned, 150,000 for the direction of Rock Fortress. Designated for ammunition replenishment. Arrows have been expended extensively, provisions to sustain over 10,000 soldiers, and materials for fortification. 5,000 for Howling Wind Valley, ensuring the defense of the mines and necessary supplies. 100,000 for Golden Spike Harbor, fully dedicated to shipbuilding. The remaining 100,000 is reserved in the strategic warehouse of Black Rock City, to be utilized for the garrison across the region, upgrades to village defenses, and the construction of early warning systems. Additionally, Lime added, compensation has been disbursed at the highest standards to the families of all fallen soldiers. The public sentiment is largely stable, yet panic continues to spread. News arrived from Tom and Master Orlando, and Erect interjected. We have made groundbreaking progress in the reverse engineering of the water jet propulsion device. The first prototype has successfully been tested on the Blood Fury. Speed has increased by 15, and stability has been enhanced. All new ships will be equipped with it. The production of anti-orc armor-piercing rune arrows has commenced. The prototype of the Shockwave rune bomb is complete. The deployment of the Earth Barrier Defense rune array at Rock Fortress has reached 70%. Excellent. Lin nodded slightly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the northwestern corner of the sand table. Hawk, is there still no word from Shadow Fong Squad? Hawk, his figure seemingly melded with the shadows, spoke in a low voice. My lord, the interference within the depths of the Broken Blade Mountains is severe. The communication runes are intermittent. The last fragment of information received indicated a massive presence of various kinds, including signals from colossal beasts, before the connection was lost. I have dispatched a second scout team to provide support, but it will require time. Lin's fingers struck the sand table forcefully at the position of Rock Fortress. There is no time. The orcs have arrived. Send the order to Carl. Maximum combat readiness. The orc vanguard may appear at any moment on the limestone path. As if to validate Lin's judgment, a shout rang out. A blood-soaked messenger stumbled into the command room. He hailed from Rock Fortress. My lord. General. Urgent report. Orc vanguard sighted on the limestone path. Numbers. Types. Carl's voice came through the amplification rune device, cold as metal. Approximately 3,000. Primarily bone-breaking, orc infantry. A small number of howling shamans. And about a dozen siege hammer kodos. Boom. Before the messenger could finish, a deep, terrifying rumble echoed. As if a roar from the bowels of the earth, faintly emanating from the northwest. Even at a distance, it sent chills down spines. It was the impact of the kodos. Hawk's expression shifted. Carl. Lin's voice resonated through the rune device, clear and icy. Hold the line. Crush them for me. At your command, my lord. Carl's voice was resolute. Rock Fortress. Prepare for battle. Outside Rock Fortress, at the entrance to the limestone path, a thin mist was torn apart by a violent force. The first sight was of a dozen terrifying kodos, resembling moving mountains. Their skin was rough as rock, covered in thick bone plates, with massive heads adorned with hammer-like horns. Their heavy footsteps shook the earth. Chapter 76. The savage orcs, they emitted deafening roars, lowering their heads like uncontrollable war chariots, charging madly towards the first stone wall defense of Rock Fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific sounds of impact merged into one. The sturdy stone wall shook violently. Debris rained down. Soldiers behind the wall were rattled to and fro. Steady. Carl's roar echoed from the battlements. Siege crossbowmen. Target. Kodos. Fire. Thud. 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 The heavy rune crossbows on the wall roared to life. The massive armor-piercing bolts, accompanied by a piercing shriek, struck the foremost kodos. Thud. Thud. The thick bone plates were torn apart. Dark green blood sprayed forth. The kodos let out pained howls. Yet their charge only faltered slightly, becoming more frenzied under the shaman's yells and whips. Following the kodos, a tide of orc infantry surged forth. They were tall, muscular, with skin in shades of dark green or brown, fangs bared, and their eyes burning with a bloodthirsty glow. They wielded massive bone clubs, stone axes, or crude iron weapons, unleashing thunderous war cries. Among them were some relatively smaller orc howling shamans, holding bone staffs and painted with bizarre war paint. They brandished their staffs, emitting shrill screams, casting blood-red halos upon the orc infantry, making them even more ferocious. Longbowmen. Target. Orc infantry. Covering fire. Fire. Carl's voice thundered. Whoosh. 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 1,500 powerful bows echoed simultaneously. A torrential downpour of arrows descended like a cloud of death, instantly engulfing the charging orc vanguard. Thud. Thud. The cries of agony merged into a chorus. The foremost orc infantry fell as though harvested like wheat. Yet the orcs behind trampled over their fallen comrades, spurred on by the shaman's howls, surging forward with renewed madness. The arrows struck their tough skin and rudimentary bone armor, often inflicting only minor wounds. Rune mages. Shockwave runes. Target. Orc concentrated area. Fire. Orlando's voice rang out. The rune mages on the wall waved their staffs. Waves of invisible shockwaves erupted within the orc ranks. Buzz. The charging orc infantry staggered as if intoxicated, their formation thrown into disarray. Their momentum slowed. Good opportunity. Longbowmen. Free targeting. Priority. Shamans. Carl commanded sharply. Whoosh. 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 Accurate arrows shot forth like venomous serpents. Several shamans in the midst of casting spells screamed as they fell. The frenzied aura among the orcs diminished immediately. Roar. A particularly large kodo, with several bolts embedded in its hide, crashed violently against a relatively weak section of the stone wall. Boom. The wall trembled violently, cracking open a massive gap. Block the breach. Carl bellowed. Heavy infantry. Tower shield formation. Hold the line. A sergeant roared. Dozens of heavily armored infantry bore immense beastly barrier shields, resembling moving walls, thunderously blocking the breach. Legion infantry. Prepare your short swords. Attack. The breach instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Orc infantry howled as they attempted to surge forward, only to be met by the lethal short swords thrusting from behind the shields and a rain of arrows cascading from the battlements. Bodies rapidly accumulated. From the very onset, the battle escalated into a fever pitch. The orc assault crashed like a frenzied tsunami against the steadfast defenses of Rock Fortress. The impact of Kodo beasts. The charge of orc infantry and the howls of shamans intertwined to create a savage and bloody war song. Carl, clad in heavy scale armor and wielding a massive bone axe, stood like a war god atop the highest tower. His gaze, icy and unyielding, swept across the battlefield, issuing commands with precision and ruthlessness. Where the defense faltered, the phalanx of heavily armored infantry pushed forward. Where the orcs clustered, the arrows of the longbow guard and the shockwaves of rune mages rained down. The frostblade cavalry, like phantoms, flitted along the flanks, expertly targeting orc squads attempting to outmaneuver and isolated shamans with poison javelins. General, the eastern section of the wall. The pressure is overwhelming. The phalanx can barely hold. The aide reported urgently. Heavy cavalry, prepare. A glint of cold light flashed in Carl's eyes. Open the gates. The heavy gates of Rock Fortress slowly creaked open. Heavy cavalry, charge. Carl pointed his bone axe forward. Roar. 250 heavily armored cavalry, clad in runic plate and wielding heavy lances, erupted from the gates like a waking steel behemoth. The thunderous sound of pounding hooves reverberated through the earth. They formed a wedge formation, akin to a searing dagger, violently piercing the flank of the orc assault. Thud, crack. The terrifying sounds of collision and shattering bones melded into one. The cavalry's lances easily penetrated the bodies of the orc infantry. Iron hooves trampled the blocking orcs into a bloody pulp. The unstoppable charge instantly tore through the orc formation. Where they passed, blood and flesh flew. Longbow guard, covering fire. Heavy infantry, push back, block the breach. Under the lethal strike of the heavy cavalry and the protective fire from the battlements, the precarious eastern defense line was suddenly stabilized. The orc offensive faltered. The battle raged for a full hour. The 3,000-strong orc vanguard suffered grievous losses against the impregnable defenses of Rock Fortress and the elite strikes of the Blackrock army. Dozens of Kodo beasts fell to the ground, slain. Shamans were systematically eliminated. The bodies of orc infantry covered the limestone mountain path. The remaining orcs, having abandoned nearly 2,000 corpses, retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the mist-shrouded mountains. On the battlements, a thunderous cheer erupted. Soldiers waved their bloodied weapons, celebrating their initial victory. Carl stood atop the battlements, his bone axe planted in the ground, gazing down at the battlefield strewn with corpses, his face devoid of joy. His scale armor was stained with the orc's foul blood, and a scar marked his shoulder, a reminder of a glancing blow from an orc's thrown axe. This was merely a probing attack from the vanguard. The orc's main force lay hidden behind the mists of the Broken Blade Mountains. The true test was yet to begin. Clear the battlefield. Attend to the wounded. Fortify the defenses. Carl's voice was cold and weary. The orcs would return. The next assault would be even more ferocious. He lifted his gaze, staring towards the deep mountains in the northwest, his expression heavy as iron. Meanwhile, off the coast of Goldspike Harbor, Admiral Soren stood at the bow of the Blood Fury, his brow furrowed. He had just received a report of victory from the direction of Rock Fortress. Yet he felt no relief. 2 of the coastal patrol vessels he dispatched had lost contact. The last message received spoke of unusual currents and immense shadows. General, the lookout post suddenly emitted terrified screams. Something is happening ahead. Soren raised his telescope. In the distance, the sea was littered with fragments of ships and shattered bodies. Some of those corpses were clearly not human. With dark green skin and protruding fangs, they were orcs. It was the wreckage of the patrol ship, the Flying Fish. A sailor recognized it, his voice trembling. Alert! Highest alert! Soren commanded sharply. An ominous premonition cloaked his heart. Were the orcs not merely coming from the land? Deep within the Howling Wind Valley mine, the commander of the garrison tasked with guarding the core area of the mine had been conducting a routine patrol with a squad of soldiers. Suddenly, he halted, listening intently. What is it, Commander? A soldier inquired. Hush, the commander said, his face grave. Do you hear something? The soldiers held their breath. Amidst the low hum of machines and the sound of dripping water in the depths of the mine, a faint yet chilling sound of digging seemed to intermingle, as if something was burrowing up from the depths below. Chapter 77. Flames of war in the west. The smoke outside Rock Fortress had yet to dissipate. The bodies of the orc vanguard lay piled high along the limestone mountain path, their dark green blood seeping into the crevices of the rocks. Carl stood on the blood-stained battlements, his bone axe resting on the ground, his gaze heavy as he surveyed the deep mountains to the northwest. The victory of the first battle brought no relief, instead pressing down upon his heart like a boulder. Those 3,000 orc vanguards were but a few splashes in the surging tide. The true orc main force lay in wait. Like a colossal beast lurking behind the Broken Blade Mountains, its cold eyes fixed upon the steadfast bastion of Rock Fortress. Meanwhile, in the west, at Broken Blade Fortress, here was the primary assault direction of the orc invasion. The Broken Blade Mountains gaped like a wound cleaved by a giant axe, a vast chasm stretching from east to west. And at Broken Blade Fortress, a millennium-old stronghold built from massive stones, guarding the throat of the chasm, was presently enduring an unprecedented and terrifying onslaught. Roar! The earth-shaking roar reverberated like thunder through the chasm. A dense throng of orcs surged forth like a dark green tide from the depths of the chasm. Their figures towered above the shattered bone infantry that had once besieged the rock fortress, their skin a deep brown, cloaked in rough bone armor or rudimentary iron plates. Fangs protruded like daggers, and their eyes blazed with a savage, bloodthirsty light. These were the Earthshaker warriors, the elite infantry of the orc tribes. Armed with massive double-headed axes or heavy wolf-toothed clubs, each swing cleaved through the air with a piercing shriek. Amidst the frenzy of the Earthshaker warriors lurked even more terrifying figures, the Stonefist trolls, towering over 3 meters in height, their skin as coarse as weathered rock. They wielded colossal stone clubs, each strike sending tremors through the fortress walls. The two-headed ogres roared with discordant voices, their immense strength allowing them to hurl massive logs against the fortress gates with reckless abandon. Shadow wolf cavalry, riding massive wolves comparable to warhorses, prowled the battlefield's fringes like phantoms, seeking opportunities to strike. Bloodhowl shamans, more numerous and powerful, wielded bone staffs adorned with skulls, unleashing soul-piercing shrieks. A crimson aura enveloped the orc army, amplifying their strength, speed, and ferocity. Some could summon burning meteors or toxic mists. Boom, boom. The fortress walls shuddered as massive catapults hurled flaming boulders. Crossbows roared with deafening fury. Arrows rained down like a tempest. The cries of the defenders, the roars of the orcs, the clash of weapons, the shattering of stone, and the mournful howls of colossal beasts intertwined, composing a symphony of bloody and brutal warfare. Marquis Glenwill, donned in blood-stained Marquis armor and wielding a colossal runic warhammer, stood atop the highest tower of the fortress. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. 3 days. Just 3 days. The orc main force surged like an endless tide, relentlessly assaulting the Broken Blade Fortress day and night. The casualties among the defenders were staggering. My lord, the eastern wall. There are too many Stonefist trolls. We can barely hold on. A blood-soaked commander rushed up the tower, his voice hoarse. Deploy the Iron Wall Battalion. Use the demon-breaking crossbows. Smash those boulders for me. Glenwill bellowed. The southern gate. The ogres are battering the door. Pour the oil. Douse it in holy fire. Burn them alive. Shamans. The shamans are summoning meteors. Mages. Unite the shields. Disrupt their spellcasting. Orders roared through the smoke-filled air. 30,000 regular troops from the royal capital, the elite garrison from the western region, and the noble reinforcements from the south and east, though few. They brought invaluable mages and skilled archers, operated under Glenwill's command like finely tuned gears, struggling to withstand the orc onslaught. My lord, a messenger scrambled up, breathless. The reinforcements from the capital have arrived. What? Glenwill's spirit sword. It is the Royal Mage Corps. And the Radiant Knights. A full detachment. 500 heavy cavalry led by Sir Arthur Rowland, the second son of the Minister of Military Affairs. Excellent. Splendid. Glenwill's eyes sparkled with hope. The Royal Mage Corps. The Radiant Knights. This is the finest force from the capital. Quickly, request Sir Arthur and the Mage Commander to meet with me. In the command hall of the Broken Blade Fortress, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Glenwill gazed at the travel-worn yet commanding young knight, Arthur Rowland, and the venerable Mage Commander, Master Augustus, whose white hair framed deep-set eyes. My lord, Arthur Rowland bowed, his voice resonant, by the king's decree. The first detachment of the Radiant Knights, 500 heavy cavalry, has come to reinforce. We shall be the shield of the western region. Willing to shed our last drop of blood. Master Augustus. Glenwill bowed deeply to the old mage. Thank you for coming with the Mage Corps. The fortress needs your strength. No need for such formalities, my lord, Master Augustus replied, his voice calm, yet powerful. It is our duty to repel the orcs and protect the kingdom. The fortress's defensive runic array is severely depleted. My Mage Corps will immediately take over to repair and enhance it. Simultaneously, we will suppress the vile sorcery of those bloodhowl shamans. Furthermore, Arthur Rowland added, the capital has activated the highest logistics mechanism. The arcane teleportation array, short range, small scale, has connected with the Royal Strategic Warehouse. The first batch of supplies, 100,000 armor-piercing runic arrows, 5,000 sets of fine chainmail, 1,000 barrels of holy fire oil, and a plethora of healing potions and magical materials have already been sent to the fortress warehouse. Subsequent supplies will continue to arrive. The arcane teleportation array, the holy fire oil. Glenwill's eyes gleamed with brilliance. The capital had finally deployed their most precious resources. This was not merely material support. It was a manifestation of the kingdom's resolve. Wonderful. This truly is a timely assistance. Please convey my deepest gratitude to His Majesty and the Minister of Military Affairs. Additionally, Arthur Roland looked at Glenwill with a hint of respect. His Majesty wishes for me to inform you. Earl Lin from the Northern Front has achieved a first victory. 2,000 enemies have been annihilated. His Majesty hopes that the Eastern and Western fronts can support each other to withstand the formidable foe. Lin has won. Glenwill was momentarily taken aback, but a complex light flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Good. Inform His Majesty. The Western region will not disappoint the kingdom. The Broken Blade Fortress shall be the Orc's grave. At Rock Fortress, in the Operations Command Room, Lin scrutinized the latest intelligence presented by Hawk, his brow furrowed. The situation at the Western Broken Blade Fortress is dire. Hawk's voice was grave. The Orc main force exceeds 50,000. Their forces are mixed, and their assault is ferocious. Marquis Glenwill is under immense pressure, but the reinforcements from the capital have arrived. The Royal Mage Corps, the Radiant Knights, and supplies through the Arcane Teleportation Array. The Arcane Teleportation Array. Lin's gaze sharpened. The capital had indeed invested heavily this time. Additionally, Hawk continued. Duke Greenleaf from the southern region has dispatched 300 Elven Rangers, elite archers, and 50 nature mages. Earl Ironbow from the eastern region has sent 500 Sky Piercer archers. Though few in number, they are all elite. The kingdom has finally united as one, lamented Lime. The loss of the lips means the teeth grow cold. I trust those nobles are not fools, Lin replied calmly. He approached the massive sand table, his finger pointing towards the positions of Rock Fortress and the Broken Blade Keep. Hawk, have there been any updates from the Shadowfang team? Reporting, my lord. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Hawk's eyes. We have just received intermittent runic messages. The Shadowfang team has infiltrated the Broken Blade Mountains and discovered the Orcs' main camp located in Skullcrush Valley. Their numbers may reach as high as 100,000. However, their encampment is scattered, and their supply lines are lengthy. They appear to be waiting for something. Waiting? Lin's gaze sharpened. Are they gathering more forces? Or anticipating supplies from behind? Moreover, Hawk lowered his voice. The Shadowfang team has detected the presence of dark elves within the Orc encampment. Dark elves. Lin's pupils constricted. Those malevolent beings who dwell in shadowy realms, proficient in assassination and sorcery. How could they possibly ally with the Orcs? Is the information reliable? Lin pressed on. A Shadowfang scout risked his life to infiltrate and witnessed it firsthand. Dark elf assassins seem to be training Orc infiltrators. Furthermore, Dark elf mages are communicating with Orc shamans. Damn it. Lin slammed his fist against the edge of the sand table. Orcs along with Dark elves? This is not merely a savage charge. It may be accompanied by lethal assassinations and bizarre sorcery. The situation is far more intricate and perilous than anticipated. My lord. Erect stepped forward. The Western Front is under strain. The Orcs' main forces are being held at the Broken Blade Keep. This presents an excellent opportunity for us to take the initiative. If we can sever the Orcs' supply lines or harass their main camp, we can alleviate the pressure on the Western Front. Take the initiative? Lin's gaze swept over the shadowy Skullcrush Valley on the sand table, his eyes glinting with intensity. Infiltrating the heart of the Orc territory carries significant risk, yet the potential rewards are immense. He pondered for a moment, his eyes ablaze with resolve. Erect, at your command, led 700 Iceblade cavalry, 500 elite longbowmen, and 200 heavy cavalry to form a rapid assault group. Hawk, your Shadowfang scouts will provide full support and intelligence. The target, Skullcrush Valley in the Broken Blade Mountains. The objective, harassment, destruction, assassination, and chaos. We do not seek to annihilate the enemy, but merely to disrupt the Orcs' deployment and alleviate pressure on the Western Front. Remember, Lin's voice was icy and sharp. Strike and withdraw. Do not linger in battle. Conserve your strength. You are the dagger plunged into the heart of the Orcs, not mere cannon fodder. Yes, my lord. Erect's eyes burned with fervent determination. Hawk melded into the shadows. Carl. Lin's voice turned towards the runic communication device. My lord. Carl's voice came from Rock Fortress. From the direction of Rock Fortress. Transition to active defense. Rely on fortifications to wear down the orcs' fighting strength. Simultaneously, closely monitor the Howling Wind Valley. The appearance of dark elves may indicate the existence of underground passages. Understood, my lord. Carl's voice was calm and assured. Soren, my lord. Soren's voice resonated from Gold Spike Harbor. Navy, strengthen coastal patrols. Expand the alert radius. Dark elves are adept at maritime infiltration. We must prevent them from launching a surprise attack from the sea. As ordered, my lord. Commands were swiftly issued. This war machine in the northern realm, while responding to the frontal pressure, quietly revealed its sharp claws like a cheetah, preparing to launch a deadly raid into the heart of the orc territory. Deep within the mines of Howling Wind Valley, the captain of the guards, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, held their breath against the cold rock wall. Ahead, the faint, chilling sound of digging grew increasingly distinct. It was as if something was clawing its way through the wall, just beyond their reach. What should we do, Captain? A soldier's voice quivered. Prepare for battle. The captain slowly drew his fine steel longsword, his gaze resolute. Whatever may come through here will do so only over our dead bodies. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, fear etched in their eyes. Yet more prominent was their unwavering resolve to defend their homeland. Meanwhile, deep within the Broken Blade Mountains, in Skullcrush Valley, lay the orcs' main stronghold. The valley sides were steep cliffs, while the bottom was unusually wide, littered with a multitude of beast skin tents and crude stone huts. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and sour, low-quality alcohol. The roars of orc warriors, the cries of gladiators, and the chants of shamans melded into a cacophony of chaos and savagery. At the valley's deepest point stood an altar constructed of massive beast bones and black rock, strikingly prominent. Surrounding the altar were several tents distinctly different from the Orcish style, built of dark purple leather and metal frames. Before the tents, figures flickered in the dim light. They were tall and lithe, their skin a sickly gray-purple, clad in form-fitting black leather armor adorned with twisted spider and dagger motifs. Elongated ears peeked from their silvery hair, their faces obscured by metallic masks that revealed only their cold eyes. They moved soundlessly, like venomous snakes blending into the shadows. These were the Dark Elves. A particularly tall Dark Elf leader, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, Dural Shadowblade, addressed a group of orc infiltrators, chosen for assassination training. In a husky voice, laced with an unusual rhythm of dark elven tongue, fools. Assassination is not a charge. It is a dance in the shadows. A whisper in the throat. Your footsteps are too heavy. You're breathing too loud. You sound like a pack of lustful cave lizards. Again, infiltrate that watchtower. Cut the guard's throat. Do not alert anyone. Otherwise, you shall be the next sacrifice. The orc infiltrators let out low growls, their eyes flickering with bloodlust and a hint of barely concealed fear, as they awkwardly melded into the shadows to practice once more. Beside him, another figure cloaked in dark purple robes, the dark elf mage Mora's Shadow Weaver, engaged in hushed discourse with a bloodhowl shaman, Grom Skullbreaker, whose face was adorned with bizarre paint and wielded a skeletal staff. Mora's, hissed Grom, his voice akin to a serpent's forked tongue. The progress of the shadowy shroud is woefully sluggish. Human scouts have begun to infiltrate. That one named Shadowfang poses a considerable threat. It is time to apply pressure. Chapter 79. The Bastion of Stone. The assault on Skullcrush Valley ignited the fury of the orc forces like a spark igniting oil. The human battalion, which had appeared like a wraith and vanished after unleashing chaos upon the orc encampment, had thoroughly enraged the savage behemoths lurking deep within the shattered Blade Mountains. A deafening horn of fury shattered the tranquility of the mountains. The earth trembled. Heavy footsteps, akin to rolling thunder, approached from the northwest, on the ramparts of Stonehold. Every soldier felt the overwhelming, suffocating pressure approaching. They come. Carl stood atop the highest arrow tower, gripping his bone axe tightly, his icy gaze piercing the mist to fixate upon the swirling dust at the end of the limestone pathway. Emerging from the haze were figures even taller and more formidable than the previously vanquished bone-crushing orcs. Their deep brown skin was clad in rough bone armor or crude iron plates, tusks jutting like daggers, and their eyes burned with a bloodthirsty glow hotter than magma. The orcs' main infantry, the Earthshaker warriors, advanced like moving battering rams, their thunderous war cries echoing as they surged toward the first line of defense at Stonehold. Following them were even more terrifying entities. Stonefist trolls, towering over 3 meters. Their skin resembled weathered rock. They bore massive logs or heavy stone clubs, each step groaning under the weight. 2-headed ogres, each head emitting distinct roars, pushed crude siege engines, upon which enormous battering rams were affixed. Shadow wolf cavalry, riding colossal wolves comparable to warhorses, flitted like phantoms along the edges of the orc infantry, seeking gaps for a surprise attack. Bloodhowl shamans stood upon the high ground at the rear, brandishing bone staffs adorned with skulls, issuing soul-piercing shrieks. A blood-red aura of frenzy spread like a plague, enveloping the entire orc vanguard. Orc warriors bathed in the aura displayed bulging muscles and veins, their eyes consumed by a singular desire for slaughter. Speed, strength, and pain resistance multiplied. With a furious roar, the frenzied orc vanguard crashed against the first stone wall of Stonehold's outer defenses like a torrent of molten lava. Boom, boom, boom. The stone-fist trolls' colossal clubs smashed against the wall. Debris flew. The structure trembled violently. The siege engines, propelled by the ogre's brute force, collided with the city gates, producing a deafening cacophony. The Earthshaker warriors, like ants, swarmed up the walls, wielding massive battle axes and spiked clubs, frantically hacking at the stone. Longbow guard. Target, orc infantry. Armor-piercing, poison-tipped runic arrows. Fire. Carl's voice thundered like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1,500 powerful bows sang in unison. Arrows gleaming with a ghostly blue light rained down like a tempest. Thud, thud, thud. The cries of the fallen merged into a chorus. The leading orc infantry fell like wheat before the scythe. Yet, those shrouded in the blood-howl aura, even when pierced by arrows, charged forward as long as the wounds were not fatal. The poison seemed suppressed by their frenzied bloodlust, taking effect slowly. Runic mages. Shockwave runes. Target, trolls and ogres. Fire. Orlando's voice resonated with calm authority. Buzz. An invisible shockwave erupted among the orc ranks. The climbing trolls and the ogres operating the siege engines faltered, their assault momentarily stalling. Breacher's heavy crossbows. Target, siege engines. Fire. Carl commanded sternly. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy runic ballistae atop the walls roared. Thick armor-piercing bolts hurtled towards the siege engines pushed by the ogres. Crack. Boom. One siege engine was cleaved in two. The massive battering ram tumbled down, crushing several orcs. Yet, more siege engines, driven by the ogre's raw strength, relentlessly battered the city gates. Boom. The heavy oak gates of Stonehold groaned under the relentless assault. The massive bar behind the door trembled violently. Heavy infantry. Tower shield phalanx. Brace the gates. Carl bellowed. Roar. Dozens of heavily armored soldiers, shielded by colossal beastly tower shields, thundered against the inner side of the gates. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their shields locked together, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. The immense force crashed through the gates, slamming against the tower shields with a resounding thud. The soldiers gritted their teeth, their feet leaving deep impressions in the rocky ground. The runic glow flowed over the surface of the tower shields, dissipating the impact wave layer by layer. Wolf cavalry. Left flank. The lookout shrieked. Frostblade skirmishers. Intercept. Carl commanded. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of poisoned javelins shot from the cliffs on either side of the battlements like venomous serpents. They accurately targeted the flanking wolf cavalry. The massive wolves howled in agony as they fell. Riders were thrown from their mounts, immediately engulfed by a rain of arrows. Shamans. Casting spells from the high ground. Longbow guard. Sharpshooters. Eliminate the shamans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several skilled archers drew their bows like a crescent moon. Specially crafted anti-magic runic arrows sliced through the air. Two bloodhowl shamans, mid-casting, were precisely pierced through their skulls. The blood-red aura dimmed instantly. From the very onset, the battle escalated into a fierce struggle. The orc assault surged like a violent tsunami, wave after wave, unrelenting. Cracks and breaches appeared in the stone walls under the hammering of the trolls and the battering of the ogres. The heavy infantry's tower shield phalanx held steadfast against the gates, enduring immense pressure. The rain of arrows from the longbow guard never ceased, the twang of bowstrings resonating in unison. The arcane brilliance of the rune mages flickered atop the city walls, unleashing shockwaves, slow spells, and even localized firestorms, scorching the dense ranks of orcs. Blood stained the gray stone pathways. The corpses of orcs lay piled high, forming a veritable mountain. Yet more orcs surged forward, trampling over their fallen comrades, driven by the frenzied howls of shamans. The defenders of Rock Fortress paid a grievous toll. Soldiers were relentlessly struck down by flying boulders or cut down by orcs scaling the walls. The sounds of moaning wounded, furious officers, and clashing weapons intertwined upon the battlements. General, The third section of the eastern stone wall has been smashed by a troll. The adjutant shouted hoarsely, Legion infantry, seal the breach. Short sword formation. Attack. Carl's bone axe pointed forward. Kill. Chapter 80. Bloodstained mountain path. The Legion infantry, already prepared, brandished their steel short swords and iron-bound shields, surging towards the breach like a relentless tide. Their movements were swift and their coordination impeccable. Short swords struck like venomous serpents from the gaps in their shields, piercing the throats, eyes, and joints of the invading orcs with deadly precision. Blood sprayed forth. Corpses tumbled down. The breach transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse in an instant. Heavy cavalry. Prepare. Carl's gaze swept over the still surging orc tide below, his eyes flashing with cold determination. Open the gates. With a thunderous roar, the massive gates of Rock Fortress swung open before the astonished eyes of the orcs. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Carl swung his bone axe down with force. Roar. 250 heavily armored cavalrymen, adorned in runic plate and wielding heavy lances, erupted from the gates like awakened iron beasts. The thundering hooves of their steeds pounded the earth, creating a cacophonous roar. They formed a wedge formation, piercing into the densest flank of the orc assault with the ferocity of a glowing iron brand. Crack. Squish. The horrifying sounds of impact and shattering bones melded into a symphony of chaos. The heavy lances of the cavalry easily pierced through the bodies of orc infantry. Iron hooves trampled the obstructing orcs into a bloody pulp. The unstoppable charge instantly tore apart the orc formation. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Even the stone-fist trolls were sent staggering back. Longbow guard. Covering fire. Heavy infantry. Push back. Seal the breach. Under the deadly strike of the heavy cavalry and the covering fire from the city walls, the faltering defense steadied once more. The orc offensive staggered. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours. The Greystone path had been stained a deep green. The orcs left behind nearly 5,000 corpses. Dozens of trolls had been slain. All siege engines were destroyed. More than half of the shamans were eliminated. The defenders of Rock Fortress also suffered heavy losses. Nearly 1,000 soldiers had perished. The wounded were countless. Ultimately, after sustaining such grave losses, the main orc force, like a receding tide, slowly withdrew, vanishing into the shadows of the shattered Blade Mountains. All that remained was a battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, and the unwavering gray wolf banner fluttering atop Rock Fortress. Carl leaned on his bone axe, standing upon the bloodied battlements, gasping for breath. His scale armor was riddled with dents and stains, and a deep wound on his shoulder flowed profusely with blood. He gazed down upon the hellish battlefield, devoid of victory's joy, only burdened by endless gravity. Clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and reinforce the fortifications. Carl's voice was hoarse and weary. The orcs will return. Next time, they will be more ferocious. Deep within the Howling Wind Valley mines, the battle was equally fierce. The captain of the guards and his soldiers were engaged in a life-and-death struggle within the narrow mine tunnels against the horrific creatures known as troglodytes that surged from the depths. These troglodytes bore gray-white skin, wrinkled and elongated limbs, and sharp, bony claws at their fingertips. Their eyes were degenerated, relying on smell and vibrations for perception, emitting hissing cries. Their movements were swift as shadows. More terrifying still, they came in overwhelming numbers, like a tide surging forth from the collapsed rock walls. Hold the line. Shields up. Hold. The guard captain bellowed, slicing through one troglodyte's claw with his steel longsword and swiftly stabbing through its throat. Viscous, dark green blood sprayed forth. A soldier was pierced through the calf by a troglodyte's claw, screaming as he fell. Instantly, he was set upon by several troglodytes, torn to shreds. Torches. Use torches. Another soldier ignited a torch, waving it to fend off the approaching troglodytes. These creatures seemed to fear fire. Engineers. Explosives. Collapse the passage. Tom's voice called from the rear, personally leading a team of engineers for support. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, a section of the mine tunnel collapsed, temporarily blocking the troglodyte surge. Quick. Establish a defense. Use oil. Set obstacles. Tom roared. The soldiers constructed a makeshift defense with shields and rubble. They poured oil and ignited it. A wall of flames erupted in the mine tunnel, temporarily halting the troglodyte assault. Yet deep within the mine, the chilling sound of digging had not ceased. In fact, it intensified, as if more passages were being excavated. Outside the Golden Spike Harbor, General Soren stood at the bow of the Blood Fury, his expression grave as he surveyed the surface of the sea littered with the remains of monstrous beasts and fragments of patrol boats. The sea breeze carried a heavy scent of blood and a nauseating stench. General, the lookout calls out in terror. Something is beneath the water. It's massive, numerous. Full alert. Crossbows ready. Sea demon shock bombs prepared. Soren commanded sharply. Splash. Suddenly, the sea erupted. Several enormous and twisted figures burst forth from the depths. They possessed massive tentacles reminiscent of an octopus, yet their bodies were covered in dark green scales, with fearsome fish-like heads filled with jagged teeth. They were sea demons. Roar. The sea demons emitted a piercing shriek. Their massive tentacles, imbued with tremendous force, lashed towards the blood fury. Protective runes. Activate. Soren shouted. Buzz. A faint blue shield of runes illuminated the hull. Boom. Tentacles struck violently against the shield, causing it to flicker intensely, while the ship rocked violently. Crossbow. Fire. The booming sound of the wave-breaking rune crossbow echoed as thick bolts were driven forcefully into the formidable body of the sea demon, emerald blood gushing forth. Shock bombs. Deploy. With a splash, dozens of specially designed sea demon shock bombs were hurled into the water. A terrifying shockwave erupted beneath the surface, eliciting a pained wail from the sea demon as its tentacles convulsed and retreated. Longbow guard. Poison arrows. Suppressive fire. A torrent of arrows rained down upon the surface of the sea, the poison projectiles embedding themselves in the sea demon's scales, the venom spreading swiftly. Suddenly, a nearby assault ship was ensnared by multiple tentacles, the hull groaning in agony as soldiers on deck screamed in terror, dragged into the depths below. Support ship. Quickly. Cut the tentacles. Save them. Soren's eyes widened with urgency. Rune mages. Combine your spells. Deep sea confinement. Yes, my lord. The battle on the surface was equally perilous. As the Black Rock Navy faced its most daunting trial since its inception, the blood-soaked grind of Rock Fortress, the subterranean skirmishes of Howling Wind Valley, and the sea demon assaults at Golden Spike Harbor ignited flames of war along three fronts in the north, with orcs, troglodytes, and sea demons converging from different directions like three deadly blades. Chapter 81. The flames of war on four fronts. The embers of the bloody battle at Rock Fortress had yet to extinguish, and the stench of orc corpses piled high along the limestone mountain path was overwhelming. Carl leaned on his bone axe, standing on the blood-stained city wall, his shoulder wound temporarily staunched by the army medic, yet every breath was a reminder of excruciating pain. The soldiers silently cleared the battlefield, carefully gathering the remains of their fallen comrades, dragging the orc bodies away for cremation. The air was thick with sorrow, exhaustion, and the weight of survival. General, urgent report. A weary Frostblade Ranger rushed before Carl, his voice tinged with alarm. The orc main force has not retreated. They are regrouping at the edge of the Broken Blade Mountains. Their numbers have increased, and new units have emerged, like giant wolves clad in bone armor. And flying monsters. Flying monsters. Carl's pupils constricted. Orc Air Force. This presents an unprecedented threat. Relay orders. Reinforce all arrow towers. Adjust crossbows for anti-air angles. Longbow guard. Prepare the sky-piercing rune arrows. Rune mages. Immediately research aerial defense runes. Hurry. Just after Rock Fortress had endured a bloody battle, while still catching its breath, a new and more terrifying threat loomed ominously. Deep within the Howling Wind Valley mine, a firewall blazed fiercely in the narrow tunnel, temporarily halting the frenzied assault of the troglodytes. Yet, the sounds of digging from behind the rock walls echoed like a death knell, growing more intense and closer with each moment. Each strike reverberated in the hearts of the guarding soldiers. Master Tom, Master Orlando. The guard captain's voice was hoarse, his face smeared with the dark green blood of the troglodytes. They are digging faster. Our fire oil is running low. The defense line cannot hold much longer. Tom, bare-chested and muscular, sweat mingling with dust, directed the engineers to construct a second temporary defense line using steel supports and rune-reinforced panels behind the firewall. We must hold. The Howling Wind Valley mine cannot fall. He roared, driving a steel nail into place with his hammer. Master Orlando stood behind, his staff hovering before him, hands swiftly forming seals as he chanted obscure incantations. Yellowish runes flowed from his fingertips, merging into the wall ahead and the supports reinforced by Tom. The earth fortification rune array was being deployed. Time was of the essence. Tom, hold on for another quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. Tom gazed at the troglodytes, writhing and defiantly attempting to extinguish the flames, their determination unwavering, and gritted his teeth. All right, brothers. Hold strong. For the mine. For the Black Rock territory. Fight to the last breath. Fight to the last breath. The soldiers roared hoarsely, bracing their shields against the relentless onslaught of the troglodytes that threatened to topple their supports. Suddenly, a section of the unreinforced rock wall to the left collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust filled the air as more troglodytes surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Block it! Hurry and block it! The guard captain's eyes widened in desperation. There was no time. A flicker of resolve crossed Tom's eyes. Engineers. Shock rune bombs. Throw them. Collapse that section of the tunnel. Yes. Boom. 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 The explosive sounds echoed within the mine, debris flying, smoke billowing. The collapsed rock wall temporarily sealed the new breach. But it also trapped a small squad of soldiers who could not escape. No. The guard captain cried out in rage and despair. There was no time for mourning. Tom's voice was as cold as iron. Reinforce the existing defense line. Prepare for the next wave of attacks. Master Orlando. Rune array. Now. The Howling Wind Valley mine teetered on the brink of collapse, as if walking along the edge of a cliff, ready to plunge into the abyss at any moment. Off the coast of Golden Spike Harbor, the Blood Fury rocked violently amid the waves, its hull marred with indentations and coated in thick, sticky emerald slime from the tentacle strikes. The surface was littered with the massive corpses of sea demons and the wreckage of 2 assault ships. The battle had been extraordinarily brutal. General, the Falcon has sunk. The Sea Serpent is severely damaged. It's lost power, the aide reported, his voice trembling. General Soren stood at the bow, his face ashen, his silver-gray naval uniform stained with blood and salt from the sea. He peered through his telescope, fixated on the enormous shadow lurking beneath the surface of the water. Though they had repelled the first wave of sea demons, the losses had been staggering. More terrifyingly, that shadow seemed merely the tip of the iceberg. Support ship. Repair the Sea Serpent with all available resources. Engineers. Underwater operations. Clear the hull of entanglements. Rune mages. Maintain deep sea confinement. Do not slacken. Crossbows reloaded. Prepare for a second round of sea demon shock bombs. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Sauron's eyes. Dispatch the swift ships. Return to port. Inform the dock. Accelerate the launch of the new vessels, especially those equipped with the heavy harpoon crossbows known as the Siren Slayers. We require greater firepower. At that moment, a runemancer suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, underwater, there are unusual energy fluctuations." What? Sauron snapped his head around. He observed the waters beneath the Blood Fury begin to swirl violently, forming a colossal vortex. At its center emanated a heart-stopping wave of dark energy. This is dire. It's deep-sea magic. All hands, remain vigilant. Maximum power to the protective runes. Sauron shouted fiercely. Buzz. The runic shield on the hull erupted with blinding light. Boom. A massive column of water, composed of pitch-black seawater, crashed into the hull of the Blood Fury like a giant spear from the abyss. Crack. The sickening sound of splintering would echoed as the runic shield flickered violently and dimmed instantaneously. The ship tilted violently. Soldiers on the deck struggled to maintain their footing, screaming as they tumbled into the sea. The hull is breached. We are taking on water. The chief sailor cried out in despair. Beneath the surface lurked an even more terrifying presence. The dark elf's magic finally revealed its fangs. In the west, at the Broken Blade Fortress, the battle had reached a brutal meat grinder phase. The orc forces surged like an endless tide, relentlessly assaulting this ancient stronghold day and night. The walls bore numerous breaches, and the gates hung perilously. The bodies of the defenders piled high. Marquis Glenwell, clad in bloodied battle armor and wielding a massive runic warhammer, stood resolutely upon the most dangerous eastern wall. With every swing of his hammer, he unleashed thunderous might, crushing trolls and ogres alike into pulp. Blood stained his hair and beard. My lord, the southern gate is on the verge of collapse. There are too many ogres. A blood-soaked commander rushed over. Sir Arthur. Glenwell roared. Here. Young Sir Arthur Rowland, adorned in the shining silver armor of the Radiant Knights, galloped forth. Though weary, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Gather your knights. Head to the southern gate. Crush those wretches. Chapter 82. To fight without retreat. At once. Radiant Knights. Charge with me. Sir Arthur raised his lance high, leading 500 heavily armored knights, a silver torrent surging toward the precarious southern gate. Master Augustus. Glenwell looked up at the command tower. The white-haired head of the Royal Mage Corps, Master Augustus, raised his staff, surrounded by a magnificent aura of arcane brilliance. Behind him, dozens of royal mages joined forces to cast spells. Unified shield. Maintain. Elemental storm. Target. Orc siege tower. Fire. Boom. A massive chain of lightning tore through the sky, striking a gigantic orc siege tower with tremendous force. Wood splintered. Flames erupted. The tower collapsed, crushing a horde of orcs beneath its weight. Rangers of the south. Archers of the east. Suppress the shamans. Glenwell continued issuing orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Precise arrows fell like the Grim Reaper's judgment, picking off blood-crazed shamans as they attempted to cast their spells. Nature mages summoned vines to ensnare climbing orcs. The armor-piercing arrows of the sharpshooters pierced through the rock-like skin of the trolls with ease. Logistics. Bring forth the sacred fire oil from the capital. Douse them. Burn them alive. Medical team. Quickly. Evacuate the wounded. The Broken Blade Fortress stood like a rock amidst a storm, fiercely battling against the orc onslaught. Reinforcements from the capital. The southern and eastern realms flowed like a trickle into this blood-soaked grinder, collectively supporting the faltering shield of the kingdom. In Blackrock City, the Lord's castle, the central command room was alive with urgency. A massive magical sand table hovered in the air, clearly displaying the real-time status of 4 battlefronts. The red alert at Rock Fortress, the yellow crisis at Howling Wind Valley, the deep blue whirlpool at Gold Spike Harbor, the bloody grinder at Broken Blade Fortress. Each piece of information struck Lin's heart like a hammer. Reinforcements from General Carl at Rock Fortress. The orc forces are gathering. Air support is suspected. Requesting aerial defense. Urgent report from Master Tom at Howling Wind Valley. The burrowers are attacking fiercely. Multiple collapses in the tunnels. Deployment of runic arrays is obstructed. Requesting reinforcements. General Sauron at Gold Spike Harbor reports. Encountered sirens and suspected dark elf deep-sea magic attacks. The Blood Fury has sustained damage. The Falcon has sunk. The Sea Serpent is heavily damaged. Requesting new ship support and magical countermeasures. Communication from Marquis Glenwell at Broken Blade Fortress. The battle is brutal. Casualties are immense. Yet we will hold the line. Gratitude for the northern ambush disrupting the orc rear. Requesting sustained diversion. All 4 fronts were in simultaneous distress. The northern realm was in peril. Standing before the sand table, Lin appeared tall and resolute, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. His gaze was deep as an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all storms. Blackrock was under unprecedented pressure. Alaric. Lin's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. At your command. To Rock Fortress. You will personally lead a team. Command all Icefang Rangers, 700 men, and the elite Longbow Guard, 500 men. Carry all sky-piercing runic arrows. 1/3 of the Runemancers to be reassigned, specializing in aerial defense runes. Rush to assist Carl. We must hold Rock Fortress. The Orc Air Force must not be allowed to rampage. Yes, my lord. Alaric's eyes burned with the fire of battle as he turned to leave. Hawk. Yes, my lord. To Howling Wind Valley. Half of your Shadowfang scouts, drawn from the elite. Carry shock runic bombs and suffocating gas bombs. Infiltrate the tunnels. Assist Tom and Orlando. Target. Collapse all newly excavated burrower passages. Delay their advance. Additionally, find the source of the burrowers' excavations. Yes, my lord. Hawk's figure vanished into the shadows. Raim. At your command. To Gold Spike Harbor. The docks. All new ships under construction, especially the Siren Slayer class, must be launched within 3 days at any cost. Resources required. Unlimited supply. Workshops. Cease all non-emergency production. Manufacture the Sea Demon Shock Bomb with utmost effort. The Demon Breaking Harpoon. Components for the Deep Sea Confinement Rune Array. The Magic Academy. Due to Master Orlando's limited presence, you shall personally coordinate. Mobilize all Water and Protection School apprentice mages. Carry the components of the Deep Sea Confinement Rune Array. Immediately board the swift vessel to Gold Grain Port. Assist General Soren in combating the deep sea magic. Additionally, inform Viscount Allen. All available armed merchant ships at White River Port. Immediately incorporate them into a temporary fleet. Rush to Gold Grain Port. Yes, my lord. Lime accepts the command, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. As for Lin, his gaze fixated on the blood-red Broken Blade Fortress on the sand table. Marquis Glenwell is buying us time. Taking a deep breath, Lin approached the magical communication array at the center of the command room. He pressed his hands on the focal point, channeling his immense mental force into it. The magical array instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Carl, Soren, Tom, Orlando. Lin's voice resonated through the magical array, clearly entering the minds of the 4 frontline commanders. Imbued with a soul-piercing power. I am Lin. Stone Fortress. Howling Wind Valley. Gold Grain Port. These 3 battlefronts must be defended. The main force of the orcs is being held at the Broken Blade Fortress. This is our greatest opportunity, and also our gravest crisis. Brave warriors of the North. I am aware of your plight. Reinforcements, supplies, are on the way, but ultimately, it is only you who can defend your homeland. Only the soldiers under your command. Remember, behind you lies the land of the north. Your loved ones. The future of Black Rock territory. There is no retreat. Only a fight to the death. For the north. For the kingdom. For survival. Fight. Lin's voice thundered like a bell, resonating with unmatched will and power in the minds of the four commanders. Carl gripped his bone axe tightly. Soren straightened his spine. Tom raised his hammer. Orlando opened his eyes. Fatigue, pain, and fear were replaced at that moment by a more potent belief. For the north. To fight to the death without retreat. Carl's voice resounded from the ramparts of Stone Fortress. For the navy. To fight to the death without retreat. Soren roared from the blood-raged deck. For the mines. To fight to the death without retreat. Tom's voice echoed through the howling wind valley tunnels. For the arcane. To fight to the death without retreat. Orlando's voice murmured within the rune's glow. The four battlefronts, like taut bowstrings, erupted with unprecedented resistance against the onslaught of orcs, troglodytes, sea demons, and dark elves. The shield of the kingdom shone most brilliantly amidst blood and fire. Chapter 83. Interwoven blood and fire. Lin's voice resonated like thunder piercing through the storm in the minds of the four frontline commanders. That indomitable will to fight was akin to burning lava, instantly igniting the crumbling defense. Stone Fortress. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Carl, like a blood-soaked war god, swung his massive axe, shattering the head of a stone-fist troll that had climbed atop the battlements. The stench of brain matter and dark green blood splattered upon his bloodied scales. Air defense. Air defense. His roar drowned out the orcs' growls. Buzz. Atop the city walls. The temporarily installed rune crossbows emitted sharp, buzzing sounds. Thick, shimmering rune arrows, like meteors in reverse, shot fiercely toward the terrifying bat-winged orcs diving from the sky. These monsters bore huge, bat-like wings, their bodies resembling skinned hounds, with protruding fangs and clawed hands. They emitted piercing shrieks as they swooped down from above, attempting to seize the soldiers on the battlements or hurl burning sulfur stones. Thud, thud. The rune arrows accurately pierced the bodies of several bat-winged orcs. They screeched as they plummeted. Longbow guard. Rune arrows. Fire at will. Erect's voice was as cold as steel. He had just led the reinforcements to arrive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 500 elite longbow guards simultaneously drew their bows. The specially crafted rune arrows, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, filled the sky like a dense swarm of bees. Howl. More bat-winged orcs were shot down like sieves, burning as they fell. Yet, there were still fearless orcs breaking through the rain of arrows, diving downward. Shield formation. Raise shields. The heavily armored infantry roared. Crack. A sharp claw viciously slashed against the tower shield, sparks flying. The soldiers behind the shield were jolted backward by the tremendous impact. Short swords. Stab. The legion's infantry swiftly thrust their short swords through the gaps in the shields, accurately piercing the throats of the bat-winged orcs. Rune mages. Gravitational field. Cover the area above the walls. Master Orlando's voice resounded. Buzz. The invisible gravity intensified in an instant. The diving bat-winged orcs collided with an invisible wall, their movements abruptly slowing down. They were easily harvested by the rain of arrows and short swords from the battlements. The threat from the sky was temporarily contained, but the ground forces of the orcs were like mad beasts. Under the stimulation of the blood howler shaman, the earth-shatter warriors trampled over their fallen comrades, recklessly charging against the crumbling stone walls. The trolls' massive clubs shattered rocks into flying debris. The ogre's siege engines crashed against the city gates with a heart-stopping groan. General Carl. The eastern stone wall has collapsed again. The aide shouted. Heavily armored infantry. Hold the line. Tower shield formation. Block it off. Carl pointed at the gap. Roar. The heavily armored infantry, clad in massive, beastly tower shields, surged toward the breach like a moving iron wall. The tower shields interlinked, forming an impregnable barrier. The orcs crashed against the tower shields like waves against rocks, shattering upon impact. Longbow guard. Covering fire. Suppress the advancing orcs. Rune mages. Firestorm. Target. The dense area of orcs outside the breach. Fire. Boom. A wall of searing flames erupted outside the breach, instantly engulfing dozens of orcs. Their anguished screams echoed across the battlefield. Stone Fortress, amidst blood and fire, stood firm like a rock, deep within the howling wind valley mines. Boom. Another section of the rock wall collapsed in a violent explosion. Debris and dust swirled around. Hawk led the Shadowfawn reconnaissance team, moving through the tunnels like phantoms. Their target, the new passage. Suffocating poison gas grenades. Deploy. Hawk's voice was icy. PFF. 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 Several specially crafted poison grenades were deftly tossed into the newly excavated cave dweller's tunnel. A dense, acrid purple mist instantly enveloped the area. Hisses. The tunnel echoed with the terrified and pained cries of the cave dwellers. The sounds of digging abruptly ceased. Well done. Tom wiped the blood and sweat from his face. Engineer. Reinforce. Use quick-setting cement. Hurry. Master Orlando. The completion of the Earth's fortification ruins is at 90. Hold on a little longer. Master Orlando's voice carried a trace of fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp. The earthy glow emanating from his staff became more concentrated. Captain. To the right. There's movement. A guard soldier exclaimed. Whoosh. A gray shadow leapt from the darkness like lightning. Sharp bone claws aimed directly at the guard captain's throat. Clang. The guard captain reacted swiftly, slicing through the claws with his steel sword. Sparks flew. It's a cave dweller assassin. Hawk's eyes narrowed. This speed far exceeded that of ordinary cave dwellers. It was trained by dark elves. Shadowfawn. Surround and annihilate. Several dark figures lunged forward. Poison-tipped daggers struck like venomous serpents at the cave dweller assassin's vital points. PFF. PFF. Though the cave dweller assassin moved with astonishing speed, it was swiftly turned into a sieve under the onslaught of Shadowfawn. Dark green blood splattered against the rock walls. Clean up. Continue deploying poison grenades. Delay their advance. Hawk commanded. Yes. The mines of Howling Wind Valley, under the cover of poison gas and explosions, temporarily stabilized their precarious defenses. Off the coast of Gold Spike Harbor, the blood-raged ship tilted violently in the waves. A massive gash was torn into its hull by a terrifying dark water spear. Water flooded in frantically. Leak containment team. Quick. Underwater operations. General Soren's voice was hoarse. He clung tightly to the ship's railing to steady himself. Engineers. Follow me. A team of engineers clad in specially designed diving rune armor plunged unhesitatingly into the icy waters. Rune mages. Maintain the deep-sea confinement. Suppress underwater magical fluctuations. Soren roared. Buzz. The water around the ship violently trembled. An invisible force of confinement attempted to lock onto that terrifying underwater presence. Support ship. Siren Slayer. Target. The center of the underwater vortex. Anti-magic harpoon. Fire. Boom. A newly launched Siren Slayer-class battleship's heavy harpoon crossbow let out a thunderous roar. A massive harpoon, entwined with silver runes, tore through the water, hurtling towards the vortex's center. PFF. The harpoon seemed to strike something. The vortex abruptly faltered. Dark energy surged chaotically. Roar. A deep, furious roar emanated from the ocean depths. The waters churned violently. Effective. Continue suppression. A glimmer of hope flashed in Soren's eyes. General, the apprentice group from the Magic Academy has arrived. His aide exclaimed in surprise. Quick. Let them take over the deep-sea confinement rune array. Increase the power. Yes. Dozens of young magic apprentices, led by their mentors, swiftly boarded the Blood Rage and the support ship. Though inexperienced, their numbers were overwhelming. A torrent of mental energy surged into the rune array. A pale blue confinement glow erupted, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waters. The breach in the ship's bottom was temporarily sealed. The chief sailor, soaked to the skin and gasping for breath, reported. Good. Soren slammed his fist against the ship's railing. All ships. Siren shock bombs. Cover and deploy. Blow the underwater debris to pieces. Plop, plop, plop. Dozens of shock bombs were cast into the sea. Buzz. Terrifying shock waves erupted underwater. The waters boiled violently. Wail. Agonizing cries echoed from the ocean depths. A colossal shadow seemed to suffer severe damage, beginning to retreat slowly. The waters of Gold Spike Harbor, under the combined onslaught of magic and steel, temporarily repelled the terrors of the deep sea. Chapter 84. Indomitable Will. The Western Region. Broken Blade Fortress. This place was a true meat grinder. Sections of the walls had collapsed. The gates had long been shattered. The bodies of orcs and soldiers lay intermixed, piled high. The battle had entered the most brutal stage of urban warfare. For the kingdom. For the Western Region. Kill. Marquis Glenwell's roar echoed throughout the fortress. He swung his massive rune warhammer. With each strike, an orc warrior was reduced to pulp. Blood stained his silvery beard. Holy Light Knights. Charge with me. Sir Arthur Olin, clad in bloodied silver armor, led the remaining 200 heavy cavalrymen in a desperate charge through the narrow streets. Like blades of silver, they tore a bloody path through the orc horde. Warriors from the southern region. Wind Whisperer. Fire arrows. A noble from the south, cloaked in green leaves, shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The precise arrows, seemingly with a mind of their own, shot from rooftops and windows, expertly picking off orc officers and shamans. Eastern archers. Target, the troll's eyes. Fire. Another Eastern commander roared. PFF. PFF. The penetrating arrows of the Cloud Piercer archers easily pierced the troll's vulnerable eyes. The excruciating pain drove these behemoths into a frenzy, causing them to strike down many of their fellow orcs. Royal Mage Corps. Joint spellcasting. Holy Light Purification. Master Augustus's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet still resonated with authority. Buzz. A colossal, pure beam of holy light descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the densest cluster of orcs. Hissus. The orcs enveloped in holy light emitted piercing screams. Their skin smoked as if burned. The evil, frenzied aura was instantly dispelled. Under the valiant struggle of the kingdom's elite and reinforcements, Broken Blade Fortress, like a lone ship in a tempest, swayed precariously yet remained afloat. Blackrock City. Central Command Room. The magical sand table flickered with the frantic lights of 4 battle lines. The crimson alarm of crisis resounds incessantly, yet no glimmer of hope fades. Lime. Erect, who has returned, Hawk, and others stand solemnly on either side, their backs soaked with sweat. Each blare of the alarm signifies the bloody struggle of the warriors on the front lines. My lord. Lime's voice is hoarse. The pressure on the air defense of Rock Fortress is immense, but the line holds for now. The toxic gas and explosives from Howling Wind Valley have temporarily delayed the advance of the troglodytes. The Earth's firm runic array has been deployed. The hull of the ship at Golden Ear Harbor is damaged but temporarily sealed. The underwater monsters have been repelled. The Mage Apprentices Guild has successfully maintained the deep-sea confinement. The Broken Blade Fortress in the west remains embroiled in urban warfare. Casualties are heavy, yet we hold our ground. Lin stands before the war table, his figure appearing particularly imposing amidst the flickering magical lights. His eyes betray no emotion, only a cold sharpness that exudes control over the situation. Very well. Lin's voice is steady and unwavering. Relay orders. To Rock Fortress. Continue to fortify air defenses. The remaining forces of the runic mages must prioritize the research of group, slow, and mental impact runes to weaken the orc ground offensive. To Howling Wind Valley. Hawk. Continue monitoring. Identify the source of the troglodytes' diggings. If necessary, collapse the entire mine. To Golden Ear Harbor. The docks. Once the new ships are launched, they must be immediately engaged in battle. General Soren. Expand the patrol radius. Remain vigilant against the Dark Elf fleet. To the west. Lin's gaze fixes on the blinding red light of Broken Blade Fortress. Inform Marquis Glenwell. The North shall not let him fight alone. Erect. At your service. Prepare the Iceblade Rangers, Longbow Guard, and Heavy Cavalry. Stand ready to assist at a moment's notice should a fatal breach occur in the western defense. Yes, my lord. Lin slowly turns, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, his voice deep and powerful. For battle lines. 4 blood-soaked defenses. Our soldiers have forged this unyielding shield with flesh and will. The orcs, troglodytes, sea demons, and dark elves believe they can easily crush us. But they are mistaken. The walls of Rock Fortress, the caverns of Howling Wind Valley, the waters of Golden Ear Harbor, the ruins of Broken Blade Fortress. Every inch of land speaks to them. Lin's voice rises sharply, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Continue the fight. Until the last drop of blood. Until the last breath. For survival. For the future. Fight. Fight. The command center erupts with thunderous roars. Fatigue and fear are utterly dispelled, leaving only the fervent spirit of battle. The smoke of Rock Fortress has yet to clear. The toxic mists of Howling Wind Valley continue to linger, and the waves of Golden Ear Harbor still churn with blood. The 3 battle lines of the north, having paid a heavy price, resemble a wounded beast, panting and licking its wounds, ever watchful for the enemies that may strike again from the shadows. Yet, the flames of war at Broken Blade Fortress burn ever more fiercely. Broken Blade Fortress. This millennia-old stronghold has become a purgatory of slaughter. Once towering walls have crumbled in many places, gaping breaches exposed to the greedy gazes of the orcs. The city gates have long been reduced to powder. Within the fortress, every street, every building has transformed into a bloody battleground. The orc main force surges like an inexhaustible tide, crashing wave after wave into the fortress. Earth-shaking warriors swing their massive axes, hacking frantically in the narrow alleys. Stone-fist trolls smash walls with heavy stone clubs, crushing everything in their path. 2-headed ogres roar as they charge against the last defenses. Shadow wolf cavalry flit like phantoms through the ruins, hunting for solitary prey. The shrieks of blood-howling shamans incessantly incite the orcs' frenzy. The resistance of the defenders is both tragic and fierce. Marquis Glenwell's runic warhammer is already stained a deep green with the orc's foul blood. His silver hair is matted with sweat, blood, and smoke, and his ornate marquis armor is riddled with dents and cracks. Like a wounded lion, he leads the last of his guards, steadfastly holding the final stone bridge leading to the core bastion of the fortress. With each swing of his hammer, the dull thud of shattering orc bones accompanies him. Yet, his guards fall one after another. My lord, the southern gate has fallen completely. Sir Arthur is gravely injured. A blood-soaked messenger stumbles to the bridge, his voice tinged with despair. What? Glenwell's pupils dilate in shock. Arthur Rowland, the hope of the Holy Radiance Knights, the pride of the royal capital. He was struck in the chest by a troll's charging log while covering the retreat of the wounded. The messenger weeps inconsolably. Get him out of here, at all costs. Save him. Glenwell's voice is hoarse, yet resolute. He abruptly turns, sweeping his hammer to send a wolf rider hurtling away. Hold the line. We must hold. Reinforcements will surely arrive. Master Augustus, my magic is nearly depleted. A pale wizard from the royal mage corps trembles in fear. Hold on. The tip of Master Augustus's staff glows dimly. A trickle of blood escapes his lips as he struggles to maintain the joint barrier against the burning meteorites summoned by the shamans. For the kingdom. For the king. Hold on. In the southern region, the rangers of the Whispering Grove, under the cover of the cloud-piercer archers from the east, weave through the ruins, their precise arrows targeting orc officers and shamans. Yet their quivers are nearly empty. The vines summoned by the nature mages are easily torn apart by the frenzied orcs. The archers' armor-piercing arrows fail to halt the trolls' advance. Stand firm. For the west. For our homeland. An old veteran from the west wields a broken sword, roaring as he charges at a troll. The next moment, he is flattened into a pulp by a massive stone club. Fight back. The soldiers roar in desperation, using their flesh and blood to stem the tide of orcs. Yet the defense crumbles like a dam besieged by floodwaters, continuously torn apart, continuously devoured. Chapter 85. Reinforcements for the west. On the watchtower of the core bastion, Marquis Glenwell gazes down at the ever-compressing defense line, watching his soldiers fall like harvested wheat. His eyes filled with bloodshot despair. He suddenly lifts his head, looking northeast toward the north, toward the direction of Lin Costa. The voice of Count Lin Glenwell quivered with both trepidation and defiance. The western region was on the brink of collapse. In the central command chamber, the magical sand table flickered with a blinding crimson light, representing the perilous condition of the Broken Blade Fortress. The alarm echoed sharply through the air. My lord. Lem's voice pierced the tension with unprecedented urgency. Western region, urgent report. The core area of the Broken Blade Fortress is in crisis. Sir Arthur Rowland is gravely injured. Marquis Glenwell requests immediate reinforcements. The defensive line may collapse at any moment. What? Erect sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with cold determination. My lord, allow me to lead the troops. Lin stood before the sand table, his gaze fixed on the glaring red light. The rock fortress had just endured a bloody battle. The crisis in the Howling Wind Valley was far from resolved, and the sea monsters at Golden Spike Harbor were eyeing the north, which itself was precariously unstable. If the western region fell, the orc forces would surge forth, sweeping through the heart of the kingdom. The north would be utterly isolated. Erect. Lin's voice shattered the silence like ice cracking. Your orders. At your command. Erect responded promptly. Mobilize the troops. Iceblade Rangers, 700 men. Longbow Guard, 500 men. Heavy Cavalry, 250 men. Rune Mages, 50 men. Engineers, 200 men. A total of 700 elite soldiers. Assemble immediately. Equip all armor-piercing poison runes arrows, shock rune bombs, holy fire oil, healing potions, and portable rune shields of the earth barrier. Objective, the Broken Blade Fortress. At all costs, break through the orc encirclement. Rush to aid Marquis Glenwell. Yes, my lord. Eric's eyes burned with fervent battle spirit, turning without hesitation to exit the command chamber. Lin's voice brooked no dissent. At your command. Activate the arcane teleportation array, small, short range, high cost. Coordinates, between the rock fortress and the Broken Blade Fortress, at Eagle's Nest Peak. Open a path for Eric's Legion. Shorten the journey. Energy crystals required. Emergency requisition from the Howling Wind Valley's secret vault. At all costs. Yes, my lord. Lem accepted the order and dashed towards the control room of the magical array. Hawk, my lord. Your Shadowfang scout team. Deploy at once. Objective, the perimeter of the Broken Blade Fortress. Identify the weak points in the orc encirclement. Provide precise guidance for Erect. Yes, my lord. Hawk vanished into the shadows with a swift motion. Orders fell like a tempest. The entirety of Black Rock City instantly entered a state of heightened readiness. The barracks thrummed with activity. The workshops roared to life. The magical array soared into the sky. At the rock fortress, Carl stood upon the bloodied ramparts, watching as Erect's legion urgently assembled below. Though the wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. "Erect, I entrust the western region to you." Carl's voice was deep and resolute. "Rest assured." Erect mounted his steed, the heavy cavalry's lances glinting in the sunlight. "The rock fortress is in your capable hands. As long as I, Carl, draw breath, the orcs shall not set foot upon the Greystone Pass." He slammed his bone axe firmly into the ground. Buzz! A massive arcane portal, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, suddenly erupted in the clearing outside the rock fortress. Space twisted violently. An energy storm swept through the surroundings. "All troops, move out." Erect raised his lance high. "For the north. For the kingdom. Charge." 700 of Black Rock's most elite warriors surged forth. An unstoppable torrent of steel, plunging into the azure portal. Their destination, the battleground of the western region, the Broken Blade Fortress, soon to be engulfed by Orcish forces. Eagle's Nest Peak, a perilous mountain situated between the Rock Fortress and the Broken Blade Fortress. At this moment, the small arcane teleportation array atop the peak blazed brightly. Space warped violently. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the steel torrent led by Erect materialized atop Eagle's Nest Peak, like divine warriors descending from the heavens. The warhorses neighed. Armor clanged. "Scouts, advance. Objective, the Broken Blade Fortress. Locate the gaps in the orc encirclement." Erect commanded sharply. "Yes." A number of Shadowfang scouts vanished like phantoms into the dense forest. "All troops, rest for a quarter of an hour. Check your gear. Regain your strength." Erect's voice was steady and commanding. "In 15 minutes, our objective, the Broken Blade Fortress. Charge." The soldiers silently inspected their weapons, fed their steeds, their eyes aflame with icy resolve. They understood that they were about to face the main force of the orcs, vastly outnumbering them. A life-and-death struggle awaited. Yet, not a single soul faltered. The Broken Blade Fortress, the core stronghold, the stone bridge defense line. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as a stone-fisted giant smashed through the defensive structures on one side of the bridge. Debris flew. Dust swirled. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" Marquis Glenwill roared, shattering the skull of an orc warrior with a single blow. But fewer than 10 of his guards remained by his side. "My lord, retreat. Fall back to the fortress." His lieutenant cried hoarsely. "No." Glenwill's eyes blazed red. He would not yield an inch. "This is our grave. And the orcs as well. Kill." At that moment, whoa! A deep and penetrating horn sounded suddenly from the periphery of the orc encirclement. The horn carried a familiar, chilling desolation. "It is the horn of the north." An old soldier from the western region suddenly looked up, his eyes alight with disbelief. "The Blackrock Army. The Blackrock Army has arrived." Rumble. The earth began to tremble. The thunderous sound of hooves approached rapidly from afar. Behind the orc encirclement, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, mingled with the anguished wails of orc warriors. Heavy cavalry, phalanx formation, cut through them. Erect's cold voice resonated across the battlefield. Roar. 250 heavily armored Black Rock heavy cavalry, adorned in runic armor and wielding heavy lances, crashed into the weakest flank of the orc encirclement like a torrent from hell. Crack. Uft. The horrifying sounds of impact cascaded together. The unprepared orc infantry was torn apart as if made of paper. Iron hooves shattered bones. Lances pierced through flesh. An unstoppable charge tore a massive gap through the densely packed formation of orcs in an instant. Frostblade Rangers. Flank cover. Target the shamans. Erect's voice resounded once more. Whoosh. Hundreds of poisoned javelins shot forth from both sides like venomous serpents, accurately striking the orc shamans at the rear. Several bloodhowl shamans, in the midst of casting their spells, let out agonizing cries as they fell. Longbow guard. Covering fire. Suppress the orc counterattack. Whoosh. A torrential downpour of arrows enveloped the orc reinforcements attempting to fill the breach. Rinsmith. Firestorm. Clear the way. Boom. A searing wall of flames erupted among the orc ranks, instantly clearing the path to the stone bridge. Engineers. Earth barrier. Protect the entrance to the bridge. Buzz. Enormous, shimmering earth-toned rune shields sprang up, safeguarding the precarious entrance of the stone bridge. Marquis Glenwill. Erect galloped to the forefront of the bridge, his voice booming like thunder. Count Blackrock's command. Erect. Ordered to assist. My lord, follow me to break through. The Marquis. Witnessing this seemingly divine steel legion, and the banner of the gray wolf fluttering amidst the smoke, felt a surge of awe, excitement, and an indescribable blend of emotions. He raised his bloodied warhammer high. Warriors of the West, reinforcements have arrived. Follow me to break free. Kill. The desperate defenders erupted in a thunderous roar. With Erect's legion's support, they surged forth like a torrent, breaking through the orc encirclement. They launched a final countercharge toward the core of the fortress. Chapter 86. Guardians of the East. The beacon of hope at Broken Blade Fortress flickered defiantly in the face of Erect's seemingly miraculous reinforcements, like a candle in the wind. Resilient yet unextinguished, the stone bridge's defenses, shielded by the earth barrier rune, stood firm against the onslaught of the orc horde. Marquis Glenwell led the remaining defenders of the West, fighting back to back with Erect's elite from the north, engaged in a bloody struggle on the narrow bridgehead. Every inch of ground was soaked in blood. Roar! A stone-fist troll bellowed as it charged the bridge, its massive stone club crashing down upon the ruined shield with tremendous force. Buzz! The shield quaked violently. Its glow dimmed momentarily. Hold fast, Master Orlando. His complexion pale, part of his essence aiding Erect, commanded as his staff blazed with light. Behind him, dozens of rune mages exerted their utmost to maintain the shield. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Knock it down. Erect barked the order. Roar. 10 heavy cavalrymen spurred their steeds, crashing into the troll's lower body like a torrent of steel. Boom. The troll staggered under the impact. The stone club veered off, slamming down onto the bridge, sending debris flying. Longbow guard. Armor-piercing rune arrows. Target. The eyes. Fire. Erect's voice was as cold as steel. Whoosh. Several shimmering rune arrows struck true, piercing the troll's eye sockets. Aya! The troll emitted a horrifying wail, clutching its eyes and retreating in a frenzy, trampling the orcs behind it. Frostblade Rangers. Poison javelins. Cover the breach. Erect continued issuing commands. Whoosh. A barrage of javelins fell like a toxic rain upon the exposed gap left by the retreating troll, felling the advancing orc infantry with screams of agony. My lord. Push back. Erect turned to Glenwell. All right. Glenwell's eyes burned with fierce determination. The rune warhammer raised high. Warriors of the West, follow me to kill. Kill. With Erect's legion providing precise and lethal support, the defenders of the West unleashed their final surge of valor, driving the orcs back from the forefront of the stone bridge. They temporarily stabilized their precarious defensive line. Yet, all understood that this was merely a fleeting respite. The main orc force still surrounded the fortress core like an inexorable tide. Erect's contingent of 700 elite troops, akin to pebbles cast into the sea, stirred great waves but could not alter the overall disadvantage. The defense was on the brink of collapse once more. Just at this critical juncture, whoa, along. Resounding horn echoed from the eastern sky above Broken Blade Fortress, a sound as celestial as a divine call, instantly silencing the battlefield's clamor. Following this, the ground began to tremble, not from the violent trampling of the orcs, but from a synchronized, thunderous march. On the horizon, a colossal banner, embroidered with intertwining golden bows and anvils, rose majestically in the morning light. Beneath the banner was an endless tide of steel, the banner of the East. An old veteran from the West trembled with excitement, the Ironbow Duke. Reinforcements from Duke Igor Ironbow. The main force of the East has arrived. Ironbow, Ironbow, Ironbow. The deafening roar surged forth like a tsunami. The air was thick with overwhelming might and an unwavering belief in victory. On the eastern plains, at the forefront, approximately 5,000 heavy infantry, clad in thick steel plate armor, wielding enormous tower shields and polearms. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, resembling a moving wall of steel. The shields sparkled with the glow of sturdy runes. To the sides were tens of thousands of light infantry, armed with steel short swords and iron square shields. Quick and lethal. In the center was the renowned Sharpshooter Legion of the East, boasting over 5,000 members. They bore specially crafted longbows, quivers brimming with arrows. Their gazes sharp as eagles. Their formation was immaculate, exuding an aura of chilling lethality. In the rear, a massive contingent of heavy cavalry, both horse and rider clad in glimmering rune armor, wielding heavy lances, resembled slumbering steel behemoths. Above them soared dozens of enormous griffins, upon which rode the East's most elite aerial knights, armed with rune longbows and poisoned javelins. In the center of the formation was a grand golden war chariot drawn by 8 pure white steeds, an elder clad in dark golden runic armor, with hair and beard as white as snow and a visage as formidable as a lion, stood proudly, wielding an enormous runic war bow adorned with magical crystals. It was none other than the guardian of the Eastern Realm, Duke Igor Ironforge. Glenwell, my old comrade, it appears you have quite the lively scene here. Duke Igor's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, amplified by a runic sound device, echoing clearly across the battlefield. Laced with a hint of jest, yet brimming with immense authority and strength. Glenwell, the Marquis of Glenwell gazed upon the familiar banner and the vast, well-equipped main army of the Eastern Realm, an unprecedented brilliance igniting in his eyes. Despair was instantaneously supplanted by ecstasy. You old rascal. Finally deigned to crawl out of your Ironforge bastion, have you? Humph. If you had delayed any longer, your old bones would have been torn apart by orcs and fed to the dogs. Duke Igor snorted, lifting the massive runic war bow with deliberation, drawing back the bowstring. A runic arrow, crackling with blinding lightning, materialized from thin air. Warriors of the Eastern Realm, charge! The thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. Target, orc scum. Full assault. For the Eastern Realm. For the kingdom. Slay! Slay! The Eastern army surged forth like an unstoppable iron torrent, crashing violently into the periphery of the orc encirclement. The Cloudpiercer Archer Corps unleashed a volley of arrows, a torrential rain of death accurately blanketing the orc rear positions. Shamans, officers, and trolls fell in droves. The heavy infantry's tower shield phalanx moved like a rolling mountain, crushing all orc lines that dared to impede them. The charge of the heavy cavalry was akin to a thunderclap, instantly tearing through the orc flanks. Griffin Knights swooped down, their poisoned javelins striking true against the orc aerial units. The main force of the orcs found themselves ensnared, beset on all sides. Their frenzied onslaught faltered, and chaos began to spread. Glenwell, Duke Igor's voice rang out once more. What are you waiting for? Counterattack. Crush them. I. The Marquis of Glenwell's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. Warriors of the West, friends from the North, follow me to battle. For the West, for the North, slay. Erect raised his lance high, his voice cold yet powerful. The stone bridge defense collapsed with a thunderous crash as Glenwell led the remnants of the Western army, while Erect commanded the elite forces of the North, like two unsheathed blades piercing fiercely into the chaos of the orc ranks, flanking the Eastern army from within and without. The battlefield at the Broken Blade Fortress turned in an instant, plunging the orc main force into unprecedented confusion and panic. The scales of victory began to tip. Chapter 87. The Horn of Counterattack Sounds. Blackrock City. Central Command Room. On the magical sand table, the point representing the Broken Blade Fortress. That glaring crimson hue was rapidly fading. In its place, the golden brilliance, symbolizing the Eastern reinforcements, surged like a wildfire, engulfing the battlefield. My lord, the Eastern Realm. Duke Igor himself leads the main forces. They have arrived at the Broken Blade Fortress. The orc main force is in chaos, caught between an inside and outside assault. Lime's voice trembled with barely suppressed excitement. Excellent. Lin's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. The situation in the west has stabilized. The horn of counterattack has already sounded. Relay the orders to Erect. Coordinate with the Eastern and Western coalition. We must annihilate the orc main force. Yes. Lin's gaze shifted to the other three battle lines on the sand table, his eyes cold and resolute. It is time for us to settle the score. General Soren. Lin's voice echoed through the magical communication array, resonating with the blood rage. At your service. Soren's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet was imbued with a robust fighting spirit. Have the new Leviathan-class ships launched from Goldspike Harbor? Yes, my lord. 3 Leviathan-class vessels, 5 assault ships, and 2 support ships have all been launched and equipped with basic armaments. Good. Lin's voice was decisive. All forces advance. Target, Siren's Nest. Dark Elf Fleet. Clear the seas completely. Understood, my lord. Soren's eyes blazed with fervor. Navy. All hands, heed the command. Target, the open sea. The deep sea forbidden zone. Full speed ahead. Crush those scum. Tom. Orlando. Lin's voice turned towards Howling Wind Valley. My lord. Tom gasped, while Orlando's voice was somewhat weak. Has the solid ground runic array in Howling Wind Valley been completed? It has been completed, my lord. Orlando replied. Excellent. Lin's voice was as cold as steel. Hawk. Have you located the burrower's excavation source? Yes, my lord. Hawk's voice emerged from the shadows. In the deepest part of the mine is a vast natural cavern. There are spatial fluctuations, likely connecting to the shadowy realms. A multitude of burrowers is pouring forth from there. Very well. Lin's eyes gleamed with icy resolve. Tom. Orlando. Hawk. Listen closely. Activate the earthquake explosive runic array. Target, the cavern's spatial node. Collapse it completely. Seal the passage. Bury those underground vermin forever. Yes, my lord. The three responded in unison, their voices filled with unwavering resolve. Carl. Lin finally turned his attention to Stonefort. My lord. Carl's voice was steady and strong. The orc main force is occupied in the west. Your pressure has lessened, but do not let your guard down. Maintain strict surveillance over the Broken Blade Mountains. Be alert for any orc remnants that may slip through. Simultaneously, coordinate with Erect to eliminate all orc strongholds within the north. Understood, my lord. Orders flew forth like unsheathed swords, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, slicing through all directions. Off the coast of Goldspike Harbor, the deep sea forbidden zone. Woo woo woo. The somber sound of the sea conch echoed through the waves. General Soren stood at the bow of the newly launched Leviathan-class flagship Abyss, flanked by 3 fearsome Leviathan-class vessels. 5 swift assault ships, 2 support ships, and armed merchant vessels arriving from White River Harbor. An unprecedented naval fleet from Blackrock surged through the waves, heading straight for the Siren's Nest. General, a massive energy vortex has been detected ahead. Suspected dark elf magical node. The lookout called urgently. Very well. A cold light flickered in Soren's eyes. Leviathan-class vessels. Target, the vortex center. Anti-magic harpoons. Full power. Fire at will. Bang, bang, bang. 3 colossal harpoons, entwined with blinding silver light, tore through the ocean, akin to a judgment from the abyss, and struck fiercely at the heart of the whirlpool. A resounding explosion reverberated underwater. The whirlpool disintegrated instantaneously. A chilling wail echoed from the ocean's depths. Dark green blood stained the surface of the sea. The dark elf warships were spotted, 3 in total, retreating in haste. The lookout cried out once more. Attack vessels. Pursue at full speed. Crossbows. Suppressing fire. Do not let them escape. Support ships. Deploy deep-sea containment rune arrays. Seal off the area. Rune mages. Unite your spells. Tsunami impact. Target. Fleeing enemy vessels. Yes, my lord. On the surface, cannon fire roared. Magical brilliance illuminated the scene. The dark elf fleet, under absolute firepower, was swiftly annihilated, much like a cornered animal, deep within the Howling Wind Valley mines. In a vast cavern, Master Orlando, the rune array is fully charged. Master Tom, all demolition points are set. Captain Hawk, the troglodytes have been temporarily driven away. Good. Tom, bare-chested and muscular, raised the detonating rune plate with great force. Activate. Buzz. The cavern walls, inscribed with earthquake explosion runes, erupted in blinding earth-toned light. Tremendous energy surged chaotically. Boom. Tom pressed down hard on the rune plate. A thunderous cacophony echoed. The entire Howling Wind Valley trembled violently. The cavern's ceiling collapsed with a deafening roar. Massive rocks fell like torrential rain. The spatial nodes were violently torn apart. The passageways to the dark region were permanently sealed. The troglodytes, unable to escape, emitted desperate cries, entombed forever beneath tons of boulders. Outside the rock fortress, the limestone mountain path, Carl stood atop the city walls, leaning on his bone axe. He gazed towards the distant glimmering Blade Mountains, where flickering flames and battle cries emerged as Erect coordinated with the allied forces to purge the remaining enemies, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Dispatch orders. Reconnaissance teams advance. Search for remnants of the orcs. If found, eliminate without mercy. Yes, General. Blackstone City. Central Command Room. Lin stood before a massive magical sand table. On the table, the red light representing the orc main forces was swiftly consumed by the golden, eastern region, and silver, northern region, lights on the western battlefield. The deep blue whirlpool, representing the sea monsters, and dark elves completely dissipated towards Golden Spike Port. The yellow light representing the troglodytes permanently extinguished at the Howling Wind Valley. For battle lines. For intertwined lines of blood and fire. After immense sacrifices, the dawn of a full-scale counteroffensive had finally arrived. Lin slowly raised his hand, a point of brilliant starlight gathering at his fingertip. He gently tapped the sand table, and the 3 points of light representing the northern, western, and eastern regions instantaneously connected, forming a vast and indomitable triangle. The shield of the kingdom has been forged. Lin's voice was low yet powerful. It was now time for us to strike back with an iron fist. He turned abruptly, his gaze electrifying. Rhyme. At your service. Relay orders to the entire army. Mobilize. Prepare for battle. Target. Orc stronghold. Glimmering Blade Mountains. Skullcrush Valley. This time, we shall root them out and eliminate any future threats. Yes, my lord. Rhyme's voice brimmed with unparalleled excitement and reverence. Chapter 88. The Battle of Skullcrush Valley, Part 1. The Duke of the Eastern Region, Igor Iron Anvil, personally led the main force to reinforce, striking down upon the orc siege of the glimmering blade fortress with the might of a thunderous iron fist. The remnants of Marquis Glenwell's forces in the western region, alongside the elite troops of the northern region led by Erect, emerged like two unsheathed swords from the core fortress. The three-pronged coalition encircled the disarrayed orc main forces, tearing them asunder in an instant. Above the ruins of the glimmering blade fortress, the banners of the Grey Wolf, the wheat sheaf, and the iron bow fluttered amidst the smoke. The roars of soldiers, the wails of orcs, the clash of weapons, and the thunder of magic intertwined to create a symphony of victory that resonated throughout the land. The orc main forces were in disarray. Yet, the true decisive battle was only just beginning. The fleeing orcs, like cornered beasts, scampered back into the depths of the glimmering blade mountains under the relentless pursuit of the coalition forces. But all knew this was merely a temporary retreat. The heart of the orcs still lay within Skullcrush Valley. There resided their last and most formidable power. In the depths of the glimmering blade mountains, in Skullcrush Valley, the atmosphere here was no longer one of chaos and clamor, but rather suffused with a stifling sense of oppression and madness. A massive beast bone altar was stained dark red with blood, the air thick with the scent of iron and sulfur. The remaining tens of thousands of orc warriors, under the whip of the shaman's howl, were like trapped beasts, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty and desperate red light. Atop the altar stood two figures, resembling demonic entities from the depths of hell. Grom Skullcrusher. This blood-crazed shaman leader had succumbed to madness. His face was painted with a bizarre mixture of his own blood and the brain matter of his enemies, and atop his skeletal staff rested a massive, ominous red glowing magic crystal. He was bare-chested, his contorted muscles marred with vicious scars and flowing blood. His eyes were blood-red, emitting unintelligible roars. A wild, chaotic, and destructive energy emanated from him, warping the space around him. He seemed to be sacrificing himself, summoning some nameless, terrifying power. Morlis, the Shadow Weaver. This dark elf sorceress leader appeared extraordinarily composed, even exuding a hint of morbid elegance. She donned a lavish dark purple robe, intricately embroidered with twisted spiders and daggers. Her skin bore a sickly gray-purple hue, her elongated ears quivered slightly, and her face was concealed behind a metallic mask that revealed only her cold eyes. She held aloft a constantly rotating prism, composed entirely of pure shadows. Countless delicate threads of shadow energy, resembling spider silk, extended from the prism, connecting to dozens of dark elf mages and assassins encircling the altar. They were constructing a vast and intricate shadow magic array. Beneath the altar, a mountain of orc and human corpses was slowly being consumed by the shadow energy, transforming into nourishment for the array. A chilling, deathly silence, filled with malice, spread like a tide through the valley floor. Grom, you imbecile. Sacrifices are insufficient. Faster. Morris's voice hissed like a serpent, cold and urgent. The shadow veil requires more life energy to envelop the entire mountain range. We must transform this place into our domain. Roar. Grom responded with an even more ferocious roar, plunging his bone staff into his own chest. Dark green blood gushed forth, merging with the altar. The red light upon the altar surged dramatically, unleashing an even more chaotic and terrifying wave of energy. The sky appeared to darken ominously. They were summoning a malevolent deity. Stop them. The voice of Duke Igor thundered from the front lines of the coalition. His runic iron bow was drawn to its full extent. An arrow, entwined with blinding lightning, tore through the darkness and struck towards the dark elf sorceress atop the altar. Humph. Child's play. Morris scoffed, slightly rotating the shadow prism in her hand. A solid shadow shield materialized before her in an instant. Boom. The runic arrow collided violently with the shield, erupting in a blinding flash and a violent shockwave. The shield trembled violently, yet remained intact. Griffin Knights. Target, the altar. Dive bomb. Duke Igor commanded sharply. Roar. Dozens of griffins emitted earth-shattering roars, diving with their riders toward the altar. Poison javelins and incendiary bombs rained down upon the altar like a deluge. Shadow Sentinels. Intercept. Morris's voice was frigid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surrounding the altar, numerous shadows ascended like phantoms, dark elves' elite shadow blade assassins. Armed with poison daggers and shadow darts, they moved with lightning speed, engaging in a brutal melee with the griffin riders. Griffins fell with anguished cries, while assassins were pierced by javelins. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Advance. Crush these scum. Marquis Glenwell roared, wielding his runic war hammer, his voice hoarse yet powerful. He led the remnants of the Western forces and some Eastern heavy infantry, forming a torrent of steel to charge against the orc defenses in the valley below. Earthshaker warriors. For the tribe, annihilate the humans. The orc commander howled madly. The remaining orc warriors, spurred by the shaman's fervor, charged fearlessly toward the steel torrent. Boom. The two forces collided violently, flesh and blood flying, bones snapping, instantly transforming the scene into a horrific slaughterhouse. Sky Piercer archers. Target, the shamans. Free fire. The voice of Sir Therolin, injured but steadfast in command, rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Eastern Sky Piercer archers drew their bows like full moons. Specially crafted anti-magic runic arrows flew with deadly precision toward the shamans stationed behind the orc lines, causing many to scream as they fell. Nature's wrath. Entangle. The southern noble roared. Buzz. Countless resilient vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the charging orc infantry and slowing their advance. Elric. Lin's voice echoed in Elric's mind through magical communication. My lord. Elric led the Icefang Rangers like phantoms along the battlefield's edge. Target, the altar. Dark Elf mages. The Shadowfang scout team will assist you. At all costs, disrupt their spellcasting. Yes, my lord. Elric's eyes glinted coldly. Icefang Rangers. Poison spears. Target, the mages. Covering fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of lethal short spears shot toward the Dark Elf mages surrounding the altar like venomous serpents. Shadowblade assassins. Protect the mages. Morris screamed fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The Dark Elf assassins wielded their daggers, deflecting most of the short spears, but still, two mages were struck down with agonized cries. The light of the shadow array flickered momentarily. A prime opportunity. Shadowfang. Attack. Hawk's voice resonated from the shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shadows, like serpents merging into the darkness, suddenly appeared at the altar's edge. Poison daggers aimed directly at the vital nodes sustaining the array. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Morris's eyes. The shadow prism in her hand exploded with power. Shadow's grasp. Uft, uft. Massive hands formed from pure shadow appeared out of thin air, violently grasping the attacking Shadowfang scouts. The sounds of shattering bones were unmistakable. Hawk. Elric cried out in anguish. Humph. Ants. Morris sneered coldly. Carl. Lin's voice turned toward the direction of Rock Fortress. My lord. Carl's voice was steady and resolute. How is the cleanup of the orc remnants on your end? Essentially cleared, my lord. Good. Leave only the necessary guards. You will personally lead all heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, and longbow guard from Rock Fortress through the arcane teleportation array. Reinforce Skullcrush Valley. Yes, my lord. Carl's eyes burned with fierce determination. Buzz. A massive arcane portal illuminated outside Rock Fortress. Clad in blood-stained serpent-scale armor and wielding a colossal bone axe, Carl led the charge. Behind him were 2,000 heavy infantry clad in massive beastly shields, 500 heavy cavalry armed with lances, and 1,000 longbow guards bearing powerful bows. Surging into the portal like a torrent of steel. The battlefield of Skullcrush Valley. Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves and heavy footsteps. Led by Carl. The northern vanguard appeared on the battlefield like celestial warriors descending from the heavens. Brave warriors of the north. Carl pointed his bone axe forward, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. For Blackrock. For our noble count. Crush them. Roar. The heavily armored infantry formed a shield wall, akin to moving mountains, crashing into the orcs' flank, instantly tearing through their defenses. The charge of the heavy cavalry was like a thunderous storm, carving a bloody path through the chaotic orc ranks toward the altar. The rain of arrows from the longbowmen fell like a tempest of death, engulfing the shamans and dark elf assassins at the orcs' rear. Count Lin. Duke Igor observed this sudden steel legion with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. What a formidable army. Old friend Glenwell. We must put forth more effort. We cannot let the youth steal the spotlight. Duke Igor laughed heartily. Drawing his iron bow once more, he conjured a rune arrow entwined with the power of wind and thunder, targeting that mad shaman. Indeed, Marquis Glenwell raised his warhammer high. Warriors of the West, follow me to smash that altar. Kill. The morale of the coalition surged, their assault like an unstoppable tide. The orc defenses crumbled under relentless pressure. The Dark Elf assassins suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the Frostblade Rangers and Shadowfang. Atop the altar, Morass. Quick. Activate the Shadow Veil. Grom the Skullbreaker roared like a beast. Blood flowed profusely from the wound on his chest, yet madness glimmered fiercely in his eyes. The magic crystal atop his bone staff erupted with blinding crimson light. A chaotic and terrifying energy began to coalesce. Silence, fool. Moras's face turned ashen. The shadow crystal in her hand spun wildly. Countless strands of shadow energy fluctuated violently. Just a little more. Just a fraction. Block them. You have no chance left. A cold voice, like the chilling winds from the netherworld, suddenly resonated above the altar. Lin Costa, clad in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, wielding a rune sword embedded with the seal ring of the Blackstone Count, he descended slowly, stepping upon the void. An ethereal arcane radiance surrounded him. His gaze as frigid as ancient ice, resembling a deity surveying insignificant ants. From where does this power arise? It emanates from the regional magic tower at Blackrock City, tirelessly channeling immense arcane energy. Under the guidance of Master Orlando, the Magic Academy conducted relentless research, amalgamating the essence of runic arrays such as Earth's Fortitude, Storm's Respite, and Mist's Dispersion, ultimately crafting the Star Resonance rune array specifically for Lin after expending vast amounts of prestige. At this moment, Lin resonated with the core of the magic tower through the Count's seal ring, gathering arcane energy from within a radius of several dozen miles. Like a walking storm of arcane might, Lin Costa, Moras's pupils dilated in shock. For the first time, her masked visage displayed horror. She sensed the overwhelming and pure arcane power emanating from him, far beyond her expectations. Roar! Grom unleashed a more frenzied howl, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lin. The magic crystal atop his bone staff flared with crimson light. A massive, blood-red beam comprised of chaotic energy and tainted blood surged forth like a judgment from hell. Aimed directly at Lin. Trivial tricks. Lin scoffed coldly. He waved his rune sword effortlessly. Buzz. A pure, pale blue shield of starlight instantaneously unfurled. Boom. The blood-red beam collided violently with the shield, emitting a deafening roar. An energy storm swept through the vicinity. The shield trembled violently, yet remained unyielding. What? Grom's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Moras. Together. Kill him. Grom screamed frantically. Shadow weave. Web of death. A fierce glint flashed in Moras's eyes. The shadow crystal in her hand erupted with blinding violet-black light. Countless solidified strands of shadow energy wove together like living creatures, forming a colossal net exuding an aura of death, descending upon Lin. Where the net passed, the very fabric of space seemed to corrode. Foolish display. Lin's gaze sharpened like a blade. He clenched his left hand, a rune sphere of pure arcane energy coalescing instantaneously. Arcane. Deconstruct. Buzz. The sphere erupted with blinding white light. Wherever the light touched, the seemingly indestructible shadow net dissolved like snow in the sun. Puff. Moras staggered back as if struck, spitting forth a mouthful of violet blood. Her eyes filled with utter astonishment. It is over. Lin's voice was cold and merciless. He raised his rune sword high. Upon its blade, resplendent starlight gathered frantically. A terrifying wave of energy capable of rending the heavens and earth spread forth. Starfall. Judgment. No. Moras and Grom cried out in despair simultaneously. The radiant sword of starlight, akin to the dawn piercing the eternal night, descended with the might to judge all. Aimed directly at the two architects of doom atop the altar, the climactic battle for Skullbreaker Valley approached its final judgment. Chapter 90. The dawn of victory. Lin's icy voice echoed like a divine decree throughout Skullbreaker Valley. The brilliant sword forged from pure starlight, bearing the power to judge all, tore through the darkened sky, striking down upon the beast bone altar. Boom! A thunderous roar akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. The blinding starlight instantaneously engulfed the two frenzied figures upon the altar. From the Skullbreaker's raging crimson energy melted away like ice and snow. Moras the Shadow Weaver's meticulously constructed shadow array shattered like fragile spider silk. A terrifying shockwave, tangible as a tsunami, erupted from the altar, spreading outwards. Puff. Grom emitted a final, despairing, discordant scream, along with his skeletal staff and the ominous magic crystal, thoroughly obliterated in the purest starlight. Moras's mask shattered, revealing a face twisted in horrific shock, tinged with gray and purple. She attempted to fend off the onslaught with the shadow crystal, but it melted instantaneously as if it were an ice cube cast into a furnace. A brief, piercing scream escaped her lips before the merciless starlight engulfed her entirely, leaving not a trace of dust behind. The altar, along with dozens of dark elf mages and assassins surrounding it, vaporized beneath the cataclysmic radiance as if caught in the blazing sun, leaving behind only a vast, bottomless charred pit, the edges of which were transformed into a glassy state by the intense heat, exuding a pungent aroma of sulfur and charred remains. The entire Skullcrush Valley was plunged into a deathly silence. On the battlefield, both the frenzied charging orcs and the bloodied coalition soldiers were awestruck by this divine retribution. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. After a brief silence, the coalition erupted into a deafening, ecstatic roar. Victory! We have triumphed. Long live the Count. Long live the North. Exterminate the orcs. Not a single one shall remain, deprived of their leader and the shaman's blessings. The remaining orc warriors appeared as though their very spines had been wrenched away. The bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes swiftly faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. They emitted terrified wails, discarding their weapons and scattering like headless flies in all directions. All troops, pursue. Eliminate the remaining foes. Leave no survivors. Duke Igor's voice resonated across the battlefield like a tolling bell. He drew his iron bow once more, and a runic arrow whistled through the air, piercing the skull of an orc commander attempting to flee. Kill! Roared Marquis Glenwell, Carl, and Erect in unison. The tide of steel surged forth once more, utterly overwhelming the remaining orcs as if they were mere ants beneath a crushing weight. Despairing screams echoed through the valley, quickly drowned out by the furious shouts of coalition soldiers and the clash of weapons. 3 days later, on the battlefield of Skullcrush Valley, the smoke had not yet fully dissipated, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Yet, order had been restored. Coalition soldiers were diligently clearing the battlefield. Engineers and garrison troops moved like industrious ants amidst the mountain of corpses, carefully collecting and washing the remains of their fallen comrades, covering them with white cloth and arranging them neatly in a makeshift mortuary. Each body represented a valiant soul that had spilled blood for the kingdom. Meanwhile, the corpses of orcs, cave dwellers, and dark elves were gathered and transported to a massive incineration pit, doused in oil and set ablaze. The towering black smoke and acrid stench served as the grim testament to this brutal war. Loot assessment. Lame personally oversaw the operations, surrounded by numerous clerks and guards, busily working in the temporary warehouse area. The arsenal consisted of confiscated orc great axes, wolf-toothed clubs, bone armor, and rudimentary iron implements piled high. Although the craftsmanship was crude, the materials themselves, fine iron, beast bones, and rare ores, were of considerable value. Particularly notable were the poisoned daggers and shadow darts seized from the Dark Elf assassins, as well as a few well-preserved runic items, which were worth a fortune. Magical items, from the ruins of the destroyed altar. Several intact Dark Elf runestones and fragments of Grom crystal were excavated. These items, imbued with potent dark energy, were personally sealed by Master Orlando for future study at the Magical Academy. Resources, deep within Skullcrush Valley. Several rich open-air iron and sulfur mines occupied by orcs were discovered, a delightful surprise. Intelligence. Hawk's Shadowfang scout team, while clearing the battlefield, extracted crucial information from a dying Dark Elf mage regarding the entrances to the Shadowlands, the Dark Elf capital of Spiderweb City, and the potential existence of the Spider Queen Ross's cult. Merit statistics. The clerks of each legion toiled through the night in makeshift tents. They meticulously recorded each soldier's kill count, captures, rescues, and acts of destruction based on battlefield records, officer eyewitnesses, squad member testimonies, confiscation receipts, etc. This data would directly influence post-war rewards, promotions, and pensions. Carl, Erect, and the commanders from the eastern and western regions personally participated in the review to ensure fairness. Wounded treatment. Massive field hospital tents stretched endlessly. The accompanying physicians, nature mages, and life mages worked tirelessly. The pungent aroma of herbs mingled with the faint scent of blood. Heavily injured soldiers received priority treatment, with horrifying sights of severed limbs, internal injuries, and poisoning. However, the physicians, skilled in their craft and aided by magical potions and healing spells, endeavored to save every life. Lightly wounded soldiers bandaged each other or assisted their more severely injured comrades. The atmosphere was heavy, yet brimming with the hope of life. Troop reorganization. Each legion began preliminary restructuring and recuperation. The Northern Army, led by Erect, had lost nearly 1/3 of the Iceblade Rangers, yet their formation remained intact, and morale was high. Carl's forces from Rock Fortress suffered relatively light casualties, with the heavy infantry's tower shield formation playing a crucial role in the final charge. The longbowmen had expended a significant number of arrows, but personnel losses were minimal, preserving overall combat effectiveness. The Western Army faced the gravest losses. Marquis Glenwell's elite guard was nearly annihilated, and the defenders were reduced to less than 3/10 of their strength. Sir Arthur Rowland fell into a deep coma from injuries sustained upon witnessing the victory and is currently being rescued. The Western Army will require an extended period of rest and reconstruction. The Eastern Army, as the fresh force, experienced relatively manageable losses. The Cloudpiercer archers played a pivotal role in long-range suppression with minimal casualties. Heavy infantry and cavalry suffered some losses during the frontal charge. The Griffin Knights lost a few griffins and riders, yet their overall combat strength remained formidable. In the temporary command tent, Count Lin, Duke Igor, and Marquis Glenwell, bandaged and pale but still conscious, gathered around a massive sand table. The atmosphere was solemn and grave. This battle was a Pyrrhic victory. Prince Igor's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Although the orc forces had been annihilated and the dark elf schemes thwarted, the cost was exceedingly high. He cast a glance at Glenvale, noting the near devastation of the western territories. A fleeting pain flickered in the eyes of Marquis Glenvale, quickly replaced by resolute determination. The West shall be rebuilt. The fallen warriors will not have died in vain. This blood debt will one day be repaid to those subterranean vermin and the dark filth. The dark elves would not relent. Lin's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling edge. The defeat at Skullcrush Valley was a profound humiliation for them. The faith of the Spider Queen Rose would demand vengeance. They would undoubtedly return, and next time, perhaps in a more clandestine and lethal manner. Humph. A horde of rats scurrying in the shadows. Prince Igor scoffed. Should they dare to show their faces, my East's penetrating arrows shall ensure they never return. The immediate priority. Lin tapped his fingers on the table, was to stabilize the situation, heal wounds, and gather strength. The reconstruction of the West, the Blackrock territory, would provide full support for the rebuilding efforts. Basic supplies such as food, timber, and stone would be supplied. Simultaneously, the Rockstone Trading Company would open trade routes to aid in the economic recovery of the West. The compensation for the fallen soldiers would be partially advanced by Blackrock. Northern defenses, the Howling Wind Valley mine tunnels, have been sealed. However, they must be monitored long-term. Carl shall command from Rockstone Fortress, tasked with eliminating all remaining threats within the north. The Navy of Goldspike Port, led by Soren, would expand its patrols, diligently guarding against dark elven incursions by sea. Intelligence sharing. Captain Hawk's intelligence regarding the Dark Elves will be forwarded to the military office in the capital, as well as the East and West. A tripartite intelligence sharing mechanism will be established to collectively address the threats from the dark regions. Distribution of spoils. The spoils of war will be allocated based on pre-battle contributions. The North will have the first choice of magical items and some rare minerals for magical research and equipment upgrades. The remaining arms and resources will be distributed as needed between the East and West. Compensation for the fallen will be prioritized from the spoils. Count Lin understood the greater good. A flicker of gratitude crossed Marquis Glenvale's eyes. The West would remember this. Indeed, the distribution plan is reasonable. Prince Igor nodded. The East will assist the West in swiftly restoring order. System notification. Detected host has completed an epic battle, the final battle of Skullcrush Valley. Combat assessment. Glorious victory. Annihilated the main orc forces, approximately 80,000. Destroyed the Dark Elf schemes. Slain the orc leader Grom Skullcrusher. Slain the Dark Elf leader Mora's Shadow Weaver. Captured a substantial amount of strategic materials. Earned reputation reward. 500,000 points. Epic victory. Current reputation. 500,000 1,000 daily. A torrent of reputation surged forth. Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This substantial reputation would serve as the strongest foundation for the future development of the North. Rhyme. Lin turned to the standing official. At your service. Commence immediately. Compensation and burial. All fallen soldiers, regardless of the North, West, or East, shall be richly interred in the newly constructed Heroes Cemetery at Rockstone Fortress. Erect monuments to commemorate their deeds. Compensation will be dispersed at the highest standard, triple the amount. Ensure their families are well cared for. Placement of the wounded. Severely injured individuals will receive treatment from the Magic Academy and the Temple of Life. At any cost. Lightly injured personnel will be properly accommodated for recuperation. Storage of spoils. All captured items will be accounted for and stored according to the plan. Magical items and fragments will be entrusted to Master Orlando for research. Troop rotations. Aside from essential guard units, the entire army shall be rotated for rest. Resupply provisions. Repair equipment. Reconstruction planning. A detailed plan for the West's reconstruction will be formulated. The Blackrock workshops will prioritize the production of tools and materials needed for rebuilding. Yes, my lord. Rhyme bowed in acknowledgement, his eyes sparkling with efficiency. Lin stepped out of the grand tent, standing high above, surveying the valley that had just endured the baptism of blood and fire. The twilight sun cast its golden glow upon the charred earth, reflecting the busy figures of soldiers and fluttering banners. The air still carried the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, yet a breath of hope was quietly taking root. The war has ended, Lin murmured softly to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, yet more so with a sense of relief and resolve. However, peace must be guarded with even greater strength. His gaze drifted to the distant, shadowed depths of the shattered Blade Mountains. He knew the Dark Elf's shadow had not dissipated. The threat from the dark regions still loomed. But at this moment, armed with 500,000 in reputation, backed by a formidable steel army, and united with the east, west, and north, he possessed the confidence to safeguard peace. Send word. Lin's voice resonated once more, steady and powerful. The Blackrock territory shall enter the post-war reconstruction phase. Our goal, to recuperate and prepare, forging the true shield of the North. As the commands were disseminated, the entire coalition camp, indeed the entire North, began to emerge from the wounds of war, steadily advancing toward a future filled with hope. However, in an unnoticed shadowy corner, at the edge of the charred pit of Skullcrush Valley, a seemingly inconspicuous crack in the lava-covered rocks revealed an almost imperceptible shadow energy, writhing like a dying serpent. Chapter 91 Marquee, Unification of the North. In the chamber of the Privy Council in the capital city of Golden Lion, the light of the crystal chandelier danced beneath the gilded dome. 12 attendants clad in finery held gilded scepters, standing in 2 rows. The aged king reclined upon his obsidian throne, his wrinkled fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Your Majesty, Marshal Raymond, the Minister of Military Affairs, knelt on one knee, the clash of his armor against the marble floor resonating crisply. The report of our great victory in the north has been verified. Count Lin Costa led the coalition to completely annihilate the main orc forces of 80,000 at Skullcrush Valley. This is the kingdom's most glorious victory over the orcs in 30 years. The Minister of Finance, Varian, scoffed, the golden embroidery upon his silk cuffs shimmering in the light. The marshal seems overly enthusiastic. As far as I know, this so-called great victory came at a heavy cost to our forces as well. Not to mention the profound pause he took. Count Lin's unilateral consolidation of the northern territories has long surpassed the privileges granted to the nobility. Surpassed? Raymond turned sharply, the metals on his chest clinking. For if it were not for Count Lin's valiant efforts, the orc army would have already crossed the broken Blade Mountains. Has Lord Varian perhaps forgotten the Blood Moon disaster from 20 years ago? A murmur of low discussions erupted within the hall. The elder nobles instinctively touched their chests, where remnants of scars from the orc attacks still lingered. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Soros, cleared his throat, his silver-white beard quivering slightly. Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Lord Varian's concerns are not without merit. However, while the main orc forces have been vanquished, the threat of the Dark Elves still looms. He turned towards the throne, his voice steady and powerful. Your Majesty, I propose granting Count Lin the title of Guardian of Golden Valley and officially placing that disputed territory under his jurisdiction. Absurd. Varian banged the table, the crystal wine glasses rattling violently. Golden Valley produces 20% of the kingdom's total grain yield. Handing it over to a border count? Has Lord Soros lost his wits? The one confused is you. Raymond's eyes widened in fury. Golden Valley has long been under Count Lin's effective control. Rather than appointing a puppet governor to restrain Lin, it would be wiser to entrust him with stabilizing the northern territories. The elderly king slowly raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. His murky gaze swept over the assembly, finally landing on the previously silent head of the Royal Mage Corps. Augustus, what does the master think? The white-robed mage opened his half-closed eyes, the gem atop his staff glowing with a ghostly blue light. The shadow of the Dark Elves is spreading. During the Battle of Skullcrush Valley, we detected powerful waves of shadow energy. His voice was hoarse, like dry leaves rustling. The North requires a sharp sword. The hall once more descended into silence. The Minister of Finance, Varian, wore a troubled expression, ultimately settling back into his seat. The king's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. Draft the decree. Elevate Lin Costa to hereditary marquis. Confer upon him the title of Guardian of Golden Valley, and permanently assign Golden Valley to the jurisdiction of Blackrock territory. Furthermore, grant him the authority to establish the Northern Council. Blackrock City. Lord's Hall. Lin set down the gilded decree, his fingertips gently tracing the 4 golden characters denoting hereditary marquee. Outside the window, snowflakes fell and crystallized upon the glass, while the flames in the hearth cast his shadow against the stone wall, rendering him particularly imposing. Rame, Lin's voice shattered the silence. At your service? The civil officer stepped forward, quill poised on parchment. Record the following orders. Lin approached the sand table at the center of the hall, the miniature model of Black Rock territory coming to life in the firelight. He pointed towards the newly demarcated area of Golden Valley. First, establish the Golden Valley Development Office, which you shall personally head. Deploy 300 engineers and 50 nature mages, with the primary task of repairing the irrigation system. His finger traced an imaginary canal, directing the tributary of the White River, constructing 3 main canals to serve 12 key grain-producing areas. Second, agricultural reform. Lin picked up a model of wheat from the sand table, promoting the cold-resistant frostblade rye, a new variety hybridized by Master Orlando from glacial grass and winter wheat. Implement an 11% tax, 30% lower than neighboring territories. Rame's quill flew across the parchment, ink droplets spreading into tiny black spots. Third, workshop production. Lin turned to Tom, the head of the engineering office. Prioritize the production of improved agricultural tools. Iron plows should have a reinforced base, and the plowheads must be fitted with soil-breaking runes. The water wheel blades should be made from lightweight ironwood, and the bearing parts must be forged from high-quality steel. Tom scratched his calloused palm. My lord, the output of high-quality steel may expand the furnace, Lin interjected. Allocate 50,000 gold coins from the spoils to procure 10 sets of refining equipment. Additionally, establish 2 new iron mines in Golden Valley. System notification. Detected that the host has achieved an epic achievement. Unification of the Northern Territories. Received reputation reward, 500,000 points. New permissions unlocked. Advanced Lord system functions. New buildings unlocked. Magic Academy, Advanced. Arcane Dock, Elemental Forge, Premium Stud. New troop type unlocked. Arcane Heavy Cavalry. Requires magical warhorses, runic heavy armor. Territory prosperity has surpassed the threshold. Daily reputation gain increased to 500 points. Current reputation, 1,000,000 points. 500 points daily. Lin's pupils constricted slightly. This unprecedented surge of reputation ignited a multitude of possibilities in his mind. Carl. He turned to the commander of the heavy infantry. At your command. The robust general stepped forward, his armor clanking. Deploy 2,000 heavy infantry to garrison Golden Valley, focusing defenses on 3 key locations: Goldwheat City, Whitestone Town, and Iron Pine Fortress. Lin's fingers tapped 3 times emphatically on the sand table, assigning 500 elite soldiers to each location, with the remaining 500 forming a mobile patrol unit. Erect. The commander of the Frostblade Rangers knelt on one knee. My lord. Add 300 rangers to patrol the Broken Blade Mountains and Howling Wind Valley. Lin retrieved a scroll from his bosom. It was the newly designed Frostscar light armor, reduced in weight by 30% and enhanced in defense by 50%. The workshop would prioritize its supply. Tom. The workshop's supervisor hastily bowed. At your command. The workshop shall implement a 3-shift rotation. Monthly production targets: 2,000 iron plows, 50 water wheels, and 5,000 high-quality steel tools. Lin paused. Additionally, secretly developed this. He produced a glowing blue blueprint from his sleeve. Tom's eyes widened as he beheld it. Is this an improved design for the siege crossbow? A miniature version. Lin lowered his voice, easily carried by a single person, with a range of 300 paces, specifically designed to counter heavy armor. Code name: Dragon Slayer, exclusively produced in the Black Rock Workshop, with all craftsmen signing confidentiality agreements. 3 months later, at the newly established horse farm on the outskirts of Black Rock City, the cold wind of early winter howled, swirling snowflakes. Chapter 92. Large-scale troop production. Lin, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, stood on the viewing platform of the newly constructed horse farm. Below lay a 500-acre training area, where 200 quality stallions underwent adaptive training under the guidance of their trainers. My lord, please take a look. Old Jack pointed to a magnificent steed, its coat as white as snow, a swift stallion imported from the Golden Plains of the south, boasting an impressive breeding success rate of 90%. Beside it stood a horse with a black mane, descended from the northern snowfields, renowned for its exceptional cold resistance. Lin's gaze traversed the horse ranch. The fences were crafted from ironwood soaked in fire-retardant solution, while the feed storage was equipped with temperature-regulating runes. Even the horseshoes bore wind runes designed to lighten their weight. Over the past 3 months, he had invested a staggering 100,000 gold coins. How is the first batch of hybrid foals? Old Jack exclaimed with delight. All 80 have survived. They grow 30% faster than ordinary foals. Look over there. He gestured towards the training ground in the southeast. 20 of them are ready to commence basic training. Lin nodded slightly. These warhorses would be outfitted for the most elite magical heavy cavalry, a pivotal asset in his struggle against the Dark Elves. System notification. Summary of 3 months of development. Agricultural output increased by 200. New irrigation channels of 800 miles constructed, expanding irrigated area 5-fold. Industrial capacity enhanced by 300. 50 Dragon Hunter crossbows have been produced. Navy expansion of 150. All new warships equipped with water jet propulsion systems. Progress in magical research. 45. The breaking concealment runes have entered the testing phase. Horse ranch cultivation progress. 30. The first batch of warhorses will be ready for use in 6 months. Total daily reputation gained. 135,000 points. 1. 500 points per day for 90 days. Current reputation. 1. 135,000 points. 1. 500 points per day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin stood atop the highest arcane tower in Blackrock City, surveying the burgeoning metropolis below. Over 100,000 reputation points swirled within the system, akin to an unfathomable source of magical energy. Standing on the observation deck of the arcane tower, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowed gently in the breeze. Under his governance, the Northern Realm had undergone a transformative metamorphosis in just 3 months, and today, he would transmute this million points of reputation into formidable war machinery. System panel, current reputation, 1. 135,000 points. 1. 500 points per day. With a flick of his fingers through the air, the million points of reputation surged within him like bubbling magma. Each digit represented an elite warrior. Every expenditure would forge the sturdiest defenses of the North. System. Lin called inwardly, commencing the summoning. Summon Heavy Infantry X3,000. Elite Infantry X5,000. Summoning in progress, on the training grounds outside Blackrock City. A blinding white light cascaded like a river of stars. 8,000 heavily armored warriors formed a cohesive line, their tower shields interlocked like a moving fortress. The steel short swords gleaming coldly in the morning light. Summon Longbow Guard X15,000. Summoning in progress, to the east of the parade ground. Archers wielding powerful bows stood like a forest. Their specially crafted armor-piercing arrows shimmered menacingly in their quivers, each archer capable of accurately striking targets 300 paces away. Summon Ice Blade Cavalry X5,000. Summoning in progress. The stables erupted with thunderous neighing. 5,000 northern warhorses donned rune-etched armor, with cavalrymen brandishing poison-short spears. Their swift tactical maneuvers would become the most fearsome nightmare for their foes. Summon Heavy Cavalry X2,000. Summoning in progress. The ground trembled beneath the weighty hoofbeats. A cluster of cavalry, clad in rune-etched heavy armor and wielding 3-meter-long heavy lances, charged forth like an iron tide, capable of crushing any defense. Summon Rune Mages X500. Summoning in progress. In the square before the Magic Academy, 500 robed rune mages simultaneously raised their staffs. Arcane energy wove a web in the air, poised to unleash devastating combined spells at any moment. Summon Engineers X5000. Summoning in progress. The workshop district erupted in thunderous cheers. 5,000 engineers, adept in construction, machinery, and demolition, would ensure that every fortress in the north was impregnable and every war machine lethal and precise. Summoning complete. Total expenditure, 1,000. 000 reputation. Remaining reputation, 135,000. Lin's pupils reflected this newly formed steel legion. The heavy infantry's tower shield formations resembled moving mountains. The longbow guard's rain of arrows obscured the sky. The ice blade cavalry's curved blades glinted fiercely. The heavy cavalry's charge was unstoppable. The arcane radiance of the rune mages was heart-stopping, and the engineer's efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. Cal, Erect, Tom. Lin's voice pierced the heavens. At your service. The 3 commanders knelt with a resonant clatter of armor. Immediately reorganized the new army. Heavy infantry to garrison Rock Fortress. Longbow Guard to disperse to various strongholds and watchtowers. Iceblade Cavalry to patrol ahead. Heavy Cavalry to serve as a strategic reserve. Rune Mages and Engineers to deploy as planned. Understood, my lord. Lim stepped forward. The administrative officer's record board filled with reorganization plans. My lord, with an additional 20,000 troops, our logistical pressure will be manageable. Food reserves can sustain us for 3 months. Lin interrupted. The cold-resistant rye from Golden Valley will arrive next week. The workshop's output has tripled, and new armor and weapons are rolling off the assembly line. Master Orlando's staff tapped the ground. The Magic Academy has completed research on endurance runes. Soldiers' stamina consumption will reduce by 20%. The Earth Nourishment rune arrays are also being promoted in the experimental fields, with a projected 30% increase in food production. Lin nodded slightly. This steel tide, forged from 1,000,000 reputation points, would become the most formidable shield and sharpest sword of the North. The remaining reputation and the daily increment of 500 points would ensure this army remains in peak condition. As the sun set, Lin stood atop the arcane tower, gazing down at the city awakening like a colossal beast. The sounds of drills from the barracks, the clang of forging from the workshops, and the chants from the Magic Academy intertwined into a symphony of steel. The power of 1,000,000 prestige points is taking root and flourishing upon this land. In the face of this force, the threats posed by dark elves and orcs will inevitably dissipate like morning mist. Chapter 93. Conspiracy in the royal capital. Upon the scorched earth of Skullcrush Valley lay the remnants of orcs, dark elves, and coalition soldiers. Lin arrived at the edge of a vast pit, cleaved by the Starfall sword, his silver-gray wolfskin cloak billowing in the blood-scented cold wind. His eyes, as piercing as the Arctic tundra, fixated on the glassy rock formed by the intense heat at the pit's bottom. My lord, came the voice of Rame, the ever-efficient civil servant, who held a thick sheaf of parchment. In this battle, we have annihilated over 53,000 orc main forces, and 420 dark elf mages and assassins, while destroying 1 altar. Our casualties total 2,100 dead, with 800 severely injured, and countless others lightly wounded. Lin nodded slightly, silently acknowledging the consumption of 35,000 prestige points to replenish the battle losses. Yet, his gaze remained locked on a seemingly unremarkable crevice in the lava, where shadow energy, imperceptible to the average eye, writhed like a dying serpent. In a hushed tone, Hawk Lin commanded, "Bring 3 of the most elite scouts. Use the anti-magic runic daggers to pry open the 3rd lava slab in the southeast corner of the pit. Remember, do not touch anything directly with your hands." Understood. Hawk's figure melted into the night like a specter, accompanied by 3 equally ghostly scouts as they descended into the abyss. Their movements were as precise as clockwork. The specially crafted runic daggers easily pried apart the seemingly ordinary lava slab. "My lord, we have made a discovery." Hawk's voice echoed through the communication rune. Beneath the slab lies a shard of purple-black crystal, enveloped in shadow energy. Lin's pupils constricted sharply. That shard was the core remnant of the shadow prism held by Morris, the Shadow Weaver. It should have been obliterated under the Starfall judgment. Yet it had inexplicably survived and was slowly absorbing the lingering death energy from the battlefield. "Seal it with a triple confinement runic box and send it immediately to Master Orlando's laboratory," Lin commanded coldly, his voice brooking no dissent. "This matter is known only to you 4. "Yes, my lord." At Blackrock City, in the Magic Academy's Triple Barrier Laboratory. Master Orlando's fingertips shimmered with a faint purple arcane glow as he carefully levitated the shadow shard, now confined by multiple runes. The shard trembled within the confinement field, pulsating like a living being, exuding a chilling aura. "My lord," the old mage spoke with unprecedented gravity, "this shard is not a natural remnant. It is a meticulously designed shadow beacon, continuously transmitting encrypted spatial coordinates. The receiving end points towards the depths of the shadow realm." Lin's fingers unconsciously tapped the obsidian table. "Can it be traced back?" "It requires time and a substantial amount of energy crystals," Orlando replied, inhaling deeply. "At least 100,000 gold coins worth of pure magic crystals and the collaboration of 50 rune mages for the casting." Agreed. Lin did not hesitate. "Allocate the necessary resources from the Howling Wind Valley's treasury. Rame, provide full cooperation." "Yes, my lord." In Golden Valley, at the city of Gold Wheat, Carl donned blood-stained serpent scale armor, leaning on a bone axe as he stood atop the city walls where the banner of the Frost Wolf had been raised once more. Below, engineers directed captured orc laborers to clear rubble and repair the gate shattered by siege weaponry. The air was thick with the scents of lime and charred wood. "General," the adjutant presented a sheepskin scroll, having completed the inventory. "We have seized 12 intact granaries, with approximately 80,000 tons of provisions, 3 complete smelting workshops, and 60,000 acres of undamaged farmland. The treasury has been relocated by Roderick, leaving only 30,000 gold lions. Rations will be distributed per capita. Prioritizing our troops and civilians involved in reconstruction, Carl's voice was hoarse. The workshops will be taken over by Tom to produce farming tools. Has the agricultural officer sent by Lord Rame arrived? He has arrived and is currently surveying the land to promote frost-resistant rye. Good. Carl gazed toward the northwest, where the Broken Blade Mountains loomed in twilight like a slumbering beast, reinforced with 3 squads of Frostblade Rangers to monitor all mountain passes. The Dark Elves will not relent. At Goldfinch Port, in the dock area, Admiral Soren stood on the deck of the newly constructed Abyss, a Siren Slayer-class battleship, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent. In the harbor, the keels of 5 main vessels had been laid, their enormous silhouettes casting long shadows under the setting sun. Admiral, the shipwright reported, wiping sweat from his brow. The reverse engineering of the water jet propulsion system 39 has been successful. The new vessel's speed is expected to increase by 20%. Excellent. A glimmer sparked in Soren's eyes. Notify Master Orlando and request the Rune team to assist in installing the anti-magic harpoon launchers. Additionally, prioritize the deployment of that batch of deep-sea detection rune arrays on the patrol vessels. He gazed toward the distant horizon, where the remnants of sirens once floated. The Dark Elves' deep-sea scouts haunted his thoughts like specters. In the royal capital, in the Privy Council's secret chamber, flickering candlelight illuminated the grim visage of Chief Minister Soros. Across from him sat Marshal Raymond, the Minister of Military Affairs, and Minister Varian. Lin Costa Soros tapped rhythmically on the obsidian tabletop. A border baron, in a short span, has annexed Storm Fortress, dismantled Golden Valley, and annihilated the Orc main force. He now possesses the wealthiest Golden Valley in the north, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Varian scoffed. He is unilaterally consolidating territories, akin to secession. Secession? Marshal Raymond sneered. Every battle he fights has been endorsed by the Privy Council, whether it be bandit suppression, rebellion quelling, or defending against orcs. Has he not achieved great merit in all? Now he sits atop the strongholds of Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Goldfinch Port, with fierce generals like Carl, Erect, and Soren under his command. Soros slowly unfurled a scroll of confidential reports. What is more troublesome is the Dark Elves. In the Battle of Skullcrush Valley, Lin seized their rune core. According to reports from Night Owl spies, there have been unusually frequent arcane fluctuations in the magic tower of Blackrock City. Speaking of which, could the unusual magical fluctuations from the Second Prince's territory be related? The 3 conversed in hushed tones. The candlelight crackled, casting shadows that danced menacingly upon the walls. In the Lord's study of Blackrock Castle, Lin stood before a vast sand table representing the northern territories. The banner of the Grey Wolf, emblematic of Blackrock, now draped over Stone Fortress, Golden Valley, Howling Wind Valley, and Goldspike Harbor, forming an immense triangular defense system. His fingers traced the fertile lands of Golden Valley, ultimately pausing at a blank area on the edge of the sand table, marked as the suspected entrance to the 34th Dark Region, tentative, lame. His subordinate reported on 3 matters. First, reconstruction of the Western Territories. In the name of the Guardians of the North, aid was to be provided to Marquis Glenwell. 50,000 tons of grain, 100,000 cubic meters of timber, and 200,000 gold coins. The condition, the reorganization plan for the Western Army must be reviewed by the Blackrock Military Advisory Group. Second, naval expansion. The shipyard at Goldspike Harbor would triple its production capacity with a new objective, to establish a fleet capable of blockading Skullcrack Bay within a year. Third, the reverse engineering of the Shadow Beacon was classified as top secret, codenamed Shadow Digger, with an unlimited supply of necessary resources. Lame quickly noted, understood. Additionally, from the capital, Chief Minister Soros sent a confidential letter inquiring about the distribution of orc spoils and the sharing of intelligence regarding Dark Elves. Chapter 94. Invasion. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Lin's mouth. Reply. The orc spoils have been allocated for the compensation of fallen soldiers and the defense of the North. The matter of Dark Elves will be handled solely by the Blackrock domain. System notification. Territorial governance decisions effective. Golden Valley development. 15. Food reserves increased to 200. Navy construction speed. 30. Demon Spear technology unlocked. Shadow Digger project initiated. Consuming 50,000 to accelerate reverse engineering. Current prestige. 50,001. 500 daily points. A surge of immense prestige flooded into the system. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin's eyes. This resource would transform into a blade aimed at the dark regions. In the depths of Howling Wind Valley's mine, The captain of the guard pressed against the rock wall, his torch trembling slightly in his hand. Faint cracking sounds emerged from behind the rocky facade, as if something were gnawing at the stone. The captain's voice, tinged with suppressed fear, drew nearer. Silence. Is there a response from Master Tom's geomancy sensor? There's a seismic source at a depth of 300 meters, moving upward. Send a signal. Prepare the asphyxiating poison mist. At that moment, a hum resonated. The rock wall erupted with a web-like pattern of purple light. A narrow fissure suddenly tore open. Dozens of palm-sized burrowing worms, their shells gleaming with metallic luster, surged forth like a tide. Their sharp mandibles swiftly tore through a soldier's leather armor. Attack! The captain roared. Poisoned short spears rained down, but the creature's shells were exceptionally hard, sending sparks flying. Use oil. The captain ignited the torch and hurled it. In that instant, a massive claw covered in dark purple scales shot forth from the fissure, effortlessly swatting the torch away. A 3-meter-tall burrowing rending beast emerged, its eyeless, pale gaze fixed upon them, letting out a thunderous roar that sent debris crashing down. The battle erupted instantaneously. At the pinnacle of Blackrock Castle's arcane spire, Lin abruptly lifted his head. The obsidian wolf's head on his marquise ring suddenly grew scorching hot. Almost simultaneously, Master Orlando's communication rune illuminated the table with a blinding red glow. My lord, the reverse tracking of the shadow beacon has yielded results. The coordinates point to the 7th layer of the dark region, the Web City. Lin's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He slowly drew forth his runic longsword, the starry patterns along its blade igniting in succession. Relay orders to the entire army. His voice resonated like a polar wind sweeping through the silent tower. Transition to battle readiness. The screams from the depths of Howling Wind Valley's mine pierced the night sky. The captain's torch flickering violently in the darkness. The 3-meter-tall burrowing rending beast swung its massive claw covered in dark purple scales, each strike leaving deep gouges in the rock wall. 3 soldiers lay slain in pools of blood, their steel armor torn apart like paper. Fall back. Use the asphyxiating poison mist. The captain screamed as he tore off a runic bomb from his waist. Just then, a brilliant flash of white lightning shot from the other end of the mine tunnel, striking the rending beast's chest with precision. The monster emitted a chilling shriek, staggering backward. Master Orlando's robes billowed in the darkness, followed by 20 rune mages wielding staves. Form a formation. Earthbind. The old mage's voice echoed through the tunnel. A hum resonated. 20 beams of earthen yellow runic light intertwined to form a net, binding the rending beast tightly. The creature thrashed violently, but the runic chains only tightened, ultimately pinning it firmly to the ground. Collect samples. Immediately send them back to the laboratory. Master Orlando's fingertips glowed with a detection rune, revealing that this mutant was not a product of natural evolution. In Blackrock Castle's strategic conference room, Lin's fingers struck heavily against the model of the Howling Wind Valley mine. This marks the 7th attack by burrowers in 3 months. Each time, these new variants appeared. Their shell hardness tripled, strength doubled. He pointed to a purple light spot marked on the model, indicating the detection of shadow energy traces from dark elves within them. Lame swiftly brought up a magical image. According to Master Orlando's analysis, these burrowers have been altered by some shadow spell. Their genetic sequences differ from ordinary burrowers by 37, resembling biological weapons. The gift from Web City, Lin scoffed. What are the reverse tracking results? Master Orlando unfurled a scroll glowing with purple light. By analyzing the shadow beacon, we have pinpointed the spatial coordinates of the 7th layer of the dark region. There lies a vast underground city, Web City, one of the Dark Elves' principal cities. On the map, a complex web of tunnels spread like a spider's web, converging at a model of a city constructed from obsidian and shadow crystals. At the city's center, a massive spider statue stood lifelike, its 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. Intelligence indicates, Orlando continued, that Web City is controlled by 8 families, each devoted to an avatar of the Spider Queen Rose. Morris, the Shadow Weaver, hails from the 3rd family and specializes in surface infiltration. Lin's gaze swept across the map marked with 4 crimson dots. Are there 4 outposts on the surface? Yes, my lord. Hawk emerged from the shadows. My Shadowfang scouts have confirmed 3 of them. The Shadowclaw Cavern in the Broken Blade Mountains, the Shadow Corridor beneath Howling Wind Valley, and the abyssal eye of the seabed outside Goldspike Harbor. What about the 4th? Hawk hesitated, a rarity for him, according to the captured Dark Elf Mage's confession. The 4th outpost, codenamed Weaver, is hidden within Blackrock City. The conference room fell into an immediate silence. Lin's fingertips lightly tapped the table, each tap resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Investigate. Utilize all resources to unearth this weaver. Yes, my lord. On the night 3 days hence. In the slums of Blackrock City, Erect crouched in the shadows of the rooftop, perfectly blending into the night with the distinctive gray-white cloak of the Frostblade Rangers. Below, several dark figures moved swiftly through the alley. Target confirmed, he whispered to the communication rune. 3 dark elf assassins are making their way to the southern granary. Let them pass. Lin's voice echoed from the rune. I wish to see their ultimate destination. The shadows agilely scaled the high walls, but just as they approached the granary, they suddenly veered towards the eastern rune workshop. As they vaulted over the final wall, buzz. Chapter 95, Unilateral Massacre. A blinding golden light erupted. The concealed array of disruption runes hidden on the wall activated instantaneously. The 3 dark elves shrieked and plummeted from the air. Capture them, Erect commanded. 30 Frostblade Rangers surged forth from all directions. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. A cloud of purple-black smoke erupted from the foremost dark elf. Within the mist, the assassin's body melted away like wax, transforming into a pool of foul-smelling black slime in an instant. Damn it, it's a shadow puppet. Erect cursed. The city is under lockdown. They must have accomplices. Meanwhile, in the underground drainage system of Blackrock City, the true weaver, the high priest of dark elves, Valen Shadowstep, led 10 elite assassins through the intricate sewer tunnels. Their target was neither the granary nor the workshop, but the foundation of the arcane spire. Hurry. Valen's voice hissed like a venomous serpent. We must place the Spider Queen's tear before the moon sets. The assassins moved silently and swiftly. Suddenly, Valen raised his hand sharply, signaling them to stop. His dark vision pierced through the gloom, revealing nearly imperceptible silver threads on the ground ahead. A rune trap, he sneered, producing a purple-black crystal from his robe. Shadowstep. Dark mist enveloped them as the 11 dark elves melded into the shadows, gliding effortlessly over the trap. Arcane Spire. 3 levels underground. Valen's figure emerged from the shadows, facing a stone wall engraved with runes, the energy core of the arcane spire. This is it. He retrieved a black container shaped like a spider, blessed by the Spider Queen. Let these surface ants taste the flavor of shadow. Just as he was about to set the explosive device, ding, a silver needle suddenly pierced the ground before him. The thread entwined around the needle flared with blinding white light. I've been waiting for you, Mouse. Hawk's voice resonated from all directions. Shadowfang, the hunt begins. In an instant, dozens of scouts clad in specially crafted shadow-slicing light armor surged forth from every corner. The crossbows in their hands fired not arrows, but silver threads entwined with dispelling runes. These silver lines wove into a net in midair, rapidly constricting the dark elf space to maneuver. Break through, Valen roared. The shadow crystal in his hand erupted with blinding purple light. Boom. A violent shadow explosion shook the entire underground space. Yet, as the dust settled, Valen was horrified to find that the web formed by the silver threads remained undisturbed. A gift prepared especially for you. Hawk stepped forth from the shadows, binding silver threads infused with the crystal powder seized from Molus. Do you like it? A flicker of despair flashed in Valen's eyes, soon replaced by madness. Do you think this is the end? The Spider Queen's minions are everywhere. He suddenly crushed the spider container in his hand. In the name of Rose, the entire underground space trembled violently. Runes on the walls extinguished one by one. A distant rumble of collapse echoed. This is bad. Hawk's expression changed drastically. He is sabotaging the energy transmission node of the spire. Quick, stop him. But it was too late. Valen's body swelled like a balloon. Strange spider patterns emerged beneath his skin. His voice morphed into something unrecognizable. Feel the wrath of the Spider Queen, surface ants. Uft. A runic longsword suddenly pierced through Valen's chest. The starry patterns on the blade shone like daylight. Lin's figure appeared as if conjured from the shadows behind Valen. Your performance ends here. Valen incredulously looked down at the sword tip protruding from his chest. No. It can't be. How could Shadowstep? Did you think reverse analyzing the shadow beacon was for naught? Lin's voice was cold as ice. It was to ensure you walked straight into the trap. Valen's body began to disintegrate, yet a strange smile tugged at his lips. Foolish. Do you think capturing us ends it? The web city has long. Before he could finish, his body completely turned to ash. Yet Lin's expression grew increasingly grave. Hawk. Immediately inspect the entire city. I suspect. Before he could finish, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the city. In the eastern district, the southern docks, even near the Lord's castle, towering purple light pillars erupted simultaneously. These pillars intertwined in the air, vaguely forming a colossal spider pattern. My lord, Lime's voice came through the communication rune. Unusually tinged with panic, 7 locations within the city have simultaneously experienced shadow energy eruptions. Spatial fluctuations detected. Something is about to be teleported here. Lin's pupils constricted sharply. All forces on alert. Prepare for battle. The night sky over Blackrock City was cloaked in an eerie purple spider pattern, as 7 shadow light pillars pierced the heavens like venomous stingers. In the eastern grain storage area, near the southern dock and the Lord's castle, spatial fluctuations erupted simultaneously, causing the entire city to tremble in fear. However, this time, the steel tide of the north was already prepared for battle. As the spatial rift tore open in the eastern grain storage, 3 armored earth-splitter orc warriors charged forth, only to be met by heavily armored infantry. Tower shield formations. Crush them. Carl's voice resonated like the clash of steel. Boom. 300 heavily armored infantry, donned in massive beast barrier runes, collided with the rift like a moving mountain. The orc warriors at the forefront struck the steel dam. The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable. From behind surged the burrower ravagers, pierced through the gaps of the tower shields by precise steel war spears, swiftly striking their throats. The rain of armor-piercing arrows from the longbow guard fell like the scythe of death, overwhelming the incoming dark elf shadowblade assassins, the poisoned arrows tearing through leather armor. The toxins acting instantaneously. From the very beginning, the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. The spatial rift acted as the mouth of a meat grinder. Whatever emerged was mercilessly crushed. At the southern dock, the moment the shadow ghost ship Abyss broke the water's surface, General Soren commanded, "Sea Witch Slayer 1-3. Magic harpoons. Fire at will." Lin's orders echoed through the fleet via magical communication. Bang, bang, bang. The massive harpoons, entwined with silver runes, ripped through the air and struck the ghost ship's shadow shield with ferocity. The shield flickered violently, dimming in an instant. Sea Witch shock bombs. Covering fire. Soren roared. Plop, plop. Dozens of specially designed bombs were hurled into the water. Buzz. A terrifying shockwave erupted underwater. The ghost ship rocked violently, cracks appearing on the surface of its shadow crystal. Heavy infantry. Board the ship. Cleanse it. Soren directed his longsword forward. Roar. Chapter 96. Geomantic shock bombs. The Navy's heavy infantry, clad in abyssal stealth runic chainmail, surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, forcibly boarding the ship via specially designed grappling hooks. Poison-tipped harpoons and rune-cutting blades effortlessly tore through the defenses of the dark elf sailors. The deck instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. The runic naval mages, in unison, unleashed a deep-sea confinement array, completely sealing off the ghost ship's escape route. In front of the largest spatial rift at the Lord's Castle Square, the newly appointed Shadow Weaver, Morlus Spiderkiss, had just appeared, her massive shadow crystal yet to illuminate. Erect. Lin's voice was frigid. Now, the Frostblade cavalry commander drew his bow like a full moon. Target, the priestess. Break the concealment. Soul-purifying runic arrow. Fire. Whoosh. An arrow, entwined with blinding silver light and chilling azure radiance, streaked toward Morlus's brow like a meteor tearing through the night. Trivial tricks. Morlus sneered, her shadow shield unfolding instantaneously. Whoosh. The arrow pierced through the shield without hindrance. Morlus's smirk froze in disbelief as she watched the arrow embed itself in her forehead, the shadow crystal slipping from her grasp. "No, it's impossible," she uttered in her final delirium, her body collapsing like a sandcastle. The elite Shadowblade Guard of the Dark Elves barely had time to react before they were crushed into pulp by the overwhelming heavy cavalry. The sound of iron hooves shattering bones became the most terrifying war drum in the square. Deep beneath the arcane spire, the shadow energy detonated by Veyron's shadow step merely caused a ripple in the spire's runic protective barrier. Master Orlando stood at the control hub atop the tower, tapping his staff. Star Resonance Array. Full power. Target all shadow nodes in the city. Purify. Buzz. A pure, pale blue wave of light, composed of star power, radiated from the arcane spire, instantaneously enveloping the entire city. Wherever it passed, purple spider-like light beams melted away like snow. The dark elf soldiers in transit screamed as they were reduced to ash. The still-forming spatial rift twisted violently and then collapsed entirely. In the central command room, the red dots representing the invasion on the magical sand table vanished, as if erased by an eraser. Lin stood before the sand table, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing without wind. "Report the situation." His voice was calm and unperturbed. "My lord." Lime's voice trembled with excitement. In the eastern grain storage, The Orc Vanguard and 300 burrowers have been annihilated. The spatial node has been sealed by the engineers with spatial stabilization runes. At the southern dock, the Abyss Ghost ship has been sunk. 200 Dark Elf sailors and 50 mages have been completely exterminated. The Navy is clearing the wreckage. In the Lord's Square, Morla Spiderkiss has been confirmed dead. Her elite guard, the Shadowblades, have all been obliterated. The heavy cavalry is cleansing the remnants. All 7 spatial nodes in the city have been thoroughly purified by the arcane Spire's star resonance. All invasion pathways have been sealed. Our casualties are under 100. After a brief silence, a suppressed cheer erupted in the command room. A meticulously planned invasion was crushed under absolute power, melting like snowflakes thrown into a furnace. Lin's gaze turned toward the deep shadow representing the dark regions on the sand table. Hawk, present. The scout captain in the shadows knelt on one knee, accompanied by the elite Shadowfang, holding coordinates analyzed by Master Orlando. Lin's voice was as cold as the polar winds. Find me the path to Spiderweb City. Yes, my lord. Hawk's eyes burned with icy flames. Master Orlando, my lord. The old mage bowed, using fragments of the shadow crystal as the core, combined with the star resonance array. We can develop the shadow annihilation cannon. Target, completely destroy the spatial pathway. Lin's fingertip tapped the mark on the sand table indicating Spiderweb City. I want the Spider Queen Rose to know. A cold smile creased his lips. The surface is not her hunting ground. Yes, my lord. The brilliance in Orlando's eyes flashed fiercely. In the night sky over Blackrock City, the purple spider pattern vanished completely. Inside the central command room of Blackrock City, the air solidified like iron. On the magical sand table, the crimson band representing the corridor of rippers coiled like a venomous serpent within the domain of the 7th family in Spiderweb City. The imagery relayed by Hawk revealed the towering 5-meter shadow blade ripper tearing through the rock wall, its metallic claws dripping with the blood of scouts. The vulnerability lay within the energy nodes. Lin traced the shadow crystal at the ripper's joint in the image with his fingertip. His voice sharp as a tempered blade. Master Orlando, analyze the crystal frequency. Tom, have the workshop produce resonance disintegration bombs specifically designed to breach the shadow core. He spun abruptly, his wolfskin cloak sweeping in a fierce arc. Lime, inform Carl to equip the heavy infantry with impact-resistant rune tower shields. Erect's rangers are to prioritize the resonance crossbows. Lastly, his gaze, as piercing as an icicle, fixed upon the crimson mark on the sand table. The core node of the 7th family's excavation tunnel. Hawk had returned with the coordinates. Lin's voice cut through the oppressive silence. Before the dark annihilation cannon is completed, send a gift below. His finger, like a dagger, jabbed forcefully at a point on the sand table. Transport all stocked seismic bombs to this coordinate via the arcane teleportation array. My lord. Lime's complexion paled. The arcane teleportation array has never attempted a delivery 800 meters underground. The energy consumption is immense, and it may trigger uncontrollable tectonic shifts. Then let it move. Lin's eyes gleamed with a cold light, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. I want the 7th family to comprehend that the wrath of surface-dwelling ants is sufficient to overturn their burrows. System notification. Triggering strategic mission. Geomantic intimidation. Mission objective. Destroy the core node of the corridor of rippers. Mission reward. 100,000 reputation. Unlock new technology. Deep drilling technology. Current reputation. 50,000 points. 500 points daily. Arcane Spire. Energy core chamber. A massive arcane rune array sprawled across the floor like a star map, with the crystal marking Hawk's coordinates suspended at its center. 50 rune mages encircled the array, the arcane radiance at the tips of their staffs converging into a brilliant expanse. As tremendous energy roared within the chamber, spatial coordinates locked. Depth, 800 meters. Energy infusion, 100. Arcane passage, compulsory penetration. Virum. A blinding blue-white beam erupted from the center of the array. Space was brutally torn asunder. A distorted portal, flickering with unstable arcs of electricity, struggled to take shape amidst the raging energy. Dispatch. Master Orlando's staff struck the ground heavily. Boom, boom, boom. 30 seismic bombs, each the size of a cart, were thrust into the portal by an invisible force. Each bomb's surface was inscribed with deep penetration and high-frequency resonance runes. 7th layer of the dark domain, Spiderweb City. Core node of the Rock Heart Corridor. The vast underground space resembled the belly of a giant beast. Hundreds of troglodyte laborers, whipped by overseers, poured molten shadow metal into the framework of the Shadow Blade Ripper. Balgrim Rockhammer stood upon a platform, his lava-like scales glimmering under the light of the shadow crystal. His single eye surveying his war machines with satisfaction. Increased the pace. His roar resonated like thunder from beneath. For the day the tunnel was completed would be the day the surface-dwelling ants perished. Suddenly a hum. The overhead rock layers twisted without warning. A spatial rift, crackling with furious arcs of electricity, abruptly tore open. What is that? The overseer looked up in terror. Boom, boom, boom. 30 colossal metallic constructs plummeted like meteors. They accurately struck the most vulnerable support nodes of the tunnel and the incomplete Ripper framework. No. Balgrim's eyes widened in fury. Virum. The runes on the surface of the first bomb blazed to an extreme brightness. The terrifying resonance wave struck the rock layers like an invisible hammer. Crack. Boom. The 800-meter-thick rock layer fractured as if it were fragile glass. A chain reaction erupted instantaneously. The massive stone pillars supporting the dome began to collapse. Lava surged forth from the fissures. Unsolidified shadow metal splattered everywhere. The formed Ripper framework twisted and disintegrated amidst the resonance wave. Troglodyte laborers screamed and fled from the falling boulders and molten rock. The geomantic fury. It is the wrath of the earth. Run. The dark elf overseer shrieked in terror. Steady. Activate the protective runes. Balgrim bellowed, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening sounds of collapse. Boom. The largest support pillar shattered completely. Half of the dome crashed down. Dozens of nearly completed rippers and hundreds of laborers and overseers were instantly buried. Lava flowed like an enraged river, consuming all. Black Rock City, Arcane Spire. The ground trembled violently beneath. The entire spire shook. Within the observation crystal, the crimson band representing the corridor of rippers flickered violently before extinguishing completely. Teleportation successful. Master Orlando's voice, tinged with fatigue yet unable to mask his excitement, declared as the spatial passage closed. The energy reaction in the target area had completely vanished. Lin stood atop the tower, surveying the subtly trembling city below. His expression was devoid of emotion, coldly sharp. This is merely the beginning, he murmured to himself. The seventh family shall receive their bill. Spiderweb City. Obsidian Hall. Balgrim Rockhammer was drenched in blood, his lava-like scales marred with cracks. He stood at the edge of the ruins, his single eye fixated with fury upon the completely collapsed core area of the Rockheart corridor in the magical mirror. Years of effort, thousands of elite craftsmen, and tens of thousands of laborers had been rendered to naught. Lin Costa. His roar shook the hall, causing debris to tumble down. I will grind you into paste. I will use your bones to construct new tunnels. From the shadows, Lilith Spiderkiss's figure gradually emerged. She gazed at the mirror, where molten rock and the collapsing dome erupted. Her eyes devoid of sorrow, filled instead with a deeper venomous resentment. Lord Balgrim, her voice slithered like a serpent across ice. Anger will not resolve the issue. The vengeance for my sister and the losses of the seventh family demand a more meticulous reprisal. With a flick of her fingertip, the mirror switched to reveal the outline of the arcane spire in Black Rock City. They can send gifts down, and Lilith's lips curled into a cruel arc. We can reciprocate in kind. Isn't the seventh family still adorned with those charming little ones? Balger's single eye narrowed, the molten fury within him settling into a more chilling intent to kill. You mean the heart-eating demon spider? Indeed. Lilith's smile was akin to the edge of a poison blade, urging them to weave webs in Black Rock City. I want Lin Costa to witness his subjects turn to mere bones within the spider's web. System notification, strategic mission, geomantic intimidation. Completed. Successfully destroyed the core node of the Ripper corridor. Inflicted heavy damage to the Spiderweb City's seventh family. Reputation reward, 100,000 points. Unlocked new technology, deep drilling technology. Current reputation, 150,000 points. 500 points daily. The tremors in Black Rock City have subsided. Yet, the hatred beneath the ground simmers like boiling lava, accumulating destructive power in the profound darkness. Chapter 97. Mental pollution. The tremors of the arcane tower in Black Rock City gradually ceased, but the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and scorched earth. An invisible warning. Lin stood on the observation platform at the pinnacle of the tower, the crystal mirror reflecting not the folds of the shadowy realm, but a chaotic maelstrom of energy. A chain reaction triggered by the collapse of the core area of the seventh family's Rockheart corridor following the geomantic intimidation. Lava surged forth. The earth's veins misaligned, transforming the entire area into a zone of death. Master Orlando's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet could not conceal his exhilaration. Our deep drilling technology has been preliminarily analyzed. Combining it with the geomantic intimidation data, We can accurately deploy shock bombs at a depth of 300 meters, with a margin of error not exceeding 10 meters. Lin nodded slightly, his fingertips gliding across the crystal mirror, freezing the image on the purple crystal tower area of the third family in the spiderweb city. It's still insufficient. They will not relent. As if to affirm his words, a strange shadow suddenly flashed at the edge of the observation mirror, like ink dropping into clear water. It rapidly diffused. Warning. The alarm runes within the tower erupted in a sudden red glow. High concentrations of mental pollution energy detected. Source: unknown spatial node. Rapidly spreading. In the eastern district market of Blackrock City, the midday sun poured through the glazed dome, casting light on the bustling streets. The cries of vendors, the laughter of children, and the rumbling of wheels over cobblestones coalesced into a symphony. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the cacophony. Panic erupted among the crowd. A fruit vendor with bloodshot eyes clutched his neck tightly, frothing at the mouth before collapsing to the ground. Immediately following, a nearby elderly woman selling pottery seized a ceramic jar and smashed it against her own head. Blood mingled with shards of pottery, splattering everywhere. They have gone mad. Run. Panic spread like a plague. More individuals began to exhibit strange behaviors. Some laughed uncontrollably, bashing their heads against walls. Others stood frozen, their eyes vacant, drooling. And some lunged at those nearby like wild beasts, biting and clawing. It is the curse of the dark elves. An elder cried out in terror, the heart-eating demon spiders. They have come. In the emergency command room of the arcane tower, the magical sand table displayed red dots representing mental pollution, spreading rapidly across the eastern district, the southern docks, and even the artisan district near the Lord's castle. The real-time imagery depicted the chaotic streets resembling a hell on earth. Energy analysis complete. Master Orlando's voice was laced with unprecedented gravity. These are the mental pollution spores of the heart-eating demon spiders. They are deployed through spatial microgaps. The spores invade the brain, releasing neurotoxins that trigger madness, self-harm, and aggressive behavior. The mode of transmission is airborne. Lime's face turned pale. Airborne transmission. Does that mean the entire city could fall? Erect slammed his fist on the table. We must immediately seal off the polluted areas. Sealing off is futile. Lin's voice was as cold as steel. The spores have already dispersed with the wind. Conventional protective runes cannot filter such nano-level pollutants. His gaze swept over the frantic red dots spreading across the sand table. Orlando, break down the toxin composition. Develop an antidote and protective runes. Lime, assemble all physicians and nature mages. Establish isolation treatment points. Carl, deploy the heavy infantry. Maintain order. Primary objective, protect the uninfected and evacuate them to the central square. Orders cascaded like a tempest. Blackrock City instantly entered a state of utmost crisis. Eastern District Isolation Point white tents hastily erected stretched in a continuous line. Inside the tents, the infected individuals bound to their beds emitted beast-like howls, their eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. Physicians donned specialized sealed protective suits, cautiously injecting a pale green serum into the veins of the infected. The serum was an emergency sedative concocted by Orlando's team based on the preliminary analysis of the toxin, capable of temporarily suppressing the madness, but unable to eradicate the toxin. Outside the tents, the heavy infantry formed a steel line with their tower shields, blocking the frenzied infected from breaching the isolation zone. The longbow guards' arrows precisely targeted the most aggressive individuals, their tips coated with potent anesthetics. The third batch of sedative agents has arrived. The logistics officer shouted hoarsely, prioritizing supplies for children and pregnant women. Physician, tent number 3 requires assistance. The patient is convulsing. Hold him down. Administer double the dosage. In the chaos, a young physician's protective suit was torn by a struggling patient. He froze in shock, his gaze beginning to dull. A purifying light, a gentle white beam descended from the heavens, enveloping the young physician. The crimson in his eyes swiftly faded, and he collapsed to the ground. At the entrance of the tent, the leader of the nature mages, Elena, appeared pale, her oak staff trembling slightly in her grasp. The large-scale release of purification magic was immensely taxing on her. Master Elena. Lime hurried toward her. Master Orlando needs your team's assistance in analyzing the toxin. Let us go. Without hesitation, Elena turned and rushed toward the arcane tower. Arcane Spire. Triple Isolation Laboratory. Master Orlando's fingertips danced with a faint green aura of natural energy intertwined with silvery arcane radiance. Before him hovered a mass of writhing, foul-smelling black sludge, a concentrated toxin sample extracted from the blood of the infected. The toxin structure is self-evolving. Orlando's voice trembled with astonishment. It mimics the host's neurotransmitters. circumventing the sedative's blockade. This madwoman. She has embedded the corrupted heart spider's mutated genes into the spores. Master, Elena and the Circle of Nature mages have breached the laboratory. What shall we do? Utilize the life resonance array. Orlando directed towards the colossal magic circle at the laboratory center. I require your strength to trace the toxin's genetic origin. Identify its core weakness. Dozens of nature mages encircled the array, infusing it with potent life energy. The toxin sample in the center of the array bubbled violently, revealing countless twisted spider-like patterns on its surface. Found it. Orlando's eyes sparkled with clarity. Core weakness, shadow energy frequency resonance. The toxin requires a continuous psychic pollution field to maintain its vitality. System. Lin whispered internally, consume 50,000 reputation. Accelerate research. Accelerating. The energy fluctuations within the laboratory surged instantaneously. Master Orlando's staff erupted with blinding brilliance. Counter the toxin with its own venom. Deploy high-frequency purification pulses across the entire city. Forcefully disrupt the psychic pollution field. Above Blackrock City, a vast arcane array unfurled at the pinnacle of the spire. Pale blue purification pulses radiated outward in rippling waves. As the pulses passed, the air crackled with faint pops, akin to myriad tiny explosions. Chapter 98. The Shadow Annihilation Cannon. In the streets, the frenzied assaults of the infected suddenly faltered. The crimson glow in their eyes waned like receding tides. Bewildered, they gazed at the surrounding chaos. Soon overwhelmed by immense fatigue and fear, collapsing to the ground. The purification pulse has taken effect, exclaimed Lime in ecstatic triumph. The pollution has been interrupted. Yet, Lin's expression remained taut with tension. He fixated on the shadowed region of the crystal mirror, representing the source of pollution. It had not vanished. Rather, it thickened. It is resisting. Lilith is continuously deploying spores. Orlando's voice resonated through the ruins. The purification pulse can only suppress it temporarily. Unless we eliminate the source, the pollution will return. Hawk. Lin's voice pierced like splintering ice. At your command, replied the scout captain, emerging like a specter from the shadows. Locate it. Lin's fingertip traced the densest shadow on the crystal mirror. Find that spatial fissure. Destroy it. Shadowfang. All units mobilize. Hawk melded into the shadows. In the dim realm of the spiderweb city, at the shadow altar, Lilith stood at the center, hands raised high. Before her hovered a massive, pulsating shadow egg sac. Its surface was riddled with countless tiny holes, from which invisible spores of psychic pollution surged like smoke into the spatial rift above. Struggle, little ants. Lilith's face twisted with morbid delight. Feel the gifts of the Spider Queen and succumb to madness. Suddenly a whir. An invisible purification pulse pierced through the spatial barrier, striking the shadow egg sac with force. The sac trembled violently, surface fissures appearing, momentarily halting the spore eruption. What? Lilith's expression shifted, realizing it could disrupt the Spider Queen's gifts. Increase energy output, she shrieked, as the shadow crystals surrounding the altar erupted in blinding violet light. The cracks in the egg sac rapidly mended, and the spore eruption intensified uncontrollably. In the depths of Blackrock City, within the abandoned mine tunnels, Hawk's figure darted through the narrow crevices. The spatial rift detector in his hand flickered wildly, pointing deeper into the abyss. The air was thick with nauseating psychic pollution, growing denser the further down he delved. Captain, a scout suddenly whispered ahead. Spatial distortion point. Hawk focused, observing the rock wall ripple like water. A pinprick-sized purple light hovered in the void, the spatial fissure. Countless invisible spores streamed forth from the light. Target confirmed. Hawk's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Prepare the spatial solidification rune bomb. 3 scouts swiftly assembled a metallic cylinder inscribed with silver runes. Just as they were about to activate the bomb, hiss. Several dark purple figures lunged from the shadows like wraiths. They were the Shadowblade assassins of the third family. Their poison daggers aimed for the scouts' throats. Cover. Hawk bellowed. Poisoned crossbows fired in unison, forcing back the assassins. Activate the bomb. Quickly. Boom. The spatial solidification bomb was hurled towards the purple light. Blinding silver light erupted, akin to an invisible giant hand gripping the distorted space with force. No. From the altar of Spiderweb City, Lilith let out a piercing scream. The shadow egg sac before her exploded with a thunderous roar. The violent backlash hurled her away. The shadow crystals surrounding the altar dimmed instantaneously. Above Blackrock City, as the spatial fissure was forcibly sealed, the psychic pollution field engulfing the city withered and dissipated like a toxic vine severed from its roots. The purification pulse swept through, completely dispelling the last remnants of gloom. Sunlight once again bathed the city, illuminating its rebirth from calamity. In the streets, surviving citizens embraced one another, weeping with relief. Within the isolation zone, weary yet gratified, the physicians observed the gradually awakening infected. Lin stood atop the arcane spire, gazing down at the city reborn from the ashes. His gaze pierced through the void, seemingly catching a glimpse of Lilith's vengeful and disheveled figure at the spiderweb city altar. System. Lin whispered within. Consume 30,000 reputation. Develop a mind protection rune array. Cover the entire city. Research accelerating. Mind protection array blueprint generated. Core principle. High-frequency psychic resonance barrier. Can withstand psychic pollution. Mind control, fear auras, and other mental attacks. Lime. At your command. Immediately deploy the mental protection array at key locations throughout the city. Coverage. The entire city. Energy supply. Arcane Tower Core. Yes, my lord. Master Orlando. My lord, what is the progress on the prototype of the Abyssal Annihilation Cannon? The core energy transmission issues have been resolved. The Void Star core buffering is perfect. Flames burned in Orlando's eyes. Soon the first Abyssal Annihilation Cannon would be aimed at Web City. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin's mouth. He gazed at the ground beneath him, as if he could penetrate the layers of rock and behold the Web City lurking in the depths of darkness. Lilith's voice, like a polar wind, echoed from the tower's peak. I have accepted your gift. Now it is time for me to return the favor. System notification. Successfully repelled the Mind-Eater Spider's mental pollution attack. Destroyed the Spatial Rift deployment node. Inflicted severe damage to the third family of Web City. Received reputation reward. 80,000 points. Unlocked new building. Mental protection tower. Current reputation. 150,000 points. 1. 500 points per day. The sky over Blackrock City had completely returned to clarity. Deep within the Howling Wind Valley mine, the last cave-dwelling Ripper's scream was utterly silenced by Master Orlando's earth-binding rune. The rune chains coiled like a giant serpent, pinning the creature covered in dark purple scales to the ground, its claws scraping futilely against the rock walls, sparks flying. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and blood. Sample secured. Return to the laboratory. Master Orlando's voice pierced through the mine's silence. His fingers detecting the runes flashing intensely, the shell hardness tripled. The muscle fibers had been completely transformed by shadow energy. This is a biological weapon produced by the seventh family. It must be eradicated completely. Blackrock City, Central Command Room. On the magical sand table. The yellow light point representing Howling Wind Valley stabilized. Lin stood before the sand table, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing as if in the absence of wind. Carl, Erect, Lime, and Orlando stood to either side, the air heavy as iron. My lord, Lime spoke rapidly. The seventh wave of attacks from Howling Wind Valley has been cleared. All spatial rifts are sealed. Tom's engineering core is pouring rapid-setting cement to completely block the passage. Hawk. Lin's voice was cold. At your command. The scout captain emerged from the shadows. Reinforced with 3 teams of Shadow Fangs. Equipped with geosensors. Monitor the depths of Howling Wind Valley 24 hours a day. Any vibrations? Report immediately. Yes. Master Orlando. Lin's gaze shifted to the old mage. How is the final calibration of the Abyssal Annihilation Cannon? Reporting, my lord. The arcane brilliance swirled in Orlando's eyes. The core array has been calibrated. The Void Star core buffering is perfect. Energy transmission stability rate, 998. Ready for launch at any moment. Good. Lin's eyes glinted with cold light. Target. The core area of the 7th layer of Web City. Coordinate locked. Energy filled. 100. Prepare for launch. System command. Abyssal Annihilation Cannon activated. Target coordinates. Abyssal region, 7th layer, core node of the Rock Heart Corridor. Energy filled, 100. Spatial passage, forcibly penetrated. Launch countdown, 321 launch. Chapter 99. Urgent news from the South Arcane Tower, Energy Core Room. A colossal arcane rune array erupted with blinding blue-white light. The central floating coordinate crystal melted instantly. A twisted, space-rending energy torrent, like a roaring galaxy, violently surged into the forcibly torn abyssal passage. The inner walls of the passage crackled with electric arcs, emitting a piercing wail of unbearable strain. Abyssal region, 7th layer. Core area of Web City. Balgar Rockhammer stood on a platform, his lava-like scales shimmering under the light of shadow crystals. He watched as the giant furnace below reactivated. The new Shadow Blade Ripper skeleton being forged. Flames of vengeance burned in his single eye. Accelerate the process. His roar resonated like thunder, The passage must be reconstructed. I will grind Lin Costa's bones to dust to pave the way. Suddenly a hum. The rock layers above twisted without warning. A pillar of blue-white light, indescribable and composed purely of annihilative energy, pierced through the 800-meter-thick rock layers like a divine spear, striking precisely at the center of the core area. No explosion, no shockwave, only annihilation. Where the light touched, space shattered like fragile glass. The immense furnace, the casting ripper skeleton, the mountains of shadow metal. Even the hard rock itself vaporized silently, as if thrown into the blazing sun, disappearing without a trace. Not a speck of dust remained. An absolute void, over 100 meters in diameter, with molten lava flowing at its edges, appeared in the original core area. The terrifying aftershocks of annihilation energy rippled outward. The entire rock-heart corridor trembled violently. The massive stone pillars supporting the dome collapsed one after another. Lava gushed from the cracks. The surviving dark elf artisans and cave-dwelling laborers were engulfed in despairing screams as the collapsing stones and lava consumed them. No. Balgar Rockhammer let out a heart-wrenching roar. He watched helplessly as his decades of hard work turned to nothing in an instant. The violent shockwave of annihilation energy hurled him forcefully against the obsidian wall. His lava-like scales cracked, blood spraying. Lin Costa? His single eye turned crimson, emitting a beastly curse, before being completely buried by the collapsing dome. Blackrock City, Arcane Tower. In the observation crystal, the energy signal representing the rock-heart corridor completely vanished. Only an ever-expanding area of absolute darkness, representing spatial annihilation, remained. Target destroyed. Master Orlando's voice carried a hint of exhausted shock. The spatial annihilation effect continues to spread. The estimated affected area encompasses the entire core area of the 7th family. The 7th family has lost its capacity for large-scale invasion. Silence filled the command room. Everyone was left in awe of this world-destroying power. The insidious threat lurking beneath the earth has finally been eradicated. Lin nodded slightly, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Just as he was about to issue orders for subsequent surveillance, a weary messenger, clad in blood-stained armor, stumbled into the command room. Clutched tightly in his hand was an urgent military report sealed with a golden griffin wax, the edges marred with dark red stains. My lord, the capital is in dire straits. The southern borders have revolted. Silence enveloped the room, an absolute stillness. Even the energy hum of the arcane tower seemed to have ceased. Lin accepted the weighty scroll, imbued with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. As it unfurled, Marshal Raymond's hastily scrawled message, infused with an iron will, struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. The Southern Guardian Marquis Gareth Bloodthorn has conspired with the Sun King's rebels. 3 days prior, the Bloodthorn Marquis rose in rebellion at Golden Sparrow City. Simultaneously, the Sun Kingdom's army of 100,000 crossed the searing canyon. The southern defense line has collapsed in an instant. The Golden Ears Plain and the Emerald Valley have fallen. The Eagle's Nest Fortress is in peril. The southern gate of the capital stands wide open. I have personally led the Royal Guard and reinforcements from the Western Front to provide aid. However, the rebel forces are vast. It may be difficult to hold them back for long. I implore the Northern Guardian to remain vigilant at the borders and to provide assistance to the capital if necessary. Military Affairs Minister Raymond Iron Anvil, in the midst of blazing warfare. At the end of the scroll, the military minister's griffin emblem bore several alarming dark red stains. Gareth Bloodthorn. Lin's voice was as chilling as an Arctic wind. The kingdom's southern shield had become a blade of treachery. Raymond swiftly summoned the magical map. Vast, prosperous plains and valleys in the south were now drenched in a blinding crimson. The golden sun banner of the Sun Kingdom spread like a greedy poison flame across the Golden Ears Plain. My lord, Carl Bonax exclaimed, fury raging in his eyes. Bloodthorn has commanded the southern region for 20 years. The Bloodthorn Legion is the kingdom's elite. If he betrays us, the south will be defenseless. Raymond, he has gone to the front lines. Lin's gaze swept across the map, where a golden pinpoint struggled against the encroaching crimson tide. With the marshal himself heading into the fray, the atmosphere in the command room was as heavy as lead. The subterranean menace had just been extinguished, yet flames of war were already igniting within the heart of the kingdom. The blades of betrayal and the hooves of the enemy were marching towards the very core of the capital. Relay the orders. Lin's voice suddenly rose, resonating like thunder, instantly dispelling all shadows. All forces in the north immediately enter a state of highest readiness. Stone Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, Golden Ears Port. Elevate defense levels to Crimson Alert. All leave is cancelled. All personnel return to base. Carl, Secure stone fortress. Push the heavy infantry legion to the pass of the Broken Blade Mountains. Establish a deep defensive line. Remain alert for any movements from the remnants of the orc forces. Erect. Expand the patrol range of the Iceblade Rangers. Cover the entire northern territory. Focus surveillance on the Pale Pass, which borders the south. Prevent any infiltration by the rebels. Soren. The Navy at Golden Ears Port is to be on high alert. Extend the patrol radius by 300 miles. Be vigilant of the Sun Kingdom's Navy. Hawk. Deploy all Shadowfang scouts. Target the areas lost to the south. I demand intelligence on the rebel forces' troop movements, supply lines, and the precise location of Marshal Raymond. Orlando. The Arcane Tower must remain on standby. Activate the full area detection array. Cover the northern airspace and main thoroughfares. Any significant spatial fluctuations must be reported immediately. Lime. Logistics must operate at full speed. Rations, munitions, and medical supplies for wartime reserves. In the name of the Northern Guardian, open the borders to the refugees from the south. Establish refugee camps. Provide shelter. A flurry of commands rained down like a tempest. The war machine of the Blackrock territory roared back to life. Soldiers rushed to their posts. Workshop fires blazed high, and the lights of the magical towers flickered vibrantly. Lin approached the glass window, gazing down upon the steel city standing firm beneath the setting sun. 50,000 elite troops and 20,000 local garrison soldiers stirred like awakening behemoths, sharpening their claws in response to the alarm. The shadows from beneath the earth had temporarily receded, yet the flames of war loomed perilously close. Peace is forever a luxury, Lin murmured softly, his fingertips tracing the cold stone pattern of the Marquis's seal ring. The price of safeguarding it was paid only in blood and iron, sword and fire. He slowly turned, the silver-gray wolfskin cloak billowing in the rising chill of the wind. The subterranean threat had been vanquished, yet a new war was upon them once more. Chapter 100. The iron-blooded solitary city. The waves of wheat upon the Golden Ears plain have been trampled by iron hooves. Once a land flowing with golden harvests, it now lies soaked in blood and scorched earth. The golden lion banner of the Sun Kingdom flaps ominously in the foul wind, standing alongside the thorned blood banner of the Bloodthorn Marquis, like two greedy serpents entwined around the neck of the kingdom's southern region. Eagle's Nest Fortress. The Crimson Dawn Marshal Raymond stood atop the highest arrow tower, his blood-soaked cloak billowing in the morning breeze like an indomitable battle standard. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the tide of rebels and the Sun Kingdom's allied forces surging below the fortress. The rebel heavy infantry of the Bloodthorn Legion, donned in familiar royal armor, brandished poisoned thorned halberds, marching in unison like a moving forest of iron thorns, crashing against the fortress's first line of defense. Behind them, the Golden Lion cavalry of the Sun Kingdom, both horse and rider clad in gleaming golden scales, held their heavy lances aloft, poised like searing brands, ready to deliver a fatal blow once the infantry breached the defenses. For the Bloodthorn Marquis, annihilate them. The rebel commander's roar echoed across the battlefield. For the glory of the sun, crush them. The Lion Cavalry commander's roar resounded like a lion's roar. Steady. Raymond's voice boomed like thunder, penetrating the cacophony of battle cries. Longbow guard, covering fire. Target, cavalry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the fortress walls, the Royal Guard's archers drew their bows to full moon. A deluge of arrows descended like a dark cloud upon the charging Golden Lion cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows struck against golden scales, showering sparks. A few steeds were struck in the eyes, collapsing with pained whinnies. Yet the cavalry's charge only faltered momentarily. Heavy crossbows. Fire. Raymond roared. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy ballista atop the walls unleashed a thunderous roar. Bolts as thick as a man's arm pierced through the ranks of cavalry. Thud, thud. The terrifying penetration instantly tore through several cavalrymen, causing chaos. Yet more riders continued their charge, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Boom. The heavy halberd of the Bloodthorn infantry struck fiercely against the iron-bound wooden barricade, sending splinters flying. The defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse. Heavily armored infantry. Advance. Raymond drew his runic battle blade, declaring, for the kingdom, we shall not retreat, we shall not yield. The heavy infantry of the Royal Guard roared as they surged forward. Tower shields interlocked, spears formed a dense forest. They clashed with their former brothers-in-arms, now traitors, engaging in a brutal melee. The sounds of clashing blades, shattering bones, and dying screams filled the air. On the flank of Eagle's Nest Fortress, amidst the debris of the Emerald Valley, the Greenleaf Viscount Elvin, a speaker of the woods, crouched behind a charred oak, his emerald cloak stained with mud and blood. Behind him stood the last 500 rangers and nature mages. The valley, once lush, had been consumed by the flames of war, and the clear streams were choked with corpses. My lord, a supply convoy of the traitors, a squadron, delivering provisions to the front, whispered a scout. A cold light flickered in Elvin's eyes. Target, the supply wagons. Nature mages, summon the vines. Bind the guards. Rangers, eliminate the drivers. Burn the supplies. Yes, Buzz. The verdant natural energy surged. From the scorched earth on both sides of the road, resilient thorn vines sprang forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring the legs of the guard cavalry in an instant. Enemy attack. The captain of the guards exclaimed in alarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Poison-tipped arrows pierced the driver's throat with deadly precision. Oil barrels. Throw. Elvin roared. Boom, boom. Flames instantly engulfed the supply wagons, thick smoke billowing. Retreat. Elvin showed no inclination to linger, blending into the charred underbrush. They were the last flickers of guerrilla warfare in the southern lands, igniting the flames of vengeance in the wake of the traitors. In the western region, at the Iron Wall Pass, Marquis Glenwell stood atop the battlements, his silver hair whipping wildly in the wind. Behind him were the last elite hurricane crossbowmen and the Swift Wolf Cavalry Brigade of the Western Realm. My lord, the adjutant gasped. Urgent news from the capital. Eagle's Nest Fortress is in distress. Marshal Raymond requests reinforcements. The Marquis's weathered face bore the marks of time and resolve. Sons of the West, charge! A thunderous roar echoed through the pass. The southern lands have fallen. Traitors and foes rampage. Marshal Raymond fights alone at Eagle's Nest. The old Marquis's voice rang like a bell, proclaiming, this journey may lead to death, but the fate of the kingdom rests on this moment. Who dares to follow me into battle? To the death. We shall not yield. To the death. We shall not yield. The soldiers' roars shook the very walls. Open the gates. Glenwell unsheathed his ancestral runic greatsword, targeting Eagle's Nest Fortress. Full speed ahead. The heavy gates creaked open. The iron torrent of the Western Realm, driven by a resolve to confront death, surged toward the blood-soaked inferno of the south. In the eastern region, atop the iron bow fort watchtower, Duke Igor drew his iron bow, its string taut like a crescent moon. On the bowstring, a runic arrow, infused with the power of wind and thunder, hummed ominously. His gaze pierced through the spyglass, locking onto the mark of Eagle's Nest Fortress on the southern map. Sky-piercing archers. Assemble. The Duke's voice was steady as rock. Now, 5,000 archers, equipped with specially crafted longbows, responded in unison. Target, the perimeter of Eagle's Nest Fortress. Covering fire. Open a path for Glenwell. Yes, Buzz. The unique arcane portal of the Eastern Realm illuminated the square. 5,000 archers stepped into the magical array. Release. Duke Igor let loose the arrow. Whoosh. The wind and thunder arrow shot forth like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, the first to enter the portal. Following closely, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrential downpour of arrows surged through the portal, crossing 1,000 miles, accurately raining down upon the Sun Kingdom infantry formations gathering at the outskirts of Eagle's Nest Fortress. Thud, thud, thud. The screams melded into a cacophony. The unprepared Sun infantry fell like wheat before the scythe. It is the arrows of the Eastern Realm. On the battlements of the fortress, the soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. At Eagle's Nest Fortress, the bloodbath raged on. Marshal Raymond's battle blade had carved a breach, his armor riddled with dents and bloodstains. The traitors surged like a tide against the crumbling defense. The Golden Lion cavalry finally broke through the flank, commencing a massacre of the light infantry below the walls. Hold the line. Raymond's eyes bulged with fury. Suddenly, rumble. Dust billowed from the western horizon. Marquis Glenwell's Swift Wolf cavalry crashed into the flank of the Golden Lion cavalry like a silver torrent. Old comrades, hold fast. Glenwell's roar resonated like thunder. The runic greatsword cleaved the head of a Golden Lion cavalryman. For the west. For the kingdom. Kill. The arrival of the western reinforcements instantly turned the tide. Simultaneously, a fresh rain of arrows descended. The second wave of covering fire from the eastern archers effectively suppressed the advancing ranks of the traitors. Marshal Raymond gazed at the blood-soaked Glenwell, at the raining arrows from the eastern archers, at the soldiers within the fortress fighting to the last breath. And a glimmer of determination finally graced his blood-stained face. The kingdom has not yet fallen. He raised his battle blade high, his voice booming across the battlefield. Warriors, reinforcements have arrived. Let us counterattack. Drive the traitors and foes from our lands. Kill. The roar from the depths of despair ignited the last flicker of courage and hope within Eagle's Nest Fortress. Chapter 101. The blood night of the capital. The sanguine hue of the golden spike plains had yet to fade. Yet the night sky of Lion City was consumed by a more viscous and heart-wrenching darkness. The bright moon was shrouded by churning, living shadows, obliterating the starlight. The air grew heavy and cold, permeated with the stench of sulfur and decay, suffocating all who breathed it. This was no natural night, but rather a malignant corruption emanating from the depths of the abyss. Deep beneath the capital, in the royal treasury, the sound of gnawing echoed eerily in the silent vault, akin to countless small, sharp-toothed creatures ravenously devouring stone and ancient protective ruins. The royal guards, entrusted with the defense of the secret vault, clutched their polearms tightly, their inner linings drenched in cold sweat. Before them, the colossal gate forged from pure gold and starlit iron, inscribed with eternal barrier runes, trembled violently. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the door at a visible pace, oozing a viscous, foul-smelling purplish-black liquid from within. Even more terrifying was the intangible whisper that filled the air, sending shivers down the spine, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting in their ears. Alarm! Highest alert! The captain of the royal guard cried out, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The core area of the vault, the abyssal throat seal, is being eroded. It is the fifth family, the soul devourers. Their soul-eating worms are gnawing at the spatial barrier. In the palace, within the starry dome hall, the old king sat upon his obsidian throne, his murky eyes peering through the grand glass windows at the shadow-laden capital. Beside him, the military minister, Marshal Raymond Zaid, knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse with urgency. Your Majesty, the Eagle's Nest Fortress in the southern realm has held firm. The reinforcements from Marquis Glenwell and Duke Igor have arrived just in time. Marshal Raymond is organizing a counterattack, but the main force of the rebels remains intact. The subsequent legions of the Sun Kingdom are gathering. The southern realm remains in peril. The old king nodded slightly, his frail fingers tapping gently on the armrest of his throne. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths below. The entire palace shook violently. The crystal chandelier in the dome swayed wildly, its light flickering erratically. Dust cascaded down from the ancient murals on the walls. Even more chilling was the invisible mental shockwave that swept through the hall. Weak-willed attendants screamed and collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices. Your Majesty, the figure of Master Augustus, the chief court mage, materialized in the center of the hall, his white robes billowing without wind, as the gem atop his staff burst forth with blinding white light. Below, it is the fifth family's soul devourers from Web City. They are forcefully tearing apart the spatial nodes. Their target is the royal vault. Their soul-eating worms can devour spatial barriers and unleash soul-corrupting impacts. Before he could finish, thud, 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 the hard stone ground of the palace square suddenly shattered. Dozens of soul-eating worms, as thick as barrels and coated in a viscous purplish-black slime, erupted from the earth. They emitted a piercing, soul-wrenching shriek. The mouths of the worms opened wide, spewing rich, despair-laden purple spore mist. Where the mist spread, the eyes of soldiers and civilians glazed over, plunging them into a frenzy of self-harm or aggression. Even more horrifying, those ensnared by the worm's tendrils visibly withered, their life force violently siphoned away. Protect the king. Sir Arthur Rowland, the commander of the Royal Knight Order, bellowed with fury. Clad in resplendent silver rune-etched armor and wielding a lance ablaze with holy flames, he stood valiantly before the old king. Holy knights, form a formation. Sacred barrier, purify this filth. With a hum, hundreds of holy knights instantly formed a sacred barrier formation. Radiant holy light surged from them, coalescing into a massive protective luminescence that shielded the palace entrance. The soul-eating worms collided with the light barrier, emitting sizzling sounds as their slime evaporated, releasing foul black smoke. They writhed in agony, their spore mist purified by the holy light. Yet the number of worms was overwhelming. The onslaught was relentless. The barrier trembled violently. Court mages, unite your spells. Purification of souls. Master Augustus raised his staff high. At your command, Master. Dozens of court mages chanted in unison. A torrent of arcane energy converged in the air, forming a pure, rippling white halo. The halo swept across the square. The soldiers and civilians, driven mad by the spore mist, gradually regained clarity. Their shriveled bodies ceased their deterioration. However, the power of the halo was rapidly depleting. In the southern district of the capital, amidst the commoners, chaos and panic spread like a plague. More soul-eating worms emerged from the streets, the squares, and even the floors of the homes. Their spore mist plunged the entire area into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Even more terrifying, the faces atop some worms began to distort, emitting eerie chants. Invisible mental shockwaves struck the souls of the guarding soldiers like hammers. Those with weaker wills instantly broke down mentally, collapsing in screams. Steady the line. Protect the civilians. Priests. Mental defense. Prince Arthur St. Roland, clad in golden griffin battle armor and wielding his family's Lionheart rune sword, led a squad of capital garrison troops to hold fast at a street corner. His youthful face was smeared with blood, yet his gaze was resolute as iron. The light of his sword flashed, severing a tendril lunging toward women and children. The amulet he wore glimmered faintly, barely resisting the mental onslaught. Light church, priesthood, mind barriers. Dispel the toxic mist. Heal the wounded. Holy light protect us. The robed priests raised the holy insignia high, their gentle radiance dispelling the toxic mist, soothing the terrified populace, and healing the injured soldiers. Yet the number of worms was simply overwhelming. The spore mist and mental shockwaves poured forth incessantly. The defense line teetered on the brink of collapse. In the depths of the palace, within the vault passage, the battle grew even more ferocious. The space was confined, making it difficult for the holy light barrier to fully expand. Soul-eating worms surged forth like a tide from the rent vault door. Even more alarming, among the writhing mass of worms were dozens of shadowy elven mages, the soul priests, their forms composed purely of darkness. They wielded staffs embedded with crystals containing tortured souls, unleashing waves of intangible mental lashes. Guards struck by these blows collapsed as if their souls had been siphoned away, their eyes vacant. Clang! A royal guard's polearm was knocked from his grasp by a soul priest's mental shock. Another priest pointed their staff at him, an invisible force constricting his throat. Thud! In that critical moment, a searing arrow of holy flame pierced through the priest's skull. The body of the priest dissipated like smoke. Chapter 102. Underlying currents. Maintain coordination. Shield bearers, hold the line against the worms. Mages, activate mental defenses. Rangers, eliminate the priest. The voice of Sir Arthur echoed through the corridor. Each thrust of the holy lance in his grasp unleashed a thunderous force, completely purging a worm or priest from existence. Yet, the enemy's numbers seemed endless. The casualties among the Imperial Guard were mounting. Even more alarming, the cracks on the vault door were widening. In the palace's high tower, at the stargazing platform, Prince Alphonse St. Roland stood alone at the edge, draped in a magnificent purple velvet cloak embroidered with intricate star and moon runes. Alphonse's visage contrasted sharply with his brother Arthur's valor. His countenance was pale and brooding, his eyes deep and shadowy like an abyss. In his hand, he held a black prism composed of pure shadow energy, continuously spinning. Within its depths, countless tormented souls writhed in agony. He gazed down upon the capital engulfed in flames. Madness, and the wails of souls, a subtle curve of amusement gracing his lips. The piercing shrieks of the soul-devouring worms, the laments of spirits, and the explosions of holy light reached his ears, seemingly resonating within him. The prism of soul-devouring seemed to thrive on this chaos, its rotation hastening, exuding an even denser aura of darkness and despair. What a splendid feast, Alphonse murmured, lightly caressing the prism. It reacted to his touch, spinning faster. The anguished souls within becoming increasingly vivid. Lilith, is this the gift you have sent? The cries of the souls are truly intoxicating power. He slowly raised his hand, palm directed at a massive soul-devouring worm below, ravenously siphoning the life force of soldiers. Without incantation or ritual, an invisible, bone-chilling shadow energy, imbued with an overwhelming power to consume souls, surged forth like a tide, instantly ensnaring the worm. The creature's colossal form froze abruptly. It ceased its assault on the surrounding structures and soldiers, emitting a more agonizing, piercing wail as if countless souls were being torn asunder. The slime covering its surface bubbled violently. Its human-like visage contorted in unimaginable pain. Its body began to swell uncontrollably, twisting as if something within sought to rend it apart. Your Highness, be cautious. A court mage assigned to protect the prince exclaimed in alarm. He sensed the pure, malevolent shadow power that devoured souls, his complexion paling. That is the power of soul consumption. It will backfire. Yet, Alphonse appeared oblivious. His eyes flickered with an eerie purple light, the smile at the corner of his mouth widening. Come forth, let me witness the pinnacle of souls. In the palace square, Master Augustus keenly sensed the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the tower. He abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the indistinct purple figure atop the stargazing platform. alongside the soul-devouring worm that was expanding dangerously close to explosion, his expression gravely serious. Alphonse, the old mage's mind screamed in alarm. But at that moment, he had no time to spare. The pressure from the vault was intensifying. The psychic onslaught from the soul-consuming priests surged like a tidal wave. We must seal the breach. Augustus bellowed, Court mages, cast with me. Anchor the space. Reinforce the vault's seal. Drive those subterranean vermin back. Yes, master. The court mages responded in unison. A torrent of arcane energy coalesced once more. This time, the target was the nearly shattered vault door. Silver spatial chains manifested from thin air, entwining the fractured runic door like a giant serpent, attempting to forcibly mend the spatial rift. A roar, filled with rage and terror, emanated from the depths of the vault. It sounded like an enraged behemoth from the abyss. An even stronger psychic assault, mingled with shadow energy, crashed against the newly formed spatial chains like a tsunami. The chains trembled violently, emitting a disconcerting groan. Several court mages gasped, blood seeping from their lips. Hold firm, Master Augustus, his hair standing on end, veins bulging on his forehead. The gem atop his staff radiated blinding light. For the kingdom, for his majesty. Sir Arthur also felt the terrifying pressure from below. He plunged the holy lance into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands. An even more intense holy light erupted from him, resembling a burning sun. Holy radiant knights, by my name, let the holy light shine eternally. Shine forever. All the holy radiant knights roared in unison. The holy light enveloping them coalesced, forming an even denser and larger divine barrier. It not only shielded the palace, but also began to spread outward, dispelling the spore-laden mists in the square, incinerating the approaching soul-devouring worms. Meanwhile, Prince Arthur fought valiantly in the streets. The holy radiant knights held steadfast in the square, and the court mages worked to seal the fissures beneath the city. Every inch of the capital was ablaze. Every corner bled. Every soul resisted. Above in the tower, the light from Alphonse's soul-devouring prism grew ever brighter, the worm he controlled swelling to its limits. Within the starry domed hall of the Golden Lion Palace, the stench of blood and remnants of shadow energy hung heavily like a shroud. The old king caressed the armrest of the obsidian throne, marred by the corrosive acids of the soul-devouring worm. His murky gaze sweeping over the holy radiant knights diligently cleaning the dried purple slime from their armor with holy water-soaked silk, while court mages busied themselves repairing the runic tiles shattered by psychic shocks. Prince Alphonse, standing in the shadows after arriving at the palace, absent-mindedly toyed with a dark purple crystal shard, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, while the depths of his grayish-purple eyes churned with the ghostly light of the soul-devouring prism. Your Majesty, the chief court mage Augustus spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. The mental protection array has covered the core area of the inner city, but the spore contamination in the civilian districts will require time to cleanse. Though the soul beacon of the fifth family has been destroyed, residual waves still linger in the ley lines. The old king fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to the chief minister Soros, standing nearby. What news from the southern territories? Soros unfurled a battle report marred by scorch marks. Marshal Raymond steadfastly defended the Eagle's Nest fortress, while nearly half of Marquis Glenville's reinforcements had perished. The Kingdom of the Blazing Sun had dispatched an additional 50,000 troops, and the Bloodthorn rebels had already seized control of the entire southern granary of the Golden Spike Plains, having lost 7 in the process. His voice was heavy with gravity, and more troubling was the revelation that scouts had detected the shadowy markings of the dark elf shadow blades appearing behind the rebel lines, a harbinger that the tendrils of Spiderweb City had begun to stretch towards the southern territories. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Prince Alphonse chuckled softly, the crystal shards in his palm refracting an otherworldly violet light. The southern lands are in decay, and the capital is under siege. Truly, this kingdom is beset by troubles. He turned to the king, his voice slithering like a serpent across the icy surface. Father, perhaps we should consider preparing for the storm ahead. For instance, seeking a sufficiently powerful sanctuary for my sister Eleanor. Chapter 103. The Union that night, within the royal secret passage, the torches cast flickering shadows along the narrow rock walls. Princess Eleanor St. Roland donned an unassuming gray cloak, her golden hair wrapped in a dark scarf. Only her ice-blue eyes, inherited from the queen, sparkled with an unsettling calm and resolve that belied her youth in the dim light. Was my brother's foresight meant to render me a hostage in the north, or merely a bargaining chip? Her voice rang clear, cutting through the damp air of the tunnel. The captain of the Royal Shadow Guard, leading the way, hesitated slightly. Your Highness, His Majesty only stated that the north is currently the kingdom's most formidable bulwark. Eleanor's fingertips brushed against the water droplets seeping from the rock wall. The most formidable bulwark? Or the sharpest sword? Just as Lin Costa stained his marquee cloak with the blood of orcs, father sending his daughter away carries profound implications. She halted, her ice-blue gaze piercing the Shadow Guard captain. Tell father I will arrive at Blackrock City alive. Also inform him that the soul crystal in the third hidden compartment of Alphonse's study has experienced a 37 increase in energy fluctuations. It is calling to Spiderweb City. The Shadow Guard captain's pupils constricted, and he knelt on one knee. As you command. Blackrock City. Arcane spire before Lin lay a magical sand table displaying 3 simultaneous scenes. The Eagle's Nest fortress in the southern region crumbling under the bombardment of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's trebuchets. Marshal Raymond's armor reflecting mottled bloodstains in the firelight. In the capital's civilian district, priests guided dazed citizens into the purification light array. While a shadowy figure flickered in the corner, at the northern border checkpoint, a group of gray-robed travelers was being scrutinized. A gleam of gilded embroidery depicting a griffin crest flashing beneath their cloaks. The fall of the southern granaries, the chaos engulfing the capital. And now the royalty had sent forth another princess. Lin's voice bore a weighty tone. My lord, this is a hot potato. He traced the miniature rune marking representing the princess on the sand table with his fingertip. Not a hot potato, but a key. A key that can unlock the impasse in the capital. His gaze swept across the hazy image of the second prince in the capital. Alphonse was drawing energy from the ley lines, resonating with Spiderweb City. He was preparing for a shadow coronation in the capital. System notification. Special event triggered. The royal bloodlines entrustment. Critical intelligence acquired. Second Prince Alphonse's resonance with the soul crystal increased by 37. Strategic objective. Ensure Princess Eleanor's safety. Current reputation, 150,000 points. 500 points daily. Hawklin's voice was frosty. Subordinate present. Deploy the most elite team from the Shadow Teeth to covertly assist the princess. Conduct thorough checks for any shadow puppets that the second prince may have placed. Once the princess arrives, arrange for her stay in the Emerald Courtyard adjacent to the Arcane Spire, personally guarded by Master Orlando's rune barrier. Understood. Emerald Courtyard. Midnight Conclave Princess Eleanor set down the parchment depicting the northern defensive fortifications, her ice-blue eyes locking onto Lin. Did you intend to show me the arsenal, granaries, and mage towers of Blackrock in 3 days to suggest that the north can shelter a fugitive princess? Lin pushed a rune token embedded with obsidian towards her. I am indicating, Your Highness, that the north possesses the capacity to protect all who deserve refuge, including the Crown Prince William St. Roland, who is imprisoned in the dungeons of the Shadow Tower by his own brother. Eleanor's pupils dilated. Her fingers clenched tightly around her gown. Evidence? When the second prince extracted energy from the ley lines using the soul crystal, the arcane spire detected a synchronous wail of souls emanating from the direction of the Shadow Tower. Lin's voice remained calm. Such a profound soul resonance could only be caused by the royal firstborn, who shares blood ties. Eleanor closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they radiated a frozen determination. Alphonse has imprisoned our elder brother and colluded with the Dark Elves. The next step will be to usurp the throne. Father sent me out not for refuge, but to leave a bloodline capable of turning the tide. She grasped the rune token. What does the Marquis require of me? 2 tasks. Lin's fingertip touched the token, activating the internal communication array. First, with your royal authority, awaken the Lionheart spies lying dormant throughout the capital. Second, his gaze sharpened like a blade. When Alphonse makes his move, I need an edict that can rally the kingdom's nobility against the usurper. An edict with legal validity. An edict against the usurper? Eleanor frowned slightly. Though I possess royal blood, without the Privy Council's coronation, I have no authority to issue royal edicts. Unless, her ice-blue eyes suddenly sparkled with a keen light. Unless I acquire a status and authorization that the nobility of the capital cannot contest. Lin's eyes gleamed with insight. Your Highness implies a union. Eleanor's voice was clear and composed, as if articulating a tactical proposal, a union with the Guardian of the North. The title of Lady of Blackrock, combined with my status as the king's daughter and the secret authority bestowed upon me by father, would grant the edict legal efficacy. She paused, adding, more importantly, it will irrevocably bind the fate of the North to the royal family, providing you with the moral justification to act against the traitors. The hall fell into a profound silence. The candlelight flickered in Eleanor's ice-blue pupils, reflecting a political wisdom beyond her years. This was not a shy proposal from a young girl, but rather a decisive move made by a strategist. Do you understand what this means, Your Highness? Lin's voice was low. It means we become allies, sharing the fate of the kingdom. Eleanor met his gaze, signifying that he would receive the banner to vanquish the rebels, while she would acquire the iron shield to protect the kingdom. This was a covenant of survival and victory. Lin gazed at the 16-year-old princess, whose heart was as clear as a mirror, and slowly rose. Then I accept this covenant. He drew his runic longsword, its tip lightly touching the ground. In the name of the Marquis of Blackrock, I vow, the day our union is sealed shall be the day the decree to quell the rebellion is issued. The sword of the north shall strike down all traitors for your highness. Excellent. A frigid glimmer sparked in Eleanor's eyes. The ceremony was simple and took effect immediately. Lord Lime. She turned to the administrative officer. Prepare 2 documents. One announcing our union to the world. The other, a blank template for the decree against the rebels. Ready to inscribe the names of the traitorous once the capital is in turmoil. System notification. Royal marriage covenant established. Acquired special status. Royal consort. Unlocked political authority. Acting royal decree power. Limited to spouse S authorization. Prestige reward earned. 50,000 points. Current prestige. 200,000 points. 1. 500 points per day. A surge of magnificent prestige flooded into the system. Lin's eyes gleamed with renewed fervor. This newfound prestige and political authority would become a blade aimed at the shadows of the capital. Hawk. Lin's voice pierced the night, notifying Shadowfang. Target, the Tower of Shadows in the capital. I demand to know the exact location of Prince William. Master Orlando. My lord. Using the resonance frequency of the soul-eating crystal as a guide, we shall develop a soul resonance locating array. Lock onto the location of the Crown Prince. Yes. Eleanor approached the stained glass window, gazing southward at the swirling dark clouds, the token in her palm glowing faintly. The chessboard was set. The endgame for the capital would be determined by the Sword of the North and the authority of the royal house. The union was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of the reconstitution of royal power. Chapter 104. The fall of holy radiance deep within the palace of the city of Golden Lions. The shadows of the Tower of Shadows writhed as if alive. The soul-eating crystal embedded at the pinnacle of the tower erupted with an unprecedented violet-black radiance, enveloping the entire tower in a swirling vortex of darkness. Alphonse St. Roland stood at the center of the altar atop the tower, his purple velvet robe billowing without wind, and his staff, adorned with crystals of tortured souls, raised high above his head. Beneath him, a colossal spider totem, outlined in shadow energy, greedily siphoned vitality from the earth, while countless distorted soul phantoms wailed at the altar's edge. The time has come. Alphonse's voice, tinged with a morbid fervor, echoed in the sulphurous and decayed atmosphere of the tower's summit. Children of the Spider Queen, answer the call of the covenant. Present the offerings of the capital to your new king. Buzz. The soul-eating crystal trembled violently. A massive, purplish-black beam of pure shadow energy shot skyward, colliding violently with the protective barrier above the capital. The barrier, already weakened by mental pollution and the erosion of the Earth's energy, shattered like fragile glass. In the palace, the hall of the celestial dome thud. Master Augustus, the chief court mage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The gem atop his staff, which maintained the core of the barrier, instantly dimmed. He staggered back, his face as pale as parchment. The barrier has fallen. The fifth family has arrived. Almost instantaneously as the barrier shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The ground throughout the palace erupted. Giant soul-eating worms, even more colossal than before, emerged from the earth. Their bodies coated with a viscous violet-black slime, their surfaces adorned with agonized human faces. The spores they exhaled were no longer violet, but thick and inky black. Wherever the smoke spread, soldiers and attendants, unable to emit a cry, were instantly engulfed by darkness, black web-like patterns emerging beneath their skin, turning them into puppets. Weapons drawn against their former comrades. Mindless puppets. They are mindless puppets. Sir Arthur Roland, the Holy Radiance Knight, roared, sweeping his holy lance to purify a soldier-turned-puppet along with the black, thread-like mental tendrils within. Protect His Majesty. Retreat to the throne room. Father, this way. The third prince, Arthur St. Roland, wielding the Lionheart runic longsword, slashed through a black tendril spewing forth from a soul-eating worm. He shielded the elderly king, struggling to advance through the path forged by the Holy Radiance Knights with blood and light. Knights were continuously ensnared by the tendrils of the worms, or pierced by the blades of the puppet soldiers. The holy light flickered uncertainly in the darkness, like a candle fighting against the wind. Throne room. The final bastion, the heavy golden door, slammed shut. The remaining 50 or so Holy Radiance Knights braced against the door, forming the last circular defense. Outside the throne room surged a tide of mindless puppets and soul-eating worms. The sounds of crashing, gnawing, and the shrieks of mental assaults echoed like the death knell of hell. Master Augustus, how much longer can you hold? Sir Arthur wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The light of his holy lance had dimmed considerably. The old mage pressed his hands firmly upon the core array of the barrier embedded in the ground. His robe soaked with sweat. The earth's energy has been drained by Alphonse. The mental barrier can hold for at most another quarter of an hour. The elderly king sat upon the throne, his withered hands gripping the armrests tightly, his murky eyes reflecting the encroaching darkness beyond the door. Prince Arthur stood before his father. His young face smeared with blood, yet his grip on the sword remained steadfast. The voice of King Arthur, hoarse and weak, echoed, "If we cannot hold, you must take the secret passage to the north to find your sister." "Father." Arthur's voice was resolute. "We will hold. Sir Arthur is here. The Holy Radiance Knights are here." Just then, boom. The wall on one side of the throne room exploded violently. Amidst the flying debris, a soul-eating mother worm, larger than the others, burrowed its way in. Its top, adorned with a distorted human face, emitted a soul-piercing shriek. An invisible mental shockwave struck the crowd like a hammer. Several Holy Radiance Knights screamed in agony, clutching their heads and collapsing to their knees. The holy light extinguished in an instant. The aftershock of the mental assault swept over Master Augustus, causing him to grunt, his hands trembling violently as he struggled to maintain the barrier. "Protect His Majesty." Sir Arthur's eyes widened in desperation. He stepped forward abruptly. The sacred flame lance erupted with a final brilliance, as radiant as the sun. Holy radiance. Everlasting. Everlasting. The remaining knights roared in unison, unleashing the last vestiges of holy light as if igniting their very lives. The luminous barrier steadfastly resisted the black smoke and mental onslaught spewing from the mother worm. "Arthur, take His Majesty away." Sir Arthur's voice was hoarse with resolute determination. "The secret passage lies behind the throne. Quickly." "No, sir. We shall leave together," Arthur urged fervently. "Go." Sir Arthur spun around, his bloodied visage exuding undeniable authority. "You are the hope of the kingdom. Go." Arthur gazed into the old knight's eyes, aflame with fervor, then turned to the encroaching tide of darkness outside the door, gritting his teeth before rushing towards the throne. "Father, move." The old king, aided by Arthur, staggered towards the entrance of the secret passage behind the throne. Just as the stone door of the passage opened, a furious shriek erupted from the mother worm. It swung its massive body violently, a thick, slime-covered tentacle piercing through the barrier of holy light like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the old king's back. "Your Majesty, be careful," Sir Arthur bellowed. Without hesitation, he forsook defense, hurling the sacred flame lance. The burning lance streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the tentacle with a resounding impact. Splatter. Slime sprayed everywhere. The tentacle was pinned to the ground. Yet another tentacle, resembling a venomous serpent, ensnared Sir Arthur's body. "Sir." Arthur's eyes widened in horror. "Go." Sir Arthur's voice thundered. He allowed the tentacle to coil around him, dragging him toward the mother worm's maw filled with sharp teeth. In the moment of being consumed, he forcefully hurled his sword towards Arthur. "Take it. Head to the north. Tell Lin En that the holy radiance shall never extinguish." Crack. The mother worm's jaws snapped shut. Blood and fragments of holy light erupted from between its teeth. The commander of the Holy Radiance Knights, Arthur Rowland, had fallen. "No." Arthur let out a heart-wrenching roar. He caught the bloodied sword, his eyes ablaze with overwhelming fury and deep-seated hatred. He cast one last glance at the throne room engulfed in darkness before supporting the old king as they stepped into the dim secret passage. At the pinnacle of the Shadow Tower, Alphonse, observing through a floating crystal ball, watched as the holy light extinguished within the throne room and the mother worm devoured Sir Arthur, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The troublesome old dog has finally perished. He tapped his staff lightly, the crystal ball's display shifting to reveal puppets slaughtering civilians throughout the capital. The soul-eating worm consuming buildings, the entire city transforming into a dark altar. Chapter 105, The Southern Campaign. Not enough. A surge of purple light flared in Alphonse's eyes. More sacrifices are required. The coronation of the Spider Queen demands the grandest blood banquet. He thrust his staff into the center of the altar. "In my name, unleash the soul-eating domain. Envelop the entire city." Buzz. The soul-eating crystal erupted with an unprecedented dark radiance. A massive shadow vortex slowly spun above the entire capital. At the center of the vortex, a colossal phantom spider, composed entirely of pure shadow energy, began to materialize. Its 8 multifaceted eyes glimmered with greedy red light. Its maw opening as an invisible force of attraction enveloped the city. Countless civilian souls were forcibly ripped from their bodies, wailing as they were drawn into the vortex. No. In the secret passage, Arthur suddenly clutched his chest. A terrifying force of suction assailed him, as if it sought to tear his very soul asunder. The sacred flame sword at his waist suddenly burst forth with a weak golden light, barely shielding him and the unconscious old king. In Blackrock City, Arcane Spire. My lord. The voice of Master Orlando trembled with alarm, detecting an immense soul obliteration reaction from the direction of the capital. The energy level exceeds epic. Before Lin, the magical sand table displayed the capital's light, completely engulfed by a churning darkness that devours all. Only a faint golden light flickered weakly in the abyss. It is Prince Arthur. Princess Eleanor's voice was cold, her fingertips trembling slightly. The sword of Sir Arthur was protecting him. She turned suddenly, her ice blue eyes locking onto Lin. Alphonse is sacrificing the entire city. He aims to crown himself as the Shadow King. Lin's eyes shone with a chilling light. He grasped the runic token embedded with obsidian from beside the sand table, a royal decree bestowed upon him after his union with Eleanor. Rhyme. Lin's voice resonated like a polar wind. My subordinate is here. Immediately issue the decree of rebellion. Proclaim to the world. Alphonse St. Roland, colluding with dark elves. Sacrificing the capital, committing regicide and fratricide, a crime deserving of death. Guardian of the North, Lin En, by the command of Princess Eleanor St. Roland, shall act in royal authority. Pursue the traitor. Yes. Hawk. My subordinate is here. The Shadowfang forces are mobilized. Target, the capital. At all costs find and rescue Prince Arthur and His Majesty the King. Understood. Master Orlando. My lord. The Shadow Annihilation Cannon. Target, core of the Shadow Vortex above the capital. Charging. 100. Prepare to fire. Yes. Lin cast a final glance at Princess Eleanor. Your Highness, the decree of rebellion has been issued. Now it is time for the traitor to pay the price. Eleanor took up the blank decree template, her fingertip pressing heavily over the name of the traitor, leaving a deep scar. Alphonse St. Roland. Within her ice blue eyes, flames of vengeance burned fiercely. I shall repay blood with blood, and tooth for tooth. The decree of rebellion surged forth like ice water thrown into boiling oil, stirring a tremendous wave throughout the kingdom. However, beneath the surface of the wave lay a cold and brutal reality. In Blackrock City, the Strategic Council Chamber. The magical sand table shimmered with shifting shadows, presenting a suffocating battlefield. In the south, the blood-red tide representing the Kingdom of the Sun and the Bloodthorn rebels still surged fiercely, though the Eagle's Nest fortress stood resolute like a rock. Yet, Marshal Raymond's golden light had dimmed. The silver torrent of Marquis Glenwell was firmly ensnared in the meat grinder outside the fortress, unable to advance even a step. In the Eastern Realm, although Prince Igor's storm of arrows can temporarily delay the advance of the rebels, the ground forces must remain vigilant against any northern incursions by the enemy and cannot afford to divide their troops. In the Western Realm, Marquis Glenwell's main force is deeply engaged in the Southern Realm, leaving only a skeleton crew to maintain border defenses against potential remnants of orc forces or dark elf harassment. The royal capital lies utterly shrouded in an all-consuming vortex of darkness, with only the faint golden light representing Prince Arthur and a few noble strongholds flickering defiantly against the encroaching gloom, much like a candle struggling against a tempest. Lin lowered the latest magical communication with a heavy heart. My lord, Marquis Glenwell has responded. The main force in the west is firmly entrenched in the south, and the rebels are mounting a fierce offensive, making it impossible to divert troops to assist the capital. However, he swears by his family's honor that all resources from the west will be prioritized to support the northern army against the rebellion. He has ordered the opening of all armories and granaries in the west. Prince Igor from the Eastern Realm replied, the cloud-piercing archers can provide long-range fire support, but the ground forces in the east must remain to guard against northern rebel movements that may cut off our retreat. I will personally oversee the Iron Bow Fortress to ensure the eastern passage remains clear and to provide all arrows and runic materials. Lin listened in silence, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the sand table. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The support from the west and east was sincere, yet they were indeed pinned down by the rebels in the south and could not spare any attention. The fall of the capital had suddenly shifted the weight of the entire kingdom onto the shoulders of the north. In a calm yet powerful voice, Lin asserted, "The troubles of the capital can only be resolved by us in the north." The assembled generals fell silent. All eyes, Carl, Erect, Soren, Tom, Orlando, were fixed upon the figure seated at the head of the table. Lin slowly straightened, his silver-gray wolf cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His gaze swept over each commander under his command, his voice clear and resolute, resonating throughout the hall. In the south, we have Marshal Raymond and Marquis Glenwell fighting to the last. In the east, Prince Igor stands ready to support us. The west has given its all. Now it is our turn in the north. With a decisive strike on the sand table, he sent ripples through the shadows. Dispatch the orders. The entire northern army. Assemble at once. Target, the royal capital. Mission, eliminate the traitors. Save the king. Restore the capital. Carl, at your command. The commander of the heavy infantry stepped forward, the sound of his armor resonating. The defense of Rock Fortress will be entrusted to the deputy. You shall personally lead the 1st and 2nd Heavy Infantry Legions, along with all the armored infantry from the Beast Barrier, totaling 12,000 men, as the vanguard of the army. You must reach the northern outskirts of the capital within 3 days to establish a forward base. Understood. Erect, at your command. The leader of the Frostblade Riders knelt on one knee. All 5,000 Frostblade Riders will be lightly equipped. Divide into 10 teams and set out immediately. Clear all rebel scouts and dark elf eyes along the way to ensure the main force's route is unobstructed. Upon arriving at the capital, infiltrate for reconnaissance and establish contact with any resisting forces within the city. Yes, Soren, I am here. The admiral saluted. The naval forces at Golden Spike Port will dispatch all available landing troops and thunderous heavy infantry, totaling 4,000 men, which you will personally lead down the White River to strike directly at the western dock area of the capital. Engage the rebels from the waterways. Understood. Tom, present. The workshop supervisor bowed in readiness. All dragon-slaying crossbows, seismic explosives, and resonating demolition ammunition from the workshop must be loaded. The engineering corps will accompany the army. I need you to establish at least 3 heavy crossbow emplacements capable of covering the city walls of the capital within 12 hours of reaching the battlefield. Ensure the task is completed. Understood. Master Orlando. My lord. The old mage thumped his staff on the ground. The arcane spire is entering a wartime state. The abyssal annihilation cannons remain on standby. All rune mages will be divided into 3 groups. One will accompany the army to provide spell support. The second will maintain communication and reconnaissance arrays, and the third will remain at the spire, ready to initiate the final plan at any moment. Yes. A cascade of orders surged forth like a torrent of steel. The war machine of the Blackrock domain roared to life with unprecedented efficiency. Barracks, workshops, docks, and stables all buzzed with activity. Lin turned finally to Lem and Princess Eleanor. Lem, you are fully responsible for logistics and the resettlement of refugees. Your Highness, please send a joint response to the west and east. The north appreciates your support. The enemies of the capital shall be dealt with by us. The defense of the south is entrusted to you. Princess Eleanor nodded gravely, her ice-blue eyes filled with trust and determination. She promptly began drafting the reply. Lin then strode out of the council hall and ascended to the highest command platform of Blackrock Castle. Below, 50,000 elite soldiers summoned by the system donned runic heavy armor, wielding thunderous lances, the longbow guard, sharp-eyed and armed with powerful bows, the swift and bloodthirsty Frostblade Riders, the rune mages encircled by arcane energy, and the highly efficient, well-equipped engineering corps stood in perfect formation, their steel jungle glimmering coldly in the sunlight. The palpable aura of death coalescing into a formidable pressure. Further afield, the rigorously trained local garrison, equipped increasingly well, burned with battle fervor and loyalty to their lord. Lin's gaze swept across this torrent forged of steel and will, taking a deep breath, his voice amplified by magic, thundered like a storm in every soldier's ear. Warriors of the north, our kingdom stands on the precipice of an unprecedented crisis. In the south, traitors and enemies ravage our lands. The capital has been swallowed by darkness, our king in peril, and the people in anguish. Our comrades in the west and east are engaged in a bloody struggle in the south, shielding our backs from the swords of our foes. Now, it is our turn in the north to bear this heaviest burden. Draw forth our sharpest swords. Target, the royal capital, with the sword in our hands. Let us convey to those traitors and the crawling shadows, the fury of the north is the fury of the kingdom. The blade of the north is the blade of judgment. There is no retreat in this battle. Only death or glory. All troops advance. Roar, roar, roar. Victory for the North. Victory for the Marquis. The earth trembles beneath the thunderous roar that sweeps across the entire Blackrock City like a tsunami. The iron tide begins to move, heavy footsteps resounding through the land. Banners blot out the sun, and weapons stand like a forest. This solitary force, bearing the last hope of the kingdom, marches resolutely on the path of conquest to the south. Lin stands upon the command platform, gazing at the torrent heading southward, his eyes gleaming with a cold light like stars. Chapter 106. Father and Son, the judgment before the throne atop the Shadow Tower. Alphonse St. Roland gazes into the crystal sphere, revealing the North's army surging forth from Blackrock City like a torrent of steel, banners obscuring the sun. A murderous aura soaring to the heavens. The discipline of the troops, the quality of their equipment, and the faint glimmers of arcane power within the ranks all attest to a formidable force far beyond his expectations. The soul-devouring prism at Alphonse's fingertips trembles slightly, and for the first time, a flicker of unexpected rage appears in his gray-violet eyes. Has he truly integrated the northern forces so swiftly? What of the threat from the third family? A more terrifying thought emerges. Could it be he has even withstood the assault from Spiderweb City? This is impossible. It has completely disrupted his plans. He had sent Eleanor to the north intending to trap her in another dire situation, hoping to use the chaos of the north to eliminate her as a threat. He had never anticipated that the north would not fall into despair, but instead coalesce under Lin's leadership into a sharp sword, now pointed directly at his heart. Damn it! Alphonse clenches the prism tightly, its sharp edges piercing his palm, and dark purple blood seeps out, greedily absorbed by the prism. He must hasten. He must complete the coronation before the northern army arrives at the city gates. A hint of madness flashes in his eyes as he forcefully drives his staff into the altar. In my name, double the sacrifices. Buzz. The soul-devouring prism erupts with an even more blinding darkness. The shadow vortex above the capital spins with increased velocity. More souls are forcibly extracted, their anguished screams piercing through layers of barriers, echoing through the ruins of the palace. Underground in the collapsed secret passage, the old king, with Arthur's support, struggles to push aside a stone that has trapped his leg. Master Augustus, pale-faced, uses his last strength to maintain a feeble protective barrier against the omnipresent soul-draining force. Your Majesty, the power of the second prince is rapidly increasing. He is sacrificing the entire city. Augustus's voice is filled with despair. We must leave immediately. The old king gasps, his murky gaze directed towards the passage leading to the throne room, now completely engulfed in darkness. He shakes his head, his frail hand gently pushing Arthur away. Arthur, my son. The old king's voice is hoarse yet remarkably calm. Follow Master Augustus. Live on. Father, we will go together. Arthur exclaims urgently, gripping his father's arm tightly. The old king's eyes flash with profound weariness and resolve. What he desires is me. This throne must have someone to bring closure to all he has done. He glances at Augustus. Master, take him away. It is an order. Augustus's lips tremble, but he ultimately nods firmly, pulling Arthur, who still struggles, along. Your Highness, let us go. Do not let His Majesty's sacrifice be in vain. Arthur looks at his father's determined gaze, tears blurring his vision, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, follows Augustus deeper into the secret passage. The old king watches as their figures vanish into the darkness, slowly adjusting his tattered royal robe, leaning on a broken spear, and step by step, he laboriously approaches the cracked golden door leading to the throne room. The throne room resembles an abyssal domain. The colossal form of the soul-devouring matriarch coils at the center, its stout tentacles writhing slowly. The figure of the dark elf soul-devouring priest flickers in the shadows. Alphonse does not personally appear, yet his voice emanates through the distorted human face atop the matriarch, filled with mockery and delight. My dear father, have you finally come forth to face me? The old king struggles to reach the throne, not sitting down but leaning against it, staring directly at the terrifying matriarch. Alphonse, cease this madness. It is not too late to turn back. Turn back? The matriarch emits a piercing, mocking laugh. It is Alphonse's voice. To return to a past forever overlooked, where resources are always tilted towards the favored eldest son and beloved youngest child. To return to an era when even the mage mentors deemed my talents peculiar and refused to teach me further? A flicker of pain crosses the old king's eyes. Everything I have done was to protect you. Your power is too dangerous, too close to darkness. I only wish for you to live a peaceful life. Peaceful? To live like a mouse, scurrying in the shadows? Alphonse's voice suddenly sharpens with bitterness. Why should William receive the finest knight training and the king's wisdom? Why should Arthur garner everyone's love and attention? Why should Eleanor possess such high elemental affinity? Yet I, who hold a more potent and purer power, am only feared, suppressed, and deemed strange and dangerous by you all. The matriarch's tentacles wave excitedly. You do not understand. This is the true supreme power. The Spider Queen has granted me rebirth. She has given me the chance to shatter all this injustice. Now I am the true sovereign. The old king gazes at his seemingly mad son and wearily closes his eyes. So you conspired with the dark elves, sacrificing the entire populace of the capital for your dominion? Alphonse, you are grievously mistaken. Mistaken? Alphonse sneers. History is written by the victors. As long as I successfully ascend the throne, I shall be the author of history. As for you, dear father, you will be the most precious sacrifice at the shadow coronation. The tentacles of the mother insect lunged violently towards the aging king. He did not flinch, merely opening his eyes, which, despite their murky appearance, shone with an unprecedented clarity, filled with boundless sorrow and a father's ultimate resolve. I have never feared your power, my son. I only fear that you shall be consumed by it. The tentacles viciously coiled around the king's frail body, lifting him into the air. Dark energy began to erode his life force. Meanwhile, Master Augustus grasped Arthur's hand, leading him through a concealed drainage outlet to escape the palace. Looking back, they beheld a surge of dark energy erupting from the throne room, the king's life force flickering like a candle in the wind, rapidly dimming. Father! Arthur cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, yet Augustus firmly covered his mouth, dragging him deeper into the shadows. Atop the Tower of Shadows, Alphonse peered through a crystal ball, witnessing the king's vitality being devoured by the mother insect, feeling the immense surge of soul energy flooding into the altar. A cold, twisted smile crept upon his lips. The first step is complete, he murmured, his gaze shifting northward. Now it is time to welcome my dear brother-in-law. Lin co-star, I hope you enjoy the dark feast I have prepared for you. Within the throne room, the old king had entirely lost his vitality, his desiccated body carelessly discarded by the mother insect in a corner. The shattered long spear lay beside him, a poignant epitaph of his and the kingdom's fate. The confrontation between father and son concluded in the most brutal manner. Meanwhile, the vengeful army from the north marched forward, shrouded in swirling dust, approaching this city of death. A true storm is about to descend. Chapter 107. The shadowed coronation upon the altar atop the Tower of Shadows. Dark energy surged like boiling ink. Alphonse St. Roland stood at the center, the soul-devouring crystal hovering in his palm, greedily siphoning the life force drawn from the earth. Alongside the ceaseless lament of souls flowing from the vast shadow vortex above the capital. In his grayish-purple eyes reflected the madness and despair unfolding throughout the city. Spiritual puppets slaughtered one another in the streets, while soul-devouring worms feasted upon flesh amidst the ruins, transforming the entire city into a colossal living altar dedicated to the Spider Queen. Not enough, Alphonse's voice carried a hint of sickly impatience, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the crystal's edge. The coronation of the Spider Queen requires the most precious of sacrifices, royal blood. His gaze pierced through the tower's layers, directing itself towards the deepest dungeon of the Tower of Shadows. There, within an iron cage, the emaciated figure of Prince William St. Roland was held captive by chains of shadow runes, each breath accompanied by the agony of his soul being drawn away. My dear brother, Alphonse's lips curled into a cruel arc. Your final mission is to become the cornerstone of my ascension. He struck his staff forcefully upon the ground. Buzz. The spider totem upon the altar suddenly blazed with blinding purple light. Several tendrils, composed purely of dark energy, penetrated the dungeon's rock walls like venomous serpents, plunging violently into Prince William's body. Ack! Prince William let out a heart-rending scream. His body convulsed violently, black web-like patterns emerging beneath his skin. The tremendous life force and the pure power of royal blood surged forth, like a flood breaking its dam, as the tendrils ravenously extracted it, channeling it into the soul-devouring crystal at the altar's center. The crystal erupted with an unprecedented darkness. Alphonse's form levitated amidst the radiance, his grayish-purple eyes completely consumed by a deep purple-black. A terrifying and majestic shadow pressure spread forth as if it were a tangible force, with royal blood as the catalyst, with royal souls as the offering. O Spider Queen above, grant your loyal servant the crown of shadows. Alphonse's voice resonated like a roar from the abyss. In the ruins of the palace, within the makeshift shadow hall, the surviving nobles of the capital were herded together by the shadow blade assassins, trembling in fear. The air was thick with the stench of blood and despair. They bore witness to the frenzy of spiritual puppets, the horror of soul-devouring worms, and the fate of the chief minister, Soros. When Alphonse announced through the illusion of the soul-devouring mother insect that Duke Soros had perished from the burdens of state affairs, all understood what had transpired. That cunning minister, who had always endeavored to maintain the dignity of the kingdom, chose the most resolute manner to preserve his final dignity. Now, the grotesquely contorted face atop the mother insect emitted Alphonse's cold voice, declaring that the kingdom requires a new order. It requires loyalty. The Minister of Finance, Varian, was the first to collapse to the ground, his corpulent body quaking in terror. I, Varian, pledge my loyalty to His Majesty Alphonse. I shall dedicate my life and soul to my king. His voice trembled with tears, his forehead crashing heavily against the cold ground, like the first domino falling. Other nobles hastened to kneel, their voices a cacophony of fear and flattery. We pledge our loyalty to our king. Long live His Majesty Alphonse. Shadow protect the kingdom. Alphonse observed this scene with satisfaction. Varian's submission was anticipated. This greedy and cowardly man had long harbored trepidation towards Lin's power, and now, faced with an even more terrifying shadow force, surrender was his only option. Soros's death had utterly shattered the last vestiges of the noble's resolve. Excellent. Alphonse's voice carried a note of delight. Varian, effective immediately, you shall serve as the new chief financial minister of the kingdom, responsible for managing all resources of the capital, nay, all resources of the kingdom, to supply the needs of the shadow guards. Thank you, Your Majesty. Varian's voice quivered with excitement, as if he had forgotten the recently deceased Soros. As for you, Alphonse's gaze swept over the other nobles. From this moment forth, all your family soldiers and guards shall be incorporated into the ranks of the shadow guards. They shall be commanded by the soul-devouring priests. Those who dare to defy shall find their souls turned into delicacies for the Spider Queen. The nobles' faces paled. Yet they could only prostrate themselves, responding in unison, Yes, my king. In the northern outskirts of the capital, the Broken Sword Hills, Karl's heavy infantry legion stood like a mountain of steel upon the hills, clad in the formidable runic armor of colossal beasts. The soldiers formed a steadfast wall with their shields interlocked and their long spears standing tall like a forest, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the fading light of dusk. They silently gazed upon the distant city, once the resplendent capital of the Golden Lion, now shrouded in darkness, a lair of shadows. Its skies swirling with a vortex of gloom resembling a grievous wound, incessantly devouring life and light. The Frostblade Rangers, led by Erect, drifted like specters around the outskirts of the hills, dispatching any dark elf scouts or mindless puppets that dared to approach for reconnaissance. From the shadows, Scout Captain Hawk emerged, kneeling before Karl. General, I have confirmed the situation within the city. The main force of the garrison is no longer human soldiers, but rather mindless puppets completely under the thrall of shadow energy. Their numbers exceed 30,000. They feel no pain and fear not death, resembling mere walking corpses. The nobles' private troops and remnants of the royal garrison have been transformed into shadow sentinels, commanded by the dark elf soul devourers. Entrenched in the heart of the inner city, Alphonse has completed some vile ritual. The energy fluctuations are dreadfully terrifying. The source is pinpointed at the Shadow Tower. Hawk's voice bore a heavy tone as he confirmed the death of Duke Soros, who had taken his own life in defiance of the enemy. Varian has sworn allegiance to the traitors. Karl, leaning on his bone axe, felt a fierce blaze of fury ignite in his eyes. Duke Soros was a man of honor. Varian is a traitor and must be dealt with. He turned his gaze toward the capital, issuing orders to the entire army. Maintain the highest state of vigilance. Await the commands of the Marquis. In the command tent of the Blackrock Army, Lin stood before a vast magical sand table, which vividly displayed the defensive layout of the capital as reported by Hawk. The sand table was peppered with countless red dots representing the mindless puppets, while purple dots denoted the shadow sentinels guarding vital points. Deep black dots symbolizing the soul devourers, and Alphonse occupied the shadow tower. Princess Eleanor stood beside him, her ice-blue eyes fixed upon the darkened area, symbolizing the royal palace, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the runic token that could activate the Lionheart spies. The news of Soros's death flickered a momentary pain in her gaze, quickly replaced by deeper frost. Chapter 108. The assault on the capital. Alphonse has completed the shadow coronation. Lin's voice remained calm and unflinching. He had consumed the bloodline power of his brother, King William, and his strength surged. The garrison of the capital had become his puppets. Varian's betrayal was anticipated. Eleanor's voice was cold. He epitomized the decayed nobility of the capital, cowardly and spineless. Yet they represented the strength of the city's defense. Lin traced the purple dots of the shadow sentinels on the sand table, noting that they were more difficult to contend with than the mindless puppets. Controlled by the dark elf priests. Master Orlando. Lin turned to the old mage. Sir. Orlando bowed. How is the charge of the obsidian annihilation cannon? Can it lock onto the shadow tower? In response, sir. The charge is at 95. However, the shadow tower is enveloped in a potent shadow force field. Forcibly locking it will require time and may provoke uncontrollable energy backlash. Continue charging. Prioritize stability. Await the opportune moment. Soren. Lin faced the messenger. Send word to Marquis Glenvale in the west and Duke Igor in the east. The Blackrock army is about to launch a full-scale assault on the capital. They must hold the southern front at all costs. We cannot allow the traitors to flank our forces from the north. Yes, sir. Carl. Erect. Tom. We are here. The three responded in unison. The Vanguard Legion must maintain pressure. The engineers will construct heavy crossbow positions overnight. Target. The outer city walls of the capital. The Frostblade Rangers are to expand their reconnaissance range, identifying weak points in the wall defenses and potential infiltration routes. Understood. Commands were issued with precision. The entire Blackrock army moved as a meticulously crafted and efficient war machine, ready to unleash its fangs beneath the walls of the capital. Lin finally turned to Eleanor. Your Highness, the Lionheart spies can be activated. The objective, to create chaos, rescue any surviving resistors, and assist in opening the city gates during the full-scale assault. Eleanor nodded gravely, tracing an arcane symbol on the runic token. An invisible wave of energy instantly radiated outward. The secret order has been dispatched. She stepped outside the tent, gazing at the city consumed by darkness. Her ice-blue eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Alphonse, your shadow throne shall crumble. Lin stood beside her, his silver-gray wolf pelt cloak billowing in the night breeze. He slowly drew his runic longsword, its tip aimed directly at the swirling shadows above the capital. Blackrock Army. His voice resonated through the magical amplification array, echoing across the hills. Target, the capital. At dawn, we shall breach the city. Execute the traitors. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a crack of thunder. In the capital of Golden Lion, the swirling shadows above pulsated like a dying beast, the viscous darkness licking at the crumbling city walls. On the walls, the soldiers, eroded by shadow energy, exhibited vacant stares, their movements stiff like marionettes. The soul-devouring worms, coated in purple-black slime, writhed in the battlements, exhaling suffocating spores. The entire city exuded an air of decay and despair. In the northern outskirts of the capital, at the Broken Sword Hills, 50,000 elite Blackrock soldiers stood like a silent forest of steel, glimmering with a cold sheen beneath the rising sun. There were no beating drums, no cheering shouts. Only the metallic whispers of armor and the muted snorts of warhorses, coalescing into a palpable atmosphere of impending slaughter that seemed to momentarily freeze the darkness over the city walls. Lin, draped in a silver-gray wolf pelt cloak, stood atop the hill. Behind him, 5 banners of the gray wolf flapped in the morning breeze, with the core commanders of the Blackrock army, Carl, Erect, Soren, Tom, and Orlando, standing resolutely beneath them. Their gazes pierced through space, fixated on the colossal city engulfed by darkness. Master Orlando, Lin's voice remained steady. Sir. The old mage's staff struck the ground, his eyes glimmering with arcane light. Mental protection array, cover the entire army. At your command. Orlando raised his staff high, and 50 runic mages began to chant in unison. A tremendous surge of arcane energy ascended, weaving into a vast, nearly invisible light net of pale blue that gently enveloped the entire formation of the Blackrock army. As the ethereal light enveloped the soldiers' bodies, a wave of refreshing and resolute will surged into their minds, dispelling the insidious whispers and soul-tugging sensations emanating from the capital. The soldiers' gazes sharpened, and their grips on their weapons steadied. Tom, report. At the Dragon Slayer ballista position, the target was identified, the city wall's defense nodes and the worm congregation. 3 rapid volleys. Affirmative. Behind the hills, 100 menacing Dragon Slayer heavy rune ballistae were swiftly set up by the engineering corps. The barrels were inscribed with penetrating and explosive runes as the gunners calibrated their angles, loading specially crafted demon-slaying arrows entwined with silver threads. Fire. With a wave of Tom's flag. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening twang of bowstrings rent the air. 100 arrows, trailing silver tails like meteors, struck the city wall with precision. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted in succession. The slime-coated soul-devouring worms were blown apart, their flesh scattering. The battlements, etched with shadow runes, crumbled like rotting wood under the influence of the demon-slaying runes. Swathes of spirit puppets fell to the ground, in just 3 volleys. The northern city wall's defenses were rent asunder, revealing several enormous gaps. Longbow guard. Erect's voice rang out like an eagle's cry. Now, 15,000 archers, burdened with powerful longbows, responded in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. Target, the breach. Covering fire. Soul-piercing, armor-breaking arrows. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows blotted out the sun, soaring into the sky. The specially designed soul-piercing arrowheads gleamed with a ghostly blue light, effortlessly piercing through the remnants of the puppet soldiers' rudimentary leather armor. Once embedded within, they unleashed faint soul shockwaves, instantly obliterating their tainted spiritual cores. The remaining defenders at the breach fell like cut wheat. Iceblade Rangers. Erect commanded once more. Charge. 5,000 light-armored rangers, clad in frost-etched armor, urged their steeds forward like arrows released from a bow, splitting into 10 silver torrents, rushing towards the city wall's gap. Their poison-short spears were accurately hurled, pinning the dark elf Shadowblade assassins attempting to block the breach against the wall. Scimitars flashed, reflecting cold light, harvesting the last vestiges of resistance. Heavy infantry. Carl's voice thundered across the battlefield. Blackrock. Carl pointed his colossal axe forward, his voice booming like thunder. Advance. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000 heavy infantry, clad in the runes of behemoth fortitude, formed a moving wall of steel, marching with synchronized, thunderous steps over the charred earth, charging towards the largest breach in the wall. The earth-strong runes glowing on their tower shields coalesced into an unyielding energy barrier. The sporadic shadow arrows and the acidic spittle of the worms splashed against it, only creating faint ripples. Rune Mage Core. Unite your spells. Arcane Torrent. Clear the path. Master Orlando directed his staff toward the dark elf mages and the new swarm of worms surging from beyond the breach. Buzz. 50 mages unleashed blinding arcs of arcane brilliance from the tips of their staves simultaneously. A colossal surge of energy coalesced in the air, compressing into a pure blue pillar of destruction energy, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The pillar descended like a spear of divine retribution, crashing into the area beyond the breach. Boom. Chapter 109. In the name of the holy light. The terrifying arcane energy erupted. The dark elf mages' shields shattered like paper, their bodies vaporizing in the blinding radiance. The soul-devouring worms emitted anguished howls as their massive forms were torn apart and evaporated. The ground was furrowed into a charred trench. The path into the city was completely cleared. Heavy cavalry. Lin's voice rang out like a drawn sword. For Blackrock. The heavy cavalry commander roared. Charge. Boom. The earth trembled. 2,000 soldiers clad in rune-etched heavy armor, their steeds equally encased in thick armor, surged forward like an avalanche. Their 3-meter-long heavy lances were held aloft, tips entwined with armor-piercing and shock runes. They followed the path opened by the heavy infantry, thrusting into the heart of the capital like a searing iron brand. Everything in the cavalry's path, scattered puppet soldiers, dark elf warriors attempting to form a line. Even the smaller soul-devouring worms was reduced to dust beneath the weight of their hooves and the sharpness of their lances. Wherever the iron torrent passed, it left behind a path paved with flesh and blood. Engineering Corps. Tom. Lin's commands were unceasing. At your service. Set up the resonator rune bombs. Target the inner city gate and the defense nodes around the shadow tower. Clear the firing range for the obsidian annihilation cannon. Understood. Hundreds of engineers darted like phantoms through the path carved by the cavalry. Their movements were as swift as lightning as they installed intricately runed metal cylinders, the resonator bombs, within the thick iron gates of the inner city and the crevices at the base of the shadow tower. These bombs were designed specifically to dismantle fortified structures, capable of triggering high-frequency seismic shocks. Detonate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous booms resonated from beneath the earth. The inner city gate and its tower collapsed violently under the intense shockwaves. The base of the shadow tower was rent with spiderweb-like fissures, the tower swaying violently, its shadow runes flickering erratically. Orlando. Lin's gaze fixed upon the towering shadow tower, where the soul crystal at its peak was emitting a blinding purple light in its dying throes. Obsidian annihilation cannon. Target the top of the shadow tower. Fire. Energy charged to 100. Coordinates locked. Fire. Master Orlando's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. Atop the arcane spire, a colossal cannon, driven by a void star core and entwined with destructive energy, glowed with a dazzling white light that was blinding. Virum, an indescribable torrent of pure white energy, as if capable of tearing through space, spanned miles to strike the soul crystal atop the shadow tower with unerring precision. There was no sound of explosion, only annihilation. The crystalline tower and the altar atop it, together with the remnants of Alphonse's shadowy magic circle, silently dissolved like snow in the pure, white light, disintegrating into nothingness. The upper half of the shadow tower was utterly obliterated. All troops. Lin's voice resonated across the battlefield through the amplification magic array. Purge the remaining enemies. Rescue the civilians. Target, the royal palace. Blackrock. The thunderous roar surged through the city like a tsunami. The iron flood of the Blackrock army plunged fiercely into the dark heart of the royal capital, akin to a searing brand. At the massive breach in the northern city wall, smoke still lingered, with charred debris and twisted metal scattered about, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingled with the stench of char and blood. Yet, at this moment, the sun struggled to pierce through the dissipating whirlpool of shadows, casting a long-awaited warmth and hope upon this ravaged land. In the northern district of the capital, the scorched battlefield unfolded. Heavy infantry, tower shield formation, advance, eliminate the remaining foes. Carl's voice boomed like a bell through the chaotic streets. Roar. 3,000 heavy infantry clad in the runes of colossal beasts advanced. Their tower shields interlocked, long halberds raised like a forest, marching with heavy, synchronized steps, resembling a moving wall of steel, crushing through the streets littered with corpses and rubble. The radiant runes on the surface of their shields glimmered together, forming an indomitable barrier of energy. Scattered, frenzied soldiers, corrupted by shadow energy, swung their rusted blades at them, only to be met with the dull thud against the shields, swiftly pierced by the halberds thrusting through the gaps. Occasionally, remnants of soul-devouring worms crawled from the ruins, spewing thin plumes of black smoke, but they were accurately dispatched by the longbowmen positioned behind the tower shields. Ice Edge cavalry. Spread out. Search for survivors. Eliminate shadow nodes. Erect's voice echoed through the communication runes. Yes, 5,000 light-armored cavalrymen, clad in ice-marked leather, dispersed like a silver stream, rushing into the narrow alleys and collapsed houses. Their movements were as swift as lightning, poisoned javelins accurately thrown, pinning the lurking dark elf assassins against the walls. With curved blades flashing coldly, they cleared the sporadic resistance. Simultaneously, they meticulously searched every corner for potential survivors, employing specially crafted purification runestones to dismantle the lingering shadow energy nodes. Romancers. Dispelling darkness. Purifying the air. Master Orlando pointed his staff towards the streets shrouded in residual spore smoke. Buzz. 50 runemancers chanted in unison. The pure arcane radiance rippled like waves of water. Wherever it passed, the viscous black smoke melted away like snow under the sun. The nauseating stench of decay in the air was swiftly banished. Civilians, their gazes vacant and skin marked with black veins from smoke corruption, gradually regained clarity under the illumination of arcane light, curling in pain on the ground, yet at least escaping the fate of total erosion. In the ruins of the palace square, Princess Eleanor stood at the center, her feet on shattered stones and dried blood. Her ice-blue eyes scanned this square, once a symbol of the kingdom's glory, now reduced to a dark altar. The fallen statues, the charred fountain, and the withered corpses drained of vitality by soul-devouring worms all pierced her heart. She slowly raised her hands, palms upward. No incantations, no staff, but a pure and powerful light, imbued with warmth and hope, awakened within her like a slumbering volcano. Her golden hair moved as if in a breeze, shimmering with the luster of molten gold in the sunlight. Deep within her ice-blue eyes, 2 points of celestial purity sparkled like stars. In the name of the holy light. Eleanor's voice resonated ethereally and authoritatively, echoing throughout the square. Cleanse this city. Buzz. A colossal beam of immaculate light, akin to liquid sunshine, surged from her palm into the sky. The beam expanded violently, transforming into countless strands of gentle yet supremely purifying golden light, like tears from the divine, showering down upon the entire royal capital. Wherever the light fell, the remnants of shadow energy nestled in the crevices of buildings and corners of streets evaporated like ice under a blazing sun. The smaller, not yet fully eradicated soul-devouring worms shrieked in agony under the light's radiance, their bodies emitting foul black smoke, swiftly withering and carbonizing. The civilians, deeply tainted by mental corruption, their skin still struggling with black veins, groaned in pain under the light's embrace. Yet those black markings began to fade rapidly. Their eyes rekindled with the spark of life. The entire capital felt as though it were washed clean by a sacred deluge. The remaining darkness was dispelled. Despair was replaced by hope. The sunlight grew brighter, and the air more refreshing. The holy light is the holy light. An elderly woman, rescued, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The goddess of light has not forsaken us. Your Highness, it is your Highness. The soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Eleanor stood at the center of the golden ring. Akin to a radiant saint descended upon the mortal realm. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, clearly indicating the immense toll of such widespread purification, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. This was the power that lay dormant within her bloodline, finally awakened in the kingdom's darkest hour. Chapter 110. The conclusion of the throne in the depths of the palace. The corridor leading to the throne room. Lin led an elite squad of ice-edge cavalry and runemancers, slicing through the scattered resistance like a blade. Swiftly advancing towards the throne room. The sights along the way were harrowing. The walls were marred with claw marks and signs of shadow corrosion, and fragments of the shattered armors of the radiant knights and dried blood littered the ground. Just as they were about to reach the grand doors of the throne room, a resounding crash echoed. A burning column ahead collapsed with a thunderous roar. Through the swirling dust, several figures staggered forth. At the forefront stood a figure clad in shattered golden griffin armor, his face marred with blood and soot. Yet his gaze remained as sharp and unyielding as that of a wounded lion. In his hand, he gripped a fractured sword, still faintly aglow with holy flames. A relic of Sir Arthur. Behind him followed a handful of battered knights of the Holy Radiance and the pale visage of Master Augustus. Prince Arthur. Lin recognized him at once. Marquis Lin. Upon seeing Lin, Arthur's eyes ignited with disbelief, only to be swiftly overtaken by profound sorrow and rage. He pointed vehemently towards the cracked, dark, energy-corroded golden door behind him. Alphonse. He is within. His voice choked, unable to continue. Lin's gaze swept over Arthur and the weary warriors behind him, then back to the ominous door, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. Your Highness, let us vanquish the usurper. Very well. Arthur tightened his grip on the broken sword, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Tom. Lin called sharply. Present. The shaker. Target. Throne room door. Affirmative. Two engineers swiftly approached, affixing a runic metal cylinder to the golden door. Detonate. Boom. A violent shockwave hurled the heavy golden door and its frame away. Dust billowed. As the dust settled, the scene within the throne room came into view. This was no longer a palace of mortals, but a chasm of demons. The colossal, lifeless form of the soul-devouring motherworm loomed in the center, exuding a foul stench. The walls and ceiling were ensnared with shadowy runes, flickering with an ominous violet glow. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the charred remnants of souls. Upon the obsidian throne, a symbol of the kingdom's supreme power, sat Alphonse St. Roland. He was draped in a magnificent robe woven from pure shadow energy, shimmering with hues of purple and black, crowned with a twisted, thorn-like diadem of darkness. His face was pallid, devoid of color, and in the depths of his grayish-purple eyes, only pure, cold darkness and madness remained. In his grasp was the now diminutive, yet more solid, soul-devouring crystal, pulsating with a disquieting power. Welcome, my dear sister, and my brave brother. Alphonse's voice slithered like a serpent across ice, infused with a twisted elegance. Have you come to attend my coronation? Alas, the sacrifice requires but one final step. His avaricious gaze roamed over Lin and Arthur, ultimately resting on Eleanor, a cruel smile curling his lips. The pure power of light. How perfect a sacrifice. The Spider Queen shall be most pleased. Alphonse. Arthur's eyes widened with fury, his broken sword aimed directly at the throne. You demon who murdered your father and imprisoned your brother. Today marks your demise. A demon? Alphonse chuckled softly, rising slowly, his shadowy robe billowing without wind. No. I am the new king, the Shadow Lord who shall lead the kingdom into eternal darkness and rebirth. He raised the soul-devouring crystal high. In my name. The final feast begins. Buzz. The crystal erupted with blinding violet-black light. The shadowy runes of the entire throne room shone to their utmost brilliance. A terrifying force, capable of devouring souls, surged forth like a tsunami, aimed directly at Eleanor. Protect the princess. Lin bellowed. The runic sword was drawn in an instant. The power of the stars coursed through the blade. Holy light. Shield. Eleanor formed a protective barrier with her hands, pure light energy coalescing around her. For our father. For the kingdom. Arthur roared. The sword, ablaze with holy flames, swung down violently against the encroaching dark energy. Boom! Light and darkness. Holy flames and shadows. Stellar power and soul-devouring force. Three supreme powers clashed fiercely at the center of the throne room, unleashing an apocalyptic storm of energy. The entire palace trembled violently. Debris rained down. At the eye of the storm, Alphonse's expression of elegance and madness froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the soul-devouring crystal. The source of his power, which began to crack under the onslaught of light, holy flames, and stellar energy. No, this is impossible. He shrieked in terror. Crack. The soul-devouring crystal shattered. Gasp. Alphonse, struck hard, coughed up a spray of violet-black blood. His shadowy robe dimmed and disintegrated, the crown turning to ash. The terrifying soul-devouring force, now unbound from the crystal, surged back upon him like a wild stallion, consuming him whole. Alphonse let out a wail that transcended human sound. His body swelled as if inflated. His skin cracked, oozing violet-black blood from the fissures. Countless distorted and tormented souls struggled to escape from within him, only to be torn apart and devoured by an unseen force. No, Spider Queen, save me, save me. His voice was laden with despair and terror, yet in response, only the more violent backlash of his unleashed power awaited him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Alphonse's swollen body burst apart. Violet-black flesh and shattered soul fragments scattered in every direction. A terrifying wave of shadow energy swept through the throne room, obliterating the remaining shadowy runes. As the dust settled, the throne room lay in ruins. The throne symbolizing shadowy dominion was reduced to a charred base. Alphonse St. Roland, the traitor who sacrificed his father and brother, devoured countless souls, and sought to crown himself as the Shadow King, was ultimately consumed by his own power, leaving no trace. His soul dispersed. Lin retracted the runic sword, the starry light gradually dimming. Eleanor dismissed her holy light shield, her complexion pale, yet her resolve unwavering. Arthur leaned on his broken sword, gazing at the violet-black stain upon the throne. Tears silently streamed down his face, mingling with blood as they dripped onto the cold ground. Arthur's voice was hoarse and weary as he concluded. Lin cast a sweeping gaze over the ravaged throne room, then looked out at the sky, which was gradually regaining its clarity. This was merely the beginning. The darkness enveloping the royal capital had been dispelled, yet the kingdom's wounds were only just revealing themselves. The path to restoring order, soothing the pain, consolidating power, and addressing the lurking dangers of the web city hidden deep within the shadowy territories remained long and arduous. But at least, in this moment, the sun shone once more upon the capital. Chapter 111. Continuing south, the throne room was permeated with the acrid scent of charred remnants and dissipating shadow energy. The violet-black stains from Alphonse's self-detonation writhed slowly upon the shattered throne's base, resembling a dying venomous creature. Lin sheathed his rune-etched sword, the celestial patterns on the hilt dimming until only the cold, hard edge remained. Orlando, Lin's voice pierced the silence. My lord. The old mage's staff halted, arcane luminescence sweeping across the disarrayed hall, detecting faint spatial ripples. The core priest of the fifth family has escaped through the deep earth's vein. The coordinates point deeper into the shadowy territories. The rat sheltered by Spider Queen rose. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin's eyes. Hawk, at your command. The scout captain coalesced like a shadow. The Shadowfang elite team will infiltrate the shadowy territories with the earth vein tracker. Mark their escape route, but do not pursue. I want to know their new lair, not engage in battle now. Understood. He turned to Eleanor, whose ice-blue eyes scanned the charred remnants of the throne. The lingering light of holy power still radiated from her fingertips. The royal capital requires reconstruction. The remnants of darkness must be purified, the displaced populace resettled, and the loyalty of the nobles must be discerned. She looked at Lin, her voice clear and resolute. You will lead the main force south. This place is entrusted to me. Lin nodded and unfastened an obsidian token entwined with celestial runes from his waist, the Blackrock token. With this, you can command the 2,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 Icefang cavalry, and 500 rune mages left in the royal capital. Raim will remain to assist you in coordinating logistics, and the court mages of Master Augustus will also fall under your command. He placed the token in Eleanor's palm, saying, The royal capital is now your battlefield. Eleanor grasped the token tightly, its cold touch bearing the weight of profound trust. I will ensure that sunlight returns to every inch of the land. Her gaze shifted to Arthur, who knelt on one knee in the corner where their father had perished. A bloodied broken sword thrust into the ground, his shoulder trembling slightly. Arthur. Lin approached him from behind. Arthur suddenly looked up, his youthful face marred by blood and tears, his eyes burning with a deep-seated hatred and near-overwhelming grief. He devoured our father. Devoured Prince William. His voice choked, words failing him. Lin remained silent for a moment, his voice low and resolute as rock. Hatred is a fire. It can consume your enemies, but can also burn away your own soul. Do you wish for revenge? I do. Arthur shouted, drawing the broken sword with a fierce determination. I will personally sever the heads of Marquis Bloodthorn and King Sunfire. To honor our father. To honor Sir Arthur. To honor all the departed. Then rise, Lin commanded, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Take up your sword and follow me to the southern borders. There lies your enemy, and there too is your battlefield for vengeance. But remember, on the battlefield, anger is poison. Only calmness is the armor that allows one to survive. Arthur took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, and wiped the grime from his face with his sleeve. He retrieved the sword left by Sir Arthur, its blade cracked yet still emanating a faint holy flame, and solemnly placed it alongside his broken sword in a specially crafted scabbard at his waist. I will go with you. His voice was hoarse, but resolute as steel. In the name of the holy light, this vengeance shall be exacted. 3 days later, on the northern outskirts of the royal capital, the army set forth. The rising sun pierced through the morning mist, illuminating the elite Blackrock forces arrayed upon the Broken Sword Hills. The iron forest stood silent and menacing, with only the banners snapping in the wind. Lin, clad in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, stood upon the command platform. Princess Eleanor stood beside him, her pure white robe flowing as her ice-blue eyes surveyed the solemn military formation. Carl, at your command. The heavy infantry commander stepped forward, his armor clattering. Vanguard Brigade. Objective, the scorching canyon of the southern borders. You have 7 days to arrive. Establish a foothold. Understood. Erect, at your command. The Icefang cavalry commander knelt on one knee. Cavalry forward. Clear the marching route. Monitor the movements of the Sunfire Kingdom. I want to know the precise location of the Bloodthorn rebels. Yes. Soren, at your service. The naval admiral saluted. The Golden Spike fleet will proceed south along the coastline. Blockade the Shattered Star Bay. Cut off the rebels' maritime supply lines. Understood. Tom. Orlando. At your command. The workshop supervisor and the old mage replied in unison. The engineering corps will accompany the army. Establish supply stations along the way. Secretly transport the components for the Shadow Annihilation Cannon. The Arcane Tower will maintain long-range energy support. Yes, my lord. One military order after another locked into place like iron chains. Lin looked one last time at Eleanor. The royal capital is in your hands. Eleanor nodded firmly, handing him a jade token engraved with the emblem of the Grey Wolf. By your and my names, the royal decree has been issued. To see the token is to see the royal authority in the southern cities. May the holy light bless the Blackrock army with unmatched sharpness. She turned to the standing military formation, her voice clear and resonant, cutting through the morning breeze. Warriors of the Blackrock army, the darkness of the royal capital has dissipated, but the flames of war in the southern borders have not extinguished. The traitor's blades still rest upon the neck of the kingdom. We march forth to fight for the kingdom, to fight for justice, to fight for all the departed heroes. May the light of victory guide your return. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. For the kingdom. For Her Highness the Princess. For the Marquis. Lin mounted his horse, the silver-gray cloak slicing through the dawn's light. He glanced at Prince Arthur, who gripped 2 swords tightly, his gaze like tempered steel, and finally looked toward the southern horizon where the fires of war blazed fiercely. All troops. Lin pointed his sword southward, his voice booming like thunder. Objective, southern borders. March. With a resounding roar, the steel tide surged forth once more, rolling through the rising smoke like a vengeful wave. Surging toward the southern crimson inferno, Eleanor stood upon the independent hills, bidding farewell to the departing army. The morning breeze lifted the delicate fabric of her white garments, while her icy blue eyes mirrored the distant banners of the Grey Wolves. Slowly, she raised her hand, and the sacred light swirled within her palm as she whispered softly. Akin to a vow, I shall heal the wounds of the capital. I will guard your backs. System notification. Conclusion of the capital's restoration campaign. Successfully destroyed the Shadow Spire. Defeated the second Prince Alphonse. Inflicted severe damage on the 5th house. Gained prestige reward. 300,000 points. Current prestige. 500,000 points. Chapter 112. Eagle's Nest Fortress. The walls of the Eagle's Nest Fortress in the southern region trembled violently under the bombardment of the catapults from the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun. with fragments of stone cascading down. Marshal Raymond leaned on his chipped and weathered rune blade, his silver hair darkened by the smoke of battle. Beneath him lay a mountain of corpses, the heavy infantry of the royal guard entangled with the thorned halberdiers of the blood-thorn rebels. Blood soaking every brick of the wall. Left flank, tower shield formation. Seal the breach. The marshal's voice sliced through the air like a torn banner. 30 heavily armored soldiers roared as they surged to the front lines. The tower shields clashed together, staunchly blocking a wave of poisoned arrows. Longbowmen, fire. Suppress the siege ladders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows soared over the walls, transforming the climbing rebels into a pincushion of death. Yet, more siege ladders ascended, the rebels akin to a persistent plague. Relentless in their assault. Marshal, an aide stumbled forth, his left arm hanging limply. The west gate has been breached. Knight Harold has fallen. The rebels have broken through. Raymond's pupils constricted. Harold was a young commander he had personally elevated, the last line of defense at the west gate. Royal Guard, follow me. He lifted his blade, its edge dragging across the ground, sparking flames. 100 guards, clad in golden lion emblazoned armor, silently followed, resembling a moving wall of steel as they advanced toward the west side. Westgate Moat. This place had become a hellscape. The ironwood door was shattered open by the battering ram, and the thorned halberdiers of the rebels surged in like a relentless tide. The defenders clung to the remnants of arrow towers and heaps of corpses, fighting desperately, but their line was on the brink of collapse. For the Marquis of Bloodthorn. Crush them. A rebel commander swung his serrated battle axe, cleaving a defender in half along with his shield. Seeking death. Raymond's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. His figure moved like lightning, the rune blade transforming into a silver arc. Thud. The rebel commander's head flew into the sky. The headless body staggered forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. Marshal. The defenders erupted in a thunderous cheer. Raymond's blade swept through, severing 3 rebel halberdiers in half. He advanced through the pool of blood. Where his blade passed, rebels fell like stalks of wheat. The Golden Lion guards followed closely behind. The thud of tower shields against bones intertwined with the tearing sound of blades meeting flesh, creating a symphony of death. Hold the line. Push the scum back. Raymond kicked over a siege ladder, his blade piercing the throat of a climbing rebel. Blood splattered across his face, yet he remained oblivious. His eyes fixated solely on the raging flames of battle. For our fallen brothers. For the women and children of the capital. Kill. Kill. The remaining defenders erupted with their final resolve, pushing back the invading rebels by several steps. Southern outskirts of the fortress. Golden Spike Plains battlefield. The wolf riders of Marquis Glenwell were being mercilessly slaughtered by the Golden Lion heavy cavalry of the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun. As though trapped in a quagmire like silver wolves, the curved blades of the Western Light Cavalry struggled to penetrate the heavy armor, while every thrust of the Golden Lion cavalry's lances unleashed a rain of blood. My lord, the left flank is encircled. The deputy roared as he blocked a heavy strike. His hand nearly shattered. Marquis Glenwell's silver beard bristled in fury as he cleaved the helmet off a Golden Lion cavalryman with his rune greatsword, the blade gliding across the foe's throat. Men of the Western Front. His voice resonated like a mighty bell. Do you remember the vow we made when we crossed the border? Fight to the death. The cavalry roared in unison, their voices momentarily drowning out the cacophony of battle. Let these golden-haired lions see what the fangs of the Western Front truly are. Glenwell's greatsword pointed toward the Golden Lion banner of the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun, formation of sharp arrows. Follow me through. Roar. The remaining 2,000 light cavalry surged forth with astonishing fighting spirit. They abandoned their entanglements, forming a silver blade with Glenwell as the tip, fiercely thrusting toward the core of the Golden Lion cavalry formation. The curved blades targeted the horse's legs, maximizing the light cavalry's agility during this desperate charge. Stop them. The Golden Lion commander bellowed, but it was too late. Glenwell's greatsword swept aside the obstructing foes, and the warhorses smashed through the shield wall. A silver torrent tore through the golden iron barrier, creating a bloody breach. Arrows from the eastern front. Cover the Marquis. On the watchtower. Duke Igor drew his iron bow to its full moon shape. In a split second, 5,000 arrows, designed to pierce through clouds and armor, rained down like precision-guided missiles upon the flanks of the Golden Lion reinforcements on Glenwell's path. Thud, thud, thud. The rain of arrows fell, toppling men and horses alike. Glenwell felt a surge of relief as he cleaved through the last obstructing cavalryman, revealing the standard of the central forces of the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun within reach. Bloodthorn. Glenwell's eyes widened with fury as he spotted the figure clad in scarlet thorn armor beneath his command. Come and claim your life. Protect the Marquis. The blood-thorn guards thrust their thorny halberds like a forest of spears. Get away. Glenwell's greatsword swept horizontally, shattering the halberd shaft. The warhorse reared up, its iron hooves crushing a guard's skull. He charged like a maddened lion, lunging at the Marquis of Blood-thorn. You old fool, seeking death. The Marquis of Blood-thorn sneered, drawing his crimson heavy sword. The blade was entwined with eerie blood-red runes. The clash of swords echoed. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that knocked surrounding soldiers off their feet. Glenwell's hands trembled as he nearly lost grip of his greatsword. The Marquis of Blood-thorn staggered back 3 steps, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes at the old man's terrifying strength. For the innocent souls of the Western Front. Glenwell's lips bled, yet he charged again. The greatsword came down with unadorned ferocity, striking like a mountain. This strike, in honor of my fallen brothers. The Marquis of Blood-thorn braced himself against the blow. Boom! The stone beneath him cracked. The crimson heavy sword groaned under the strain. This strike, in honor of my people. Glenwell spun to deliver another blow. The sword's wind tore through the air. The Marquis of Blood-thorn, struggling to block, felt his armor cleave under the assault of sword energy, blood seeping forth. Madman! He roared. Blood-red runes igniting as his great sword retaliated with a fierce arc. A crimson light slashing toward Glenwell's chest. With a sickening sound, Glenwell's shoulder plate shattered, revealing bone beneath. Yet he did not retreat an inch. The massive sword swung again, his eyes ablaze with a resolute determination to perish together. This strike would honor the loyal souls of the kingdom. Marquis, be careful. The vice-captain's shout was drowned out. A golden figure, like lightning, surged from the flank. The Golden Lion commander thrusting his lance beneath Glenwell's ribs. A treacherous maneuver. Igor, the Duke, watched from the watchtower, his eyes wide with fury. But it was too late to loose an arrow. Glenwell's gaze flickered with determination. He did not flinch or evade. The giant sword continued its deadly arc towards Bloodthorn's head, exchanging life for life. The Marquis of Bloodthorn recoiled in horror. The sword's edge grazed his helmet, severing the crimson plume and a small patch of scalp. Bloodthorn howled in agony, retreating violently as his guards fought desperately to drag him back into the formation. Simultaneously, with a sickening sound, the Golden Lion commander's lance brutally pierced through Glenwell's right shoulder blade, the tip emerging from his back. Ugh! Glenwell emitted a muffled grunt, the massive sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken as he fell from his steed. Marquis! The Western cavalry let out a heart-wrenching roar. The vice-captain, frenzied with urgency, charged forward, cleaving through the obstructing Golden Lion cavalry with his curved blade, risking everything to hoist Glenwell onto his own warhorse. Retreat! Protect the Marquis! The vice-captain bellowed, fighting fiercely to break through the encirclement. Glenwell lay over the horse, blood staining his silver beard, consciousness fading, yet he murmured, annihilate them all. Chapter 113. To the Bitter End Eagle's Nest Fortress. Main city wall. Marshal Raymond's battle blade finally succumbed to the strain after cleaving the skull of the third sun warrior, shattering with a clang. Gasping, he seized a bloodied halberd, surveying the dwindling defenders on the wall. Now less than 100 remained. At the southern gate, a messenger, riddled with arrows, collapsed, barely clinging to life. Raymond remained silent, gazing southward, towards the fallen banner of Glenwell, then northward, towards the royal capital. Enough, he murmured to himself. A flicker of relief crossing his bloodied face. He had held on long enough. Straightening his spine, he tore off the tattered marshal's cloak and wound it around his halberd-wielding hand. His voice, though subdued, pierced through the entire wall. Royal guards of the capital. The remaining soldiers lifted their heads, their eyes still glinting with bloodlust. Today, we do not defend a city, Raymond declared, pointing the tip of his halberd at the surging enemy below. We defend the countless citizens behind us. We defend the last vestige of our kingdom's honor. He took a step forward, standing at the highest point of the wall, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue, gilding his blood-stained figure. This body may shatter, but this resolve shall not perish. Follow me into our final battle. Charge! 100 voices roared, shaking the heavens. They surged forward like moths to a flame, against the rain of arrows and the enemy climbing the walls, launching a desperate countercharge. Marshal Raymond wielded his halberd like a dragon. One thrust pierced the chest armor of a sun warrior. With a backhand sweep, 3 rebel heads flew into the air. He was drenched in blood, wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Yet he moved as if possessed by a war god, stepping over the corpses of his foes with each stride. Raymond, face your demise. A voice bellowed. The Marquis of Bloodthorn had personally ascended the walls. His crimson heavy sword, reeking of blood, swung down toward the marshal's face. Behind him surged the elite of the rebels like a tidal wave. Raymond braced his halberd. Clang. The clash of metal echoed. The tremendous force sent him staggering back, his old wounds tearing open, blood gushing forth. Old fool, your time has come to an end. Bloodthorn sneered, the heavy sword raining down like a tempest. Raymond gritted his teeth, his halberd spinning like a wheel, desperately blocking each strike. Sparks flew. Each parry sent jolts of pain through his arms. Blood streamed from his wounds, his strength rapidly waning. For the kingdom. The marshal's eyes ignited with a fierce light. Seizing upon a fleeting opportunity amidst despair, the halberd struck out like a venomous serpent, aimed at Bloodthorn's throat. Bloodthorn's pupils constricted. It was too late for his sword to defend. He twisted sharply, the halberd grazing his neck and drawing a line of blood. You seek death, Bloodthorn cried, rage and fury intertwining as he swung his heavy sword down with all his might. Raymond, exhausted from his previous efforts, could only attempt to block with his halberd. Crack! The halberd shattered with a resounding snap. The heavy sword's momentum remained unyielding, crashing down onto the marshal's chest. The armor fragmented, the sound of breaking bones echoing clearly. Ugh! Raymond spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling back like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the parapet. Debris flew in all directions, struggling to rise. Darkness clouded his vision, half of his broken halberd slipping from his grasp. The Marquis of Bloodthorn, panting, wiped the blood from his neck. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Old dog, join your king in the grave. The crimson heavy sword rose high, aimed at the marshal's head. The sun set blood red over the walls, the tattered marshal's cloak flapping in the wind. Raymond, with great difficulty, lifted his head, his murky eyes reflecting not fear, but a serene acceptance. He gazed northward, his lips moving silently, uttering two words, Your Majesty. The heavy sword descended with a mournful rush of wind. Clang! A broken sword, ablaze with holy flames, suddenly appeared, forcefully intercepting the crimson heavy sword. Sparks erupted. Marshal, hold on. Prince Arthur St. Roland's figure flashed like lightning, standing resolutely before Raymond. He was drenched in blood, the holy flame sword straining against Bloodthorn's heavy sword, his hands tearing at the grip. The Blackrock army has arrived. In the distance, on the horizon, the banner of the Grey Wolf stood like a forest. The thunderous roar of the Iron Tide was now distinctly audible. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of Eagle's Nest Fortress, the Golden Grain Plains had become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Marquis Glenwill lay gravely wounded and unconscious, rescued at the cost of his guards' lives, while the remnants of the Western cavalry were encircled by a superior force of Golden Lion heavy cavalry, fighting desperately like cornered beasts. Upon the fortress walls, Marshal Raymond lay amidst a pool of blood, his ribs shattered, caught between life and death. The Marquis of Bloodthorn's crimson heavy sword was held at bay by Prince Arthur. Yet more elite rebels surged onto the walls, driving the young prince and his few remaining guards toward the brink of annihilation. The sunset bled across the horizon, illuminating the kingdom's last line of defense as it fought its dying struggle. At this very moment, a mournful and desolate horn sounded, echoing from the distant horizon, piercing through the cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of steel, resonating clearly in the ears of every bloodied warrior. Marquis Bloodthorn abruptly turned, his crimson greatsword momentarily faltering. Prince Arthur seized the opportunity to step back, gasping for breath, the blood-stained holy flame of his broken sword unwaveringly aimed at the enemy. What sound is that? Bloodthorn demanded sharply. A scout from the rebels scrambled onto the city walls, his face as pale as parchment. My lord, from the north. The banner of the Grey Wolves approaches. The Grey Wolves? Bloodthorn was taken aback, his pupils constricting in shock. Blackrock, Lin En. Was he not supposed to be in the royal capital? Before he could finish, a thunderous rumble echoed. It was as if the very earth was shifting. The deep, rhythmic footsteps sounded like thunder, growing closer, shaking the ground beneath. On the northern horizon, a silver-gray line of steel gradually materialized, expanding at an astonishing pace, thickening like a flood breaching its banks, surging forth. 1 banner, 10 banners, 100 banners, 1,000 banners. The Grey Wolf battle standard whipped fiercely in the wind. Beneath the flags, there were tower shields like mountains and forests, lances as white as snow and frost, runes glowing like stars. The Blackrock army. Approximately 40,000 well-equipped and highly trained elite forces summoned by the system. Note: some of the elite forces remained in the royal capital to assist Princess Eleanor. under Lin and Costa's direct command. They appeared on the battlefield's northern flank like divine warriors descending from the heavens. Their formation was impeccably organized, their murderous aura concentrated. As if a cold steel storm had instantaneously dispersed the searing and chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield. In the center of the Blackrock army, beneath the Grey Wolf banner, Lin and Costa, draped in a silver-gray wolf pelt cloak, sat resolutely atop his warhorse, his expression as cold as ice. He surveyed the brutal battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the surrounded remnants of the Western forces, the crumbling fortress walls, and finally resting on the flickering holy flame that struggled to endure atop the city walls, and the glaring crimson figure opposite it. Carl. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of mountains. At your service. The commander of the heavy infantry responded with a resounding affirmation. 1st and 2nd Heavy Infantry Battalions. Form the Beast Barrier Formation, advance forward. Objective. Break the encirclement of the Western cavalry and crush those golden lions. Understood. Erect. At your service. The commander of the Frostblade Rangers knelt on one knee. All Rangers, split into 3 groups. The left flank will intersperse, the right flank will encircle, and the center will infiltrate. Objective. Cut off the rebels' connection to the Sun Legion. Eliminate all commanders and messengers. Yes. Soren. At your service. Although the Navy had not yet arrived, a portion of the elite Marine Corps was accompanying them. Take your troops. Target the southern gate of the fortress. Work with the remaining defenders inside the city to trap the invading rebels within the inner city. Understood. Tom. Master Orlando. At your service. The workshop supervisor and the old mage replied in unison. All dragon hunters, move to the front. Target the enemy's trebuchet positions and the heavy cavalry assembly area. 3 rapid volleys. Rune Mage Corps. Prepare the arcane torrent. Cover the enemy's center. I want to see chaos. Yes, my lord. Commands cascaded like the precise interlocking of gears. And the vast war machine of the Blackrock army began to operate with maximum efficiency. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy beat of war drums replaced the horns. It was the rhythm of the Blackrock army's assault. Like the heartbeat of a colossal beast, it struck at every enemy's heart. Bang, bang, boom. The first to strike was the heavy crossbow of the dragon hunters. Custom-made armor-piercing explosive bolts whistled through the air, accurately crashing into the Sun Kingdom's trebuchet positions and the gathering ranks of the Golden Lion cavalry. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosions followed in rapid succession. Wood splintered and flesh was torn apart. The trebuchets were shattered to pieces. Heavy cavalry were hurled into the air along with their mounts. The screams instantly drowned out the clamor of the battlefield. Then, a sudden brightness filled the sky. 50 rune mages joined their powers. A tremendous surge of arcane energy converged into a blue energy torrent over 20 meters in diameter, striking down upon the junction of the rebels and the Sun Legion with the force of a divine lash. Boom! The earth was torn asunder. Soldiers were vaporized. A massive scorched crater appeared, ripping the once cohesive enemy formation in two. The sheer power instilled terror in the hearts of all enemy soldiers. Blackrock Army, advance! Carl roared. The heavy infantry battalion began to push forward. Like a moving mountain of steel, their tower shields interlinked, long spears standing tall, they marched with heavy and synchronized steps, inexorably driving toward the disordered Golden Lion cavalry. Fire! Erect commanded, lowering his banner. The strong bows in the hands of the Rangers emitted a dense hum. Arrows rained down upon the enemy ranks like a swarm of locusts, precisely targeting the officers attempting to regroup. Grey Wolves. Victory! A thunderous roar erupted from the ranks of the Blackrock Army. Like a tsunami, it swept across the battlefield. The Golden Lion cavalry, initially besieging the remnants of the Western forces, suddenly found themselves surrounded. Their formation was thrown into disarray. Hold your ground! Hold your ground! The Lion commander bellowed hoarsely. But what responded to him was an even fiercer rain of arrows and an ever-constricting steel line. Upon the fortress walls, Marquis Bloodthorn's expression soured drastically. He watched the steel storm of the approaching army from the north, the explosions and chaos in his rear, and the disintegration of the Golden Lion cavalry below. A chill rising from the depths of his heart. Lin and Costa. He nearly spat the name through clenched teeth. How could this be happening? Your doom has arrived, traitor. Prince Arthur keenly seized upon the enemy's momentary lapse and confusion. The radiance of the holy flame upon his broken sword flared brilliantly. It was as if the indomitable spirit of Sir Arthur roared forth. The last vestiges of his strength ignited entirely. Glory, hatred, and the will to protect transcended all limits in that moment. In the name of the holy light, in the name of my father, die. Arthur let out a heart-wrenching roar. His body transformed into a blazing streak of light. The holy flame soared severing through the hasty defenses of the blood-thorn Marquis with astonishing speed and precision. Swoosh! The sword's edge expertly penetrated the gaps in the crimson thorn armor, plunging deeply into the Marquis's chest. Act! The blood-thorn Marquis emitted a chilling wail, incredulously gazing down at the blade embedded in his heart. The heavy crimson sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Staggering backward, blood surged forth from his wound and mouth. Protect the Marquis. The rebel guards rushed forward in a frenzy. Get away! Arthur swept his sword, the holy flame erupting forth, forcing the guards to retreat. He stepped forward, his bloodied visage resembling a vengeful deity, raising the severed sword once more, aimed at the Marquis's head. No, this is impossible. Terror and unwillingness filled the eyes of the blood-thorn Marquis as his body crumpled to the ground. This strike, for the kingdom. Arthur's voice was as cold as steel, and the severed sword came down with tremendous force. Crack! The blood-thorn Marquis met his end. The Marquis is dead. The blood-thorn Marquis has been slain. The rebel forces atop the city wall crumbled instantaneously, with their commander fallen and the terrifying Blackrock army overwhelming their rear. They were disintegrated completely. They cast aside their weapons, kneeling in surrender or scattering in flight. Prince Arthur leaned on his sword, gasping heavily, gazing at the lifeless body of the blood-thorn Marquis, tears mingling with blood streaming down his face. He had done it. He had personally slain one of his enemies. Under the central banner, Lin observed the battlefield with indifference. The intervention of the Blackrock army was akin to a searing blade cutting through solidified butter, swiftly dismantling the enemy's organization and morale with overwhelming force. Relay the orders. Lin's voice remained calm. The entire army is to advance and eliminate the remaining foes. No surrender for rebel officers and the Blazing Sun commanders. Surrendering soldiers are to be confined. Yes, the banner of the Grey Wolf waved forward. The final assault command was issued. A torrent of steel completely engulfed the battlefield. The stubborn Golden Lion cavalry were torn apart by the long pikes of the heavy infantry, while the routed rebels were mercilessly hunted down by the light cavalry. The remaining enemies within the fortress were eradicated by the ground troops led by Soren and the reinvigorated defenders. Before the sun sank entirely below the horizon, the battle was essentially concluded. The wilderness was strewn with the corpses of the enemy and the surrendering soldiers on their knees. The Grey Wolf banner was planted throughout the fortress walls and the fields. The soldiers of the Blackrock army began methodically clearing the battlefield, tending to their wounded. Lin rode forth, gradually stepping onto the blood-soaked plains, approaching the battered yet finally held Eagle's Nest fortress. On the city wall, Prince Arthur looked at him from afar, raising the severed sword that flowed with holy flames. Chapter 115, Reclaiming the Southern Territories. Eagle's Nest Fortress. The soldiers of the Blackrock army were systematically clearing the battlefield, collecting weapons, guarding prisoners, and carefully tending to the remains of their fallen comrades. The Grey Wolf banner was planted atop the fortress parapets and the high ground of the fields, proclaiming the ultimate victory of this brutal siege. In the command tent of the fortress, Lin stood before a sprawling military map of the Southern Territories, his finger tracing the vast expanse south of Eagle's Nest Fortress, Golden Wheat Plains, Emerald Valley, all the way to the rebel stronghold of Golden Sparrow City, where the Bloodthorn rebel flags and the Golden Lion flags of the Blazing Sun Kingdom still fluttered. Carl. Lin's voice was steady. At your command. The heavy infantry commander bowed respectfully, his armor still stained with blood. The main force of the rebels has collapsed, their morale shattered. You will personally lead the 1st and 2nd Heavy Infantry Regiments, accompanied by 5,000 Ice Edge Light Cavalry, immediately southward to reclaim the castles of Golden Wheat Plains. Surrenderers are to be disarmed and detained. Those who resist will be crushed. Understood. Carl gripped his axe tightly, turning and striding out of the tent. His voice booming. Heavy infantry. Assemble. Objective, Golden Wheat Plains. Erect. At your command. The light cavalry commander knelt on one knee. Your light cavalry is to be divided into 10 squads, setting out first. Sweep away the routed soldiers, scout the enemy's movements, and ensure a clear path for the main force's advance. Pay special attention to the direction of Golden Sparrow City. I want to know the movements of the remnants of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Yes. Erect acknowledged the order, his figure darting like the wind out of the military tent. Soren, I am at your service. The naval commander saluted with his hand to his chest. Your ground troops are to cooperate with the engineering corps to immediately repair the fortress defenses, reinforce the gates, and clear the inner city. This will serve as our pivot and logistical hub for the southern advance. Understood. Tom, Master Orlando. At your command. The workshop supervisor and the old mage responded in unison. The engineering corps will accompany the main force southward, responsible for erecting siege equipment and repairing roads. The rune mage corps will provide long-distance communication and necessary magical support. Yes, my lord. Orders were efficiently disseminated. The war machine of Blackrock once again set in motion, its objective aimed directly at the territories that had fallen in the south. In the corner of the military tent, Prince Arthur was cautiously feeding the unconscious Marshal Raymond a healing potion concocted by Master Orlando. The old marshal's ribs were shattered, his breath faint, but he had stabilized enough to cling to life. Meanwhile, Marquis Glenwell lay on a stretcher, his right scapula pierced by a cavalry lance. The wound had been temporarily treated with holy light and herbs, yet he remained unconscious, his face pale. Arthur lifted his gaze, his ice-blue eyes tinged with blood, yet resolutely firm. Marquis, the marshal's injuries are too severe. The medical facilities in the capital and Master Augustus's skills would better serve them. I request to personally lead a team of Holy Radiance Knights to escort them back to the capital. Lin regarded Arthur, his gaze profound. The young prince, having experienced bloodshed, vengeance, and guardianship, had shed some of his youthful naivete, gaining a measure of composure and determination. Very well, Lin nodded. I will send a team of Ice Edge light cavalry to provide protection along the way. Upon returning to the capital, inform Princess Eleanor that the southern territories are on the verge of restoration. Yes, Arthur nodded emphatically, gently setting down the bowl, solemnly brushing over Marshal Raymond's shattered breastplate and the blood-stained shoulder armor of Marquis Glenwell, his eyes filled with respect and responsibility. I will ensure the safe return of the two guardians to the capital. That afternoon, under the efficient organization of the Blackrock Army, two teams set out simultaneously. A procession led by Prince Arthur, accompanied by 100 Holy Radiance Knights, the remaining defenders of Eagle's Nest Fortress, escorted two specially crafted wagons, cushioned and inscribed with protective runes. Carrying Marshal Raymond and Marquis Glenwell, they journeyed northward back to the royal capital under the watchful protection of an elite contingent of Frostblade Rangers. The caravan moved swiftly and silently, each face marked with solemnity and purpose. In contrast, another force, commanded by Lin himself, surged forth like a torrent. As the main strength of the Blackrock army advanced southwards, the steel jungle glimmered ominously under the southern sun, the banner of the gray wolves billowing in the wind. An imposing sight. As Lin had anticipated, the morale of the rebel forces, now bereft of their leader, the fallen Marquis Bloodthorn, and main army, annihilated at Eagle's Nest Fortress, had completely shattered. Wherever the Blackrock army marched, they swept all before them. The Blackrock army approaches. The Grey Wolves banner. The Marquis is dead. We have been defeated. Surrender. We yield. Along the way, castles and outposts witnessed most rebel garrisons opting to open their gates, discarding the Bloodthorn banner and kneeling in supplication for mercy. A handful of die-hard Bloodthorn loyalists attempted to resist from fortified positions, yet in the face of the Blackrock army's overwhelming strength, their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Dragon Hunter artillery roared, reducing the defiant gates to dust. Heavily armored infantry advanced like a mountain, crushing all resistance. Frostblade Rangers, swift as phantoms, hunted down every fleeing soldier. The arcane brilliance of the rune mages illuminated the night sky, dismantling the last vestiges of defensive formations. The advance was rapid. Within mere days, the entirety of the Golden Ear Plains was restored, the influence of the Bloodthorn rebels uprooted, and all strongholds once again bore the kingdom's Golden Lion banner, temporarily overseen by the Blackrock army. In the Emerald Valley, resistance was somewhat fiercer, as remnants of the Sun Kingdom's army and remaining rebel factions attempted to leverage the valley's intricate terrain to mount a stand. However, under Lin's command, the Blackrock army displayed terrifying tactical execution. Erect's rangers acted like precise surgical instruments, isolating enemy units with deft maneuvers. Karl's shield infantry advanced like a moving wall, crushing the enemy formations head-on. Tom's engineers swiftly erected pontoon bridges, opening pathways for heavy equipment. Master Orlando's cadre of rune mages repeatedly deployed large-scale seismic or fog spells, disrupting enemy deployments, and at one point, a precise arcane torrent evaporated half of an ambushing enemy encampment. The resistance crumbled swiftly. The Emerald Valley was liberated. 10 days later, the main force of the Blackrock army besieged the stronghold of the rebels, the bustling city of Golden Sparrow. Yet, at this moment, the gates of Golden Sparrow stood wide open, its walls adorned with white flags. Before the gates knelt the city's nobles, leaders of merchant guilds, and remaining military commanders. all stripped of armor and arms, their faces pale with trepidation. The foremost noble, holding the ancestral seal ring of the Marquis Bloodthorn and the Lordess insignia, trembled as he proclaimed, "We welcome the royal forces. Golden Sparrow surrenders. We beseech Marquis Lin to show mercy upon us, innocent citizens forced into rebellion." Lin, astride his steed before the army, wore a silver-gray wolf pelt cloak that fluttered in the wind. His impassive gaze swept over the prostrated multitude before rising to survey the once thriving city, now shrouded in fear. "Solon, you will take command, oversee the city's defenses, inventory the treasury, and maintain order." "Yes, my lord." "Carl, you will confiscate all remnants of rebel armaments and vet the officials. Execute those who resist, detain collaborators, and allow those who did not participate in the core rebellion to retain their positions, albeit under scrutiny." "Understood." "Erect, your rangers will extend 100 miles outward in vigilance, ensuring no remnants of the Sun Kingdom retaliate or cause disturbance." "Yes." With these commands issued, the various divisions of the Blackrock army sprang into action, efficiently and orderly taking control of this vital southern city. Lin cast one last glance at the highest edifice in Golden Sparrow, once the residence of the Marquis Bloodthorn, now draped in the thorns of surrender. He turned his steed and returned to the central command tent. This war-ravaged land of the south, under the sweeping banner of the Grey Wolves, had at last begun to experience a preliminary restoration. The flames of rebellion had been extinguished, yet the clouds of war had not wholly dissipated. The northern royal capital required reconstruction, while the threats from the western Marquis Glenwill's domain and the even more southern territories of the Sun Kingdom loomed still. However, for now, the fires of Eagle's Nest Fortress had been extinguished, and the white flags of Golden Sparrow fluttered in the breeze. The blade of the Blackrock army had momentarily come to rest here. What lay ahead would be a heavy burden of rebuilding, pacification, and strategizing for the future. System notification. Major territories in the south have been restored. Successfully defeated the main force of the Bloodthorn rebels. Reclaimed key areas such as the Golden Ear Plains, Emerald Valley, and Golden Sparrow. Reputation reward received, 200,000 points. Current reputation, 700,000 points. 500 points per day. Chapter 116, An Iron-Fisted Purge. In the council hall of the Marquis Bloodthorn's estate in Golden Sparrow, once adorned with crimson carpets and the thorned emblem, the space now felt empty and austere. The scarlet had been removed, replaced with the silver gray of Blackrock and the Grey Wolves insignia. Outside the towering stained-glass windows, the silhouettes of Blackrock soldiers patrolled, their armored footsteps echoing in place of the laughter and music of nobility. Along the long obsidian council table, the various nobles of the south filled the seats. Their attire remained opulent, yet their expressions were marked by anxiety, their gazes evasive, many unconsciously tracing their fingers over wine goblets, yet none dared to drink. An oppressive silence and a faint air of fear permeated the atmosphere. At the end of the hall, the high-backed chair once belonging to Marquis Bloodthorn had been removed, replaced by a simpler, stark silver-gray seat. Lin Costa did not sit upon it. Instead, he stood with his back to the assembly, hands clasped behind him as he gazed intently at a vast map of the south, his calm eyes surveying the regions now draped in the Grey Wolves banner. Lame stood beside him at a slight distance, cradling a thick roll of parchment filled with names and charges. Master Orlando stood on the other side, his staff poised, eyes closed in meditation, yet exuding an unspoken aura of arcane pressure that was palpably unsettling. The silence lingered, tightening like a noose around the necks of the nobles present, almost suffocating them. Finally, Lin slowly turned, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over the assembly, his voice calm, yet chilling, sending shivers down the spines of all. "Nobles of the South," he began, omitting titles and pleasantries. "The war has temporarily ceased." No one responded. Only the sound of suppressed swallowing broke the tension. However, betrayal must be accounted for. Lin's voice remained steady, yet bore an icy weight. Loyalty must be proven. He inclined his head slightly. Lame stepped forward, unfurling the scroll, his voice clear and cold, akin to the pronouncement of a verdict. Upon investigation, the noble of the South, formerly Lord of the Golden Grain Plains, Count Bartholomew Thornbush, is named. The corpulent count trembled violently, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. During the Bloodthorn Rebellion, he willingly surrendered his granaries to supply the rebels. His private army of 3,000 actively participated in the siege of Eagle's Nest Fortress. The evidence is irrefutable, and the charge of treason is established. Emerald Valley. Formerly Lord of Streamwood, Baron Calvin Shadowweaver. A gaunt noble nearly collapsed, almost sliding off his chair. He provided shelter and intelligence to the rebels and spies of the Sun Kingdom multiple times, leading to 2 attacks on our supply lines, resulting in over 100 casualties. The evidence is irrefutable, and the charge of treason is established. One by one, names were read, and crimes unveiled. With each name, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop a degree. Those mentioned appeared either limp like rag dolls, ashen-faced, or desperately attempting to plead their case, only to find their words caught in their throats under Lin's unwavering silver-gray gaze. Once Lame had recited the final name, he rolled up the scroll and returned to his previous position. Lin's gaze swept over the assembly once more, ultimately settling on the few nobles who were ashen-faced. The evidence presented is substantial. According to the kingdom's wartime laws and the Blackrock military code, I hereby declare. He paused, his voice slicing through the air like a blade against stone, death by execution, to be carried out immediately. Titles and lands shall be revoked, and entire families shall be eradicated. The words entire families eradicated struck each noble like a hammer to the heart. The air became thick with dread. No, my lord the Marquis, spare me. I was forced. Count Bartholomew cried, collapsing from his seat, tears streaming as he crawled towards Lin. I have evidence. I was coerced, cried Baron Calvin, his voice cracking with fear. Lin did not acknowledge them, merely gesturing lightly. Several soldiers clad in the sigil of the Grey Wolf, expressionless, entered the hall and silently dragged the sobbing figures from the room, akin to hauling away dead dogs. Their pleas and cries quickly faded, swallowed by the corridors beyond. The remaining nobles fell silent, drenched in cold sweat, their faces as pale as parchment. Eradication of entire families. This was the most brutal, unforgiving punishment imaginable. Lin Costa's ruthlessness and resolve surpassed their darkest fears. Lin approached the head of the council table, but did not take a seat. Pressing his hands on the cold obsidian surface, leaning slightly forward as his gaze bore down on each individual. Your names do not appear on that list, he stated in a low tone, but this does not absolve you of guilt. Many of you chose silence, chose to bide your time, and even secretly offered assistance, hoping to carve out a share in the forthcoming new order. No one dared to meet his gaze, heads bowed, bodies trembling with fear. The kingdom has suffered severe wounds, and the south lies in ruin. I require manpower to restore order and rebuild livelihoods, Lin continued, his tone still icy. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. A chance to cleanse your suspicions through actions and loyalty, to earn forgiveness and secure a position in the new order. He straightened up. Effective immediately. Martial law will be imposed in the south. All noble private soldiers must report to their respective Blackrock military garrisons within 3 days for reorganization. All family stockpiles of grain and supplies must be registered and unified for distribution to assist disaster victims and restore production. Any concealment will be treated as aiding the enemy. Existing administrative officials will retain their positions, cooperating with Blackrock military officials. Those who perform well will be rewarded. Those who err will be punished severely. The incompetent will be replaced. These orders will be enforced under the supervision of the Blackrock military. Any disobedience will be considered treason. The consequences you have witnessed. Upon concluding, he cast one last glance over the assembly. Now, return. Let your actions reveal your choices. The nobles, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death, yet still gripped by fear, rose, bowing as they trembled, nearly fleeing the suffocating atmosphere of the hall that felt like a gallows. Soon, only Lin, Lame, and Master Orlando remained in the chamber. What shall be done with the others on the list and their families? Lame inquired softly. Execute according to the law, Lin replied with unwavering resolve. The chief conspirator's head shall be displayed at the gates of each city for 3 days. The others will face public trial followed by execution. Their families, regardless of age or gender, shall be executed as well. Let all in the south witness the fate of those who betray the kingdom and align with darkness. Understood. Lame bowed, a glimmer of steely resolve in his eyes. Master Orlando, my lord, came the response. Intensify surveillance. Should there be any signs of unrest or duplicity, I shall see to it. Orlando opened his eyes, the gem atop his staff gleaming with a cold light, ensuring that none could escape the gaze of his arcane scrutiny. Lin turned, once more gazing at the map of the south. The iron-fisted measures had been enacted, and the seeds of fear were deeply sown in their bones. The scars of the south required healing. Hearts needed to be united. The Web City and the Sun Kingdom remained formidable threats. At this moment, the noble class of Golden Sparrow City and the entirety of the southern territories were utterly shaken by this sudden and ruthless reckoning. The seeds of fear had been sown, and from here on, it was a matter of whether they would succumb to fear and seek redemption, or march towards their own destruction. System notification. Clearing of southern nobility completed. Successful disposal of traitorous nobles. Establishment of ruling authority. Reputation reward acquired. 100,000 points. Current reputation, 800,000 points. 500 points daily. Southern territories entering military management and reconstruction phase. Chapter 117. Return to court in the air of Golden Sparrow City. The scent of blood still lingered, not yet dissipated. The cold verdict in the council hall was like a brand, deeply engraved in the souls of every noble in the southern territories. The seeds of fear had taken root, and the dawn of reconstruction required a more formidable force to uphold it. Bloodthorn Marquis' mansion, secret military conference room. Lin stood before an enormous map of the southern territories, his fingertips tracing over the regions recently marked with the banner of the Grey Wolf. Lime stood beside him, holding the latest military updates and supply lists. Master Orlando's staff cast a faint glow at the ley line node, marking the flow of energy. Though the southern territories had been initially stabilized, the hearts of the people remained unsettled. Lin's voice echoed in the vast chamber, noting the remnants of the rebel forces still at large and the watchful eyes of the kingdom of the blazing sun. Reconstruction demanded order, and order necessitated absolute military assurance. He glanced at the blue points on the map, representing the main force of the Blackrock Army. 40,000 elite troops had endured the bloody Battle of Eagle's Nest in the southern campaign. Although they had not suffered catastrophic losses, the toll was significant. More importantly, this force needed to project deterrence over a broader expanse. Lime, Master Orlando, Lin turned. At your service. They replied in unison. Prepare for a large-scale summoning ritual. Location, west outskirts of Golden Sparrow City. Scale. Lin's eyes gleamed with determination. 20,000. 20,000. Lime's eyes widened in astonishment before transforming into excitement. My lord, this will surely solidify the southern territories. Not merely solidify, Lin responded with a steady tone. This is the cornerstone of reconstruction, the sword of deterrence. Master Orlando, assist with the ley line resonance rune array to ensure stability in the summoning. At once, my lord. Master Orlando's staff struck the ground, his eyes shimmering with arcane brilliance. I shall arrange the formation immediately. West outskirts of Golden Sparrow City. Nightfall. The vast training ground lay vacant, the ground etched with intricate and profound rune arrays. At the core embedded with high-purity magical crystals. Master Orlando led 50 rune mages, standing resolutely within the formation, staffs raised high, chanting ancient incantations. A torrent of arcane energy coalesced within the formation, circulating and resonating with the ley line's power, emitting a deep hum. Lin stood at the core of the formation, his silver-gray wolf cloak billowing in the night wind. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. System notification. Confirming consumption of reputation, 800,000 points. Summoning. Heavy Infantry, Elite, X5000. Clad in massive beast barrier rune armor, wielding tower shields and polearms. Core Defensive Force. Legion Infantry, Elite, X6000. Equipped with fine chainmail, armed with steel short swords and iron square shields. Multi-purpose mainstay for stability operations. Longbow Guard, Elite, X4000. Carrying enhanced longbows, equipped with poisoned and armor-piercing rune arrows. Core for remote suppression and vigilance. Iceblade Cavalry, Elite, X2000. Wearing frostlight light armor, skilled in mounted archery and rapid maneuvering. Reconnaissance and emergency response. Engineering Corps, Elite, X2000. Carrying ley line shock rune drills, lava-cutting rune saws, and other specialized tools. Core for reconstruction efforts. Rune Mages, Veteran, X1000. Masters of basic protection, detection, communication, and engineering support runes. Strategic support and technical assurance. Total, 20,000. Summoning in progress, Buzz. The core of the formation erupted with blinding white light. The radiance instantly spread across the entire training ground. As if daylight had descended, the powerful waves of energy caused the very earth to tremble. The brilliance persisted for a full 10 breaths. When the light faded, boom, 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 the heavy and synchronized sound of footsteps resonated like thunder. A torrent of steel emerged from thin air. 5,000 heavy infantry appeared like moving iron fortresses, their tower shields interlinked, polearms standing tall. The rune armor reflected a somber and heavy glow under the moonlight. 6,000 Legion infantry moved with precision, short swords drawn, square shields aligned. Their eyes sharp, emanating an aura of efficient lethality. 4,000 longbow guards knocked their arrows. Quivers full. The poisoned arrow tips glinted with a deadly azure light. 2,000 ice-blade cavalry stood poised, curved blades like snow. Their steeds snorted, exuding an urgent mobility. 2,000 engineering troops bore an array of peculiar rune devices, their movements professional. Their eyes focused like precision craftsmen awaiting the commencement of work. 1,000 rune mages held their staffs low, surrounded by a faint arcane glow. Their gazes profound, imbued with knowledge and power. Presenting ourselves to the marquis. The 20,000 echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, scattering the clouds of the night sky. Each troop type displayed distinctive traits. Their elite essence harmonizing into a formidable force, balancing offensive and defensive capabilities, stability, and reconstruction. Lin opened his eyes, surveying the well-structured, finely equipped elite force, nodding slightly. Lime, at your service. The newly summoned elite will be under your complete command. Immediately reorganize and assign tasks. First objective, take over the Golden Grain Plains, Emerald Valley, Golden Sparrow City, and maintain daily order, city defense patrols, and refugee settlement points in all restored towns. Second objective, collaborate with the engineering corps to repair roads, bridges, and water facilities, reconstructing the devastated villages and towns. Third objective, establish garrisons in major towns, creating a grassroots intelligence network, monitoring noble movements, and rooting out remnants of the rebel forces. Understood, my lord. Lime's voice was resounding, filled with vigor. Cal. Lin cast his gaze upon the commander of the heavy infantry. Your subordinates are ready. Carl stepped forward, his bone axe firmly planted. The main force of the Black Rock Army, comprising 30,000 elite troops, including a contingent of heavy infantry, longbowmen, and frostblade cavalry, shall be under your command to garrison the southern borders. Your mission is to safeguard strategic locations, the Eagle's Nest Fortress, Goldfinch City, and the Emerald Valley Pass. Deter the border of the Sun Kingdom. Be prepared at all times to counter any large-scale counterattacks or invasions. Simultaneously, oversee the newly summoned elite troops to ensure their combat effectiveness is integrated. I want this force to immediately establish a deterrent presence. Understood. Carl's eyes blazed with martial fervor. I will ensure the southern borders are as solid as a fortress. Lin then turned his gaze to the other commanders, Erect, Soren, Tom, and Master Orlando. Your subordinates are here. The four responded in unison. Erect, draw 3,000 elite cavalry to accompany me back to the capital. The remainder will join Carl to handle reconnaissance, early warning, and rapid response. Soren, the Marine forces will remain in the south to assist Carl in fortifying the coastal defenses at Goldfinch City Port. Tom, retain the main force of the engineering corps to fully support reconstruction. You will oversee the deployment of the Dragon Hunter crossbow positions. Master Orlando, the main force of the Rune Mages will remain to assist Carl in constructing the defensive magical formations. Yes, my lord. The four affirmed. Finally, Lin looked at Carl, his voice tinged with solemnity. The southern borders are entrusted to you. Beneath an iron fist, there must also be compassion. Rebuilding the lives of the populace and comforting the displaced is equally vital. If any nobility show duplicity or there are disturbances from the Sun Kingdom, act decisively. I understand. Carl knelt, resting his bone axe on the ground. The southern borders are secure. 3 days later, outside Goldfinch City, the banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered in the wind. Lin, clad in a silver-gray wolfskin cloak, stood atop his warhorse. Behind him was an army of 10,000 elite Black Rock troops, including 3,000 Frostblade cavalry. Their military bearing formidable, their momentum like a raging torrent. Carl led 30,000 elite troops and 20,000 newly summoned forces to see them off. The two elite units moved as one, their formations rigorous, shields forming a wall, polearms standing like a forest, bows and crossbows resembling clouds. The glint of iron armor shining coldly, a killing intent soaring to the heavens. An indomitable wave of steel reverberated across the entire Goldfinch Plain. All matters of the southern borders are entrusted to you. Lin's voice resonated through the amplification ruins, clear and powerful. Rest assured, my lord. We shall defend the southern borders with our lives. Carl and the other commanders roared in unison. Thousands of soldiers echoed their resolve, their voices shaking the very earth. Lin nodded slightly, casting one last glance at the city that had just endured the trials of fire and blood, now struggling to revive, as well as the distant, barely visible border of the Sun Kingdom. Objective, the capital. Return to the court. Go, Lin urged, spurring his horse forward with a fierce cry. The silver-gray cloak cut a sharp arc in the morning sun. With a thunderous rumble, the elite cavalry followed closely behind, treading through the swirling dust. Like a sheathed sword embarking on the journey back to the capital, Karl watched the army depart until the last glimpse of the gray wolf banner vanished from sight. He abruptly turned, raising his bone axe high, his voice like thunder. Black Rock Army. Garrison troops. Assemble. A resounding cheer erupted. Take your positions. Reinforce the city defenses. Eliminate the remaining enemies. Rebuild our homeland. For the southern borders. For the Marquis. The steel tides surged forth again, not for conquest, but for protection and reconstruction. Under Lin's iron will and Karl's vigilant watch, the southern borders began a new chapter of rebirth from the ashes. Meanwhile, the capital awaited the triumphant return of its guardian. Chapter 118. The Council of Triumph as the banner of the Grey Wolf appeared on the horizon to the north of the capital. The bells atop the watchtower rang out suddenly, resonating with a long and grand toll that pierced the crisp air of early winter. The tolling continued unabated. No longer an alarm, but a long-awaited sound of triumph. Lin rode at the forefront of the slowly advancing military formation. His silver-gray wolf cloak stained with the dust of the southern campaign, yet still impeccably tailored. He raised his eyes to behold the outline of the capital city, Golden Lion City, gradually becoming distinct in the morning light. The city walls bore remnants of damage and charred marks, yet had been repaired significantly, with new massive stones meticulously fitted and protective runes shimmering with fresh radiance. At the city gates, the heavy golden doors had been completely replaced, now adorned with a more intricate protective formation, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. The main thoroughfare leading to the palace, the King's Road, had been thoroughly cleared, with no trace of blood or debris remaining, now paved with pristine flagstones. On either side of the streets, the buildings bore witness to restoration. Most of the shattered windows had been mended, and the charred homes were in the process of reconstruction, though not yet fully restored to their former glory. The remnants of war's devastation had given way to a bustling vitality brimming with hope. Groups of city guards, clad in standardized leather armor and adorned with white armbands, patrolled with synchronized steps and solemn expressions, effectively maintaining order. While a few weary-looking civilians were still visible, their appearances humble, their eyes no longer reflected panic or daze, but rather a cautious sense of stability, mingled with curiosity and reverence for the returning troops. "It seems Princess Eleanor has not been idle in these past few days," remarked Lime softly at Lin's side, his tone imbued with a hint of unspoken admiration. The capital before them was a world apart from the forsaken city engulfed in darkness and despair that he had left behind. Lin nodded slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his silver-gray eyes. The young princess, Eleanor St. Roland, had displayed a decisiveness and governance ability that far exceeded his expectations. As the military formation reached the palace square, a space once littered with the remnants of shadow worms and battle scars had been thoroughly cleansed and even replanted with resilient evergreen flora. The outer walls of the palace had been repaired significantly, with shattered stained glass windows replaced by translucent magical crystals. In the center of the square, the destroyed fountain was being reconstructed, artisans sculpting a new base under the guidance of mages. The palace gates stood wide open, flanked by 2 rows of impeccably groomed palace guards, their armor gleaming and spear tips sparkling with cold light. At the forefront stood Master Augustus, the chief mage of the court, clad in a pristine white robe. He firmly planted his staff on the ground, his face displaying a weary yet contented smile. Even more striking was the presence of the old guardian of the East, Duke Igor, who stood beside him, draped in a deep blue cloak. His hair and beard were as white as snow, yet his stature was as upright as a towering pine. Although he wore no military attire, the authority of his long-held position and his keen, hawk-like eyes unmistakably revealed his rank. His personal attendance underscored the significance of the moment. "Welcome back, Marquis, triumphant," Master Augustus proclaimed, stepping forward with a resonant voice characteristic of a mage. Duke Igor inclined his head slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin and the Black Rock Army, which, despite the ravages of war, retained its formidable presence. A flicker of barely perceptible admiration crossed his eyes. "Marquis Costa, the news from the south has arrived." "Well done." Lin dismounted and placed a hand on his chest in salute. "Master Duke, I have not failed in my duty." His gaze drifted toward the palace gates, where the marshal and the marquis awaited, both safe and sound. Master Augustus's tone lightened somewhat. "Marshal Raymond is gravely injured and still in a coma, but the arcane sustenance has stabilized his condition. Awakening is merely a matter of time. Marquis Glenwell has lost considerable blood and is in need of prolonged recuperation. Yet he is no longer in critical condition. We owe you our gratitude for your timely return and to Her Highness for utilizing the royal treasury's life spring." Lin's heart steadied. Preserving the kingdom's two pillars was indeed a monumental fortune. At that moment, a clear and steady sound of footsteps resonated from within the palace. All eyes turned to see Princess Eleanor gracefully emerge. She was not adorned in elaborate court attire, but rather in a well-tailored silver-gray gubernatorial outfit. Her golden hair was styled up, revealing a smooth forehead and a graceful neck. The burdens of recent governance had etched a hint of fatigue in her features. Yet her ice-blue eyes shone ever more clearly and sharply, radiating an air of composure and authority that belied her youth. Clutching a scroll, she seemed to have just concluded her official duties. Upon seeing Lin, her pace momentarily faltered, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips, dispelling some of the weariness from her brow. "Welcome back, Marquis Lin." Her voice was calm, but laced with an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. The capital was on the mend. "Thanks to your highness's diligence," Lin replied with a slight bow. He could sense that in the days past, Eleanor had firmly established her authority in the capital, no longer the exiled princess needing his protection, but a true ruler beginning to wield power. Duke Igor stroked his beard and remarked, "Your Highness has acted with commendable decisiveness, soothing the displaced, addressing the remnants of rebellion, and restoring order to the court. I have witnessed it all and feel deeply gratified. The kingdom has a successor." Eleanor nodded slightly, undisturbed by praise. "Duke, you overstate it. These are merely my responsibilities." Turning towards Lin, their gazes met, a silent understanding passing between them, devoid of the need for words. The Marquis has endured much fatigue, yet certain matters require urgent deliberation. Eleanor's voice rang clear, reaching every core figure present. "Master Augustus, Duke Igor, please proceed to the Star Chamber. Lord Lyme, you are also requested to join us." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin, her tone resolute. "Summon all earls and higher nobles currently within the capital, as well as commanders of legion rank and above. 1 hour from now, we convene in the Star Chamber. Marquis Lin and I have significant matters to announce." At her words, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the eyes of Master Augustus and Duke Igor. They understood that this was no ordinary post-war reward meeting. The two newly appointed de facto rulers of the kingdom were poised to unveil crucial matters. After the storm, the true distribution of power might be determined at this very moment. The suspense lingered like silent ripples, subtly unfolding amidst the joy of victory. Chapter 119. Oath of the Stars. The glass dome of the Star Chamber filtered the midday sunlight into a soft kaleidoscope of colors, casting a warm glow upon the massive obsidian conference table. On either side, the surviving earls and nobles of the capital, alongside commanders of legion rank and above, sat in solemnity. An invisible atmosphere of anticipation, anxiety, and reverence permeated the air. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures standing side by side at the end of the table. Princess Eleanor, adorned in her silver-gray gubernatorial attire, with her golden hair elegantly styled, surveyed the assembly with an undeniable authority emanating from her calm, ice-blue gaze. Beside her stood Marquis Lin Costa, cloaked in a silver-gray wolf fur mantle, his simple black military uniform beneath it exuding a sense of understated elegance. The emblem of the silver wolf on his epaulets glimmered coldly in the light, and his deep-set gray eyes conveyed an unsettling sense of pressure, calm yet profound. Master Augustus and Duke Igor occupied the first seats on either end of the long table, the former resting with closed eyes, staff planted firmly before him, while the latter sat upright, his keen gaze scrutinizing those present. Prince Arthur, seated just below Duke Igor, maintained an upright posture, his youthful features stripped of past impulsiveness, now exhibiting a measure of steadiness, the holy flame sword resting quietly beside his chair. "Esteemed guests," Eleanor's voice resonated clearly, breaking the silence of the hall. "The kingdom has endured great tribulations, and we owe our survival to the valorous individuals who fought valiantly, allowing us to see the light once more. With the capital stabilized and the South reclaimed, we face the daunting task of rebuilding amidst the threats that encircle us. The kingdom requires stability, strength, and a fresh beginning." She paused briefly, locking eyes with Lin before addressing the assembly once more, her tone steady and resolute. "Today, we gather to announce two significant matters concerning the future of our kingdom." As silence fell, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, every breath held in anticipation. The first matter, Eleanor's voice carried a subtle softness yet remained unmistakably clear, is that upon the completion of the capital's reconstruction and the full restoration of order, I shall marry Marquis Lin Costa in the Cathedral of the Holy Light. A low murmur rippled through the hall, despite prior whispers of the news. The princess's announcement ignited a flurry of exchanged glances among the nobles, some astonished, some enlightened, but all deeply awed. A union? This is the ultimate covenant that irrevocably binds the royal bloodline with the Guardians of the North, the kingdom's mightiest military force. It serves as the most steadfast cornerstone for the transfer of power. Eleanor's gaze swept across the assembly, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with an undeniable resolve. Marquis Lin Costa. In this dire moment for our kingdom, you have turned the tide and propped up a crumbling edifice. You are not only my ally but also an indispensable pillar for the revival of our realm. This wedding signifies the royal promise and embodies the future of our kingdom. She slightly inclined her body toward Lin. He nodded subtly, a profound glimmer passing through his silver-gray eyes. Eleanor's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a power that heralded the future. After the wedding, on the same day, within the Holy Light Cathedral, Marquis Lin Costa shall be crowned as the king of the kingdom, wielding supreme authority. And I shall become the queen. A resounding tumult erupted, akin to a boulder disrupting the stillness of a lake. Crowned, king, queen, wielding supreme authority. This was no mere union. It was a complete reformation of royal power. A total overhaul of the ruling core. Your Majesty the King. Marquis Lin. An elderly count exclaimed in disbelief. Your Majesty the Queen. Another leader's face bore astonishment. Duke Igor's brow furrowed imperceptibly, while Master Augustus opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance gleaming within. This decision was astonishing. The royal lineage had been passed down through the house of St. Roland since time immemorial, with no outsider ever ascending the throne. Eleanor's gaze was as sharp as a blade, scanning the agitated crowd. In extraordinary times, extraordinary actions must be taken. Our kingdom stands at the brink of existence. The old laws should not bind the rebirth of our realm. Her voice rang out with conviction. I, Eleanor St. Roland, as the legitimate daughter of the royal family, shall act as regent during this perilous time, stabilizing the capital and rectifying the court. I am acutely aware that only Marquis Lin Costa can shoulder the monumental task of reviving our kingdom. He commands the formidable northern army, vanquishing rebels, reclaiming the southern territories, and driving out foreign invaders, a feat of unparalleled merit. To support him as king is the will of the people and the course of destiny. I willingly accept the role of queen, to assist the new king in repelling foreign affronts and ushering in a prosperous era. Her gaze finally settled on Prince Arthur. Prince Arthur, what is your stance? Instantly, all eyes turned to Arthur. As the last scion of the king, his position was vital. Prince Arthur slowly rose, his youthful countenance devoid of shock or resentment, radiating a calmness and determination beyond his years. He grasped the sacred flame breaker, sword leaning beside his chair, lifted it before Lin and Eleanor, and knelt on one knee. Your Grace, my queen. Arthur's voice resonated with clarity and power throughout the hall. I, Arthur St. Roland, swear by the holy light and our ancestors. I recognize my youth and fervor, my valor in battle, yet I lack the ability to govern and stabilize a kingdom. What our realm requires is not a prince who knows only warfare, but a sagacious ruler who can lead it out of the mire and restore its former glory. His gaze swept over the assembly. Marquis Lin Costa commands a mighty army, reversing the tide of chaos, his prowess unmatched. His ascension to the throne is decreed by fate. My sister, with her profound understanding of righteousness, is willing to be queen and support the new king. This is a blessing for our kingdom. He raised the flamebreaker sword, its blade shimmering with a faint yet resolute light. I, Arthur St. Roland, hereby vow, in this life, I shall be the sword of the kingdom. For His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen, to expand our territories, to vanquish treachery, to safeguard our lands, with unwavering loyalty. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be extinguished. The weighty declaration reverberated through the Star Hall like thunder. Prince Arthur, possessing legitimate claim to the throne, not only relinquished his right to kingship, but also pledged his fealty to the new king with such resolute fervor. This shattered all conceivable doubts and opposition. Duke Igor observed Arthur kneeling with unwavering resolve, then turned to Lin and Eleanor, who stood side by side with an aura as profound as the ocean. His sharp gaze gradually transforming into deep acknowledgement. He slowly rose, hand over his heart, bowing. Guardian of the Eastern Realm, Igor Ironbow, obeys the commands of His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen. The East shall remain forever loyal. Master Augustus struck the ground with his staff, his voice resonant with the peculiar cadence of a mage. Chief Mage of the Court, Augustus, witnesses in the name of the arcane. The crowning of His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen marks the dawn of a new era for our kingdom. The court's mages shall pledge their lives and loyalty. Pledge our lives and loyalty to His Majesty the King, to Her Majesty the Queen. An earl was the first to rise, kneeling on one knee. Pledge our lives in loyalty. The commanders followed suit, their armor clanging as they knelt. "Pledge our lives in loyalty." The nobles soon followed, bowing in reverence. Like a domino effect, within the Star Hall, apart from Lin and Eleanor, all present either bowed or knelt. A tidal wave of loyalty and oaths converged into a formidable force, heralding the commencement of a new epoch of royal power. Lin and Eleanor stood side by side, accepting the oaths of the crowd. Lin's silver-gray eyes were deep and tranquil, akin to an abyss that governed all. Eleanor's ice-blue gaze sparkled with determination and support as she slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement toward Lin. "Please rise, my lords." Lin's voice was deep and commanding, imbued with undeniable authority, as he spoke for the first time in his royal capacity. "The kingdom is reborn. Much remains to be accomplished. The wedding and coronation ceremony will take place once the capital is rebuilt and order restored. At that time, let us all celebrate in unison." His gaze swept across the assembly, his voice suddenly turning stern. "However, before that, our enemies remain unvanquished, and internal matters are complex. I urge each of you to fulfill your duties and unite our efforts for the revival of our kingdom. At your command, Your Majesty the Queen." The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. The oaths spoken in the Star Hall spread like wildfire throughout the capital, reaching every corner. At this moment, the core of the kingdom's power underwent a historic transformation. A grand wedding and coronation ceremony shall unfold upon the ruins, ushering in an entirely new era. And upon the throne shall sit a king wielding supreme power, with his queen steadfastly by his side. Chapter 120. The Ascendance to Kingship. In the span of 2 fleeting months, the city of Golden Lion, the capital, has undergone a fervent reconstruction. As the bells of the Cathedral of Holy Light toll once more to herald the celebrations, the city stands rejuvenated, infused with an air of hope and solemnity. Nobles, generals, and envoys from all corners of the kingdom converge upon this reborn capital, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, to collectively witness the dawn of a new era. Within the magnificent Cathedral of Holy Light, the soaring dome allows rays of sacred light to cascade through the stained glass windows, intertwining the divine with opulence. The vast interior is filled to capacity with earls and higher-ranking nobles from across the realm, commanders of great legions, high-ranking clergy, and dignitaries from various nations, all impeccably attired and holding their breath in anticipation. The fragrance of incense mingles with an indescribable sense of solemn expectation, as melodious and resonant hymns fill the air. The grand doors of the cathedral slowly open, drawing all gazes. Princess Eleanor St. Roland steps forward, adorned in a breathtaking wedding gown woven from starlit silver threads and moonlit satin, her train flowing like a shimmering galaxy. A delicate crown of diamonds rests atop her head, her golden hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, while her ice-blue eyes glimmer with clarity and resolve, her stunning visage radiating brilliance beneath the holy light. In her hand, she carries a bouquet of star lilies, symbolizing purity and hope, as she gracefully approaches the altar. Half a step behind her, Lin Costa stands in a crisp black military uniform, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak. The emblem of the silver wolf on his epaulets and the array of medals adorning his chest create a striking tableau. His silver-gray eyes are serene as a still lake, his countenance stern, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and strength. Walking alongside Eleanor, they embody the convergence of stars and wolves, a union of light and might. In the front row of the audience, illustrious figures gather. Duke Igor, the guardian of the Eastern Realm, stands tall and straight-backed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly, representing unwavering support from the East. Beside him, Grandmaster Augustus, the chief mage of the court, leans on his staff, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by a faint arcane glow, symbolizing the protection of the capital's magical forces. A short while later, on specially crafted couches, 2 pillars of the kingdom, recently healed from grave injuries, are seated. Marquis Glenwell's pallid complexion reveals his struggles, with his right shoulder heavily bandaged, yet his silver hair is impeccably groomed, his gaze as sharp as ever. His eldest son, a gallant young knight, stands respectfully by his side. The Marquis's eyes follow Lin's figure intently, filled with a complex blend of nostalgia, hope for the future, and profound recognition of the new king's power. Marshal Raymond bears more severe injuries. Although his sternum has healed, he relies on a specially crafted runic brace for support. Clad in simple marshal's attire, he wears the Golden Lion's roar medal, emblematic of supreme military honor. His gaze, though cloudy, retains the steely resolve and dignity forged in the fires of battle. He looks at Lin, then at Eleanor, and finally towards the cathedral's dome, his lips twitching slightly, as if silently comforting the late king. Further back, influential nobles and valiant commanders from various regions are present. The elven Viscount Elvin of the Emerald Valley is dressed in a dark green, elven-style attire, his emerald cloak adorned with patterns of fresh budding leaves. Beside him stands a few uniquely poised elven rangers and nature mages. Elvin's gaze scans over Lin and Eleanor, then delves into the depths of the cathedral, seemingly attuned to the resonance of holy light and nature. In his hand, he twirls a small vial emitting a gentle green glow, a gift for the new king. The commander of Rock Fortress is clad in new runic heavy armor, his demeanor solemn. Behind him are several distinguished figures from the Blackrock army, their resolute expressions embodying the indomitable spirit of the fortress that guards the kingdom's throat. Viscount Alan Winston of White River Port, with a humble yet astute smile, engages in quiet conversation with several coastal merchants. His allegiance and the port's resources are vital lifelines for the new kingdom. Notably, near the altar, a ceremonial guard of elven rangers stands at attention, clad in lightweight green leather armor and bearing longbows, their keen eyes sharp as eagles. They are the elite rangers brought by Viscount Elvin, symbolizing the Emerald Valley's support for the new king. Carl, now the newly appointed governor of the Southern Realm, stands at the forefront of the commanders, his imposing figure like a mountain, his eyes ablaze with absolute loyalty to the new king and boundless confidence in the future. Core leaders of the Blackrock army, including Erect, Soren, Tom, and Master Orlando, stand behind him, forming Lin's most steadfast wings. Prince Arthur, rather than occupying the royal section, is clad in the silver-white armor of the Holy Radiance Knights, wielding a broken sword emanating a faint holy flame. Positioned at the forefront of the knightly ranks beside the altar, his youthful face has shed its boyishness, his gaze firm and pure, like a drawn sword, ever ready to fight for the new king. Upon the altar, the Pope holds the Holy Scripture, a solemn smile gracing his lips. The wedding ceremony is both grand and succinct. Under the witness of holy light, Lin and Eleanor exchange vows and rings. I, Lin Costa, vow with my life and honor to protect Eleanor St. Roland until eternity. I, Eleanor St. Roland, vow with my life and faith to assist Lin Costa until eternity. As the vows are pronounced, thunderous applause erupts. A new core of power is forged in the most sacred of ways. As the wedding ceremony concludes, the coronation seamlessly follows. The atmosphere shifts from joyous celebration to one of profound solemnity and gravity. The Pope accepts the golden crown of St. Roland, crafted from pure gold and adorned with countless jewels, presented by an attendant. Yet, Lin raises a hand gently, halting the Pope's action. The hall falls silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. All eyes turn inquisitively towards the new king. Lin turned to the assembly, his gaze sweeping across every face in the hall. The piercing eyes of Duke Igor, the profound gaze of Master Augustus, the pale yet resolute countenance of Marquis Glenwell, the murky but steadfast eyes of Marshal Raymond, the ethereal charm of Viscount Elvin, the steadfast loyalty of Carl, the purity of Prince Arthur akin to a sword, and the complex expressions of all the noble generals, some filled with awe, others with anticipation, and still others with a blend of emotions. His voice resounded through the cathedral with magical clarity, steady and imbued with undeniable power. Today, I am crowned king, not to inherit, but to forge a new beginning. The old dynasty has fallen into darkness and treachery. A new era demands a new name, a new spirit, a new direction. He paused slightly, as if the cycle of the sun and moon danced within his silver-gray eyes. From this day forth, the old name of the kingdom shall come to an end. The new kingdom shall be named. His voice crescendoed, echoing like thunder in the hearts of all present. The kingdom of sun and moon. The crowd below erupted in hushed gasps and whispers, stunned by the monumental declaration. A change of name. What a cataclysmic event. Lin raised his hand to quell the unrest. His voice grand. The sun, for Eleanor St. Roland. She, like the blazing sun, dispels darkness and brings light and hope. Her wisdom and compassion shall illuminate every corner of the kingdom. The moon, for me, Lin Costa. I, like the dark moon, guard the night, and, with cold resolve, will purge all traitors and foes. My strength and will shall become the kingdom's most formidable bastion. The sun and moon shine together, light and darkness coexist. They complement one another, both indispensable. This is the cornerstone of the new kingdom. This is the symbol of a new era. His gaze sharpened. This name does not reject the past, but transcends it. It symbolizes the union of royal authority and power, the coexistence of light and order. It reminds us that only through balance can we endure. Only through strength can we protect. From this day forth, I, Lin Costa, shall be the first king of the kingdom of sun and moon. Eleanor St. Roland shall be the queen of the kingdom of sun and moon." He turned once more to the Pope, nodding slightly. The Pope's eyes glimmered with shock and understanding as he took a deep breath, solemnly raising the resplendent crown high before gently placing it upon Lin's head. "In the name of the holy light, the ceremony is complete. Congratulations to His Majesty, the King of the Kingdom of Sun and Moon. To Her Majesty, the Queen. Long live His Majesty the King. Long live Her Majesty the Queen." Duke Igor was the first to kneel, his voice booming. "Sun and moon shine together. May the kingdom prosper forever." Master Augustus struck his staff upon the ground. Marquis Glenwell, with the support of his eldest son, struggled to perform a knightly bow, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "The West shall pledge loyalty to the sun and moon." Marshal Raymond raised his hand slightly in a military salute, a flicker of gratification passing through his murky eyes. Viscount Elvin bowed gracefully, the moonlight moss essence in his hand radiating a soft green glow. "Emerald Valley, may the light of the sun and moon forever bless the forest." Karl knelt with a thud, his battle axe striking the ground. "Governor Karl of the South, I vow to serve His Majesty the King, Her Majesty the Queen." Prince Arthur raised the holy flame sword, the Order of the Holy Radiance. "I vow to be the sword of the sun and moon, to cleanse the darkness. Long life, long life, long live." The cathedral erupted into a fervor. All nobles, generals, and envoys bowed or knelt, their deafening cheers resonating like a tsunami, almost lifting the cathedral's dome. Queen Eleanor stood beside King Lin, gazing up at his stern profile and the eyes reflecting the dance of the sun and moon. Her ice-blue eyes filled with trust, support, and an unspoken tenderness. She knew deeply that this man beside her would lead their reborn kingdom into an unprecedented future. Adorned with a new crown symbolizing the royal authority of the sun and moon, crafted from the elements of the howling wolf and golden lion, and wielding a scepter embedded with celestial gemstones, Lin surveyed the bowing subjects below, gazing upon familiar faces, those who had fought valiantly, the loyal nobles, and the distant envoys. He felt the weight of faith and power, akin to mountains and seas, within him, and in the depths of his silver-gray eyes lay absolute calm and control. The old era had indeed drawn to a close. The new epic was set to commence, heralding the birth of the kingdom of sun and moon. Chapter 121. The bestowal. The jubilant echoes within the Cathedral of Holy Light reverberated like a tangible force, proclaiming the complete end of an old era and the dawn of a new dynasty. As Lin, now the king of the kingdom of sun and moon, emerged from the cathedral hand in hand with Queen Eleanor, basking in the radiant sunlight of public attention, the system notification he awaited arrived with chilling precision, symbolizing unparalleled power. System notification. Epic achievement completed. Crowned as king. Established a new dynasty. Prestige reward earned. 2,000,000 points. Daily prestige acquisition rate increased. 1. 500 points per day. 3,000 points per day. Settlement of past 2 months, 60 days. Daily prestige accumulation. 1. 500 points per day, 60 days, 90,000 points. Current total prestige. 2,000,000, 900, 000, 209, 000 points. Daily prestige acquisition. 3,000 points per day. A tidal wave of prestige surged forth, a manifestation of the kingdom's loyalty, far surpassing any previous harvest. Within the depths of Lin's silver-gray eyes, it seemed as if a whirlpool of stars flickered and vanished, his aura deepening, becoming more unfathomable. The following day, during the first grand assembly of the Sun and Moon dynasty, the obsidian throne was remade, adorned with the roaring wolf and the emblem of the sun and moon, exuding an even more formidable presence. Lin sat upon it, crowned with the diadem of the sun and moon, wielding the scepter of stars. Queen Eleanor occupied a slightly lower but equally magnificent seat, symbolizing her esteemed status. Below, civil and military officials, along with various nobles and lords, stood in solemnity, the atmosphere reverent and austere. With the dawn of the new dynasty, all things were renewed. Lin's voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, reverberated beneath the newly restored dome. The establishment of the kingdom of sun and moon is not solely the achievement of this king, but rather the result of the blood, sweat, and collaborative efforts of many noble ministers. Today, we shall confer rewards based on merit, to solidify the foundation of our nation. His gaze swept across the assembly, first landing on the 2 pillars of the kingdom, recently recovered from grave injuries. Marquis Glenwell, the elderly noble, supported by his eldest son, stepped forward and bowed slightly. You have valiantly defended the western frontier, displaying unparalleled loyalty and courage in the face of peril. When the kingdom faced its darkest hour, you led the troops to the aid of the eagle's nest, sustaining injuries in fierce battle, earning your remarkable accolades. I hereby elevate you to the title of Guardian of the West, a hereditary title as Duke of Glenwell. May you recover swiftly and continue to safeguard our western borders. I humbly thank your majesty for your great favor. Duke Glenwell, formerly Marquis, exclaimed, bowing deeply. This act not only rewarded his valor, but also secured the loyalty of the old aristocracy of the West. Marshal Raymond. The marshal stood tall, leaning on a rune-imbued staff, and executed a precise military salute. Your lifetime of service and unwavering loyalty to the kingdom has been exemplified in this battle for the capital, where your selfless courage led you to the brink of death. In recognition of your esteemed service, I grant you the hereditary title of Duke of the Dragon Shield and bestow upon you a villa in the hot springs outside the capital for your retirement. The position of Chief Military Advisor awaits you. I hope you will continue to guide our realm with your vast experience. This was an honor of the highest order and a guarantee of security. A complex glimmer flickered in Marshal Raymond's eyes, ultimately transforming into relief and gratitude. I am profoundly thankful for your kindness, Your Majesty. I pledge to dedicate my remaining years to the kingdom. Next, Lin's gaze turned to his most trusted inner circle, the generals of the Blackrock Army. Carl, the humble servant is here. The giant stepped forward and knelt on one knee. In the Southern Campaign, you were the vanguard, overcoming great challenges. Your efforts in securing the Southern Front and healing its wounds are invaluable. I hereby appoint you as the Guardian of the South, a hereditary title as Duke of the Rock. You will oversee the military and political affairs of the South, ensuring the safety of our kingdom's gates. I swear to defend the South for your majesty. I shall not hesitate to give my all. Carl's voice thundered with fervor. Erect, the humble servant is here. The leader of the Icewind Rangers stepped forward and knelt. You led the Rangers in reconnaissance behind enemy lines, severing their supply routes, and executing a brilliant campaign. The North is the foundation of our kingdom, and it requires steadfast loyalty and strength to guard it. I hereby appoint you as the Guardian of the North, a hereditary title as Duke of Icewind. You will command the military and political affairs of the North. I will not fail your majesty's trust. The North shall forever be your majesty's strongest shield. Erect affirmed, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Prince Arthur St. Roland, clad in the armor of the Holy Radiance Knights. Prince Arthur stepped forth, kneeling with a pure and resolute gaze. Your brother has exhibited valor and loyalty, turning the tide in the battle for the capital and achieving great feats on the southern battlefield. The Holy Radiance Knights cannot be without a leader for even a day. I appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Holy Radiance Knights, granting you the title of Duke. I trust you will reorganize the order and restore it as the sword of justice for our kingdom. Arthur accepted the charge. I shall ensure the light of the Holy Radiance illuminates every corner of the kingdom of sun and moon. His voice brimmed with determination. Lime, the humble servant is here. The Minister of Affairs stepped forward and bowed. You have overseen logistics and managed internal affairs with great diligence. I appoint you as the Chief Minister of Finance, granting you the title of Marquis. You will oversee the kingdom's treasury, taxation, trade, and reconstruction efforts. I pledge to do everything in my power to replenish the treasury and prosper our kingdom. Lime solemnly promised. Master Orlando, I am here, your majesty. The old mage bowed, placing a hand on his chest. Your contributions in the arcane arts have greatly assisted the crown. I appoint you as the chief court mage, granting you the title of Marquis. You will govern all mages in the kingdom, establish the arcane academy, train new mages, and develop both military and civilian spells. I shall faithfully execute your majesty's will. The brilliance of arcane light shimmered in Master Orlando's eyes. Soren, Tom, the humble servants are here. The Admiral and Workshop Director stepped forward. Soren, I appoint you as Admiral of the Navy, granting you the title of Count. You will rebuild the kingdom's fleet and maintain control of our maritime power. Tom, I appoint you as Minister of Engineering, granting you the title of Count. You will oversee national military production, the development of weaponry, and the construction of roads and bridges. Understood. The two responded in unison. Lin continued to confer titles. Viscount Elvin was officially elevated to the hereditary title of Marquis of Linyu for his steadfast defense of the Emerald Valley and support from the Elven forces. Alan Winston of White River Port was granted the hereditary title of Count of White River. All generals and nobles who contributed during the pacification and reconstruction were duly rewarded according to their merits. A complete and efficient new power structure and aristocracy rapidly established itself during this grand assembly, with clear distinctions between rewards and punishments, garnering the loyalty of the people. Once the conferment was complete, Lin's tone turned somber as he began to announce new policies. From this day forth, the kingdom of Sun and Moon shall enter a period of comprehensive reconstruction and development. Firstly, in military affairs, besides the Guardian troops, we shall establish the Sun and Moon garrison, recruiting elite forces from across the nation, which I shall directly oversee, to guard key locations as a strategic reserve. Each city, town, and village will form local militias based on their size, responsible for maintaining law and order, with the central authority providing equipment and training officers. Secondly, in domestic affairs, we shall vigorously advance the kingdom's reconstruction mandate, employing labor to restore all war-damaged towns, roads, bridges, and agricultural irrigation systems. The Ministry of Engineering and the Ministry of Finance will coordinate the planning. Thirdly, in economic matters, we shall reduce agricultural taxes and encourage land reclamation, support industries and commerce, facilitating trade routes across the regions, especially with the North and the Emerald Valley, rebuild Goldfinch City and White River Port, and promote maritime transport. Fourthly, in talent development, we shall establish the kingdom's military academy, arcane academy, and governance academy, selecting talent nationwide, prioritizing ability over background, to cultivate pillars for our kingdom. Each policy was articulated with clarity, outlining a promising blueprint for the kingdom's future. The assembled ministers listened intently, their hearts stirred by the new king's grand vision and decisive actions. At the conclusion of the assembly, Lin slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the hall beneath the crown of Sun and Moon, eventually resting on Queen Eleanor beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a nod. Noble ministers. The king's voice resonated like granite, firm and powerful. The Sun and Moon have risen. The road ahead is long. May all of you, along with this king and the queen, unite in purpose and build a prosperous era together. We shall faithfully adhere to your majesty's decree. As the Sun and Moon shine together, may the kingdom flourish for eternity. The courtiers, including the newly appointed dukes and marquises, bowed in unison, their voices converging into a mighty chorus that resonated throughout the Hall of Stars. A new, powerful, and vibrant dynastic machine commenced its full operation. The kingdom of Sun and Moon welcomed its first dawn. Chapter 122. The history of the kingdom. The reign of the Sun and Moon dynasty has been progressing steadily for several months amidst efficiency and order. The capital, Golden Lion City, has completely dispelled its shadows. The streets are bustling with activity, markets are alive with chatter, and newly established workshops emit wisps of smoke that signify vitality and productivity day and night. Furs from the north, arrows from the east, grains from the south, minerals from the west, and magical materials from the Emerald River Valley converge through newly restored roads and waterways, presenting an unprecedented scene of prosperity in the capital. In the royal library, deep within the forbidden section, Lin and Queen Eleanor dismissed all attendants, immersing themselves in a tranquil space enclosed by ancient ebony bookshelves. The air was imbued with a peculiar scent, a blend of aged parchment and magical preservatives. Here, the kingdom's oldest and most secretive documents were stored. Queen Eleanor's icy blue eyes meticulously scanned the spines of books marked with mithril runes, finally resting upon a massive tome bound in a mysterious black metal and leather. The cover bore no title, only a blurred emblem of a sun, as if torn by claws. The index of this secret chronicles of the Solon royal family suggested that the account of the Great Split diverged from the official version in the royal archive. Eleanor's voice pierced the silence with remarkable clarity as she carefully lifted the weighty tome. Lin stood beside her, his silver-gray eyes surveying the surrounding shelves that had remained silent for centuries, as though he could feel the weight of history buried beneath the dust. Eleanor placed the tome on a long table draped in dark velvet and gently opened it. The pages were crafted from the hide of a resilient magical beast, and the ink, written in shadowy script, remained clear despite the passage of time. Look here, Eleanor pointed with her delicate fingertip to a densely packed section of ancient text. 327 years ago, the Sun King Astarte of the unified Valeria kingdom was gravely wounded during his campaign against the northern orc tribes and succumbed to his injuries. He did not explicitly designate an heir. Lin read the ancient words with a calm demeanor. The records depicted a harrowing struggle for power. Two princes, the elder brother Kolyan and the younger brother Solyan, each possessed formidable supporters. The elder brother Kolyan, later the founder of the Sun Kingdom, garnered the backing of wealthy provinces in the south and most of the old nobility. The younger brother Solyen, the direct heir of the Valeria Kingdom, received the loyalty of the military and lords from the northern borders. The forces of both sides were nearly evenly matched, and after months of stalemate in the capital, it ultimately escalated into a civil war, leading to a division of the kingdom and a prolonged tug-of-war lasting decades. The record aligned closely with the official history. Eleanor furrowed her brow and continued to turn the pages. Her fingers suddenly halted at a page's edge, which bore scorch marks. The handwriting there was more hurried, as if the scribe was engulfed in great fear or urgency. No, here is a deliberately obscured appendix. Eleanor's breath quickened, revealing that on the eve of a decisive battle in the Weeping Hills, the pro-northern Prince Solyen had mysteriously perished in the army. The cause of death remains unknown. Lin's gaze sharpened. Eleanor hastily deciphered the subsequent obscure text. The prince's sudden death left the southern army leaderless and morale shattered. At this moment, the commander of the southern legions, Duke Otto Costa, a cousin and staunch supporter of Prince Solyen, swiftly assumed command of the troops. However, he did not seek vengeance for the prince or continue the northern campaign. Instead, he abruptly led the army back, citing the need to prevent the kingdom's total collapse, and forcibly took control of the northern territories of the former Valeria Kingdom. 3 months later, amid various factions' compromises and endorsements, he was crowned king, adopting the surname Saint Roland, establishing a new dynasty, our predecessor, while the south fell entirely into the hands of Prince Kulyan, who founded the Sun Kingdom. The final line of the appendix was nearly illegible. Rumors suggested that Duke Otto had prior dealings with certain factions in the south, but this remains unverified. Silence enveloped the ancient bookshelf area. Costa, Lin murmured the surname, his silver-gray eyes betraying no emotion. This was the name inherited by his current body, the ancestral name of the Blackrock Lin family. Queen Eleanor closed the heavy tome, her icy blue eyes shimmering with complex emotions. So, the 300 years of division and animosity may have begun with a conspiracy, possibly linked to one of our ancestors? And the Sun Kingdom, legally speaking, indeed shares the same origin as us. Lin paused in silence before speaking slowly, his voice calm and unwavering. History is written by the victors. The truth is often buried beneath the dust. The grievances of 3 centuries ago are no longer significant. What matters is the present and the future. He gazed at Eleanor, recognizing that this secret could serve as a valuable key at some point in the future. Eleanor nodded slightly, carefully returning the tome to its place. This long-buried history, like a stone cast into a lake, stirred ripples in the hearts of both individuals. Throughout the kingdom, prosperity flourished. Stepping out of the library and into the sunlight, they beheld a vastly different scene. The kingdom of sun and moon was revitalizing at an unprecedented pace and evolving toward greater prosperity. The capital was not only a political center but, under the impetus of Marquis Lime, had become a colossal commercial hub. The newly established royal bank began issuing a unified currency, facilitating trade across the lands. In the north, under the governance of Duke Erect, the military production of Blackrock was in full swing, providing superior equipment that not only armed the army, but was also exported widely. Trade routes with dwarves and elves flourished increasingly. In the southern realm, Duke Karl, the Rock Duke, presides over the bustling city of Goldfinch, vigorously implementing the land reclamation order, allowing the expansive fertile lands to once again yield bountiful harvests. The roads leading to the western realm and the Emerald River Valley have been widened and fortified, resulting in a continuous flow of merchant caravans. In the western realm, although Duke Glenvale is still recuperating, his eldest son has exhibited exceptional talent, leveraging the region's abundant mineral resources to establish a new metallurgical center in collaboration with the northern realm. In the eastern realm, the Cloudpiercer archers, under the command of Grand Duke Igor, not only safeguard the borders, but also begin training a new generation of sharpshooters for the kingdom. The timber and herbal resources from the east are consistently exported through White River Port. In the Emerald River Valley, under the leadership of Earl Elvin, the magical arts of the elves intertwine with human engineering, giving rise to marvelous creations, such as rapidly growing healing vines for building repairs and improved moonlight moss for nighttime illumination. New towns rise from the ruins, new roads connect the north and south, and fresh farmlands are revitalized. The entire kingdom, like a giant recovering from grievous wounds, begins to stretch its limbs, displaying vigorous vitality. However, beneath this flourishing surface, undercurrents of unrest never cease to surge. After the court meeting, Hawk's figure appears like a specter in Lin En's study. "Your Majesty," Hawk kneels, his voice low. "Regarding the situation in Spiderweb City, the Shadowfang squad has paid a heavy price to relay fragmented information. The fifth family has established a new lair deep within the dark territories, named the Wailing Abyss. They have suffered significant losses but seem to be concocting a grander scheme, linked to an ancient, slumbering evil. Specific information is scarce and costly. Lin's gaze turns cold. Continue monitoring. Do not delve too deeply. Prioritize maintaining the flow of intelligence. Understood. Hawk reports further, regarding the Sunlit Kingdom. Our merchant caravans have reported signs of turmoil. The loss of Golden Ear Plains and the destruction of the Bloodthorn Rebellion have cost them their most crucial granary and a significant military force. The populace is rife with discontent, and noble circles are rife with doubts about the old king's decisions. Rumors suggest that several influential dukes are in clandestine discussions. Lin lightly taps the armrest of his throne. Turmoil signifies opportunity, yet it also entails unpredictable risks. We must enhance border surveillance, especially regarding military movements. Let our people closely monitor the activities of the Sunlit royal family and the various dukes. Understood. Hawk's figure vanishes quietly. Lin remains alone in the study, his gaze drifting over the prosperous landscape of the royal capital before finally settling on an ancient tome, an edition bearing the torn emblem of the sun. Retrieved from the Forbidden Literature section. Chapter 123. To prosper. First build roads. The foundation of the Sun and Moon Kingdom is steadily solidifying through rewards and new policies. Yet Lin understands that a truly powerful dynasty cannot solely rely on the elite troops summoned by the system and a few core generals. True strength must be rooted in the homeland, derived from every inch of the kingdom's land and every citizen. The edicts he promulgated began to advance into deeper, more fundamental realms. In the Starry Dome Hall during a royal meeting, Lin sits firmly upon the Sun and Moon throne, with Queen Eleanor at his side. Below, the newly appointed dukes, marquises, and various ministers stand ready to heed his commands. The kingdom is still in its infancy, and Lin's voice resonates with steady authority. To ensure lasting peace, repel foreign insults, and usher in a prosperous era, we must solidify our foundations and start from the very roots. First, the foundation of a strong military. His gaze sweeps across military dignitaries such as Duke Karl and Duke Erect of the Icewind. Effective immediately, we shall implement the universal garrison order. Guardians of each realm shall establish recruitment centers and training camps within their jurisdictions. Recruitment is open to all eligible, upstanding free citizens. Training standards will be overseen by elite officers of the Blackrock Army, adhering to the basic drill manual of the Legion Infantry. Equipment will be uniformly provided, including kingdom standard leather armor, finely crafted short swords, and iron square shields. Our goal is to establish a standing garrison of no less than 50,000 troops within 3 years. Their duties will encompass local defense, maintaining public order, disaster relief, and serving as a reserve force for the kingdom's main army. Dukes Karl, Erect, Glenvale, and Igor. You guardians are responsible for the implementation. The necessary equipment and resources shall be allocated uniformly by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Finance. We shall obey. The 4 guardians respond in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This signifies a more solid local force rather than complete reliance on the king's central elite. Second, the foundation of magic. Lin's gaze shifts to Master Orlando, the chief court magician. The path of the arcane is key to the kingdom's future. It cannot remain the privilege of a select few elites. Henceforth, we shall implement the arcane enlightenment order. Master Orlando, at your service, replies the venerable elder. Under the leadership of the court magician corps, in collaboration with the elven mages led by Earl Elvin of the Emerald River Valley, we shall establish the kingdom's arcane academy in the royal capital. You shall serve as its head. Additionally, we will set up branches in the capitals of each realm: Goldfinch, Blackrock City, Ironbow Fortress, Rock Fortress. Senior magicians and elven tutors will be dispatched to preside over these branches. We will establish arcane enlightenment schools in all major towns to select children with magical affinity, regardless of their social standing, for free admission. They will be taught basic meditation, elemental perception, and rune recognition. A mechanism for assessment and advancement will be established. Outstanding students may pursue further studies in the branches or even enter the main academy. The kingdom will spare no effort in cultivating its own mage forces. The necessary funding and resources will be prioritized by the Ministry of Finance. A newfound brilliance ignites in Master Orlando's eyes. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. I shall dedicate myself to opening the gates of the arcane and laying the magical foundation for the kingdom. Third, the roads of connectivity. Lin turns to Tom, the Minister of Works. The kingdom is vast, and if the roads are obstructed, The implementation of policies becomes difficult, military movements are delayed, and commerce suffers. Effective immediately, we shall launch the Kingdom's Connectivity Project. Tom, I am here. Under the direction of the Ministry of Works, we will recruit laborers, utilizing work as relief, and assemble engineering corps, employing rune machinery. Centered around the royal capital, we will construct 4 major highways for the kingdom. The Eastern Path, the coastal region of the Emerald Valley near Iron Bow Fortress in the royal capital. The Southern Path, the coastline of the southern region of the royal capital at Stone Fortress in Golden Sparrow City. The Western Path, the mineral-rich area near Glenwell Fortress at the western frontier of Stone Fortress in the royal capital. The Northern Path, the northern border at Howling Wind Valley near Black Rock City in the royal capital. Road specifications, a width of 10 zhang, with a solid stone foundation and a smooth surface. Bridges will be constructed along the way, and tunnels will be excavated. Mountains will be breached, and rivers will have bridges erected. The construction period is 5 years. Simultaneously, all secondary roads will be repaired and widened to connect towns and villages. This is a grand plan for a century. No expense will be spared. It must be accomplished. Tom, filled with excitement, declared, "Your Majesty, I shall spare no effort to forge the iron veins of the kingdom." Next, the eye of strategy, the array of transmission. Lin's voice suddenly turned stern as his gaze swept over Master Orlando and the Guardians. In anticipation of potential large-scale warfare, to ensure the rapid mobilization of troops and supplies, the king has decided to construct large strategic teleportation arrays at vital locations in the 4 corners of the kingdom. Locations: Eastern Region, Iron Bow Fortress, under the jurisdiction of Duke Igor. Southern Region, Stone Fortress, under the jurisdiction of Duke Karl. Western Region, Glenwell Fortress, under the jurisdiction of Duke Glenwell. Northern Region, Black Rock City, under the jurisdiction of Duke Erect. The core of the array will be personally designed by Master Orlando, with the Royal Mage Guild leading the engraving. The required magical crystals and rare materials will be supplied with the full strength of the nation. Functionality: in times of war, it can instantly teleport a fully formed army, up to 10,000, or large quantities of strategic supplies. In peacetime, strict control will be enforced, limited to urgent military communications or special material transport. Construction requirements: discreet, solid, stable energy supply, defense level equivalent to that of the Royal Palace. The construction period is 3 years. This is a crucial national asset. It is classified. Guardians at each site must personally oversee the selection, guarding, and confidentiality. Master Orlando is fully responsible for the technical implementation. We shall obey. The old ministers declared in unison alongside Master Orlando and the 4 guardians, their expressions solemn. They understood that once these 4 teleportation arrays were completed, they would utterly transform the strategic landscape of the kingdom. The directives flowed like finely tuned gears, interlocking and propelling the kingdom toward a more profound foundation and a more powerful future. In the royal capital, amidst the diplomatic fervor, the kingdom welcomed the first official diplomatic missions since the establishment of the new dynasty. This was not only a recognition of diplomacy, but also an affirmation of the new kingdom's strength and status. The first to arrive was a delegation from the dwarven kingdom of Hammerhill, nestled deep in the western mountains. The dwarven envoy, a fire-haired prince clad in rune-etched heavy armor and bearing a massive warhammer, led dozens of valiant dwarven warriors and craftsmen. Presenting a gift symbolizing friendship and strength, a giant battle axe forged from heartfire gold, embedded with earth runes, along with a memorandum of intent for joint mineral development in the western region and strengthening weapon trade. The dwarven prince's booming voice and hearty laughter added a rugged vitality to the stately palace. Following closely was a delegation from the Biwa Federation, a human kingdom renowned for its maritime trade and formidable navy. The envoy, led by a cultured admiral clad in resplendent silk robes, brought precious deep-sea pearls, rare spices, and a beautifully crafted model of a Biwa sailboat. They expressed a strong desire to establish formal diplomatic relations and open maritime trade routes. Lastly, the delegation from the Shadow Moon tribe, an elven group hailing from the southern jungles, arrived. Though not a formal kingdom, the Shadow Moon tribe wielded significant influence in the vast southern jungles. The envoy was a mysterious elven elder draped in a cloak of green vines, bearing branches of ancient life trees with potent natural healing properties and moonlight stones symbolizing peace. She conveyed the tribe's curiosity and goodwill towards the establishment of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, subtly hinting at a mutual interest in addressing certain subterranean threats. Lin and Queen Eleanor graciously received the 3 delegations in the Hall of Stars. At the banquet, the dwarves' boldness, the Biwa Federation's elegance, and the Shadow Moon elves' mystique interwove into a tapestry of diverse and harmonious diplomacy. The envoys from the three nations marveled at the vitality and potential exhibited by the Sun and Moon Kingdom, formally recognizing its status as a new force on the continent. This diplomatic breakthrough brought the kingdom new trade partners, potential allies, and a broader international perspective. Lin understood that these relationships needed careful maintenance, for they would become vital supports for the kingdom's future development. On the palace terrace, as night fell, Lin and Queen Eleanor stood side by side, gazing down at the gradually illuminated royal capital. The distant sounds of construction echoed faintly, marking the expansion of roads, the foundation of academies, the planning of teleportation arrays, the recruitment of troops, and the spread of magic. Queen Eleanor softly remarked, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the city lights, "Your Majesty, you are laying an unprecedented solid foundation for the kingdom." Lin's gaze was deep as he looked toward the more distant, night-shrouded border. The deeper the foundation, the taller the building it can support. The turmoil in the kingdom of the fiery sun and the whispers from Spiderweb City are merely a matter of time. What I desire is a sun and moon kingdom that remains steadfast, regardless of the storms it faces. His voice was calm, yet imbued with immense determination and strength. Queen Eleanor gently clasped his hand, her cool fingertips conveying silent support and trust. Chapter 124, Declaration of War. The royal army marches forth. A year has passed, leaving profound marks on the reborn land of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. The scars of past wars have been covered by vibrant vitality, and the nascent strength is sprouting like spring bamboo, flourishing in every corner. A leap in national power. The military force is flourishing. The standing garrison under the Guardians of the Four Corners has begun to take shape. In the north, Duke Erect commands an elite garrison of 50,000 well-equipped and high-spirited northern wall guard. In the south, Duke Karl leads 60,000 steadfast soldiers of the Rockshield Guard, guarding the kingdom's gates with unyielding strength. In the west, Duke Glenwell oversees 40,000 wolf riders, collaborating with dwarves to enhance their armaments. In the east, Grand Duke Igor commands 30,000 cloud-piercing guard, renowned for their exceptional archery skills, instilling fear in all directions. Combined with the 50,000 Sun and Moon Royal Guards directly under Lin's command, the total military strength of the kingdom reaches a formidable 230,000. This figure does not include the numerous local militias spread across urban and rural areas. Magic flourishes. The Royal Academy of Arcane Arts has been established in the capital, with branches in all four corners and hundreds of enlightenment schools sprouting like wildfire. Master Orlando, in collaboration with Marquis Elvin, has merged elven magic with human arcana, cultivating thousands of well-trained apprentice mages and hundreds of intermediate mages. These mages serve not only the military, enhancing runes, battlefield support, and communication, but also delve into workshops, farms, and medical institutions, promoting the widespread use of magical farming tools, healing potions, and elemental furnaces, significantly boosting productivity. Roads abound, for principal highways traverse the kingdom like iron dragons, connecting the north, south, east, and west. The journey from the capital to Blackrock City, Goldfinch City, Ironbow Fortress, and Glenwell Fortress is swift and efficient. A dense network of secondary roads facilitates bustling trade and commerce, greatly enhancing the efficiency of material circulation. The engineering corps led by Minister Tom works tirelessly day and night to extend the road network into more remote areas. Economic prosperity. With the reduction of agricultural taxes and encouragement for land reclamation, the fertile lands of the South have yielded bountiful harvests for consecutive years. Policies supporting industry and commerce have birthed major trading hubs such as the capital, Goldfinch City, and White River Port, collaborations with the Dwarven Kingdom for mineral resources, maritime trade with the Bibbo Federation, and magical product exchanges with the Emerald Valley have brought forth immense wealth. The unified currency, the Sun and Moon Gold Lion, issued by the Kingdom Bank, circulates throughout the nation with remarkable credit. Public sentiment unites. Queen Eleanor's benevolent policies of tax relief, irrigation development, and the establishment of basic healthcare, integrating magical healing, along with orphanages and nursing homes have won the hearts of the people. The royal compassion and the king's strength, akin to the harmonious interplay of the sun and moon, have rekindled hope in the war-weary populace, uniting their hearts like never before. In the Starry Dome Hall, during a court meeting, Lin sits upon the sun and moon throne, with Queen Eleanor by his side. Below, for guardian dukes, various ministers, and core military leaders stand solemnly. A year of diligent governance has amplified Lin's authority, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over the assembly, exerting palpable pressure. A year. Lin's voice is calm, yet carries the weight of 1,000 mountains. The Sun and Moon Kingdom has been reborn from the ashes, its foundation solidified, its wings unfurling. The hall falls into profound silence, as everyone senses a storm brewing. Yet, Lin's tone shifts abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing towards the south. Beyond the southern borders lies the kingdom of the blazing sun, which has occupied our Valeria homeland for over 3 centuries. Its royal lineage descends from the traitorous rebel Callian of yore. Its territory was once sacred land of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, indivisible. His voice rises, echoing like thunder. 3 centuries ago, the pain of division is still fresh in our hearts. The blazing Sun Kingdom has repeatedly violated our borders, colluding with traitors and slaughtering our people. This enmity is unforgivable. Today, as they face internal strife and external turmoil, the heavens have granted us a golden opportunity. Lin abruptly rises, beneath the sun and moon crown. His silver-gray eyes ablaze with cold fury. I hereby declare, from this day forth, the Sun and Moon Kingdom is at war with the kingdom of the blazing sun. This war is not for conquest, but to reclaim lost lands, to unify our mountains and rivers, to honor our ancestors, to cleanse the stain of national disgrace. Our objective, to restore Valeria in its entirety, to sweep the banner of the blazing sun into the annals of history. A wave of fervor surges through the assembly, despite prior anticipation of such a resolute declaration from the king. Carl. Lin's gaze darts like lightning towards the southern guardian. I am here. Duke Carl strides forward, his bone axe thudding against the ground. I command you to lead the Southern Expeditionary Force. You shall oversee the 60,000 soldiers of the Rockshield Guard, supplemented by the Siege Breaker Heavy Crossbow Corps and the Earthshaker Rune Engineering Corps. Your objective, to seize the Blazing Sun's Sun Barrier Fortress. Open the Southern Passage. You have 1 month to capture this stronghold. I shall obey. I will tear open a path for your majesty. Carl's voice booms like a great bell. Erect. Lin turns to the Northern Guardian. I am here. Duke Erect steps forward. I command you to lead the Northern Deterrent Forces. You shall oversee the 50,000 soldiers of the Northern Wall Guard, supplemented by the elite Iceblade Rangers and Frost Rune Mage Corps. Your objective, to closely monitor the northern borders and prevent any movements from the Orc tribes. Ensure the northern front remains secure. I shall comply. The North shall have no worries. Eric's eyes gleam with determination. Grand Duke Igor. Lin looks towards the Eastern Guardian. I am here. The elder statesman Igor bows respectfully, his gaze sharp as ever. I command you to lead the Eastern Expeditionary Force. You shall oversee the 30,000 soldiers of the Cloud-Piercing Guard, supplemented by mages from the Royal Academy of Arcane Arts and the naval allies from the Bibbo Federation. A secret agreement has been reached. Your objective, to advance along the coastline and seize the Blazing Sun's Shattered Star Bay, cut off their maritime retreat and supply lines. I will not fail your majesty's trust. Shattered Star Bay shall belong to the Sun and Moon. Igor's voice resounds with conviction. Duke Glenwell. Lin turns to the Western Guardian. Duke Glenwell steps forward. Supported by his eldest son, his injuries still healing, but his resolve unwavering. I am here. I command you to remain vigilant in the West. Prevent any remnants of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and potential disturbances from the West. At the same time, ensure the supply lines of Western minerals to the front line are unimpeded. I shall comply. The West shall be secure. Arthur. Lin looks towards the Grand Commander of the Radiant Knights. I am here. Prince Arthur, clad in shimmering silver armor, his gaze pure and fervent. I command you to lead the main force of the Radiant Knights and accompany me in this campaign. Be the vanguard of the Central Army. I am honored to be your majesty's blade. I shall clear all obstacles. Arthur's voice rings with passion. Lame, Orlando, Tom. Lin's gaze sweeps over the 3 esteemed ministers. I am here. I am here. I am here. With the strength of the entire nation, ensure logistical support, magical assistance, and supply of equipment. Any delays will be met with military law. We, the loyal subjects, shall obey the decree. We will ensure the front lines remain secure. Command after command rang out like thunder, delivered with precision. The vast war machine was set into motion in an instant. Lin cast one last glance at Queen Eleanor. Her ice-blue eyes brimmed with trust and support as she gently nodded, her voice clear and resolute. Your Majesty, march forth with confidence. The capital and the rear are under my protection. Lin took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his voice resonating like a proclamation. Echoing through the vaulted ceiling, this battle, it is the war for the foundation of the kingdom of Sun and Moon. It is the war to unify the lands. It is the war to cleanse our national disgrace. I shall personally lead 50,000 of the Royal Guard, the main force of the Radiant Knights, and the elite mage corps of the Arcane Academy, as the central army. We shall strike directly at the capital of the Sun Kingdom, Jinyang City. Let the decree be spread across the realm. Let it be known far and wide. Where the sun and moon shine, there lies the domain of our kingdom. Those who follow the banner of the sun and moon shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. The grand army marches forth. Destination, the Sun Kingdom. To reclaim our homeland. To unify the lands. The sun and moon shine together. Long live the kingdom. Long live the king. Long, long live. The thunderous roar reverberated through the Star Hall. All generals and ministers were aflame with passion, kneeling on one knee, uttering the most fervent shouts. The declaration of war spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the kingdom. It struck the Sun Kingdom like a bolt from the blue. The enormous war machine rumbled into action. A torrent of steel surged forth from the capital, from Haiyan City, from Jinkai City, from Taigong Fortress, and from Glenwell Fortress. Banners blotted out the sun, weapons glimmered like a forest. Heading south towards the Sun Kingdom, they surged forth like a tidal wave unleashed. Chapter 125. The Frostbite Bastion. The northern frontiers of the Sun Kingdom were not a flat expanse, but were instead guarded by the undulating and jagged peaks of the Crackbone Mountains. This natural barrier stood as a cold spine, separating the north from the south. At the heart of the mountains, the only passage for the army was the formidable Frostbite Bastion, a towering fortress that loomed ominously. This bastion appeared to have emerged from the gray-white rock, its walls soaring into the clouds, constructed from massive, weather-beaten granite, its surface cloaked in an eternal layer of ice, reflecting a cold, piercing light under the feeble northern sun. Upon the walls, numerous arrow towers and catapult platforms bristled like fangs, while the cold crossbows shimmered with arcane runes. A deep icy moat encircled the fortress, its bottom riddled with poisoned ice spikes, instilling dread. At this moment, the northern stronghold was on full alert. The walls were manned by the Sun Kingdom's soldiers clad in heavy furs and iron armor, their breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Their gazes as sharp as the ice and snow beneath them, gripping their spears and axes tightly, focusing on the expanse beyond the gates. Beyond the fortress lay a desolate expanse covered in frozen earth and bare rock. At this moment, the wasteland was shrouded in a silvery gray of impending slaughter. The Southern Expeditionary Force of the Kingdom of Sun and Moon, numbering 60,000 strong, led by Duke Karl, had formed a massive assault formation. At the forefront stood a phalanx of siege infantry, bearing enormous shields and clad in reinforced cold-weather armor, resembling a moving wall of steel, their breath merging into a misty cloud. Behind them stood the longbowmen and crossbowmen, poised and ready, their fingers somewhat stiff from the cold, but their gazes remained sharp. On the flanks were lightly armored assault infantry and engineers braving the biting wind. At the rear, dozens of Dragon Hunter heavy crossbows and Earthshaker catapults were set up on the frozen ground, their fearsome barrels aimed at the distant frozen walls. The engineers were laboriously assembling massive siege towers and battering rams wrapped in iron, each clash of metal resonating with a sharp sound. Duke Karl, clad in specially made heavy armor inscribed with cold-resistant runes, stood at the forefront, his breath crystallizing on his stubble. He wielded a bone axe. Gazing intently at the frozen giant city, his rugged face etched with gravity. "Prepare the siege weapons," echoed a messenger's voice, trembling against the chill. Karl spat out a shard of ice, the bone axe striking heavily against the frozen earth with a dull thud. "Relay the command. Crossbows, catapults. Target the ice layer and fortifications of the walls. Blast them to smithereens." Boom, boom, boom. Whir, whoosh, whoosh. Massive bolts and boulders ablaze with runic flames sliced through the frigid air, crashing violently into Frostbite Bastion. Bang, bang, rumble. Ice shards and debris flew. The ice shell covering the walls shattered, revealing the hard granite beneath. The defenders on the walls stumbled from the shock, but quickly regained their footing. "Fire! Smash them!" roared the Sun Kingdom commander, his voice carrying through the icy gale. The defenders' catapults and crossbows retaliated, massive ice boulders and bolts raining down upon the attackers, raising a cloud of ice dust and blood. The battle intensified instantaneously. The long-range exchange was ferocious. The siege towers, pushed forward by the infantry's determined efforts, slowly advanced over the frozen ground, with soldiers falling to arrows or falling debris. The battering rams began to collide with the massive ironwood gate, thickly coated in ice. The sound of impact sending chills through the spine. The brutal siege had commenced. When the siege tower finally reached the walls, the drawbridge was lowered, and the soldiers of the Sun and Moon surged onto the battlements, immediately engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the Sun Kingdom's defenders, who awaited them with the advantage of terrain. The cold wind carried the scent of blood, enveloping the entire battlefield. Each step forward was painfully difficult, with casualty numbers continuously rising. The resistance of the Sun Kingdom's defenders was unexpectedly tenacious. They utilized the cold and the terrain to staunchly block the offensive. Karl's eyes burned crimson, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. This northern stronghold was nothing short of a frozen steel behemoth. Just then, a commotion erupted from the rear of the army, followed by a thunderous cheer that could disperse the cold. His Majesty the King. The King has arrived in person. The silvery gray banner of the Sun and Moon Kingdom emerged behind the military ranks, a formidable cavalry escorting a figure who surged through the biting wind, racing forward. Lin had arrived, clad in a form-fitting black armor adorned with silver patterns, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak. The crown of the Sun and Moon glimmered beneath his helm, radiating undeniable authority. He rode atop a magnificent steed, his silver-gray eyes calmly surveying the brutal battlefield. A harrowing landscape where ice and fire intertwined, as if the surrounding cold and carnage could not touch him in the slightest. Master Orlando rode closely beside him on a white horse, his robe billowing in the frigid gusts. The gem atop his staff emanating a magnificent arcane light powerful enough to withstand the chill. Captain Arthur led the elite of the Radiant Knights. Flanking them on the opposite side, the flames coursing along the blade of his holy sword seemingly warming the air around them. Karl hurried forward, kneeling on one knee upon the frozen ground. Your Majesty, what brings you to this bitter front line? It is perilous here. Rise, Karl. Lin's voice was calm, yet imbued with a commanding presence that pierced through the cold wind. What is the state of the battle? Your Majesty, the Frostbite Bastion is heavily fortified. The bitter cold hinders our assault, and we have suffered significant casualties without breaching their defenses. Karl reported through gritted teeth, his face etched with frustration and anger. Lin's gaze transcended the chaos of battle, directed towards the towering, icebound fortress. His vision seemed to penetrate the thick layers of ice and rock, revealing the lands that once belonged to the Sun and Moon Kingdom, now occupied by the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun. The sounds of fierce combat, explosions, and cries of agony echoed through the frigid air. Siege towers burned, battering rams lay shattered, and soldiers fell from the icy battlements, ensnared in a brutal stalemate. Captain Arthur tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, looking to Lin. Your Majesty, please allow the Radiant Knights to advance. Our holy flames can melt the ice. Master Orlando's staff hesitated slightly. Your Majesty, I can cast a large fire spell to strike the walls. Lin raised a hand slightly, halting them. His gaze remained steadily fixed upon the fortress, and within the depths of his silver-gray eyes, it seemed as if stars began to swirl, an intangible and heart-stopping pressure emanating from him, momentarily dispelling the surrounding cold. The tumult around them seemed to fade in an instant, and all soldiers involuntarily focused their attention on their king. In that fleeting, eerie silence, Lin slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 126, The Divine Army Descends. His movements were not swift, yet they appeared to summon the very might of the mountains. Without incantations or spells, an indescribable, vast pressure, as boundless as the sea of stars, suddenly descended, causing even the cold wind to freeze in its wake. Master Orlando's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he sensed all the magical elements surrounding him, including the biting cold, frantically converging towards their king, surrendering. Captain Arthur felt the holy sword in his hand hum, as if paying homage to some supreme power. Within Lin's silver-gray eyes, the phantoms of the Sun and Moon flickered and vanished. He was not aiming at the walls, but rather at the interior of the Frostbite Bastion. With a sudden, forceful downward motion of his hand, he unleashed the concentrated might. System notification. Reputation cost, 2,090,000 points. Activation. The Divine Army descends. In an instant, within the Frostbite Bastion, the central plaza, main streets, and even the barracks near the inner walls, the very fabric of space twisted violently, shattering like fragile glass. Countless blinding silver beams of light, as if from a celestial judgment, instantly tore through the frigid air, crashing down onto the bastion's foundation. As the radiance faded, it was replaced by deafening, synchronized battle cries, the thunderous clang of steel armor colliding, the deathly sounds of warhorses neighing and bowstrings drawn tight. A full 45,000 elite warriors, clad in the sigil of the Grey Wolf and armed to the teeth, heavy infantry, ice rangers, longbow guards, and rune mages, descended like divine soldiers into the heart of the blazing sun's forces. They formed an imposing array, their gazes icy, swiftly organizing for battle. Their blades aimed directly at the bewildered and disordered defenders behind them. For the king, for the sun and moon, the newly arrived legion erupted with a thunderous roar. Kill! Meanwhile, outside the city, Duke Karl, though utterly shocked, felt his battle-hardened instinct kick in immediately. The Majesty's might, he bellowed with a heart-wrenching roar. His bone axe pointing towards the wall, now steeped in silence and chaos due to the internal upheaval. All troops, advance! Crush them! Join forces with the king's divine army. Roar! The previously ordered retreat of the sun and moon siege forces surged forward like a frenzied beast, launching a desperate charge against the walls with tenfold intensity. The siege towers advanced once more, battering rams colliding fiercely with the city gates. Inside the fortress, the formidable 45,000 elite warriors had appeared out of thin air. Outside, a relentless tide of 60,000 rock shield soldiers surged forth. The thousands of defenders within the frostbite bastion were suddenly caught in an utterly despairing pincer attack. Lin slowly lowered his right hand, his silver-gray eyes coldly observing the great city that was on the brink of being inundated with blood and steel. Though his reputation had been momentarily expended, this battle held no uncertainty. Lin's downward motion seemed not merely a command from a mortal king, but rather a judgment from the divine. When the 45,000 warriors adorned in the sigil of the Grey Wolf, armed to the teeth, emerged alongside the rending silver beams of light, it felt as though time itself had frozen. The cold wind appeared to cease its howling. The cries of battle abruptly halted. Arrows hung suspended in midair. Falling stones hovered at the edge of the walls. All witnesses to this scene, whether the valiant soldiers of the sun and moon assaulting from outside the city, the steadfast defenders of the blazing sun within, or the commanders observing from the elevated terrain, found their thoughts shattered in that moment, leaving only a pure, incomprehensible astonishment that resonated from the depths of their souls. Outside the fortress, Duke Karl's battle-hardened eyes, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a silvery, gray jungle of steel within the stronghold, did not reflect horror, but rather erupted into an unparalleled fervor and reverence. He understood the essence of this power more profoundly than anyone else. It was the manifestation of the great sovereign who bestows life and purpose, transcending mundane comprehension. The majesty of his majesty, he bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the army, proclaiming not a question, but the most resolute declaration of faith. He raised his bone axe high, his voice booming across the ranks. Do you see? This is our Lord. This is the supreme might of the King of Sun and Moon. The heavenly soldiers have arrived. Crush them with me. The messenger behind him, the standard bearer. And even the bravest veterans, though equally awestruck by this miraculous sight, quickly transformed their shock into a fervent faith and fighting spirit, inspired by their commander's ecstatic response. A miracle. It is a miracle. His Majesty the King. It is His Majesty who has summoned the heavenly soldiers. Sun and moon shine together. God bless the kingdom. The army of sun and moon erupted into a heart-wrenching roar. All fear, fatigue, and doubt were instantly replaced by a fervent belief. They charged forth like berserkers infused with divine power, propelled by 100-fold madness towards the silent city walls, convinced they were fighting for the divine. Inside the frostbite fortress, the defenders of the blazing sun, who had just briefly celebrated their success in repelling the enemy's assault, saw their smiles instantly freeze into masks of pure terror and confusion. They watched helplessly as the space around them warped, beams of light descended, and a vast, elite, bloodthirsty enemy force materialized out of thin air. Oh, Father in heaven! An old soldier's battle axe clattered to the ground as he crumpled to his knees, making the sign of prayer, tears streaming down his face. Are they angels? Or demons? Where did they come from? How is this possible? A young defender screamed, his voice cracking with fear as he rubbed his eyes, believing he was hallucinating. A teleportation array? Impossible. There cannot be such a large-scale teleportation array. No magical fluctuations. A sun mage accompanying the troops turned pale as a ghost, his staff trembling violently in his hand, his understanding of magic and the world collapsing in that instant. Fear swept through the fortress like a plague. The morale of the defenders crumbled at a visible pace. Faced with the surging enemy outside, they might have held their ground. But against this army that seemed to have descended directly from hell or heaven behind them, they lost even the courage to fight. Oh God, are we at war with God? A desperate cry rang out among the defenders, instantly resonating with countless others. This is not war. This is divine punishment. We are finished. We have angered the divine. The ranks of the defenders completely disintegrated. Many cast aside their weapons, knelt in prayer, or scurried about like headless flies, desperately trying to flee this despairing battlefield. The onslaught was relentless. Chapter 127. Like a broken bamboo. For the king. For the sun and moon. Kill. The 45,000 elite wolf warriors that descended upon the fortress showed no mercy to the enemy. Under the cold commands of their leaders, they became efficient killing machines, instantly splitting into several torrents to launch a merciless assault on the disoriented defenders. Heavily armored infantry moved like a wall of steel, trampling over the soldiers who knelt in prayer. The frostblade cavalry swirled like a whirlwind of death through the streets, their curved blades reaping lives. The longbowmen occupied the high ground, their rain of arrows accurately targeting any defenders attempting to regroup. Rune mages unleashed spells of frost and flame, transforming stubborn strongholds into ice sculptures or seas of fire. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, Duke Karl's roars sounded like a war drum. Attack! Attack! In concert with His Majesty's divine soldiers. Crush them. Leave none alive. Boom! The demoralized walls fell under the relentless assault, easily breached like paper. The army of sun and moon surged through the breach and into the fortress. Joining forces with the divine soldiers within, they eradicated the remnants of resistance. The battle could no longer be called a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre and purge. The northern stronghold, once thought impregnable, changed hands in less than an hour. The frostbite fortress, which had boasted of never falling, saw the blazing sun flag that had flown for 300 years brutally torn down and thrown into the cold moat. In its place flew the silvery gray flag of the sun and moon, flapping defiantly in the biting wind. Inside the fortress, corpses lay strewn about, but more were seen kneeling in surrender, faces pale and eyes still reflecting endless fear. They could not fathom how they had been defeated. Duke Karl stepped into the fortress, treading upon the cold blood and shattered ice, gazing at the neatly arranged, silent, fearsome divine soldiers who seemed as though they had never endured a grueling battle. Filled only with deeper reverence and absolute loyalty to the great sovereign, he turned to face the figure slowly riding through the city gates, knelt on one knee, his bone axe striking the ground, and let out the most fervent shout, "The majesty of His Majesty. The northern stronghold is yours, my lord." The news spread, shocking all corners. The fall of the frostbite fortress and the miraculous descent of divine soldiers spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the heart of the blazing Sun Kingdom. Along the way, castles and towns received the incoherent, fear-laden accounts brought by fleeing soldiers, their first reaction being disbelief and absurdity. Nonsense. Divine soldiers descending? Space tearing? 45,000 men. How is that possible? It must be that Brute Karl has employed some cunning trick, or perhaps there are traitors among the defending forces. Madness. Those fleeing soldiers must have been driven to insanity. Is there truly such sorcery in this world? Could it be the fabled divine forbidden spell? Yet, how many mages would that require? How much preparation time? It is utterly impossible to unleash such power instantaneously on the battlefield. However, as castle after castle, town after town, is swept away with relentless ease by the forces of the sun and moon, as more and more details are pieced together, and as the terrified and desperate testimonies from those who narrowly escaped the miracles become increasingly consistent, skepticism gradually morphs into bewilderment, ultimately culminating in a profound, bone-deep fear. Could it be true? That king of the sun and moon, is he truly a deity? A divine being? Or perhaps the very embodiment of a devil? What manner of enemy are we truly facing? Panic begins to spread like a plague across the northern territories of the Kingdom of the Sun. Many defenders, before the sun and moon army even arrives, have already succumbed to despair and fled in terror. The nobility begins clandestine discussions, contemplating their escape routes. The entire northern defense line of the Kingdom of the Sun has crumbled under the astonishing might of Lin En, the celestial warrior. The iron cavalry of the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon, guided by the silver-gray royal banner, advances into the heart of the Kingdom of the Sun as if traversing an unguarded land. And the architect of all this, Lin, stands calmly atop the highest point of Frostbite Fortress, surveying the vast and fertile lands to the south, soon to be absorbed into the dominion of the sun and moon. In his silver-gray eyes, there is not a ripple of emotion, as if the recent upheaval that shattered the world's understanding and consumed vast prestige was but a speck of dust brushed away with a mere flick. The northern front has fallen. Who can stop the king's army as it marches southward? The fall of Frostbite Fortress is akin to the toppling of the first domino. The southern campaign of the Sun and Moon's Iron Cavalry, bolstered by the celestial warrior Lin, sees their morale soar to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast, the morale of the defending forces in the northern territories of the Kingdom of the Sun lies in utter ruin, engulfed in endless panic. The northern regions of the Sun, like a paper curtain, are being torn asunder. Duke Karl commands the steadfast shield of rock, uniting with the 45,000 celestial warriors, creating an unstoppable torrent of iron that rushes southward along the southern slopes of the Shatterbone Mountains. The castles and fortresses, once the northern bulwark of the Kingdom of the Sun for centuries, now appear pathetically fragile. Many defenders have been paralyzed by the terrifying legends of the celestial warriors. Upon seeing the silver-gray banner of the sun and moon and the menacing battle standard of Duke Karl rising on the horizon, their will to resist crumbles in an instant. Surrender. We surrender. Spare us. We are willing to submit to the King of the Sun and Moon. One castle after another falls without resistance. Gates swing open willingly. Defenders toss down their weapons, kneeling along the roadsides, anxiously awaiting the conqueror's judgment. Local noble lords have hastily prepared surrender documents and tributes, trembling as they venture forth to plead for mercy, hoping to preserve their families and lives. Only a few loyalists to the royal family of the Sun, or those attempting to hold out against the odds in fortified castles, face a swift and merciless end under the overwhelming strength of the Sun and Moon army and the iron fist of Duke Karl, crumbling like paper fortifications. The thunderous roar of dragon-hunting ballistae echoes as castle walls collapse. The steadfast infantry of the Shield of Rock surges forth like a tide, shattering any semblance of resistance. For those who dare to resist, the day their castle falls will be the day of noble executions and the slaughter of defenders. Duke Karl proclaims the fate of defiance to the entire northern realm of the Sun in the most brutal of ways. The tide of war sweeps all before it. News from the occupied territories spreads like snowflakes to the capital city of Golden Sun, each report brimming with tales of defeat, surrender, and the despairing phrase celestial warriors. The reactions of various nations stir beneath the surface. The news of the Sun and Moon Kingdom's celestial warriors breaking through the northern defenses of the Sun spreads faster than military reports through merchants, travelers, and spies, causing great upheaval and ripples across neighboring realms. Chapter 128. Reactions from all sides. The Hammer of Hill's Dwarven Kingdom, Western. The Dwarven Prince, holding a confidential report in the Grand Stone Hall, furrows his thick brows. Celestial warriors? Rending the fabric of space? Has King Lin mastered the long-lost secret of mountain teleportation? No, this scale resembles the might of a deity. He sets down the report and speaks gravely to the elder beside him. Prepare a lavish gift at once. No, I shall go personally. We must solidify our alliance with the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon. This neighbor possesses power beyond our imagination. The Azure Wave Federation, Southeastern Admiral in his flagship's captain's quarters, reading a message from the north, lightly taps his pearl-encrusted desk. The instant deployment of tens of thousands of troops transcends the realm of mortal warfare. If this is true, the entire power structure of the continent will be rewritten. A gleam flashes in his eyes. Send word to the envoy stationed in the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon. Elevate our diplomatic status. Express our unwavering allyship, and inquire if the Sun and Moon Kingdom's navy requires updates or more formidable vessels. The Shadow Moon Tribe, Southern Forest and Elven Elder, listening intently in the tranquil moonlit grove to the messenger's report. A glint of profound insight flickers in her emerald eyes. The rhythm of nature is disturbed by a powerful and unfamiliar force. It is not evil, yet cold and absolute like law itself. Elvins, Marquis of Lin, choice may indeed be the correct one. Dispatch orders to strengthen our ties with our neighbor. Perhaps we can engage in deeper cooperation against the shared subterranean threat. Other human city-states and principalities. On the desks of rulers across the lands lie urgent reports regarding the celestial warriors. Doubt, fear, awe, and calculation intertwine in a tangle of emotions. Immediately send the highest-ranking delegation to the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon. Bring the most precious gifts. Reassess all our agreements with the Kingdom of the Sun. If this is indeed the truth, we must become the most loyal friends of the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon. The diplomatic winds of the continent are quietly undergoing a profound transformation. The names of the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon and Lin have been imbued with unprecedented weight and an air of mystery. When news reached the capital of the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon, Golden Lion City, the resulting shock was immense. In the Celestial Dome Hall, Queen Eleanor listened intently to the urgent report from Marquis Lime, the Chief Minister of Finance. Initially, a flicker of incredulous astonishment crossed her ice-blue eyes, but it quickly transformed into an unwavering determination. She rose slowly, her voice resonant and composed, filling the hall. His Majesty is the one chosen by destiny, the embodiment of the sun and moon. To possess such great power is a blessing for the kingdom and a fortune for all beings. Why should we harbor doubts? Her gaze swept over the restless noble ministers present. This is precisely the moment for us to exert our utmost effort in securing logistics and fortifying our rear. Dispatch orders throughout the nation. Expedite production to ensure military supplies. Officials at all levels, fulfill your duties, stabilize order, and soothe the hearts of the people. No one may question His Majesty's divine might or spread panic in any form. Those who defy this order will be treated as traitors. Her calmness and decisiveness swiftly restored stability to the capital's atmosphere. Master Augustus stroked his beard, nodding with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Although he too could not comprehend such immense power, he chose to trust unconditionally in the king, who continually created miracles. The mindset of the nobility shifted imperceptibly. Those old nobles who may have wavered or harbored resentment towards Lin's rapid centralization, upon hearing this miraculous report of victory, found all their doubts and reservations utterly crushed, transformed into profound reverence and fear. Could this divine army of tens of thousands truly be a power within the grasp of mortals? Perhaps Queen Eleanor was right. His Majesty truly is. Thankfully, we pledged our allegiance early. Send word. Our family's resources shall fully support the Southern campaign. Who dares to slacken their efforts will face the consequences of family law. Loyalty, in the face of absolute power and incomprehensible miracles, ascended passively, yet undeniably to unprecedented heights. Far at the southern front, standing atop the frostbite fortress, Lin seemed to sense, through the endless expanse, the tremors of the kingdom, the fears of various nations, and the continuous gathering of faith and awe. His silver-gray eyes gazed calmly towards the heartland of the kingdom of the blazing sun. The northern borders were secured, and the military was in its prime. With the reinforcement of the divine army's might, the cavalry of the kingdom of the sun and moon, within mere months, had swept through the entirety of the northern territories of the kingdom of the blazing sun with an unstoppable force. Once regarded as the kingdom's bulwark, the frostbite fortress and the scattered castles and towns behind it now all flew the silver-gray banners of the kingdom of the sun and moon. The Rothschild Legion, commanded by Duke Karl, along with the mysterious elite that had descended, crushed all organized resistance to dust. The front lines had advanced to the south of the burning mountains, truly entering the vast and fertile heartland of the kingdom of the blazing sun, the Golden Valley, which was essential for its survival. This land, renowned for its golden waves of wheat and rich mineral deposits, now lay shrouded under the clouds of war and oppression. In the capital of the kingdom of the blazing sun, Golden Sun City, the once resplendent and opulent Golden Hall was now enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of panic and despair. The air was thick with stale incense and a faint hint of sweat, oppressive to the point of making breathing difficult. Seated upon the throne of the blazing sun, forged of pure gold and adorned with jewels, was the aged king, Salian VII. Approaching 60, he was corpulent, with swollen eye bags beneath murky, bloodshot eyes. Even his elaborate royal robes could not conceal the slight tremor of his body. The past indulgence and ignorance had been replaced by extreme fear. Beneath the throne, the courtiers were silent, their faces pale, the air thick with the scent of impending failure and doom. Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. King Salian VI's voice was hoarse and shrill as he slammed a bloodied frontline report onto the polished golden floor. Frostbite Fortress has fallen. Blackstone Castle has surrendered. Iron Hoof City has been slaughtered. The northern borders are entirely lost. How could this happen in just a few months? A few months. He gasped violently, his corpulent chest heaving dramatically. Divine soldiers? Nonsense. Those are devils. That is the dark sorcery of that demon, Lin Costa. You ministers, you generals. Every year, we spend so many gold coins to maintain these armies, and they're so easily defeated. From the crowd, an old general, clad in golden armor and with hair as white as snow, stepped forward with a pallid complexion. He was the kingdom's last remaining marshal, Audric. Your Majesty, calm your anger. It is not that the soldiers lack courage. Rather, it is that the divine soldiers are far too astonishing. Our troops' morale has crumbled. They are terrified and cowardly before the battle has even begun. Terrified before the battle has even begun. Then let them not dare to be cowardly. King Salian VII slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne, a frenzied light flashing in his eyes. We need more troops. Food. We must amass mountains of food to fend off those devils. He abruptly turned to a portly figure clad in lavish financial attire, trembling in fear. Bruv, how much money and food does the treasury still hold? The Minister of Finance, Hruv, fell to his knees with a thud, his voice quaking with tears. Your Majesty, the northern borders have fallen, and we have lost our most important granaries and mineral regions. Last year, to support the southern campaign of Marquis Bloodthorn, the treasury has already been depleted, and now the treasury is nearly empty, and the granaries across the land. Useless, King Salian 7 bellowed, interrupting him. No money or food. Then go and seize it. Go and plunder. Convey my decree. His voice hissed like a venomous serpent as he issued a series of brutal edicts. First, a special tax for the defense of the kingdom. From this day forth, all nobles, merchants, landowners, and free men across the nation shall pay 5-fold taxes based on their estimated wealth. No, 10-fold, to raise military funds and reward the soldiers. Those who resist taxation shall be treated as traitors, their properties confiscated, and their heads displayed on pikes. Second, a mobilization order. All men aged 16 to 50, regardless of their birth or status, must unconditionally enlist. Nobles are required to provide a corresponding number of private soldiers based on the size of their fiefdoms. Those who violate this decree will have their titles stripped and their lands reclaimed. Furthermore, a food requisition order has been issued. The kingdom and the royal house will unify the distribution of all grain nationwide. All farmers and grain merchants must surrender 80 to 90% of their stored grain to ensure the supply for the army. Those who hoard grain will face lethal consequences. In times of war, a state of emergency is declared. All strategic materials, including metal, leather, wood, and fabric, will be requisitioned by the royal house. And private trade is strictly prohibited. All workshops must prioritize the production of weapons and armor. These orders strike like the coldest of blades into a nation already riddled with wounds. Some ministers attempt to offer counsel. Your Majesty, such oppressive taxation may incite public outrage and undermine the foundation of the nation. The foundation, King Salian 7 sneers, unable to withstand the advancing army of Lin. What foundation remains? The most pressing concern now is survival. It is imperative to halt their advance. If we win, everything can be reclaimed. Execute the orders. At once. In the heart of the kingdom of the blazing sun, in the valley of molten gold, lies the village of Rye. Once a tranquil and ordinary village, Rye was nourished by fertile lands that sustained hundreds of families. With the autumn harvest just completed, the granaries should have been brimming, preparing for winter. Golden straw piled in the fields, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of dried grains. However, on this day, the village's serenity was brutally shattered by the sound of thundering hooves and the shouts of soldiers. A pack of ravenous royal tax collectors and grain requisition teams, led by an arrogant tax officer clad in fine garments, yet with a detached gaze, stormed into the village. The officer perched on a towering steed, surveying the terrified villagers from above, unfurled a parchment sealed with a crimson stamp, and coldly proclaimed, by the decree of His Majesty the King of the Blazing Sun, the kingdom is in peril, besieged by foreign invaders. To safeguard the realm and ensure your peace, we hereby issue a food requisition order. From this day forth, you must surrender 90% of all stored grain. There shall be no mistakes. Those who defy this order will be charged with treason. 90%. The elder village leader, Blake, stumbled forward, tears streaming down his wrinkled face, his voice trembling as he pleaded, My lord, have mercy. If we surrender 90%, how shall our entire village survive this winter? That is our food for the cold months ahead, and the seeds for next year's planting. I implore you, grant us a way to live. A way to live, the tax officer scoffed, pointing his whip at the elder. The kingdom is in dire straits. Our soldiers are fighting valiantly at the front lines. It is your duty to contribute grain for your protection. Enough of this nonsense. Collect according to the records. Defiance will result in charges of treason, and you shall be dealt with ruthlessly. With a sudden wave of his hand, he commanded, Seize them. The soldiers, ferocious as wolves, pushed aside villagers attempting to intervene, violently kicking open rickety wooden doors and storming into every household. They overturned cabinets, smashed open grain bins, and ruthlessly collected every last kernel of golden wheat, corn, potatoes, and even the scant life-saving provisions hidden in the corners of cellars and beneath beds, pouring them mercilessly into enormous sacks on their carts. My grain, that is my child's sustenance for winter, cried Martha, a farmer's wife, as she desperately clung to a sack about to be taken, filled with her last savings of rye. A soldier, impatient, kicked her in the stomach, and she cried out in pain, crumpling to the ground, watching helplessly as the sack was wrenched from her grasp. Please, leave us just a little, just a morsel. My mother is ill, and we depend on this to survive. The old man Tom pleaded, clutching a soldier's leg, only to be callously flung aside. crashing heavily onto the cold ground. The cries of children, the screams of women, and the shouts of men intertwined, yet they could not halt the soldiers' merciless actions. The carts laden with grain departed the village, leaving behind empty granaries, despairing wails, and an atmosphere thick with fear and anger. This was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Days later, as the villagers despaired over their lost provisions, the heavy sound of hooves once again shattered the village's silence. This time, it was the conscription team. They set up a table in front of the village elder's home, coldly calling out names from a roster. John Smith, come forth. No, sir. My father is bedridden. I am the only laborer in the family. The young John struggled as two soldiers roughly dragged him out, binding his wrists with rope. Thomas Brown, sir. My son is but a month old. I cannot leave. The farmer Thomas attempted to argue, only to be struck violently on the back by a soldier's whip, leaving a bloody mark. Enough chatter. Defiance means death. The conscription officer barked. The rebellious young man, Mark, was immediately pinned to the ground and accused of inciting rebellion. Pierced through the chest by a soldier's spear, his blood staining the frozen earth. His mother collapsed over his lifeless body, emitting heart-wrenching cries, met only with indifferent stares. The village's able-bodied men were nearly all swept away, strung together like cattle, led away to unknown barracks amidst the desperate screams of their families. Heavy special taxes descended like a curse, one after another. Tax officials, wielding magnifying glasses of scrutiny, estimated the meager possessions of each household. This house, though dilapidated, has decent wood. It's worth 10 silver coins. This old cow can still plow. It's worth 5 silver coins. These farming tools total 3 silver coins. Cannot pay? Then we shall dismantle the beams. Take the cow. Seize the old man and that half-grown boy. They will be taken as debts. The tax officials directed coldly. The homes were destroyed, their means of survival seized, and the elderly and children were taken for forced labor. The village of Rye, once peaceful, was completely plundered in a matter of days, reduced to a landscape of despair. A hell on earth, with corpses strewn about. The cruel exploitation spread like a plague throughout the valley of molten gold and the heart of the kingdom of the blazing sun. The royal grain teams, tax officials, and conscription officers swept through like a swarm of locusts, leaving desolation in their wake. Grain was stripped bare, and countless families were plunged into a state of starvation. The prices of grain in the market have soared to astronomical figures, leaving many in despair. A single bag of rye could bankrupt a modest household. People have resorted to foraging for wild vegetables, stripping bark from trees, boiling leather belts, and even surreptitiously gnawing on the bitter earth to stave off hunger. All in a desperate bid to survive another day. The unforgiving chill of winter has descended. The destitute shiver in the biting winds, huddled and drafty. Dilapidated shacks or makeshift shelters. Diseases such as typhus and dysentery begin to spread, with a lack of medical care, leaving families to watch their loved ones writhe in agony before succumbing to death. The first to fall are the elderly and the children. Beneath the old locust tree at the village's edge, each morning may reveal 1 or 2 curled up, frozen and starved elders, their parched hands still clutching a fragment of tree bark or a handful of soil. In a crumbling hut, a mother cradles her emaciated, barely breathing child. Her tears long dried, leaving behind only a numb despair and a vacant gaze. Along the muddy roads leading to town, the bodies of the starved begin to appear, while wild dogs and crows greedily feast upon the corpses, unattended, as the air thickens with the stench of death. In the name of the kingdom and the sovereign, tax collectors and conscription officers continue to numb themselves and others with hollow proclamations, engaging in grandiose discussions at taverns and toasting at noble banquets. Yet the desolation of the fields, the silence of the villages, and the corpses lining the roads silently narrate the most profound suffering. Public discontent, like seething magma beneath the earth, is rapidly accumulating and heating up amidst endless misery and despair. Damn the kingdom, damn the sovereign. In the dead of night, in a nearly empty barn corner, several young men, who have narrowly escaped conscription and are driven to hunger-induced madness, gather around a small pile of pilfered, half-rotten potatoes. Murmuring curses, they have taken all our grain. They have seized our sons and brothers, left us here to await death. Why should we bear the brunt of the defeats at the front? Why do those noble lords not surrender their golden platters? I've heard whispers that the king of the sun and moon kingdom can summon celestial soldiers. Perhaps they are the ones silence. Do you wish to be hanged? A slightly older youth glances cautiously around, lowering his voice in reprimand. Yet such dangerous, revolutionary thoughts, like seeds, once sown, will proliferate wildly in the soil of despair, quietly growing in every night tormented by hunger and fear. At the refugee camp outside Golden Sun City, throngs of displaced individuals, having lost their homes and means of livelihood, flood to the outskirts of the capital, hoping to find a sliver of survival on the periphery of the city that symbolizes royal power. However, what they encounter is even more stringent security and indifferent expulsion. Beneath the towering city walls lies a makeshift shantytown stretching for miles. The royal family and nobility remain ensconced in their warm abodes within the city, indulging in their ample reserves, fine wines, and sumptuous feasts, utterly disregarding the lives struggling like ants in the cold wind outside. Inside the refugee camp, conditions are filthy and overcrowded, rampant with disease. Putrid mud flows between the shacks, while the air is thick with the stench of excrement, decay, and despair. Each morning, bodies wrapped in straw mats are emotionlessly carried away by laborers, hastily buried in a mass grave outside the city. In the eyes of the starving refugees, bewilderment and pleading gradually transform into numbness, ultimately igniting deep-seated resentment and an anger that burns like wildfire within. They want to let us live. We're all destined to die. Let us fight back. Small-scale riots begin to erupt. Desperate refugees storm the granaries near the city gates, attacking isolated tax collectors and patrolling soldiers, though swiftly suppressed by the well-armed city defense forces. Their leaders are publicly hanged as a warning. The undercurrent of unrest, a destructive force akin to a surging tide, continues to build, seeking an outlet for explosion. In the depths of the royal palace, King Salian VII, upon hearing reports of the uprisings and tax protests from various regions, grows increasingly tyrannical, suspicious, and paranoid. His corpulent body shifts uneasily upon the throne, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. Suppress them, all of them. Make an example of one to deter 100. Eradicate those ungrateful commoners. Conscription, taxation, it cannot cease. The front lines demand it. I demand it. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be deemed a traitor. He even begins to suspect the noble ministers around him, believing that some are secretly colluding with the enemy, embezzling military funds, and plotting rebellion. A series of purges quietly unfold within the capital. Several esteemed old ministers are imprisoned on baseless charges, their assets confiscated. The nobles live in fear, silenced like mice. As a climate of terror pervades Golden Sun City, the entire Solar Kingdom, once a formidable power in the south, is now rotting and collapsing at an unprecedented rate from within, under the weight of military failures in the north and the psychological shock brought by the miracles of Lin. The vast Gold Melt Valley, a land that should flow like liquid gold, is now shrouded in the shadows of hunger, death, and despair. Fields lie barren, villages are silent, and the roads are littered with the starved dead. Once a land of gold, it has been reduced to a desolate wasteland of hopelessness. Public resentment is like a pile of dry kindling, just a spark away from igniting a blaze that could utterly consume this decaying dynasty. And all of this is relentlessly reported to the king of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, who stands atop the burning mountains, surveying this scorched earth. Chapter 131, The Uprising. In the southwestern region of the Solar Kingdom, known as the Ashen Hills, lies the most impoverished and overlooked corner of the realm. The land here is barren, mineral resources scarce, and far removed from prosperous trade routes. The inhabitants, mostly the descendants of miners, marginalized wanderers, and impoverished farmers struggling to make ends meet, have borne the brunt of the kingdom's oppressive taxation as it spreads like a plague across the nation. The Ashen Hills, the site of the Black Iron Mine, once thrived as a modest iron pit, now long abandoned after being drained of its worth by royal mine owners. The gaping pit resembles a scar upon the earth, surrounded by decrepit shanties and collapsed work sheds. Today, it has morphed into a haven for the despairing. Thousands of refugees, stripped of their sustenance, kin, and homes from the Ashen Hills and beyond, surge into this desolate expanse like a relentless tide, huddling in caverns, shanties, and any nook that offers shelter from the elements. Subsisting on foraged roots, poaching, and even thievery, all while grappling with hunger, disease, and hopelessness. The air is thick with the stench of sweat, filth, and an overwhelming, suffocating despair. Eyes are vacant, faces gaunt, resembling the living dead. The cries of children are feeble, overshadowed by the anguished groans of the elderly and the suppressed, beast-like growls of the youth. As night falls, the cold wind howls. A massive bonfire ignites at the base of the mine, dispelling a modicum of chill while illuminating the multitude of blank, yet tumultuously concealed faces around. The people gather instinctively, as if the flames are the sole source of ephemeral warmth they can cling to. In that moment, a figure ascends a pile of discarded or beside the fire. He appears to be in his 30s, lean yet upright, clad in a faded, patched clerical robe, soiled and mired in dirt. His visage is haggard, with prominent cheekbones. And within his deep-set eyes burns two unsettling flames, a fusion of profound compassion and overwhelming rage. He is Agamphibes, a literate who once served as a scribe and assistant priest in a small-town church, now one among countless sufferers. His home was raised by tax collectors. His meager savings seized, and his ailing mother perished in his arms due to lack of funds for treatment, while his young brother was forcibly conscripted, his fate uncertain. He has witnessed his homeland descend from trivial tranquility into utter hell, having personally endured the cruelty of the aristocrats and the ruthlessness of the crown. Standing atop, he gazes slowly over the darkened throng below, their backs bent by suffering. The flickering firelight dances across his face, revealing the suppressed fury in his eyes. A volcano on the brink of eruption. Initially, his voice is hoarse yet remarkably clear, piercing through the frigid night air and reaching every despondent soul. Brothers, sisters, fellow compatriots. He opens his arms as if to embrace the collective suffering of all. Look around us. Look at ourselves. What have we done wrong? This simple query strikes like a dull knife, cutting into every heart. The crowd stirs, countless hollow eyes lifting to behold the figure. We rise with the sun. We rest with the dusk. We toil in the soil, our backs to the sky. We sweat and cultivate our grain. We delve into the dark mines, extracting ore. With our hands, we build homes, roads, and cities. His voice crescendos, brimming with poignant power. We pay onerous taxes. We sacrifice our sons, husbands, and fathers to the military. We endure in silence. We ask for but a morsel to eat, a roof to shield us from the storm, that our children may grow up safe. Yet, he abruptly gestures towards the direction of the Golden Sun City, his voice sharp as a blade, infused with boundless anger. What have they given us? Those lofty, gluttonous aristocrats, that king seated upon the golden throne, feasting upon our toil. They have taken our last grain, left our parents to starve, reduced our children to mere skeletons. They have snatched our sons, our brothers, sent them to that wretched battlefield, to become cannon fodder for their thrones. They have razed our homes, driven away our cattle, bound us like livestock, whipped us, and even killed us at will. They have erected their opulent palaces with our sweat and blood, hosted extravagant feasts amidst our famine, built their thrones upon the bones of our kin. Each word strikes like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the listeners. The glazed expressions begin to awaken, pain and fury surfacing upon despairing faces. Low sobs and suppressed roars resonate within the crowd. They tell us this is for the kingdom, for his majesty. Agamphibes' voice drips with scathing irony and rage. How grandiose, how shameless the lie. Their kingdom is built upon our bones, their lands, nurtured with our blood. When have they ever regarded us as human? In their eyes, we are but speaking livestock, tools to be exploited and discarded at will. He steps forward, his voice thundering like a tempest, echoing within the mine. By what right? By what right do they exist above us? In luxury and abundance? To arbitrarily dictate our lives and deaths? By what right are we deemed lesser beings? To endure hunger, cold, humiliation, and enslavement? By what right? Boom. The crowd ignites entirely. Centuries of humiliation, months of despair and hatred, are detonated in this moment by his thunderous inquiry. By what right? Yes. By what right? Cursed aristocrats. Damned king. Roars of rage, cries of anguish, and curses erupt like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. Countless individuals raise their bony fists, eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Agamphibes opens his arms, welcoming this tidal wave of fury, his voice trembling with emotion, yet imbued with unparalleled fervor and strength. Enough. It is enough. Endurance will not yield mercy. Pleading will not secure our survival. They offer us no path to life. We will carve our own bloody path. They rule us with swords and whips. Let us shatter their shackles with our hoes and pickaxes. They do not regard us as human beings. Let us show them the fury of the beasts. He raised a clenched fist high, his voice resonating like a solemn vow, echoing through the heavens. Rise. All who are oppressed, all who are plundered, all who cannot survive. Follow me. Agamphibes. We do not plead. We do not seek mercy. We shall resist. Grasp anything you can find. Hoes, pickaxes, wooden sticks, kitchen knives, even stones. Our targets. Those tax collectors who exploit us. Those prisons holding our kin. Those noble estates hoarding our sustenance. Let us reclaim our food. Rescue our loved ones. Burn down the contracts that devour us. We shall awaken those noble lords from their velvet beds with our roars. We shall make that king tremble upon his golden throne in the face of our wrath. In this world, there should be no inherent nobility. nor should there be any wretched souls to be slaughtered at will. Today, here, we are no longer the slaughtered lambs. We are the fires of the furnace. We shall incinerate all injustice in this world. The fires of the furnace. Burn away the injustice. Follow Hivis. Resist. 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 The thunderous roar swept through the mine like a tsunami. Thousands of refugees, their eyes ablaze with frenzied wrath, seized anything that could serve as a weapon, surging forth like a torrent, following the fiery figure as they burst forth from the abandoned pit into the dark wilderness. The uprising ignited like a spark falling into a mountain of dry tinder, instantly erupting into a conflagration. The flames spread like wildfire, consuming the heavens. As Agamphis Hivis led the furnace fire rebellion, a ferocious tide sweeping across the entire Ashen Hills region with astonishing speed. They first breached the nearest royal tax office, hanging the tax collectors who could not escape from the beams, burning all tax records and loan contracts, distributing the hoarded grain that should have been delivered to the starving populace. Next, they stormed the noble estates, opening the granaries and distributing the mountains of grain to the starving farmers, executing the arrogant estate overseers and foremen on the spot. They stormed the prisons, liberating all civilians imprisoned for tax debts, conscription, or baseless accusations. Hivis was not merely destructive. He swiftly demonstrated exceptional organizational and incitement skills. He declared the abolition of all noble privileges and royal oppressions, redistributing all land and grain to the cultivators, calling upon all who suffered to join them. His words were simple, direct, and powerful, piercing the deepest desires and anger of the heart. Countless desperate farmers, miners, artisans, and even some disillusioned low-ranking soldiers rallied to the cause. The ranks of the insurgents swelled like a snowball, growing from thousands to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands. They lacked sophisticated weapons and unified uniforms, yet they possessed a burning rage, an insatiable thirst for survival, and a leader, Agamphis Hivis, who guided them like a prophet. The flames of the uprising swiftly spread outward, bursting forth from the Ashen Hills, engulfing the entire southwestern region of the Sunlit Kingdom, and began to expand wildly toward the western and southern realms. Wherever they went, the nobles fled in terror, and the royal local governments crumbled. The insurgents occupied towns, establishing their rudimentary governance, opening the granaries, their momentum grand and unstoppable. News reached Jinyang City, shaking the palace. King Salian VII exploded with rage. Rebels, a damned horde of wretched traitors. Suppress them. Immediately send troops to quell the uprising. Kill them all. Hang every participant in the rebellion. Pile their heads high. However, most of the royal elite had been dispatched to the northern front to confront the threat from the Sun and Moon Kingdom, leaving the interior vulnerable. The scant forces sent to suppress the uprising were either overwhelmed by the vast, frenzied insurgent sea or turned their backs on the battlefield, joining the rebellion. The furnace fire uprising ignited a devastating conflagration in the already beleaguered backyard of the Sunlit Kingdom, consuming everything in its path. This violent rebellion, initiated by the most downtrodden, was fiercely devouring the last remnants of this decaying dynasty. Chapter 132. The Sunlit Kingdom's time has come to an end. The Sunlit Kingdom, once a colossal power in the south, now found itself ensnared like a creature caught between two blazing pincers, slowly succumbing to despair. Jinyang City, the Golden Hall. A cacophony of impending doom. The once opulent Golden Hall had devolved into a frenzied asylum and a desperate arena. King Salian VII paced before his throne like a trapped beast in a golden cage, his corpulent face glistening with sweat, his murky eyes swirling with fear, anger, and utter madness. His magnificent royal robe hung loosely, his breath labored like a bellows. Worthless, traitors, wretches, all damned parasites. He seized a solid gold goblet and hurled it violently at the quaking finance minister, Hruv. The goblet struck Hruv's rotund back, mingling wine and blood. Yet he dared not flinch, only emitting a pig-like wail. To the north, that demon Lancaster. His army is a monstrosity, a natural disaster. Salian VII pointed northward, his finger trembling violently. To the south, to the southwest. Those damned, hell-bound, mud-legged wretches. How dare they revolt? How dare they burn my estates? Slay my tax officials? How dare they? He suddenly turned to the only remaining old marshal, Aldrich, nearly spitting in his face. Where is my army? Where's my army? Why can't they hold them back? Why haven't they turned those wretches into minced meat? Marshal Aldrich's complexion was as pale as parchment, and his body, encased in armor, was slightly hunched. His voice, hoarse and filled with despair, echoed through the hall. Your Majesty. The main forces of the rock shield from the Kingdom of the Sun and Moon have breached the northern defense line at the Melting Valley. With their spearheads directed straight towards Goldspike City, the core stronghold of the valley, our troops are demoralized and on the verge of collapse. The advance of Carcosta's forces is swift and merciless. He swallowed painfully and continued on the southern front. The rebel forces of the Furnace Fire have swept through the Ashen Hills and the surrounding 3 provinces, their numbers exceeding several 100,000. They have captured the Obsidian Fortress, opening a passage to the heartlands of the Western and Southern territories. Nobles are fleeing in droves, while the garrison either surrenders or retreats. The rebel leader, Agamphis Heavies, has declared his intent to burn the throne. Burn the throne. How dare he? King Salian VII let out a heart-wrenching roar, suddenly drawing the sword from a nearby guard, furiously striking at the armrests of the throne, sending shards of gems and gold flying. Kill them. Annihilate them. Reinforce our troops. Recall the forces from the north. We must quell this rebellion first. Your Majesty, you must not. A terrified minister shouted. If we withdraw the northern troops, the army of the Sun and Moon will advance unimpeded, threatening the capital. What then? Shall we merely stand by and watch those wretches approach Gold Sun City? King Salian VII's eyes blazed red as he pointed the sword at the minister. Or do you wish to surrender? Do you wish to betray me? The hall fell into a deathly silence, the only sounds being the king's heavy breaths and the soft sobs of Hruf. Despair coiled around each person's neck like a cold serpent. Surrounded by enemies, with forces dwindling, the treasury depleted, and the people's hearts lost, the Kingdom of the Sun was teetering on the edge of a precipice. International attention, filled with sighs and calculations, spread rapidly through the courts of neighboring nations. As the news of the Furnace Fire uprising and the northern military debacle traveled faster than official military reports, igniting a new wave of concern and contemplation. In the kingdom of the Hillimer dwarves, to the west, the dwarven prince, seated upon a massive stone throne, stroked his thick beard while perusing the confidential reports. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his large, copper-ringed eyes. Alas, Salian, that fool, has ultimately brought ruin upon his kingdom. The oppression has rendered the people destitute, and the flames of the furnace fire burn fiercely. In the Bibbo Federation, to the southeast, an admiral in his flagship's command room examined the maritime charts depicting the coastline of the Kingdom of the Sun. His brows furrowed. With the royal army besieged from the north and south, the Kingdom of the Sun is like a colossal ship sinking beneath the waves. In the Shadow Moon tribe, in the southern jungles, an elven elder listened intently to news from the northern human realm beneath the tranquil moonlight. A trace of compassion glimmering in her emerald eyes. Oppression breeds resistance. Despair ignites the flames of rebellion. The human dynasty perpetually repeats this cycle. I can feel the fury of that one called Heavies, even from across the distant forest. She gently caressed the roots of an ancient life tree, but chaos also breeds darkness. Dispatch orders to increase patrols along the jungle borders, especially near the ancient passages below. In other human city-states and principalities, rulers' desks were laden with the latest reports regarding the civil war in the Kingdom of the Sun's sympathy, vigilance, calculation, and schadenfreude intermingled. What a tragedy, yet also inevitable. We must maintain strict neutrality, though perhaps we could extend some humanitarian aid to the refugees. We must closely monitor the movements of the Kingdom of the Sun. How will King Lin respond to this uprising? We must immediately fortify our own defenses and security. We cannot allow our own citizens to entertain such dangerous thoughts. The gaze of the continent focused on the Kingdom of the Sun, mingling pity for the suffering of the populace with sharp calculations regarding the shifting tides of power, alongside a growing sense of awe and trepidation towards the Kingdom of the Moon and its inscrutable monarch. In the shadowed realm of Spiderweb City, where darkness brewed as the Kingdom of the Sun descended into chaos and flames, sinister currents began to stir within the depths of the dark elven stronghold. At the city's center, in the grand palace woven from obsidian and pale spider silk, Lady Kira Nightshadow of the Fifth Family stood before a massive, magically sustained dark pool. The reflections within were not of the chamber, but rather shattered and distorted images from the surface world, burning villages, fleeing armies, and a surging tide of insurrection. A cold, cruel smile curled at her lips. How sweet the taste of chaos, she murmured, her voice slithering like a serpent over cold stone. The collapse of the Kingdom of the Sun is occurring more swiftly and favorably than anticipated. Surely, my kin among the surface elves, the speakers of the Emerald Valley, have been captivated by this grand turmoil among humans. Behind her, a tall, pale-skinned dark elf priest bowed low. My lady, Our scouts report that Marquis Elvin of the Speakers has deployed some Elven Rangers to assist the Kingdom of the Moon in maintaining order in the occupied territories and monitoring the borders. The defenses of the Emerald Valley present an opportunity. With a delicate finger, Lady Kira stirred the surface of the pool, disrupting the images. The goddess Rose craves offerings. She yearns for the wails and despair of highborn elven blood. The fifth family requires a resplendent victory to cleanse the disgrace of the Shadow Tower and restore our glory. A dark glimmer shone in her eyes. The time has come to set the shadows in motion. Target, the Emerald Valley. Infiltrate, locate the exact position of the moon's well, and mark the teleportation nodes. When human chaos reaches its zenith, when all attention is drawn away. Her voice became a whisper, yet it brimmed with lethal intent. Then our army shall surge forth from the depths, dragging those self-righteous forest elves into eternal darkness. Within the dim temple, the fervent prayers of dark elves resonated alongside the scuttling sounds of some enormous arthropod traversing the rocky terrain. Chapter 133. The Siege of Golden Sun City. The Southern Expeditionary Iron Cavalry of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, under the direct command of Lin and bolstered by the might of divine intervention, advanced with an unstoppable force, crushing through the shattered northern defenses of the Burning Sun Kingdom and traversing the once lush but now ravaged Golden Vale. Along the way, castles fell like leaves, and all who resisted were turned to dust. Wherever the steel tide flowed, the silver-gray flags of the Sun and Moon Kingdom replaced the burning banners of the old order, heralding the collapse of the past and the dawn of a new era. At the foot of Golden Sun City, dark clouds loomed ominously. Finally, this invincible army reached its ultimate objective, the capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom, the grand city of Golden Sun, renowned for its resilience. The massive formation, spread across the plains several miles from the towering city walls, resembled an undulating sea of steel, standing in solemn array. At the forefront stood Lin, commanding 50,000 elite guards, their armor gleaming, weapons poised like a dense forest, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Flanking him were Duke Karl's Rockshield forces and a portion of Duke Erect's northern elite, their military presence formidable and their spirit soaring. Behind them lay hundreds of heavy crossbows and catapults, constructed under the supervision of Minister Tom, their fearsome muzzles aimed at the distant Golden Citadel. The Rune Mages, led by Master Orlando, had begun to establish an enormous siege formation, their arcane energies distorting the very air around them. Clad in dark silver armor adorned with intricate designs and draped in a wolf fur cloak, Lin, wearing the crown of the sun and moon beneath his helm, gazed calmly upon the city that had long been deemed impregnable. Golden Sun City, indeed, was a fortress of great stature. Its walls, rising 30 fathoms high, were constructed of massive, smooth white granite, reflecting blinding rays of sunlight, as if it were a sun fallen to earth. Arrow towers and ballistae dotted the parapets, inscribed with powerful defensive runes. A broad, deep moat encircled the walls, its bottom strewn with iron spikes, the waters shimmering with dangerous ripples under magical influence. Yet at this moment, the once mighty fortress was shrouded in a profound silence and despair. The defenders on the walls were clearly outnumbered, their banners in disarray, and the soldiers' faces were etched with fear, their eyes darting, having long lost their will to fight. The gates were tightly shut, and the drawbridge hung high, like a turtle retreating into its hard shell, trembling with trepidation. "Your Majesty, the siege equipment has been deployed," Tom reported, stepping forward. "Your Majesty, the arcane array is ready and can bombard the wall at any moment," Master Orlando declared, his staff thumping the ground. "Your Majesty, the first wave of siege ladders is in position. Please give the order." Duke Karl's voice boomed like distant thunder. Lin raised his hand slightly, his gaze still fixed on Golden Sun City. "Surround, but do not attack." His voice was calm and steady, imbued with undeniable authority as he commanded the troops to encamp, build fortifications, and seal all exits. "I intend to starve them out." He was not in haste. Golden Sun City was as good as trapped. While a direct assault could breach the walls, it would inevitably come at a cost. What he sought was absolute control, allowing despair and fear to erode this seemingly impregnable bastion from within. The silver-gray sea of steel began to move methodically, like the most intricate of machines, surrounding Golden Sun City in an impenetrable embrace. The shadow of death loomed over the entire capital. In the southwest, the flames of the forge meanwhile. In the southwestern and parts of the southern territories of the Burning Sun Kingdom, the flames of the forge uprising, led by Aganthus Heavies, had erupted with the ferocity of a wildfire. With the royal forces firmly engaged and even shattered in the north, the uprising met with little to no resistance. They swept through town after town, seizing noble estates one after another. Angry citizens joined the tide of rebellion, oppressed serfs rose in revolt, and even the defending soldiers in many areas turned their backs on their commanders. Heavies, with astonishing charisma and organizational prowess, managed to unify this vast and diverse insurrection. They abolished noble privileges, distributing land and grain to the impoverished, establishing a rudimentary yet effective self-governing authority. Though chaos and violence simmered within, their momentum was undeniable. Firmly controlling nearly a third of the Burning Sun Kingdom's territory, creating a pincer movement alongside the northern forces of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, effectively dismantling the Burning Sun Kingdom's might. News of this development reached Golden Sun City, delivering a devastating blow to the already teetering Salian royal family. Surrounded and besieged, both internally and externally, their doom was imminent. Emerald Valley, elven warning amidst the raging fires of war and the tumultuous shifts in power. A swift elven contingent departed from the Emerald Valley region in the southern territories of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, urgently arriving at the royal capital of Golden Lion City. Under the governance of Marquis Elvin, the fertile lands of the Emerald Valley thrived under King Lin's rule. At this moment, the loyal Marquis dispatched his envoy. In the Star Hall of the royal capital, Queen Eleanor sat regally at the head of the obsidian council table, clad in a silver-white ceremonial gown. Despite the fierce battles raging at the front, she maintained order in the rear and displayed a calm demeanor, her ice-blue eyes reflecting wisdom and decisiveness. The elven envoy from the Emerald Valley, though weary from travel, retained an air of elegance as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Addressing the queen with urgency yet respect, "Most esteemed Queen Eleanor, I come bearing urgent news from Marquis Elvin." "What news does Marquis Elvin bring?" Queen Eleanor's voice rang clear. "Your Majesty," the envoy replied, his expression grave. "Our rangers and mages have detected extremely subtle, yet strangely familiar dark energy fluctuations at the southern edge of the Emerald Valley, near the entrance to the Shadow Realm. The energy signatures are of the same origin as those from Spiderweb City's Dark Elves. Moreover, it seems they are not mere scouts. Their patterns of activity resemble large-scale terrain reconnaissance and teleportation node marking." Queen Eleanor's gaze sharpened instantly. "Spiderweb City? Dark Elves? They dare to operate within the borders of my kingdom?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." The envoy spoke solemnly, stating that based on their trajectory and residual energy, the likely target of their activities was our sacred site, the Moonwell. The Dark Elves, who worship the spider goddess Lolth, covet the powerful elven blood as sacrifices. They may attempt to launch a surprise attack while the surface world is engulfed in chaos, especially with Your Majesty personally leading the campaign against the Sun Kingdom, and our forces in the valley being drawn away for defense. He stepped forward, urgency palpable in his tone. What is even more concerning is that, according to the energy tracing, the core area of these shadowy activities is not directly beneath the Emerald Valley, but rather located in the depths of the southern region currently controlled by our kingdom, southwest of the city of Golden Sparrow. Their main passage and lair may very well be there. Chapter 134. The Fall of the Golden Sun. Queen Eleanor instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The threat of the Spiderweb City was not a distant tale, but a lurking peril beneath the newly occupied southern region of the kingdom, which had yet to be thoroughly surveyed and secured. "What counsel does Marquis Elvin offer?" Eleanor inquired calmly. "My lady, I earnestly request your divine judgment," the envoy replied gravely. "The Dark Elves are a common enemy of both our kingdom and the surface world. Should their conspiracy succeed, not only will the Emerald Valley face catastrophe, but the flames of war are likely to spread throughout the entire southern region of our kingdom." The Marquis proposed an immediate mobilization of the kingdom's forces to eliminate the hidden dangers beneath the southern region and thwart the schemes of the Spiderweb City. The Emerald Valley is prepared to provide all necessary intelligence and military support. Queen Eleanor nodded slightly, a glint of contemplation in her eyes. Duke Carl, the Duke of Stone, and Master Orlando were currently commanding at the front in the city of Golden Sun and were unable to be directly mobilized. However, the southern region could not afford any losses. Her gaze swept over the court's chief mage, Master Augustus, who stood nearby. With his white hair and robe fluttering without a breeze, the gem atop his staff shimmered with profound arcane radiance. He bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, I am willing to venture to the southern region. I possess some knowledge of Dark Elf sinister magic. Such hidden dangers must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity." A flicker of approval crossed Queen Eleanor's eyes. "I am greatly comforted by your willingness, Master Augustus. The envoy may rise." She stood, her voice steady and resolute. "With the king personally at the front, and Duke Carl alongside Master Orlando in the military. I shall temporarily oversee this matter as queen. And I ask Master Augustus to personally head to the southern region to oversee the situation. Let it be known, in my name, issue an order to the current commander of the southern garrison to coordinate with Marquis Elvin of the Emerald Valley and provide full cooperation with Master Augustus. Conduct thorough reconnaissance and establish a blockade in the designated area. Master Augustus has full authority to act. Should any trace of the Dark Elves be discovered, they must be decisively eradicated. The required forces will be allocated jointly by the Southern Garrison and the Emerald Valley's defense forces. Commander Hawk, I order you to investigate the movements of the Spiderweb City with utmost diligence. Spare no effort to uncover the details of their conspiracy. Reports must be sent directly to the capital and the front lines. Before the king returns, the southern region of our kingdom shall be placed on high alert. This threat must be nipped in the bud. I will immediately communicate this warning and action plan with the utmost priority to the front lines to inform His Majesty. Your command shall be obeyed, Your Majesty. Marquis Lime, the chief financial minister, bowed deeply, swiftly arranging the orders. Master Augustus struck his staff upon the ground. Arcane light swirling around him. I shall set forth at once. I will not fail your trust. The elven envoy bowed deeply. The Emerald Valley shall fully adhere to Your Majesty's command. We vow to protect the southern region of the kingdom with our lives. Marquis Elvin will surely cooperate to the fullest with Master Augustus. The envoy and Master Augustus departed swiftly. Queen Eleanor stood alone in the Star Hall, her ice-blue eyes gazing southward, seemingly piercing through the palace walls to glimpse the dark shadows stirring beneath the mountains and earth of the southern region of the kingdom. She turned and walked towards the communication array chamber, needing to inform Lin at the front lines of this significant threat at the earliest opportunity. In the city of Golden Sun, a descent into despair surrounded by a silver-gray ocean of steel, the once glorious city of Golden Sun had become a vast prison, slowly suffocating to death. The once pristine and majestic white stone walls were now marred by soot and pockmarked from siege weaponry's assault. The number of defenders had visibly thinned. Soldiers huddled behind parapets, their eyes hollow, faces gaunt, hands trembling slightly around their weapons. Fear spread like a plague in every corner. They gazed at the relentless, well-equipped, and menacingly fierce encampment of the Sun and Moon army outside the city, staring at the grotesque siege engines and flickering arcane lights. Having long since lost any courage to resist, the thought of escape germinated in each heart, but looking at the bottomless moat and the distant blockade line, despair deepened further. In the Golden Hall, the Mad King roared. The once resplendent palace was now cloaked in a frenzy of madness and the despair of impending doom. Useless. All of you are useless. The roar of Salian 7 shook the pillars of the hall. His rotund form quaked violently before the throne, his lavish robe stained with wine. Hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, like a cornered beast in a frenzy. Why can't we breach their defenses? What is that wretch Lin Costa waiting for? Is he toying with me? He suddenly hurled a solid gold wine jug at the kneeling old General Odric. Where are your troops? Where is your defense? Is it so fragile, crumbling at the slightest touch? Do you deserve the kingdom's sustenance? General Odric did not flinch. The jug struck his brow, blood mingling with the spilled wine. His face turned pale, voice hoarse and filled with despair. Your Majesty, the forces of the Sun and Moon outside far exceed ours in strength. Their morale is high, and they possess the assistance of dark sorcery against us. Sorcery, that is the power of demons. Salian 7 screamed. Then let us crush them with an even greater force. Draft all the men within the city, all those aged 15 to 60. Get them to the walls. Noble retainers, guards, even eunuchs. All of you take up arms. Who dares to defy? Such treason shall be met with the harshest of penalties, the execution of entire families. Your Majesty, please reconsider. An elder statesman weeps bitterly, warning that conscripting laborers will only exacerbate panic and incite civil strife. Civil strife? Is there anything more terrifying than the fall of the city? Salian 7 brandished his sword at the old man, threatening, speak further, and I shall be the one to end you. Execute the orders. Immediately. Within the city streets, a hellish reality unfolded. The mad decrees of the royal family swiftly morphed into tangible disaster. The ferocious royal guards and the remnants of the city's defense forces barged brutally into homes, shops, and even slums. They disregarded the cries and pleas, dragging out every man who appeared capable of wielding a weapon, be it a frail old man or a starving youth, thrusting upon them rags of weapons or mere sticks, then herding them towards the city walls. Release my son. He is only 14. A woman clung desperately to a soldier's leg, only to be kicked away. Please, sir. My father is gravely ill and cannot go. A young man's pleas were met with the cold strike of a rifle butt. Those who resisted were executed on the spot, their bodies dragged away as a warning to others. Panic and despair spread through the city like wildfire. The issue of food shortages had long since erupted. The royal family forcibly requisitioned all available supplies, prioritizing the military and noble families. Prices in the black market soared to astronomical heights, leaving ordinary citizens unable to purchase even the most basic sustenance. People began to dig up roots and bark from the granary, trapping rats and pigeons, and even resorting to violent altercations over a few moldy breadcrumbs. The grim tragedy of cannibalism had quietly begun to unfold in the dark alleys. Chapter 135. The wrath of chimes disease began to spread. With a lack of medical care and dwindling supplies, sanitary conditions deteriorated immensely. Corpses often went unburied, carelessly discarded in corners to rot. The once prosperous capital of Jinyang had become a vast grave filled with hunger, disease, fear, and death. Resentment surged, and public discontent boiled, just waiting for a spark to ignite a catastrophic internal explosion. The new recruits stationed on the walls were gaunt and trembling, devoid of spirit. They gazed at the well-organized enemy forces outside the city and the hellish scenes within, their hearts filled with bitterness towards the royal family and dread of death. The city, once hailed as unconquerable, seemed to be crumbling from within, perhaps not needing an assault from the armies of the sun and moon to fall. Outside the city, within the main tent of the sun and moon army, Lin was receiving the latest intelligence reports. Hawk appeared like a ghost, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty. Intelligence from within Jinyang City. Proceed. Salian 7 has gone utterly mad, conscripting all able-bodied men. Public discontent is boiling, food is exhausted, disease is rampant, and the morale of the defenders is on the brink of collapse. Civil unrest is imminent. Lin's silver-gray eyes revealed no emotion, as if he had anticipated all of this. Continue the siege. Allow it to collapse on its own. Yes. Hawk nodded, continuing, furthermore. The furnace of fire rebels have essentially taken control of the entire southwestern region and parts of the south, clashing with the remnants of the royal forces and local noble militias. Their momentum is considerable and difficult to contain. Lin nodded slightly, offering no comment. The existence of the rebels currently served to further dismantle the resistance of the Sun Kingdom. At that moment, a communication mage hurried into the tent, respectfully presenting a sealed magical message. Your Majesty, urgent news from the Star Chamber in the capital. The Queen requests your attention. Lin accepted the message, his fingertips glowing with arcane light as he unsealed it. Eleanor's clear and calm voice flowed into his mind through the magical runes, detailing the urgent warning regarding the activities of dark elves in the underground of the southern region, as brought by the emissaries from the Emerald Valley, and informing him that she had appointed Master Augustus to take full responsibility and coordinate with Marquis Elvin to address the situation. The generals present, including Carl, Erect, Orlando, and others, listened intently. The threat of the Dark Elves cast a serious pall over even these seasoned commanders. The peculiarities of subterranean warfare and the cruelty of Dark Elves surpassed that of battles on the surface. Lin listened quietly, and in the depths of his silver-gray eyes, a cold spark flickered momentarily. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with arcane symbols, and replied calmly to the communication rune. His voice crossing great distances through magic back to the Star Chamber. Message received. The situation in the south shall proceed as advised by the Queen. Master Augustus may act as needed, mobilizing all necessary resources in the south. Marquis Elvin must cooperate fully. The Queen need not worry. I trust you will handle this matter well. The frontline conflict will conclude soon, and we shall return. Concise, clear, devoid of hesitation or doubt, filled with absolute trust in Queen Eleanor's judgment and decision-making abilities. He concluded the communication, scanning the generals within the tent, his voice remaining calm and steady. The affliction in the south is one the Queen and Augustus can manage. Our current priority remains Jinyang City. His gaze returned to the enormous, silent silhouette of the city outside the tent. Convey orders to all divisions, maintain a high-pressure stance, and continue to apply pressure. I wish to witness with my own eyes how this so-called unconquerable Jinyang extinguishes from within. At once, Your Majesty. The generals responded in unison, their hearts filled with admiration for the king's composure and the queen's capabilities. In the southwestern territories, within a noble estate seized by the rebels, the once grand hall had been transformed into the command center of the furnace of fire uprising. A massive oak table was strewn with rudimentary maps. Surrounded by Chivis's core commanders, seasoned miners weathered by time, peasant leaders forced into rebellion, defected junior officers, and even a few sharp-eyed rangers alongside a ragged yet profound wandering mage. At the end of the long table stood Ogum Fisvis, clad in his faded, time-worn clerical robe. Yet, in this moment, his brow was furrowed with thunderous fury, and the flames burning in his sunken eyes were more intense than ever before. Has the news been confirmed? His voice was deep, suppressing a volcanic eruption of emotions. A young officer responsible for intelligence, once a scribe at the royal post, appeared pallid as he handed over a report smeared with mud and blood. The leader has confirmed. It was brought out by a brother who crawled out from the secret passage in the Black Rat Alley of Jinyang City. He barely survived. Fisvis seized the report, his gaze sweeping over the hastily scribbled, yet shocking words. The city has become a hell on earth. The crown has conscripted all able-bodied men, even the elderly, women, and children are not spared. Food has run out. A piece of moldy black bread the size of a palm costs 500,000 gold coins. Cannibalism is rampant. Disease spreads, and corpses pile up, left unburied. The morale of the guards is non-existent. New recruits move like walking corpses, filled with resentment, just a spark away from explosion. 500,000 gold coins for a loaf of bread. Fisvis's voice trembled, each word squeezed out with bloody anguish. He slammed the report onto the table, the force reverberating through the oak surface. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze with wrath and profound compassion. Our brothers and sisters, our elders and kin, they are starving to death within that golden cage. Driven mad, treated as cannon fodder, reduced to livestock. He surveyed everyone present, his voice roaring like a wounded lion. Here we stand. We have conquered so many lands, liberated countless souls. Yet, in Jinyang City, tens of thousands suffer, awaiting their demise. Can we watch idly? We cannot. A few impassioned young leaders surged with fervor, pounding their fists on the table. Leader, give the order. Let us march on Jinyang City. Smash down those damned city gates. Hang those cannibalistic nobles from the city walls. Rescue our loved ones. Chapter 136. The uprising begins, yes. To Jinyang City. To rescue Jinyang. The crowd's fervor crescendoed, their shouts nearly toppling the roof. Calm down. Everyone, remain composed. A steady, slightly hoarse voice interjected. It was Marcus, the chief military advisor of the uprising. In his 40s, he had once been a low-ranking officer at the kingdom's border outpost, wrongfully imprisoned after offending the nobles, and later rescued by the rebels. Due to his extensive experience and calm demeanor, he became a core member under Fisvis. He pointed at the map, his tone grave. Leader, brothers, the desire to save lives is universal. But we cannot go to Jinyang City. He emphatically indicated the city's location. What is that place now? It is the encirclement of the elite forces of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. It is a death trap personally commanded by Lin En. Though our numbers are vast, we are poorly equipped, inadequately trained, lacking heavy siege machinery, and have no means to counter the divine forces that descend upon us. What will we face if we charge in? Marcus's voice carried a tinge of melancholy. It is the iron defense of the Sun and Moon army, the lethal range of dragon-hunting crossbows, the arcane torrents of the rune mages, and that king, who is like a god or demon. We stand no chance. This is not a rescue mission. It is a death march. It would squander the forces we have painstakingly gathered in a futile charge. Silence engulfed the hall. Marcus's words poured cold water on the boiling blood of the gathered leaders, as they recalled the terrifying combat prowess of the Sun and Moon army and the unfathomable might of the divine forces. The flames in many eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and fear. Death march? Fisvis turned sharply, locking eyes with Marcus, his gaze devoid of fear, filled only with seething rage and sorrow. Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs in Jinyang City? 500,000 gold coins. He stepped forward, his voice crashing like thunder. 500,000 gold coins. Not even a cart can carry that. But what kind of bread is it? Moldy, bloodstained. A loaf that countless people have traded their ancestral jewels, the chastity of their wives and daughters, even the lives of their own flesh and blood, to obtain. Our kin, our compatriots, they are just beyond that city wall. They are not waiting to die. They are being slowly tortured by that madman seated on the golden throne, by those blood-sucking nobles. Each slice is a slow execution. Tell me, if we do not save them, what is the meaning of the land we have conquered? The villages we have liberated? What purpose do they serve? Does the fire of our rebellion burn solely for vengeance? No. We seek to incinerate this cannibalistic world. We aim to illuminate the lives of all those struggling in darkness. Fisvis's roar echoed in the hall, vibrating in every ear. Marcus opened his mouth, gazing at the blood-tinged fury in Fisvis's eyes, and finally bowed his head in resignation. He understood that Fisvis spoke the undeniable truth, a bloody and inescapable tragedy. But as a military advisor, Marcus's voice was tinged with bitterness. I must emphasize the harshness of reality. I comprehend your anger and pain. However, a direct assault on Jinyang City is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Perhaps we could attempt to reach out to the Sun and Moon Kingdom? They too seek to overthrow the Salian royal family. Maybe. Reach out. Fisvis scoffed, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. Are we to seek a pact with a tiger? Lin En desires the entire kingdom. Would he allow our ragtag army to exist? Silence once again enveloped the hall. Hope and despair, anger and reason, clashed violently within each heart. In Jinyang City, flames consumed the heavens. As Fisvis raged in the southwestern camp, torn between the dilemma of whether to save or not to save, the oppressive despair and resentment within Jinyang City finally ignited. The spark was a brutal conscription for food supplies. A pack of royal guards, fierce as wolves, invaded the depths of the poorest areas of Black Rat Alley, forcefully seizing the last morsels of life-sustaining grain. An emaciated old woman, on the brink of death from hunger, clutched desperately to a shattered jar containing a few handfuls of wheat bran. She was callously shoved to the ground by a soldier, the jar breaking into fragments and scattering the bran across the dirt. In utter despair, she cried out, falling to the earth to gather the mixture of soil and bran. Old hag, seeking death, a weary soldier growled, raising his rifle to strike her mercilessly on the back. Mother, a young conscript, fortuitously patrolling nearby, witnessed this scene unfold. His eyes widened with rage as he let out a primal roar, thrusting his spear with fierce intensity into the chest of the assailant. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, freezing time for a fleeting moment. Kill him. Other soldiers, regaining their senses, bellowed and charged towards the new recruit. Fight back. The surrounding impoverished populace, along with the conscripted soldiers, driven to their limits by hunger and despair, ignited with pent-up fury upon witnessing the shocking bloodshed. Eliminate these lackeys. Seize the grain. We are all doomed anyway. Stones, wooden clubs, kitchen knives, and even bare fists surged forth as the enraged crowd engulfed the soldiers like a torrential flood. The uprising, akin to a wildfire, spread rapidly from Black Rat Alley to engulf the entire slum. News spread like a plague. The western city is in revolt. Slay the tyrannical tax collectors. Open the granaries. Charge forth. Starving refugees, the conscripted, and all those bereft of hope surged into the streets like a tidal wave. They stormed the granaries, besieged the tax offices, and set fire to the noble estates. A fierce urban battle ensued against the royal guards and city defense forces sent to suppress the chaos. In the city of Jinyang, the once glorious capital now ignited with flames that consumed all. The sky blazed with fire. Thick smoke billowed. The cries of slaughter, wails of despair, and the sounds of explosions intertwined to create a symphony of apocalypse. In the Golden Hall, King Salian VII gazed at the inferno reflected in his crystal orb, letting out a desperate and frenzied roar. Suppress them. I command you to suppress. Kill. Annihilate those traitors. But it was all too late. The furnace of rage had already ignited within the city of Jinyang. This gilded cage was beginning to collapse from within. Chapter 137. The fall of Jinyang. The insurrection within Jinyang consumed the once magnificent capital like a wildfire. The flames of fury ignited every corner, and desperate cries tore apart the remnants of order. The mob from the slums overwhelmed the hastily assembled defenses of the royal guards. They broke open the granary doors, golden grains cascading forth like a waterfall, inciting further chaos and trampling. They stormed the noble residences, dragging the once privileged lords and ladies from their velvet beds to be hanged from the opulent crystal chandeliers. They burned the tax offices, tore up contracts, and trampled the sun emblem of royal authority into the mud and blood. The royal guards and the remnants of the city defense forces retreated in the face of the frenzied mob. Some were torn to pieces by the enraged crowd, while others discarded their weapons, removed their armor, and mingled with the rioters in a desperate bid for survival. Panic and chaos spread like a plague, plunging the entire city into a state of utter, destructive anarchy. In the Golden Hall, the Mad Kings and Salian VII slumped upon the cold golden throne, his corpulent body trembling violently with fear. Outside the hall, the sounds of slaughter, explosions, and desperate cries drew ever closer. The scene reflected in the crystal orb showed a city ablaze, thick smoke obscuring the sun. Protect me! Protect me! He shrieked, his voice cracking with terror. Yet within the hall, he found himself utterly alone. The ministers had long since fled, and the guards had vanished without a trace. Only he remained, isolated. facing the imminent collapse of his gilded cage. Boom! The heavy golden door was violently burst open. A horde of blood-soaked, snarling rioters charged in. They were ragged, their eyes aflame with vengeance, wielding bloodied knives, iron rods, and even ornate swords stripped from noble corpses. Dog King, man-eating demon, return my son's life. The furious roars surged through the hall like a tsunami. Lin En's eyes widened in horror, witnessing the hellish figures advancing upon him. And he let out a scream that was anything but human. No. In the next instant, his voice was drowned beneath a multitude of blood-stained, vengeful hands. His corpulent body was dragged from the throne, his lavish robe torn asunder, and the gem-encrusted crown rolled to the ground, crushed beneath a muddy foot. Kill him. Tear him apart. The enraged mob surged forth. Fists, clubs, blades rained down like a torrential downpour. Lin En emitted a scream of utter despair. His plump form rapidly contorted and shattered amidst the frenzied tearing and trampling. Blood and flesh splattered, staining the golden floor and the obsidian steps that symbolized royal power. The once mighty Sun King was ultimately torn to shreds by the very people who had suffered under his rule. His blood and flesh became the final offering to this burning city. The Sun and Moon army enters Jinyang outside the city, at the Sun and Moon encampment. Lin En stood upon the central platform, his silver-gray eyes calmly observing the rising flames and billowing smoke of Jinyang. The cries of battle and the sounds of explosions resonated clearly in his ears. Your Majesty, the insurrection has fully erupted within the city. The royal guards have collapsed. Lin En has been slain by the mob. Hawk's figure appeared like a specter, his voice carrying a subtle tremor. Lin En nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, as if all of this had been anticipated. The moment had arrived. His voice remained calm and resolute. Carl, the time has come. Duke Carl stepped forward with a resounding presence. Lead the Shield of the Rock's elite forces to enter the city from the north and east gates. Our objective, to control the royal palace, armory, granary, and magical towers, strategic locations essential for regaining order and suppressing the rebellion. Any who resist shall be mercilessly executed. Those who take advantage of the chaos to pillage, commit atrocities, or slaughter innocent civilians will face no mercy. Understood. A glint of cold determination flashed in Carl's eyes as he gripped his bone axe, turning to bellow. Shield of the Rock, follow me into the city. Restore order. Erect, at your command, replied the subordinate, urging the Frostblade Rangers to seal all city gates and key thoroughfares, cutting off the escape routes of the rioters, while coordinating with Carl's forces to eliminate the defiance. Yes, Master Orlando, the elder responded. The Rune Mage Corps will occupy the high points within the city to monitor energy fluctuations throughout, suppressing any extraordinary forces that may arise, and repairing critical protective arrays. Understood. Commands flowed like the precise cogs of a well-oiled machine, and thus the grand war engine of the Sun and Moon army commenced its efficient operation. The heavy city gates reverberated under the bombardment of siege engines, crashing open. The Shield of the Rock's heavily armored infantry surged into the city like a torrent of steel. They formed a formidable array, their shields interlocked and polearms raised like a forest, marching in synchronized, thunderous rhythm across the chaotic streets. The Sun and Moon army has entered the city. Those who lay down their arms shall be spared. Those who kneel shall not be harmed. The resounding proclamation echoed through the city via amplification runes. To those who resist, strike them down. To those who commit evil amidst the chaos, strike them down. The cold air of lethal intent and the disciplined military formation instantly quelled the tumultuous mob. Many frenzied rioters, upon witnessing the advancing wall of steel and the glimmering polearms, felt as if doused in icy water, returning to clarity. They trembled in terror, discarding their weapons and kneeling. Duke Carl personally led his elite troops straight for the royal palace. Encountering small bands of rioters still engaged in pillage and murder, he showed no mercy. His bone axe swept through, leaving carnage in its wake. The iron hoofs trampled over the remnants of life. The iron-fisted methods of the Sun and Moon army swiftly carved a path of order through the chaotic city. Meanwhile, on the ancient road leading to Jinyang City, a large yet poorly equipped army hurried forward, traveling day and night. A Gamph Shiwis rode a frail steed, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the distant horizon where flames and thick smoke billowed, his face contorted with anxiety, fury, and an ominous premonition. Faster! We must hurry! He hoarsely shouted. Jinyang City is within our grasp. Our can await us. Chief of Staff Marcus rode closer, concern etched on his face. The fires ahead seem wrong. It's too chaotic. This doesn't resemble a siege. It appears as if the city has fallen, and there is infighting. Shiwi's heart sank. Did he not know? The soaring flames and the distant clamor of chaos were not the signs of a siege by the Sun and Moon army. Finally, as they crested the last hill, the massive silhouette of Jinyang City came into stark view, rendering everyone speechless. The city lay wide open. The silver-gray banner of the Sun and Moon Kingdom flew high above the ruined city walls. Inside the city, flames flickered everywhere, thick smoke billowed. Yet amidst the thunderous cries of battle, there was a juxtaposition of orderly military commands and the clamor of steel. A well-equipped and meticulously arranged torrent of steel was rapidly advancing within, like a comb smoothing out the chaotic streets. Wherever they passed, disorder swiftly abetted. The Sun and Moon army has entered the city. A leader of the insurgents gasped in disbelief. They are faster than us, another murmured, his tone heavy with despondency and helplessness. Shiwi's tightened his grip on the reins, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He gazed upon the city, now within reach yet held by others, observing the disciplined troops restoring order with the swiftness of divine warriors, a bitter surge of anger and sorrow rising within him. They had exerted every effort, disregarding all else to arrive, only to be a moment too late. He could almost envision his compatriots in that burning city, the flames of despair igniting, only to be extinguished by a more potent force. Chief, Marcus's voice carried a weighty tone, we have arrived too late. The Sun and Moon army has seized control. He turned his gaze to Shiwi's, his eyes filled with complex emotions. What shall we do now? Retreat? Or? Shiwi's remained silent, his eyes fixed upon the silver-gray banner fluttering in the wind atop Jinyang City's walls and the disciplined, formidable army within. A chilling sensation, mingled with unwillingness and wrath, spread through his heart. Retreat? After our hundreds of thousands of insurgents traveled thousands of miles, shall we return empty-handed? Advance. To face the Sun and Moon army, which has just decimated the royal capital and is filled with unyielding morale. That would be tantamount to suicide. Chief, let us charge in while they are still unsteady. A young commander's fervor surged. Be silent. Marcus barked. Do you wish to send our brothers to their doom? Look at their formation. Observe their equipment. What do we have to fight with? Shiwi's remained silent. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Jinyang City. Order the entire army to set up camp. His voice was hoarse and weary, yet resolute. Send an envoy to request an audience with King Lin Costa of the Sun and Moon Kingdom in the name of Agamf Shiwis, leader of the Furnace Fire insurgents. Marcus's eyes widened with surprise, quickly morphing into deep concern. Chief, this is far too dangerous. Will Lin Costa even meet with us? How will he treat us? Shiwi's gaze remained locked on the city, a complex flame igniting within his eyes. I do not know, but it is our only option. For our brethren still within the city, for the future of our furnace fire. He took a deep breath, his voice imbued with determination. Inform the envoy that we come to rescue our suffering compatriots in Jinyang City, and to discuss the future of the Sun Kingdom with the Sun and Moon Kingdom. The command was given. The vast army of rebels halted in the wilderness, just a few miles from Jinyang City. They gazed at the city, now enveloped in a silver-gray order after the flames had subsided, their eyes filled with confusion, resentment, and a hint of ineffable reverence. At the pinnacle of Jinyang City, in the central tower recently cleared and occupied by the elite of Duke Karl's rock shield, the figure of Lin quietly emerged, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak. The crown of Sun and Moon glimmered with a chilling brilliance in the soft morning light. His silver-gray eyes calmly surveyed the ravaged, yet gradually reordering city below, ultimately resting upon the makeshift encampment outside the city, which had suddenly appeared and spread like dark clouds. His gaze collided silently in the air with the fervent eyes of a figure on a distant hillside, riding a lean horse, and also looking towards him. Atop Jinyang City, the smoke of battle had not yet fully dissipated, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and blood. The silver-gray banner of the Sun and Moon Kingdom fluttered in the morning breeze, replacing the once blazing standard of the Sun Lin, clad in dark armor adorned with silver. And draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, stood resolutely at the highest point of the tower, his silver-gray eyes surveying the city below, which was gradually restoring order. And the humble encampment in the distance, reminiscent of an ominous storm cloud, which was the vast camp of the Furnace Fire rebels. Footsteps echoed behind him, steady yet slightly hesitant. Hawk's figure quietly appeared, speaking softly. Your Majesty, Agamfis Vis is here. Lin slowly turned. Agamfis Vis stood a few paces before him, still clad in his weathered, dust-covered clerical robe, his lean frame upright yet weary, with fatigue etched on his face. However, the deep-set eyes burned with a complex fervor, wariness, resentment. The embers of unextinguished anger, and an unmistakable awe towards the man before him, who seemed almost divine. He had come alone, without any guards, an act of both courage and desperation. Their eyes met in the stillness of the air. One was the sovereign of the sun and moon, commanding the heavens and earth, while the other was the leader of the rebels who had risen against oppression, sweeping across half the kingdom. The atmosphere was laden with tension, thick enough to draw water from the air. Aganthus vis, Lin began, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, piercing through the cold morning breeze. Vis inhaled deeply, placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. Your Majesty, King of the Sun and Moon. His voice was raspy, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. You have summoned me for what purpose? Lin inquired directly, his silver-gray eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Vis raised his head, meeting Lin's gaze with a flicker of resolve. I come for the hundreds of thousands suffering within Jinyang City, for the tens of thousands under my command, who seek a way to survive. His voice grew increasingly impassioned. Your Majesty, Jinyang City has fallen. The Salian royal family is no more. The kingdom of the sun is but a shadow of its former self. Yet, those lands ravaged by war. The people struggling on the brink of hunger and death. They need food. They need order. They need hope for survival. He stepped forward, his tone laced with sorrow and challenge. Your army is invincible. Yet how does your Majesty intend to treat this land, so deeply scarred? How will you treat us, the rebels who rose only to seek a morsel of bread? Lin regarded him silently, his expression unchanged, until Vis finished speaking. He then spoke slowly. Under my rule, in the kingdom of the sun and moon, there are no rebels. Only citizens. His voice was not loud, yet it was as resolute as stone, clearly resonating in Vis's ears, wherever the banner of the sun and moon flies. Under the law, all are equal. There are no born nobles, nor hereditary lowborn. Merit is rewarded, and transgressions are punished. Vis's pupils narrowed slightly, his breath catching in his throat. Let it be known, Lin continued, his gaze sweeping over the vast encampment of rebels outside the city. Your soldiers, driven to revolt by the tyranny of the sun, are worthy of sympathy for their plight and commendation for their resolve. They are not my enemies. His gaze returned to Vis. You, Aganthus Vis, have managed to gather tens of thousands from humble beginnings, sweeping across half the kingdom. Though poorly equipped, you wield faith as armor and anger as blade. This is a mark of true talent. Vis was taken aback by Lin's unexpected praise for him and his army. I can offer you, your soldiers, and the people you wish to protect a promise, a future, Lin declared, his voice imbued with an air of control. Submit to me. Disband your arms and accept reorganization. I promise you, 1. Immediate provision of grain to alleviate the suffering. Every day, all citizens of the sun and moon shall receive bread and milk, with the elderly, women, and children prioritized. 2. Former rebel soldiers, upon assessment, will be integrated into the Southern Guard, receiving equal military pay. The injured shall be supported by the kingdom. Those unwilling to serve shall be allocated land and tools, exempt from taxes for 3 years. 3. The territories of the former kingdom of the sun shall be treated equally, implementing new policies of the sun and moon, reducing taxes, encouraging reclamation, supporting commerce, and establishing schools and medical facilities. 4. Those among you, including talented individuals under your command, who pass the kingdom's assessments and demonstrate true ability, regardless of their background, will be generously rewarded and appointed to official positions, serving the realm. Each promise struck Vis's heart like a hammer. Bread and milk, land and tax exemptions, equality and opportunity. These were the very things he had initially sought to secure for his followers. The flames of the furnace fire, the oath to burn away injustice, ignited a tremor in Vis's voice. Within the kingdom of the sun and moon, the law embodies fairness. Lin interrupted him, his tone suddenly cold, laced with an undeniable iron will. I will not allow any further extrajudicial punishments, nor will I permit further chaos. Order shall be maintained by my army and the law. Submit, and you shall enjoy peace and prosperity under this order. Rebellion Lin did not continue, but the fleeting glint of icy coldness in his silver-gray eyes instantaneously made Vis comprehend that it heralded complete, unequivocal destruction, hope and annihilation. 2 paths lay starkly before Vis. He fell silent, lowering his head as a fierce internal struggle raged within him. Ideals, beliefs, the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the livelihoods of millions of citizens weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Subjugation meant relinquishing independent leadership and merging into a more formidable system. Rebellion, in the face of this godlike man and his invincible army, would lead to an inevitable outcome. After a long pause, he slowly lifted his head, the complex emotions in his eyes gradually settling into a heavy resolution. "Is what your majesty says true?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "My words hold weight," Lin replied, succinctly and powerfully, with absolute authority. Shivis took a deep breath, as if expending all his strength, and slowly knelt on one knee, bowing his once proud head. "I, Agamf Shivis, am willing to lead the furnace fire and all my soldiers to submit to your majesty. I pledge allegiance to the kingdom of sun and moon." In the rebel camp, the moment of choice. Upon returning to the rebel camp, Shivis immediately summoned all corps generals. He recounted his encounter with Lin, along with the promises and conditions presented, without reservation. The tent erupted in chaos. "What? Submission? Disbanding our armed forces? Accepting reorganization? Leader, we cannot trust him. He is a king. He is a noble. He is one of those devouring tyrants. Indeed, we have fought hard for so much territory. Why should we surrender it?" Many young, idealistic generals, fueled by a desire for revenge, vehemently opposed the notion of relinquishing their power. Yet, several more rational commanders fell into contemplation. Daily bread and milk, land tax exemptions, equitable employment, and official appointments. You have also witnessed the might of the sun and moon army. Can we truly win? Brothers, we have fought for so long, and so many have perished, not just to burn everything down and starve together, right? No, we fought to ensure our parents have food. Our children have clothes, to live like humans, with dignity. His voice rose, tinged with sorrow. Now, there is a path, one that allows us and our families to survive and to thrive. This path lies before us. Will you choose to embrace this road to safety and abundance, or will you pursue a phantom of independence, leading everyone to inevitable destruction? The choice is in your hands. Inside the tent, a deathly silence ensued. Finally, Chief Strategist Marcus slowly stood, gravely stating, "The leader speaks the truth. We have no chance of victory. For the sake of our brothers and the many who have followed and believed in us, submission is our only and best choice." Increasingly, generals, though their eyes brimmed with reluctance and tears, nodded slowly. The final chapter of the Blazing Sun, united in glory. Shivis's decision swiftly spread throughout the rebel army. Although some extremists chose to depart, the vast majority of soldiers and civilians, after enduring prolonged warfare and famine, opted to accept reality, embracing the hope of peace and sustenance. The Furnace Fire rebel army officially disbanded its arms and accepted reorganization under the kingdom of sun and moon. Many young men were selected to bolster the southern garrison, while others received land and farming tools to begin rebuilding their homes. Agamf Shivis and several of his outstanding commanders and civil servants were sent to the royal capital for further evaluation and appointment. With the submission of the rebel army, the fall of Jinyang City, and the demise of the Salian royal family, the kingdom of the Blazing Sun had effectively met its end. Lin did not pause. After swiftly stabilizing order in Jinyang City and its surrounding areas, the Sun and Moon army continued to advance eastward. The remaining nobles and garrison of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, upon learning of the capital's fall, the king's tragic death, and the rebel army's submission, had already lost morale and will to fight. Towns along the way surrendered without resistance. Those who dared to resist found themselves crushed like insects before the iron tide of the Sun and Moon army. The pace of the advance exceeded expectations. Within mere months, the banners of the Sun and Moon Kingdom flew across the last remnants of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Thus, the once mighty Blazing Sun Kingdom, which had stood against the kingdom of Sun and Moon for 3 centuries in the south, became a mere chapter of history. Its entire territory was formally incorporated into the realm of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. The silver-gray flag of the Sun and Moon billowed in the wind, illuminating this land. Once scarred, now finally graced with unity and order, a new, more powerful kingdom rose in the southern continent. Chapter 140. The second family in the dim depths of the 7th layer, in the Spiderweb City, at the Rose Temple, the matriarch of the 5th family, Kira Nightshadow, stood before the shadowy altar, her pale fingertips gliding over a suspended crystal orb. Within the sphere reflected the lush forests of the Emerald River Valley and the flowing moonlit sacred well, alongside the bustling ports and myriad merchant ships of the Azure Wave Federation. Her gray-purple eyes burned with a cold flame. The time has come. Her voice slithered like a serpent over rocks. The will of the goddess of roses must not be defied. Let the ants of the surface wail in fear and despair. She abruptly turned, her staff striking the ground. Viralina Shadowblade. Shadowfawn Clan. A lithe figure emerged, as if merging with the shadows, a female dark elf manifesting silently. Clad in shadow leather armor, her face obscured by a mask of mithril carved with spider motifs, only her sharp, knife-like eyes glinted with a cold purple light. Kneeling on one knee, the voice resonated like the sound of ice scraping. Mistress, the shadow blade awaits your command. Target, the moonwell of the Emerald Valley. The voice of Mistress Kira carried a bone-chilling intent as the heart-eating spider tore through the elven defenses. The Shadow Stalker team infiltrated to destroy the core of the natural formation. I desire the moonlight stained with elven blood. Valana's fingertips glided over her poisoned dagger. In the name of Rose, the shadow blade shall pierce the heart of the moonwell. Her figure dissipated like smoke. Saviel, the dark tide. The second family. A towering figure emerged slowly from the deepest shadows of the temple, clad in dark scales crafted from deep-sea predator leather. Embedded with pulsating dark red biological organs, an aura of briny sea and heavy bloodlust surrounded him. His face was obscured by the hood's shadow, revealing only a hard jaw and a pair of abyssal vortex-like black eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice echoing like a fathomless ocean trench. Mistress Kira, the Song of the Abyss from the second family is prepared. Target, the coastline of the Azure Federation. Mistress Kira's voice was icy, unleashing the wrath of the abyss. Awaken the tidal behemoths. Let the maritime merchants taste the terror of drowning. Saviel's fingertips coiled with an energy as dark as crude oil. The Azure Federation shall once again experience the fear of being dominated by the deep sea. The tidal behemoths will shred pride, and the tide hunters will harvest the souls of the surviving. His figure melded into the shadows as the command was given. Mistress Kira proclaims, let the surface world feel the fury of the Spider Queen. Emerald Valley, the sacred moonwell. The tranquil moonlit forest was cloaked in ominous portents. The scent of sulfur lingered, and there was an eerie silence among the insects and birds. Marquis Elvin stood beside the well, his oak staff trembling slightly. Master Augustus. The geospatial shadow beacon's fluctuations are intensifying. Master Augustus's staff glimmered with arcane light, his expression grave. The spatial node is highly unstable. Initiate the forest guard. All rangers on high alert. Issue the command. Crack. The ground at the forest's edge collapsed in several places. Abyssal openings spewed forth a dark aura. Hissus. The heart-eating spiders surged forth like a tide. Their shells glimmered with dark purple metallic sheen, their compound eyes blood-red, and their mandibles spewed forth threads of mental pollution. Spiders, cover fire. The elven ranger captain bellowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows shot towards the spider horde. Their hardened shells sparked upon impact. The toxic threads wove into nets, emanating waves of dizziness and fear. The elves' gazes became vacant. Nature's guardian. Elvin raised his staff. A verdant barrier dispelled the pollution. There were too many spiders. Shadow Stalker. The lookout sounded a piercing alarm. Valana, the Shadow Stalker, emerged from the depths like a wraith. Her poison dagger plunged directly into the runic node. She moved like a shadowy serpent, dimming the nodes in her wake. Foul beasts, do not be arrogant. Augustus's hair bristled. He slammed his staff to the ground. Buzz. An arcane beam shot into the sky. It exploded into countless silver threads sweeping towards the assassins. Uft, uft. Two assassins turned to ash. Valana retreated hastily. Runic Mage Core. Deploy the dark shield to cover the forest. Augustus's voice boomed like thunder. A torrent of arcane energy surged into the formation's core, resisting the spiders and the shadow stalkers. A blood battle erupted in the sacred ground, under the moonlight. Augustus stood as a steadfast pillar. Azure Federation, Pearl Harbor. The sails of Pearl Harbor stood like a forest under the noonday sun. The admiral stood on the flagship, surveying the prosperity with satisfaction. Suddenly, whoa! A chilling alarm tore through the clear sky. General, a massive whirlpool offshore. Something is emerging. The lookout cried in terror. The admiral raised his spyglass. 1,000-meter whirlpool churned. A colossal shadow surfaced. Roar! The abyss roared, shattering eardrums. The port fell into a deadly silence, only to erupt into terrified screams. Crash! The tidal behemoth breached the surface. Its upper body resembled a distorted rock giant, covered in dark green scales. Its lower half sported tentacles as thick as warships, adorned with menacing suction cups and bone spines. Its eyeless maw boasted spiraled fangs, exuding a stench of darkness and arcane power. Tidal behemoth, ready for battle. The admiral's face turned pale. Boom, boom, boom. 3 smaller sea monsters burst through the water. Their tentacles stirred up colossal waves crashing against the port. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tide hunters shot forth like arrows. Their streamlined humanoid forms, dark and slick scales, sharp bone claws, and gaping teeth lunged towards the harbor. Fire! The admiral roared. The crossbows roared. Harpoons shot at the sea monsters. Scales splattered with dark green blood. The damage was like mosquito bites. Boom! A tentacle smashed a frigate. Sailors fell into the sea. The tide hunters boarded the port. Bone claws ripped through wood and flesh. Their shrieks disrupted the minds of the people. The once thriving port fell into chaos. The behemoth roared, warships exploded, tide hunters screamed, and the populace cried in a symphony of despair. Royal capital of the day and moon. Hall of Stars. Queen Eleanor's icy gaze was fixed upon the magical sand table. The Emerald Valley glowed red, while Pearl Harbor churned with dark whirlpools. Urgent messages fell like snowflakes. Your Majesty. Urgent report from the Emerald Valley. Heart-eating spiders and shadow stalkers are attacking simultaneously. Master Augustus is valiantly holding the line. Nodes are damaged and require assistance. Your Majesty. The Azure Federation is calling for aid. The tidal behemoths and sea monsters are assaulting. The tide hunters have landed. The navy is heavily damaged. The port is in peril. Eleanor's expression turned frostbitten. A dual-line battle at Spiderweb City, meticulously premeditated. Dispatch orders. Clear and decisive. First, deploy 5,000 from the Southern Garrison Mobile Force. Vice General Carl will lead, carrying mental protection scrolls and demon-slaying arrows. Provide fire support to the Emerald Valley. Guard the Moonwell. Protect the nodes. Second, Admiral Soren. Assemble the Sea Monster Slayer fleet from Goldspike Harbor, carrying shock bombs and demon-slaying harpoons. Full speed to Pearl Harbor. Annihilate the sea monsters. Destroy the tide hunters. Save the port. Third, the deputy leader of the Runic Mage Corps shall take the lead. Long-range elven guardians to disrupt the external space of the Azure Federation. Cut off reinforcements. Fourth, nationwide level 1 combat readiness. Border fortresses, ports, and magical nodes. Prevent Spiderweb City from exploiting the chaos. Orders issued like arrows released from the bowstring. The kingdom's war machine thunderously roared to life. Before Eleanor's independent sand table, her icy gaze swept over the flames of the Emerald Valley and the raging tides of the Azure Federation. Chapter 141, The Fierce Battle. In the Emerald Valley. At the Sacred Moonwell, the blood battle raged on. The purple tide of the heart-eating spiders continued to assault the verdant barrier. Each impact sending violent ripples through the Forest Guardian formation. The mental pollution woven by the toxic threads gnawed at the will of the Elven Rangers, their movements growing sluggish. Their gazes occasionally vacant. In the sky, Valana the Shadow Strike moved like a phantom serpent, leading her team through the shadows. Each flash of movement was accompanied by the glint of poisoned daggers, precisely targeting the rune nodes of the Great Formation. Master Augustus's hair stood on end as the gem atop his staff erupted with blinding arcane brilliance. A torrent of energy surged into the core of the formation, forcibly mending the damaged nodes, while he chanted ancient protective incantations, beads of sweat trickling from his brow. Hold firm, for the Well of the Moon, for the Emerald Valley. The voice of Marquis Elvin was hoarse. He swung his oak staff, conjuring thorny vines of verdant energy that ensnared the advancing magic spiders. But more of the creatures surged forth over the bodies of their fallen kin. The Elven Rangers unleashed a rain of arrows, yet struggled to halt the relentless tide of purple creatures. Boom! A critical secondary node shattered under the concentrated assault of the Shadow Strike assassins. The formation's barrier dimmed suddenly. Toxic mist of mental corruption invaded instantaneously. Several Elven Rangers screamed in despair, their eyes bloodshot, turning their bows against their comrades. The node was destroyed. The barrier faltered. Master Augustus grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, desperately stabilizing his staff, yet the pressure to maintain the formation intensified. At this critical juncture, the resounding sound of a horn pierced through the chaos of battle in the forest. From the direction of the valley entrance, billowing clouds of dust appeared. A silver-gray banner of the Sun and Moon Kingdom waved in the wind. Reinforcements for the Emerald Valley. The thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. Duke Karl's lieutenant, clad in formidable rock-solid armor and wielding a flaming rune-imbued sword, led the charge. Behind him, 5,000 elite soldiers of the Southern Guard advanced like a torrent of steel, crashing into the battlefield's flank with precise cadence. Mental protection. Activate. The lieutenant bellowed. Buzz. Thousands of pale golden rune scrolls ignited simultaneously. A soft yet resilient light spread forth, akin to warm sunlight dispersing the gloom. The mental corruption enveloping the Elven Rangers dissipated like melting snow. Clarity returned to the warrior's eyes. Demon-slaying arrows. Target. The joints of the magic spiders. Saturate the attack. The lieutenant pointed his sword forward. Whoosh. Specially crafted arrows, their tips entwined with demon-slaying runes, soared towards the swarm of magic spiders like a swarm of locusts. Thud. Thud. Crack. The hardened shells crumbled beneath the power of the runes. As arrows found their mark in the joints, the magic spiders fell in droves, emitting chilling cries. The onslaught of the purple tide momentarily faltered. Excellent. Master Augustus felt a surge of spirit. With the pressure alleviated, the radiance of his staff intensified. Marquis Elven. Stabilize the formation. Counterattack. Elven Rangers. Target. Shadow Strike Assassins. Free fire. The icy blue eyes of Marquis Elven gleamed with fierce resolve. With a breath of relief and support, the Elven Rangers unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Their arrows flew towards the flickering shadows with uncanny precision. Several Shadow Strike Assassins were caught off guard, pierced by the arrows, and fell shrieking from the shadows. Valana narrowly evaded a poisoned arrow aimed at her throat, her gaze cold beneath her mask. She surveyed the silver-gray banner and the advancing armored forces. Realizing the opportune moment for the ambush had slipped away, with a sharp whistle, she melded into the deeper shadows, and the remaining assassins swiftly retreated, vanishing into the forest. Hold the line. Eliminate the remaining magic spiders. Repair the nodes. The lieutenant commanded calmly. The sun and moon armored infantry formed a shield wall, steadily advancing to encircle and eliminate the remaining magic spiders. Meanwhile, the Elven Rangers commenced rapid repairs on the damaged rune nodes. The crisis in the Emerald Valley was temporarily averted. Yet the sulphurous stench in the air and the faint tremors from the depths foretold that the threat of the Dark Elves was far from over. In the Azure Wave Federation, Pearl Harbor was transformed into a hellscape. The colossal tidal beast rampaged within the harbor. Each swing of its massive tentacles shattered warships and collapsed buildings. Dark green blood mixed with seawater, emanating a putrid stench. 3 smaller sea witches circled the giant, generating towering waves that battered the remaining defenses. Even more terrifying were the tide hunters. They moved like black whirlwinds, leaping across the docks, decks, and even rooftops. Their razor-sharp claws effortlessly tore through wood and flesh, their shrieks unsettling the mind, leaving devastation and crimson pools in their wake. The navy of the Azure Wave Federation fought valiantly, yet suffered heavy losses. The flagship, Azure Wave, was struck by a tentacle, causing the vessel to list dangerously. The admiral, drenched in blood, continued to roar commands from the bridge, but despair was creeping in. General, the eastern dock has fallen. There are too many tide hunters. The southern warehouse district is ablaze. The sea witches are assaulting the breakwater. Our harpoons inflict too little damage upon them. The admiral surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him, eyes filled with bloodshot fury and sorrow. Was Pearl Harbor truly destined to fall? At that moment, the resounding, powerful call of a conch shell pierced through the roars of the beast and the explosions, echoing from the open sea. What is that? The lookout's voice trembled with incredulous joy. It's the Sun and Moon banner. It is the fleet of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. On the horizon, a massive fleet cleaved through the waves, racing at full speed. The leading warships were uniquely designed, their bows resembling the fearsome heads of beasts rather than sharp rams. Their hulls were clad in heavy rune armor, with silver-gray banners of the Sun and Moon fluttering from the masts. They were the specially crafted vessels of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, designed to combat sea witches. Flanking the fleet were dozens of slender, swift assault ships. Admiral Soren, draped in a deep blue naval cloak, stood resolute on the bridge of the flagship, Storm's Fury, his gaze sharp as a hawk, locking onto the chaotic battle within the harbor. Target, the tidal beast and the swarm of sea witches. Prepare the shockwave bombs. Load the demon-slaying harpoons. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating throughout the fleet. Assault the fleet. Target, landing on the tide hunter. Engage. Divide. Cover the retreat of our allies. Yes, General. The thunderous response echoed across the sea. The colossal cannon at the prow of the Sea Demon Slayer battleship gradually adjusted its angle, the muzzle igniting with blinding arcane brilliance. Fire. Boom. 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 Several specially designed bombs, entwined with frenzied shock runes, trailed long tails of flame as they accurately struck the immense body of the tidal behemoth. Bang. Bang. Boom. The violent explosions did not primarily penetrate, but unleashed terrifying shockwaves. Chapter 142. The northern returned. The tidal behemoth's hardened scales were hammered down by the shockwaves. It let out an agonizing roar, its massive form swaying violently, the movements of its tentacles clearly sluggish. Dark green blood oozed from the gaps in its scales. Demon-slaying harpoons. Fire at will. Soren commanded once more. Thud. 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 Thick, rune-etched steel harpoons shot forth like lightning towards the behemoth and the surrounding sea demons. Splat. 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 This time, The harpoons easily pierced through the scales, embedding deeply into flesh, especially upon the behemoth, where 7 or 8 enormous harpoons were instantly lodged. The sea demons emitted painful shrieks. Meanwhile, the assault fleet surged forward. Soren's flag waved down. Dozens of swift assault ships darted into the harbor like arrows released from a bow. The soldiers of the Sun and Moon Navy aboard were well equipped, wielding specially crafted harpoon guns with barbs and demon-slaying runes, as well as long-handled battle axes. Cast the nets. Trap those tide hunters. Kill. The resilient rune nets descended upon the leaping tide hunters. Although they could not completely ensnare them, they significantly hampered their speed and agility. The soldiers of the Sun and Moon Navy fearlessly leaped onto the docks and the remaining Azure Wave warships, engaging in close combat with the tide hunters. The axes cleaved against the scales, sparks flying. A brutal melee erupted instantaneously. The Navy of the Azure Wave Federation, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt their morale surge. Reinforcements have arrived. The fleet of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. Brothers, counterattack. Coordinate with our allies. Annihilate these monsters. The remaining warships reorganized their firepower, synchronizing their assault with the Sun and Moon fleet. The tide of battle began to turn in the harbor, in the capital of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. The Star Chamber Queen Eleanor's icy blue eyes fixated on the magical sand table. On the table, the red light representing the Emerald Valley still flickered, but it no longer expanded dramatically, as a silver stream of light representing reinforcements steadily infused it. The black whirlpool, denoting the Azure Wave Federation's Pearl Harbor, churned violently. Yet a more powerful blue stream of light, the Sun and Moon fleet, fiercely pierced into the center of the whirlpool, dispelling the darkness. Urgent magical communications rang out once more. Your Majesty the Queen. Report from the Emerald Valley. Vice Admiral Carl's reinforcements have arrived. The mental protection scrolls are in effect, and the demon-slaying arrows have severely wounded the spider swarm. The Shadow Stalker assassins have been repelled. Master Augustus and Marquis Elvin are organizing a counteroffensive. The core of the formation is stable. Your Majesty. Report from the Azure Wave Federation's Pearl Harbor. General Soren's fleet has arrived. The shock bombs and demon-slaying harpoons have inflicted heavy casualties on the sea demons. The assault fleet is fiercely battling the tide hunters. The morale of the Azure Wave Navy is being revitalized. The battle remains tense, but a foothold has been secured. Queen Eleanor's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Yet her icy blue gaze remained sharp as a blade. She understood that this was merely a temporary halt to the offensive from Spiderweb City. Communicate with Master Augustus and General Soren. Her voice was clear and resolute. We must fortify our defenses and eliminate the remaining enemies. Be vigilant against a second assault from the Dark Elves or reinforcements from the Sea Demons. Rune Mage Corps. Continuously monitor the energy fluctuations on both battlefields, especially in the ley lines and deep sea. Announced nationwide. Maintain a state of Level 1 combat readiness. All intelligence networks, intensify reconnaissance on the subsequent movements of Spiderweb City. Within the city of Golden Sun, the silver-gray flag of the Sun and Moon Kingdom billowed proudly atop the last bastion of the Kingdom of the Radiant Sun. Lin stood upon the ruins of this once unassailable palace, with the shattered remnants of the Radiant Sun thrown beneath his feet. His gaze extending beyond the ravaged southern territories towards the distant northern lands, where deadly fangs lay hidden in the shadows. System prompt. Completely annex the Radiant Sun Kingdom. Completing the grand endeavor of restoring the homeland. Gain prestige. 2,000,000 points. Current total prestige. 2,000,000 points. The system's notification resonated in Lin's mind, yet the immense influx of prestige did not cause a flicker of change in his expression. His silver-gray eyes remained as tranquil as a deep pool, as if this astonishing achievement was merely a natural step in his journey. Carl. Lin's voice echoed in the empty remnants of the hall, imbued with undeniable resolve. Present. Duke Carl of the Rock stepped forth with a thunderous sound, his bone axe striking the ground, scattering fragments of stone. I command you to oversee the entirety of the former Radiant Sun Kingdom. Lin's silver-gray gaze fixed upon this loyal warrior. Leave behind 60,000 of the Rock Shield's main forces, along with the Earthquake Rune Engineering Corps and the newly reorganized Furnace Guard, the elite of the former rebel forces, to secure the city of Golden Sun. Eliminate the remaining enemies, pacify the displaced populace, restore order, and fortify our defenses. Be ever watchful against any remnants of the Radiant Sun retaliating or disturbances from beneath. He paused, his voice turning stern. This is the new soil of the kingdom, its foundation yet unsteady. I demand this place be as secure as a fortress. Should there be any oversight, you will be held accountable." Carl knelt heavily on one knee, his bone axe firmly embedded in the ground. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I am here, the southern border is secure. I shall guard this southern gateway for you. Not a single rat shall emerge to cause trouble. Arthur, Hivis, Orlando." Lin's gaze swept over the three present. Prince Arthur, clad in radiant silver armor, bore an ardent gaze. "We stand ready." Aegon Hivis placed his hand over his heart and bowed deeply, his eyes aflame with loyalty and a thirst for renewal following his submission. "The old minister awaits your command." Master Orlando's staff paused momentarily, arcane brilliance swirling around him. "We shall set forth immediately, returning to the royal capital." Lin's voice was resolute. "Target, Spiderweb City. This fiend must be eradicated. The kingdom shall know no peace until it is done." "Understood, command." The three answered in unison, their spirits high. The road to return. Beneath the surface, the returning troop was streamlined and swift. Lin En personally led an elite force of 10,000 Sun and Moon Imperial Guards as the vanguard, while Arthur commanded the main force of the Holy Radiance Knights to protect the central army. Master Orlando's rune mages accompanied them, providing arcane support and long-range communication. Meanwhile, Zivis led a special operations team composed of core members from the original rebel forces, tasked with gathering intelligence, liaising with locals, and potentially pacifying civilians. His profound understanding of the plight of the oppressed and his powerful oratory became invaluable assets at this moment. Along the way, news of the Southern Furnace's submission and the fall of the Sun Kingdom spread like wildfire. Towns and villages, weary from the ravages of war, spontaneously knelt by the roadside as the Sun and Moon banners passed, their eyes reflecting both reverence and a deep yearning for peace. Zivis's figure emerged among the crowd, his words no longer igniting the fires of rebellion, but sowing the seeds of hope for rebuilding their homeland. "His Majesty has granted us land and peace. Under the sun and moon, there shall be no more harsh tyranny. Take up the plow, not the sword. For our children, cultivate the future." Yet beneath the calm, shadows writhed. "Your Majesty, urgent news from the Emerald Valley." Hawk's figure appeared at Lin En's side like a wraith, his voice low. "Master Augustus has conveyed. The activities of the underground Shadowfang in the southern realm have intensified. Several newly uncovered secret passages have been found, leading directly to the core of the Moonwell. The Master is leading the southern garrison and elven rangers in a full-scale purge, but the enemy seems to be stalling, awaiting reinforcements." Lin En's silver-gray eyes glinted with cold light. "Reinforcements? Humph. Their reinforcements shall serve as a welcoming ceremony for this king's return. Order Augustus to hold the Moonwell node and wear them down. I shall personally confront their main force." In the dim recesses of the seventh layer, the Web City, the mistress of Nightshade, Kira, stood before the dark altar, her crystal ball reflecting the billowing dust of the returning Sun and Moon army, as well as the fierce arcane flashes of battle in the Emerald Valley's depths. A cruel smile curved her grayish-purple lips. "Lin En Costa, you have finally returned. Alas, it is too late. The shadow beacon of the moon well is nearly complete." She turned abruptly. "Valana, Shadowstalker." From the shadows, a silver-masked female assassin emerged silently. "Mistress, you lead the charge. Dispatch the elite Shadow Blades. Target the core of the Moon Well in the Emerald Valley. Activate the beacon at all costs before the Sun and Moon King arrives. Offer the elven sacred blood as a tribute to the Goddess of Roses. As you command." Valana's figure melded into the darkness. "Savile Dark Tide." Kira's voice carried a chilling undertone of destruction. "Your Tide Hunters must move. Target the returning Sun and Moon army's path. The Black Pine Pass. I want Lin En Costa to witness his elites turn to dust amidst the abyssal whales." "As you wish," came Savile's voice, echoing like the murmur of deep trenches. Chapter 143. Embrace of Oblivion, the Black Pine Pass. A death trap. Lin En's army reached a perilous point known as the Black Pine Pass. Steep cliffs, perpetually covered in unmelted snow, flanked either side, leaving only a narrow passage in between. The cold wind howled, whipping up snowflakes and reducing visibility to near nothingness. "Stop!" Lin En raised his hand sharply. His silver-gray eyes scanned the lifeless cliffs, an invisible sense of danger pricking at him. "Your Majesty?" Arthur rode forward. "It is too quiet." Master Orlando's staff glimmered with swirling gems, his brow furrowed. "There is a disturbance in the air and the scent of the sea." Before he could finish, a piercing hiss erupted. The unbearable, high-pitched shriek pierced the eardrums of all present like countless steel needles. From the shadows of the cliffs, a multitude of Tide Hunters, covered in slick, dark scales, leapt forth like phantoms. They dashed along the rock walls, moving with lightning speed, their gaping maws spewing corrosive mists. Sharp bone claws lunging at the marching troops. Enemy attack. Tidehunters. Form a defensive line. Arthur reacted swiftly, the holy flame sword bursting forth in brilliant radiance. Holy Radiance Knights. Holy Light Barrier. He bellowed, and a blazing shield of holy light sprang forth, blocking the initial wave of poisonous mist and bone claws. Longbow Brigade. Demonic arrows. Covering fire. Zivis's voice, tempered by the battlefield, commanded the ranged troops accompanying them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The specially crafted demonic arrows flew towards the shadows on the cliffs, but the tide hunters moved with uncanny speed, most arrows missing their mark. Orlando. Disperse the poison mist. Suppress their movement. Lin En's voice remained calm and unperturbed. The old minister understands. Hurricane spell. Dispelling dark light. Orlando raised his staff high. A violent whirlwind swirling up the snow, dispersing the poison mist. Simultaneously, a pure arcane barrier spread out, interfering with the tide hunters' movements, making their forms flicker in and out of visibility, slowing them down. The battle erupted instantaneously. The holy flames of the Radiance Knights clashed with the claws of the tide hunters, sparks flying. The arrows of the longbowmen intertwined with the shrieks of the tide hunters. The narrow pass transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Lin En sat resolutely on his steed, his gaze icy. He did not engage immediately, but surveyed the chaotic battlefield with his silver-gray eyes, as if searching for something. Savile, Dark Tide, what are you waiting for? He murmured to himself. As if in response to his words, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground ahead of the pass suddenly collapsed. A massive whirlpool, swirling with murky seawater, appeared out of thin air. From the center of the whirlpool, a slightly smaller but still fearsome tidal behemoth burst forth. It emitted a deafening roar, its powerful tentacles swinging with tremendous force, aimed squarely at the front lines of the Sun and Moon Army, the Holy Radiance Knights. Watch out! Zivis exclaimed in alarm. Though newly allied, he understood well the esteemed status of Prince Arthur, who was a core force within the army. Arthur's pupils constricted, the holy flame sword's light swelling as he prepared to endure this deadly strike. In that critical moment, Lin En finally moved. He did not strike immediately, but plunged his consciousness into the system panel. System notification. Detected high-threat target. Tidal behemoth, variant of abyssal sea witch. Seville Dark Tide, second family leader. Recommendation. Exchange for the embrace of annihilation, Starfall Bow. Exchange cost. 1,000,000 reputation points. Confirm exchange. Confirm. Lin silently affirmed in his heart. Reputation consumed. 1,000,000 points. Acquired. Embrace of Annihilation, Starfall Bow. Attributes. Utilizes the primordial power of stars as the bowstring. Requiring no physical arrows. Condenses a highly compressed sphere of annihilative energy. Can bypass most physical defenses and energy shields. Causes total annihilation at the material level. Power increases with the infusion of stellar energy. Current reputation, 1,000,000 points. In an instant, Lin's right hand grasped the air. A surge of immense and profound power, seemingly emanating from the depths of the universe, gathered in his palm, solidifying. The space subtly distorted, as if light were being devoured. A longbow, entirely black and of ancient design, yet radiating a chilling aura of annihilation, materialized before him. The bow was entwined with flowing starlight, and the bowstring was composed of pure, compressed stellar energy, vibrating gently and emitting a low hum, as if capable of tearing through space. Lin softly uttered its name. The embrace of annihilation, his silver-gray eyes locking onto the roaring tidal behemoth in the presence of Seville Dark Tide, lurking deep within the vortex, orchestrating everything. He slowly drew back the empty bowstring. Upon the bowstring, a point of pure, light-devouring blackness rapidly coalesced. This was not an arrow, but a highly compressed embodiment of the annihilation power of stars. As the bowstring was drawn, the primordial stellar energy within Lin surged forth like a torrent. The point of light expanded swiftly, radiating a soul-chilling aura of annihilation. The surrounding snow and wind, toxic mists, and even sounds seemed to be consumed by that point of light, forming an eerily silent zone. Whoosh! The black sphere of light departed the bowstring soundlessly. There was no shattering of air, no energy fluctuations, only an absolute silence and the essence of annihilation. Where it passed, the space subtly warped, lights dimmed, winds and snows parted, and toxic mists dissipated. The black sphere precisely entered the gaping maw of the tidal behemoth, lined with spiraled fangs. Thud! There was no explosion, no scream, The massive body of the beast abruptly stiffened, its furious roar cut off. From its enormous mouth, flesh, bone, and scales vanished as if erased by an invisible eraser, swiftly annihilating into nothingness. Even its thrashing tentacles turned to ash in an instant. It was as if it had never existed. Only a smooth-edged, massive void remained, as if space itself had been cleaved, accompanied by the lingering, nauseating scent of charred flesh and brine. The black sphere continued its relentless trajectory, plunging into the murky center of the vortex. No! From the depths of the whirlpool, Seville Dark Tide emitted a shriek of sheer terror and agony. The annihilation energy precisely located his core, and the dark protective energy that enveloped him was pierced through like parchment, disintegrating. His figure was forced into visibility from the shadows, his face filled with incredulity and horror. He attempted to summon the powers of the abyss to resist, but the annihilation sphere, like a black hole, relentlessly consumed the energy he released along with his very being, disassembling and annihilating it. His body crumbled like sandcastles, dissipating, along with his screams, completely erased. The vortex collapsed in an instant, the foul seawater crashing down as if losing its support, forming a vast puddle on the ground. One strike, merely one strike, the embrace of annihilation, exchanged for 1,000,000 reputation points, in Lin's hands, instantly obliterated both the tidal behemoth and the second family leader, Seville Dark Tide, their essence and form extinguished. This terrifying and bizarre spectacle rendered all remaining tide hunters motionless, their crimson eyes revealing a primal, bone-deep fear for the first time. Orlando, Arthur, Civis, clean up. Lin stowed away the embrace of annihilation, the longbow dissipating into specks of starlight within his palm, his voice remaining calm, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Arcane Torrent. Release. Under Master Orlando's guidance, a torrent of arcane energy surged forth. Radiant Knights. Charge. Arthur's holy flame broken sword pointed straight ahead. Forge Guardians. Oil barrels. Furrow. Civis roared. Without their leader and the behemoth, the tide hunters, engulfed in shock and terror, were swiftly overwhelmed by the counterattack of the sun and moon army. Holy flames. Arcane blasts. And exploding oil transformed them into charred remnants within the narrow pass. The wind and snow persisted, yet the battle had come to an end. A meticulously orchestrated ambush crumbled entirely under Lin's strike with the embrace of annihilation, exchanged for 1,000,000 reputation points, and the flawless coordination of his troops. Lin's gaze turned toward the direction of the Emerald Valley, where, within the depths of his silver-gray eyes, it appeared as though cold stars were ablaze. Accelerate. Target Emerald Valley. Moonwell. In this battle, this king shall obliterate the spider's nest. To eradicate future threats, the iron torrent surged over the remnants of the ambushers, brimming with unmatched murderous intent, rushing toward the ultimate shadow of darkness. The doom of Spiderweb City had already arrived. Chapter 144. Annihilation of the enemy. Lin retracted the embrace of annihilation, the star artifact gained from 1,000,000 reputation points dissolving into specks of starlight within his palm. His silver-gray eyes did not linger even for a second on the obliterated behemoth and family leader, instead directing their focus toward the distant Emerald Valley. There, the flashes of arcane energy and waves of dark energy, though far apart, could still be faintly sensed, indicating that the battle had reached a critical juncture. All troops accelerate. Lin's voice was cold and urgent, leaving no room for doubt. The Emerald Valley urgently needed support. The iron torrent surged forth once more, racing at full speed over the remnants of the narrow pass, hurtling toward the Moonwell. However, Lin was acutely aware that even with the entire army advancing at full speed, it would still take time to reach the battlefield, and Master Augustus and Marquis Elvin could hardly endure much longer. During the march, Lin's consciousness once again delved into the system panel. The remaining 1,000,000 prestige points, which he had yet to utilize even after vanquishing formidable foes, now shimmered enticingly. System notification. Current prestige, 1,000,000 points. Mass summoning available. Recommended strategy, specialized troops for combat in shadowy regions. Now is the moment. Lin silently resolved, without a shred of hesitation, to expend all of his prestige. Summon. Target, Emerald Valley, Moonwell Battlefield. Arriving immediately. Confirming prestige consumption, 1,000,000 points. Summoning. Underground Suppressors Heavy Infantry X3,000. Clad in super heavy mountain runic armor. Wielding tower shields and rock-breaking warhammers. Specifically designed for tunnel and confined space combat. Shadow Hunters Cavalry X2,000. Dressed in silent stealth leather armor. equipped with demon-slaying crossbows and poison daggers, skilled in reconnaissance and the extermination of dark elf scouts and mages. Radiant Envoy Priesthood X1000. Masters of large-scale dispelling of darkness, protecting against evil, and healing wounds, exhibiting tremendous resistance against dark creatures and undead. Runic Saboteurs Engineers X2000. Armed with ground-shaking runic drills, lava cutters, and other specialized tools. Experts in dismantling dark elf fortifications and sealing underground passages. Celestial Guiders Mages X2000. Proficient in illumination spells, detecting invisibility and spatial anchoring, effectively countering the stealth and teleportation spells of dark elves. Total 10,000 troops. Summoning location Emerald Valley. Core area of the Moonwell. Emerald Valley, Moonwell, a life and death struggle. The sanctum of the Moonwell had nearly turned into a scorched wasteland. The verdant trees were withered by the corrosive acid of the heart-eating spider, and exquisite elven architecture crumbled under arcane bombardments. Master Augustus, with disheveled hair and tattered robes, blood trickling from his lips, nonetheless clung desperately to the crumbling core of the Lin En Guardian array. Marquis Elvin's oak staff glimmered dimly, his body marred by grievous wounds. Yet he continued to command the Elven Rangers in a final stand. Valana Shadowstalker moved like a wraith, her form flickering into shadows, with each emergence. A runic node extinguished, a Elven Ranger or human soldier fell silently. The tide of heart-eating spiders seemed endless, relentlessly battering the faltering defenses. Master, the eastern node has completely fallen. My lord, our arrows are nearly depleted. The arcane energy is almost exhausted. The array cannot hold much longer. Despair spread among the defenders. Valana's lips curled into a cold smirk beneath her mask as she raised her poisoned dagger, pointing towards the flickering core of the Moonwell, shadow blades. The final strike. For the goddess rose. Tear it apart. In that critical moment, Virum, the entire sky of Emerald Valley was suddenly illuminated by an extraordinarily resplendent silver light. As if a silver sun had burst forth at low altitude. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it instantaneously dispelled all shadows, illuminating every corner as if it were midday. Countless thick silver beams, akin to divine swords of retribution, tore through the heavens, precisely striking the battlefield's critical nodes. As the beams dissipated, they were replaced by well-equipped, bloodthirsty reinforcements, their banners fluttering boldly. At the forefront, 3,000 underground suppressors heavy infantry appeared as an impenetrable iron wall, their tower shields crashing heavily together, forming an unassailable metal barrier that forcefully repelled the surging tide of spiders. Their rock-breaking warhammers swung, shattering the arachnid shells and sending ichor flying. 2,000 Shadow Huntress cavalry emerged like phantoms merging with the light, silently materializing at the battlefield's flanks and rear. Their demon-slaying crossbows precisely targeting the assassins' guiding spells or dismantling nodes, while their poison daggers sought the throats of isolated dark elves. 1,000 Radiant Envoy priests simultaneously raised their holy insignias, and a vast, comforting wave of divine energy surged forth, dispelling darkness. The oppressive miasma of evil and poison melted away like snow, protecting against evil. A faint golden aura enveloped the defenders, significantly diminishing the corrosive effects of dark magic. Healing wounds. Injured warriors began to mend, struggling to rise once more. As the 2,000 Runic Saboteurs Engineers charged forth, they immediately lunged for the entrances of the underground passages opened by the Dark Elves, their drills roaring and lava cutters spewing intense flames, swiftly and effectively destroying and sealing the enemy's retreat and reinforcement routes. 2,000 Celestial Guiders Mages waved their staffs, unleashing numerous massive illumination spells that soared into the sky, completely stripping the Dark Elves of their most relied-upon shadowy cover. Detecting invisibility. Those attempting to stealthily strike were utterly exposed. Spatial anchoring. Dark Elf mages seeking to teleport away or summon reinforcements were horrified to find their spatial pathways locked. My God, it is His Majesty the King's army. Reinforcements have arrived from His Majesty. With the sun and moon shining together, the kingdom shall flourish forever. The beleaguered defenders erupted into thunderous cheers, their morale skyrocketing to its zenith. The once crumbling defenses transformed instantaneously into an unyielding fortress. Master Augustus felt the pressure lighten as he beheld the elite legion that had suddenly appeared, equipped uniquely and working in flawless coordination, precisely countering all the tactical strengths of the Dark Elves, an expression of disbelief igniting in his eyes. His Majesty was able to arrive with such precision. Without time for further thought, he seized the opportunity. Runic Mage Core. Coordinate with our allies. Arcane Torrent. Covering Strike. Marquis Elven's Spirit Sword. His oak staff glowing with vibrant green once more. Elven Rangers. Counterattack. For Emerald Valley. For His Majesty. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The wave of spiders suffered tremendous losses under the heavy infantry's iron wall and the warhammer's relentless strikes, their formation collapsing. In the realm of shadows, the shadow assassins were rendered powerless beneath the illumination and detection spells, falling victim to the precise strikes of the shadow hunters and the elven sharpshooters. The dark elf spells suffered a significant reduction in potency amidst the disruption of darkness and divine energy, only to be repelled by the combined torrent of arcane and divine forces. Valana, the shadow assassin, looked on in horror at the unfolding scene. Her meticulously crafted ambush plan, along with her elite Shadow Blade family, was rendered utterly feeble before an army that seemed to have descended from the heavens, specifically designed to counter them. She attempted to organize a retreat, only to discover that her escape route had been sealed off by the highly efficient engineers. The space was locked down, and teleportation proved futile. No. A cry of despair escaped her lips as she brandished her dagger in a desperate struggle, but she was swiftly pinpointed by the enchanted bolts of the shadow hunters, while a high-ranking priest of the luminary cast a binding spell upon her. Upon the arrival of Lin's main forces at the Emerald Valley, they beheld a battlefield nearing its conclusion. The remaining dark elves and monstrous spiders were being swiftly eradicated, and although the light of the moonwell flickered, it had stabilized. No longer at risk of extinguishment, Master Augustus and Marquis Elven approached with palpable excitement. Your Majesty, this reinforcement. Augustus's voice trembled with astonishment. Lin raised a hand to silence his inquiry, surveying the battlefield until his gaze landed upon Valana, ensnared by divine shackles, her mask shattered, revealing a pale, furious visage. Clear the battlefield, fortify our defenses, and restore the moon well, Lin commanded, his voice devoid of emotion, as if the presence of 1,000,000 celestial soldiers was merely routine. Excellent work, Master Augustus and Marquis Elven. His eyes shifted toward the entrance of the underground passage, firmly sealed by the engineers, his silver-gray irises reflecting a chilling intent. Next, we shall pay a visit to the Web City. All forces, rest for 1 hour. Afterward, we will strike decisively. Chapter 145. The frantic Kira in the 7th layer of the Shadow Realm. Within the Web City, the shadow pool deep within the temple churned violently, its murky waters reflecting the despairing scene of the Emerald Valley's Moonwell battlefield. Silvery beams of light tore through the darkness like divine judgment. Heavily armored infantry crushed the tide of monstrous spiders, and the precise enchanted bolts eliminated the finest shadow assassins. The sacred radiance ruthlessly dispelled centuries of nurtured darkness, culminating in the last image of Valana, her pale and furious face trapped by the divine shackles. No, Kira Night Shadow, matriarch of the 5th family, emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her gaunt fingers clawing at the altar's edge, her grayish-purple eyes nearly splitting from utter shock and fury. Valana, my shadow blade, my weapon. She could neither comprehend nor accept the situation. The plan for the Emerald Valley had been flawless. Valana led the most elite forces of the Shadow Blade family, complemented by the endless heart-eating spiders, and supported by the deadly ambush of the Savor Dark Tide at the Narrow Pass. It was supposed to be a foregone conclusion, sufficient to destroy the Moonwell before the arrival of the King of the Sun and Moon, offering the most bountiful sacrifice to the goddess Rose. But what had transpired? That army, an army that seemed to have materialized from thin air, equipped with astonishing prowess and a highly targeted strategy. Where did they come from? How could they appear so precisely at the most critical juncture? Why were they able to counter every tactic of the Shadow Blade family so flawlessly? The illumination spells stripped away shadows, detection rendered stealth a farce, and the sacred energy purified the taint of darkness. Those heavily armored warriors and warhammers utterly crushed the sea of spiders, and Savor, the leader of the 2nd family, who commanded the tidal behemoths. He and his tide hunters were supposed to shred the main forces of the King of the Sun and Moon at the Black Pine Forest Pass. Why had all communication been severed? Why had all visions of him in the shadow pool devolved into a chaotic silence? Was he also matriarch? A bloodied, armor-shattered shadow assassin stumbled into the temple, collapsing to the ground, his voice rife with terror and despair. It's over. We are utterly defeated in the Emerald Valley. Matriarch Valana has been captured. Lord Savor, his presence has completely vanished. That army, that silver-white army. The assassin trembled as he spoke. They descended like gods from the light. Our stealth is ineffective. Our toxic mists are useless. Our spiders crumble before them like paper. They seem to know everything about us, waiting specifically for our arrival. Kira's body trembled violently, not from rage, but from a profound chill she had not experienced in centuries. Lin En possessed not only that unfathomable, terrifying power capable of instantaneously obliterating tidal behemoths, but his army. The war machine under his command could also divine soldiers from the heavens. Yet again, divine soldiers. This time, their scale was grander, their appearance more bizarre, their targeting more precise. It transcended her understanding of warfare, magic, and even divine arts. This was not mere strategy. It was as if fate itself was conspiring against the Web City, as if the very laws of the world were serving that man. Relay orders. Kira's voice, distorted by fear, rang out. Seal all pathways to the surface. Activate the highest level Spider Queen's Kiss barrier. All families, withdraw to the core city. Abandon all outer strongholds. Matriarch. A nearby priest gasped in shock. That would jeopardize our centuries of efforts. Silence. Kira screamed. Do you wish for those elusive soldiers to appear directly in the temple square? Do you want Lin En's sword pointed straight at my throne? Execute the orders. Now. For the first time, the entire Web City, a dark realm woven with conspiracies and traps for countless ages, was plunged into an unprecedented state of panic and chaos due to a threat emerging from the surface. The Dark Elves, in a state of panic, hurriedly sealed heavy runic stone doors and activated malevolent magical traps, striving to completely isolate their frigid lair from the outside world. The once elegant, yet cruel nobles now bore faces etched with uncertainty and profound fear. The name Lin En, along with his celestial weaponry that could descend at any moment, had become an inescapable nightmare hanging over the city of webs. In the Emerald Valley, by the moon well, Lin gazed impassively at the pale and furious figure of Valana Shadowstalker, who was tightly bound by sacred shackles, stripped of all her former pride and indifference. Master Orlando was conducting preliminary magical confinement and mental probing, attempting to pry secrets from her lips regarding the internal structure and defenses of the city of webs. Your Majesty. Master Augustus approached Lin, his aged face still reflecting shock and bewilderment. The old minister struggled to comprehend the situation. The timing, manner, and tactical equipment of that army seemed tailor-made to counter this dark elf assault. How did your Majesty foresee and orchestrate such precise arrangements? It borders on the miraculous. Lin's gaze swept over the newly arrived legion, efficiently cleansing the battlefield, his silver-gray eyes betraying no emotion. Master Augustus. His voice remained calm and unruffled. What you witness is the true power of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. I never engage in battles unprepared. He offered no further explanation. As the might of the system and the currency of reputation were secrets he alone possessed, the absolute foundation of his dominion. At that moment, Master Orlando concluded his initial interrogation and approached with a grave expression. Your Majesty, Valana's mental defenses are exceedingly robust, fortified by a powerful dark pact. A forceful breach could lead to her self-annihilation. However, I did manage to extract some fragmented information. The city of webs has been alerted, retracting its defenses and activating a formidable barrier known as the Spider Queen's Kiss. They appear thoroughly intimidated by your Majesty's celestial weaponry. Intimidated? Lin's lips curled into a cold smirk. That is insufficient. What I seek is not their fear, but their utter obliteration. His gaze shifted to the entrance of the subterranean passage, firmly sealed by engineers, yet still emanating a potent aura of darkness. Do they think retreating to their lair and activating their defenses will allow them to linger on? His voice dripped with derision. Orlando, have you analyzed the energy composition and core nodes of this Spider Queen's Kiss barrier? Master Orlando's staff glimmered as he spoke. Based on the residual energy fluctuations, this barrier is founded upon immense negative energy and a venom of faith, integrated with spatial distortion properties, making it exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. Yet, its core maintenance points are undoubtedly linked to the temple of the Spider Queen Rose and the city's matriarchs. Excellent, Lin nodded. Thus, severing the connection between those matriarchs and the temple will cause the barrier to collapse. He cast his gaze over his generals and the commanders of the newly arrived legions. Subterranean suppressors, lead the charge. Rune demolishers, clear the traps and demolish obstacles along the way. Shadow hunters, scout the flanks and hunt down any sentinels. Radiant messengers, purify the darkness centrally, providing protection and healing. Star guides, maintain illumination, counter spells, and pinpoint spatial coordinates. Arthur, Shivas, lead the Holy Radiance Knights and the Forge Guards, following closely behind the vanguard to eliminate any remaining enemies. Master Orlando, accompany me. Our objective is to locate and destroy the core of the barrier. Hawk, your Shadowfang squad. Infiltrate ahead and mark all critical targets and passageways. With each command articulated clearly, the targeted configuration of legions and defined tactical objectives invigorated all the commanders. At your command. Your Majesty. They responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Especially the newly arrived commanders, they held no doubts regarding Lin's orders, only absolute obedience. Lin finally directed his gaze toward the unfathomable, malevolent passage exuding a thick aura of evil. Does the city of webs believe that hiding will keep them safe? His voice, though low, carried a murderous intent that seemed to solidify the air around him. I shall personally shatter their defenses. All troops, heed my command. Objective, the seventh layer of the shadowy realm, the core of the city of webs. Advance. A silver-gray torrent surged forth, like a chilling shadow of death, resolutely determined to crush all in its path as it flowed into the deepest, darkest passage. This time, it was no longer a matter of defense or counterattack, but rather an initiative of absolute conquest and annihilation. Chapter 146. The Coalition assembles the Dark Task Force, summoned through 1,000,000 points of reputation. Descended upon the Emerald Valley with a thunderous force, dismantling the Dark Elves' offensive and firmly securing the entrance to the subterranean passage. Just as the Sun and Moon Army completed its regrouping and prepared to delve into the shadowy realm at Lin's command, new developments emerged from beyond the valley. In the Emerald Valley, on the outskirts of the Moon Well, the earth resonated with steady, rhythmic tremors, as if giants were advancing from afar. Soon after, a resounding and penetrating war horn shattered the silence, not the melodious strains of elves nor the martial commands of human armies, but a battle call imbued with a weighty metallic resonance and indomitable strength. That was the battle call of the Hillimer. Master Orlando discerned it first, his eyes flashing with surprise. Lin's gaze subtly lifted towards the valley entrance. There, a disciplined and exceptionally well-equipped army of dwarves marched in with synchronized, heavy steps into the Emerald Valley. Numbering around 3,000, at the forefront stood hill wardens, wielding massive tower shields inscribed with runes and clad in formidable plate armor. Following closely were the rock breakers, heavy infantry bearing colossal war hammers and axes, their thick beards and sharp-eyed gazes reminiscent of hawks. Flanking them were the rockshot archers, equipped with uniquely crafted underground crossbows resembling gigantic ballistae. In the center of the formation, several massive machines, drawn by robust mountain goats and draped in oilcloth, captured the eye with their imposing presence. Leading this formidable army was none other than the dwarf prince himself, who had come to the front lines. He rode upon an exceptionally strong, armored mountain goat, adorned with metallic plates, clad in dark golden rune-encrusted heavy armor, and his thick crimson beard intricately braided, cascading down to his chest. In his grasp was the legendary war hammer, Heart of the Forge, radiating intense energy. His coppery eyes scanned the battlefield, observing the swiftly dispatched remnants of dark elves and the sealed passages, a flicker of approval crossing his gaze before he guided his goat to stand before King Lin. King Lin. The dwarf prince's voice resounded like a bell as he saluted with a gesture both regal and steady. I have heard that the rabble from Spiderweb City dared to assault the Emerald Valley, even coveting the Moonwell. They ambushed your forces? Humph. These vile creatures, lurking in the shadows, will never shed their despicable nature. I, Thorin Stonefist of the Hillimer clan, have come on the king's command, leading our finest subterranean expeditionary force to assist in this battle. We dwarves fear not the depths of darkness, nor will we allow these malevolent beings to taint our land. He gestured towards the covered machines. We have brought forth the drillers capable of piercing the hardest rock and shattering the most cunning traps. Furthermore, our rune smiths have crafted the Abyssal Echo Locator. It can detect the slightest spatial fluctuations and energy convergence points deep underground, assisting you in locating the hidden rat holes of Spiderweb City and their core temple. King Lin nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding shining in his silver-gray eyes. Prince Thorin, welcome. The dwarves' craftsmanship and valor are precisely what this battle requires. He was acutely aware of the unparalleled expertise and technology the dwarves possessed in mining, exploration, and combating subterranean creatures. Their participation would undoubtedly provide substantial support for this foray into the depths. Almost simultaneously with the arrival of the dwarven forces, a soft yet distinctly clear sound of footsteps and the whispers of nature emerged from the other side of the Emerald Valley. Leading the charge was Marquis Elvin of the Sylvan Tongue, accompanied by a multitude of elven reinforcements emerging from the forest. They brought not only more elite elven rangers and sword dancers, but, more importantly, Nearly the entire cadre of rune mages and all the druids of the Sylvan tongue were assembled here. Marquis Elvin approached King Lin with an elegant bow. Your Majesty, the Emerald Valley is fortunate to have received your timely assistance, sparing us from catastrophe. The disgrace of the moon well must be cleansed with the blood of the dark elves. Every warrior of our kin, every adept of nature's magic and arcane arts, stands ready to follow you into the shadows and eradicate this cancer of Spiderweb City. The elven mages and druids behind him bore resolute expressions, verdant natural energy and pure arcane light swirling around them, starkly contrasting yet strangely merging with the dwarves' heavy earth and flame might, forming a powerful united front. King Lin's gaze swept over Prince Thorin, Marquis Elvin, and the unprecedentedly formidable coalition composed of the human Sun and Moon Legion, the dwarven subterranean expeditionary force, and the elven guardians of nature. In his silver-gray eyes, a chilling intent and absolute authority intertwined. Excellent, he spoke with a calm demeanor infused with unmatched strength. Did Spiderweb City think that by hiding underground and activating their shell, they could rest easy? Today, I shall make them understand that in the face of absolute power, any hiding and defense are in vain. Prince Thorin, I command you to have your drillers clear the path. Activate the Abyssal Echo Locator to its fullest, locking onto the energy source in the core region of Spiderweb City and all hidden passages. At your command, leave it to my lads. We shall turn their rat holes inside out. Marquis Elvin, I command you. The elven mages and druids shall cast their spells in unison, purging the dark corruption and toxins within the passage, maintaining the natural protective barrier to repel mental assaults. The ranger units will secure the flanks and rear, eliminating any remaining scouts. Your will shall be done. Masters Orlando, Arthur, Heavies, Hawk, at your service. The rune mages will coordinate with the star guides to maintain spatial stability and counteract enemy spells. The Radiant Knights and the Subterranean Suppressors shall form the heavy vanguard. Advancing steadily, the Forge Guard and Shadow Hunters will eradicate encountered foes. The Shadowfang squad will infiltrate and mark targets, providing guidance for ranged strikes. Yes, Your Majesty. Commands were issued with clarity, and this coalition, a synthesis of the finest from humans, dwarves, and elves, began to operate as a finely tuned and formidable war machine. The dwarven drillers roared to life, their massive drill heads effortlessly shattering rock and carving out a secure passage. The Abyssal Echo Locator emitted a deep hum, continually relaying detected subterranean structures and energy fluctuations. Elven mages and druids chanted ancient incantations, their emerald glow and pure arcane energy washing over the passage like a tide, dispelling darkness and purifying toxins, providing a safe environment for the advancing army. The human Sun and Moon Legion pressed forward like a steel core, crushing any resistance that dared to emerge. The coalition surged like an unstoppable torrent along the pathways carved by the Dark Elves, advancing deep into the shadowy realms towards the very lair of Spiderweb City. In the seventh layer of the shadowy realms, in Spiderweb City, Matron, it's bad. A dark elf priest rushed into the Temple of Rose, fear distorting his voice. The passage has been breached. They have come in. What are you panicking for? Matron Kira scolded sharply, yet her pallid complexion betrayed her inner turmoil. The kiss of the Spider Queen barrier has been activated. They want to get through so easily, no? It's not the humans. The priest shrieked. It's the dwarves. Those accursed little brutes. Their drillers are wreaking havoc on our passage structure. And the elves. A multitude of elven mages are purging our dark mist. Many of our traps have been discovered and destroyed in advance. Their advance is far too swift. Moreover, it appears they are aware of our defensive weaknesses. Lady Kira staggered back as if struck by lightning, colliding with the altar. Lin En, a dwarf, elf, and human, not only possessed that terrifying divine weapon but had also, in such a short span of time, amalgamated the strengths of dwarves and elves to form a coalition specifically designed to conquer the Web City. An unprecedented, frigid despair swiftly seized Lady Kira's heart. Before her stood not merely a formidable adversary, but a seemingly omnipotent, incomprehensible monstrosity. Hold the line. At all costs, hold the line. Lady Kira screamed in hysteria, summoning all her kin to the front lines. Awaken all the guardian golems. Release all creatures from the incubation pools. For the goddess rose. Fight to the last man. Yet, her commands appeared utterly feeble in the face of the coalition's relentless advance. The dwarves' drills and locators, the elves' purification and nature spells, and the humans' heavy armor and targeted tactics combined flawlessly to counter the geographical and shadowy advantages that Web City had relied upon for centuries. Wherever the coalition marched, traps were dismantled, Passages widened and fortified, darkness dispelled, and resistance ruthlessly crushed. The fall of Web City had entered its countdown. Lin En marched at the forefront of the coalition, his silver-gray eyes calmly observing the battle reports streaming in and the structural schematics of Web City relayed back from the abyss. Chapter 147. Shattering the spider's nest in the murky depths of the seventh layer, the main passageway leading to Web City lay before them. The coalition stood like a finely forged hammer, embodying the essence of three races, firmly positioned before the final colossal natural barrier, a massive obsidian archway, adorned with the venomous runes of dark elves and activated spikes, spanning the passage's end. Beyond this gateway lay the labyrinthine city of Web City, reminiscent of a vast spider's nest, ensnared by viscous webs, coursing with rivers of venom, and suffused with an oppressive darkness. Above the arch, a dense formation of dark elven guards awaited, their malevolent crossbows and arcane formations aimed at the passage below. Deeper within, a chilling hissing and heavy skittering echoed, suggesting even more powerful dark creations had been awakened. "Your Majesty," Dwarf Prince Soren Stonefist pointed towards the massive obsidian archway, his voice booming. "This is the spider's throat. Behind lies the lair of those loathsome creatures. This door has been fortified with their dark sorcery, as hard as adamantine. Surely, it conceals more surprises." Lin En's silver-gray eyes swept over the ominous archway and the warped cityscape beyond. "Prince Soren," his voice unwavering, "can your diggers breach this spider's throat?" "Haha." Prince Soren laughed heartily, thumping his heavy breastplate. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this may pose a challenge to others, but to our dwarven behemoths, it is but a harder cheese. Men, let these spiders hiding in their burrows witness the true artistry of excavation." "At your command, my prince," roared the dwarf engineering captain, directing the colossal drilling machines. Cloaked in oilcloth, slowly to the forefront. As the oilcloth was lifted, it revealed a massive siege beast, gleaming with heavy metallic luster, adorned with rotating drill heads and rune arrays. "Master Orlando, Marquis Elvin." Lin En's gaze shifted to the two spellcasting leaders. "The old sage, I understand," they responded in unison. Master Orlando raised his staff. Colossal arcane energy began to coalesce. Marquis Elvin lifted his oak staff, the verdant natural energy merging with the surrounding elven mages and druids. "All forces, prepare for battle." Lin En's voice rose sharply, resonating throughout the coalition. "Crush them. The full assault. Commence. Diggers, activate. Target the obsidian archway. Drill through it." Prince Soren bellowed, buzzing and rumbling. The diggers roared with a deafening roar. The massive, rune-inscribed drill head spun at a terrifying speed, violently striking the obsidian archway. Crack. Sparks flew. Debris scattered. The fortified obsidian emitted a strained groan as cracks rapidly spread. Yet, the dark elves' defensive formations flickered to life, attempting to mend the damage. "Now, Arcane Torrent. Concentrate fire on the fracture nodes." Master Orlando commanded. "Wrath of Nature. Roots entwine. Disrupt the foundation of their formations." Marquis Elvin simultaneously ordered. The combined spellcasting of the human rune mages and elven sorcerers and druids, a torrent of arcane energy and verdant root-like natural power, pierced the deepest recesses of the archway's cracks, clashing violently with the dark formations, annihilating each other. Crack. Boom. Under the absolute strength of the dwarven machinery and the precise unraveling of their joint spells, the massive obsidian archway finally shattered completely, revealing the twisted and terrifying streets of Web City beyond. "For the king, for the sun and moon. Charge." Prince Arthur raised his holy sword high, leading the charge. "The Holy Light Knights, follow me." The heavily armored paladins surged forward like a silver tide, sweeping over the ruins. "The Forge Guard, crush them," Chivalrous roared, leading infantry wielding heavy axes and hammers right behind. "Dwarven warriors, let these spiders taste the might of our hammers." Prince Soren brandished the heart of the forge, leading the rock breakers, heavy infantry like moving mountains, initiating the iconic dwarven charge. What awaited them were a rain of poisoned crossbow bolts, corrosive dark arcane missiles, and massive abyssal spiders and half-spider dark elven assassins leaping from the shadows of the streets and rooftops. "Raise shields. Defend." The human heavy infantry formed a steel barrier with their tower shields. "Holy barrier." The paladins raised their sacred shields, resisting the dark arcane onslaught. "Stone skin." The dwarves roared, their rune-etched armor glowing with earthy hues, steadfastly bracing against the attacks as they advanced. "Elven rangers, aim true. Suppress the roof archers and mages." Marquis Elvin commanded as the elven arrows, seemingly guided by fate, struck down the threats from above with unwavering precision. Shadow hunters, hunt down those assassins. The newly arrived rangers moved like phantoms, engaging in a brutal battle of stealth and counter-stealth against the dark elven assassins amidst the urban warfare. The conflict escalated instantly. Every street and every twisted building transformed into a blood-soaked battleground. The allied forces advanced steadily, yet the dark elves, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain along with an array of traps and monsters, mounted a frenzied resistance. A core breakthrough, directly towards the temple. Lin did not linger in the rear. He walked at the forefront of the allied forces, his weapon, the embrace of silence, remaining sheathed. Yet his silver-gray eyes constantly surveyed the battlefield, issuing commands with pinpoint accuracy. On the left flank, 3 shadow mages lay in ambush on the rooftops. Orlando suppressed them. Ahead in the plaza, a corrosive trap lay hidden underground, along with dwarven soldiers. Mark and dismantle it. To the right of the temple, a massive energy reaction. Suspected to be a golem workshop, Civis sent a squad of furnace guards to deal with it using oil barrels. His orders were as precise as a scalpel, consistently anticipating the dark elves' ambushes and traps, allowing the allied forces to advance with remarkable efficiency, far exceeding the enemy's expectations. Your Majesty, Hawk's figure emerged from the shadows. The Abyss Echo Locator has locked onto the strongest energy source. It is located in the highest building at the city's center, the Temple of Rose. Its energy core coincides with the core of the Widow's Kiss barrier. Kira Night Shadow and the remaining matriarch are likely there. Excellent. Lin's gaze sharpened. Prince Solon, concentrate all diggers. Clear a path to the temple plaza from the front. Ignore the disturbances on the sides. Arthur, Civis, organize an elite assault team. Follow closely behind the drill. Target the temple gates. Master Orlando, Marquis Elvin, combine your spells. Prepare a massive dispel of darkness and a purification aura. Cover the entire temple plaza. Suppress all dark spells. All ranged units. Unleash your firepower. Cover the assault. For the Majesty. For victory. Piercing through them. Prince Solon roared, personally overseeing the battle. The diggers' drill roared once more. Like a steel behemoth, ignoring the attacks from the sides, forcefully grinding through the rubble and obstacles towards the temple plaza. Arthur and Civis led the most elite paladins and furnace warriors, following closely behind the drill like arrows shot from a bow. The dark elves frantically attempted to stop them. But the impact of the dwarven drill was overwhelming, and the allied ranged fire was relentless. Boom! The last barrier before the temple plaza was forcibly breached by the drill. The vast plaza and that grotesque temple of Rose, exuding an aura of intense evil, lay exposed before the allied forces. In the plaza gathered the dark elves' final and most elite forces, hundreds of Temple of Rose guards, several enormous abyssal spider demons. And atop the temple, the pale yet frenzied Kira Night Shadow matriarch alongside several other family matriarchs. They were working together to maintain a colossal shield pulsating with venom and dark energy at the core of the Widow's Kiss barrier. Now is the time. Dispel. Purify. Master Orlando and Marquis Elvin shouted in unison. The human runesmiths, elven mages, and druids unleashed their pre-prepared combined spells in an instant. A colossal beam of pure light, infused with the power of arcane order and the radiance of natural life, descended upon the dark shield like divine retribution. Hiss! The dark shield quivered violently, emitting a harsh sound akin to cold water poured into hot oil. The thick venom evaporated, and the dark energy was forcefully dispelled. The shield's brilliance dimmed at a visible rate. No! Stop them! Kira Matriarch shrieked, frantically exerting her power, even beginning to siphon energy from other matriarchs. Archers, crossbowmen, aim for those matriarchs. Lin's cold voice resonated. Whoosh whoosh bang. The prepared elven sharpshooters, human demon-busting crossbows, and dwarven sniper crossbows unleashed a torrent of fire upon the matriarchs above. Although most attacks were blocked by the remaining shielding guards, the relentless onslaught severely disrupted their casting. Now, assault team, charge! Arthur roared. The holy flame breaker erupted with unprecedented brilliance as a holy flame judgment struck fiercely against the faltering shield. For the Majesty, Civis swung his bone axe, leading the furnace warriors in a berserk charge. The holy flame of the paladins, the battle axes of the furnace warriors, and the hammers of the dwarven heavy infantry struck the same point on the shield simultaneously. Crack! Under the continuous purification of the combined spells and the forceful strikes, the core shield of the Widow's Kiss barrier finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Kira Night Shadow matriarch spat a mouthful of black blood, staggering back, while the other matriarchs also suffered backlash, their faces turning pale. Devoid of the barrier's protection, They and the remaining guards were completely exposed to the wrath of the allied forces. Lin slowly stepped out of the formation, his silver-gray eyes coldly locking onto the pale-faced, despairing matriarch at the pinnacle of Spiderweb City. Kira Nightshadow, his voice resonated like the pronouncement of death. Your nest is due for cleansing. Chapter 148. The finale. The shattering of the Widow's Kiss barrier resonated like the destruction of the last pillar of spirit for Spiderweb City. In the temple plaza, the remaining dark elf guards and the colossal abyssal spider demons emitted terrified and desperate howls. Above, the black blood spat by Kira Nightshadow matriarch stained her luxurious ceremonial robe. As she staggered against the cold obsidian railing, her gray-purple eyes ablaze with a fire of madness and despair. The other matriarchs also appeared pale, their breaths ragged, their eyes filled with disbelief. No, it cannot be. Kira matriarch's voice was hoarse and shrill. Goddess of Rose, your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. Descend your wrath. Crush these blasphemers. She violently tore apart her sacrificial robe, exposing her pale, emaciated chest, and with nails laced with poison, she inflicted deep, bone-visible gashes upon herself. Blood cascading down to seep into the altar's grooves, inscribed with malevolent runes. The other matriarchs, awakening from their stupor, followed suit, self-mutilating as they chanted the most vile and frenzied sacrificial incantations. With blood as the lure, with souls as the offering, we humbly welcome the arrival of the Spider Queen. The entire Temple of Rose trembled violently. A dense, palpable darkness surged forth from the depths of the earth, mingled with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. The massive, grotesque statue of the spider goddess at the center of the temple suddenly illuminated its compound eyes with a crimson glow. An immense, chaotic will, filled with utmost malice and greed, descended like a tidal wave. Roar! The remaining abyssal spiders in the square, as if injected with a stimulant, grew in size. Their eyes blazing red, madly lunging at the coalition. The dark elven guards, too, fell into a frenzy, attacking recklessly. It was the will of Rose manifesting. Master Orlando's expression grew grave. They were forcibly summoning a fragment of the goddess's essence. Caution! This power is exceedingly vile and corrupt. Holy light, purify this filth. Prince Arthur shouted, the holy flame of his broken sword surging with brilliance as he led the paladins to withstand the onslaught of the frenzied spiders. The Forge Guard, fight to the last breath. The bone axe of Civis swung fiercely, as the warriors staunchly held back the tidal wave of mad guards. Dwarven Prince Thorin's hammer thundered, each strike shattering the armor of the spiders. The elven rain of arrows and spells precisely weakened the enemy's assault. Yet, the will of Rose that had descended brought not only madness, but also a more sinister power. Watch the ground, Marquis Elven exclaimed. From the crevices of the square's black stone bricks, a viscous, shimmering dark energy oozed forth, winding around the ankles of the coalition warriors like a living entity. The ensnared soldiers immediately felt their vitality rapidly draining, their movements sluggish, and their gazes becoming vacant. It was life-draining. Divine protection. The priests quickly raised a vast golden halo to fend off the assault. Simultaneously, a pink mist, imbued with an oddly sweet fragrance, began to permeate the air, causing the warriors who inhaled it to become dazed and attack their comrades. It was chaotic allure. Clear the air. Purify the atmosphere. The elven druids hastily dispelled the toxic fog. The battlefield instantaneously transformed into a scene of heightened chaos and danger, although the coalition still held the advantage. The dying counterattack of the Dark Elves, empowered by the will of Rose, became increasingly ferocious and bizarre. Above the high ranks, Matriarch Kira gazed at the temporarily disoriented coalition below, her face contorted into a mad and grim smile. Do you see? Lincosta, this is the price of inciting the divine. Before the might of the Spider Queen, you? Her maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, for Lin, at some unknown moment, had silently appeared at the forefront of the coalition. He did not approach alone, but surveyed the battlefield with his silver-gray eyes, his voice as resolute as stone. Coalition comrades, though the will of Rose is powerful, it is not insurmountable. Orlando, Elvin, Thorin, Arthur, Civis, unite with me and vanquish this evil. At your command, your highness. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes ignited with fierce battle fervor. Master Orlando, Marquis Elvin, Lin commanded, uniting all mages and druids, to construct a purification array with arcane and natural powers, dispelling the darkness. Prince Thorin, Dwarven rune masters, stabilized the position with earth runes to resist mental erosion. Arthur, Civis, lead the warriors to hold the line, buying time for the spell casting. All troops, each to their duty, working in unison. With the command given, the coalition sprang into action. Master Orlando lifted his staff high, the arcane energy of the human rune mages surging forth. Marquis Elvin's oak staff radiated vibrant green light. As the elven mages and druids began chanting ancient nature incantations, the two forces intertwined in the air, forming a colossal, swirling green-gold array, gradually descending upon the square. The dwarven rune masters slammed their hammers to the ground, their rune-etched stone slabs glowing with earthy yellow light, creating a firm barrier to protect the coalition from mental attacks. Arthur and Civis led the paladins and forge warriors to steadfastly resist the frenzied enemy, creating space for spellcasting. Purification array. Fall. Orlando and Elvin shouted in unison. The enormous green-gold array thundered down, enveloping the entire temple square. Hiss. The pervasive pink, alluring mist vanished like snow before a blazing sun. The dark, life-draining tendrils ensnaring the warriors withered and disappeared as if burned. The frenzied roars of the abyssal spiders and dark elves froze abruptly, the crimson madness in their eyes receding like a tide, replaced by the primal fear and tremors stemming from their very souls. Even the vast and malevolent will of Rose that had descended emitted a shrill, beyond the threshold of hearing, filled with rage and disbelief. The crimson glow in the statue's compound eyes flickered violently, as if resisting the purifying power wielded by the coalition, ultimately exploding into dust. The descending will was forcibly dispersed by the unified strike of the coalition. Interrupted, the entire temple square fell into a profound silence. It was as if the source of power for all dark creatures had been instantaneously drained, their morale utterly shattered. No, this is impossible. The goddess. The goddess. Matriarch Kira gazed at the shattered statue, unleashing a cry of despair, her faith completely collapsing. Lin's gaze was cold as he regarded the dazed and despondent matriarchs, slowly speaking. His voice akin to the final judgment. Coalition comrades, clear the field. Just two simple words ignited the final spark. For His Highness. For victory. Kill. Prince Arthur pointed his holy flame sword, and the paladins erupted with a thunderous roar, charging towards the enemies stripped of their will. Crush them. Leave none alive. Civis's bone axe glistened with blood. Dwarves, silence these spiders once and for all. Prince Thorin swung his hammer. Elves, purify the last remnants of darkness. Marquis Elvin directed with his staff. The coalition advanced like a relentless steamroller, launching a final, crushing assault against the remnants of the demoralized dark elves and monstrous beings. The battle transformed into a one-sided purge. Lady Kira and several other matriarchs attempted a last stand, casting powerful dark spells. But their strength had significantly waned following the dispersion of Rose's will. More critically, they faced a unified onslaught from the coalition. Lin refrained from direct engagement, instead orchestrating the entire operation. Hawk. Shadowfang squad. Deal with them. At your command. Hawk's figure appeared like a wraith. Shadows surged forth like venomous serpents, precisely and lethally striking at the high-ranking matriarchs. Poison daggers, silent crossbow bolts, and uncanny assassination techniques overwhelmed the once-pampered matriarchs, who were utterly incapable of resisting the elite assassins of Shadowfang. Agonized screams echoed, swiftly silenced, as Lady Kira Nightshadow was pierced through the heart by Hawk's poison dagger. Collapsing weakly upon the altar with vacant eyes fixed on the shattered statue, the final chapter of Web City unfolded. Lin ascended the high ground, stepping over the fallen matriarchs, standing before the ruined statue of Rose. His silver-gray eyes surveyed the temple square, which was being thoroughly cleansed by the coalition, and beyond, the burning, collapsing city of darkness. His voice resonated calmly across the battlefield, reaching every faction eavesdropping through magical means. From this day forth, Web City shall no longer exist. This victory is not solely mine, but the unified strength of the coalition. The coalition erupted in a deafening cheer. For the first time, sunlight, ushered in through a temporary passage created by the coalition's mages, illuminated this once dim core of a realm dominated by darkness for countless ages. Lin Costa, the king of sun and moon, shattered the lair of darkness with the unity and strength of the coalition, ushering in the light of order to the deepest recesses of the underworld. Chapter 149. Integrating new soil. The fall of Web City marked the conclusive end of the millennia-long dark dominion over the seventh layer of the shadowy domain. On the square of the Temple of Rose, coalition warriors, weary yet exhilarated, meticulously cleared the remnants of the battlefield. The silver-gray banners of the King of Sun and Moon, the Dwarven Hill banners, and the verdant flags of the elves were united upon the shattered obsidian altar, symbolizing the ultimate triumph of light and order over darkness and chaos. As the clamor of battle gradually subsided, the arduous task of restoration commenced. Under the command of various officers, the coalition commenced an orderly operation. Prince Arthur led the Radiant Knights alongside some dwarven warriors, forming elite cleanup squads to scour the streets and alleys for any lurking dark elf remnants and abyssal creatures. Those who resisted were ruthlessly slain, while those who surrendered were gathered for oversight. Hawk's Shadowfang squad delved into underground caverns and hidden passages, ensuring that no threats remained. Chimes commanded the Forge Guard and human engineers to address the mountain of corpses. The remains of dark elves and monsters were gathered for incineration to prevent the spread of plague and residual dark energies. The bodies of the coalition's fallen were carefully collected, prepared for a solemn return to the surface for a grand funeral. Master Orlando and Marquis Elvin collaborated, leading all mages and druids in a large-scale purification of the core area of Web City. Arcane luminescence and natural energies surged like a tide, cleansing every inch of land, dispersing lingering toxic mists, corrosive energies, and mental pollution. Dwarven rune masters reinforced crucial structures with earth runes to prevent cave-ins. Coalition priests and healers worked tirelessly. Divine light spells, healing potions, and elven restorative magic were extensively employed, prioritizing the treatment of the severely injured while the lightly wounded bandaged each other. Lin personally inspected the injured camp, offering solace to the soldiers, and his presence significantly uplifted their spirits. As the cleanup progressed, the main forces of the coalition entered a period of rest. In the relatively intact areas surrounding Web City, temporary camps were established. Dwarven engineers played a pivotal role, rapidly erecting sturdy barracks and medical tents. Elves utilized natural magic to cultivate luminous moss and mushrooms, providing illumination and fresh air. Lin ordered an ample supply of food, fine wine, and treasures from the coalition's provisions and the spoils seized from Web City to reward all participating warriors. That night, a grand celebration feast was held in the camp. Humans, dwarves, and elves gathered around the bonfire, sharing tales of battle, as songs and laughter reverberated for the first time in this subterranean world. Prince Soren and Marquis Elvin toasted together, their former divisions largely dissolved through shared combat. Lin convened all senior commanders to summarize the campaign. He praised the coalition's valor and the unique contributions of each race, particularly highlighting the engineering prowess of the dwarves and the natural magic of the elves as pivotal in both the assault and purification efforts. He also noted some shortcomings in coordination, urging all factions to enhance their collaborative training in the future. Following the celebration, a more formidable challenge loomed: how to effectively integrate this perilous shadowy domain into the kingdom's governance. Under Lin's leadership, representatives from the humans, dwarves, and elves convened for the inaugural governance meeting concerning the shadowy domain. The conference resolved to establish administrative divisions. The former Web City and its surrounding areas would be designated as the Shadow Frontier, directly under the jurisdiction of the central government of the Kingdom of Sun and Moon. Given its uniqueness and dangers, Lin would personally serve as the inaugural governor, appointing Duke Karl, the southern governor, as his deputy, responsible for specific administrative matters, and drawing upon key personnel from the former rebel forces, the Forge Guard, to serve as mid-level officials. Military garrisoning would be led by Prince Arthur, commanding part of the Radiant Knights, Chives leading a contingent of the Forge Guard, and each of the dwarves and elves retaining an elite force, collectively forming the Shadow Garrison, stationed long-term to eradicate remaining threats and oversee daily defenses. Master Orlando would establish a small arcane tower to monitor subterranean energy fluctuations, resource development, and allocation. The city of Webweaver and its surroundings are rich in rare minerals, such as obsidian and shadow crystals, as well as unique herbs. An agreement was reached during the conference. The dwarves would be responsible for the exploration and mining of the primary mines. The elves would oversee the management of the underground ecology and herb collection, and humans would take charge of overall coordination, trade, and transportation. The profits would be shared proportionately, with priority given to local reconstruction and military expenditures. Policy of conciliation for the surrendered dark elf civilians, who are few in number and mostly consist of slaves and lowly servants. Lin ordered that indiscriminate slaughter be prohibited. After careful assessment, those willing to submit would be relocated to specific areas on the surface for resettlement and education. Those who resisted would be imprisoned indefinitely. This initiative aims to dismantle the social structure of the Dark Elves and prevent any resurgence. Reconstruction and transformation. The city of Webweaver will not be completely destroyed, but will undergo thorough transformation. The malevolent Temple of Rose will be raised, and a joint fortress will be established on its former site as the center of governance. Some structurally sound areas will be converted into military camps, warehouses, and workshops. Dwarven soldiers and human engineers will commence planning roads, lighting, and ventilation systems, striving to transform this dark lair into a forward operating base deep within the kingdom's shadowy territories. Looking to the future, standing atop the ruins of the soon-to-be transformed temple, Lin gazed at the city of Webweaver, which was beginning to restore order, and addressed his commanders. The victory we achieved was not the result of a single day's effort, nor solely the strength of one race. Yet, after victory, the responsibility of governance weighs heavier than that of warfare. Although this place is shrouded in darkness, it has now become part of our kingdom. We must illuminate the shadows with light, replace chaos with order, so as to honor the peace won through the sacrifices of our soldiers. He paused, surveying the assembly. After a 10-day rest, the army will return to the surface in batches. Master Orlando, Arthur, and Shivis, you shall remain here to stabilize the situation. Prince Solon and Marquis Elvin, we express our deepest gratitude to the dwarves and elves for their invaluable assistance, which the kingdom of Sun and Moon will never forget. May this alliance endure forever. The first page of history in the shadowy territories has been inscribed, while the lengthy chapters of integration and governance are just beginning. Lin understood that the true challenge may not lie in overt enemies, but in ensuring that light takes root in this ancient darkness. Chapter 150. The Prosperity of Sun and Moon. System Notification. Completely destroy the city of Webweaver, eliminate the core threat of the shadowy territories, and accomplish the great feat of abyssal light. Reputation earned 5,000,000 points. Current total reputation 5,000,000 points. The system's notification resonated in Lin's mind, and for the first time, a subtle ripple passed through his silver-gray eyes as he received an unprecedented sum of reputation. This 5 million reputation not only signifies recognition for the epic achievement of annihilating the city of Webweaver, but also symbolizes that the kingdom of Sun and Moon has thoroughly eradicated its greatest and oldest dark threat, laying a true foundation for a prosperous era. With the formidable momentum of victory, Lin's primary task upon returning to the capital was to fully assimilate the vast territories and populace of the former Sun Kingdom. Under the iron-fisted governance of Duke Karl, governor of the southern region, and the conciliatory approach of Agamf Shivis, appointed as the pacification envoy of the southern region. Known for his profound understanding of the grassroots sentiments and his highly persuasive oratory, the integration of the southern region progressed at an astonishing pace. Land reform. The royal court issued the Land Reclamation Decree and Equal Land Distribution Decree, allocating a significant amount of unclaimed wasteland and confiscated noble estates to the loyal rebel forces, surrendered Sun soldiers, and landless refugees. They were exempt from taxes for 3 years and provided with seeds and farming tools to encourage cultivation. This initiative swiftly stabilized public sentiment and restored agricultural production. Unified legislation. All oppressive taxes and harsh laws from the Sun Kingdom were abolished, and the Sun and Moon Code was implemented. A Southern Circuit Court was established, with judges dispatched directly from the capital to ensure judicial fairness, swiftly establishing the authority of the new dynasty. Infrastructure development. Minister Tom of the Ministry of Construction personally oversaw the southern region, supervising the creation of the main network of the Sun Highway connecting the capital, Jinyang City, the Emerald Valley, and the Western Dwarven Kingdom. The formerly rugged roads of the Sun Kingdom were replaced with broad and flat runed stone-paved routes, greatly enhancing trade efficiency. Talent selection. The Southern Region Talent Selection Decree was enacted, breaking down class barriers to select talents from the backbone of the loyal rebel forces, educated commoners, and even surrendered low-ranking officials from the Sun Kingdom, thereby enriching local administrative bodies. Shivis played a significant role in this process, recommending numerous capable individuals. Within just a year, the Southern region, once ravaged and rife with discontent, had been revitalized. Fields regained their greenery, towns flourished once more, and refugees were resettled, leading to an increasing sense of belonging among the populace towards the kingdom of Sun and Moon. The silver-gray banner of the kingdom was firmly planted on this vast southern land. Stable development and national prosperity, with a substantial reserve of reputation and the resource and population dividends from the integration of the southern region. The kingdom of Sun and Moon entered an unprecedented period of rapid development. Military strength. Lin invested a considerable amount of reputation and resources to further expand and strengthen the main military legions. The Sun Royal Guard grew to 80,000, With all members outfitted in the latest star rune armor and weaponry, the Radiant Knights reached a scale of 15,000, with their equipment comprehensively upgraded, and garrison troops such as the Rock Shield and Forge Guard also received reinforcements. The four border fortresses, Northern Blackrock City, Southern Jinyang City, Western Glenwell Fortress, and Eastern Ironbow Fortress, underwent modernization, equipped with powerful city defense crossbows and joint protective formations. Flourishing magic, the kingdom's arcane academy and its four regional branches entered a virtuous cycle, cultivating a large number of mid to low-tier mages, satisfying military needs and deeply engaging in agricultural and industrial production. The Rune Industrial Research Institute, led by Master Orlando, achieved breakthroughs, realizing the civilian application of certain military rune technologies, such as simple protective runes and elemental sensing runes, giving rise to new industries such as rune farming tools, elemental furnaces, and communication crystal networks, significantly enhancing productivity. Economic prosperity, the nationwide road network and the amicable relations with the Emerald Valley, elves, Hammer of the Hills, dwarves, and the Blue Wave Federation, humans, led to unprecedented trade prosperity. The capital city of Golden Lion, Southern Jinyang City, and Eastern White River Port became substantial commercial hubs. The Sun and Moon Lion coin issued by the Kingdom Bank has achieved the status of hard currency, earning remarkable credibility. The people's sentiments have coalesced. Queen Eleanor's benevolent governance, characterized by tax reduction, irrigation projects, and the widespread provision of basic healthcare and education, has deeply resonated with the populace. Coupled with Lin's unparalleled reputation for victory and his unyielding stance against corruption and aristocratic privilege, the royal family has garnered almost fanatical support from the lower classes. The entire kingdom operates like a well-fueled, intricately functioning beast, exuding vibrant energy and strength, with national power soaring at a visibly rapid pace, establishing itself as the indisputable sovereign of the southern continent. Amidst this flourishing landscape, the most exhilarating news that has swept across the nation is the monumental announcement from the Celestial Palace. Queen Eleanor is with child. Following confirmation by the chief court physician and Master Orlando, Lin personally declared the news in the court. Instantly, the entire capital erupted in jubilation. Cheers echoed to the heavens. The sun and moon royal flags fluttered everywhere, and the people spontaneously took to the streets to celebrate, praying for the safe birth of the royal heir. For the nascent sun and moon kingdom, this holds profound significance. It symbolizes not only the union of love between the king and queen, but also the solid foundation and hopeful future of the kingdom. A legitimate heir will decisively quash the ambitions of potential usurpers, ensuring a clear and stable continuation of the dynasty. Although Lin maintained his usual calm and authority, observant individuals could discern a rare softness and concern in his silver-gray eyes when gazing at Eleanor. He commanded Master Orlando to personally oversee the queen's health, mobilizing the kingdom's finest resources to ensure her safety. Queen Eleanor, in turn, retained her wisdom and composure, effectively managing the kingdom's daily affairs through Marquis Lime, the chief finance minister, and a highly efficient team of female officials, ensuring that the realm was governed with meticulous order. Her expanding abdomen, cradling new life, became the most beautiful embodiment of hope and future for the entire kingdom. Yet, beneath this tranquil and prosperous facade, Lin remained unclouded by euphoria. He understood that peace is never eternal. During the court meeting, his voice remained calm and clear. In times of prosperity, vigilance is paramount. One must remain prudent in order to ensure long-lasting stability. He ordered Hawk's intelligence network to extend further into foreign territories, intensifying surveillance of surrounding powers. He instructed the guardians of various realms to maintain military readiness and to not let their guard down. He directed Master Orlando to continue advancing magical and runic technologies, ensuring a leading edge in military capabilities. As the sun and moon shine together, the future is promising. A year swiftly passed amidst prosperity and busyness. Today, the Sun and Moon Kingdom boasts vast territory, robust national strength, a formidable military presence, flourishing magic, and a united populace, all further buoyed by the impending birth of a royal heir. Lin Costa, the monarch who established the dynasty through absolute power and iron-fisted measures, now stood upon the highest terrace of the Celestial Palace, beside the elegantly pregnant Queen Eleanor. Together, they gazed down upon the increasingly prosperous, brilliantly lit capital and beyond. The tranquil and fertile lands bathed in moonlight. The silver-gray royal flag rustled in the night breeze, harmonizing with the bright moon and twinkling stars above. As the sun and moon shine together, the kingdom shall endure. Eleanor softly recited the oath from the kingdom's inception, gently caressing her rounded abdomen. Her eyes filled with tenderness and hope. Lin said nothing, merely clasping her hand tightly, his silver-gray gaze fixed upon the profound night sky, as if contemplating the present era of prosperity while also envisioning a distant future. The Sun and Moon Kingdom, this rising star, shines with an unstoppable brilliance across the continent, inscribing its own legendary epic. Chapter 151. Fulfillment. The capital city of Gold Lion, basking in the warm sunlight of spring, appeared increasingly grand and magnificent. The streets bustled with traffic, merchants flocked together, and the faces of the populace radiated the serene smiles brought forth by peace and prosperity. Within the celestial palace, the tension and anticipation felt throughout the nation months prior had transformed into boundless joy and celebration. Queen Eleanor safely delivered a healthy pair of twins, a son and a daughter. The son, named Kalen, meaning eternal guardian, inherited Lin's silver-gray eyes and calm demeanor, his cries resonating powerfully. The daughter, named Ella, meaning light of dawn, resembled her mother with her ice-blue eyes and gentle features, quietly vibrant. The birth of the twins was heralded as the greatest omen of prosperity and divine favor for the Sun and Moon Kingdom. Upon the announcement, the entire nation rejoiced, with spontaneous celebrations lasting for a month. Lin decreed a reduction in taxes for the entire year and granted a general amnesty, excluding the irredeemably wicked, further elevating the joyous atmosphere. Now, 3 months have passed, and the two little princes have surpassed their 100 days. Under the careful arrangement of Master Orlando's protective magic circle and the diligent care of the palace nurses, they are growing healthily, becoming the treasures and hopes of the entire kingdom. On this day, as the sun rose, it illuminated the vast Sun and Moon Square in the heart of Gold Lion City with dazzling golden light. The square was already teeming with people, as spectators from across the kingdom and even from distant lands eagerly awaited the event. The air was thick with festive excitement and anticipation. For today, His Majesty King Lin Costa shall hold a grand military review here, showcasing the splendid military might and prosperous spirit of the Sun and Moon Kingdom to the world. At the appointed hour, a deep and resonant horn sounded, echoing throughout the city. At the end of the square, the majestic gates of the celestial palace slowly opened. His Majesty King Lin Costa emerged, clad in a custom-tailored silver-gray military uniform that blended regal authority with battlefield ferocity. Adorned with the insignia of the Sun and Moon royal flag, and bearing the ceremonial short sword symbolizing the embrace of annihilation, he stepped forward with measured grace. His silver-gray eyes were as calm as a deep abyss, his expression stern, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of authority and strength. His appearance instantly silenced the bustling square, as countless gazes filled with reverence and fervor turned towards him. By his side stood Queen Eleanor, adorned in elegant royal attire, her crown perched gracefully upon her head, cradling the young Prince Cain. Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with maternal tenderness and regal poise, while a subtle, blissful smile graced her exquisite features. Following closely was a court lady, carefully holding the little Princess Ella. The royal family's entrance elicited a thunderous wave of cheers and blessings. Long live His Majesty the King! Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live His Royal Highness the Prince! Long live Her Royal Highness the Princess! Lin and Eleanor made their way to the reviewing platform at the northern end of the square, taking their seats upon the central throne. Esteemed ministers, including Master Orlando, Duke Carl, Prince Arthur, Marquis Silvis, Admiral Soren, and representatives from foreign dignitaries such as the Dwarven Prince, the ambassador of the Bibbo Federation, and the Elven Elder from the Emerald Valley, were already present, bowing in respect. Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before he slowly raised his hand. In that moment, the entire crowd fell silent. Commence, he intoned calmly, his voice resonating through the amplification magic array, clearly reaching every corner of the square. The mighty march commenced with the resonant sound of a bugle. First to enter the square was the flag of the Sun and Moon Kingdom, accompanied by the national emblem and the battle standards of the various legions, all under the protection of the honor guard. The banners fluttered in the wind, producing a crisp sound. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly. Boom, 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 accompanied by the heavy, thunderous cadence of synchronized footsteps. The world-renowned Sun and Moon Royal Guard's heavy infantry battalion marched forth, resembling a moving mountain of steel, leading the procession past the reviewing stand. Clad in the latest shimmering star-patterned full-plate armor, wielding massive tower shields and sharp polearms, their eyes, sharp as those of eagles beneath their helmets, seemed to shake the very earth with each step. The overwhelming aura of battle and iron will left all spectators breathless. Following closely was the Saintly Radiance Knight Order, led by Prince Arthur. The knights donned gleaming silver armor, riding magnificent white steeds, brandishing their radiant swords aloft, casting forth a golden holy light that coalesced like a blazing sun, exuding a formidable force capable of purifying all evil. The Rockshield Guard and the Forge Guard, renowned infantry legions, marched with resounding steps, showcasing the kingdom's terrestrial foundation. Next came the proud array of rune war machines, presented by Minister Tom of the Engineering Department. Towering to great heights, the Dragon Hunter heavy crossbows, the Earthshaker catapults, and the newly developed arcane focus devices adorned with intricate runes, all powered by sturdy draft animals or engineering troops, passed by, demonstrating the unparalleled strength derived from the fusion of engineering and magic in the kingdom. In the skies above, the clarion call of eagles and the rush of wings echoed. The Golden Lion Griffin Cavalry, trained with the assistance of elven instructors and equipped with specially designed aerial saddles and demon-slaying crossbow bolts, soared overhead, executing complex aerial formations that showcased their formidable air superiority. Lastly, Admiral Soren presented the Marine Corps Battalion. Though they stood on land, they bore the commanding aura of the ocean, symbolizing the kingdom's formidable naval power. As each battalion marched past the reviewing stand, they erupted into thunderous roars, sun and moon in harmony. Prosperity for the kingdom. Long live His Majesty. The clamorous waves of sound crescendoed. The envoys from various nations wore solemn expressions, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. They bore witness to the might, excellence, and high morale of this army, dispelling any lingering notions of underestimating the Sun and Moon Kingdom, now an indomitable behemoth. With the royal banner leading the way, tranquility reigned across the seas. Once the final battalion passed, Lin rose slowly. The entire square fell into an absolute silence once more, with hundreds of thousands of eyes focusing solely on him. He approached the front of the platform, his silver-gray eyes sweeping across the crowd, encompassing his army, his people, and the foreign envoys. His voice, calm yet imbued with supreme authority and strength, resonated through the magic, reaching every corner. Today, beneath the banner of the sun and moon, this land belongs to the kingdom. Under the radiance of the sun and moon, all are subjects of the realm. This army is the shield of the kingdom, safeguarding our borders and protecting our people. This army is the sword of the kingdom, vanquishing demons and evil. I hereby declare, the Sun and Moon Kingdom is willing to build peace and foster mutual understanding with all nations that uphold goodwill and respect order. However, should anyone dare to covet our land, harm our people, or disturb this prosperous era, his voice suddenly turned fierce, laced with a cold, killing intent. Regardless of where they come from or where they hide, they shall bear the wrath of the sun and moon, reduced to dust. This oath, the sun and moon shall bear witness, the heavens and earth shall testify. Following a brief silence, the square erupted into unprecedented, fervent cheers that seemed poised to tear the sky asunder. Long live His Majesty. Long live the sun and moon. The roar of the populace, the army's oath, melded into a deafening chorus. Foreign envoys bowed in respect, and any final doubts or fantasies within their hearts vanished before this overwhelming display of military might and the king's commanding declaration. Lin slowly raised his hand, calming the cheers. He turned, accepting the young Prince Cain from Eleanor's embrace, while taking the little Princess Ella's hand with his other, lifting them gently to face the crowd. The two children, seemingly sensing their father's strength and the fervent atmosphere, did not wail, but rather widened their eyes in curiosity, gazing down below. Sunlight cascaded upon the royal family, enveloping them in a golden glow. Lin and Eleanor exchanged a smile, one that held boundless affection and conviction for one another, for their family, and for the flourishing realm they had created and safeguarded with their own hands. Behold, Lin's voice, softened yet still clear through the magic, proclaimed, "This is the future of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. This is the eternal prosperity we vow to protect." In this moment, the army, the people, and all foreign envoys clearly beheld the kingdom's legacy and hope. The grand parade concluded triumphantly amidst the cheers and blessings of the multitude. End of the celebration.